Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Bright fireballs crashed into a huge stone fortress. The last dungeon has been cleared. The knight's leg appeared and screams were heard that the dungeon was collapsing. A warrior knight with a sword in his hands, baring his teeth, turned back, looking at how ghosts with glowing eyes were chasing them from the dungeon fortress. He told his guys to run faster towards the exit. The knight angrily looked back with an angry grin, adding that if they stopped, they would not survive. Silhouettes of ghosts in the form of red smoke with glowing eyes followed the people. The ghosts were very willing to kill the invading humans, whom they believed to be aliens from another world who had destroyed their hideout. The company of knights looked back in tension, realizing that there were too many ghosts, and they were catching up with them. In the distance there was a bright explosion, emitting streams of fire in different directions. A strong knight with a shield and a huge spear stood up to protect his guys and covered them with his silhouette, who did not expect this at all. One of the fighters suddenly stopped and turned around, raising his hand in an attempt to stop his brave defender Moon Yob. The protagonist grinned sarcastically, turning to his comrade and baring his teeth ironically. While in his white armor, he extended his index finger towards the guys and smiled sarcastically. He noted that whichever of them survives, he will allow him to write his biography. An ordinary weekday sunny day in a big city, where people were hurrying about their business through a large pedestrian crossing. People didn't realize they weren't the only ones. A crowd of people on a spacious street went about their business, joking and talking about their topics along the way. Two people bumped shoulders with each other. The fair-haired guy, who was hit on the shoulder, turned in bewilderment at the black silhouette and called him an asshole who didn't see where he was going. Immediately the guy suddenly widened his eyes when he realized who he had stumbled upon. Underneath the black cape was a demon with hieroglyph designs on its face and one glowing red eye. The demon smiled at the man's reaction. Humans were not the only ones who built their own civilization. These were demons. The demon in a black cape, emitting a red aura from himself, became suddenly angry and began to lift stones into the air with his magic. Demons are an entire people living underground, like an entire civilization, completely different from what was built by people on the surface of the earth. A huge gray hand of a monster appeared from under the ground, the appearance of which raised a whole cloud of dust and a flurry of collapsing stones. A ferocious and powerful monster with purple chains appeared from underground and people began to run away in panic. A demon with a red aura floating in the air watched as his army of monsters summoned from underground marched through the city to capture him. Due to a sudden invasion by demons, humanity was on the verge of complete destruction. They were ugly monsters with several pairs of glowing eyes on their heads. Humanity tried to resist, using its army and tanks to attack the monsters, but no weapons had any effect on the demons. The most important demon with a red aura raised his hand and pointed it at his monster. These demons had magic. The ferocious monster immediately exploded into the air, leaving behind a cloud of dust as the red aura demon controlled its magic. The ferocious monster swung its huge arms and was about to hit the ground. This magic allowed them to break any attack. However, the situation soon changed. A squad of demons with a purple dark aura watched as the bald man radiated bright blue magic from himself, clapping his hands in front of him. Magic, which was owned by demons, people began to inexplicably appear. Silhouettes of people with a blue aura and appearance stood up to protect humanity. These were the few people who were gifted, who were able to change, and they became superhumans, possessors of superhuman abilities. A squad of superhumans in powerful armor and wielding axes went to resist the demons. Having gained new strength to resist, humanity fought back against the underground civilization of demons. One superhuman fighter in golden armor defeated a monster with sharp teeth. One after another, superhumans cleared out the dungeon of demons and a glimmer of hope for survival began to glimmer for humanity. A large group of superhumans stood in front of a rift in space that emitted a purple aura. This was the last dungeon, the gate. Several superhumans, including a dark-haired guy, humbly looked ahead at the last dungeon. In the spring of 2005, the 7 strongest superhumans gathered. A company of superhumans in their armor flew inside the last dungeon and white rays of light were directed at the last demon. These heroes cleared the last dungeon, the main lair of demons, and put an end to a long war. It was a diverse group of superhumans, each of whom had his own uniqueness and image. For saving humanity, these superhumans were nicknamed the 7 Saviors. A long black limousine pulled up to the curb, and journalists with cameras were about to film them. Those 7 rescuers were in the car, and they began to get out. The Saviors, in their costumes, got out of the car and walked forward through the crowd of journalists, and the joyful glances of their fans. These saviors gained enormous wealth and popularity. In the memories there was the same hero, Moon Yob, who stood up for his guys. It was he who did not return from the battlefield. There was a white sign with the inscription "The Grand Opening of the Monument to the Hero Jeho Moon Yob." The leader of the 7 saviors, Jeho Moon Yob, is the only one who did not live to enjoy the rewards that were showered upon the others. 2 other surviving heroes in costume watched as the white cloth was removed from the monument. A group of hero guys sadly watched the opening of the monument to their comrade in arms, to whom it was dedicated. The survivors became celebrities. The hero in a black suit cast an intense glance to the side, raising his eyebrows. The white blanket cut through the air after it flew off the monument. A crowd of people and journalists watched as the 6 surviving heroes stood over the monument, from which the white veil was flying away. The deceased main character became a legend. So 17 years passed. We moved to the state arena of the city of Seoul, where a match in international competitions between South Korea and France took place. The weather was sunny in the city and the commentator could be heard shouting from the big stadium that the local players were in trouble. Flashes of purple light were emitted throughout the stadium. The commentator noted the strong attack of France, but their players did not lag behind. It was an arena where battles took place, where the blonde player threw the South Korean player away from him with a deft blow. A strong blonde player from France was Nathan Bernard. Bernard continued to throw his quick punches at the bald Korean player. Bernard, with the help of his red aura, which helped him move deftly in the air, smashed his opponents. The commentator was shouting about how Bernard's player was beating their local players to pieces. The black silhouette of Bernard bent over the ground in the pose of an assassin, swinging his blade. The black silhouette of Bernard spread his blades, watching as the blue silhouettes of his opponents lay defeated on the ground. Bernard took all 6 kills single-handedly. A man in a black suit watched with displeasure the blue hologram of Bernard, pleased with his strength. The commentator wondered if there had ever been such a player in the International Combat League. 2 commentators in blue suits looked at each other and discussed what was happening live. One commentator noted that Bernard was in danger of becoming one of the top 3 players in all of history. Another bespectacled commentator sadly said that their local team was put out of action very quickly. Bernard turned back contemptuously, looking at how the silhouette of a girl in red armor appeared behind him. This was the last fighter from the local team, the blonde girl Baek Haein. Haein bared her eyes bloodthirstily, and she began to advance with red flashes of light. The commentators knew there would be little hope of victory, but they still believed in it when Haein went on the offensive. Her weapon of choice is the whip, and she was about to strike Bernard. Haein was already close to Bernard and was about to strike with her whip with red energy. Bernard looked on arrogantly and contemptuously as the enraged Haein was about to deliver her crushing blow to him. All the spectators were in anticipation and opened their mouths to the events taking place, and at the same time, the guy in a black suit and glasses was also expecting the further outcome of the fight. Haein soared into the air and with a deft leap intended to hit Bernard with a whip with a red aura. Suddenly Haein fell into a stupor and widened her eyes. People knew that Haein was the daughter of one of those 7 saviors. Bernard rushed past Haein, who was in disbelief from such a quick unexpected attack from her opponent. Bernard told her that with such a team she would not be able to defeat him, giving her a contemptuous cold look. Bernard rushed past Haein, whose silhouette he cut, causing her to become covered in blue light as a sign of defeat. The commentator said her name and noted that she was killed and the South Korean team lost miserably. A blue hologram of Bernard appeared on the podium as the winning MVP player. Commentators said that the entire local team was not enough to repel Bernard, and in the second round Bernard took the lives of all 7 players. The match between the teams of South Korea and France ended with a devastating score of 0-11. The spectators were indignant at such events and looked upset. This was a disappointment for them, because once upon a time there were many talented superhumans in Korea. A man in a black suit watched the events taking place separately on the sidelines. Commentators noted that Korean players had once destroyed the dungeons of demons during the Great War, but now their athletes were no longer the same as before. There was a badge hanging on the chest of the man in the suit, and it was the head coach of Baek Jeho. People understood that it was a disgrace for their country. Jeho pressed his hand to the railing and lowered his head with bitterness when he saw the score 2-0 in favor of France on the scoreboard. Commentators noted that it was a shame for the nation that had produced 2 of the 7 saviors of mankind, Moon Yob and Jeho. The head coach gripped the railing tightly, as it was hard for him to accept such a loss. The commentator noted that the match ended in victory for France. The two commentators continued to discuss the match with sad faces. They noted that France were good, but the match was very sad for them, expressing their understanding that it was not easy for all the people of Korea after the loss. There were angry comments from spectators who also did not understand how their country, in which two great saviors of the world were born, could lose with a crushing score. A few more unpleasant comments from people who were perplexed at how esports competitions could be held in the country if there were no smart players, noting that their players could not stand up to anyone, and only Haein could still prove something. The spectators immediately became angry and began shouting resentfully at the players, telling them to get lost, because it was a shame to lose in an international match. The audience had a hard time and continued to express their angry thoughts about all the players being replaced and Haein being left behind. All the spectators sitting in the stands watched what was happening with bitterness. They noted with irony that they themselves paid to see how their players were disgraced. Jeho, in a black suit, continued to hold onto the railing, feeling displeased for his country's loss. His black silhouette was on a hill and observed 7 special modules in the ground. This man was one of the 7 saviors of Jeho, who was sadly aware of the failure of his country. Jeho watched with his head down as special computer modules in the ground emitted blue light. He understood that this was the 3rd time they had lost since he became the head coach of the national team. Haein sat in a special virtual reality installation and angrily took off her helmet. She turned off her module and the broadcast was completed. All the players approached the Haein module with sad faces, which also lowered its hands from such a sad event. Jeho realized that people were right and Haein was the only normal player when the others fell short of her. Jeho watched from above as his disappointed team walked around with their heads down. He knew that Korean superhumans used to be said to be strong and resilient, but that was in the past. Jeho put his hands in his pockets and left his team, going into the dark depths of the corridor. He understood that the mental strength and skills of the current team were very weak, and all those who could do anything had long since gone abroad. Jeho frowned slightly, remembering his battle comrade, the main character who died, noting that this was the fate of other capable players. Jeho grabbed the doorknob and was about to enter the trainer's room. The head coach of the national team walked along the dark corridor and stopped abruptly. He exhaled heavily and closed his eyes. Jeho raised his head and silently greeted his dead friend Moon Yob. Jeho looked at the picture where their entire past team of saviors of humanity was. Jeho was very sorry that the main character was not with them now. Jeho looked at the picture where they were young and standing together. Jeho frowned slightly and took a closer look at the photo of the young Moon Yob. Jeho timidly straightened his tie when he heard some noise. A guy with curly red hair walked into the trainer's room and addressed Jeho, telling him that everything was set for the interview. The red-haired guy timidly looked at the coach and noted that they were already waiting for him. Jeho sighed again and straightened his jacket, preparing to leave the office. Jeho closed his eyes sadly and replied that he needed to apologize to his people. Jeho headed towards the exit from the office, simultaneously placing his hand on the shoulder of the red-haired guy, who closed his eyes in hopelessness. Following the guy, Jeho said with irony that this is precisely why he was appointed head coach. Jeho walked forward with a sad face as the red-haired guy tried to find out what was going on. Jeho understood that everything was lost, because they could not compete with anyone in such a lineup that was mentally and physically weak. The red-haired guy, apparently a player, waved his arms to the sides, trying to inspire his humble coach. He reminded him that Jeho had just taken over as coach. Jeho looked indifferently towards the guy who was hysterical and closed his eyes. Jeho said that he would have to announce his retirement in this interview. The guy watched as their head coach spread his arms to the sides and walked towards the exit to the stadium. Jeho added that he could only achieve something if a miracle happened and Moon Yob returned from the dead, so he decided to quit rather than let his team drag their reputation into the mud. The guy explained that without Jeho their team had no chance at all. The distressed guy watched as Jeho headed towards the exit with a cold gaze. Jeho knew that this was his chance. He rolled his eyes and frowned slightly, realizing that now was the opportunity to quit. Suddenly, the phone in his jacket pocket vibrated and Jeho drew attention to it. He took out his phone and saw that the president of the association was calling him, and thought that now the president would also reprimand him for his loss. Jeho stood in the dark corridor and put the phone to his ear, hearing the president's exclamation that a very important news had flashed on the news. Jeho looked ahead resentfully, holding the phone to his ear, thinking that the president of the association would now begin to explain to him. Jeho immediately responded with sarcasm that the news was that the head coach had humiliated the entire country at an international competition and he himself was even present. Jeho became slightly angry and frowned when the president shouted into the phone that he meant other news. Jeho immediately widened his eyes and was stunned by the news when the president announced it. In the sky, through a purple portal, the body of the main character fell from the real world. His body fell onto the square with his monument, where there were people. Suddenly, after the roar, people began to turn back towards the cloud of dust. This was Gwangwon Square, 3 monuments. People watched what was happening in confusion and concern, seeing that someone in armor fell from the sky onto the square where there was a monument to Admiral Yi Sun-sin. A crowd of people gathered near the monument to that same fallen hero Moon Yob. The protagonist's monument was in the image of his malicious smile and gaze. 7 years ago, Moon Yob saved 6 heroes by sacrificing himself. The main character fell from the sky right next to his monument and people looked at him and filmed him on their phones. Wounded and exhausted, Moon Yob sat on the ground with his eyes closed. People understood that this was the same hero Moon Yob. Jeho looked at his phone in a sweat, not moving his body in shock. The president of the association shouted into the phone that Jeho must have gone deaf since he didn't understand the first time, although he was in shock and couldn't say a word. The wounded protagonist in his armor sat near his monument, his eyes slightly closed. The main character, grinning his face, slightly opened his eye, glowing with blue light. The president of the association repeated that Moon Yob had returned from the dead. Bright blue energy spread in the dark space. The main character at that time dealt with various monsters and demons, bleeding from them. Moon Yob bared his teeth heavily and looked back at the demon chasing him. Moon Yob sharply turned back and extended his sharp sword with a blue aura towards the demon. Moon Yob looked with wide-eyed horror as a horde of demons and monsters chased him. The protagonist with an angry face extended his hand to the side, and a weapon with a hilt began to appear in space. The main character grabbed a spear-like weapon and continued to glare forward at the monsters. Hatred and a bright blue light leaked from his angry gaze. The demons with red fiery eyes looked at their opponent with an angry expression on their faces. The black silhouette of Moon Yob landed right in front of the gate to the dungeon and put a shield in front of him, holding a long spear in his hands. The protagonist frowned slightly as a bright blue light flashed from the gate behind him, and he realized that the gate was finally sealed. Moon Yob, emitting bright energy from himself, watched as a bunch of demons with a red aura approached him. He understood that now there would be a tense fight. Moon Yob stood wide and spread his spear and shield, expecting an attack from the red aura demons. The main character bared his teeth and looked contemptuously towards the demons, realizing that he would have to fight to the end. Moon Yob snapped his eyes open as soon as he opened his eyes. The main character jumped up sharply from his hospital bed, confused and at a loss. Moon Yob sat on a hospital bed and sighed heavily, trying to understand what had happened. The nurse with a badge around her neck looked in surprise at the awakened Moon Yob, who was holding his head. The main character looked at the nurse resentfully, continuing to hold his head. He tried to figure out where he was by asking the nurse about it. The nurse looked dumbfounded at the perplexed Moon Yob and told him that he was in the hospital. She asked about his well-being. The protagonist was angry about the situation and looked forward angrily, trying to touch his face. He looked at the calendar and saw that today was no longer 2005, but 2022. The protagonist was angry at the situation, not understanding how this could be. Moon Yob remembered exactly that the last time he went down into the dungeon in the year was 2005. The nurse crossed her fingers and smiled ironically as she looked at the embittered Moon Yob. The nurse understood that Moon Yob was surprised and made an attempt to explain to him about all the events happening in the world. The nurse grabbed the remote control and wanted to turn on the TV so that the main character could watch everything himself. The nurse raised her eyebrows and curiously pointed her hand at the TV that was on, where the news was showing. The nurse told Moon Yob to see for himself. On TV, a male presenter addressed the audience and noted that they were moving on to a news broadcast, where they were talking about the fact that the main character was taken to the hospital. The nurse with a surprised face and an angry Moon Yob listened to the news. It said that Moon Yob, the leader of the 7 saviors, who was presumed dead for 17 years, had suddenly returned and was currently being treated at a medical facility. The news showed the moment where the protagonist landed near his statue with his eyes closed. The presenter noted that according to eyewitness accounts, Moon Yob fell from the sky and landed right at the foot of his statue. The presenter added that the protagonist was unconscious. However, according to doctors, his life was not in danger and he received only minor injuries. The main character carefully watched the news, which stated that eyewitnesses reported that Moon Yob was wearing the same armor that he was wearing when he was last seen, when he descended into the demon dungeon in 2005. The presenter was surprised to note that despite the fact that Moon Yob was a Superman, his appearance had not changed at all in 17 years. The main character widened his eyes and was confused when he heard that some experts noted that it might be a space-time anomaly phenomenon. At this point, the release was completed. Moon Yob scratched his neck and looked ahead indifferently, reflecting on the fact that 17 whole years had indeed passed, because for him it was just 2005. The nurse pointed her finger to the side and raised her eyebrows, noting that the main character was right, and that's why there was a mess going on outside the window. Moon Yob looked out the window with disgust, looking at how a whole crowd of people was waiting for him. The nurse explained that journalists were on duty around the clock at the hospital waiting for him. A bunch of journalists raised their lenses to the hospital building. Some angrily bared his teeth and frowned, realizing that 17 whole years had passed, and these impudent journalists remained as annoying as before. Moon Yob frowned slightly at the nurse and raised his hand. He asked her to give him a mirror, to which the nurse immediately responded. The nurse grabbed a small oval mirror and asked the protagonist if such a mirror would be suitable for Moon Yob. The main character looked in the mirror with confusion and touched his cheeks, realizing that during this long time he had not changed at all. Moon Yob looked down with a downcast gaze, being in the black shadow. He understood that there was no way he could look so young at 47 years old, and tried to come to terms with the idea that this might actually be a space-time anomaly. The main character also thought that this was impossible, because he had never heard of an anomaly that could last as long as 17 years. He reasoned that if this really was the world of the future, but 17 years later, then much could have been different. The main character sharply widened his eyes and certain thoughts came to him. Moon Yob looked at the nurse angrily in a sweat, raising his hands in front of him. With trembling in his head, he tried to find out what happened to his fortune and money. The nurse was a little confused. Moon Yob became very angry when the nurse reminded him of how he had made sure that his will stipulated that all his funds be given to a fund to support orphans. A bunch of people were taking pictures in front of a huge cottage. When the protagonist asked about his home, the nurse pointed out that his celebrity home had been converted into a museum. The super sports car was sold at an auction where people showed their tokens with the desired amount. When Moon Yob asked about the car, the nurse explained that it was sold at a charity auction. The main character, from such statements and hopelessness that he was now left with nothing, widened his eyes and fell into a stupor. Moon Yob clenched his fists and became angry, realizing that in other words he was not only a beggar but also homeless. The main character hit the blanket with his fists and lowered his head as the nurse laughed at the situation. Moon Yob was sad that he now found himself without money, noting that if he had known that he would have found himself in such a situation, he would have saved some amount. The nurse raised her hands and looked at the saddened protagonist with his head down with an alarming smile. The nurse told Moon Yob not to worry about the situation, because he was a hero who saved humanity, so she understood that he would not be left in trouble. And she added that what's more, Jeho called the hospital as soon as he heard about his arrival, so she said that she would call him back and ask him when he would arrive. A clear sunny day surrounded the city and the hospital building absorbed the warm rays. The nurse noted that he himself had recently called and said that he would arrive soon. Moon Yob looked at the nurse slightly tensely and replied that he understood everything. The nurse explained that she would be gone for a while, so she told him if he needed anything. She asked him to press the call button. The nurse headed towards the exit and opened the door to leave. Moon Yob threw a cold grin to the side as the nurse left. The protagonist looked out the window at the changed new city in which he found himself. He saw himself in the future, but it was difficult for him to believe it. The main character looked out the window with a cold gaze, seeing his reflection in it. He felt that he would have to ask Jeho about everything, but for now he was going to check the condition of his body. The protagonist's eyes were enveloped in a blue aura and opened a system window to use his analyzing gaze. The card came out. An analyzing gaze, the ability to visualize and analyze the abilities and talents of living beings. The result is seen only by the caster. This ability made him the strongest among superhumans. The protagonist remembered his younger self, where he stood with a wooden staff and fought monsters with wolves. This view analyzed the data and abilities of the object not only in the present, but also its potential in the future. Moon Yob imagined himself wearing armor and fighting other armored monsters. The silhouette of the main character, glowing with a blue aura, sat on the corpses of the monsters. It was thanks to this skill that Moon Yob developed many times faster than those around him. News appeared in all public news pages about Moon Yob and his exploits, how he cleared out a secret dungeon with another success. Very soon he became the leader of a dungeon clearing group. There was still something missing. The protagonist recalled how timidly he put his hand behind his head when Jeho asked to teach him the skill from his friend. Young Jeho held his fists in front of him and looked in bewilderment in front of the standing protagonist. And even Jeho, who later became one of the 7 saviors, was not so simple. Jeho looked persistently at his student and, using his skill, saw a table with his characteristics. Moon Yob was even surprised by his abilities, as he considered him just a loser. The main character looked forward attentively at his student, realizing that Jeho had very good potential. Jeho explained that he would only take him on as a student if he played the box during his studies, which was not his problem at all. Jeho immediately responded that he would do whatever it took to stay alive. Jeho was once raised using his ability. Moon Yob sat on his bunk and looked at his ability card, believing that he still had the same skill levels as before. His gaze caught on the characteristic of willpower, which was at the level of 110/100. Moon Yob, sweating, looked angrily at the system window with skills. He knew that level 100 was the height limit for a person. However, he did not understand why he had 110. The protagonist frowned forward, seeing another important point. He saw a blue tag with a new skill that he had not seen before. It was an immortal skill, immune to death from physical impact. The main character was confused, continuing to hold his index finger at the system window. He realized that he had not previously had such a very valuable ability, and assumed that superpowers could be given out in certain circumstances. Moon Yob thoughtfully looked away and grabbed his protruding chin, remembering the image of the white demon of the last battle. He theorized that this superpower might have been given to him during the last battle. Moon Yob tilted his head slightly and continued to talk about this situation. Suddenly he turned to the side and frowned at his friend who had appeared, calling his name. Jeho opened the door of the chamber and looked at the main character in shock. Moon Yob raised his eyebrows and looked back, dumbfounded, recognizing his old friend. Jeho looked intensely and carefully at Moon Yob and his exclamations, remaining silent, in shock. Jeho's eyes filled with tears, as he was very happy to see his friend again. The main character smiled sarcastically and answered with irony that during this time Jeho had become too sentimental. Jeho bowed his head and covered his roaring eyes with his hand. Jeho, with mockery and tears in his eyes, raised his head and said that it was a time of peace outside. Two friends climbed to the roof of the building and watched the city at night under the cover of darkness under the light of the moon. They stood next to each other, drinking coffee in a glass. The protagonist looked at his friend with irony and a smile, joking about his sentimentality and tears, which should have stopped. Two friends sipped coffee under the night sky and smiled. Jeho replied that Moon Yob is yet to find out, and the older he gets, the more tears he gets. The protagonist grinned and closed his eyes, joking that he couldn't understand, because he was young. Moon Yob looked sarcastically towards his friend and pointed his finger at him, holding his coffee. He asked Jeho if he kept his promise. Jeho looked puzzled at the main character, asking about the promise he had forgotten about. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically at Jeho, who laughed at the reminder. The protagonist reminded him about the biography that Jeho was supposed to write. Jeho smiled and understood what was being said. Moon Yob grinned, grinning at the grinning Jeho, who presented him with the image of a book about his great biography. Jeho explained that he hired a state writer from a famous fantasy novelist. The protagonist asked sarcastically, and that in the book everything should have started from his very birth. Moon Yob carefully watched his friend, who curiously told him the rest of his story. Jeho replied that they also made a documentary and a feature film where everything looked like it was mythology. Jeho added that the content was average, but both the films were very popular, noting that these films became blockbusters all over the world. Moon Yob raised his contemptuous gaze upward, slightly puzzled. He wondered what he should do now. The main character, dressed in hospital pajamas, watched with fascination the illuminated city at night. He thought that he had already died, but he woke up in the hospital because 17 years had already passed, and around him there was a world completely unfamiliar to him. He explained that he understood everything mentally, but it was difficult to believe. Jeho looked closely at the protagonist, who was looking slightly angrily at the city. Moon Yob noted that even if he was the savior of humanity, in reality he felt like a person without a place to live. Jeho put his hand on Moon Yob's shoulder, showing him empathy. Jeho smiled in awe and gestured that everything was fine, to which Moon Yob looked dumbfounded. Jeho reminded the savior of humanity that he has a friend who can help him with money in any amount. The two friends looked at each other with a sarcastic grin. Moon Yob, clenching his fist in joy, noted in surprise that Jeho had indeed gotten older, noting that he should have accumulated a ton of money by now. Moon Yob asked him if he was currently doing business. Jeho shrugged his shoulders and explained with a slight shyness that he had good savings from raids and a state bonus that was given out after the Great War, adding that he did something interesting with his money. Jeho replied that it was better to grow money rather than just spend it. The main character looked arrogantly towards his friend, holding his chin. He was interested to know that if Jeho was rich, then how did his business not fall apart if it was headed by a fool like him? Jeho timidly closed his eyes and scratched his face. He was ashamed to admit, but he also entrusted the running of his business to a professional. The protagonist answered cordially that everything was clear to him. Moon Yob laughed hard and pointed his finger at his friend, who was slightly angry at the jokes. The main character ironically noted that Jeho was now also unemployed, to which Jeho replied with slight chagrin that he had a job. Moon Yob was a little puzzled and asked about Jeho's place of work. Jeho and Moon Yob stood on the stone roof platform and Jeho explained that he was the head coach of the national team. Moon Yob perked up when he heard this news, to which Jeho immediately went into his phone. Moon Yob once again asked Jeho about working as a head coach, who was quietly muttering to himself. Jeho exhaled heavily and noted that now he would show him everything. Jeho handed the phone to his friend and showed him the match between Germany and France. It was the final of the European Esports Championship. The main character looked puzzled at the live broadcast of the match, where players from different countries fought among themselves in a furious battle. Moon Yob, confused, raised his head and looked towards Jeho, holding the phone in his hands. The protagonist asked about what it was, adding his assumptions that these could be dungeons that they cleared at one time, asking why they were not destroyed now. Jeho explained that it was an e-sport and the competition was called the Battle of Superhumans. Moon Yob looked at his phone in confusion, not understanding what esports was. Jeho began to explain that the scene was a virtual reality dungeon where a battle between two teams took place. Jeho raised his hands and spread his fingers, explaining the modern realities of fighting. He noted that this was a kind of business where superhumans used their skills that were no longer needed in reality. He added that this sport has always been popular and now interest in it has surpassed any other. The protagonist looked arrogantly at the phone, watching the finale of the fight. He hummed and replied that for him it was not serious, like childishness. Jeho immediately stood up for modern sports, recalling the images of modern players. He began to explain that the high-class players were almost comparable to the Seven Saviors and their achievements in sports were a source of national pride. Moon Yob clenched the coffee straw in his teeth and looked contemptuously at the phone, answering Jeho with indifference. Moon Yob was interested to know where their country was. The main character was trying to close the lid of the coffee when Jeho suddenly began to sweat and pretended not to hear. Moon Yob turned sharply towards his friend and joked about his old age. Allegedly he couldn't hear well, so he asked him to repeat it. In the distance, Jeho and Moon Yob stood next to each other and the main character asked clearly and loudly where their country was now. Moon Yob waved his hand and was about to throw the empty glass in the trash. The protagonist noted that they had a small population, but there were many superhumans in their country and he was sure that in this game for kids they definitely should not have been in last place. Jeho looked ahead and hesitated to answer, not knowing how to tell him the current state of affairs. Jeho looked sideways at his friend with a smirk, noting that South Korea was the latest. Moon Yob threw the cup and it landed right on the edge of the urn. The glass fell from the urn and lay on the ground. Moon Yob continued to stand in a bent position after the throw. Moon Yob looked puzzled at Jeho, who looked down sadly. The main character opened his eyes in horror and was greatly surprised as soon as the realization dawned on him. A black limousine was moving along a busy highway over a bridge under the cover of darkness. Jeho noted that when a great evil was overthrown, the one who overthrew it became evil himself. The main character frowned at Jeho while sitting in front of the chair with his arms crossed. Moon Yob asked Jeho about what he was saying about himself. Jeho, driving a vehicle, threw his hand behind his head without looking up from the steering wheel. The head coach of the national team noted that this is why their country was the weakest in this sport. Moon Yob dissatisfiedly asked Jeho if he understood what he said. The protagonist sat imposingly in the front seat and looked out the window as the car rushed at high speed. Jeho explained that after the war, the authorities began to see superhumans as a threat, because there were no longer demons to fight with which they were needed, and the authorities feared that their swords would turn against them. The protagonist noted with irony that these people remained the same as they were. Jeho grabbed the steering wheel and explained to the protagonist sitting next to him that the superhuman battle game was strictly controlled under the pretext that superhumans had too much destructive power, and he was no exception. Moon Yob indifferently looked away, noting that he had noticed this before, because even in his time, all the strongest Korean superhumans simply went to other countries and became players or coaches. Jeho laughed at this remark, holding tightly to the steering wheel of the car, and said that everything was true. From the outside, the main character added that he remembered the people who hovered around them like vultures, wanting to use them in one way or another, noting that they should have broken their kneecaps back then. Jeho watched with a grin as Moon Yob spread his arms to the sides in indignation. The head coach of the national team noted that Moon Yob said such bad things about the president and politicians that it would not seem enough. Moon Yob replied that it was all because he was angry at their blatant attempts to use his powers for state purposes, adding ironically that he had not even tried to say bad things about them yet. Jeho's satisfied grin appeared on the side mirror of the car. He explained that this was all due to the fact that they initially tried to limit them, and therefore the average level of superhuman players was very low in the country. The head coach of the national team and at the same time a friend smiled at the main character, who looked unhappy. Jeho was about to propose this idea to Moon Yob, who immediately rejected the idea. Jeho replied that he had not even had time to say anything yet, when suddenly the protagonist, with his intelligence, explained that he knew that Jeho was going to drag him into this sport. Jeho looked at the indignant friend of the savior of mankind with bewilderment as they rushed at high speed. Jeho didn't understand why Moon Yob abruptly rejected his idea, since he was only 30, and at the peak of his powers. Jeho asked his friend if he was ready to waste his life just like that. Moon Yob angrily replied that he was not wasting his life and asked him not to get involved in this matter. Jeho looked anxiously at the main character, who with slight irritation began to explain his position. He explained that he no longer wanted to live like a Superman, and his superhuman life ended there in the last dungeon. Jeho began to reassure his comrade and assured him that now everything was much simpler. There was no debt and no pressure, it was just sport. Jeho, with a drop of sweat on his face, looked intently at Moon Yob, who responded with indifference. Moon Yob ironically asked about the debt, because he did not look like a person who would fight for others. The protagonist closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He replied that when he was little, he fought to survive, and to be respected in the place where he was raised after discovering his abilities. Moon Yob looked away towards the window and explained to his friend behind the wheel that it was time for him to finally live for himself. Moon Yob crossed his arms and angrily pointed his finger at Jeho, imagining images of newspapers and articles. The protagonist imagined that even if he went into sports, the journalists would no longer give him a pass, and they would insist that the great savior of the world, Moon Yob, would now save Korea and would continue to say such nonsense. Moon Yob understood that one day journalists would raise the people's hopes to the skies and would follow their every move. Jeho carefully watched the reaction of Moon Yob, who smiled sarcastically. Jeho asked the main character with enthusiasm whether thoughts of battle had ever occurred to him, which should have made his blood flow through his veins. Moon Yob sarcastically noted that he was already tired of being a clown. Jeho averted his humble gaze out the window, as he understood that it would be worth leaving this topic for later. The protagonist looked indifferently out the window, watching the illuminated road. Jeho looked puzzled at Moon Yob, who put his hand on his knee and watched out the window. Moon Yob noted that the Korean superhumans weren't such losers after all. Jeho immediately became curious and wanted to know more about these words. The main character extended his index finger upward out the window. He added that as long as they had a strong girl player, they would not be lost. Their black car drove past the banner of their legendary girl fighter. She was a dark-haired girl with a bob, to which Moon Yob noted her eyes and general attractiveness. Jeho calmly looked forward as the protagonist choked heavily on water when he heard that it was his friend's daughter. Moon Yob looked at Jeho intensely, imagining the image of his little daughter. He knew it was Haeun, who he said must have been 6 years old. Jeho explained that it was 17 years ago, and now she was 23. The protagonist felt funny about this event, but Jeho was extremely unhappy and tried to keep a calm face. Moon Yob was very surprised and noted that his daughter had always been beautiful, and now she was even more beautiful. Jeho told his friend to be quiet. Moon Yob timidly turned towards Jeho and apologized to him for his behavior. Their black car drove into the city and stopped. They arrived from a huge building, Jeho's house. Han Seung-hee, Jeho's wife, greeted them at home with admiration. 52 Superman, dressed in a brown dress. She was glad to meet her husband's old friend. Seung-hee met the men in the courtyard of the house and clasped her hands. He noted that she had not seen him for a very long time, to which Moon Yob ironically noted that he had not seen her for only a week. Jeho watched as Moon Yob interacted with a smile and playfulness with Seung-hee, who smiled back at him. Seung-hee jokingly said that she aged in just a week. Moon Yob sarcastically explained that Seung-hee was not old at all, but looked as if only a week had passed and she was still young. Seung-hee noted her husband's friend's charisma, adding that he remained the same as always. Jeho timidly put his hand behind his head and smiled at his wife, who was also happy about the events taking place. Seung-hee thanked her husband for taking the time to bring Moon Yob home. Jeho replied that it was his friend, who had been considered dead for many years and had now returned to him, so he did the least he could. The main character watched the shining silhouette of a loving couple, Jeho and his wife, who were glowing with happiness. He understood that now it was all for real and he had truly returned to life. The protagonist looked forward with trepidation, realizing that he had returned to a peaceful future without the struggle for survival and wars. The starry night sky enveloped the entire city, including Jeho's house. Moon Yob wondered what he should do here now and decided that he might as well play. Moon Yob, wearing a blue sweatshirt, stuck his hand into a bag of chips. The main character was lying on the sofa in a blue tracksuit and was about to turn on the TV and watch the news. Suddenly, Moon Yob's eyes widened when he caught the program on TV. The love series Stairway to Heaven was shown on TV. Moon Yob stood up sharply and put his hands forward in surprise. He was shocked that he came across a repeat of the same drama that he had not finished watching for a long time and did not know how it ended. The main character clenched his hands into fists and bowed his head in joy. He understood that this was fate. He bared his teeth and his eyes shone with happiness. He noted with irony that it was precisely for this reason that he returned to this sinful earth. Jeho walked past his friend who was watching the series gloatingly. The protagonist gloatingly noted that he had stocked up on chips and would now watch the series until the very end. Continuing to listen to the plans of his arriving friend, Jeho fell into confusion and widened his eyes. Moon Yob said that since the circumstances were so fortunate, he will watch all the dramas from 2005 to this day. Jeho was surprised that there would be too many of these dramas since 2005. Jeho suddenly jumped up with concern to his friend, who was lying imposingly on the couch, eating chips. He asked him if he was really going to watch dramas for days, to which the main character agreed without hesitation with the words of his friend. Moon Yob munched on some chips and looked ahead with a frown as Jeho lowered his eyebrows and looked at him worriedly. Moon Yob exclaimed and noted that he had just arrived at his house, and they were discussing that they put the topic of sports on the back burner for conversation. Jeho timidly replied that he understood everything and expressed this agreement so that he could live for himself. The head coach with a dissatisfied look opened the curtains, where a crowd of journalists could be seen in the window. Jeho noted that the journalists had been guarding his house for several days and were not going to leave until they saw Moon Yob. The protagonist looked out the window indignantly and leaned against the sofa, grumbling about the situation. A huge crowd of journalists gathered in front of Jeho's house and the guys understood that there were a whole darkness of them. Moon Yob closed his eyes tightly and grabbed his face, realizing that these arrogant journalists are not going anywhere. Moon Yob jumped up from the sofa and put his hands on his knees. He understood that he needed to come to terms with this situation for now. Jeho looked anxiously at his friend, who added that the journalists should be dealt with the next day. The main character put his hands in his pockets and looked disdainfully towards the window. Moon Yob asked Jeho to gather all the journalists in one place to tell them to leave him alone once and for all. A huge multi-story hotel building with thick clouds floating above it. A bunch of cameras with flashes of light were pointed forward. People and reporters watched as the main character and Jeho company walked to the main table to be interviewed. People thought he would have to wait at the door for a month, adding that Moon Yob seemed much more reserved than expected. One of the journalists noted that he heard that when Moon Yob didn't like something, he would start rowing and overturning furniture, and he was wondering what reaction would come from him now. The main character straightened his shoulders wide and noted that it was time to start the press conference. The main character grabbed the microphone and began to say that all the people had already noticed that he had returned, and he himself was surprised by what happened, and he could imagine the degree of their surprise. Jeho sweated and watched with an ironic grin as his friend spoke into the microphone. Moon Yob explained that the enormous attention that was focused on his person was expected, and people could be surprised that the main character of the conference behaved normally. Moon Yob, in his repertoire, looked into the audience with disgust and noted that he was already sick of all this, and he ordered the journalists to ask all the questions today and never approach him again. Jeho looked at his comrade with displeasure, realizing that here it was pointless to hope for the goodwill of his friend, because he remained the same as he was. He told reporters to raise their hands and was going to answer their questions one at a time. One of the journalists asked a question about how the main character managed to return alive from the last dungeon. The protagonist with a cold look answered that he himself didn't know, he just woke up in the hospital and he didn't have a more detailed answer to this question. A huge pile of willing hands reached up and the next question was asked in the hall about whether the main character still had the last 17 years of his life in his memory. He replied that for him 2005 was just a couple of days ago. Another question was whether he communicated with other heroes of the last war. Moon Yob replied that no, for them it was just a business collaboration and they were not close. Someone asked him whether he intended to demand his savings from the state. He coldly replied that no. The protagonist and Jeho were sitting at the table when only one hand of an elderly man appeared in the hall after the words of the next question. A man with a bald spot on his head raised his hand and asked whether Moon Yob had heard from the head coach of the national team about the Battle of Superhumans game. The protagonist explained what he heard. A bunch of cameras and spectators watched the main character that evening at the conference. The man asked Moon Yob if he had a desire to go into esports. Some journalists looked at each other with dumbfounded looks. Jeho looked ahead indifferently, understanding his friend's answer. Jeho grabbed his head and closed his eyes tightly when Moon Yob angrily replied to the entire audience that he had no desire. The elderly man extended his hand and arrogantly asked if Moon Yob could explain the reason for his answer. The protagonist looked arrogantly to the side, scratching the back of his head with his little finger, and replied that he did not consider it necessary. The man looked at the main character with a malicious grin and answered sarcastically whether this was due to the fact that he felt incapable of doing this. Moon Yob only grinned mockingly in response and pointed his finger at the old man, who suddenly became angry. Moon Yob jokingly explained that if he were an old man with a receding hairline, he might have thought so. Moon Yob extended his hand forward towards the hall and sharply replied that he didn't like this sport, and that's all, so he didn't consider himself a clown and was going to do only what he wanted. The protagonist thanked everyone for the conference and replied that it was time to call it a day. Moon Yob rose from his chair and was about to touch the microphone. He hoped that he had satisfied people's curiosity at least partially and asked them all not to bother him anymore after this conference. Moon Yob closed his eyes and said goodbye to everyone in the room. The main character put his hands in his pockets and headed towards the exit when Jeho shyly put his hand behind his head and laughed for show, and said thank you to everyone for your attention. Suddenly a cry was heard that the heroes had stopped. The guy with glasses extended his hand and said that he had one last question, to which Moon Yob gave a puzzled look. The journalist with dark hair looked down at Moon Yob, who was listening attentively with his hands in his pockets. The journalist noted the player Gerald, who said about him that the glory of the Seven Saviors was long in the past and they could never defeat him, so he was interested in knowing the opinion of the protagonist. Moon Yob looked down at the journalist with a puzzled expression, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, not understanding who Gerald was. The journalist with a confused face explained that it was a famous American cybersportsman, who was called the best American tank. Moon Yob looked at the journalist cheekily, asking about this American player who was supposed to be the best of the best. The journalist presented images of the 3 best players of our time. He explained that it was because there were the top 3 in the battle. Blonde Nathan Bernard from France, Roy Meyer from Ireland with red hair, and red-haired guy Daniel Mansk from Germany. The journalist adjusted his glasses and noted that Gerald was an outstanding player, but was not one of the 3 of these players and grinned. The main character put his hand on his head in bewilderment and closed his eyes, ironically noting that so many years had already passed and he was told about this in all seriousness. Moon Yob straightened his shoulders and looked towards the hall. He explained that since Gerald was not even among the top 3 players, he would not talk to him. The journalists looked at each other at the statement of the main character, who said that if Gerald wants to fight him, then he will not fight him in some game, but let him come to him and tell him to his face personally. Moon Yob looked contemptuously at the camera and showed his middle finger, adding that he would bury it in the garden with his own hands. The very people in question were watching this broadcast on TV. A gray-haired man in a white suit grinned sarcastically, looking towards Gerald. It was Zachary Wood from the American esports agency Battle of Superhumans. Gerald clenched his fist tightly and crushed the wooden handle. Gerald angrily looked away towards Zachary and turned to him. Gerald bared his teeth and frowned, noting that Zachary urgently got him a ticket to Korea. The weather above the house was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Jeho arose after learning about the Premier League with the USA. Moon Yob was lying on the sofa, baring his teeth in displeasure, while Jeho was talking on the phone nearby. Jeho was unhappy that he was not told about the Premier League sooner. Moon Yob told Jeho to go talk on the phone outside because it was disturbing him. Jeho closed his eyes and furrowed his eyebrows. Jeho told the person on the phone that he understood everything. Jeho lounged on a small chair, baring his teeth in displeasure, after which the main character looked at him. The main character asked Jeho what happened to him. Jeho told the protagonist that they will have a Premier League with the USA in 2 weeks. The protagonist turned away, looking indifferently at the TV, while Jeho narrowed his eyes at Moon Yob, clenching his hand into a fist. Jeho noted that all this happened because of what the main character said to Gerald. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and looked nervously at Jeho. Jeho crossed his arms over his chest, looking angrily at the protagonist, remembering his behavior during the interview. Jeho reminded Moon Yob that he told the one who was specifically trying to provoke him, and he asked him to tell him that he would bury him in the garden. Jeho covered his face with his hand, closing his eyes, while the main character looked at him, baring his teeth. Jeho told Moon Yob that Gerald clearly lost his temper after his words. Moon Yob stated that it was just a kindergarten. Jeho was slightly annoyed, causing his eyebrows to furrow. Jeho noted that the protagonist publicly recalled that Gerald was not among the top 3, and apparently this is what hooked him. Jeho noticed that Gerald wants to fight Moon Yob, but since he is not a player in the battle, Gerald will take it out on their team. The protagonist rested his head on his hand and looked at Jeho. He didn't understand what the players had to do with it, calling Gerald a scoundrel. Jeho bared his teeth nervously, clutching his head with his hand. Jeho said irritably how unlucky he was. The protagonist lay indifferently on the couch, watching TV. The main character wished Jeho good luck, saying that he would mess around for him. Jeho looked at the protagonist indignantly as he suddenly jumped up from the couch. Moon Yob told Jeho that if they have a Premier League coming soon, then Haein will come soon too. The main character pointed his finger towards Jeho. The main character noted that Jeho said that she was on the national team. Haein walked into the house, taking her white sneakers off her feet. Haein shouted to her mom that she was back. Moon Yob looked irritably towards the door, baring his teeth. He was startled by the sudden slamming of the door. The main character widened his eyes slightly. Seung-hee widened her eyes, smiling happily when she saw her daughter. Seung-hee greeted Haein, surprised that she had already returned. Haein smiled widely, carrying a suitcase with her things. Haein noted that she rushed home when she heard that Moon Yob had arrived and wanted to see her with her dad. Haein took her glasses off her head, looking at her mother as she pointed her hand towards the protagonist. Haein asked Seung-hee where the protagonist was. Seung-hee noted that he was behind the TV in the living room. The main character stood up slightly and waved his hand at Haein with a slight smile. Haein smiled widely, beaming with joy at seeing the protagonist. Haein suddenly rushed towards Moon Yob. Haein jumped towards the main character, happily hugging him while he was slightly surprised. The protagonist looked at the happy Haein, who sparkled with her eyes. The main character told Haein that she was no longer little and almost killed him. Haein was glad that the protagonist was indeed back. The main character patted Haein on the head, smiling widely. He said that he thought she had already forgotten him. Haein looked at the protagonist with a smile, remembering how the protagonist ruffled her hair when she was little. Haein noted that one cannot forget the protagonist when he always played with her and treated her with chocolates and cookies when it was impossible to wait for this from mom and dad. Moon Yob looked at the happy Haein sitting next to him. Moon Yob noted that she has already grown up, adding that children are indeed growing by leaps and bounds. Haein told the main character that she is already 23 years old. The protagonist placed his hand on the armrest, looking at Haein, who was smiling, showing her teeth. The main character asked Haein that she came because of the Premier League. Haein replied to the protagonist that she came to see him, and the league, that's right, is an additional quest. Haein moved slightly closer to the protagonist, her eyes wide open. Haein looked at Moon Yob in surprise, her mouth slightly open. She asked Moon Yob if it was true that he was not interested in esports. The main character bared his teeth in irritation, resting his head on his hand. The main character thought that Jeho put her up to it by telling Haein that he had no interest in this. The main character pursed his lips, embarrassedly pointing his finger at the TV. Haein didn't understand why he wasn't interested. The protagonist told Haein that he had things to do. Haein moved closer to the main character, clasping his hand as he slightly pulled away from her. Haein asked the main character that he would not go even if she asked him, to which the protagonist replied that he would never go there. Haein puffed out her cheeks offendedly, looking at him with narrowed eyes. Haein noted that Moon Yob is no longer the same as before. Moon Yob furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth, looking slightly displeased. The main character noted that it was more likely that they all changed. Haein turned her back to the protagonist, causing her to droop slightly. Haein noticed that he always did what she really asked. The protagonist irritably noted that he bought her cookies or snacks. Haein suddenly perked up, causing her eyes to widen. Haein approached Moon Yob, who crossed his arms and looked at her. Haein told the protagonist that she had another request, adding that she needed to do an avatar association test. Moon Yob didn't understand what it was all about. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and looked to the side with displeasure. He didn't understand how much more was possible. Haein folded her hands in front of her face, looking at the main character with a pitiful look. Haein asked the protagonist if he could at least do this for her since Jeho is busy and he can't. The protagonist agreed to Haein's persuasion. The main character exhaled heavily and knitted his eyebrows. He asked Haein where it even was. Haein flashed her beautiful eyes and looked at the protagonist with a slight smile. Haein told the main character that he would soon find out everything. The weather was clear above the huge high-rise building, Korea Superhuman Battle Association. At the entrance, Haein and Moon Yob greeted. The protagonist and Haein walked towards the man standing at the computers. The administrator told the guys to follow him. The main character looked around the room while Haein walked behind next to a man in a business suit. The administrator pointed to the chair in which the helmet was located. He told Haein that he would help test her avatar. Haein thanked the man. Haein placed her weapon next to the chair on either side. The administrator said that he was starting to check weapons and armor, after which synchronization with the avatar began. Haein took the helmet and placed it on her head, grinning slightly. Haein told the man that he could connect her. The protagonist stood behind the man, looking at the screen. The main character was slightly surprised, causing his mouth to open slightly. Haein asked the protagonist if he was looking at her. Haein asked to be given a monster because she wants to move around. A hologram of a monster began to appear in front of Haein. A huge black monster that looked like a wolf appeared. The main character watched Haein from a computer monitor. The main character was surprised that they learned to do this. The administrator turned to the protagonist, slightly raising his palm upward. He told the protagonist that superhuman combat is a virtual sport, and with the help of advanced association technology, they generate monsters, dungeons, and players in virtual reality. The protagonist stood opposite the man and looked at the monitor image. The administrator said that players who are joining the association for the first time are asked to first create an avatar for themselves. The main character noted that it really looks like a real Haein. The main character looked at the monitor in which the monster bared its fangs. The protagonist noted that we need to see how good Haein is in business. The monster suddenly moved. Haein stood opposite the monster, who quickly rushed at her. Haein slightly knitted her eyebrows and raised her weapon. She struck the monster. Her weapon grabbed the neck of the ferocious monster, who clearly did not expect this. Haein jumped into the air, swinging her sword as the monster opened its mouth wide and pulled its paws towards its wrapped neck. Haein approached the monster in the air, about to hit it. She took off the monster's head with one blow, emitting a white aura. Haein looked at the result with satisfaction, smiling slightly. The monster's hologram began to disappear as Haein moved away from it. The administrator told Haein that the synchronization with the avatar was successful, and she could leave. Haein grinned maliciously, baring her teeth. Haein got up from her chair and ran to Moon Yob. Haein asked Moon Yob what he thought of what he saw. Moon Yob gave him a thumbs up and grinned wickedly while Haein looked at him displeased. Moon Yob sarcastically told Haein that this is not bad for a 6-year-old girl, and she has a lot of potential. Haein answered irritably to the main character so that he could try it himself. The main character bared his teeth in irritation, moving away from Haein, who was pointing her finger at him. The main character noted that he had previously said that he would not compete. Haein replied that this was not necessary and he could just try. Haein put her palms together, bringing them to her chin, and looked at the protagonist with hope. Haein noted that she was very curious because she had heard so much about the strength of the main character from her dad, and wanted to see with her own eyes. Haein looked away, looking sadly to the side and clutching her fist to her chest. Haein told Moon Yob that she grew up never seeing him in battle, and by then he was long dead. Heian looked to the side sadly, her eyebrows knitted together slightly. Moon Yob looked at Heian in confusion, after which he exhaled heavily. Moon Yob agreed to Heian's request. Heian beamed with joy, her eyes wide. Moon Yob noted that he will only show it once, and only because she asks. Heian thanked Moon Yob from the bottom of her heart. The man pointed his hand to the side, after which the guys turned their attention to him. The administrator asked the protagonist if he wanted to try the game. The administrator closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He told the protagonist that they usually do aptitude testing first before creating an avatar. The protagonist looked away with a serious expression while Heian looked at him with a wide smile. The administrator noted that since the main character is not going to compete, they can immediately start creating an avatar. Heian noted that it would be pretty cool. The main character put his hands in his jacket pockets and looked at the man. The protagonist asked the man that he needed to sit in the chair. The administrator noted that if the main character enters the module in this form, his avatar will be created unarmed and in a tracksuit. The administrator pointed his hand at two workers who were somehow dragging a spear and shield. The administrator suggested that the protagonist first choose a weapon. The protagonist took the weapon with ease, while the workers lay wearily on the floor. Moon Yob noted that these are a little different from what he used in his time, and they are quite lightweight. The administrator said that these are standard weapons, adding that players usually have customized weapons, but in the training room they only have standard ones. The administrator noted that if he is not comfortable, he can ask him to find something else. Moon Yob threw the shield aside, declaring that he was fine as it was. Moon Yob bared his teeth in irritation, throwing his spear over his shoulder. He said that a spear would be enough for him, and his patience had long since run out, asking him to get straight to the point. Moon Yob sat down in a chair and put the helmet on his head, after which system windows appeared in front of him. The main character thought that he should look at what battle is. The connection to the virtual world has begun. System windows appeared. Analysis of information about weapons. Body scan. The bright blue core radiated energy flows from itself in different directions. System windows appeared. Scanning is complete. An avatar is being generated based on the information received. The main character opened his eyes. The administrator asked the protagonist if he could hear him. The protagonist stood in the hall, examining it. The administrator noted that Moon Yob was in a virtual room, a complete replica of their training room. Moon Yob raised OK, spreading his fingers and looked at her. He noted that the sensations were similar to those he experienced when entering the dungeon gates. Moon Yob looked at the screen that appeared, which showed Heian and the administrator. The administrator told Moon Yob that the synchronization between the avatar and his body is complete. Heian wished Moon Yob good luck, calling him uncle. The main character began to stretch his legs before the battle. He asked to be given any opponent, like the administrator did for Heian. The administrator clicked on the panel, after which a hologram began to appear. A huge pink monster with a shining eye appeared. The monster hovered above the main character's head. He noted that the monster is similar to Salarbun. Heian and the administrator watched the main character. The protagonist noted that he feels that he is not the same as he came across in his time. The administrator said that everything is correct since this individual is special, and it can only be injured with the help of an aura. The monster looked at the main character, emitting a blue aura. The administrator added that it was generated according to data on the strongest Salarbun that existed. The monster rushed towards the protagonist. The main character stood still, without flinching, while the monster approached him. The main character raised his cold gaze to the monster. Moon Yob threw the spear behind his back, gathering energy in 2 fingers. Moon Yob extended his hand straight in front of him towards the monster. Moon Yob hit the monster with just 2 fingers, causing it to simply dissolve. Heian and the administrator were surprised, their mouths agape. Heian widened her eyes at what she saw, declaring that it was incredible. The main character stood next to the dissolving hologram monster. Heian was amazed that the protagonist killed the monster with just a snap of his finger. The main character did not understand what was wrong, noting that now he understood what happens when you kill Salarbun. The administrator adjusted his glasses, opening his mouth slightly. He said that Salarbun is not the strongest of monsters, but it is also impossible to kill it with a snap of a finger. The main character turned to the system monitor, which displayed the administrator. The protagonist told him that he had stopped making fun of him and generated something stronger for him, since he needed to check something. The hologram of the monster began to disappear, while the protagonist stood nearby, picking up a spear. The protagonist thought that this was true, and he did not feel the difference between cyberspace and real life, and he should try the same thing there. The main character put his hands in his pockets, looking slightly behind him. The main character noted that even if this is the strongest Salarbun, he did not even manage to warm up properly, and nothing could be done. Suddenly a voice told the main character that they were talking about him, that he was the strongest of the superhumans, and where Salarbun could compete with him. Moon Yob looked up, pursing his lips. He noted that they spoke to him in English. The administrator panicked as he saw the system turn red. Heian and the administrator didn't understand what was happening. The administrator began to briskly hit the keyboard with his fingers, and inscriptions warning of danger began to appear on the screen. The administrator told Heian that the problem was that there was an attempt to connect from an external source. Gerald bared his teeth and tore through the system, destroying the ceiling and cutting down the monster, his red eyes blazing. Gerald looked at the main character with displeasure, landing on the floor. Gerald asked the protagonist if his invitation was still valid. The protagonist looked at Gerald, who bared his teeth. Gerald looked at the main character confidently, frowning his eyebrows. He stated that he came at the call of the main character and did not understand why he was so surprised. Gerald added that the protagonist seemed scared and did not expect that he would actually come. The protagonist looked at Gerald indifferently. Gerald's eyes flashed furiously, looking at the protagonist. Gerald stated that he does not know how many of them there are, 7 or 9 heroes, but he will prove that all their glory is not worth a damn. Gerald rushed towards Moon Yob, intending to strike him. Gerald screamed at Moon Yob to die. Moon Yob did not hesitate, looked at Gerald with a cold gaze, who struck. Gerald hit the main character, emitting a blue aura. Plumes of smoke began to rise from the place where the protagonist was, but he was not there, which made Gerald surprised by this. Gerald widened his eyes in horror. The protagonist told Gerald so that he could be scared. Moon Yob smiled insidiously as he appeared behind the frightened Gerald, emitting a thick black aura. Moon Yob noted that this cannot be. Moon Yob flashed his sinister gaze, smiling evilly, shrouding himself in black energy. The main character noted that he was just thinking about the test he was planning. The protagonist smiled, showing his teeth, and looked at Gerald with narrowed eyes. Gerald covered himself with a shield, holding an axe in his other hand. Gerald pursed his lips and looked warily at the protagonist. The main character was ready, holding a spear tightly in his hand. Heian and the administrator stood at the monitors, watching in shock, not understanding what was happening. The receptionist and Heian widened their eyes. A voice was heard telling them not to worry. The doors to the room began to open. The guys looked in surprise at the people who appeared in the aisle. Jeho entered the room with a gray-haired man and a girl in a black suit. The white-haired man said that this battle was with his permission, and everything would be fine. The receptionist and Heian looked at the people who entered in shock. The administrator noted that it was the president of the association. Heian was surprised that Jeho showed up there since he said he would be busy. The president of the association spread his arms to the side, standing opposite the guys. The president of the association said that this was agreed upon in advance, but apparently they were not informed, which he regretted. The president smiled widely, extending his hand slightly. He asked the manager if this would satisfy her. It was Park Jinti, the president of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association. The manager adjusted her glasses, smiling slightly as she looked at Jinti. It was Emma Morse, manager of Gerald Walker. Emma told Jinti that she was grateful for his cooperation, adding that it was a very difficult request and they were granted. Jinti remembered the moment Moon Yob stuffed his mouth with food, looking clumsy. Jinti noted that Moon Yob was in debt to him for the most part, and let him just try to object later. Jinti looked at the monitor with a smile, thinking that he should be grateful. Jinti watched the main character on the screen, who smiled maliciously. Jinti thought that because of this incident, he might become interested in esports. The protagonist swung his spear while Gerald swung his axe. The main character and Gerald collided with their weapons, emitting a powerful aura. In their place, a huge black energy vortex appeared. The protagonist jumped to the side, sliding along the ground, looking at Gerald with a displeased look. Gerald jumped to the side, baring his teeth, looking at the main character. The guys distanced themselves from each other by a decent amount. The protagonist looked at Gerald with a serious look, thinking that he was better than he thought. Blue flames began to emanate from the protagonist's eyes. He used the analyzing gaze skill. Gerald stood motionless under the gaze of the protagonist, and a stat card with skills appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Gerald's card had stamina and strength at 100%. The main character was surprised by this result, noting that he was truly ideal for tanking, adding that his willpower was pumped up to 87. Gerald stood opposite Moon Yob, slightly baring his teeth. Moon Yob thought he was just a hot-headed madman, but he had something to add to his madness. Moon Yob stood motionless opposite, looking at Gerald. Gerald didn't understand why the protagonist was just standing there and staring at him. The protagonist grinned maliciously, showing his teeth. He thought that Gerald was not just a talker, and if he had been like him in their time, he would have taken him on a raid into the last dungeon. The main character widened his eyes, thinking that his superpower was also ideal for a tank. The main character recalled the moment in the hospital where he discovered a new skill of immortality, after which he smiled insidiously, his eyes sparkling. The protagonist thought that he had previously wanted to test the skill on a monster, adding that it would be much better to test it on Gerald. The protagonist rushed towards Gerald, emitting black lightning and a white aura. Gerald bared his teeth and swung his axe at the main character. Gerald thought that in this way he saw him clearly. The protagonist stopped in front of Gerald and he hit his shoulder with his axe. Gerald widened his eyes, not understanding why the protagonist stopped right in front of him. Moon Yob grinned insidiously, his eyebrows furrowed. Moon Yob looked at Gerald madly, and a blue aura appeared in front of his face. Moon Yob told him that he would show him something. The main character flew away from the blue column of energy. Heian and the guys watched in shock. Clouds of dust rose in front of Gerald. Heian asked the protagonist why he stopped and why he let him get hit. Gerald looked in confusion towards the rising clouds of dust. He thought that Heian was right, and he abruptly stopped his advance, as if he wanted to be killed, not realizing what he was up to. The protagonist said displeasedly that it was much more painful than he thought. Gerald widened his eyes. A blue column of powerful energy, shrouded in black lightning, flew towards Gerald. Gerald jumped to the side, dodging the blow. The main character launched a spear at him, which stuck into the wall. Gerald flew into a rage, baring his teeth and frowning. Gerald didn't understand how Moon Yob survived, because he didn't even defend himself. Gerald widened his eyes in fear. The hall was covered in clouds of dust. Moon Yob didn't understand why. The main character opened his mouth slightly, asking the administrator what he generated the smoke for him. The guys looked at the protagonist in surprise, their mouths open. Gerald stood in front of the smoke and dust, motionless. The smoke began to disperse in different directions. The main character sat on the floor in shabby clothes, holding out his hand in front of him. Moon Yob asked Gerald how he liked this trick. Moon Yob smiled insidiously, looking angrily at Gerald, enveloping himself in black lightning. The main character noted that he told Gerald that he would show him something interesting. A skill card has appeared. Immortal, immune to death from physical influence. Gerald widened his eyes angrily, looking at the main character. He did not understand how the protagonist could survive such a blow. The protagonist put his hand to his chest, baring his teeth. He noted that he received cool superpower after a failed date with death, and now he is immortal. Moon Yob thought that the test was positive. Moon Yob slightly tilted his head to the side, looking at his almost healed wound from the blow. He thought that not only had he not died, but his superpower was also quickly healing his wound. Moon Yob said that he wouldn't do that, noting that it wasn't a duel since he was invulnerable. The administrator looked at the monitors with Heian in confusion. The protagonist turned to the administrator. The administrator asked the main character what was wrong. The main character looked at the system screen with an indifferent expression on his face. The protagonist told the administrator that he was immortal, as he had a new superpower after his return from the other world. The administrator was surprised by this and did not understand how this was even possible. Opposite the main character stood Gerald, who carefully watched everything. The protagonist told the administrator that in this way the fight would not be fair to such an ability, asking him if it was possible to block the effect of the superpower. The administrator replied that it was very easy to do. Moon Yob asked the administrator to block the immortal ability. A system window appeared in front of the main character, offering to block the skill. The administrator said that everything was ready and now he would not be able to use it. Gerald looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, frowning his eyebrows. He was surprised that Moon Yob was immortal. Moon Yob told Gerald that he simply decided to try out a new ability. Moon Yob smiled insidiously, looking at Gerald with narrowed eyes. The main character noted that since the ability works even in the game, he will not give him a chance to justify his defeat by saying that he has such an ability. Gerald took out a spear from the wall and headed towards the protagonist. Gerald threw a spear towards the main character, smiling maliciously. Gerald noted that the protagonist is indeed a show-off, as rumor has it, adding that he will look at how much his skills are exaggerated by rumors. The protagonist grabbed the spear, looking at Gerald with a malicious smile. The main character told him that of course the actual experience of fighting him would be different from what he had heard, because he was many times stronger than people could understand. Gerald looked irritated at the main character, pointing his finger at him. Gerald told the main character to stand up and fight, throwing all excuses aside. The main character sat on tiptoes, tightly clutching a spear in his fist. The protagonist joked with Gerald that he would first defeat the 3 best players in battle, because you can't bypass 4 demon warlords and immediately turn on the demon king, noting that things don't work that way. The protagonist sarcastically noted that he had already been told that Gerald was not even among the top 3. Gerald was struck by the words of the protagonist, causing him to boil with rage. Gerald jumped off the floor, rushing towards the main character. Moon Yob, making fun of him, noted that he had put pressure on him. Gerald angrily rushed towards Moon Yob, baring his teeth. Moon Yob successfully blocked Gerald's blow after blow without much effort. Bright blue energy radiated into space. Gerald slammed his axe into the floor, emitting a blue aura, and then widened his eyes, noting that Moon Yob had disappeared. The protagonist suddenly appeared behind Gerald, enveloping the entire space in dark energy. Gerald turned sharply behind his back. The main character, his eyes sparkling, sent a blow towards Gerald, emitting a blue aura. Gerald was shocked that the main character was hitting behind his back. The spear, emitting bright white energy, approached Gerald's face. Gerald managed to dodge the blow of the enraged protagonist, who emitted black lightning from himself. The main character narrowed his eyes, smiling maliciously. He thought his reaction was good, despite how much his view was blocked by the shield. The main character noted that this is not bad, but it's time to call it a day. The protagonist pulled his spear hand back, gathering powerful energy into the spear. The protagonist pursed his lips and puffed out his cheeks, his eyes wide. Moon Yob made a powerful spear throw that emitted a black and blue aura. Gerald shielded himself with a shield, taking the entire blow to him. With a powerful blow from the main character, Gerald was knocked off his feet. Moon Yob smiled contentedly when he saw the result. Gerald landed on the ground, clutching his side with his hand. Gerald widened his eyes, imagining the changing blue stream. He thought that Moon Yob was specifically aiming for his shield, adding that the spear changed its flight direction right before colliding with the shield. Gerald noted that this is supernatural control over weapons. Moon Yob spread his arms, smiling mischievously, declaring that he had won. Gerald rested his knee on the floor, looking at the main character with a dissatisfied face. Gerald told Moon Yob that he had not won yet, since the spear passed on a tangent, and he, as can be seen, is quite alive. The main character noted that he did this on purpose, adding that he left him alive, and he was dissatisfied with something. Gerald looked at the protagonist indignantly, knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist told him that he would never be able to win with this huge shield. Gerald looked at the main character, baring his teeth. The protagonist told him that just because it was big, it didn't mean he needed a big shield and he needed to choose a smaller size. Gerald did not understand what the main character was saying. Gerald looked awkwardly to the side, his mouth parted. The main character told Gerald that he was giving him advice because he turned out to be more than just a chatterbox, and because of his large shield he could not see what was happening around him. Gerald pursed his lips, widening his eyes in surprise. The main character noted that he is sure that he has been blamed since childhood for having tunnel vision. The protagonist raised his hand, smiling widely. He noted that this is why Gerald chooses a large shield, to block attacks and at the same time be able to look around. The protagonist remembered the moment when he appeared behind Gerald. Moon Yob noted that this is a half measure, and with strong opponents who manage to use Gerald's vision against him, this choice will be his undoing. Gerald looked at Moon Yob in surprise. The main character advised Gerald to change his shield to a small one. Given the level of his agility, this would be the right decision. Gerald looked at Moon Yob, who grabbed his neck with his hand. Gerald asked him if he was lying. The main character told Gerald that there is no point in lying, and even if he follows his advice, he is still head and shoulders above him in battle. Gerald looked away in confusion, gritting his teeth, saying that he would probably try to do that. The guys watched in surprise what was happening on the monitor. Jeho bared his teeth nervously, looking at the monitor. Jeho didn't understand why the main character was teaching Gerald. He was already a strong opponent. The main character smiled contentedly, looking at Gerald. The protagonist said that his work was over, so it was time for him to go watch the series. Gerald looked questioningly at the protagonist, tilting his head slightly to the side. The protagonist smiled insidiously, rustling his fingers. He noted that he taught Gerald a lesson, so he should remember to give him the tuition fee when he returns. Gerald agreed with the words of the main character. He rose to his feet, while the protagonist stood opposite, with his hands in his jacket pockets. Gerald noted that he has a condition. Moon Yob raised an eyebrow, looking at Gerald annoyed. He didn't understand what the other condition was. Gerald pointed his finger at Moon Yob, his mouth parted. He stated that he wanted another duel. Gerald added that the main character is due to fight him in the Premier League in 2 weeks. Moon Yob knitted his eyebrows, looking at him with displeasure. Moon Yob noted that he had previously said that he was not going to play the battle because he had a lot of drama ahead of him and had not given up any games, adding that he also did not need his money since he had changed his mind. Gerald approached the protagonist and grabbed his hands, baring his teeth. Gerald told the protagonist that he would pay him with money or whatever he wanted, as long as he showed up at the competition. The protagonist angrily stated that he did not want to, telling Gerald to leave him alone. Gerald looked at the main character angrily, clutching him tightly. Gerald told the protagonist that next time everything will be different. The main character thought that Gerald had gone crazy because there was complete madness in his eyes. Gerald opened his mouth wide while Moon Yob bared his teeth in irritation. Gerald said in a raised voice that Moon Yob should play the battle with his abilities and not sit on the couch and degrade. Moon Yob noted with displeasure that he would decide for himself how to use his own abilities. The guys watched the drama on the huge monitor in confusion. Suddenly something dawned on Jinty, causing his eyes to widen. Jinty smiled insidiously and narrowed his eyes, looking at the monitor. Jinty thought this was his chance. The weather above the house was clear. There was a series on TV in which a girl was seen. The main character was lying on the sofa, resting his head on his hand. He was interested in whether the couple would get together on the show or not. The protagonist widened his eyes. The TV said the broadcast had been interrupted for an urgent message. Moon Yob rose slightly, looking at the TV with displeasure, noting that they had interrupted him at such a moment. There was news on TV in which the main character flashed. The man on the news said that Moon Yob has publicly stated that he definitely has no intention of getting into esports, but they have reports from eyewitnesses of his recent duel with Gerald. The man added that it is quite possible that his opinion on this matter may change. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the TV with a blank look. According to the news, they said that the audio from the duel was not entirely clear, but they were informed by an anonymous source. The man opened his mouth slightly. A photo of the main character was displayed in the corner of the TV. The man noted that provided that the US team wins the Premier League with Korea with a score of 11-0, then the main character will take part in the Premier League. The man added that at least that's what the American side claims. Moon Yob widened his eyes in bewilderment. The news said that according to the same American side, the protagonist accepted these conditions. The main character furiously wrinkled his face, opening his mouth wide. The main character stated that he never said such a thing at all. The multi-story glass building of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association rose. From behind the closed door an indignant cry was heard about what really happened. The palms slammed the table with force. The guy shouted, asking what it was. Moon Yob stood at Jinty's desk, and a worried Jeho tried to stop him as he demanded an answer from the man. The gray-haired man held his head with his hand, as if it hurt, and the guy behind him pointed his finger and shouted, asking who this anonymous informant is. If only they would show him, and the guy would strangle him with his own hands. Moon Yob indignantly pointed his finger at the phone screen on which the video of his conversation with Walker was open and asked what kind of video this was. On the screen, a man held him by the shoulders, and the guy shouted that the part where he refused was cut out of him. Jinty leaned his hand on the table, getting up when he heard that the guy who posted this video would also kill him, and began to say that first of all. The man bowed very low to the amazed guy, saying that as the president of the association, he apologizes for his tactless attitude towards the hero who had repeatedly saved the world. Moon Yob looked at this in surprise, asking what was wrong with him, and for no apparent reason began to bow. The gray-haired man stood up and looked pitifully at the guy and began to justify himself that Walker had already won over the game association in the USA. Given the precarious position of the Korean branch, he could not reject his offer. He said that the public and the top are also pushing. He apologizes not as president, but as a senior. Moon Yob frowned, saying that his situation was clear to him, but the guy looked at the man's hand, which he placed on his shoulder with a clap, telling him that he had nothing to worry about. Jinty looked at him confidently and said that he had come up with a great way to avoid trouble. The man said that only if the US wins a runaway 11-0 win in the match against Korea without losing a single fighter will Moon Yob participate in the friendly match. He looked at the guy with a shining gaze and said that he had put forward such a condition. He said that he would only be interested in a strong team, and everyone agreed. So don't worry. Although the level of the Korean team is low, it's not so low that you won't get a single kill in 3 games. Moon Yob looked at him, gritting his teeth, and shouted that he didn't care about it. He wasn't interested in these battles. Why was everyone clinging to it? Holding him by the shoulders, Jinty looked pitifully at the guy and said that in any case the condition was impossible. Everyone knew his character. That's why they agreed. With an ingratiating smile, the man made a wish in the guy's face and asked how long they had known each other. He plaintively asked to save him just once. The brunette looked displeased at the man who promised in return to donate all the profits to his favorite child protection organization and begged him to agree. Moon Yob growled with displeasure, clenching his teeth, listening to the persuasion, and he himself thought, if only it weren't for the deeds of the past. He exhaled, touching his forehead, and said that okay, but only once. The man happily clapped his hands, saying that of course, does anyone ask for more, thanked him. Jinty rushed to the guy with a request to let him kiss, to which the brunette grimaced, trying to move him away, and said that he would do without it. He looked at the gray-haired man with displeasure and said that if they kill at least one American player during the match, he may not participate. Even if they cry, he will not change his decision. Jinty punched himself in the chest with a smile, saying that of course, let him take his word for it. Jinty stood at his table and suggested that the men, since they had sorted it out, should all have dinner together. The guy asked if he was offering treats. The head of the association waved his hands and said that, of course, anything for him. There was one restaurant nearby, and suggested going there. Jinty turned away and thought that he would not break his promise. In his desk was a paper with a report on the results of the Korea-USA match, and the results of the match simulation said that in all 5 sets, the Korean team earned 0 points, and the US team from 9 to 11, showing a perfect game. He thought that he would apologize to Moon Yob in advance. Under a clear sky stood a white building with columns. The news announcer reported that he was broadcasting news received directly from the Korea Superhuman Battle Association. It became known that Moon Yob accepted the US offer. The female reporter pointed to the image of the guy in the corner of the screen and said that perhaps he would still participate in the battle. The next reporter was shouting about breaking news. His name, a match, and battle were heard from all sides. Moon Yob wrinkled his face in displeasure and clasped his hands over his ears, asking where his dramas are. Why are they playing only this all day? He covered his eyes with his hands, imagining a smiling Jinty, who showed a thumbs up and thought that the old man had made a noise. It was necessary to immediately break off all ties with him. There was news on the TV about a schedule change that said that the Friday broadcast of Swift Low Kick would be replaced by a special on Moon Yob, and the guy screamed, telling them to go to hell. He stood at one of the large panoramic windows and looked out onto the street. Moon Yob looked out the window and talked about his hard life. Then he turned his gaze to the side. He looked out of the window, wondering what kind of sounds there were, looking at the moving silhouette from the side. The foot in the white sneaker hit the red cone. Haein, next to her father, moved rapidly, leaving behind traces of movements, and trained diligently. Moon Yob made an interested sound as he looked at this. Jeho threw a small yellow ball to the girl. The girl's gaze turned to him. With a swift movement, she grabbed the ball with her whip. Moon Yob turned around, looking there, and thought that the girl was training. Jeho, pointing his finger, commented on the training, telling the girl that this time the reaction speed was quite good, but she needed to speed up more, to which she replied with a smile that she understood. The man suggested that, after all, she was a sub-dealer, and to support the team it was important to increase her maneuverability. Haein agreed with her father. Moon Yob stood behind the man and thought that he was wasting his strength again, and his father continued to give advice on improving her agility. The guy's eye glowed blue as he began to analyze. He looked at the smiling Jeho, and the system displayed a window of information about her. The blue window reported that the object Jeho, human, strength 61 out of 82, agility 90 out of 90, speed 94 out of 95, endurance 59 out of 80, willpower 81 out of 81, skills 63 out of 75, aura 66 out of 70. The girl's superpowers were teleportation and whip. The guy looked at the agility value and thought that she had very high speed, but her agility had already reached the limit. He looked at the girl, imagining her father in his youth and thinking that Haein's maximum stat value was not comparable to Jeho in the past, so she simply could not do what he expected of her. The guy thought that, however, the top indicators of her strength and endurance were higher than those of her father. He could not believe that with such data she was given the role of a sub-dealer. He looked with his shining blue eye and thought that this approach worked with Jeho, but for Haein this development path is a mistake. Screaming, the girl fell to the ground, leaning on her hands, and demanded a break. Moon Yob approached her. She called out when she noticed him, and he thought that even if the leader of the Korean team was in such shape, an outcome in which they would not defeat a single American was quite possible. Moon Yob looked at the girl carefully. She smiled admiringly and asked if he had seen her train, to which the guy said with a smile that he had seen her and that she didn't have to focus on agility. Jeho pointed with his hand, looking at them, and said that she was a little short, she needed to push a little. Moon Yob turned to him and said that she is not the father, to which Jeho asked back in surprise. The guy poked the man with his finger and ordered him to stop developing the girl's speed and agility. She simply cannot become what he once was. Raising his index finger, the brunette said that her dexterity had already reached its maximum. The same with the technique of controlling the whip. Heian looked at him carefully and listened that they have similar types because of their speed and even superpowers are close, so he decided to make her a sub-dealer, but they are different. She was surprised to hear the guy call her. Moon Yob asked, looking at her, having grabbed her opponent with a whip, what will she do next? Heian clenched her hand into a fist and stated that she would pull him and knock him down or simply tie him up and throw him to an ally. Moon Yob pointed his finger at her and said that she answered incorrectly. She should dissipate with him herself. He stated that by imitating Jeho's style, she will not achieve good results. Support is not hers. Not only is she inferior to her father in speed and agility, but there are no comrades next to her who would definitely deal with the enemy. Moon Yob stood next to the girl and said that this is why strength and fencing are more important to her now. Heian turned around and looked at the sword lying on the ground when the guy said that it was her sword that would put an end to the fight. Moon Yob grabbed the training equipment with his hands. Holding a sword and a whip in his hands, he said that he would show it just once, let them watch carefully. There is nothing complicated about it. He walked over to the training bag, saying, like this, he swung his whip. The whip wrapped around the shell. Concentrating, he said that the girl must catch and destroy. Jeho and Heian watched in surprise as with a deft movement of the sword, the guy cut the training bag in half. Turning his gaze to the shocked girl standing behind him, he asked if she remembered. Father and daughter looked at him in surprise and were silent. Moon Yob turned to them and said that it is impossible to take the life of an opponent with a whip, so she needs to master the sword as skillfully as the whip, so she needs to train strength and fencing. He stated that from now on he is changing the girl's position to melee dealer. Jeho asked in surprise when the guy asked if he understood. Looking at the girl sternly, Moon Yob said that they would start with simple strength exercises, 500 sets. Heian and Jeho repeated in shock. Gloomily holding a sword in his hands, the guy sternly asked why they were frozen. Let them move and start 500 repetitions. Looking at them, he stated that there were 14 days left until the match, and all this time, starting from today, he would train Heian. From the tall white building of the Korean dormitory and training hall of the US national team there was a shout addressed to Walker, asking what does this mean? A smiling John, the agent and manager, spread his hands and said that the man's abilities had improved significantly in just a couple of days. Walker looked at him resolutely, holding an axe and shield. He asked how he had become a better fighter, to which the man pointed his finger at him and said that he definitely had. The fighter chuckled when he heard the guy holding his chin contentedly reason that after meeting Moon Yob he suddenly announced that he would change his approach to defense. The man even wondered what had come over him. With a smile, John pointed at him with his hand and said that after observing him, he noticed that his weaknesses were no longer such. If he sticks to this style, he could break into the top 3. John stood in front of the man, spreading his arms, and said that fundamental changes require training. It will still be difficult for him to compete with speedsters like Nathan until he gets used to the new combat tactics. However, they will benefit enormously in the long run. Walker looked at him and sternly asked how much, if you count in monetary terms. With a smile, raising his index finger, John said that in his opinion, over $10 million, if he still masters the style. Then upon concluding a new contract he will be able to raise his fee by this amount. The man thoughtfully repeated the amount. He shifted his gaze. Looking at Moon Yob depicted on the screen, the fighter ordered to send this money to him immediately. John behind him screamed in shock, asking what, and the man calmly replied that this was a consultation fee. Stretching out his hand, he said that he would definitely drag him into the arena. Walker extended his hand to the TV, strictly speaking to him to just wait. Moon Yob was looking at him from the screen. The White Seoul National Stadium for the Battle of Superhumans was located in a picturesque location. Spectators looked at a hologram of the Korean and US flags at the match. The commentator said that this day has finally come. It was a historic moment. 2 men in blue suits sat with headphones and microphones and commented on the ongoing match. One of them said that he was sure that the spectators were looking forward to the meeting of these teams. The second introduced Moon Yob and Walker standing and said that this is the hero and star of the American Battle of Superhumans. Today they will find out how their confrontation will end. Now they will introduce the participants in today's game. The Korean national team appeared on the screen with names, positions, and positions on the team. Next on the screen was the US team. also with names, numbers, and positions on the team. Then Heian number 3 appeared on the screen, which was a melee dealer. The commentator said that all team members are masters in their field, so everyone is looking forward to the results of the match. Walker appeared on the screen in the national team uniform, who was number 1 and occupied the position of tank. Moon Yob sat on the bench and heard the commentator say that many people wanted to see the Heian player in her new role. Moon Yob looked ahead seriously and mentally asked the girl not to let him down. Ahead stood a gray sculpture surrounded by a red glow. In front of it on the path were skeletons with glowing eyes. The commentator said that this dungeon is an old castle from the underworld, guarded by an army of skeletons, called the Place of Marta Borni. The dungeon has 3 floors and each of them has its own boss. Smoke emanated from the mouth of a skeleton with horns, which was surrounded by a purple glow. It was the skeleton warrior of the first floor. The next monster was a knight in armor with red eyes who was sitting on a red burning horse. On the second floor, the boss was the Death Knight. The skeleton of the dragon opened its mouth, from which fire appeared. A skeleton in a cloak with glowing eyes towered above it. On the third floor, a bone dragon and a lick await players. The commentator said that many people are watching the game today for the first time, so they will tell the rules. A sign appeared on the screen with the rules for the Battle of Superhumans. It was written that to win it is necessary to destroy the enemy team. Points are awarded for killing NPC monsters and players of the other team. More points means more bonus. The color changes depending on their number. Below was a diagram where there were squares of blue, purple, red, black, and white, where blue was a small amount of points and white was a large amount of points. The players entered the arena, looking around, illuminated by the blue light of the spotlights. The commentator said for everyone to welcome the participants. The opposing team was also illuminated by bright spotlights. The commentator said it was time to find out how this meeting would end. On the screen there were team flags with the battle logo. The commentator said that the game was starting. Go ahead. A mini-map of the dungeon appeared on the screen indicating the start of the teams. The Korean team players ran on one side. Team USA players ran on the other side. A crowd of skeletons appeared ahead of the uniformed players. The commentator explained that on the first floor, the US team immediately met skeletons. The monsters' eyes glowed red. The man looked at them sternly. The commentator explained that the fighters were starting to hunt and drew the audience's attention to these precise movements. The men smashed the skeletons with swift blows, breaking their heads. Walker waved his hand, smashing the skeleton, the map showing how far they had progressed. The commentator said that the athletes may attack slowly, but thanks to accurate and timely strikes, they organize excellent defense, a real iron wall. Walker's eyes glowed blue, as did the impact of his weapon. The commentator asked, "I wonder what is going on with the Korean team at this moment." The dungeon was dark. Heian's eyes shone with a determined fire. She held a weapon in her hands and thought about doing what she had learned. The commentator said that it was time to shift attention to the Korean team. The national team players, led by Heian, quickly ran forward. The commentator called on them to see how fast they were moving. Suddenly he sighed in shock, looking forward. A bright light scattered skeletons, striking them with lightning. The commentator asked what was going on there. He said in surprise that the team was moving, ignoring its opponents. Someone's legs were in armor and the team members were running forward. The announcer said that even in the second zone they were just running past. Jeho stood and looked at the screen at the players moving forward and thought that they were great. Let them continue to move forward. The man raised his head up, looking at the hologram, and thought that if everything worked out, they would win. The spectators looked at each other in surprise, and from the round area in front of them a hologram was broadcast with players confidently running forward. The commentator said that the team was previously known for playing long games. Most likely now they have a clear goal to defeat the boss. Heian ran forward with a concentrated look. The announcer said that the risk was very high, but success would bring many points at once. Skeletons with red eyes gave off a blue glow. The dungeon map showed Team Korea's progress, and the commentator said that if the leader was killed, the first floor would be closed for a while. The mini-map showed the team's movement to the next point. The skeletons continued to glow blue. The commentator said that this would give the team a head start over the fighters from the States. The boss symbol and Team Korea symbol appeared on the screen. The man said that they had arrived. The players were rapidly approaching with many hands that emitted a purple glow. The presenter said that the Korean team players approached the boss of the first floor, the skeleton warrior. Heian looked at him determinedly. Her father looked at the screen excitedly. The commentator explained that right now they are going on the attack. Walker looked ahead sternly. The host noticed that he was waiting for something and said that he did not understand what was happening. The American athletes did not seem to be going to fight. One of Team U's members hid around the corner and watched as the opposing team's players fought the purple skeleton. He looked out, watching the battle process. The announcer was wondering how to describe everything that was happening. He said that the team is successfully fighting the skeleton warrior. The guys are using new tactics. Walker looked ahead sternly with a determined look. Michael, standing behind, waved his hand and asked with a laugh, "They took the bait. Can they go straight to the second floor before the first one is closed?" Walker, without turning around, replied that they would wait a little longer. They needed to enter the area with the boss, but he didn't think he could do it quickly. The man with the shield turned to his teammate when he heard that he would lend him his power. The purple skeleton with glowing eyes opened its jaw and screamed loudly. A cry was heard that it was almost done. The skeleton jumped up, raising swords in his hands, while the players of the Korean national team were quickly running below, shouting to Haein to finish him off. The girl quickly jumped up to the skeleton and heard the command for everyone else to cover her. Haein quickly moved forward towards the skeleton. Suddenly her gaze darted to the side, noticing something. The huge carcass of a player with a shield knocked her down. She winced, covering her eye from the bright light, wondering what it was and where it came from. The Korean team looked on in amazement. The announcer shouted that it was Walker. Jeho frowned worriedly and watched, thinking the man was crazy for moving so quickly. The commentator said that the man used Hurricane, his teammate's superpower, and attacked the Korean team. Walker covered himself with a shield, and in front of him was a huge blue flash. The girl hit the dungeon wall, shattering it, surrounded by a blue glow. The system reported several times that Haein had been killed. The hologram of the girl flickered blue. She looked forward in amazement. Walker leaned down, holding a shield in his hands. It was completely surrounded by a bright purple-blue glow. He said it was a good decision to start looking for a boss right away. Looking ahead resolutely, he declared that, however, whatever their plan, only victory mattered. The skeleton standing in front of him roared with a purple glow, and behind him, the US team players rushed towards the monster, leaving blue trails behind them. Team Korea looked in surprise as a huge blue glow appeared near the skeleton's head from the impact. The system reported that the skeleton warrior was destroyed. The first floor will be closed in 10 minutes. The system repeated the alert, and the US team players quickly ran forward. Walker looked ahead resolutely, thinking it was time to end here. The US team players quickly moved towards the Korean team players, attacking and cutting them with their weapons. The players screamed in shock at the blows, which left bright trails behind them. The man commented that the US team suddenly appears and instantly destroys the Korean team. The players dealt swift blows. There was a bright shine of flashes everywhere. The commentator said that it was a pity for the fighters, because they already had a hard time during the battle with the boss of the floor. This is a complete disaster. The sword pierced the body. The US team players stood in the dungeon. Walker exhaled. He looked at the frightened guy sitting in front of him, resolutely raising the axe over his head. Surrounded by a black haze, he declared that they were done for the day. A swift blow struck the frightened guy. Bright drops of blood splashed. The commentator said that this is the end of the first round. Viewers looked at a hologram where the Korean flag had a 0 and the US flag had 1. The commentator said that today's score is 0-11. The US team finishes the first round with an impressive result. He said that the second round will begin after both teams have regained their strength. Haein walked down the corridor and thought that they had lost again. She stopped at the door, looking upset. The girl opened the door, sadly thinking that even training under the guidance of Moon Yob did not bring results. The guy cleared his throat into his fist and said that since everyone was assembled, they were starting, let them listen carefully. Haein opened her eyes in surprise. The players of the Korean team were sitting in the room and looking upset at Moon Yob, who said that he was crying tears of blood. Looking at their game, the team should listen to his advice. Someone tried to argue that their coach was Jeho, to which the guy sharply ordered him to close his mouth, standing confidently in front of them. The girl was surprised to think that it was Moon Yob. The guy looked at them sternly and stated that he had no desire to get involved in this, but he decided to take pity on them by asking, did they understand? Raising his hands, he said that he understood the team's idea, but this was not enough to win. Americans are stronger in all respects, experience, skills, and so on. Haein looked at him carefully and listened that they could fight at least 1,000 more times, but they would still lose. The chances of winning were 0. He continued that they don't think they came here just to hear this. Let them listen carefully. With a wicked smile, Moon Yob made a finger movement, as if cutting the neck, and declared that he would help them defeat at least Walker. Moon Yob raised his hand and sternly explained that the Marta Borni Palace was one of the dungeons that he went through with the president of the association. He imagined the rock on which the demon was sitting and said with a smile that it was an uncomplicated location, and only the third floor was dangerous. Standing in front of the Korean team, he added that with their skills, even getting there was a problem, and that they fill it out and think through a strategy. He frowned, raised his hand, and said that they had a good plan in the first round. Looking sternly at the team, he added that it would be very good if it also worked. He stuck out his hand and raised his index finger, saying that the first thing was reconnaissance. The team members looked upset. The guy continued to say that, of course, killing the boss before everyone else is great, but we must not forget about the main enemy, and that they should keep an eye on other players, because they wanted to quickly finish and get into the main monster's room. But they didn't reconnoiter the situation. He looked at the rest of the team, who were also upset, and added that the second point would be to think ahead, and that after defeating the boss, they still had to fight with Team USA, and they should think about what condition they would be in when this moment. Moon Yob asked what the team would have done if Gerald had killed Haein outright. He looked at the saddened players, saying that they lost outright because they had lost sight of the very basics. He shook his head, putting his hand to it, and muttered displeasantly about the national team and Jeho. The team looked at the guy who was gesturing and telling them that there was absolutely no point in discussing the past, and that they should end the conversation about the first round, after which they thought that he himself had started it. The guy with a stern expression raised his hand, saying that they should get to the point, adding that he would tell them what they should do next. The American team ran into battle at high speed while the commentator announced the second round and said that now the USA team was much more active. A board appeared explaining their division, the commentator adding that they were apparently going to use a 6-5 formation for this round, and the fastest ones would grab Team Korea's best players. The teams split up. The announcer added that Gerald and the others would finish them off. The man looked confidently in front of him while the commentator said that this tactic was best suited to their team's ace. The spectators in the stands looked at the arena in surprise. It was the commentator from the control room who said that in this case their team would definitely. Interrupting himself, he said that what was happening was impossible. Skeletons appeared on the battlefield. The announcer announced that Haein, as soon as he appeared on the battlefield, the Korean team was approaching the monsters. The girl was in front, and the commentator finished the sentence by saying that she immediately rushed forward, after which he asked what tactics they would show them this time, and asked them not let down. The men in the control room looked at what was happening in surprise. One of them announced that the Korean team usually played defensively, but now they see the opposite situation. Haein has changed its position and is acting in a new way, like the whole team. Moon Yob praised them with a satisfied smile. He watched what was happening, thinking about what if they did everything as he said. The girl was heading forward at high speed, and he ended with the thought that they would have a chance to win. Haein looked ahead confidently, deciding that this time they would definitely win. The American team's scout was hiding from the boss behind a rock. His position was displayed on the scoreboard. He looked out from behind the rocks, tensely saying on the radio that he did not see the second enemy team. Without taking his eyes off the boss, he added that there was only one road there, which means they would go after them. Gerald replied that he understood him. The positions of the American team and their scout were displayed on the scoreboard. The man looked to the side with displeasure, thinking that they had seen their new tactics back in the first round. Looking at one point, he mentally added that it was only a matter of time before he met Moon Yob. The rock behind him became covered with purple cracks. Stones fell down while he thought about what the guy would be like in a real fight. The man turned around in shock, asking out loud what was happening. Shock waves emanated from the rock, and increasingly strong cracks appeared. Eventually, the rock broke, sending up dust and rocks that blocked his view. Blocks of stone fell to the ground. The Korean team, holding weapons in their hands, attacked the American team. The Koreans loomed over them in the air. The USA team members looked up in fear. Gerald wondered how they got there. Moon Yob stood with his finger raised, telling the team to listen carefully, because he would only speak once, after which he explained that the main thing is reconnaissance, and Haein will do this, because she is the fastest. If it turns out that together with Gerald there will be less than 5 human. The team members looked at the guy in shock after he said that in this case they would not catch the monsters and the boss. The board reflected the starting points and the boss. The guy added that only one road leads to the palace, and that everyone who played the battle knows this. But there is another secret passage. On the board there are purple stripes indicating a secret path. The guy explained that only those who have been in a real dungeon know about it, after which he added that the girl would walk along it and scout out the situation. Dark rocks blocked the light. Moon Yob explained that this passage was difficult to find, since it was located somewhere in the wall, but it would help with the search. The large gate opened slightly, purple light poured out of it, and the guy added that this way they could find out what the opposing team was really planning. The Korean team members were moving along the secret path. Moon Yob continued to say that after discovering the path, all 11 players would go through the secret path, split into 2 groups and attack the USA team. The rock above the heads of the American players split and fell. The players of the Korean national team were flying through the air, heading towards the enemy. The guy's words sounded in the girl's head that this time they would kick their ass. Haein landed on the ground in front of Gerald, placing her hand on the floor. She looked up while sitting on the ground and remembered another of his words. She looked at the enemy captain looking at her sternly. Moon Yob's words that Gerald should be hit in the legs were stripped in her head. The girl said in surprise that he is known specifically as a melee fighter. Asked how his legs could be his weak point, to which the guy replied that this is exactly the case. The young man looked at her sternly, imagining 2 images of Gerald with a large and small shield, and explained that their captain changed the shield in order to move faster. But now it is much more difficult for him to protect both himself and others, and most likely he is not yet used to it to add to the small score. He will add that this is not exactly a weak point, but with their preparation it is better to aim there. Moon Yob imagined how Gerald angrily held his shoulders, also presented the concept image of the 2 teams and the image of Haein, after which he explained with a smile that after winning the first round, the Americans were under pressure from the desire to continue not to give them a single point, so they slightly on edge and, most likely, will be watching all sides at once, waiting for them to attack, and therefore it is important to get close and attack suddenly, using all their strength and abilities, after which he concluded that this is their new strategy. The guy looked at the team with a grin, saying that if they did this, they were guaranteed to be able to turn the tide of the match, and then asked them to trust him. The girl looked ahead, mentally thanking him. Suddenly she took off at high speed, leaving behind only a trail. The Korean team hovered in the air over the American one. The commentator said that the Korean team was rapidly attacking, and the fighters from the USA did not have time to react. Haein and the guy behind her were enveloped in an aura. The announcer added that the girl was attacking the captain of Team USA, and the support cast an aura of fiery concentration on her. Sung Yubong held her hands in front of her, keeping the fiery concentration activated. The board describing the ability stated that the aura effect weakens opponents around. Haein and 2 other participants headed towards the head of the opposing team. The girl swung her sword at Gerald. The man struck, making 2 kills, but the girl was behind him. He gritted his teeth as he quickly turned around and thought about how they had appeared out of nowhere. A guy with a sword was heading towards him from behind. Gerald then watched as the girl made a dash and dealt 2 blows to the enemy. She glanced at her opponents out of the corner of her eye. The system counted her 2 kills. The man stabbed the captain of the USA team in the back with a sword. Gerald thought that their supports were hitting their backs. After receiving the blow, the man quickly turned back. He dealt a powerful blow to the guy with his shield. The man looked back at his allies. The system counted him 1 more kill. He shouted to the team to get everyone together, because the situation was critical. 3 members of the American team stood back to back, surrounded by opponents. Gerald thought that it would take too much time for the vanguard to arrive to them, because now there were 3 of them, and there were 7 enemies. Michael looked back at the enemy moving towards him. His hand was shrouded in an aura. Robert Pierce looked back at the fireball flying towards him. Gerald swung his weapon with all his might, deciding that they could handle it. The weapon hit the enemy, and the system counted the man another kill. Gerald stood with his hand down after the throw. Haein ran at him from behind. The man nervously quickly turned to look at her. Rising in front of him, he discovered that there was no one behind him, then think that a second ago she was not here. Suddenly the girl found herself under the man's shield, holding a blade in her hand. She stabbed him. After that, the girl quickly ran behind him until the man recovered from the blow. She quickly turned around, crouched on one leg, and tied the whip around his ankle. With a deft move, Haein knocked Gerald off her feet. Members of the Korean team killed Michael. The commentator announced that the USA team was suddenly attacked, and although they tried to hold the defense, but another member of the American team was hit by a fireball, and the announcer ended the sentence by saying that the Korea players were in a more advantageous position, although the team lost 7. But was able to kill 3 opponents. Haein menacingly approached the enemy lying on the ground. The man lay on the floor without a leg, telling her that they began to fight differently, after which he asked if Moon Yob taught them this. The girl coolly swung her sword, pointing the blade at the man's face. Gerald looked at her with a nervous grin, saying that this was amazing. Blood splashed onto the floor. The commentator declared that this was an incredible result. There was a scoreboard hanging above the arena with the flags of 2 countries. The announcer said in delight that 5 American fighters were already out of the game, and the Korean team was leaving the lead. Jeho looked up in shock. Moon Yob held his hands behind his head and asked him with a smile if he saw it, after which he said that as he said. Looking at Jeho, he ended the sentence with the fact that they piled Gerald. The commentators looked at each other in delight. One of them announced that the second round was ending, and for the first time the Korean team was able to surprise everyone. The second announcer answered him that no one could have expected this from them. The scoreboard above the arena showed the score 2-0 in favor of the American team. The second commentator added that, however, unfortunately for them, the match ended in victory for the American team. The members of the American team gradually emerged from their booths. The announcer continued to say that if their team had not been attacked by the second part of the US team, this round would have been much more interesting. Gerald looked ahead with annoyance while the man said that one way or another. Gerald looked up. He looked at the team scores. The announcer ended the sentence with the fact that the Korean team still killed 5 opponents. The man looked at the burning number 5 while the commentator said that they had not had such a result for a long time. The scoreboard showed the rock-breaking moment, and the commentator said that it was worth celebrating the impressive wall-breaking moment, to which the second announcer said that this was the highlight of today's match. People in the stands watched the replay and cheered in delight as the men in their hands said that there was one player at the center of it all. Hae-in was the center of attention after the commentator announced that it was Team Korea's captain, adding that she personally committed 4 of the 5 kills. The girl clenched her fist with a confident smile, after which the announcer announced her name. Photo and video cameras were filming something, firing flash after flash. The journalist interviewed Jeho while they were being filmed by the paparazzi. She introduced herself as a reporter from the XBC Sports channel, Jeho. The man looked at her with a smile while she said that in this round his players were able to show a completely different side of themselves, after which she asked what thoughts and impressions he had about today's battle. The machine raised his hand and then answered the question by saying that his team and he thought it was a great experience. They got a good result, and they weren't going to stop there. The girl, with a surprised face, thanked him for his answer, then mentioned that they used a secret tunnel in the second round and asked how he came up with that. The man smiled broadly, saying that he was sure that many were surprised by such a move, because the game was played in an ambiguous place. He began to turn to the side, saying that before the king's round, the man looked at Moon Yob sitting on the podium and finished the sentence that they had requested special help. The guy looked at him silently. The girl, standing next to Jeho, wanted to say something while the young man did not take his eyes off him. Moon Yob turned away irritably, gritted his teeth, and thought that he was up to something again. Hae-in greeted everyone with an enthusiastic smile, and then introduced herself. The reporter handed her the microphone with a smile, telling her that she had performed amazingly in today's game, and then asked if she had a new approach to training. The girl clenched her fist in front of her with a smile, saying that her uncle worked with her a lot, adding that the secret passage was his idea, as well as the new tactics in today's match. Looking at the price Hae-in was standing at, Moon Yob exhaled heavily. The guy looked away and asked out loud displeasedly why they always mention him in their conversations. What if a voice caught his attention and said that they were simply telling the truth? The young man looked over his shoulder at Jinti, who had approached him, who asked him why he couldn't calm down. Moon Yob in response asked what he was up to. The guy pointed to the stage, telling him to go give them an interview, because he was in charge here. Jinti calmly looked at the dissatisfied guy, saying that he was too old for this, and that he was happy here, but that the young man in response asked why he should hang around him. The guy turned to the old man, after he said that he didn't need a reason to stand near him, because he just remembered the old days and nothing more. After which he asked if anyone else knew about the secret passage, besides the 2 of them, and did he come up with the battle tactics in the second round, to which the young man answered in the affirmative. Moon Yob, with a calm expression on his face, said that he thought using the tunnel was too much, because this is a sport, not a war. He irritably lowered his head on his hand, looking at the old man out of the corner of his eye, and said that he would gladly come up with something else, but their guys were inferior to the other team in all respects, so, after thinking about it, he decided to use this particular option, because it seemed to him the best solution. Jinti introduced Hae-in and asked if he taught her since he felt like she had adopted his fighting style, to which the guy replied that he had no desire to teach her. The young man began to rise from the bench as the man behind him said that he was glad that he was able to see his plans in action, and that he had a special talent. The guy spread his arms to the sides with a slight smile and said that he admits that he is amazing. The man slightly extended his hand to the guy, asking him to listen, after which he invited him to find a better use for his skill. Moon Yob irritatedly pulled away from him, saying that this was nonsense because he had already won the argument. The old man, with a calm expression on his face, promised that he would not ask again if he refused this time, after which he said that this was his last offer, but asked to listen to him. The BCK emblem was surrounded by the Korean team. The man said that the new season, the Major League, would start very soon. The guy looked at the old man with an irritated look and asked if he wanted to invite him to participate. The man put his hand forward, shook it and answered in the negative, saying that it would be too much for the eyes of his side. The old man smiled, looking at the dissatisfied guy, and said that it would be very cool if he at least just joined the team in the very first round, and that's all. The man looked at the guy with annoyance, thinking that it seemed to him that he would refuse, but it was still worth asking, after which the guy replied that he would think about it. The old man opened his eyes in surprise. Jinty raised his hands in shock. The guy was cleaning his ear with his pinky while the man asked what he just said. Moon Yob answered him with a question, asking if he was completely deaf, and then said that he would think about it. The old man looked at the guy in surprise, remembering his irritated face, and thought that he could have refused right away. The man did not take his eyes off the guy when he said that he thought it would be easy. The guy grinned awkwardly, scratching the back of his head, and, remembering the moment when the girl pointed the blade at Gerald, said that looking at how she fights, the matter seems quite entertaining, and that watching is always interesting. But being a participant is even more interesting, so he will think about his proposal. Jinty listened in shock to his words that the real dungeon had disappeared anyway, and you could only test your strength in a battle of superhumans. The old man grabbed the guy by the neck and began to ruffle his hair, smilingly saying that this was a great idea, and he said it very coolly. Holding the angry guy, he took out his phone and showed him a video of their team in the match with a smile, saying that it had received several million views in just an hour. The guy looked at the screen, seeing that the video had 11 million views, and a bunch of comments praising him and their team. The guy angrily agreed with his words, after which he asked him to leave him alone. He raised his hand to his neck, looking displeasantly at the joyful man, and said that he almost strangled him, adding that he seemed old, but had more than enough strength, to which Jinty replied that he was just glad that the guy agreed. Looking at the old man, he said that he would just think about it, adding that he should not hope too much because the chances were 50-50. The guy looked irritably out of the corner of his eye at the smiling man who was glowing with joy. Jinty told him to think carefully. The girl looked at him thoughtfully, asking that it turned out that there was not much left before the start of the Major League, to which the old man answered in the affirmative. Moon Yob thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, reasoning that they would have to select the best of the best for such an event, and said that he didn't like it all. The man thought in surprise that he was thinking quickly. The young man pointed his finger at the old man that even if he agreed, he had conditions. The old man looked at him in surprise, saying that he didn't know what he was talking about, but the guy watched with a satisfied smile as he joyfully raised his hands, saying that he would be ready to do whatever the guy wanted. Moon Yob said that this was great and offered his terms. A large white building stood under the bright rays of the sun. Jeho stood on the street, holding a sword in his hands and asking the guy a question. He was wearing a light jacket and dark blue pants. Suddenly he frowned angrily and, to finish his question, asked how to even understand this. A guy with a calm face stood opposite him, holding a weapon on his shoulder, and said that everything was clear as day. The old man said that he would fulfill any of his wishes if he agreed to participate in the battle with pro-level teams, without taking his eyes off the man. The young man said that a new life had begun for him, which he would happily spend on the sofa in front of the telecom. Suddenly he fell silent for a second. Jeho slightly extended his hand towards him, asking what it meant. Moon Yob ruffled his hair slightly and said that if he decided to take on this, then he needed to do everything properly. The guy put his hand in his pocket, standing opposite the irritated man, and said that he didn't think he needed training, given the level of the other players, but he was well aware that he would have to drag the whole team along with him. Jeho apologized for teaching them poorly. The man pointed his finger at himself, saying that he understood why he wanted to do this, after which he asked what he had to do with it. The young man indifferently turned away from the irritated man, who was pointing his finger at him, and said that besides Jeho, he is the next one who is at least something, and who besides him has the power to kill him, after which he interrupted himself, asking him to forget still said. The man exclaimed, asking what it means to kill him, adding that this would never happen. Jeho clenched his teeth, looking at the smiling guy, and said that they would look at this again. Because he had not held a weapon in his hands for 17 years, the young man asked if he decided to scare him, and jokingly called him a great coach. The man exhaled heavily while the young man pointed his finger at him with a smile, and asked him to trust him, because he would try to get him into shape in the time that had been left behind. Jeho, he wondered why he would do this. He looked at Moon Yob and asked if the guy realized that he was no longer as strong as before, because he was already 48. The young man looked at him with a grin, told him to stop making excuses, and called him an old friend. Moon Yob looked at Jeho and activated his analyzing gaze. In the system window that opened, his indicators were listed: strength 55 out of 70, agility 79 out of 100, speed 80 out of 99, endurance 55 out of 69, willpower 83 out of 90, skills 52 out of 70, 69 out of 72, and his superpower is teleportation. Looking at his old friend, the guy thought that he had indeed become weaker over the years, but it seemed to him it would not be difficult to restore his skills with the proper level of training. He looked at the man menacingly and, grinning, said that hell would begin tomorrow, after which he asked if he understood his point. The man fearfully said the word everything, after which he finished the phrase in his head, thinking that he was finished. Jinty looked out the window at the night city. I remember the guy's words that he had two conditions. The first was that he had to be on a team with Heian, because he didn't need noobs who would die right away, and the second was that Coach Jeho will also participate. The man looked back, thinking that he could already imagine how many sponsors would appear when two of the 7 saviors perform on the same team. Period. He raised the phone to his ear and said that he had a request. The news headlines included the names Moon Yob, Jeho and Heian, each of which generally stated that the guy would take part in one of the battles at the upcoming championship, that he would again work on the same team with a coach, that the legendary family was preparing to battle with him, and that 2 of the 7 saviors unexpectedly return after 17 years. There are 7 days left before the battle. The screams of the hero are heard, who are in complete bewilderment. There are 7 days left before the match, and he continues to scream. He asks him about what he taught him before. An old friend and the protagonist stand opposite each other in fighting stances. He still tries to answer and says that if the technique is lame, you need to move a split second faster than the enemy. The savior points his finger at him and says that he still remembers this, and he holds his head and says that he will try faster. He becomes serious, picks up a weapon and gives off an aura. He immediately took off and rushed into battle. He jumped up a little as he accelerated, and he launched a lightning attack on the hero's shield. The protagonist took a lower stance, and he pushed off and jumped back. Moon Yob leaned on his shield, and he spread his arms to the sides, putting his sword in his belt, and asked him what he thought, and asked if it was better this time. Lazy Guy said that it was not bad, but it seems that he forgot that before he had time to make 3 blows, and not 1. Jeho touched the back of his head and, sweating, squinting his eyes, said that it was 17 years ago, and asked him to give him a discount. He immediately bent over, holding his back, and said that he was very tired, and also mentioned that at his age it is difficult to train again. But the hero began to move towards him and said that he would have previously called this a regular warm-up, not a workout, so he told him not to whine and that they were continuing. This terribly surprised his old friend, and he shouted that they had already been stuck here for 8 hours. The protagonist looked dismissive and said that he didn't care about it, and also mentioned that there was a TV series starting soon, so he asked him to speed up. But Jeho was dumbfounded and exclaimed that he was still 30 years old, but he was already 48 years old. And he also mentioned that he had to go somewhere today, so the series was cancelled for today. Such words did not please him. He looked at him with a questioning look and asked again. Immediately after, he asked the question about where exactly he needed to go. The Korea Superhuman Battle Association building stands tall, and its glass panels reflect the light. At the entrance our guys were met by 2. One had dark hair and glasses, the second had brown hair and short wide eyebrows. The first was called Yoo Hyun-soo. He greeted our protagonist and asked him if he had come today to test his avatar. He turned and pointed his hand at his colleague and introduced him as Brown Tenor. He also said that he was from the World Battle Association, and today he would be helping them. To all this, the savior only remained significantly silent. He immediately made a dissatisfied face and said that he was going to clarify something. His old friend looked at him with caution and anxiety. These 4 stood in a spacious corridor. The hero asked if he had taken this test before. He pointed his finger at Hyun-soo and said that he had already killed Salarbun, fought Walker, and asked what else they needed. But he calmly replied that at that time the check only affected his physical capabilities. He immediately added that they needed to analyze everything else so that he and his avatar would match each other as much as possible. Next, they showed a panel showing the object's skills and the avatar's skills, which are 100% synchronized. He also added that they have not yet had problems with full synchronization, but it is better to be safe. These words surprised the savior, and he immediately asked again. He also tried to clarify whether complete synchronization was possible at the moment. The head of the department lowered his gaze slightly and said that the avatar is literally the same person as him, only in the virtual world. He extended his hand a little forward and said that he could even reveal skills that had not yet manifested themselves, and which a person himself was unaware of. He only answered and said that he did not know that technology had stepped so far forward. These four stood opposite each other and talked. Hyunsu, without changing his posture, laughed and said that their system is unique, therefore it is kept secret, and the employees responsible for its work are scattered all over the world. This surprised the protagonist, and he asked if it was really being kept secret, since it seemed to him that it was just in development. He replied that one could say so, but they say that the system is based on someone's supernatural powers. Moon Yob became wary and tilted his head slightly forward and said that the power contained in a copy of the real world was quite strange. His old friend still looked at him with incomprehension, and he replied that to some extent this is not so. The hero doubted even more and furrowed his eyebrows, and asked if they really didn't know how everything worked, and asked if it could be possible that those who created the superhuman battle system pursue some other goals besides creation and development of esports. But he answered in an alarming voice that he didn't think so. And at the same moment, the savior was very determined and began to flex his fists. He said that even if this were the case, if real monsters burst into their world again, he would be happy to fry them all. This greatly alarmed the head of the department, and he asked him to start synchronizing as soon as possible, and also thought that he had a difficult character, and he needed to be more careful. Armik stood in the middle of the testing center, and from the loudspeakers the voice of assistance was heard, talking about that it was time for them to start, and offered to test his strength, agility, and aura. He looked around and thought. They started broadcasting again and said that the avatar would need a complete likeness, so he would need to try. He approached a machine from which a handle was sticking out, and on top there was a dial. The voice from the loudspeaker said that they were starting with a test of strength, and he agreed with them. He was told to just pull the handle. He grabbed her tightly. He pulled it out with great speed and force and released it. After he released it, the pen was quickly sucked back in and the numbers began to change. They quickly scrolled and changed their values. The result was 813. He pulled the handle over and over again, and different numbers came out. Both 819 and 817 came up. He immediately remembered his characteristics. He thought that his strength was 79, and he didn't even think that. He did not continue his thought. In the control room, they saw his images and the last numbers that he received. Hyunsu and his colleague watched this. He stood motionless, and his colleague thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. He himself thought that this was not quite what he expected from the hero. A voice from the loudspeaker announced that a test was coming next to evaluate his dexterity. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room, in which there were two large buttons at both ends. He was told that when the signal sounded, he would need to press them one by one. He agreed, sank a little lower and got ready. He opened his eyes a little wider. Hearing the beep, almost in an instant he found himself in different ends of the room and pressed both buttons. His old friend and the association staff were shocked by the results, and they thought that none of them could have imagined that a tank could move so fast. A pre-programmed phrase was loudly heard twice, indicating that the test was completed. The hero exhaled, and the remnants of the aura began to gradually fall down. He stood up to his full height and asked how much he got. The tester said that his result was 963, and this is surprising. The protagonist thought, looked away and said that he could do better and he was going to hit 970. He asked if he could repeat it. He was given the go-ahead. Everything happened again in the blink of an eye. The test completion notification sounded. On the screen in the control center, the protagonist was visible standing on one leg and the number 971 was visible above him. Everyone there was even more shocked, because he scored even more than 970. The savior looked into the camera and asked a question about what the result was the best. A slightly frightened Hyunsu said that there was one player who had 1007. The hero immediately assumed that it was Nathan Bernard. They immediately asked him if he knew about it. He immediately remembered how Jeho showed him a video of him. He slightly extended his hand forward and said that his old friend had already shown him several videos, so he knew about him. He smiled widely and imagined it again. And he said that they say that he is as fast as his friend in his youth. And he immediately thought that it was unlikely that he would surpass him with his agility indicator. The voice again said that it was time for them to continue. He clenched and began to flex his fists, smiled widely and thought that he liked the fact that he could get points here and he was going to try to score 975. He concentrated very seriously and put his hands on his hips. He exhaled deeply and thought that he needed to concentrate well. He was trying to encourage himself in his own thoughts. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought about why he was in such excellent shape today. Still with his eyes closed, he took a step forward, surrounded by an aura. His eyes immediately lit up blue. He took off with incredible speed, so that after him only a cloud was visible. The human eye could not even perceive how quickly he moved from one point to another. Everyone in the control room was stunned and even opened their mouths, because no one expected anything like this. They only understood one thing, that he had become much faster. A notification was heard that the test was completed. The hero suddenly braked in the center of the room. He heard the notification again and exhaled deeply. He immediately asked what happened to the numbers. A little later they came out of their state of stupor and Hyunsu said that it was impossible. The protagonist, having caught his breath a little, said that he thought he did better this time. He turned to them again and asked how many points he received. A shout was heard from the loudspeaker that there were 1,007 of them, and also that Nathan Bernard, the fastest Superman in the world, had the same figure. These words stunned MC, and he thought about how he could get the same meaning. He immediately introduced his old friend and this man. He thought that his agility score was 97, and this was worse than those two. But at the same time, he was able to show the same result as them. The hero stood in the middle of the room, in which there was a column of dust, and he thought about that it is possible that he may go beyond his capabilities. He spread his arms and said with a slightly dismissive look that he had one idea, and wanted to check something else. He asked for the strength check to be done again. They only agreed with him. They told him that the test would be the same as last time and he was asked to start when he was ready. The savior took hold of the handle. He closed his eyes. He thought that at this moment, the most important thing was concentration. He suddenly opened his eyes and realized that the moment had come. He shouted and pulled the handle. Everyone at the point was surprised again and looked attentively at the screen. They all mentioned at once that the indicators had increased again. The hero was seen on a screen in the staff room with the number 890 next to him. Hyunsu mentioned this and said that it was much better. The savior was asked if this would be enough. He looked at his palm and, after thinking a little, said that it wasn't and that he wanted more. He moved his fingers a little and thought that he was able to cross his limit in both strength and dexterity. But he also had a question inside him about why this happened. He also wondered whether it was possible to become stronger so quickly. Remembering his indicators again and not taking his eyes off his hand, he realized that this was wrong, and also thought that such rapid growth should not be associated only with concentration. But he already had something similar. He had already experienced this feeling once before. He immediately opened his eyes wide and it dawned on him. He realized that this moment was in a past life, and also that it still lives in him. He immediately remembered the huge variety of monsters that had attacked him earlier, and remembered himself being beaten. He thought that going through the last dungeon was incredibly difficult. He directed his gaze forward and turned slightly pale. The thought ran through his head that being on the verge of death, he was able to increase all his indicators, and he was able to achieve all this with his willpower. The hero remembered his stats and the line with willpower, in which the value was maximum and equal to 110. He thought that this might work now. He thought seriously and looked away at the ceiling. He thought about the point of fighting at all if, with immortality and willpower, he would win against anyone. The protagonist concentrated again and looked forward. He thought that it was as if someone specifically wanted him to participate in the battle and win. A voice from the loudspeaker said that this time they needed to check his aura. In front of him was a white ball, inside of which swirls were visible. He was asked to look at her, and was immediately asked to touch her and release his aura, and the sphere had to react to this. At that time, the savior looked at her carefully and raised his hand and said that he was interested, because before they had to work with weapons and simply estimated who was stronger by eye. From the control center they said that now they can measure it with an accuracy of 1 point and, as a rule, the aura indicator is valued more than others since its value is determined at the moment of awakening of forces and usually does not change. The protagonist agreed with this statement and said that the aura indicator, even through training, is very difficult to improve. He immediately remembered how he tried to train her. He created cloths, tried to meditate and release her through his hands. And he immediately remembered that his aura after waking up was about 96, and he wanted to increase it to 100, but no amount of training helped him with this. He slowly raised his hand to the sphere, and I thought that it would be different now. Everyone at the point was once again speechless and exclaimed that his aura was getting bigger. At this moment, the savior continued to pour aura into the sphere, and it sparkled mercilessly. He thought that now it should definitely be equal to 100, because this is the maximum a person can achieve. The sphere began to sparkle even brighter. She began to glow purple, and once again the programmed phrase from the notification was heard that the test was completed. The specialist from the World Association opened his mouth and eyes wide and expressed his extreme surprise. The value on the board was 1030. The hero's eyes began to glow purple, and a haze emanated from the sphere, and he himself asked how much he had gained. The voice from the loudspeaker expressed extreme doubt, but he immediately exclaimed that this is a new record. This is the largest number in the history of mankind. Everyone at the point was confused, and the man with glasses said that he had set a new record. And he just smiled broadly and showed a finger up and said that he had no doubt, since it was him. But the voice continued to speak and said that the previous one belonged to Shirin from the Seven Saviors, and her result was 1012. And the protagonist remembered her and asked if she had the best score. They told him that this was so, but they did not think that someone stronger would appear. While Moon Yob said that her aura indicator was really serious, he immediately remembered that her physical strength was at its lowest, but due to her self-confidence, she always moved forward. He remembered how he scolded her, poking her with his finger, and tears rolled down her eyes. He then told her that she had no brains at all and urged her to do as he said, but she was perplexed. She almost cried when she said that she did just that, and he immediately thought that now she would be terribly angry. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets again, and Hyunsu said that all tests have been passed, but he has something to add. The savior did not quite expect such words, so he immediately asked what exactly it was, and he replied that during the match he would not be able to use his immortal superpower, to which he meaningfully remained silent and thought that this would indeed be fair, because the task is to destroy the enemy team, and if it is impossible to kill him, then victory will always be his. The man with glasses said that he would be sorry to limit natural opportunities, but the association is ready to compensate him for the inconvenience. He, in turn, said that they could limit his health since he is unlikely to need immortality. He lowered his head and nodded, closing his eyes, but said that he would not refuse compensation, and of course monetary compensation, because he did not need this ability anyway. A loud voice was heard, which said that all the brothers and sisters should listen carefully. A man in a robe stood on the balcony of a building and many similarly dressed people stood under him. He addressed them and said that only one person could save them, and he is the only ray of light in this world, and they must believe in him with all their hearts. They all extended their arms, and the speaker shouted that thanks to their faith they would find salvation. He raised some photograph above his head, and he shouted for everyone to see the face of the savior. Above the balcony hung a portrait of Moon Yob, and the speaker was holding a newspaper clipping that said that he was an immortal and contained his photograph. He shouted that he had risen from the dead for them, because he was their savior, Mr. Seo Moon Yob. They began to exclaim even more, and he shouted that they must show him their faith, because very soon the time of salvation would come. The crowd shouted his name non-stop. The protagonist and Jeho were walking not far from this on the street and did not quite understand what was happening. And the fanatic stood behind the fence and continued to mutter. From what he saw, the savior's face wrinkled and he immediately asked what kind of strange people they were. People in robes huddled together and continued to chant his name and shouted that he was the savior of the world, and that they believed in him. The hero pointed his finger at them and asked his old friend who they were, because they didn't look like journalists, and he answered with dissatisfaction and cautioned that this is the Seo Moon community, and they consider the lazy person to be their god. The protagonist made a dissatisfied expression on his face, and remembering who it was thought for a second. He remembered how they stood outside his window when he was in the hospital. He angrily pointed his finger at them and asked if it was them, and he lowered his head in anticipation of the worst, and replied that it really was they. He asked again about what this nonsense about his godlikeness was all about. The weather is bright and warm outside. He replied that they believe that the world is soon threatened with destruction, and in him they see its salvation. The savior crossed his arms and asked if they were going crazy, but his friend just threw up his hands and said that he had returned to the world of the living, which is why they were so confident that they were right. Moon Yob got terribly angry, and slowly exhaling said that he might need to teach them a lesson. Jeho extended his hand forward to stop him and asked him to calm down, asking him where he was going. And he confidently, without slowing down, asked him if he had heard him. At the same moment, he abruptly took off, and his friend shouted after him. He soared high up and landed on the edge of the wall, which was located on the side of the fanatics. A very disgruntled protagonist looked at them and loudly shouted at them to all shut up. People in robes immediately surrounded him and began to whisper, calling him their hero and their savior. And he again ordered them to close their mouths, pointing his finger at them. He immediately threatened them that he would use his power. The community members calmed down and fell silent. They looked at him carefully. The lazy man put his hands in his pockets and was glad that they were finally silent. Everyone looked at him intently. He told them that he thought they knew who he was. Someone from the crowd answered one by one. Immediately after this, he became enraged and, pointing his finger at them, shouted loudly for them to stop following him around and get the hell out of there. He also told them that they were just a bunch of crazy fools. They were all very surprised and alarmed. He clenched his teeth in rage and looked around at them. She screamed and asked them if it was fun for them to stalk him every day. He also asked them later if they wanted to get a job. He asked if they had a leader and asked him to come out here, and said that now he would show which of him was the savior. They began to whisper again, and one leaned towards the other and said that the savior was angry with them. The crowd got a little excited, not understanding what they had done wrong. During the dialogue, the other two exclaimed that this was impossible, since he was their savior, and the last one said that it was most likely a test of their faith. Some raised their heads a little higher and looked at him intently. The idea came to them all at once that they must show him the strength of their faith. The hero was very puzzled by this state of affairs. They started chanting his name again, and he was a little horrified by this turn of events. He started to break out in a cold sweat, and he thought that they were completely sick. He began to shake with anger, and his friend wanted to contact him, but then he realized the gravity of the situation. There is such a cold sweat, I just realized what was about to happen. Moon Yob said that they have 10 seconds to get out. He was filled with rage. His eyes lit up with an aura. He raised his hand. He also added that if they don't do this, he will kill them all. Jeho shouted at him to stop, but he again said even louder that right now he would turn the entire crowd into ashes, and no one would help them. The friend still continued to try to stop him and asked him to cool down. A few minutes later, the following picture appeared before us. The main fanatic lay unconscious. Many of them were lying to the side, and the protagonist was sitting on a mountain of people. He held some boy by the collar and asked him if he would still follow him. He answered in tears that he wouldn't. He immediately put him on the ground, stroked his head, and said that this answer was correct. She also added that from now on I should try to think with my own head and not listen to others. The man with glasses remained silent significantly. The savior jumped from the mountain of people. He landed next to him and said that he was finished and they could now return to training. He looked at him intently and turned to him, but Moon Yob himself did not quite understand what he wanted from him. He was terribly taken aback and told him that he was a complete psycho, and he answered him with an indifferent look that it very much seemed like a compliment, but those guys were crazy, and he immediately asked what was wrong with this cult. His friend exhaled heavily and said that they had better go quickly since the journalists would arrive soon, and without hesitation he exhaled and said that they too could be beaten. This puzzled Jeho terribly, and he, spreading his hands, asked him if he understood that by doing so he was only attracting more attention to himself. But without thinking twice and putting his hand forward, he replied that he had already dragged that flock of journalists who asked him about the orphanage. A figure in a black cloak rushed over the houses. At first she remained silent meaningfully, then sarcastically called him a savior. The protagonist turned to his friend and told him that because of this they would be less interested in other people's lives, but he only gently agreed. A figure stood in the distance on a lightning rod stiletto on a multi-story building. But then the hero notices her and sharply turns his gaze towards her. Jeho didn't quite understand why he reacted so sharply and asked him about it. The figure immediately disappeared and took off from its place, and Moon Yob replied that it was just his imagination. On the day the match started, the following happened. We see Incheon National Airport. Many cameras rushed in one direction. Someone exclaimed that this was indeed Joe Pelman. A dark-skinned man came out, with short hair, in a suit, with his assistant, with blonde hair. Words were heard from the outside that he came personally to Korea because of Moon Yob's participation. The man was delighted and asked his assistant if the era of superhumans had returned to this beautiful country after 15 years. She answered in the affirmative, and also added that many talents were born here, which he took to the USA, and he even became agent number 1. He answered and said that he could not take the best, The green-eyed one said that Mr. Jeho is not participating in the battle of superhumans, but the 7 saviors were never interested in this. She looked away and remembered Shuren, and she said that she showed interest because she was quite young, but quickly refused when she found out that restrictions would be imposed on her in the game. She said that nothing could be done about it, but her test scores were superior to everyone else, and he replied that she was right and said that she alone could finish off the enemy team in a match of 11 versus 11. The man clenched his fists and said that he missed them then, but now he won't do it. The girl turned around and noticed something, and he continued to talk about how the best fighter would be his. This fighter is the main character, because he is the hero of humanity. All the journalists shifted their attention to the side, and she pushed her partner in, addressing him by name, asked to take a look. A fair-haired man was coming out of the airport. He was wearing sunglasses, an open shirt and blue jeans. This man was Jake Land. The dark man clenched his teeth and looked at him with his eyebrows drawn together. Journalists filmed this meeting in full. The fair man, surprised by this meeting, looked at him in response. He lowered his glasses a little, winked at him and said that she wanted this battle to be fair, and he thought that it was easy for him to speak. A spark arose between them, and journalists continued to film them. Both thought that they would never lose to each other. Journalists admired this. An unknown man came out with a bald head and a bunch of rings and jewelry. He was wearing smart shoes and red jeans. 2 bald spots shone. One of them said that he destroyed their dungeon business and now appears here quietly. The second responded by saying that he did not think he would have the desire to participate in the battle. The Moro brothers appeared before us. These were 2 absolutely identical twins. They said in unison that they would not leave it like this. They blurred in happiness and seemed to be flying. They exclaimed that they should get his autograph or sign a contract, and they must do at least some of this. And one of them said that he would like to meet him during the war, but there was no opportunity. Agents from different countries sought each other and fell silent. Between all of them flew from the edge. They prepared. All of them at one moment had the idea that they had flown over in order to steal it. They all looked at each other and a spark erupted. But then the dark man and the brothers and the light man were suddenly distracted by something. Suddenly there was silence at the airport. A woman came out of the airport doors. Only the clicking of heels broke the silence. The untouchable of this world came out. She stomped loudly in front of them. She was the youngest of the 7 saviors. A beautiful young, red-eyed girl, holding her finger up, asked where her younger brother was. Her name was Shuren. A huge crowd stood in front of the Olympic Stadium, and the hero was surprised at how many people there were. A lot of people also gathered in the arena inside it. He said that it was good that the population had decreased during the war, and Jeho immediately answered him that he couldn't say that, but he just said that this is a fact and there is nothing special about it. The red carpet was laid out and a limousine pulled up. The friend immediately asked him to control himself, at least today. He got out of the car and said what he thought. Our friends walk along the red carpet in good business suits, and journalists take pictures of them. The protagonist smiled slyly, looked in front of him and said that it was time for them to have fun. Many in the crowd chanted his name. And the Dodger, exhaling, said that he did not understand why they needed all this. The savior was distracted for a second by looking at him and said that he should take better care of him. At the same moment, journalists began running towards him from behind. They shouted their names and asked to be interviewed. Jeho pushed him on the shoulder and said that he was asking him not to say too much. He did not have time to understand what happened. The friend jumped back sharply and teleported away. And the journalists brought microphones and cameras to the hero, and he himself immediately shouted to him that he had completely misled the shores, since he was using him as bait. Journalists began shouting various questions. Some shouted questions about how he would explain his desire to participate in today's game. Another asked if he was afraid of losing the field to young athletes. 3 asked about his moral and physical condition. The protagonist flew into a rage, and she thought that she would kill him later. The questions kept pouring in. Next, they asked if he knew that Ms. Shuren of the 7 rescuers was also here. And they also asked about how he felt when meeting for the first time in 17 years. This information surprised him, and he asked again and tried to find out if she would come to this match. The dark-haired, glasses-wearing journalist said she would be there today, and she recently flew to Korea to watch the superhuman battle. He was very surprised by this answer and asked why she needed this. And the journalist, moving the microphone closer, said that she had a little brother here. He fell into bewilderment, clenched his teeth and asked about another brother. A second later it dawned on him and he exclaimed the question of whether he was this brother. A moment later, the hero bursts into some room, throwing the door wide open. He entered the men's locker room. Many people noticed him. Everyone who was currently in the locker room stared at him. He walked up to his old friend, pushed him on the shoulder. He turned around and looked at him. He turned to him and asked if he had heard. He asked about what, and the protagonist immediately exclaimed that Shuren had arrived. Jeho anxiously pretended to be happy about this, and Haeyeon immediately jumped out and asked if she was really in Korea. The friend immediately put his hand on the lazy man's shoulder and told him to be careful, because there were a lot of reporters here ready to tear him to pieces. The hero looked at him aggressively and asked him about who provoked them and left him alone. He just lowered his gaze without removing his hand and asked him not to talk like that, and suggested that he prepare for her appearance. The protagonist, with a slightly frightened face, raised his hand a little up and said that perhaps she had come to take revenge on him. But he replied that this was unlikely to happen, because many years had passed. But he immediately told him not to think, but that he had forgotten about the reporters and how he left him on their seat. And the friend only remained significantly silent. At the height of this era, 17 years ago, Chinese Superman Shuren. She was one of the Great Seven, one of the Seven Saviors. Next we see her collecting Red Sphere. She was the only daughter of a previously wealthy family. Since childhood, she has successfully developed her abilities. Her bank accounts were filled to capacity. Next we see her sitting on a throne, since she was 17 years old and lived like a real queen. In the hero's memories, we see her pointing her finger at him, and she screams that she can't do it anymore. Her willpower was 29 out of 40, and the protagonist was terribly annoyed then. She hated people like Moon Yob the most. He, pointing his finger at her, said that she didn't think what she was doing and asked her if she was normal at all. She believed that such people were useless. The hero always reproached her, and this almost always brought her to tears. Those people whom they hated always insult. In the flashback, he points his finger at her. He tells her that even a monkey could do it better and she has nothing at all except strength, and she could only endure. Also, the people she hated act like ugly people. The Beak family turned their backs on him, and the girl said that her uncle should buy a tuxedo because a funeral awaits them soon, and the protagonist himself drooped. Jeho touched his head and said that they would think about it later. There are more important things to do now. He turned to the crowd and immediately shouted for everyone to pay attention to him. Everyone turned their head towards him, and he began to talk about what they should know about how such battles take place. But then he mentioned that they now have new players. The lazy man listens to him carefully, and he says that he tells everyone again. He raised his head up with enthusiasm and said that the match today was for charity, and the athletes were divided into a team of love and a team of hope. And as they already know, the love team includes players from the national team, and the hope team includes newcomers, except for Haeyeon. We see the symbols representing these teams. He identified himself as the leader of the team of hope, and he pointed his finger at himself. He said that the main character would also take part in the match, and he, in turn, raised his hand and said hello. And behind him stood and smiled his friend's niece. Jeho scratched the back of his head anxiously and said that he was very worried, since he had not held a weapon in his hands for a long time, and therefore he relied on each of them. The guys looked at him with enthusiasm, smiled from ear to ear, and said that they would not let him down and hope for him, and also asked him to lead them to victory. The deputy captain of the Hope team was named Park Chulho. The hero carefully examined everything. I thought that he could speak smoothly and still make speeches, and I also thought that he really was fit to be a captain. Looking at their family, he read their stats. He thought that one of them would really be a good, powerful one. He also turned his head towards the rest of the crowd, and I thought that the rest are neither fish nor fowl. But then he noticed someone. He looked at some young smiling guy who was shouting that they were counting on the captain. His name was Choi Hyuk. His superpower was the concentration of his aura and internal strength, which allowed him to cover weapons with aura and cover his body with aura. He also noticed that his strength limit was 90. He thought that he could become a good tank if trained correctly. He looked at him, beckoned him with his finger and told him to come over. He was surprised and agreed. She was anxious, scratching the back of her head, introduced herself and said hello. He said that his role is main damager. I was about to say yes, but then I stopped abruptly. He twirled his finger in his ear and asked why he was the main damager, and he only answered that it was so, and he was in this position in the team. This angered the lazy man, and he thought about what a fool he was. He immediately asked him to repeat it and asked why he wasn't tanking. He stood at attention and said that he didn't do this because since childhood he wanted to become like him, but he didn't have enough talent. But he asked what superpowers he had, and he replied that he could use the aura on his weapon. He asked if that was all, and he replied that it was so. The protagonist looked at him seriously and thought that he didn't even know about his second strength. That's why he is a DD. He also thought that the opposition was probably given to him only because of his appearance. The bald man raised his glasses and asked how he, being so frail, was going to tank. And that boy, standing at attention, listened to him. And I heard the verdict that he would be a dealer. Moon Yob immediately turned and pointed his finger and asked the girl to bring him a shield. She immediately jumped out of her seat. He took the shield and handed it to the guy. He didn't understand why he needed it and asked about it. Jeho took the shield in his hands and said that he did not have time, so he would only explain the base. He told him that he must constantly move and protect the left side of his body with this shield. He told him that the tactic is this: remove, attack, move again and defend. In general, defense, attack, and immediately asked him if he understood it. The boy told him with fear that he was a main DD, and the savior, with a terrifying look, said that he was an idiot and asked which one he was. He stood and scolded him in front of the crowd, emitting an aura. The thought flashed through everyone's mind that he was crazy, but to change the player's position at the first meeting. Some people had a question in their minds about what he had done so wrong, and someone had a question about whether they would work together. Hyuk began to shake his head from side to side in search of support and turned to the captain, and he only remained significantly silent. So, in addition to everything, he, with the most calm look, expressing agreement, said that it was excellent. Now they have 4 tanks, 6 dealers and 1 support. The boy realized that he was just pretending not to hear, and being in complete horror, he drooped. And he continued to broadcast that they had decided on the positions in the game and now it was time to take the suits. The protagonist tried it on and looked at himself. He asked him why he was so light, and his friend answered him that they were quite light, but very strong, and asked if they were comfortable. Someone answered that such a thing exists. He also asked how he was feeling, because from his face it seemed that he was very dissatisfied. He, a little shyly, put his hands on his hips and said that he was not entirely pleased, because he didn't think that one day he would have to put on this uniform himself. He smiled broadly and said that there would be no problems with the weapon. He had prepared something especially for him, and handed him the shield. The hero looked at it. He picked up his gift. It turned out to be a black spear. He also said that it really feels good in the hand and fits great and is a good choice. And he said that he warned that this was something special. And he asked if this weapon was real from the time of the salvation of the world. And the friend only replied that this spear was not made less than a year ago. As I was about to leave, he turned around and told him not to relax, even taking into account the fact that he is really strong and has fought real monsters before. They know how to fight people. They are weaker than him, but they have more experience in battles. To be more precise, they are the more experienced of the two. The lazy man looked at him warily, but right after, he smiled and crossed his arms, and he asked again sarcastically. At that moment he told him not to worry. He smiled broadly and showed a thumbs up, and he offered to show an excellent game to his older sister. The crowd held signs, chanted, smiled, and screamed. There was a sign on the stage that announced Team Hope and Team Love. Both teams stood on 2 sides of the corridor, and the protagonist thought that even by appearance it is easy to tell where the national team is. He looked at them and thought that their average stats were 70 and their average level was 60, which meant they were slightly superior, although even with this gap they can win. He leaned forward slightly and whispered to his friend a question about what guided his choice of players, and he replied that he wanted the indicators to be approximately equal. At the same moment, the hero thought that he knew it. He shook his head in different directions and thought that this was a standard type of selection, so as not to recruit 2 strong and 2 weak fighters into the team. But then he noticed something interesting. He saw a boy who had a potty haircut and was chewing gum. He immediately thought about what kind of fool he was, but at the same time, he thought that he had pretty good characteristics. He started looking through them, and he realized that his willpower was 26 and 60. He noticed this and thought that his mental strength was not the bottom, but the bottom. His name is Shim Yong-soo. He thought that the limit of his strength of 60 non had developed it only to 26. He noticed the look on himself and remained meaningfully silent. And the lazy man continued to think and thought about how he was even taken to the team. In a real battle, he would have immediately moved his horses. But he interrupted his thoughts while praying and asked what he was staring at. Such an impudent question stunned him, and he asked whether he was really addressing him. And he replied that it was exactly like that. The little impudent man looked at him with anger, and he began to remember that he had seen him at the last match. He remembered noticing him in the crowd, and I thought that he decided to participate in the game after the war. He looked at him with even more anger, and he was also struck by the thought that he had no idea what a battle of superhumans actually was. The protagonist took a guy by the shoulder and told him that this man had just realized that he wanted to change places with him. Jeho stood next to the boy, and she asked what he would like, because he sees that he doesn't like the fact that Mick is here. He looked at him very arrogantly and said that, of course, he didn't like it, because at the match he behaved just as arrogantly. So he said that it was funny, considering that he had never participated in a battle of superhumans. This made the lazy man laugh terribly. He looked at him with a predatory smile. The little impudent one looked at him and with a grimaced face asked what was funny about this, but he was abruptly interrupted by the protagonist. He smiled, and he asked him who his father was. The boy with the bowl of hair looked at him wryly, and I asked him if he knew the vice president of the association. The hero said that he guessed right. He wanted to object to something, but the notification of readiness sounded sharply. They looked up at the speaker. The voice from the notification asked everyone to come up to the stage. The savior turned his head at him and told him that it was time for them to go. He tried to stop him. He asked him what he meant and what he knew about his father, and he, turning away from him, said that he was just wondering how someone like him raised such a young fool. After all, people like him find it difficult to breathe even air alone. This made Young-soo wildly angry, and he continued to broadcast and said that, in principle, he hates arrogant scoundrels who hide behind someone's back. The lazy man showed him an obscene gesture and said that he was grateful to him, because now he had a wild desire to play a battle and kick his ass. He very angrily told him to get ready to eat the earth. The voice of a commentator was heard, who said to meet the player. Moon Yob turned around with a round shield in his hand and heard everyone around him repeating his name. The hologram broadcast a blue image of a standing guy. The commentator said that the hour had come, and the audience repeated the player's name. There were two teams in a line opposite each other in the arena. The commentator said that they will finally see Moon Yob in the battle of superhumans. The spectators watched attentively what was happening, hearing that even though the match was for charity, it was impossible to imagine a more interesting event. The announcer said that today everyone can see many superhuman celebrities who came as spectators here. Sitting in the seats among the spectators were Gerald, a member of the US National Superhuman Battle Team, Palman, a USA Superhuman Battle Agent, and Land, a European Superhuman Battle Agent. On the other stand sat Philip and Jean Moreau, owners of the Parisian club Lumiere, and Shuren, one of the Seven Saviors. The voice of the presenter said that it was time, so the battle of superhumans begins. Two commentators in suits sat at the blue screen. One of them said that the first match would take place in a spiral cave. A diagram of a cave with marked locations and starting places for teams appeared on the screen. The commentator said that it was 3 circles, in the center of which there was a secret path leading to the dungeon. A black snake and several monsters in the form of spiders with glowing red eyes appeared on the screen. The presenter said that the monsters in the cave were represented by skeletons, serpents, and spiders. 2 images appeared on the screen. A heart pierced by an arrow is the command of love, and a wing is the command of hope. The commentator said that the love team represents the Korean national team, and some members of the Seven Saviors play for the hope team. The announcer asked who will take the lead in this unique match. 10 minutes ago, Jeho stood in front of the team, spreading his arms, and said that the briefing was starting. Let them listen carefully. He presented a map of the dungeon and said that 2 teams would simultaneously start moving each from their own sector. The starting point for the Hope team is in the 5th sector, and the Love team starts moving from the 1st sector. Jeho raised his index finger and said that these zones are located exactly opposite each other. The place numbered 5.1 was marked on the diagram. The man said that they would start the hunt there and would advance to 5.2. They will defend these zones, and then Moon Yob will go forward to zone 5.3 and kill the serpent boss. Jeho said that since this is the boss of the location, after killing him, the dungeon will be sealed, so during the hunt, let them carefully monitor the time. Moon Yob, standing with his back to the others, said that it's good, he will do everything. The other players turned to each other, talking to each other, asking if he would kill the serpent himself. Didn't it take at least 5 players to kill the boss? Even super strong teams send at least 3 players. The captain said that after this they would clear the 6th sector and move into the inner ring. He imagined the opponents standing opposite each other with swords. Jeho stood next to both Haein and Moon Yob and said that most likely the enemy team would catch up with them somewhere in this period of time, and so the 3 of them would take care of them. It doesn't matter how many there are, the 3 of them will definitely defeat everyone. Moon Yob turned his gaze to his comrade and thought that they could immediately go head to head with the full squad and win. Why is the man so unsure of himself? He smiled insidiously and thought that this was a great chance for him to understand the game and just warm up, and only then, in the second round, to prove himself. A group of people stood in a dark dungeon at the starting point for Team Hope in Sector 5.1. Jeho shouted to his teammates to get to position. The team moved along the dark, gloomy corridor of the dungeon. Haein took the position of rear main dealer, Jeho the position of advanced sub-dealer, Moon Yob the position of advanced tank. The guy turned around and looked at the guy, who grimaced in fear. It was advanced tank Hyuk. The guy giggled, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Many spiders with red eyes descended on the players from above, and the guy called them black monsters with legs. The spiders were rapidly approaching. The love team also stood at their starting point in Sector 11, surrounded by huge spiders. Team Captain Woohyun shouted to Yongsoo that he needed to attack the spiders, to which he received an unhappy response that he did not need to remind him. The guy released huge balls of fire from his hands, shouting that he already knew what to do. Huge jets of fire surrounded the spiders. Yongsoo, with the position of main dealer, stood among the fire and cursed. He remembered how Moon Yob came up to him and called him a fool who does not understand who is who in this world and promised that he would definitely be finished. He thought angrily, who does he take him for? He won't leave him alone. Yongsoo held a ball of fire in his hand and looked at the approaching monsters and thought that this guy and some 7 saviors, no matter what happens. The monsters exploded with bright flashes, and the guy shouted for everyone to move back. His face was burning with anger, his eyes were burning, as were his hands, from which balls of flame emanated. He thought that he would kill Moon Yob with these very hands. Moon Yob peeked out from behind the shield and told Jeho to move forward. The floor of the dungeon shone with rapid traces of movement. Jeho, sword in hand, ran forward resolutely and jumped onto the guy's shield. With his movement, the brunette gave him acceleration and the man rushed further. He jumped high, swinging his sword at the monsters. Exhaling, he struck hard with his sword, leaving bright marks behind him. Jeho fell along with pieces of the defeated monsters and shouted to his partner that he was retreating. The player jumped back and Moon Yob took the blow on his shield. He smiled and confidently said that it's okay, he'll cover it. Jeho concentratedly cut the monsters with the ball. Commentators looked at this in amazement and shouted that this was the famous duet. The spectators looked contentedly, smiling widely. The announcer said that crowds of spiders attack them simultaneously from different sides, but they masterfully deal with everyone. Moon Yob with a shield stood next to Jeho, who had crouched on one knee and leaned on his sword and said that it was great. One zone had been cleared, to which his friend said that his back hurt. Several spiders ran up to them from the other side, and the guy said that that side remained. Jeho decisively cut them down with his sword while the brunette covered him with his shield. Hyuk looked at them in shock with a shield in his hands and thought that this match was easier than their usual matches in the arena. He looked at Moon Yob, who masterfully cut down monsters with his spear and sword, and thought that for him this was like a game without losses. Was he always this good? The brunette stabbed with his spear, which burned with a blue flame, and thought that it wasn't that brute force was his main weapon. A gloved hand closed around the shaft of the flaming pole. Hyuk looked at this in admiration, thinking that he was using his superpower. The system reported information about the superpower of aura concentration. He can use the aura on his weapon. The guy thought, holding a shining blue shield in his hands, and thought that it was a little unusual to use a shield, since he had always applied aura only to the sword, but now he would try to concentrate the aura on the shield. With a cry, Hyuk charged at the big spider, thinking he would see what would happen. He slashed at the monster with his sword, leaving a bright trail behind him, and wondered what happened during the attack. The guy clenched his teeth with zeal when several blows fell on his shield, and he continued the thought that while he was defending, he also needed to maintain the concentration of his aura. Jeho and Moon Yob looked closely at the fighting guy, and the brunette thought, wow, since when is he so good? With a satisfied smile, he turned and said that's great. He's tired of standing around and chilling. The huge black spider lolled out its nasty tongue. Moon Yob looked out from under his shield, shielding himself from the blows. He hit the monster harshly, leaving a blue glow. The spider's legs quickly reached towards him. The brunette fought the monster decisively, hitting it and leaving black marks behind him. The Moro brothers smiled greedily, clenched their fists, beamed, and thought, wow, this technique. They turned to Shirin and asked her, this is Moon Yob's calling card, isn't it a meter attack? The girl said that's true. She watched closely what was happening and thought that the meter attack looked like a normal spear attack. But in fact, at this moment he was using his super strength. The spear in the guy's hand lit up with a bright blue light. Thanks to the super strength, the spear follows its target at the highest speed with this force, without letting go of the spear from his hands. He makes an accelerated lunge. hitting targets within a radius of 1 meter. Moon Yob quickly pierced the spider with his spear. He stood holding a shield in his hand next to the defeated monster, and Shirin thought that all this was needed to create a super fast attack that was extremely difficult to dodge. This power had much greater potential than a normal attack. She thought that, despite the use of such a complex technique, the player is relaxed and calm, so from the outside it seems that this is the most ordinary attack. The blue projection showed the smiling face of Moon Yob. Shirin said that this is a technique that cannot be made mistakes from the moment of the first movement until the very end, and he uses it playfully. Shirin looked attentively at the projection, saying that he was 17 years old, that now he was still the same thorn in one place. The brunette smiled contentedly, saying that this flank was clear, and behind him a huge spider with red eyes appeared. The guy stopped smiling and looked there. He hit the monster sharply with his spear, asking where he was going. He struck, wanting to finish quickly. Moon Yob sharply threw his spear, which was surrounded by black flashes. The guy smiled contentedly, with a confident look, saying that the monster would not escape. He then announced that Area 5.1 had been cleared. Jeho stood in the circle of his team and announced that they were all great. Suddenly he began to turn around, saying that now they are moving to 5.2. He did not see Moon Yob and asked where he had gone. Hayek replied that he had defeated the spider and moved on. The guy remembered how Moon Yob with a confident smile said that he would go to defend zone 5.3, so let them follow him. Hayek looked at the captain worriedly, saying that's what the guy said, should they worry? Jeho exhaled tiredly, scratching his neck, and said that everything is clear, this is the right decision. Moon Yob may look impulsive, but he acts with calculation. Turning to the team, the man announced that they were going to 5.2, and the players replied that they had accepted the order. Area 5.3 was a dark and gloomy place. There was a greeting from the guy. He stood in front of a huge dark snake, which bared its sharp teeth at him. It was the boss of the 5th sector, Serpent. Moon Yob confidently looked at the monster developing its mouth and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. He really wanted to fight it. The guy exhaled, closing his eyes, and told himself to pull himself together and concentrate. Lon pulled his hand with the pull back, looking decisively at the monster and ordered him to attack. Serpent opened his mouth and screamed. Suddenly he quickly attacked the player, throwing him back. Moon Yob slipped further, but survived. He looked determinedly at the monster, clutching his spear in his hand. Suddenly, with a swift leap, he pierced the snake's body with his superpower, spreading a bright glow and black flashes around. He clenched his teeth resolutely. Moon Yob smiled contentedly, asking, "Are they already here?" The team looked at him in surprise, and the guy said that he thought they would need more time to clear the area. He smiled contentedly, sitting on the head of a huge serpent, and his classmates looked at him in surprise and thought that he really defeated the serpent alone. The brunette remembered the table of changes in aura color based on the results of a hunt, where the more points, the faster the color of the aura will change, and said that as he understood from the match, the more he kills monsters and opponents, the stronger he becomes. In order to see the changes, they need survive at least one round. He resolutely jumped off the snake's head and, smiling, said that that's why he trusted them with everything else. Turning to Heian and Jeho, who were looking at him, he called for them to follow him. With a wicked smile, Moon Yob pointed his finger to the side behind him and said that he had a great plan. The players ran forward resolutely, as was shown by the hologram that the spectators were looking at. Leaving the destruction of small monsters to other fighters, the 3 main players of the Hope team went to hunt for the Love team, which is still busy clearing the area of monsters, but will be able to notice this trio. They go where there are the fewest mobs. Moon Yob quickly ran forward and thought that when he fought with the serpent, he killed him with almost one blow. The players ran through the narrow dark corridor of the dungeon. He thought that by killing monsters he could quickly increase his strength in the game. He ran forward, thinking that for now, that his aura is at the 5th level. The very bottom is blue, in which case the spiritual power will be 110 points. Behind him he called out the name Jeho. Having caught up, he asked the guy, saying that they would soon go to the Love team, why doesn't he have any plan? The brunette replied that it was he, and the man shouted that he promised to try. With a smile, Moon Yob remembered the blonde guy from the enemy team and said that he had an idea. There he saw a guy similar to Shirin. He has good physical strength but a problem with mental strength, apparently a rich son. Jeho clarified that he was talking about Yongsu, and said that it was like that was his name. The man looked at his partner and heard his words that he didn't know whether the guy would be among the players they would target now, and if not, they'd come up with something on the fly. But if this person ends up there, he will be in trouble. On the diagram, Sector 12 was marked in red, where the Love team was located. In the darkness of the dungeon, shouts were heard that the sector was clear, it was time to end the hunt. The captain of the love team, Woo-hyun, looked at his comrades and told them to split into 2 groups, 5 people going to Sector 9, and the remaining 6 to Sector 11. Amid cheers of encouragement, the red-suited members ran forward through the tunnel. There were 5 members of the love team in Sector 9. They were decisively killing the black spiders. Yongsoo released bright fire from his palms, which incinerated the spiders. He looked at his palms engulfed in flames and thought that, thanks to his hunting glasses, his aura was already yellow. Looking at his hands with a wicked smile, he thought that he would see Moon Yob again. Dongja next to him shouted that they were moving on and moving to the next zone. The blonde stood with a predatory smile and thought that with such an aura he could crush even Moon Yob. His partner covered him with a round shield, shouting to him to be careful. A bright flash of impact reflected from the shield with which he covered the guy and hit the side. Blue pixelated blood ran down the blonde's face. He was surprised to recognize this spear. Opening his eyes in surprise, the blonde screamed that they were under attack. In Sector 11, which was marked in red on the diagram, there were 6 more team members. The brunette pressed his fingers to his ear, screaming and trying to hear about the attack, and asked, "Is this Moon Yob?" He shouted for them to wait, they would come to the rescue. But he was interrupted by 2 arrows pierced into the ground nearby. The team in red looked in surprise as the team in blue approached, asking that they were here too. Hyuk looked forward excitedly. He remembered Moon Yob's words that when the serpent was finished, they would help them with the attack on the enemy team. The brunette smiled insidiously and said that they are a national team, so it will not be easy. But they will be able to kill them all, they will quickly finish their business and come to the rescue. The Hope team, led by the guy standing in front excitedly, looked at the opponents, and then heard the command to go ahead. Moon Yob held the shield on which Jeho was sitting and asked how he could block the blow, because he was strong enough, to which the man said not to make him laugh. The blow was very weak, and the brunette answered displeasedly that the old man simply did not understand the new generation. He wished the man a good trip and let him not die there, it would be a shame, to which his partner shouted and hurried him, and the guy agreed. Moon Yob screamed, gritting his teeth with zeal. With a strong movement of his shield, he sent his partner forward. Then he swung, his spear glowing blue, and he said, once again. With a blazing look, he swung his blue flame-covered spear and spoke forward. He threw his spear with a strong blow. Jeho, clutching his sword in his hand, noticed how the spear flew past him. The opponents, led by the name, shouted in surprise that Moon Yob was targeting Yongsoo, demanding to stop him. The blonde grimaced and extended his arms, as if trying to cover up. He turned around at a man flying past him. Someone was shouting about teleportation and hurrying him, and the guy was surprised to think that he was attacking tanks. The guy with the sword in his hand stared at Jeho, who landed next to him, and hurried everyone to gather and catch their captain. But a swift blow knocked back his outstretched hand. The man turned around, looking at it. Jeho crouched down and turned towards the opponents. A shining spear landed next to him. He heard them say that they need to win while the teleporter is recharging. Haein wrapped her whip around his body, screaming as Dad approached him. With a confident smile, she said she was going. Jeho looked back at his opponents. Behind him, Haein flew with a sword and whip in her hand. Suddenly a bright golden light appeared. Haein, surrounded by a golden glow, and Jeho landed next to the brunette. Moon Yob looked at the man with a smile and asked, calling him an old man, how long he had been playing sports, and he smiled displeasedly. With a satisfied smile, Moon Yob stated that it seemed that the tanks had been dealt with. The best players on Team Hope looked at their opponents, and the brunette said that it was now 3-on-3. 3 of the love team members looked at them in surprise. Looking confidently, the guy suggested splitting up into pairs. Yongsoo clenched his teeth, looking at him furiously. The blue rays of the hologram were reflected in the stadium, and the voice of a commentator was heard, who said that this was very cool, and that they would see duels between players. The commentator sitting on the left smiled and said that they pretended to attack Yongsoo, and they themselves removed all the tanks. The man sitting on the right replied that the Hope team did a great job and finished everything beautifully. An angry Moon Yob was shown on the screen, and the commentator said that his attacks are really amazing. He controls both the force of the blow and the speed. Next, his super strength with a spear was shown, and comments about how he is very skillful in using his abilities when attacking. The hologram showed a blue image of Moon Yob. The host said that they would return to the events of the battle. Player Moon Yob sends player Jeho flying again. Yongsoo stood with his mouth wide open in surprise as members of the opposing team ran past him. A swift blow swept through, leaving a bright trail. Jeho ran forward, holding his sword resolutely in his hand. The guy stood, clenching his teeth in shock, and said that this was impossible, and Moon Yob, standing behind him in the shadow with a shield, asked why it was impossible. Suddenly the shield flies right across the blonde's face. Moon Yob catches shield bouncing off the fallen guy and asks, maybe stop whining already. The guy standing in the shadows raises his spear, saying that the blonde guy is a stupid major. The system reported that Jeho had 3 kills and Moon Yob had 2 kills. The members of the love team standing around asked in surprise that they had already killed 5. The guy with his hair pulled back was gritting his teeth in anger and asking what the hell, when did they manage to kill so many team members? He frowned and growled in anger. The guy quickly rushed forward with a sword, shouting to the others to attack. If they win now, the overall victory will also be theirs. Let them come to their senses, they are players of the national team. He was rapidly approaching Hyuk, who was standing with a shield and was surrounded by a purple aura. The guy remembered how Moon Yob stood in front of him with a shield and said that there was no time, so he would only explain the base. He must constantly move and protect the left side of his body with this shield. Hyuk resolutely held his shield and remembered that he had removed it, attacked, moved again and defended, defense, attack, defense, attack. The furious blow landed right on the score. The angry guy's fist hit the shield and Hyuk thought that he needed to be removed. He pulled the shield back, throwing the guy with a swift blow so that he flew away. Gritting his teeth with dissatisfaction, the enemy thought, when did he manage to become a tank? Where did such good defense skills come from? The fast start left a bright mark and the love team member cursed, thinking that he didn't even know how to tank. He hit him angrily, shouted with a wish for death, and Hyuk fearfully thought that he needed to do it faster. There was a stone behind him, and the guy stumbled, starting to fall. A bright flash of impact. The system reported that Moon Yob had 3 kills, a bright purple-black blow, and Hyuk, who looked at it in surprise. The guy turned to the brunette, who praised him, and Haeun and Jeho stood nearby. They told him to leave the rest to them. The brunette smiled insidiously and offered to deal with them in 5 minutes and proceed to the next stage. The commentator said that the first round ends with the victory of the Team of Hope with a score of 8-0. Jeho's image appeared on the hologram and the announcer announced that he was becoming the best player of the first round. There were loud cries from the Team Hope locker room about how incredible the coach was. The participants asked if he realized how cool he was. He probably thinks that he is the best here. The participants looked at him with inspiration and joy, saying that he would definitely be among the top 3 players in the battle. The man laughed awkwardly and thanked him for such words. He listened to the praise with an embarrassed smile and thought that at his age it was a little awkward to return to duty. But the feelings he experienced when he picked up a weapon again for the first time in 17 years were worth it. He turned around and looked at Moon Yob sitting on the bench and thought that everything was possible because he was nearby. The brunette looked at the phone he was holding in his hands. There a man shouted that love must return. Moon Yob looked at this in surprise and asked, "Are you serious?" A commentator in a blue suit said that the second round would begin very soon and suggested taking a look at the new location. His colleague explained that this is a complex dungeon, where rooms and stairs intertwine in front and behind, left and right, above and below. Wherever the hero is and no matter what he does, tenfold gravity falls on him. An image of a red labyrinth with many stairs and a map of the location appeared on the screen. The presenters said that this is the Labyrinth of Death. 2 teams walked in rows after each other. The commentator said that Moon Yob had already cleared this dungeon once, but before him, many superhumans had laid down their lives there. It will be interesting to see the first liquidator back in action. Moon Yob said nothing. Don't pay attention to how Yongsoo winced and grinned at him. The brunette walked confidently with his shield and wondered why, after waking up, he was surrounded by so many idiots. He remembered Gerald, who claimed that the 7 saviors had long since exhausted themselves and would not even be able to touch him. I remembered the reporters outside the hospital. Then I thought about the people in cloaks who shouted about the savior and thought about the sect that worships him. The guy looked over and thought about fools like Yongsoo. They are either against him or with him. Moon Yob sat down in a special gaming chair, picked up the helmet, saying, "What do you mean they want him to show the real game?" He put the helmet on his head and said that no problem. He was ready. Smirking, he said that, however, everything would be much worse than they could imagine. The diagram showed the exits of the Hope team and the Love team, located in the corridors opposite each other. The players stood in a circle and listened to Jeho, who said that there would be a short briefing. The man said that he thinks that everyone already knows that the Labyrinth of Death is very complex. Moon Yob called out to him and said that he would go alone. They would be there themselves somehow. The captain turned to him in surprise. The man waved his hand in surprise and asked if he still remembered how the labyrinth worked from the time of the raid, to which the guy confidently replied that, of course, since only a year had passed for him, he remembered almost all the places he had visited. Jeho, with an awkward smile, thought that for him these 17 years really had not happened. He heard the guy's question about whether the dungeons were changing in the game, and answered that everything was the same here. Jeho said that the guy is the most familiar with this place, so he can go, just without nonsense. Moon Yob grinned contentedly and told Grandpa not to worry. He promised to put on a show. Turning away, he told his teammates to just wait, and he thought that if the love team started moving parallel to them, then he knew exactly where they would be. Moon Yob quickly ran forward, leaving his team behind. Heian looked after her in surprise and asked her dad if he was sure that he could be released alone. The man also looked after him and said that although he looks like a goofball who only watches dramas, he has enormous combat experience, and he approaches tasks responsibly. Looking uncertain, the man said he was sure he already had a plan, and the girl said it was cool. Jeho looked very excited and thought that there really is a plan. Moon Yob ran forward, bouncing off the walls and leaving a bright trail behind him. Many monsters appeared in front of the guy. Skeletons in helmets and black cloaks opened their mouths in front of him. With a smile, he pulled back the shield and said that everything was like the good old days. Shouting that he was glad to meet him, the brunette quickly ran forward towards the monsters, covering himself with a shield, and the skeletons ran towards him. He decisively approached the monsters with a shield advantage. The hologram showed a blue image of his smiling face. With a swift blow from his spear, he threw away several opponents at once. Moving quickly, Moon Yob covered himself with a shield from the attacks of the angry monsters. He smiled wickedly as the bright mark of the blow reflected off his shield. The guy ran very fast, hitting several skeletons with his shield at once. He brought his spear back. With a deft blow, the player smashed his opponent, bones scattered everywhere. The guy thought about the labyrinth of death. If a year has passed before it, it means 18 years for them. He spread his arms, holding himself against the enormous force that was moving towards him, and thought that with the gravity increased tenfold, it would be difficult for a beginner to cope with this. Holding his shield, he jumped high, leaving a mark. A bright blue flash appeared among the stairs of the stone labyrinth. The name was rapidly moving up and thought that despite this, it was possible to adapt. He grabbed the pole and quickly spun in the air. Then he let go of the pole and quickly flew down with a satisfied smile, thinking that this way he could greatly shorten his path. The players on the opposing team were very surprised when Moon Yob landed not far from them. Woohyun said in surprise that he was already here, and not even 10 minutes had passed since the start of the round. The guy looked at his opponent and heard that in the first round he understood what they would do in the second. The brunette with a shield in his hands confidently rose in front of the eyes of his surprised opponents. Shining eyes, surrounded by flashes of aura, Moon Yob informally said that they were already dead. The captain of the Woohyun Love team shouted to his players to get ready and attack now. With a wave of his hand, he directed the players, shouting that he could not come alone. Let them divide into groups and move on. The players scattered through the corridors of the labyrinth, and Moon Yob thought that he was rushing to conclusions, because he was really alone. Regrouping in such a situation is not a bad solution, but in any case he will easily kill them all. Holding a shining spear in his hands, the player grinned contentedly and told the guys that they would now play. Moon Yob's gaze shone with the blue flame of an analyzing gaze. One by one he looked at the guys running towards him and thought that it was not this one or that one. Then he thought that it was that one and threw a spear at one of them, who wrinkled his face and screamed in surprise. The player fell, immediately turning blue, and the system reported that it had one kill for Moon Yob. Holding a shield in his hand, the guy extended his other hand forward and thought that, of course, he would never have survived. His agility was 51 out of 54. The brunette stood in the middle of the platform, which was empty, and thought that it was a pity that that spear could not be returned, but the 3 remaining ones would be enough for him. And then he asked in surprise where everyone had fled. The guy looked forward with a smile. Then he raised his head, examining the upward stairs of the labyrinth, and said that then he would have to go up. The map outline showed where the player was. A tired love team stood on one of the floors and heard a cry for them all to quickly come here. The players were talking among themselves. Woohyun scratched his head and asked how he found them so quickly. This ruins all plans, to which his friend replied that he was still alone, which means his team is in another zone. Why not attack him altogether? The captain looked at him, holding a shield in his hands, and said that perhaps his partners were simply hiding. This could be such a plan, to distract and then suddenly attack. They cannot carelessly rush after him. They must be on guard. The enemy will probably attack again. At the edge of one of the floors, Moon Yob looked at the stairs going down, having risen quite high, judging by the map. The commentator said in surprise that after active movements, the Moon Yob player froze and did not move, and his colleague said that he wondered what he was up to. The guy said this place would be good. He stood on one of the ledges of the tower and thought that, given the speed of the opponents and how long they ran, they were probably hiding somewhere now, maybe here. Moon Yob grinned contentedly, saying that the chances are 50-50, but if you don't check, you won't know. The spear in his hands became covered in blue fire. The player raised his hand with a brightly glowing spear. With a sly smile, he said the word love, and then he decisively threw his spear down. It flew quickly forward, leaving behind a bright blue flame, and the guy thought that love should return. The spear quickly flew down, bouncing off rungs and ladders, leaving behind a bright blue trail. She was rapidly descending. Bright blue rays diverged in all directions. The love team players froze in surprise when they saw a bright blue glow above. The spear was rapidly approaching and suddenly plunged sharply into one of the players, hitting him. Woo Hyun looked in surprise at the amazed comrade, from whom a burning spear was sticking out, and asked in surprise where and how did he know. Commentators were surprised and unanimously exclaimed that this was simply incredible. The system reported that Moon Yob had 2 kills. The guy sat down, looking down and asked with a smile, "It means the kids were here after all." The system repeated that Moon Yob had 2 kills. The presenter said that they had already said what exactly awaits them today. The guy grinned with a very pleased look, and the commentator continued that they were waiting for the most exciting match in the history of the Korean Battle of Superhumans. Team Love froze, looking at the huge crack that the spear had made in the floor, while the notification was displayed that Moon Yob already had 2 kills. Yongsu raised his hands in anger and frowned, cursing, saying that he should have attacked right away. He exclaimed that although Moon Yob can defeat 1, he may not be able to survive against 2 since no one is covering him. Woo Hyu closed his eyes and put his hand to his forehead as the blonde man clenched his hands into fists, bared his teeth and started shouting that they were all just giving him time to prepare for the blow. While the team captain asked him to stop, the guy kept shouting that Moon Yob was still tracking them while they stood still, when they could split up and go explore. Woo Hyu turned to his comrade and folded his hands on his belt, saying that there were too few of them for this. Yongsu indignantly asked if he even had a plan. At this time, Moon Yob landed on a hill next to them and began to observe the altercation, asking if they had begun to fall apart. Turning to the side, the blonde continued to scold, noting that they all pissed him off. Clenching his teeth tightly in anger, he continued to blaze with anger, noticing a guest sneaking up behind him. He shouted that he hated them all and could fight Moon Yob alone with just his strength. The captain refused his freedom, asking him to take care of his aura, after which he added that it would be better to explain and attack everything at once. Yongsu bared his teeth and concentrated his power into his hands, which lit up with a bright red fire. He was loudly indignant that everything was forbidden to him. The blonde turned around and released a fireball from Moon Yob, shouting that he would do everything himself. The guy looked at the loud explosion that formed above his head. Holding the flames in his hands, he smiled predatorily, shouting smugly that he knew he was standing behind him. Yongsu perked up and opened his mouth in puzzlement when a low male voice called him a fool. Team Lubov looked with surprised eyes at the dark silhouette that stood in the resulting wall, and held a shield in its hands. Moon Yob grinned widely with an arrogant look on his face, asking if he really believed that he discovered it himself. He added that if he really wanted to hide, he would never have noticed him. The team jerked when the man suddenly disappeared, saying that he didn't get the role and needed to take courses. Yongsu, with frightened eyes, clenched his teeth tightly, asking in a stuttering voice how was he able to block the blow so easily. The captain muttered that his comrade was aiming straight at him. Remembering the bright explosion that happened a few minutes ago, he thought that Yongsu's superpowers and aura were at an excellent level, and even for the major league he was very good, which was why he was put in the position of core dealer. As the dust cleared, he realized that his attack was not at all easy to block. Woo Hyu said that they cannot leave this unanswered. The captain looked at his squad, gritting his teeth, telling the blonde that he had to catch him. He said that they should split into 2 groups, noting that 6 are going to hunt monsters while the rest are catching Moon Yob. Pursing their lips, Team Love looked at their captain as he said that they would pretend to go north, and when he followed them, they would get caught. He noted that even Moon Yob would not be able to cope with 3 dealers at once. Woo Hyu raised his hand, after clenching his hand into a fist, and confidently said that thanks to the points they had earned for the hunt, they would certainly be able to handle him. 3 guys with guns ran forward while the announcer said that it seems that Team Love has started hunting for Moon Yob, but it's unlikely that it will be that easy. While the boys continued to sweat through the maze, the voice added that the chief of the 7 rescuers knew the maze of death better than anyone else. A man was watching the fleeing members of the squad from above. He asked smugly if they had decided to play turtles, judging by their speed. Holding a shield and weapon in his hands, another figure of Moon Yob jumped at the guys, and they raised their heads with a puzzled look. The guy with glowing eyes grinned predatorily, raising his spear to attack. The announcer said that he had already found the opposing team and was now preparing to attack the 3 fighters. The trio jumped out of the way as Moon Yob hit the ground with a powerful attack, causing a bright flash to shoot upward. The guy with a satisfied face looked with a grin at his opponents, who surrounded him from all sides. He noted that their plan was not bad. He jerked sharply to the side, dodging the attack that he wanted to strike with his sword. Looking at them, he thought that they were all dealers. He smiled contentedly, revealing his white teeth, and asked them, noticing that all 3 were not as weak as the others. Lee Donghia jerked in fear as Moon Yob appeared behind him in an instant, glowing with a purple aura. With a grin on his face, the guy dealt a fatal blow, and the system notified that he already had 3 kills to his name. Frowning his brows, he sharply turned his stern gaze to the side. The spear in his hand began to tremble as he was about to use a meter throw. Turning around, he begged for his spear at the second dealers, while simultaneously covering himself with a shield from the archer's attacks. The system added 1 more kill. With a predatory smile on his face, Moon Yob turned to Jai Yonsu and said that it was his turn now. The archer froze with his mouth open in fear, while drops of sweat flowed down his face profusely, and began to ask not to do this. He immediately took off from his spot with a bow in his hands, trying to escape from his attacker with a loud cry. A moment later, he was struck by purple lightning, and the system added another kill to Moon Yob's account, which eventually became 5. The guy stood on the battlefield, shrouded in a red aura, and held a spear behind his back, noting that since he killed 5, there were still 6 left. Lifting the corner of his lips, he smiled predatorily, sparkling blue eyes, and declared that he would finish them off in 1 go. The spectators in the stands watching the event gaped in surprise, asking if he was really their compatriot, noting that he had destroyed 3 dealers in less than a minute. Jake and Gerald and their manager watched the events without breathing, while the announcer was surprised at such speed. The Moro brothers clenched their hands into fists, smiled contentedly, and their eyes shone with delight through their sunglasses. The presenter said that many players are probably worried and anxiously awaiting the outcome of the confrontation between a Superman with combat experience and professional players. Pursing her lips, Shirin froze in surprise, unable to say anything. The announcer asked what his result was in the fight with Walker. Opening her mouth slightly, she said with shock in her eyes that he had indeed returned. The voice told Moon Yob that he had done a good job. The guy was squatting, touching the communication transmission device on his ear with a smile on his face. Jeho asked when he managed to kill everyone, and he responded by asking what he didn't like, adding that he already had a red aura. He raised his head and looked around when his friend asked where he was now, noting that they could join. Moon Yob replied that he was in the 3-1 zone. Rising, he again touched the device on his ear, saying that by the time they arrived, he would have finished everything himself. Clutching the spear tightly in his hand, he moved on, declaring the end of communication and noting that he had gone to kill everyone. Jeho tried to stop him, but the guy had already fled the place. Like a bright white arrow, he landed in front of the remaining squad of the Lubov team. Holding his spear behind his back, he landed on his haunches. Blazing with a red and black aura from above, Moon Yob looked at him with a crazy smile, asking in a low voice if they were waiting for him. He noted that he promised to come early. Captain Woohoo put his hand forward with a worried face, shouting to the rest of his comrades that they should get together and work according to plan. Several players jumped out of their seats and began to go around the guy from both sides. He asked were they really prepared. Moon Yob looked to the side, paying attention to 2 squad members running to the side. On the other hand, the other 2 guys did the same. A couple of moments later, he stood in the center, watching as 3 pairs of fighters surrounded him. Holding his spear tighter and holding his sword at his side, Moon Yob grinned, assuming that they wanted to attack him with the whole crowd. As his eyes flashed with blue flames, he looked to the side, thinking that no matter how hard they tried, he would deal with everyone, starting with the nearest one. Having scanned the abilities of the player Yubioko running towards him, whose strength and agility were pumped to the maximum, The guy noted with a grin that he had good stats, however. Jeho, flickering with a blue light, moved at great speed, using his instant acceleration skill, which gives he is able to move 30% faster for 30 seconds when spending aura. When the player hit Moon Yob's shield with a sword, he mentally noted that this was a good ability, and it meant that he could improve his agility to 102.7 and increase his agility to 104, converting a stream of blue energy and directing it towards the opponent. Jeho continued to advance. However, the Superman effortlessly blocked his attack with his aura. He thought about how he was the only member of the opposing team who could speed up for such a long period of time. But he still did it poorly. Moon Yob began to hit the guy with his spear at great speed, but he was able to dodge by going to the side. As the player lowered his head, he saw a spear in front of him that was about to hit him square in the face. The guy asked in a low voice if he had thought that it was worth calculating his movements, despite his speed. As he swung his weapon and the aura column shot upward, Jeho flew away, simultaneously dissolving due to the fatal attack. The system announced the 6th murder of a Superman. He turned around when Team Captain Lubov, who was standing behind, turned to Youngsu, who was holding flames on his palms. In an excited voice, he ordered a fiery explosion to be used on the guy. When the blonde sharply extended his arms forward, there was a bright flash and fire filled the space. In a low voice, he wished Moon Yob death. Running up to the rising cloud of dust, a blonde guy named Jinhun shouted that he could not see the enemy anywhere. With white eyes and furrowed brows, he sped up with a loud cry as he was ordered to do everything quickly. Swinging his sword, the player ran towards the cloud of dust. A moment later he disappeared inside, and a second later his silhouette disappeared from view. The Moon Yob inside swung his sword, blowing up the dust, and sent a stream of his aura towards Jeho. Youngsu and Woohyu were caught on the spot with surprised faces and slightly open mouths when the system announced that the guy already had 7 kills. The captain muttered that this simply could not be. The Superman with a gloomy face and glowing white eyes began to throw his spear from one hand to the other. Rushing forward, he quickly closed the distance and destroyed 2 more squad members one by one. The system announced 9 murders. The dark silhouette of Moon Yob stopped in front of the disappearing body of one of the guys, into which a spear was stuck. He picked it up and muttered that he was almost finished. Throwing his weapon over one shoulder, the Superman grinned contentedly, looking at the remaining members of the squad and jokingly asked whether the 2 of them were really going to attack one. Youngsu, who stood behind his shocked captain, trembled in fear, asking what was going on here. He added that they had never had anything like this even with the French. Looking at the guy with brown hair, Moon Yob saw that 2 of his characteristics had reached the maximum, namely strength and speed. The rest of the indicators, except for skill and endurance, were also quite high. Reading his slow skill, the Superman learned that it allows a 30% slow on up to 10 targets within a 10-meter radius, but only for those with a lower aura score. The brunette, his right eye sparkling, grinned maliciously, saying that the guy has good stats, but his super strength is so-so since many people have an aura above 80. He was slightly puzzled when Woohyu turned to Youngsu with a worried face and began to ask what he. Via for an instant, his face was distorted in a silent scream when the spear suddenly pierced his chest. Moon Yob indignantly asked what kind of disrespect this was, noting that he was talking to him now. The blonde froze with shock on his face, looking at the disappearing body of his comrade. The system notified 10 murders. Pursing his lips, Youngsu turned his head to the side with frightened eyes as a deep voice said that now it was just the 2 of them. When the Superman began to get closer, the guy began to step back, shouting at him to stop and not come. A second later, Moon Yob was right in front of him and with a crazy smile on his face, he raised his shield to strike, shouting wishes for death. He hit the blonde straight in the face with his edge. Youngsu flew to the side and with a sharp movement found himself slammed into the wall. At this moment the last murder was committed. Shock was reflected on the faces of the announcers watching what was happening, and they shouted with their mouths wide open that this was simply incredible. One of them exclaimed that now the audience could watch how for the first time in the entire history of the Korean battle of superhumans. He loudly added that the enemy team was destroyed by 1 player. The announcers, still in shock from what was happening, announced that they had received an unexpected result in the first and second rounds, and this was the first time they had seen something like this. Many comments regarding the match were displayed on the screen, with people expressing their delight at Moon Yob's abilities. The presenter noted that the reaction of the audience was comparable to a volcanic eruption. He added that even though their ace Heian did not particularly participate in the match, Nage's team was able to achieve a clear victory without losing a single player. When a person appeared in the hall, the announcer loudly said that all the experts' words that Moon Yob would need time to adapt turned out to be bullshit. When the Superman with a slight smile on his face began to enter the hall with his team, many people began to chant his name. The guy pointed his finger at the device that was hovering above them and asked Jeho what it was. The coach said that it was a drone camera. Looking at his friend's surprised face, which was shown in a large projection throughout the hall, he noted that thanks to it, it was possible to shoot a scene from different angles at any height and immediately transfer the image to the screen. Moon Yob asked if this is a live broadcast. With a satisfied smile on his face, he suddenly showed his middle finger at the camera, and the whole audience saw it, and Jeho was dumbfounded by this behavior. Clenching his teeth tightly, he began to grab the joyful guy, indignantly asking what he was doing. When the Superman replied that it was fun, the trainer ordered him to let go of his hands already. He grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and began dragging him along the floor towards the exit, saying that it was time for them to leave here. When Moon Yob asked where they would go, the man was outraged that he did not understand. He stated that they were going to do an interview with MVP. After a while, the two of them stood on a small podium, with many reporters crowding around. The girl greeted them and introduced herself as host Lee Yong-hee. While the Superman was picking his ear, Jeho smiled at the girl and introduced himself as a player on the Nejda team. Handing him the microphone, the presenter smiled broadly, saying that the team showed an excellent performance in the match today. She noted that she wanted to first ask questions to the MVP coach regarding the first round. Lifting the corners of his mouth, he smiled nervously after being asked if he knew it would end this way. Jeho replied that he couldn't even think of it. Putting his hand behind his head, he closed his eyes and laughed, noting that in the midst of the match, he decided to completely trust Moon Yob and his skills, and the result was excellent. He added that he thought he himself remembered some things after all these years. The brunette looked to the side as Yong-hee thanked the man for his answers and said that she would now ask questions for Moon Yob. Looking at the girl, he waved his hand when she moved the microphone towards him and said that in the first round he simply surprised everyone, and in the second he shocked everyone. She asked if he already believed then that he could defeat everyone alone. Superman responded positively, noting that the battle was not much different from real combat. Recalling his maneuvers with a spear and how he destroyed the opposing team, the guy said that when he received a weapon in the first round, excitement awoke in him, and already in the second he was able to play enough. The presenter thanked him for his answer and asked him to give advice to the losing team. Pursing his lips, Moon Yob rubbed his chin with his hand and thought, remembering the faces of his team members. He thought that they weren't very good at teamwork and positions, and they couldn't use their superpowers effectively. Jeho, looking at his friend, immediately became gloomy, and a negative aura began to be read around him when the guy said that he believed that the problem was with their coach, who did not see their potential and true abilities. He added that the problem also lies with the captain, who cannot establish teamwork. He looked at the smiling girl with serious eyes when she asked if he could say something for the other players. The brunette replied that while they were at the bottom, they could not expect high results. He smiled widely and put his index finger and thumb together, hinting at money, saying that everything could change. He noted that they now live in the era of capitalism. As the big black car drove through the city at night, Moon Yob asked Jeho where they were going, noting that this path was not like the road home. The man replied that they were going to celebrate their victory, and Hae-in left while they were doing an interview, so she was waiting for them there. Remembering the dissatisfied face of the woman with thick short hair, the Superman exclaimed that he could not miss his series, since there was a new episode now. The coach asked why he couldn't just watch it on the internet, since today was their holiday. While the man held his hands on his arm and looked at the road, Moon Yob said displeasedly that he was annoying him. Jeho asked him to be patient, and then asked why he said those words during the interview. Remembering how his friend smiled broadly, showing a coin with his fingers, the man noted that he was talking about the fact that everything can change. He asked if he was not interested in the battle. The brunette replied that he didn't really care, but he was asked to give advice, and he doesn't really care about all the athletes. The man turned an annoyed look at his friend as he clenched his teeth tightly and asked how could they even have a coach who put them all in the wrong positions. Jeho asked to remember himself first. He began to think that Moon Yob had been saving the country for 11 years, but then he wanted to become some kind of coach. He remembered how a friend in the past began to give everyone instructions on who should be given what weapon, and who should behave how. The man thought he was really good at this. Pursing his lips, he remembered the silhouette of an adult man with stubble and in a suit. He thought that only they were always being watched and discussed. He mentally noted that Immortality, one of the 7 saviors, took all of Moon Yob's advice and became an excellent trainer himself. The brunette, sitting in the car, turned to the window, saying that today he realized something. He said that in this country they don't know how to teach. Jeho invited him to become a coach. The guy looked out the window, causing his hair to start blowing in the wind. He replied that he could if they paid him well, but today, so be it, he will help for free. His friend laughed, noting how generous he was. The Superman smiled widely and turned his head to the man, saying that in this case he wanted a favor for his help. He asked what he needed, imagining in his head the image of a guy with a shield in his hands. The brunette said that his first wish was for Hyuk to be placed in the main team in the position of tank. He then remembered Byoko, noting that he has little control over his speed, but it could work to their advantage so he could be used as a surprise effect. Also, Woo-hun's face appeared in his head, and he asked to be placed in the position of the second tank. Jeho jerked in surprise as Moon Yob ran his thumb across his throat, imagining in his head the pompous image of the blonde with a smug smile on his face, and told him to put that fool away. The man immediately understood who he was talking about and exclaimed that he couldn't kick Yongsoo out. He adjusted his glasses and began to look at the road when the brunette turned and asked if he was afraid that the deputy president would do something to him. Jeho asked if he had gone crazy and reminded him that he was actually one of the 7 saviors. With a worried face, he imagined the image of a blonde man in his head and said that in Korea there are few outstanding players, and Yongsoo is exactly like that, and he has more auras and good superpowers than others. Moon Yob looked at him and remembered how the player looked at him with fear in his eyes and said that he had little willpower. He added that it was because of him that Team Love lost so easily. Gritting his teeth, he looked displeased at his friend when he started talking about superpowers. The brunette interrupted by saying that first the mentality and then the strength. He asked to just put Hyuk in his place and train him well. The Superman smiled widely, placing his hand on the car window. He said that was his request and then told the friend to give it to the deputy. He also noted that if he wants to hire him, he is waiting for a lot of money. The multi-story Hunter's hotel glowed with bright lights. Moon Yob and Jeho went inside. Haein, wearing a small purple dress, ran towards them through a large banquet hall with round tables. Waving her hand, she loudly rejoiced that the brunette had come. Running closer, she smiled widely and asked if her uncle knew what an amazing bar there was, noting that the vodka was very tasty. The guy asked her if she was really into alcohol. When they started arguing, Jeho stepped aside with a grim smile on his face, saying that he should go to the chairman. Haein shouted that Moon Yob was a drunk himself, and now she has learned. They began to turn around at the Superman when he smiled contentedly and exclaimed that since they had fallen on those fools, they should get well drunk today. Many sidelong glances were directed at Moon Yob and began to whisper that he had come and we should try to talk to him. A dark-skinned man named Joe Pellman clenched his hand into a fist, saying that although there were a huge number of agents here, he would never miss his chance. The girl next to him asked him to wait. She asked him if he really thought that the guy would immediately agree to sign the contract. He replied that perhaps not. Suddenly someone tapped Pellman on the shoulder while he was saying that he would try to carefully handle him. Moon Yob, standing next to Haein, turned his head back when his name was called. He is a grown man with gray hair who had sunglasses on his shirt. The guy greeted Superman Jake Land, who is now an agent for the Battle of Superhumans Association in Europe. Pellman watched from the side as the two men began a conversation, and the brunette noted that they had not seen each other for a long time, after which he asked to call himself by name. The US Association agent, sweat dripping down his face, narrowed his eyes, thinking that Jake would definitely not take Moon Yob for himself. The man's lips stretched into a crooked grin as an image of a brunette with a spear on his shoulders appeared in his head. He thought that the guy was not like other players, and if he couldn't understand the feelings of a person who came back to life after 17 years, he mentally noted that Jake wouldn't be able to do that either. The gray-haired man handed Moon Yob his business card asking him to call if he wanted. He responded by saying that he would think about it. Studying the business card, he looked back when Haein appeared behind him with a question about how he knew English, if all he had done since the age of 13 was run through dungeons. The brunette replied that he had been to many places, so he learned the language. He also added that he often chatted with Walker. The girl replied that for some reason it seemed to her that he only knew Korean. With a big smile on his face, Moon Yob started pointing at her as Haein tearfully exclaimed that she thought the two of them were ignoramuses. The Superman asked the girl if she was really stupid. She shouted that this was too much. Observing the active dialogue between the two people, Pellman noted that Jake had left and now he had a chance. With a puzzled look, he stopped when two men touched his shoulders on either side, asking for forgiveness. Moon Yob and Haein turned their gazes to the Moro brothers as they approached with beaming faces, asking if they could speak English. They clenched their hands into fists with joyful faces when the guy replied that he knew French. The brothers exclaimed that he was simply a hero. They were very surprised when the brunette realized that they were the owners of some kind of club. Haein came closer and, putting her hand to her face, whispered to her uncle that this was not some club, but the Parisian Lumiere. She noted that he is considered the best in the world. An image of a blonde guy appeared in Moon Yob's head when the girl said that Bernard, who is one of the top 3 players, is a member of this club. The brunette wondered if he was talking wholesale about the nimble guy Jeho told him about. He straightened up and looked at the two brothers and then asked if they really wanted to invite him to Lumiere. The Moro responded in unison in the negative. The Superman was very surprised when the two joyful men said that they knew that he would not agree, and for them it would be a great honor, however. Haein with a dumbfounded face pointed at herself as the brothers with wide smiles on their faces pointed at the girl, and said that they came for this beautiful mademoiselle. The girl covered her mouth with her hand when Moon Yob pointed his finger at her and asked if she wanted to join them at the club. She asked in shock, "Is this really true?" Leaning against the brunette, she began to smile joyfully and thank them. Moro said they have been watching her for a long time. The guy looked at the two men and opened his mouth slightly, asking if they really came to take her and not him. The brothers replied that they would never lie to the hero. Imagining in their heads how Haein was put together piece by piece, they began to say that she previously had the position of sub-dealer, and they did not need such people. They noted that the girl was able to reveal her talent when she took the position of dealer, and everything fell into place. The brunette smiled slyly when one of the brothers said that they thought she would be a great addition to their team after some training. He thought they were right. The Moro smiled widely, and their faces simply beamed with joy. One of them said that if the hero also wants to join their team, then that would be just great. The second added that together with him, Haein and Bernard, their team would become simply invincible. Clenching their hands into fists, the men crouched slightly as Moon Yob said she would think about their proposal. The brothers exclaimed that they would prepare the best contract especially for him and would not spare any money. The guy narrowed his eyes and looked intently at the men, asking if their wallets were really that thick. They replied that they did not see anything strange in spending money in order to take such a hero for themselves. The brunette smiled contentedly and raised an eyebrow when Moro said that since they were his longtime fans, they would like to give him a weapon. Moon Yob replied that he loves gifts. Resting his hand to his chest, the two men bowed and thanked him with wide smiles on their faces, after which they said that they did not dare to distract him any longer. The guy looked at how literally a second later there was no trace of them left in the hall, after they said goodbye to him. Smiling, Haein approached the brunette with a gloomy grin on his darkened face, who said that he was tired and would better go home. The girl started asking him what they said. She followed him when the man took off and walked quickly to the side, saying that they needed to have a little drink before leaving. Haein continued to question him about what the Moro told him. Moon Yob stopped with an irritated expression on his face as he was greeted by an unknown male voice. He put his hands in his pockets and turned his head, irritably asking the man what he needed. The man asked for 1 minute. A tall, gray-haired man with glasses put his hand to his stomach and said that his name was Yang Minyong, and he was the secretary of the Blue House. The brunette asked what the Blue House needed from him. The man asked if he knew about the superhuman merit system. The guy looked at him with a puzzled look and asked if he was talking about the system that should provide superhumans after the end of the war. Looking at Moon Yob with a calm gaze, the secretary began to tell him that this was not a hoax, noting that 17 years had already passed. He said that he and Jeho were assigned the first level of subsidies. Minyong opened his mouth with a calm expression when the brunette asked what this meant, and said that he had to pay him everything for 17 years of absence. Pursing his lips, the Superman froze with surprise in his eyes when the secretary added that if we talk about specific numbers, the world is 2.568 billion won. While a large expensive chandelier illuminated the banquet hall, the guy repeated the amount he had heard. Looking away, he continued to quietly repeat about money. Hana looked at the back of the man, who stood aside and muttered that if we combine this money with what Walker paid him. The girl asked him what he was doing. Hearing a voice from the side, Moon Yob turned his puzzled gaze in that direction. Looking over his shoulder, he saw a dark-skinned man who introduced himself to him as Joe Pellman and said that he was an agent from the United States. The brunette grimaced and exhaled noisily, saying that if he also wants to offer him a job, then let him leave since he is already tired. The agent froze in surprise with his hand frozen in the air. He said he only wanted to tell him one thing. The man, with drops of sweat running down his face, remembered the hero Moon Yob in the past and said that he did not yet fully understand this new world for him. He added that he once saved him, but 17 years have passed since then and his past life has already disappeared. The guy looked at Pellman with surprise on his face and asked what he meant when he said that this issue could be resolved in the future. Straightening his back, the brunette listened intently to his words that over time he would understand his place here, meet new people, determine his purpose in life and be able to become part of this post-war world. Handing over a black business card with his name on it, the agent said that, therefore, he did not need to worry about what was happening, and if it happened, as he said, he noted that he would be glad if he called him. Pellman said goodbye to the hero. Moon Yob and Hayan looked after the departing agent with surprise on their faces, who approached his colleague and asked if he had said complete nonsense. The girl replied that in some places yes. The brunette grimaced, holding the business card in his hands while the girl tried to see what was written on it. She asked in surprise, was it really Joe Pellman himself? The guy said that he was kind of smart, and then asked what he actually does. Looking down at Moon Yob, the girl formed the image of an agent in her head and began to tell her that in the USA Pellman is one of the best agents who work with superhumans. She said that he was called the Money Ghost, and even during the formation of the battle, he took many Koreans to America and made stars out of them. The brunette looked at Hayan with some puzzlement and said that he had not heard a word about money. He turned and looked after the departing agent along with his colleague, when the girl said that he even once offered her father a job. She asked if he knew about this. Moon Yob replied that it was the man who told him more about personality. As the big lights dimmed and the spotlights began to illuminate the stage, a man stood up to announce the start of their charity dinner. The light rays briefly illuminated the brunette standing in the hall, and the presenter said that he would now introduce them to the person in charge of fundraising and who had donated the largest amount to date. The guy opened his mouth and his eyes widened in surprise when the host announced that it was Moon Yob. The spotlight continued to illuminate the silhouette of the brunette ascending the stage when asked to do so. Standing under the bright lights, he looked out at the large audience, asking how much money did he have if he had made the largest donation. He glanced at the tall man with gray hair as he shouted that he had 1.74 trillion won. Jinty put his hand to his mouth to make his voice louder and shouted that he had already transferred all the funds to his personal account and Jeho's account. The brunette smiled puzzledly, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. Holding the microphone, he noted that the man had so openly named the amount in front of everyone. He added that he himself didn't even know there was so much money. Raising the microphone closer, Moon Yob smiled and said that he only heard about the payment of 2.5 billion. He added that he was surprised that, having a fortune of more than 1 trillion, he was so happy about these trillions. People started smiling, and a quiet chuckle ran through the room when the guy asked if it could be because this money was finally his. With a calm face, the brunette began to speak into the microphone that 17 years have passed since their victory, and during all the time that he was not among the living, a lot has changed. With confidence in his eyes, the guy noted that everyone says that he slept the world, and many believe that he made a great sacrifice. Moon Yob recalled his younger self holding a weapon, saying that this was not why he fought. Imagining himself in the past with a grin on his face, the guy added that he just liked clearing dungeons. He remembered standing in front of a large crevice from which a soft pink light shone. The brunette said that if they had not completely destroyed the evil, he would have wanted to continue to fight it. The Superman remembered watching a documentary about himself and said that this is why he is not particularly happy when people thank him for saving him. Imagining his indifferent face at that moment, he said that there was nothing to be happy about, since it was as if his favorite hobby had disappeared. Standing under the spotlight, Moon Yob said there was something he was proud of. He noted that the children he can help with this money have a chance to grow up and become worthy people. The guy leaned the microphone closer and said with confidence in his voice that for him this is more important than saving the world, and he hopes that the unfortunate girls and boys, one of whom he himself was once, will have a little less trouble. The brunette walked off the stage to loud applause, and the presenter thanked him for such a speech, offering to move on to the next one. Pursing his lips, Moon Yob looked up indifferently when a male voice noted that he was good at making speeches. Jinty, in a white suit, put his hands in his trouser pockets and asked if he was trying to compensate for his behavior with money. The guy said that he didn't want to be misunderstood, because in fact he was a kind person with a difficult childhood. He smiled contentedly when the gray-haired man said that this was no excuse, and he believed that he was already born problematic. The brunette asked to put jokes aside, and then asked what he needed. Standing opposite the guy, Jinty asked whether it was necessary to treat the team so cruelly. Moon Yob replied that they should have been trained normally in the first place. He looked at the man with a smile on his face, who turned away and buried the dragon in his face and said that it was impossible to behave like that at a charity game. And now the Korean Battle Major League has become a playground for the guys who were robbed by Moon Yob. The guy asked what next. The gray-haired man clenched his teeth tightly and approached the guy, after which he began to shout at him indignantly, asking why the government considers superhumans to be monsters in human form. The brunette asked, is it really because of him? Jinty started shouting that he was absolutely right. He showed him a news article in which a guy was holding a member of parliament by the neck, and the headlines were about an attack. The man angrily asked whether Parliament and the Blue House were his playgrounds. They brought their furious faces closer to each other and clenched their teeth, arranging a confrontation with their gazes. Jinty stated that it was because of him that the reputation of all superhumans was ruined. The guy responded by saying that it was the first to start it. Clenching his teeth tightly, the gray-haired man stepped back and exhaled noisily. He said that, to be honest, he came not only because of this, noting that there was another problem. He asked Moon Yob if he wanted to join the national team as a coach rather than a player. Jinty's eyes widened in surprise when, after he said that money was not a problem, the brunette replied that he did not want to. The guy smiled contentedly, turning white teeth, and said that he had other things to do. Sitting in a large black car that was driving through the night streets, the brunette ended his monologue by offering him 16 billion and asking if he would accept such conditions. He asked, what kind of nonsense is this? Jeho looked at his friend with a puzzled face, who with a wide smile declared that he wanted to become the owner. The man asked where this idea came from. Moon Yob looked out the window with a satisfied face, and the wind began to blow his hair. He said that it infuriates him that you can't look at their national team without tears. He asked why not become the owner of his own club, noting that he could choose the players himself and train them properly. He turned his head back into the car and crossed his arms when Jeho glanced at him and asked since when has Team Korea bothered him. He noted that more than 20 billion won is needed to create a first league team. The brunette asked if it turns out that when they move to the second league, there will be even more money there. The man clenched his teeth tightly and turned his indignant gaze to the satisfied face of his friend and loudly asked whether he really wants to do all this just for the sake of enrichment. Moon Yob looked at his comrade with joyful eyes and smiled widely, asking, isn't it obvious? When they arrived at the building, which was shrouded in the darkness of the night, Jeho said that they had arrived. Getting out of the car, the guy touched the car door with his hand and glanced to the side. The man asked him what was wrong. He looked in the direction where the brunette was looking and saw a dark female silhouette on the road. This woman was Shirin, wearing a black cloak. Jeho teleported to the woman and with a nervous smile on his face asked what she was doing here. Shirin replied that there is one thing. Pursing her lips, she turned her gaze to Moon Yob. He wondered what she was doing here. A drop of sweat flowed down the face of the guy looking at her, and he thought that he could not understand what she was thinking. While before everything was written on her face, he thought that even the atmosphere around her had changed, and it was not the indicators that needed to be checked. Having used the ability of an analyzing look on the woman, the brunette saw that all of her indicators except strength had reached their maximum. Looking at her calm, thoughtful face, he mentally noted that she had good stats and also had the location superpower. He wondered if she had really become so strong. Putting his hands in his pockets, Moon Yob approached her, asking why she came here. He asked if it was to kill him. The guy clenched his teeth in irritation when Shirin smiled and said that she had a thought, but unfortunately, he is immortal. The Superman asked in response if she believed that she could cope with him if he were mortal. Arching one eyebrow, Moon Yob grimaced as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He asked if it was all old grievances from afar, noting that the woman was alive only thanks to him. Shirin smiled softly and laughed, saying that she was not offended by him. She added that she believed he had suffered enough. Standing opposite her, the brunette waved his hand and asked what she needed. His eyes widened in surprise when Shirin replied that she wanted to see for herself that he had indeed returned. After these words, she noted that she was convinced and then said goodbye. When she turned around and walked back, Jeho watched her go and Moon Yob remained confused. He indignantly asked what was wrong with her. The woman with a calm face had already walked some distance when she heard the guy's irritated question about why she had come at all. Shirin glanced back. She remembered how in the past a brunette with eyes white with anger pointed his finger at her, demanding to come to her senses. Breaking into a scream, he asked if she was ready to answer if everything fell apart because of her, or did she want to get a slap in the face right here. The young black-haired girl sat on the ground, burying her face in her hands. She thought that she was very tired and wanted to go home. Shirin raised her tear-stained eyes in surprise when she heard a loud sound. She turned back and saw a huge monster with glowing eyes looming over her. Gritting her teeth, the girl rose from the ground and thought that she needed to use the damping beam. She began to concentrate her power as the monster prepared to attack. Shirin mentally noted that she couldn't concentrate. The monster hit the ground, causing a beam of light to shoot upward. A deep male voice said that she couldn't even cope with that. With surprised eyes, the girl looked at the guy who was holding her in his arms. Pursing his lips, Moon Yob looked back at her as a small drop of blood ran down his cheek from the cut. He asked if she was okay. At this moment, young Shirin's surprised face began to turn red. As she continued to walk down the street, she smiled softly, her cheeks turning slightly pink. She mentally noted that he had indeed returned. I received a notification on my phone that money had arrived. Seeing this, the main character thought about what kind of club he should buy. Moon Yob was happily looking at his phone when a concerned man asked him if he had learned how to use online banking. Then he asked the guy if he really wanted to become the owner, to which he received a positive answer. The main character looked closely at the players' ratings. He believes that opening his own club will bring him a lot of money, but Moon Yob warned him that he would need a lot of investment. The guy looked back with displeasure at the man who offered him his help. He decided to help him buy a club from the KB1 League. Moon Yob, placing his hands on the back of the sofa, considered that his own money was enough for him. He asked Jeho if there was still KB2, since he told him about KB1. The man, raising his finger up, seriously said that in the long run it is better to take KB7, because there are 7 players. Jeho sat down on the sofa when the main character, holding the remote control in his hand, suggested that there were fewer players in such a club. The man explained to him that it is much easier to manage 7 players than 11. But the guy answered him that in KB2 there would be better fighters than in KB7. Moon Yob grabbed his phone, smiling. He decided that he would buy the KB2 right now. Hearing this, Jeho suggested that he first read more about the clubs. The main character jumped up from the couch. He decided to learn about clubs from his grandfather. The guy moved away from the phone, as the interlocutor was loudly happy about something. Moon Yob began to closely examine the beige curtain when the man realized that, due to the creation of his own club, the guy refused to become the coach of the national team. The main character asked him not to yell. Zachary leaned back in his chair as Moon Yob asked him what options he could offer him. The man said that he has 3 teams that he could sell in the future, but at the same time, there are some guys whom he is ready to give up right now. Zachary was staring at the sales contract when the guy asked if he was serious. The document was in a blue folder. Moon Yob asked the man where he could watch this team. Meanwhile, the game building was illuminated by sunlight as the protagonist approached it. On the sign he saw that the GT Kings were fighting against Hanjing today. Seeing this, the guy assumed that Zachary had scammed him. Meanwhile, the huge battlefield was consumed by the cheers of the fans. The spectators sitting on the benches, clenching their fists, began to root for the teams. One man wished the GT Kings good luck, believing that they should win. At the same time, the brunette sitting in front shouted out that they were diligently preparing for this match. Moon Yob, putting on glasses and a mask, carefully examined the battle room. He believes that in this form he will definitely not be recognized. When the main character sat down, those around him began to look askance at him. They don't understand why he's so worked up. One guy decided to change seats, considering Moon Yob strange. The main character watched the arena intently. He, considering that what is happening even for a second-rate league is somehow not very good, hopes that not all the team's players are playing poorly. Meanwhile, the host announced that the teams were entering the arena. The GT Kings players greeted their fans with smiles while Hanjing walked out disgruntled. The main character, seeing the stats of one player, was upset. Armed guys began to enter the arena. Watching them, Moon Yob didn't understand why they kept repeating the same word. Upon entering the system, the guy's eye became covered with a bright blue flame. Something really interested him. Beads of sweat began to run down the faces of the Hanjing team players as the protagonists began to examine their characteristics. Meanwhile, armed players entered the arena. Moon Yob doesn't understand how, with such physical characteristics, Jeho was put in the support position. This player is also capable of creating a protective barrier of aura when attacked by an enemy. The main character assumed that, because of this superpower, Jeho was put in support. Taking a closer look at the player's stats, he noticed that he had 74 skill units. Moon Yob believes that he has a fairly high skill score, despite his weak body. That is why the main character suggested that this player could become a good dealer. Closely watching what was happening, the main character did not expect to see a fighter who, having been properly trained, could be safely released into battle. He decided that he had already learned enough about Jeho. Now his gaze fell on Youngwon, who has 82 units of strength. After seeing his stats, Moon Yob guessed that they were very close to Ki Woo-hyu's. The pink-haired guy, thanks to his skill, is able to increase speed, strength, and agility by 25%. The main character believes that this superpower can be very useful. There were loudly cheering players outside the arena when Moon Yob decided that the rest of the team was useless to him. He suggested that the reserve players were cheering for them. The main character, laughing loudly, abruptly covered his mouth. He did not expect that there would be a girl among the reserve players. Naeun stood outside the arena supporting the Hanjing team. The guy decided to check her performance. He noticed that the girl was able to jump forward 20 meters, suggesting that she was jumping like a flea. Taking his chin, Moon Yob decided that her ability was not the worst. But at the same time, he believes that, being in inept hands, it can even cause harm. The main character thought that Naeun needed to increase his speed to 100 units. After an hour of battle, the current score surprised the guy very much. Seeing that the GT Kings team was winning without a single mistake, the guy remembered that he had not seen such losers as Hanjing for a long time. Smiling, Moon Yob took off his glasses when he declared that he was more interested in this arrangement. At that moment, the main character received a call from Zachary, who asked him if he had chosen his team. The guy said that he was taking Hanjing, a high-rise panoramic building illuminated by sunlight. 2 days later at the Korean Battlefield Association, a man, feeling sorry, asked Moon Yob to take care of his players. In front of a huge table stood 2 people concluding a contract for the sale and purchase of a club. The boss promised the seller that he would take his team to the top. Hearing this, the man believed that a hero like him could do it. The bespectacled gentleman shook Moon Yob's hand when he promised that he would support him. Meanwhile, Manga Economics posted an article that the main character purchased the Battlefield Club for 5.19 billion won. This article received a huge number of comments. A user under the nickname JJHL suggested that Moon Yob would not be suitable for coaching. Standing next to the entrance to the building, Zachary congratulated the guy on being the new owner of the KB2 club. This made the main character laugh, because the man was even happy to dump this burden on him, since he told him that the command could not be returned. Moon Yob looked back at Zachary, smiling as he admitted that he had no plans to take the club back. The man asked him if he had thought about how he would manage the team. The blue-haired guy, spreading his arms to the sides, said that first, just take a closer look at the players. Hearing this, Zachary reminded him that coaching a large group is not so easy. A smile appeared on the gray-haired man's face when Moon Yob informed him that, having finished with his business, he was leaving. Zachary was surprised that the guy bought something for himself. The main character turned his head and said that he would now have to go a lot of places. He also admitted that he was tired of constantly annoying Jeho. Sitting on a black motorcycle, the guy said that the owner of the club should be able to spend money correctly. The motorcycle's headlights glow bright blue. Leaning his body, the blue-haired guy dodges past cars on the Gyeonggu Expressway. One man, seeing Moon Yob rushing, loudly asked who dared to ride a motorcycle on highways. He also noticed that the guy was sitting without a helmet. The main character, casting a devilish glance at those around him, rushed no matter what. Seeing him sitting behind the wheel, the brunette opened his mouth. The man's face changed dramatically and began to smile when he realized that it was Moon Yob. All the drivers started smiling, thinking that the guy bought a motorcycle after paying out from the fund. They decided that the main character rides without a helmet so that the police would immediately recognize him and not stop him. The blue-haired guy drove past the cars at great speed. The drivers accepted this, since it was he who would save humanity. Meanwhile, the sun was already setting below the horizon when Moon Yob arrived at the Hanjing clubhouse. He looked back with displeasure at the 2 crows sitting on the roof. Noticing that the terrace of the old building was empty, drops of sweat began to flow down the protagonist's face. Dressed in a black leather jacket, the man looked displeasedly at the house. He thinks that they are very sad, but at the same time there is a lot of space. Meanwhile, the guy turned to the concerned stranger, who told him that entry to outsiders was prohibited. The embarrassed man took off his cap and began to apologize to the owner, since he did not expect that he would decide to stop by so late. He told him that he was a coach. Hearing this, Moon Yob took a look at his good form and guessed that he was a Superman. A smiling man stood in front of the main character as he used his analyzing gaze to look at his indicators. Seeing them, he realized that Dongjun was a Superman who would be nice to have as a support. The pink-haired boy began to scratch the back of his head when, standing in front of him, Moon Yob asked him how old he was. He replied that he was born in 1980. The main character hugged the coach and, smiling at him, said that he was 4 years older than him, since he was born in the 76th year. Dongjun bowed his head in embarrassment as Moon Yob looked at him with a devilish gaze. The guy told him to count the difference between 76 and 80. Then he asked him if he was older, to which he received a positive answer. There was a huge deciduous forest around the clubhouse. The blue-haired boy said that he would call Dongjun bro, adding that he could call him elder. But the coach thought that master sounded better. The man showed the main character the premises of the clubhouse in detail after Moon Yob asked him to do so. After they toured the building, the coach said that there were 14 players in the club. While the smiling Dongjun was left behind, the blue-haired guy, not understanding why they needed such a huge room, was glad that they at least had equipment. The coach told him that they had everything they needed since they had a lot of space. The man opened the door to the darkened room that is their training room. Moon Yob, examining everything in detail, began to turn his head around. He believes that everything is not so bad for them, but at the same time he does not understand why they only have 11 modules for 14 players. Standing behind, Dongjun began to wipe away his tears with a handkerchief as he reminded the main character that technology is expensive. Ignoring him, Moon Yob noticed that the man had a recovery skill. Looking closely at the training room, the blue-haired guy decided that he could handle everything, even though he didn't like something about this club. He believes the main problem lies with the players. Looking at the concerned coach, the main character asked him to show him the fighters. Dongjun asked him if he should take him to them now. A drop of sweat ran down the man's face when the guy, thinking that there was no point in delaying, ordered him to call everyone. Meanwhile, in the rest room, Moon Yob sat on the sofa. The guy told the player that he was now the new owner of the club. In front of him stood an embarrassed red-haired girl, who, introducing herself to him, said that she was glad to meet the owner. The main character thought that Naeun looked like a flea. Seeing her wounded hands, a surprised Moon Yob asked her if she was practicing with a bow. The shocked girl suddenly raised her leg. She doesn't understand how he knew about this. The guy reminded her that he could easily identify such things. With his hands folded, the main character stared at Naeun. He considered that he could not put her in the place of main Didi since she had little strength. Then he told the girl that she would not be able to hold the dealer's position. Naeun sadly lowered her head. Moon Yob understands that she would have remained a spare due to the fact that she does not have very good skills. But this will not happen, since the main character has appeared in the clubhouse. The brown-eyed girl's pupils widened when the guy announced that he would make her the main character of the team. Introducing the girl in a black and latex suit, Moon Yob loudly declared that she would become their angel. But Naeun didn't understand what he was talking about. A blush appeared on the surprised girl's face. The blue-haired guy told her that her task would be to morally destroy the enemy, quietly depriving him of his mind. Naeun felt awkward when Moon Yob, who was sitting opposite her, asked her if she had seen any improvements from practicing so much. At that moment, the girl imagined how, clenching her fists, she admitted that she was hopeless. Hearing this, the blue-haired guy would have laughed, informing her that she was fired. Returning to reality, Naeun began to cry. She believes that if she confesses, these thoughts will become reality. The redhead raised her head sharply when Moon Yob said that he had no plans to kick her out. The girl felt awkward until the guy sitting on the sofa reminded her that he wanted to make her the main character. Naeun didn't expect him to say this seriously. Smiling, the main character pointed his finger at the girl. He said she had some talent. Hearing this, Naeun assumed that he was talking about archery. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes when the guy loudly announced that any Superman could handle an ordinary bow. Introducing a runner at a distance, Moon Yob told the girl that she was a good runner. The shocked girl opened her mouth in surprise. The blue-haired guy asked her to use her super strength to focus on this. The main character imagined how she, armed with a bow, attacks her opponents. He believes that by causing a fuss among her enemies, she will be able to finish off the monster they have been doggedly pursuing. And then, when the opponent gets angry and starts to catch her, Naeun will use speed and jump. A bead of sweat ran down the blushing girl's face. She assumed she would need to make a feint. Moon Yob informed her that she would hold her position no matter what. Looking at the girl with a devilish look, the main character said that during the battle she would not be left unattended. However, he believes that given Naeun's speed, it will be difficult for the enemy to catch her. After looking intently at the girl, the blue-haired guy asked her to make the other team sweat a lot. As a coach, he told her to run because otherwise she would die. Moon Yob explained to Naeun that in a real fight, everything depends on how fast she is. The girl looked at the clubhouse owner confusedly when she asked him if she could take the leading position. The guy told her that if she tried hard, she would become a member of the national team. Naeun was so happy that she opened her mouth. The girl put her hands on the table menacingly. She asked the guy if he was lying. The girl blossomed when she bowed her head and realized that she could take a leading position in the national team. Nayeon jumped high with happiness, promising that she would work hard. Seeing this, Moon Yob asked her to go back to the hall and also call Jeho. Meanwhile, the glass door opened when the player announced that he was entering. The main character turned around sharply and menacingly told him to be faster. A worried Jeho stood next to him, who was glad to meet the owner of the clubhouse. He told him that he was playing as a support. Hearing this, Moon Yob didn't expect that there were such crap among the superhumans. The blue-haired guy, crossing his leg, sighed, since the Hanjing team contains only unique individuals, when looking at whom he just wants to laugh. The player told him that he was called, but did not specify on what issue. The main character tilted his head, grinning, and then told Jeho that he was no longer in support. A drop of sweat ran down the shocked guy's face. He loudly exclaimed that he was a support. Moon Yob got so angry that he clenched his teeth when he again told the player that he was no longer a support. Hearing this, Jeho assumed that there was some kind of mistake. While the main character began to take a closer look at the player's performance, the brunette did not understand why he was called so suddenly, and also removed from his position without warning. Jehoon's hair stood on end in surprise. Moon Yob told the player that the main DD position suits him better. Imagining a muscular man holding a sword, the main character told the guy that he had a talent for wielding weapons. Hearing this, the brunette asked the head if he had ever watched him play. The main character awkwardly turned away from the worried player, as he remembered that he had passed out during their match. But at the same time he told him that he had found out everything about them. After which Jeho reminded that he has low strength and agility. The player looked intently at the blue-haired guy, who told him that he was used to retreating and defending himself with super strength. Jeho believes that this is how a support should behave. A dark aura began to emanate from the main character, which scared the player. He loudly told him to stop arguing with him. Recalling how men protect others, Moon Yob admitted that he can't stand support players. He believes that you have to work in a team where one of the fighters, being a support, plays the role of furniture. The blue-haired guy raised his hand and turned to Jeho. The guy stated that he was one of the 10 supports who would fight in the battle. Placing his finger, he remembered that Jeho was very similar to Daniel, and also said that he would have at least 2 superpowers. He believes that when such players cover the rear, their potential is increasingly revealed, resulting in increased effectiveness. A drop of sweat ran down the brunette's drooping face when the protagonist asked whether defense was his superpower, to which he received a positive answer. The blue-haired guy turned his head, smiling. He told Jeho that this was his first weapon, and he would give him the second one. Moon Yob looked at the player so dissatisfied that his facial muscles tensed. After all, Jeho asked him if he plans to make him a support who can fight. At that same second, the angry main character grabbed the player by the t-shirt. The guy menacingly told him that he would be the main DD, who had superpowers as a support. Hearing this, Jeho began to apologize. Moon Yob continued to hold the shocked player's shirt. He doesn't understand why Jeho clung to support so much, suggesting that he was afraid to take up arms and go into battle in the front ranks. The main character began to rub his hands when, standing behind him, the player grabbed his heart. He told him that he should not make such an approach the basis of everything, and also asked him to listen to him in order to achieve success. Concerned Jeho, holding his stomach, asked the blue-haired guy if everything would work out if he followed his advice. Moon Yob replied that it was very important for him to make the effort himself. Passing his hand over his neck, the main character asked the player if he wanted to remain a support. But at the same time he threatened that he would be screwed if he remained as such. The blue-haired guy extended his hand to Jeho, asking him what he was choosing. He asked him if he liked being part of a team that was trailing at the bottom and in last place in the league. The player looked worriedly at the hand of the head, who invited him to take a step forward in order to change his life for the better. He squeezed Moon Yob's hand tightly, saying that he would become a main DD. When the main character left his office, he was met by Dongjun, who asked if he had finished getting to know the players. The blue-haired guy tilted his head and looked menacingly at the coach, standing in front of the shocked man. Moon Yob asked him if he could find another trainer who was a good swordsman. Dongjun said that he has a couple of guys in mind. Hearing this, the guy asked to find a person who could explain to Jeho how to handle the sword. The blue-haired man looked menacingly at the coach, who reminded him that this player was a support. But Moon Yob said that from now on he is becoming a main DD. Passing by the shocked Dongjun, the blue-haired guy said that Nayeon needs to be taught how to run properly. Hearing this, the man thought it wouldn't work, but Moon Yob said he was confident in his actions. Looking back at the shocked coach, the main character, pointing his finger, said that the children from the first group needed to increase their endurance. He admitted that during the match, he noticed that the GT Kings did something to pump her up. The blue-haired guy asked the coach if he could leave now, to which the man asked him to be careful. Approaching his motorcycle standing in the courtyard of the Hanjin clubhouse, Moon Yob remembered something. He looked back at the coach to ask him for something. His eyes fell on the club's name when he suggested changing it. The next day, the two-story mansion was illuminated by sunlight. Looking askance at someone, the blue-haired guy leaned his head on his hand. Jeho looked worriedly at the main character lying on the sofa when he asked him what was wrong. Moon Yob asked him to leave him alone as he felt sick without him. The man pointed his finger at the switched-off TV when he told the guy that he doesn't even watch his own dramas. He guessed it was because of Hanjin. The main character looked at the floor with displeasure when Jeho asked him if he plans to expand the roster, despite the fact that the team has 14 players. At that moment, the guy abruptly jumped up from the sofa, which greatly surprised the man. Jeho asked him why he stood up like that. The blue-haired guy moved towards the door, leaving the man, who asked where he was going, alone. Moon Yob stated that he needs to recruit new players. Approaching the huge window, the main character decided that he would have to arrange a casting. A huge number of journalists stood near the gates of his house. Seeing them, the guy assumed that they would help him. Meanwhile, near the door, the men began to animatedly discuss something. Putting blue slippers on his feet, Moon Yob called the coach. When the main character walked out onto the balcony, Dong Jun greeted him on the phone. The blue-haired guy suggested that he update the team a little. Approaching the glass fence, Moon Yob admitted that he was serious and asked if there were any problems with it. The man told him that maintaining new players would cost a lot of money. The angry protagonist removed the phone from his ear. After asking Dong Jun to stop whining, the guy menacingly stated that he would buy a new module if they took the player. Staring intently at the neighboring building, Moon Yob asked the trainer how much it cost. The man said that one module would cost him 200 million won. Hearing this, the main character bared his teeth in anger. He believes that this amount is not so large, but at the same time he remembered that his club is poor. The blue-haired man abruptly grabbed the glass railing, suggesting that new players should be immediately impressed. Moon Yob, holding on with one hand, informed the man that the recruitment would last for 3 days. The main character jumped over the fence and landed in the yard. Dong Jun assumed that, in so many days, they would not find any players. A sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face when the coach explained to him that they needed a month for the players to apply for the second league. Moon Yob admitted to him that he has one thought that will help him cope in 3 days. Meanwhile, near the gate, the journalists calmly decided to drink coffee. But the wooden door opened. Seeing this, the men opened their mouths in surprise. The main character greeted the journalists. Extending his arms to the sides, he smiled and said that they were again actively working to earn a living. One man asked him if he would give an interview to them. At this point, someone asked him if he had thought about playing alone. Moon Yob looked at them slyly and lowered his head. He told reporters that he would answer all their questions, but at the same time they would need to do something for him. A brunette with glasses, raising his hand, asked the main character what he needed, to which he replied that it was nothing special. Showing 3 fingers, the blue-haired guy confidently announced that recruitment for his team would be open within 3 days. Presenting the tab for recruiting players to the Hanjin club, the guy admitted that he expected to see many applications. While the main character was racing along the road on a motorcycle, Dong Jun informed him that they had received many applications. Despite the enormous speed, Moon Yob leaned down and asked if there were a couple thousand potential players. The blue-haired guy glanced at the trainer's avatar as he admitted that he didn't understand why there were so many people wanting to participate in Battlefield. Moon Yob asked him why he was so excited, because everything was fine with them. The main character was racing past cars at high speed when a man reminded him that it wasn't even the season yet. The guy suggested that he first just deal with the applications. Moon Yob decided that he would independently select candidates. The coach hid a huge stack of papers lying on the table. He said these are all resumes from SuperHumans. While a worried Dong Jun began to scratch his head, the blue-haired guy examined each player in detail. He decided that he would quickly figure everything out, why, and conduct interviews. Hearing this, the man said that he would prepare everything. Looking at the huge number of profiles, Moon Yob remembered that all superhumans, after awakening the power, undergo a physical test in the association of their country. Each summary contained values for strength, agility, and aura, which are measured through a physical test and then converted into numerical values. The main character, angrily examining the questionnaires, remembered that he himself had recently taken these tests, but his results were much higher. He realized that everyone who wanted it was kind of dead. The angry guy clutched the documents in his hands because he couldn't understand the player's potential. Continuing to shake his head from side to side, Moon Yob, hoping that some good player would appear, decided that he should at least once run through all the applications. Meanwhile, his pupils narrowed when he saw some interesting profile. This turned out to be an application from Jeho, who has telekinesis and fairly high performance. The main character did not expect that this guy works as a courier. Carefully looking at the numerical indicators of his characteristics, the blue-haired guy realized that he had strength of about 33 and agility of almost 44 units. He realized that this was only 1.5 times more than the average Olympic gold medalist. Looking at the player's photo, Moon Yob felt that this guy's physical condition was worthless. But at the same time, the main character realized that he, possessing visual telepathy, could convey not only an object, but also show others what he sees. A wide smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face as he stated that he was interested in this player. Meanwhile, the interview began in the Hanjin clubhouse, illuminated by the bright sun. A smiling guy entered the office, closed his eyes and greeted Moon Yob. He admitted that he has been a long-time fan. Sitting next to Dong-jun, the main character opened the guy's profile and asked him if he participated in matches when he was a high school student. Jeho said that after graduation he stopped playing. Holding the pen in his hand, Moon Yob looked at the guy menacingly. The man asked him if he had changed his mind now that he had applied to join the team. The blue-haired man was so angry that he tensed all his muscles when the potential player said that he just wanted to see him in person and ask for an autograph, adding that he bows to him. Moon Yob threateningly told him to get lost. A dark aura appeared around the main character when Jeho told him that he didn't understand anything at all. The main character repeated to him that he asked him to leave the office. Drops of sweat ran down the brown-eyed guy's face. He doesn't understand why Moon Yob does this to a fan who came to him. After which he asked the main character what would happen if everyone found out about what happened. Hearing this, a stapler flew into his forehead, causing snot to fly out of his nose. The guy screamed loudly. Jumping up from his seat, the main character looked at the fallen Superman and asked him if he was watching the news. He threateningly asked Jeho to be sure to tell everyone that Moon Yob sent him, adding that he is a complete scumbag. The blue-haired guy extended his hand and lowered his gaze ominously. He demanded that the next candidate be brought to him. Seeing how the guy was carried out of the office by 2 security guards, the remaining volunteers became nervous. One man, hearing something like a blow, wondered what happened at the interview. A bead of sweat ran down Seunho's face when he was asked to enter the office. Standing near the door, the guy lowered his head, after which he introduced himself to the head of the team. Sitting next to Moon Yob, Dong-jun looked at the form with concern. He asked the guy why he came with such low scores. The pink-haired man turned to the smiling director. He tried to ask him why he chose this particular player. Seunho felt uneasy as he was being looked at closely by Moon Yob, who, using an analyzing gaze, looked at his indicators. The main character became convinced that his guesses about low levels of strength and agility were correct. But at the same time, he noticed that this player has telekinesis, visual telepathy, and is also able to transfer his own aura to another person. The blue-haired guy was surprised that he had as many as 3 superpowers. Holding his chin, Moon Yob remembered that aura transfer was considered one of the rare superpowers with great potential for strategic use. Upon opening the resume, the main character noticed that Seunho did not mention this ability. He decided that the player did not even know about its existence. Looking carefully at the concerned coach, the blue-haired guy asked him if it seemed strange to him that Seunho was born in 2002. The man told him that everything was correct, saying that he and Naeun were the same age. Holding his chin, Moon Yob looked at the guy intently, saying that this was fate. A bead of sweat ran down Seunho's worried face as the main character called out his name. The blue-haired guy remembered the filled-out form when the director asked him if he had experience in combat, since he only indicated delivery service in the career column. The player said that he had no experience because he simply worked as a courier. Seunho clenched his fists when Moon Yob, looking intently at him, asked why he sent the application then. The man explained to him that, with such low performance, he was not very suitable for the role of a player. The dissatisfied protagonist did not take his eyes off the guy who perfectly understood his position. Seunho admitted that since childhood he dreamed of getting into Battlefield as a player. Remembering how he looked back at the newsstand, the guy said that before he had always justified himself, hiding behind low performance. He believes that others see him as weak and worthless. Holding the boxes with one hand, Seunho continued to stare at the screen. He remembered a tear running down his sad face when he said he was serious about applying for the team. The entrance to the room was illuminated by a lamp. Moon Yob said that he had a few things that interested him. Hearing this, the guy said that he could ask him anything. Jeho began scratching the back of his head in concern when the team leader asked him at what distance his telekinesis works. He told him that the test showed something like 2.5 kilometers. Hearing this, the man remembered that it was already 3 kilometers away. Jeho remembered how he uses the aura transfer ability when Moon Yob asked him what he does first to transfer things. The guy told him that first, using aura, he finds out the approximate location of the recipient. The man asked him if he would be able to find another player within the work of the aura, to which he received a positive answer. Sitting at the table, the director started pointing his finger at the candidate when Jeho explained that he had to search manually because it didn't work on autopilot. Hearing this, Moon Yob stated that it would do since space in dungeons is limited. The team leader tilted his head, smiling. He realized that Jeho could use the ability to detect the enemy. Introducing the praying girl, the main character joyfully announced that he had found a nun with whom their angel would work. With his hands folded on the table, the man asked the guy if his name was Jeho, to which he received a positive answer. Smiling widely, Moon Yob pointed his finger at the player, indicating that he had been accepted. Shocked, Dongjun jumped up from his seat and then asked if the director was serious, and Jeho began to thank him, imagining the guy standing behind the armed Naeun. The main character told the deputy that he would be an excellent partner for this girl, but Dongjun doesn't understand what he's talking about. Leaning his hands on the table, the director stood up. He said that the team's strategy will be based on the work of these two players. Moon Yob decided that this would be a union between a thief girl and a nun who would show her the right path. Meanwhile, an orange sunset had already appeared in the sky. One man announced that Moon Yob was the new owner of the club. Holding his beer tightly, he suggested celebrating their new milestone. He told the players that they could eat and drink as much as they wanted. Steaks were being grilled in the clubhouse courtyard. Dongjun, raising a mug of beer, asked them to love the new head. Holding a bottle of vodka, Moon Yob glanced at the players. He realized that, despite his anxiety, the atmosphere in the team was normal. At that moment, someone greeted him. A pink-haired man approached him and told him that he was the captain of Hanjing. Having looked at his statistics in more detail, the main character remembered that he had seen Youngwon at competitions before. Moon Yob looked at the guy menacingly, believing that he was of little interest to him as a player because there was nothing special about him. But at the same time, he does not understand why Youngwon is on this team. After which the captain admitted that he had heard that the main character was investing a lot in Hanjing. Meanwhile, the rest of the players continued to rest while the pink-haired boy thanked the director. He promised that he would do his best, trying not to disappoint him. Hearing this, Moon Yob said that he was well aware that there would not be good results right away. Youngwon bent down in front of the man, asking him to do so, for him to take care of them, to which the head replied that he also hopes for mutual cooperation. Holding a bottle of vodka in his hand, the main character gazed after the captain. He realized that this guy was open and sincere. Moon Yob saw Naeun talking to Jeho on the side. He thinks they get along great. The man beckoned the guys with his finger, asking them to come to him. Looking at the joyful red-haired girl, the director asked if they had already met, to which he received a positive answer. After hearing him, Moon Yob said that they, being the same age, become new members of the second group. Having lowered the bottle of vodka, the man confidently advised them to live together, since they would participate in battlefield as one whole. He called them the main set on the command menu. Imagining an angel and a nun holding each other, the man said that while Naeun was pulling out information and praying for the forgiveness of her soul, Jeho was playing the whole game behind her back. Hearing this, the red-haired girl assumed that they were cool guys. Imagining the guy dressed as a nun, Moon Yob said that he looked a lot like her. At the same time, the guys did not understand what the director was talking about. The head began to wave his hand until the players became uneasy. He said that they would discuss everything later. The main character closely watched the leaving guys. He realized that the team was now at least minimally staffed. Moon Yob turned his head, smiling. Looking behind the clubhouse, he remembered that he needed to come up with a new name for the team. The letters hanging on the facade of the building were made in a gradient. The worried players turned their heads sharply when their leader asked them to pay attention to him. Holding a bottle of vodka in his hands, the main character confidently announced that he would announce a new name for the club. A sly smile appeared on his face as he told the players what he planned to name the club. 3 months later, the panoramic building was illuminated by sunlight. According to the news showing the club logo, it was announced that the Moon Yob team, formerly known as Hanjing, had changed its name to YSM. They believe that today's game will test their new strategy. What was written on the screen was that YSM is fighting against BC today. According to the news, since Moon Yob became the owner of the club, the composition of the main team has not changed. But at the same time, many new players will enter the field today. Taking off his glasses, the main character looked confidently at the players. He asked them to do everything they did in training, after which he asked Sunho if he understood everything. While in a huge arena, a worried guy asked if this was really happening to him. The head told him that they were just adding a little showmanship and showmanship. Moon Yob loudly told the players that the day had come when they would show everything they had learned during these 3 months of training. Looking at the inspired guys, the main character demanded that they have fun from the heart, after which they shouted loudly. When the players moved to the location, it was announced that the first round of the battle between YSM and BC was beginning. The stadium arena flaunts in front of us. A woman's voice is heard, which says that she is grateful to the protagonist for the invitation and calls him by name. But she says that she has not been to the stadium for a long time, and he was a little surprised by this and asked if it was true. It turned out that the main character was sitting in a chair next to a young girl with long light brown hair. She laughed softly, covering her mouth with her palm. She said that when Heian first debuted, she came to support her several times, but after that she still couldn't find time. Moon Yob asked about how things are going with Jeho. The walls were painted light blue and glittered. She said that he asked her to wait a little while the national teams improved their skills a little. The hero said that he came at least once. The lazy man leaned his elbows on the chair, turned his gaze to the side, and propped his head on his finger. And the woman said that he had never been there. Every time he was waiting for something and seemed to never dare. He immediately cursed with dissatisfaction, saying that he was just an idiot. The blonde leaned forward a little, and the protagonist looked at her and smiled widely. She asked if he worked differently with his guys, and he replied that she had no doubt. He smiled broadly, pointed upward, and she looked at him carefully. He asked that she allow him to show an incredible, exciting battle. The sun is shining in the sky, and huge rocks are floating in space. Water flows from some of them and greenery grows, and people are standing on the edge of one of them. The announcer says that we are in the first round dungeon, Wizard Canyon, which is quite a picturesque place. In reality, you won't find anything like it. A dungeon in which you can see combat not only on land, but also underwater. This is where the mobility and reaction speed of athletes is important. Both teams start at the very bottom of the canyon from 2 different points, and at the very top is the boss. And the announcer is eagerly waiting for the YSM lineup to be shown to them. Next, we observe the events of 3 months ago. The hand is holding a stopwatch. Someone says that she covered 100 meters in 3 seconds and didn't even get out of breath. We see a joyful Naeun running confidently through the stadium and a tired Sunho running. Someone says that the girl has incredible talent. The hero stands next to the coach, who is dressed in a turquoise tracksuit. They stand on a hill, and there are steps in front of them. A man in a tracksuit says that the boy has also become much faster and more resilient, but the girl in this regard is simply a treasure. He also said that he had heard that the boy had no experience in battle, and asked the protagonist how he saw his talent. The savior turned his head a little to the side and looked at the students. He asked about what the hell was going on and why their progress was so different. He thought that he was actually cheating a little by putting on an analyzing look. The hero put his hand a little forward, and the coach, holding a stopwatch in his hand, spread his arms to the sides. Sportively said that the protagonist's instincts amaze him, but this was to be expected, because it was he who at one time revealed the talent of Mr. Jeho. Moon Yob said that instead of compliments, he would rather take care of the athletes, and that they will have to run in a variety of dungeons, so he should take this into account and train them properly. The picture of Naeun running appears again. She smiles and does not slow down. The coach said that once they mastered her style, they should be guaranteed to get good results and they would be able to introduce her into the real game. The calendar sheets were torn off one after another. Meanwhile, 40 days of training have passed, and 50 days remain before the competition. The jumper again jumps around the arena, bypassing all her colleagues. Some of them exclaim that she had stolen the monster from them again. Flashes of aura from her jumps are visible, and someone continues to swear again and asks how to catch this girl if she jumps like that. Naeun looks back and begins to lose height, raising his arms up and tucking his legs. She thought about how she had come off. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets. His assistant stood nearby. The hero said that he was satisfied with them and now a containment strategy could be applied. He turned to Team B and asked about the team's impressions. An exhausted Sunho stood next to the equally tired captain of their team. Red Eyes said that he had the feeling that the capture speed was half as fast as usual. and the boy said that he seemed to have developed a neurosis. The girl looked up with a slightly alarmed face. The director asked them all to think about what pissed them off the most. He said that the dynamics were excellent, and the jumper was great. She broke into a smile, closed her eyes, thanked him, and said that she would try. At the same moment, she thought that every time she answered with a smile, but in reality she was incredibly worried. She imagined the main character smiling widely, gritting his teeth and slightly squinting his eyes. She remembered his words that he would make her the main character. She thought that their director was the best. He said this to a man who, even at the lowest rank in the second league, had been sitting in the reserves for an eternity. She stood in the middle of the space with her head down, and a shadow fell from behind her. She thought about Moon Yob saying that she could become a member of the national team if she trained. She collected her thoughts a little and raised her head a little higher. She thought it was hard to believe. She wondered if she would really succeed. She fell into complete despair. Her eyes dimmed, she looked at the floor. She remained silent meaningfully, thought that her nerves were on edge. She also wondered whether she had done well. But then someone called out to her. She opened her eyes wide and came to life. Confused, she turned her head towards whoever was speaking. Yunwon stood in front of her. She asked if someone called her. She began to quickly swing her arms in different directions, while terribly panicking, and the commander stood at full height with a shield and sword in his hands. He asked her if she could hear him and asked her if she was worried. She answered him that this was not so, and also said that there was not even a drop of anxiety. She opened her eyes wide, calmed down and looked at him carefully. He asked her to calm down and said that there was no need to pretend that everything was fine, because this was her first game, so it was absolutely normal that she was nervous. A telepath appeared behind the captain and smiled widely. He said that when he first walked onto the field, he even vomited. She stood stretched out and pressed her hands to herself, at the same time worried. Yunwon said that she can be nervous as much as she likes. The main thing is not to doubt her own abilities. The team stood closer to each other, and the captain stood in the center and smiled. He said that the leader of the Seven Saviors himself believes in them, and she will become the best game thief. The girl immediately became inspired, leaned forward a little and agreed. The team stood in a row, all its members preparing for the upcoming events. The captain said that they are a team that was assembled and coached by a national hero, so they must fight with dignity so as not to disgrace the name of the director. They all raised their fists in the air, and Yunwon raised his shield behind his back. He shouted that they would do everything as agreed. The rest of the crowd let out a cheer. Mick and his companion sat in their seats and watched what was happening. Holograms showed what was happening in the virtual world. The announcer said that the players of the new YSM team split up and started moving. He suggested that it was a 4-4-3 strategy. Nayeon runs ahead of the whole team with a serious face. Jihoon runs behind her, and behind him Seunho tries to catch up with them. The announcer talks about a team of 3 traversing the dungeon ignoring the monsters. He suggested that this holding back from the very beginning is YSM's special style. This trio quickly began to jump on the floating stones, climbing higher and higher. They are now in the middle of the canyon, and they suddenly looked up and braked. The speaker said that 3 of the YSM, after moving forward so rapidly, suddenly stopped. They looked at a rock that was much higher than them, and the guy told them to wait a little. He leaned over. He picked up a stone from the floor. He looked at him and said that this should be enough. He began to imbue the stone with his aura. This is his superpower called telekinesis. He threw the stone down. He imagined how, being behind an obstacle, he could look for an object to which he could direct a charged object. And behind the wall there were 2 people, one with an aura and the other without. Based on whether telekinesis is possible, one can judge whether the enemy is nearby or not. That is why he imbued the stone with aura. There are 3 stages to this action. The first is the combination of telekinesis with aura transmission. The second is the search for objects with an aura within a radius of 3 kilometers. The third is determining the location of the enemy. With its help, he acts as a scout, establishing the location of the enemy. An invisible thread of aura stretches behind the stone. He flies around one of the rocks. He flies over it and sees 4 moving figures. The thread continues to stretch. He is getting closer to the figures. The thread reacted to the presence of the aura. He suddenly opened his eyes and said that he had found them. They turned out to be Jonghyuk, Choi Yongjil, Young Yundi, Im Jiwook. The boy pointed to the rock that was above them. They all stood up. He said that all 4 were moving in one group, and the rest said that they understood. Nayeon squatted down and prepared the skill. She looked up, a little worried, and prepared the aura in her legs. She rushed high up, leaving a trail of dust on the ground. She did a somersault in flight. Then she straightened up and grouped herself. But then she noticed something. In the place where she jumped, the red team was already fighting with the monsters. Some defended themselves with shields, others attacked. She watches all this from the side. The reds are surrounded on all sides. She said what she saw. She soared high into the sky again. She rushed towards the battle. The girl pulled her bow, charging the arrow with aura, and took good aim. She thought that there were no strong players there to stay away from. The opposite team of 4 rushed into battle. One of them jumped on the fire dragon, and it was on its last legs. The jumper said that they had almost caught up with this monster and urged them not to relax. 3 arrows flew into the dragon's face at once. The dragon howled and the crew members asked if it was an arrow. The girl clenched her fist in honor of victory, smiled and looked at them. She said what she did. The team looked at her as aggressively as possible. Some even clenched their teeth. One said that she stole it from them. Someone said that they lost points for the monster, and their leader told them to stop whining and focus on the hunt. 3 of the team went back to fight the monsters, and one of them ran towards Nayan with a very angry face and a dagger in his hand. The commander ordered Jiwook to deal with her. She jumped back sharply, dodging the lunge, and landed a few meters away. But at the same moment a blade began to sharply approach her. She was surprised by this. The guy wants to hit with a swing, and the girl suddenly flies up behind him, and the ground cracks from her jump. This surprised him terribly. He was stunned. He thought that she had disappeared, but from behind him a question was heard about where he was looking. She was already above him and again loaded her bow with arrows with aura. He looked at her angrily, and his teammates fought with the monster. She shouted that she was here. The guy got angry and asked if she was making fun of her, and after he thought about it, she jumped up and instantly found herself there. He stood up with his legs and arms spread apart, and she had already landed a few meters away from him. He thought that her speed was amazing. At the moment of landing, he wanted to attack her, but she immediately moved several meters back, then again and again, during which she smiled, and he kept trying to attack her. She mocked him and constantly said that she was not there. He was looking in the wrong direction, and he shouted out a phrase that he would kill her. He fell into a wild rage and his eyes turned white, and he clenched his teeth. He thought about how it infuriates him to admit that he can't keep up with her, and immediately after he added that it really pisses him off. She again rushed high into the air and looks down at him, and he holds 2 daggers in both hands and looks at her. The announcer says that she has slightly irritated the Incheon players, and that she moves so quickly that the enemy does not even have time to figure out what is happening. She reached for arrows in the quiver behind her back, but then discovered that it was empty, and the speaker said that the supply of arrows is not endless. Seunho felt something. He heard a call from her. She asked him for arrows. A new quiver of arrows filled with projectiles appeared in her hand. With a pleased look, she extended her hand to him and took it. He told her to pick him up. The announcer spoke again and said that thanks to the guy's strength, this problem has ceased to be such. If you are supplied with arrows so quickly, it's easy to play for restraint, and it was also not surprising that thanks to his supernatural strength, Seunho was able to become the main player in just 3 months. But then he began to straighten the blanket on the ground, which greatly surprised those watching. He pulled out Seo Moon Yob's biography. He spread the arrows and volumes of biography around him, lay down on the blanket, took the book in his hands and conveyed a message to the girl that if she needed arrows, she could immediately contact her. But she told him that this would be enough. The guy immediately broke into a satisfied smile, resting his head on his hand. And the announcer mentioned that this player reads Manhwa during the match. A few weeks ago, YSM was preparing for his first match. There was some kind of flash. Voices were heard calling to catch her quickly because she had already stolen 6 monsters. Nayan soared high up, leaving a group of 4 people on the ground. She looked at them smiling. Someone from the group said that she was too fast and they would never catch her. The director and his assistant look at the screen on which they see a broadcast of their training. Dongjun said that she most likely has an innate gift for pissing people off, and the director replied that if that were so, then she would not have any problems. The main catch is that her partner needs a safe place to use abilities, and finding it takes time. They are still watching what is happening, but this time the screen shows Seunho sneaking somewhere. The assistant asked what they should do, because until he finds shelter, it will be difficult for the girl to get ammunition. They remembered the newly minted main DD and his skill. The protagonist offered to give them Jihoon to accompany them, because his superpower would help protect them from monsters. The screen shows how the guy found a good place for himself, laid out the quivers in a row and squatted down. And the hero said that apparently the nun had found a place for herself. He took the quiver in his hands with the most serious look, and without changing his face, he sent it to the recipient. And so time after time, the savior and his assistant looked at the whole thing and remained significantly silent. Moon Yob pointed his finger at the screen and asked how long he would continue to do this, and Dong Jun said that it would be so, because he should not move alone in open areas, and also mentioned that he would be there until someone came to pick him up. The main character filled his lungs, and the assistant looked at him with caution. Moon Yob asked him if he thought it looked pathetic. He immediately thought about it. He said that this would not work. He smiled, looked at the screen and raised his finger and said that even if he was so careful, he would rather look like a clown than some kind of nerd. The boy continues to read the manhwa. The announcer mentions this. Something is flying over him with great speed, and he smiles and reads a book. Traces of an aura and rapid movement are visible. The newly minted DD chops up monsters. The speaker mentions that they are now witnessing truly spectacular battles. The man with glasses continues to shred monsters left and right. He makes crazy combos causing huge damage to monsters, while his comrade is chilling behind the manhwa. The boy smiles while looking at the book, carefully laying out a stack of its parts in front of him. The announcer announced that while the player Jehun fights wyvern cubs, player Jo Seun-ho continues to enjoy reading. The crowd sitting in the hall is indignant, looking at each other and indignant that after the arrival of the new director, the team seemed to be replaced. The boy heard the message and looked away. He was asked to hand over more arrows. He took the quiver in his hand, and then he teleported him. The main character burst into laughter. He laughed as hard as he could. A girl with long straight hair looked at the protagonist, and he wiped away tears of laughter with his hand. She asked him if he told them to play like that, and he answered her that it was funny. He smiled smugly and lit up, and she still looked at him with slight misunderstanding. He said that he knows how to find talent where no one sees them. It even scares him how good he is. And she replied that he and Jeho helped a lot with this, or rather, they had already helped. The savior got angry and imagined Shim Yongsoo and Hyuk. She said that he proposed to put the short-haired one on the main team in the tank position. As for the sucker, it needs to be removed. The hero turned to the girl. She said that she doesn't know for sure because his old friend doesn't talk to her about work, but she heard the name Hyuk from him, and it suggests that there is some friction there. He was a little surprised and clarified this again. He lowered his head, shook it from side to side and folded his hands, and the woman just smiled softly and a little anxiously. He told her that later he would ask him himself, and when problems arise, the coach should know how to resolve the issues with all his severity. She said that he started doing his own thing again. They both suddenly looked at the screen, and the hero was a little surprised. The announcer said it was time to take a break from Seun-ho. 6 players from the red team attacked one girl altogether. She continues to maneuver, but they continue to attack. The speaker said that 2 more players are joining the BC team, and this situation is very dangerous for Naeun. The dark-haired, short-haired man from the team, attacking, shouts for them to grab them now. The guy with telekinesis closed his book and said that it should spin around like it was in a frying pan, and that she needed to escape only that way. The girl was a little alarmed. Pieces of ash were floating around her, and she said that she accepted. The boy smiled, looked over his shoulder and asked her if she could. She immediately agreed. Her body was covered with an aura, and she herself radiated a pillar upward. She ran. They shouted to catch her quickly. The blonde one almost got hit in the head with the weapon. He thought about the fact that he was the first to come face to face with the enemy's DD, and also that this was a real battle. But still, she remembered the face of her director who was smiling, as well as her captain who extended his hand forward. The main character said that if she tries hard, she might become a member of the national team. And Youngwon said that she will become the best game thief. Her hair flew up. She thought that she could handle it. She remembered how her team raised their fists in the air, and how their captain said that they were a team that they had assembled and coached, the national hero, and therefore urged them to fight with dignity so as not to disgrace the name of the director. The girl was filled with enthusiasm and looked ahead with a smile. She thought that she would do everything in her power. She dodged the blow of a man with a mace and made several jumps back at once. She carefully looks behind her and jumps back along different trajectories. The enemy team is annoyed and they continue to chase her. Someone ahead of them shouted that they were too slow, and the man with the shield said that they couldn't miss her. Naeun, moving her legs with great speed, rushed forward and ran away from them. While she accelerated as much as possible, the enemy team jumped after her, and they shouted at once for someone to grab her. 2 members of the Red simultaneously made a powerful blow, but the girl managed to dodge it and jump to the side. She again makes a somersault in the air. She makes another jump, pushes off from the edge of the cliff, and jumps down sharply, and they shout at her, and she thought that this was great. But 3 men jumped after her. She turned around and saw them. She thought that they were not lagging behind. The entire enemy team is chasing her hard, everyone has angry faces. Their leader is screaming for them to catch the girl quickly, because if they hesitate, the difference in points will become too big. He immediately added that it was necessary to drive her to the last. She stood on the edge of one of the rocks, and the wind was humming below. The men surrounded the girl and drove her into a corner. They said that she had nowhere else to run. The angry man clenched his teeth tightly, and the veins appeared on his neck. He tries to catch his breath and tells her to look back. The girl turned around and looked down, and he told her that it was high here. She stepped on the edge and a piece of rock broke off from there, and he continued talking and said that no matter how steep she was, she would not be able to jump from such a height. The fragment that she broke off continued to fall down. She raised her hand and tried to catch her breath a little. She asked him if he was sure about this. She extended her hand even higher and became more cheerful, which puzzled them even more. She asked a rhetorical question about the fact that she had nowhere to run and that they had driven her to a dead end, and that this was a great achievement. She also said that if she asks, they are unlikely to just let her go. The two men looked at each other and were left completely bewildered. One asked the second if everything was okay with her. But then the same men raised their heads up and something large cast a shadow on them, which of course surprised them very much. The girl screamed that finally, a flying rock rose. The YSM team was holding onto the rock and their captain was sitting on its top, and Nayeon was still standing in front of them with her hand raised. They all jumped off the floating rock at once. The friendly team surrounded the girl for protection, but she still continued to wave her hand and said that they would not miss them. She winked and showed two gestures with both hands indicating a heart. She said that even if everything is not fine with her, nothing can be done. Soon he brought her hand to her mouth, and the hero smiled widely with all his teeth. The announcer said that this match was terribly exciting, and the YSM players jumped off the floating island. Both announcers are terribly dumbfounded. They talk about Team Moon Yob's tactics being amazing and Incheon's BC running out of time. They'll have to fight right there, and part of BC's team is paralyzed. A person from the main character's team fights with two members of the Reds at once, and hits one in the chest and the other in the back. The leader of the enemy team is shot in the chest. Fighters in red are rushing towards the YSM fighters, and on the floor lie corpses from the BC team that have not yet disintegrated. The speaker says that the remaining fighters arrived in time, but it was too late. A scoreboard is displayed in the arena on which the YSN team has 9 points, and the opposing team has 0. The announcer says that this is an amazing victory in the first round, and this is a team that in recent years has only taken last places in the league. This is the first such interesting match for quite some time. Today they discovered a real treasure in the form of new players, and we are talking about Nayeon and Jeho. And then the archer girl and the telepathic guy find themselves in the middle of the stage. She looks around. The speaker says that before their eyes another mind-blowing union was born, on whose ascent they now pin high hopes. The couple stands closer to each other, the light falls on them. A variety of shouts can be heard from the observers' positions. Someone shouts that they are great, someone says that the guy has a rod, and someone says that the girl did an excellent job. The crowd chants their names, and the girl was simply delighted with this and even opened her mouth. But then she noticed something. She turned her head towards where Seung-hee and Moon Yob were sitting. She thought about the director looking at her. The main character put his hand to his mouth to guide his voice and said what he was talking about. She remembered him pointing at her, smiling and talking about how he would make her the main character. The protagonist smiled, turned his body a little to the side and showed her a thumbs up. Nayeon broke into a sweet smile looking at him, and the guy scratched his cheek with his finger. A huge hologram is visible showing the two of them to the audience, and the announcer says that the YSM team wins the first round. The clear victory in the first round was a complete surprise, and this result shocked everyone. The red team was simply furious and looked at them angrily. The protagonist team stood closer to each other and looked at them with a slight smile in response. BC began to worry. I remembered the moments where the jumper is charging her bow with an aura, and Seung-ho is lying on the ground reading a manhwa. The announcer says that they will soon see what will happen in the second round, because this pair played a crazy game of restraint, leaving no chance for their opponents. The shock of what they saw demoralized them and ultimately led to defeat. The protagonist's team has warmed up and continues to gain momentum. In the second round, the YSM team scored 7 points, and the opponents scored 0, and the overall score was 2-0 in favor of the MIC team. The speaker says that they have a huge lead in the second round. He also said that this was expected. The most productive player of the match is the team athlete YSM Nayeon. The girl took the microphone in both hands, closed her eyes, and began to say that she was grateful to the one who was the first to discover her potential and made her a real gaming thief who robs the enemy. This all turned out to be the merit of their director. News headlines are seen after the game between the two teams, all featuring Nayeon. When the interview with her came out, the online community exploded. Someone wrote in the comments that she was just crazy, and after watching the video he was already angry. Someone joked that the Express News said that BC fans had all their teeth crumbled out of anger and it was time for them to get implants. And someone even said that they broke their monitor when they saw that they couldn't catch her until the very end. Another video title is visible, which again shows the jumper. She looked away and smiled. In the comments they write that they are seeing her for the first time, and the fact that deterrence was played out so cool in their country is amazing. The overwhelming number of comments were about her, but Seunho also made headlines. In the comments they write that the girl could not do anything without him. He was nicknamed the hidden gaming thief. He was also recognized by viewers for his abilities. Interest in the battle of superhumans in Korea had almost disappeared, but this match fanned a real fire from the last spark. This isn't the first time two rookies have become superstars, and the main character built a strategy for their union in advance. The protagonist appeared on the headlines. In the comments they write that he personally chose and trained them, and someone wrote that this is what one of the 7 saviors means. He took and pulled out the team that was hanging at the very bottom. His insight is amazing. He is simply a genius. A few days later, the weather was wonderful outside and the sun was shining. Voices were heard from the house. Jeho asked the hero to tell him about his 2 stars and asked him if he dug up these children. The protagonist was lying on the sofa with his head propped up on his hand, looking dissatisfied, and his friend was standing over him. Mick said that it really was him and called him an old bore, and immediately after asked him if he thought it would be better to say that his assistant found them, and he simply agreed with him. The man with glasses told him not to even dare to do that, and immediately after mentioned that the guys were very talented. Moon Yob turned over and said that he had a diamond eye, and a friend said that he had been thinking for a long time and asked him if they could match the level of the national team. The hero turned slightly and looked at him with a dissatisfied face and said that it was time for him to talk Choi Hyuk out, because most likely he never became a tank. But Jeho immediately replied that he became one because he personally convinced him. Next we see a fragment from his memories where he talks to a guy about this, and he hesitantly scratches the back of his head. The man with glasses said that he would try if he carried national symbols, but there were strong disputes in the team about this, and the hero immediately asked if that was why the kid was dragging his feet. Jeho adjusted his glasses and said with a smile that other coaches in their country do not like him very much, so it is quite difficult to convince this or that player, and asked him to think about the situation himself. He mentioned that he is not a professional and trains only due to past merits, but the protagonist immediately asked if they were pros in this case, and sarcastically suggested that this was why they flushed the Korean battle down the toilet. But his friend just laughed when he heard this. The hero sat down on the sofa, looked seriously in front of him and said that he was interested in seeing how they would sing in front of the greatest coach of the century, namely in front of him. The man with glasses said that they wouldn't even say a word against him, but he immediately realized his situation, raised his eyebrows, bleeding with cold sweat and pursing his lips. He thought that he seemed to be in trouble, but then he heard something and opened his eyes wide. The main character asked him how much he wanted for the boy. The friend didn't understand the question at first and asked again. The savior pointed his finger at him and asked him what the price was for it and specified the quantity. On the news headlines of the hour, the face of the hero appears and the inscription that YSM has as many as 5 victories in a row. The happy assistant shows his mobile phone with this news and breaks into a wide-eyed smile. He says that they have as many as 5 victories in a row. They have never had anything like this. All team members sit with them in the same bar. Dongjun burst into tears into his hand and everyone is looking at him. He asks if he is awake and if there will be a party on their street. The protagonist got angry and looked at him, and the assistant put his hand to the back of his head and was a little confused. The hero asked him why he was roaring, because they had only won 5 times, and asked if this was a record. And the interlocutor at first did not quite understand, and then intended to say something, and then said that they had never won so many times in a row. Even 3 victories in a row seemed unattainable. Moon Yob thought that it was time to get him out of here, but at the same moment the assistant calmed down. He smiled nervously, imagined a jumper behind him who was in the air, and said that one way or another after the disaster in the Wizard Canyon, the internet community almost idolizes Nayeon, and he said that about this the main character previously mentioned and said that no one expected her to perform so well. The protagonist picked up a glass of alcohol and began to drink, and his deputy wilted and fell into despair. Moon Yob said that he is always right and asked him if he remembers how he whined. He began to quote how he asked whether such a strategy would work, and how an application with such abilities even got through. Dong-jun asked for forgiveness. At the same moment, the hero said that it was too early for them to rejoice. He turned his head in his direction, which alarmed him a little, and said that the basis of their strategy Seun-ho, and all the teams now know about it. The assistant asked if he was sure about this, and the protagonist said that he was upset by such a question and suggested that he ask what to do next. The deputy was a little surprised and opened his eyes a little wider. He said that they would now have to protect the guy. The savior raised his hand a little higher and turned away in the other direction, and the assistant began to glare at him and made a dissatisfied face. The hero said that he was smarter than he seemed and asked the waiter for water, and Dong-jun thought about the conceit of this scoundrel. The protagonist turned his head in his direction with a questioning look, and his interlocutor turned his head in the other direction and pretended that he had nothing to do with it. But the next moment the hero put his hand on his assistant's shoulder and asked him that when the fruits of Jehun and Youngwon's training come to fruition, will they lose their fighting fervor and power? The savior took on a villainous look and made a sly smile. The younger one told him that this was out of the question, and the hero said that he really likes his confidence, and he will only be satisfied if their win rate by the end of the season is 50%. These words stunned his comrade, and he was stunned. His hands and whole body immediately began to shake, and his gaze became frightened. In a trembling voice, he asked whether he meant half the matches for the entire season. Before this, the maximum winning ratio for lawless people in relation to YSM was 31%. The protagonist immediately asked him if he wanted to argue, and he replied that he was not going to do it under any circumstances. The team captain watched their conversation. He watched the conversation of these two throughout the entire time. His face was calm. He thought that 50% was a lot. He remembered that the lawless people in the past, although the number is unrealistic, their director does not say what he is not sure about. He continued to look at them, and the hero leaned towards his assistant with a predatory look and told him to trust his elder, and also told him that he should try hard so that his inner sadistic tyrant does not creep out. And Youngwon thought that their director, of course, is like a sheep in his stubbornness, but it is obvious that he carefully considers every word and decision. He immediately had a memory of an old man putting his hand on his shoulder while he held a card with a 10 million won scholarship for juniors on it. He thought that thanks to the lawless people he was able to participate in the battle. The name has changed. He holds the glass in his hand and looks at everyone with a soft smile. He thinks that now he can repay the team for everything they did for him. The hero began to get up and said that they were going to drink for the first time and asked not to spoil their brains. He stood up to his full height and shouted for everyone to pay attention to him, and also said that he was going to say something. He said that if YSM wins half of all matches, he will personally invest in the team. Everyone looked at him with a smile and did not look away. He said that they had shown their potential and deserved this award. With maximum enthusiasm and lively eyes, he asked loudly whether everyone understood this. Everyone in the hall shouted in unison in agreement. At the same moment, he stood up and began to leave with a wave of his hand. The assistant wanted to stand behind him. The protagonist said that he was going to set sail, and he told his deputy that he should sit, because the savior is not a girl to see him off. Dong-jun at the same moment said that he would do so and wished him a happy journey. We see the restaurant where they are drinking, and Moon Yob said that it is not easy to recruit players. He imagined a telepath who was scared and slowly crawling to the side, and a killer was coming towards him. He thought that the guy could look for enemies and transfer objects only within a radius of 3 kilometers, and if the opponents did not pay attention to Naeun and found him, then they would defeat this flea with a bow without any problems. He immediately thought that without a game of containment, their chances of winning would decrease dramatically. He scratches his head as he leaves the restaurant and talks about how they need help to diversify their tactics. He also mentions that he is going to talk to Jeho and organize a joint 11v11 training session. He looked away and lowered his hand. He thought that the main reason was not the team's merits, but his big name, but they still had sponsors and funding, and also thought about how he could bring someone normal to the team. He looked down and reached for the phone, which received a notification. He said that he was going to negotiate for Choi Hyuk. He took out his phone. They sent him a file with a list from high schools for the Battle of Superhumans, and there were messages with the following content. They offered him players and told him that he could take a closer look at the juniors, and also that the guys were promising and had probably signed contracts, but maybe there were those whose potential was not seen. He immediately broke into a smile while holding the phone in his hands and jokingly said that Jeho was a scoundrel. He also asked a rhetorical question about whether he was going to help his friend. He turned his head to the side and said that since the first wave of matches in the league was over, it was time to look for new talents, and said that the kids were waiting for him. YSM's winning streak ended with the 6th victory. He imagined the thieves blowing. As the hero expected, other teams found a way to counter this pair. Next, we see how the team captain raises his fist in the air and inspires the guys. He stopped hesitating and focused completely on his team. He proposed a new plan, which was based not only on the game of containment, but also on working on increasing endurance and physical strength. He is ready to snatch a high place in the league with his teeth. At the start, among 20 teams, YSM was in last place. Under the label of their team, statistics were visible that stated that out of 18 matches they won 10 and lost 8. As a result, with this situation, the team rose in the rankings to 11th place. The team symbol stood on the tall white staircase and occupied its own step. They finished the league's first season with a 55.6% win rate. Summer has finally arrived and the season is over. It's time to start looking for new players for the team. A crowd of people gathered in front of the superhuman battle base in Yongnyeom. The elderly man shakes the hero's hand and says that he is glad to meet you, and asks him what brought him to their school. The protagonist replied that it was a job, and today he is here as the director of YSM. The old man introduced himself and said that his name is Kim Young-moon and he is a coach from this team from this city. They began to walk towards the entrance. The savior said that he had no specific goals and asked if everything would be fine if he just looked around, to which the coach agreed and said to accompany him. He urged him to go and they went to the gym where training was actively going on, to which Moon Yob said that this is just a club activity, but everything is at a good level, to which the old man replied that there was nothing special about it. The protagonist noticed something and turned his head away. The coach asked him about what happened. The savior pointed to the guy who was making a quick move to the side and said that this one was not bad. The guy who moved quickly continues to actively train. The old man said that the rumors don't lie and you can't hide anything from the director. This guy is going to join the Phoenix team in the first league, to which the hero answered vaguely so that he would shut up. He frowned and thought that he had an average of only 77. He also thought that he had found talent, but had to come down to earth, and also that in the end he didn't take a single one. As it turned out there is no one whose average is 90 or higher. They watched the guys fighting in a training battle. He thought that there were no good hidden superpowers either. He began to actively turn his head, and the old man raised his hand. The protagonist thought that he had come to collect ears of corn, and they were green. The elderly man turned to him with a question, and he said that he would come over now. The savior looked at the coach who was calling him to follow him. They walk through the hall, and Young Moon points with his finger and says something. The hero thinks that he is already going crazy. He thinks that he didn't let anyone through. He checked everyone, and asks himself internally whether he will leave empty-handed. He immediately frowned and thought that these children were like paired fishing boats, and they would only be useful if paired with someone. But then someone burst through the door, and the protagonist looked in his direction. The latecomer apologized and said that he was late. The guy with purple hair approached the elderly man, and he took his shoulders with his hands. The savior looked at them and noticed something. The coach asked him how his preparation for the entrance exams went, and he replied that it went well, and said that he was late every time. He was going to apologize, but noticed the hero. Moon Yob stood with his hands in his pockets, and the boy addressed him by name and asked where he was from. The protagonist thought that he was just another dummy. The hero's eye lit up and he noticed something. He thought that he was also an athlete and decided to look at his stats. All three of them stood at some distance from each other. Mc asked him if he skips training to study, and he replied that this was exactly the case, and he did not think that he could become a professional player with his stats and strength. So he decided to devote more time to his studies. The guy with purple hair scratched the back of his head, and the savior extended his hand a little forward and asked if other teams had contacted him. He replied that there were no such cases, and he did not receive a single offer. The director smiled softly, and the guy leaned forward a little, raising his hand a little, saying that it doesn't matter, and he wanted to say that Moon Yob is incredibly cool, and he is his fan. And he asked him if this was really so and offered to shake his hand. The hero smiled sarcastically and pointed his finger at him, and the boy was very surprised and panicked. He asked if he could, because judging by what he heard, if he hears that someone is his fan, he immediately hits him. And the protagonist said that the guy with purple hair is absolutely right, but he also said that, apparently, that guy is even. Moon Yob extended his hand forward and told him to join his team and sign a contract. The latecomer was terribly surprised by this, and the hero projected his characteristics onto his chest for himself. The boy was taken aback by such a proposal and even asked again. He saw the shadow walking skill and thought that this was exactly what he was looking for. The skill increased his movement speed by 20%, and with an aura value above 70 the player will be able to merge with the shadow. He thought that he had a special condition for discovering superpower. The hero extended his hand a little forward, and the schoolboy looked as questioning as possible. Moon Yob thought that at the Korean League level, this superpower would be quite enough to survive. We see this whole situation from a lower angle, and spotlights are shining on the ceiling from above. He thinks about how he should get him before anyone gets wind and immediately tells him to join YSM. Yoon Baem looked at the guy in surprise, saying that he was, of course, grateful to him for this offer, and then asked why he was offering him a job. I didn't even know his abilities. Moon Yob looked at him with a smile, asking himself whether he should be fooled by the fact that he saw you at competitions, after which he said that he was watching TV and saw him on the Youth League channel, to which the guy said that he was then put on the bench. Moon Yob fell into a stupor with a smile on his face. He nervously turned away with a wide smile, and said that he was looking for him because he was curious why such a nice fellow was stuck on the bench. Yoon Baem asked in surprise if it was true. He looked at the guy with interest and listened to Moon Yob say that it was true, and when he saw it, he immediately realized that he had a hidden talent, but no one knew about it yet. Moon Yob looked back at Yoon Baem. The guy looked down upset, scratched the back of his head and said that it seemed to him that he understood something wrong, because his performance left much to be desired and, most importantly, his superpower is so-so. Even with it he is slower than others. The hero with a serious expression on his face raised his hand and asked him if he doubted his experience, after which he said that he was the one who found Naeun and Seunho, and Jaehoon was also initially a so-so support. But everything is changing. The guy said with a shocked look that he was truly an outstanding person, after which he asked whether it really seemed to him that he had some kind of outstanding talent. Moon Yob pointed his finger at the surprised guy, saying that his superpower was this talent. He introduced the guy, still running on two different surfaces, and said that he had seen a lot of superhumans. From the first sight he understands such things, and now it is not completely known what superpowers he has, after which he added that, as it seems to him, the guy needs to be in the shadows to become even faster, because without the shadows he only speeds up by 20%. Baem sighed heavily and said that it was hard for him to believe this. He looked down in frustration while the hero said that superpowers are a reflection of his personality traits, and apparently he is one of those people who struggles with self-doubt. And perhaps it would not hurt to become confident, but he is comfortable hiding from others the hidden corners of your soul. Baem agreed with his words, but said that this was too much. Moon Yob pointed his finger at the guy with a confident smile, and said that thus, his shadow superpower is perfect for him. If he makes every effort, who can develop and improve it? To which the guy asked if he will become stronger. Moon Yob looked him sternly in the eyes and menacingly said that it seemed to him that his superpower could rise to a higher level. Baem looked up at him in surprise and asked if it was true. The hero extended his hand to him and offered to argue. But first he told him to join his team for 2 years. Baem exclaimed with emphasis, but the guy added that if the player's life seemed interesting to him, then they would extend the contract for another 3 years. But if he realizes that he wasted his time, then he will personally pay him 300 million in cash. Baem exclaimed in shock. Moon Yob smiled and said that even if he screwed up, he would still get 300 million in 2 years, and added that nothing bad would happen if he went to university a couple of years later. Moon Yob very quickly dragged the guy, taking him by the arm. Only a residual trace remained of Baem, after which he said that he needed to tell his mother about this. The hero patted the seat of the motorcycle with his hand and said with a smile that the guy could get on. They took off at great speed. Moon Yob drove the motorcycle with a maniacal smile. Baem, holding onto it, asked him to wait a little. Moon Yob chuckled as he read the contract, which stated that the deposit would be 5.5 thousand. His annual salary would be 3.5 thousand, and the contract period would be 2 years, increasing by 3 years if extended. A special condition was that if after 2 years the player decides to leave the battle of superhumans, he will receive compensation in the amount of 300 million. Baem walked next to his mother. His head was spinning, while the hero looked at the contract, saying that this was a good start. The guy rode his motorcycle at great speed, thinking that everything went well, and at the very first school he managed to find a player, after which he wondered if he could collect more. With a confident smile, he rode forward, asking himself who was waiting for him ahead. Moon Yob looked ahead in disappointment as he was told that all of their children had already signed contracts. He stood by the motorcycle with annoyance, saying out loud that, most likely, he would be lucky at the next school, because there were still many of them, so he should hurry. The guy drove from one school to another. In each of them there was not a single free student. The guy looked ahead irritably, saying that this was some kind of setup. They didn't miss a single junior and took everyone for themselves. Only the last free place was left. He sat on his motorcycle in front of the gates of Jungwon School and said that he would definitely find someone here. Moon Yob, full of anger, sat at the table with folded hands while his interlocutor said that he did not want to be a professional player. He looked at the smiling Choi Youngmin, who said that for him, the battle of superhumans is just a hobby to have fun. The stat window said that his strength was 64 out of 71, agility 65 out of 81, speed 59 out of 68, stamina 55 out of 57, willpower 90 out of 90, skills 69 out of 87, aura 60 out of 63, and his superpower was observation. Observation, the ability to identify an enemy's weak points by observing him. At the table besides them sat a bald man who, with her hands crossed, said that it was useless to talk to him, because this guy receives many offers, but refuses them all, and if he has driven something into his head, then nothing can be done. The guy thought that his ability and superpower were quite worthy. Youngman waved his hand with a wide smile after his question about whether it could be that his parents are against the game, and answered that this is not so, because participation in the battle pays well, and this is no secret to anyone. He spread his arms to the sides with a smile, shrugged his shoulders and said that it doesn't matter who says what, because this is his life. Moon Yob thought that he had one illness. The guy raised his hands to his chest with a smile, closed his eyes, and said that he wanted to become a writer in order to create and give people dreams and hopes with his works. The hero irritably raised his hand to his head and said that the guy had an art disease. He looked at him sternly and thought about his words. He put his hand on the table with a grin and, turning to him, asked if Moon Yob was the man who was sitting in front of him. The dull guy asked what that meant, to which the hero responded with a question, asking if he was the hero that 17 years ago he gave dreams and hope to a world that was on the verge of destruction, after which he said that it was a long time ago, and, as it seems to him, his biography is quite outdated. Then he asked why not rewrite it, since he has incredible skills in this matter. One by one, images from the life of Moon Yob appeared in the guy's head and he eagerly imagined the names of future chapters. The hero said that he was not bragging, but his life and the truth were similar to a novel, and a whole series of dark fantasy books could be written based on it, and he might even have a story about the final dungeon that no one has ever heard before. Youngman listened with his mouth open to his words that he was ready to tell her if they signed a contract to join the team. The guy quickly jumped up, resting his hands on the table when the hero turned away from him with a malicious smile, and asked where he should sign. Moon Yob leaned on the motorcycle, holding a contract in his hand, stating that the deposit would be $1,600,000,000, his annual salary would be $5,500, and the contract period was 3 years. He asked the guy if they were done with the contract. Youngman answered in the affirmative. He looked at the contract, thinking that BAM was several orders of magnitude cheaper, most likely because Youngman was in demand among teams. But if he could push his stats to the limit and add the superpower of observation, then the guy would be a good investment. The young man interrupted his thoughts by addressing him as the director. Moon Yob put the contract behind his back. The guy asked if he could ask something. The hero replied that he should just call him senior, and asked what he wanted to know. The young man looked at him with wide open eyes, asked him how it happened that he had no weak points at all. The man asked him what that meant. Youngman activated his observation skill. Moon Yob was completely surrounded by dark energy, and there were no weak spots on his body. The young man added that this was the first time he had seen a person like him. He remembered looking at the players of the French national team, and said that he happened to apply observation to the players of the national team, and said that he happened to apply observation to the players of the French national team when they came to Korea, and that they were a very strong team, but no one can even come close to him, so why shouldn't he? The man interrupted his conversation, spread his arms to the sides, and asked what he wanted to say by this, and whether he was asking if there were still such unique people in the world as he. To which the guy replied that he didn't mean that, explained that the man is looking for young talents and wants to reveal them, but he himself could act as a player. Moon Yob frowned and said that beating babies is not on his list of hobbies, asked if he watched the charity match. The guy answered in the affirmative. The man walked up to him a little, asking if those were all the questions, to which the guy agreed, after which Moon Yob told him to go back and that their coach would contact him later. Moon Yob took out his phone and looked back at the leaving guy with a smile, saying that it was time for him to move on to the main event. He raised the phone to his ear and turned to Jeho with a smile, asking if he was free. The interlocutor in response asked if he had found someone smart. The guy walked up to his motorcycle, saying that everyone had been taken apart. Jeho said that this was logical, because the recruitment ends in the summer, and all the teams have already rushed in. Moon Yob said that he still found 2 interesting specimens, to which the interlocutor said with surprise that, as it seemed to him, finding even 1 participant was already a great success. The power pole was illuminated by the rays of the sunset. The guy said that he just had to bring Choi Hyuk and they would have 18 people. The coach asked if he was serious about all this, to which the guy replied that that's why he called, adding that he would be back late. He looked at his motorcycle, saying on the phone that he needed to visit a place. The guy with a wide smile answered Jeho's question about where he was going, sarcastically asking where he was going. The clubhouse of the 2 stars stood under the night sky. Moon Yob said that he needed a team coach, because he seemed to have a lot of complaints about the guy. The security surrounded the guy. One of the men said that he showed up there very unceremoniously, to which Moon Yob replied that a long time ago they said so in the blue house, after which he asked if they knew what happened there that day. The men remembered the news report where the guy was dealing with the guards, saying that he didn't need them so that they would bring him the president. The headline said that Moon Yob had stormed the blue house and that there was a violent settlement of the Superman. The security guard asked if they should report his arrival, to which the guy agreed, saying that he would take a walk for now. The men looked at the hero leaving them, thinking that they did everything possible. The guy walked through the city at night. He approached the sports ground. Then he looked around at the bright windows of the houses. The guy walked along the path, holding his hands in his pockets, and looked around, saying that, as it seems to him, the club brings in a good income. And everywhere you look, everything is much better than theirs, although their site is also not bad, and you can even arrange a hike in the mountains. He imagined how club members with ski poles were climbing the slope, remembering that the clubhouse was located at an altitude of 500 meters above sea level, and thought that perhaps this was the only good thing about their club. Suddenly he looked to the side out of the corner of his eye because someone called out to him as if he were the director. The guy turned around and saw a bald man who introduced himself as Kim Taejin with a wide smile, and said that he was the director of the Spirit of 2 Stars, and that he decided to go to him personally after he heard that Moon Yob himself had stopped by. Empty sideways to the man. He asked if he was responsible for the transfer of players and recruitment, to which the man answered in the affirmative. Point clouds floated across the night sky. The guy said that it was interesting, because his coaches are responsible for everything. The man laughed, saying that the Dingjun trainer is very multifunctional. The guy looked at him irritably and said that he shouldn't joke like that. The man laughed nervously. Taejin looked at the guy warily. A look of concern appeared on his face. He thought that the guy, according to rumors, was like a time bomb, and it was unknown when he would explode, after which he decided that he needed to be careful. With a smile, the man raised his hands, standing opposite the guy, and said that he was informed that he was looking for their coach, to which the guy replied that he wanted to talk about the transfer of the player. The man asked if he came about Choi Hyuk. Moon Yob asked if he already knew about it. The director smiled nervously, thinking that all the officials of the Battle of Superhumans already knew that the guy advised his coach Joe to change the position of Choi Hyuk. And Coach Moon Sung until the very end did not want to give Choi Hyuk the tank position, and in fact this meant neglecting Moon Yob's advice. The man smiled widely, thinking that if they were allowed to meet face to face, a disaster could happen, and then said that first he could discuss everything with him. The guy grinned, pointing his finger at him, and said that he didn't need it, because his tongue would dry out and repeat everything twice, after which he asked to just go to the trainer together and menacingly told him to show the way. The man mentally apologized to the coach and said that he did everything he could. A sign with the inscription "Coach" hung on the door. The coach stood in front of the young player, looking very annoyed, as the guy introduced himself as the director of YSM. Moon Yob extended his hand to him with a smile, said that he came for work and official duties, and then asked if he was the coach of the 2-Star Spirit Club. The man turned away in fear, shook his hand with a comma and answered in the affirmative, having greeted the guy. The young man wondered why he was shaking, because he had not yet planned to beat him. Suddenly something caught the guy's attention. The tense man looked at Moon Yob when he asked if they had met before. Moon Sung, trembling with fear, looked away after the guy said that his face was suspiciously familiar to him. A young guy from behind the man turned to Moon Yob, asking if he knew their coach. The hero asked who he was. Standing opposite the guy, he introduced himself as the captain of the Spirit of the 2 Stars Jeho. Moon Yob asked what he forgot here, to which the young man replied that he was called by the coach right in the middle of training. The club director stood behind the coach in confusion while he told the guy that the conversation would concern one of the team players. So the captain, of course, has the right to know everything. The man was thinking that if Moon Yob becomes a problem, then, as it seems to him, the guy will be used as a shield. The hero, holding his hands in his pockets, looked at them, muttering something thoughtfully. The guy put his hand to his chin, looking suspiciously at the coach, who nervously asked him what happened and why he was looking at him so intently. The guy, without leaving his gaze, asked where they could meet. The man coughed. He nervously wiped his sweat, saying that it was the first time they had seen each other, and that he was sure that the guy had confused him with someone, because he had seen a lot of people in his life. The director looked at the guy in fear. After he interrupted him, he said that he had definitely seen him somewhere. The man asked whether this question was so important, and whether they should move on to talking about the player. The man froze in horror after the guy exclaimed as if in realization. Moon Yob grabbed his head with 2 fingers and irritably said that he couldn't remember when everything was boiling in his head. After which he asked to give him a minute, because he needed to delve into his memory. The man loudly repeated that they had definitely never met, and he didn't. It's worth focusing on this. The guy clenched his teeth angrily, trying to remember where they saw each other, and said that it was obvious to him that these were not the most pleasant memories. The man nervously asked why he attaches such importance to this. The guy lowered his head in frustration while the man told him that he shouldn't be so zealous, because life becomes much more pleasant if you forget unpleasant memories and don't bring them up again. After which Moon Yob said that no matter how much he thought, it doesn't seem like dating it would be from a series of everyday encounters. Suddenly he opened his eyes, realizing something. His pupils turned red. The man froze in the office when the guy said the word dungeon. Moon Yob began to remove his hands from his head that he remembered him, in the form of a difficult to completely forget idiot who once got on his nerves. The guy looked angrily at the frightened man, saying that this happened in 1993 in the Temple of a Restless Soul, after which he said menacingly that it was definitely him. He frowned in rage and, gritting his teeth, said that he was going to kill him after clearing the dungeon, but for some reason he didn't. The man turned pale with fright, while the guy thought that he even grew a mustache so that when he returned he would not recognize him, after which he asked himself to forget about everything. The guy plunged into memories in 1993, Soul Station. In front of the entrance, the dungeons of the Temple of the Restless Soul had not yet been cleared. A huge number of people were crowded. More than 200 superhumans arrived to participate in a large-scale attack, and among them their leader enjoyed the greatest interest, because he was extremely good at destroying monsters. Moon Yob was 18 years old. He looked back at the people sitting on the floor and said that there are a lot of traps in this dungeon, so they shouldn't go fast, but there are also a lot of monsters inside, so they also can't slow down too much, so they'll have to do everything time to move. After which he instructed that healers and supports be especially careful due to weak defense. The guy turned his gaze to the direction where someone called him. There stood a young Moon Sung, who, raising his hands, said that there are a lot of superhumans around, and he says that it will be difficult to quickly clear the dungeon, and it seems to him that you can rush through it like the wind and reach the boss without any problems. After to which he added that he knew how to do it, and asked why beat around the bush. The man, 24 years old at the time, pointed and addressed Moon Yob, calling him a boy, saying that he was famous for being good at killing monsters, and then asked if he should lead the raid in his place. The man shook his head while everyone looked at him, and said with a smile that the fact is that no matter who can pass the dungeon, and he is primarily talking about strategy. Young Jinti held the angry guy who insulted Moon Sung. Moon Yob asked to let him go. Jinti looked at the angry guy, calmly saying that first he should calm down, because work is more important, after which he added that they need to finish explaining the plan, and then enter the dungeon. The man began to lead Moon Yob away. The guy looked over his shoulder and said that they would see each other again, after which he insulted Moon Sung. The red-haired man with a smile called him a show-off and said that it was not in his mind for some youngster to organize and lead a raid, adding that he could clear the dungeon much better than him. Stone giants were approaching the heroes. Moon Yob pointed at them with his hand, which had a shield on it, and told them not to create a dump, but to move calmly, after which he ordered the tanks to replace each other and push the enemy, after which they would move forward. The young man looked to the side in surprise after Moon Sung flew past him at high speed, telling him to get out of his way. The red-haired man held a sword in his hands and, heading towards the enemy, said with a smile that if they walked so slowly, they would never finish this dungeon. He looked back with a grin so that they would not listen to this pompous youngster. Suddenly he stepped on the pressure plate, saying that after this dungeon his era would begin. The man looked down in surprise, sweat appearing on his face. He opened his eyes wide. The guy's words were heard in his head that there were a lot of traps in the dungeon, so they shouldn't go fast. Huge stone boulders rained down on the man from the ceiling. He decided that he would not be able to dodge. Suddenly someone's hand quickly pulled him by the collar. The man fell off his feet, watching as the stone blocks crashed into the ground with great force. My group stood in front of a blocked passage. The participants shouted that this path was blocked with stones and they would have to return, adding that if they went around, it would take another 6 hours. The man tried to catch his breath in horror, looking ahead, with Moon Yob standing behind him. The guy let go of his clothes and looked at him angrily, saying that he would talk to him later. Coming out of the memories, Moon Sung writhed in horror, later thinking that he almost died in that dungeon. And his bones still ache when he remembers this, but he needs to pretend that he does not understand what it is about. He raised his hands to the guy and said that he didn't understand him at all, and apparently he misspoke and confused him with another person, to which Moon Yob said that he thought they should talk privately. The man looked at the smiling guy in fear and asked what he was going to do, to which the hero replied that he should not tremble so much. The man gritted his teeth while the guy asked him if he really thought that after so many years he would take revenge. Moon Sung thought that he didn't even doubt it. He looked back at the standing captain and director as the guy said that they were going to have a normal conversation, and these two should leave the room. But if they want to listen, then let them stay, because he doesn't care. The man raised his hands in irritation and clenched his teeth. The red-haired man looked back, telling the player to wait for him outside, because they needed to talk seriously with the guy. The boy replied that he understood him. Moon Yob crossed his arms over his chest, asking if he was ignoring orders and blabbering on and on about his miraculous ways of clearing out the dungeon. The man looked at him irritably while the guy was talking about how he was talking nonsense about the leader and the plan, and because of his mistake, clearing the dungeon was delayed for 9 hours, with which the man agreed. He clenched his hand into a fist and said that he remembered this, and admitted that he was young and stupid then, after which the guy thought that he was even younger then. The man added that, however, the past should remain in the past. He remembered how the guy beat him that day, and said that when they left the dungeon, he beat him half to death. Moon Yob asked if it was true, to which the man loudly replied that it was some kind of fun for him since he forgot. The guy looked away after his words that they should forget everything and start over. Moon Yob agreed with his words, and added that it would be unfair to punish him now for the mistake of those years, and then asked if he should beat him for a new mistake or not. The man looked at the guy in shock, asking what this meant, to which he replied that there was some sin behind him. He angrily hit him with his hand. A terrible aura emanated from him, and the guy said that even if in the past he had already beaten the crap out of him, now he had messed up significantly again, after which he asked if he was ready to rake him again. He confidently walked towards the frightened man, saying that this time he would be more gentle and be careful, because he would still beat the old man. The man exclaimed to wait at least a second. Moon Sung raised his hands and, frowning, asked what he had done wrong, to which the guy replied that he knew better than anyone that malice could backfire, and then asked who was the first to speak out against Choi Hyuk's change of position. The man began to sweat after the guy said that he already knew who advised Jeho to make changes in the team, but apparently he has the rest of the balls, since he argues. Moon Sung timidly said that this is not so. He exclaimed loudly, asking if he looked like such a person, then added that the coach simply suggested changing the position of a player who was already quite good, to which Moon Yob asked if that was why he criticized both him and his coach. Moon Sung fearfully, with a nervous smile, then watched as the guy went through the phone and said that if they were done with this, he should stop doing things haphazardly from now on, and in return he would not send him to the dentist. Moon Sung confirmed his words, saying that they should do without violence, and asked what he was doing. The guy looked at him with an evil smile and said that, as it seems to him, he needs to please the reporters. He knows a little with the man's story, because if he does this, then they will end in the blink of an eye, because the whole country will know about it. For this he will have enough just by opening his mouth. The man exclaimed that he would sue him for libel. Moon Yob smiled slyly as he looked at him and said that in that case, he would do everything in his own way, so he just had to wait. The man, looking at him, frowned and asked why he was doing this to him. The guy presented the image of Choi Hyuk and asked him to give it to him with a smile. Looking at the angry man, he spread his arms to the sides, saying that the contract only had 1 year left and in 6 months no one would pay for the guy. The man exclaimed that you could always persuade him to continue playing as the main dealer, after which he asked what kind of chaos he creates. Moon Yob calmly looked at him and said that he started it. The man clenched his teeth and, frowning, listened to the guy's words that the thought that it was better to make this player a tank had previously escaped him. But as the years go by and the players expire, and will he resist a change in the opposition just because for personal beliefs? Moon Sung looked at the guy angrily and replied that he understood him, thinking that in any case there were still many dealers who could be put in his place. The guy with a calm expression listened as the man announced the player's price of 1,200,000,000 won. He smirked slightly, repeating his words. The man looked in surprise at the guy who said that on the way to them, he noticed that their equipment was simply excellent and, as it seemed to him, the club had no problems with money and he was just a beggar director, for whom he decided to raise the price tag. The guy smiled softly, showing a circle with his fingers, and asked if this attempt to rob him was due to personal enmity, after which he offered to name the price, and if it suited the guy, he would spare his life. These words sounded in the head of the frightened man, and he wondered how this gangster was even carried on earth. In his fantasy, Moon Yob looked at him with an evil smile. A snake tongue protruded from his mouth. The man thought that he knew well that the guy does not throw words to the wind, and he will not lag behind until he achieves his goal. The man clenched his teeth nervously and named the price at 1,000,000,000, after which the guy sarcastically asked why he only dropped 200 million. Moon Sung then offered 800 million. The guy smiled broadly, asking if it looked like a discount, after which the man again named another price, this time at 500 million, saying that he couldn't do less. The young man asked if he was afraid, because we were talking about life. The man screamed in despair, saying that the last price would be 100 million. They shook hands, and the man added that in return they would start everything from scratch, without any hostility or old grudges. The guy agreed with a smile, and respectfully called him coach. The man said he would take him at his word and called him Mr. Director. He looked at the guy irritably, thinking that he was the devil in the flesh, but now it's all over. The man still continued to look at the guy. The voiceover said that, unfortunately, at that time the coach did not know that the guy was much more vindictive than he thought. The YSM club building stood under the sun's rays. Several days passed. The guy happily welcomed the new player. Choi Hyuk stood with a suitcase in front of the stairs where Moon Yob was waiting for him. The director said with a smile that from that day on they were his new team, after which he called him a tank. The young man looked at the director with enthusiasm. His contract stated an annual salary of 600 million. The contract was for a period of 5 years. Moon Sung nervously shook hands with the joyful Dong Jun. The guy said that the main dealer of the spirit of the 2 stars moved to their club, and the deal was the result of negotiations with the coach of Dong Jun. The final amount for the player was 50 million won. Several contracts lay on the table. Moon Yob exhaled heavily. The guy sat on the sofa in front of 3 papers, crossing his legs and arms, and said that 3 more people had appeared on the team, and that there were already 18 of them, after which he added that although he was running around like crazy, he didn't even get to 22. Haein entered the room with a book. While the guy was wondering where all the talented schoolchildren had gone, she said that it was very hot outside, and shouted to her mother that she was already home. The girl noticed the guy and quickly ran to the sofa where he was sitting and asked with delight what he was so busy with lately, because it was impossible to find him at home. Moon Yob pointed the guy at the upset girl, saying that he was still far from her, because recently soon he complained that she had already begun to forget what she looked like. The girl agreed with his words with annoyance. The guy looked in surprise at the book in her hands, pointing his finger at it, and asked what it was. In the girl's hands was a book in French for beginners. The guy read the line that it contained the first steps, after which he thoughtfully said that, as it seemed to him, the words in the book were not particularly difficult, to which the girl shouted so that he would not tease her. Moon Yob looked at the girl with a grin and said that modern children's heads are full of God knows what commas, and if textbooks helped deal with this, the world would become a much better place. The girl shouted dissatisfiedly that she was absolutely serious. With tears in her eyes, she looked at the surprised guy and said that French was very difficult, after which she asked her uncle if he would go with her to France. The guy looked at her incomprehensibly and asked what she meant. Jake Land tapped the table with a stack of papers, saying that in Korea all the necessary procedures have been completed, and in Paris they will finish with physical tests, and then the final stage of signing the contract with Miss Haein will be completed. Moon Yob looked out of the corner of his eye at the joyful girl who thanked the man, and thought that in the first season she performed very well, collected the most kills in her new position and reached a record MVP, receiving the highest rating in Korea as a top melee dealer. He remembered the Moro brothers pointing to the girl, saying that they had come for this beautiful mademoiselle, and thought that the brothers had initially shown interest in her and that he took advantage of this and sent a formal proposal. He presented the Paris Lumiere BC logo above the girl's head, think that now she signs a contract with him and is on the verge of her debut in the European League. He didn't take his eyes off the joyful Hayen and thought that because of this there was a lot of French going on, and that in recent days he was also busy, so he didn't know how things were going with the little one, and Jake Land deserves trust and problems will arise shouldn't. The guy looked back at the man who turned to him and said that they had finished the conversation with Miss Hayen, and now it was worth talking to him. Sitting opposite him, Moon Yob first asked to explain what happened that he asked him to come too. The man said that the Moro brothers would like to invite him too. The guy looked at him incomprehensibly, asking why. The man replied that he would be the girl's translator, and plus they personally wanted to give him a gift. Suddenly the guy was surprised and remembered something, saying that something similar had already happened. He remembered how the brothers said with wide smiles that they had stopped making weapons, but they still had a workshop with the best technical equipment, and since they were his longtime fans, they wanted to give him the weapons they created. The guy pointed his finger at the man, saying that he remembered something like this, and they didn't say that they would make a weapon especially for him. After which he asked if they really did it. The man laughed and said that it cost them quite cheap. The man looked at the guy in surprise, after he said that he was now busy for a trip abroad, as he was getting the team before the start of the second half of the season. Jake Land asked if their club was looking for players, and if the guy wanted him to help with this. Moon Yob folded his hands in front of him, saying that you can't make a request through an influential agent like him, because now it's more like an early football club, and he doesn't have much money. The man answered with annoyance that he was sorry. The young man looked at the agent in surprise after he said that he could look for players in Paris, and asked what this meant. The man explained with a smile that according to the rules, each team can have up to 5 foreign players, and in France there are many more clubs and players, and the guy will have plenty to choose from, so he should think about it, because if he looks hard enough, maybe, he will be able to bring a good player with him on suitable terms. The French flag fluttered in the wind. The man added that seeing the French league with his own eyes was a wonderful experience for him. The guy thoughtfully looked away, put his hand to his chin, and thought about his proposal. He looked at the agent with a wide smile, pointed his finger at him, and said that it was a good idea. Their plane was flying across the blue sky. He stood next to another plane at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. The guy was carrying a suitcase with a satisfied smile. Hayen was walking next to him, and her mother was a little behind. The woman caught up with the guy, who looked at her with a smile after she said that she had not been to Paris for a very long time, and it would be great to fly with Jeho. The guy walked a little further, looking back at her, and with a smile said that nothing can be done about it, because work training takes a lot of time, and Mr. Busy told them to look at the house, so they should do it quickly, and at the same time have fun. The airport doors opened and behind them stood a huge number of reporters shouting the guy's name. He gritted his teeth in displeasure as the crowd screamed, saying that wherever he went, these journalists were everywhere. He was called out by one of the Moro brothers, who waved his hand at him and shouted for him to come to him. The guy thought that he was the instigator of all this. Moon Yob approached the enthusiastic man and asked if it was because of him that there were so many photographers and reporters here, and whether the director was obliged to come in person. The man replied that this was a necessity, because he personally supervises the athletes. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure after his question about whether it would be great for a newcomer like Hayen to receive as much interest as possible, and then agreed with it. The young man looked at the man, imagining him against the background of a snake, rubbing his hands, because of his question about whether he would give an interview for the sake of his beloved niece. He mentally called him a snake. The heroes came out to the reporters. A man from the crowd said that this was the guy's first visit abroad after his triumphant return to the world of the living, and asked him to tell how he felt. The guy replied that he was fine, because he always left only for work, and now for the first time I came somewhere to relax. The reporter asked whether his association with the Moro brothers stems from personal friendship or whether he intends to become a player in the Paris League. Moon Yob looked at the camera flash, saying that he received an offer from them, but has not yet thought it through properly, because now his task is to support his niece. His attention was drawn to a question about whether he planned to meet with one of his former colleagues, Eric Thuram. He imagined a dark silhouette of a guy, as well as Jeho with his eyes closed, and replied that, as he heard, his colleague gave it all up, chose a simple life, met an intelligent woman and lives quite well for himself. Jeho reported this to him. The guy looked around the crowd of reporters, saying that he had arrived for a short time, and he did not have time to look for old colleagues. But if he himself came to Paris, then perhaps he would be able to meet. A dark-skinned man choked on his coffee while watching Moon Yob on TV, who said that this guy was a mug, because he had become a victim of scammers, and that he was sure that Eric had been homeless for a long time. Eric looked at the guy in shock. Coffee flowed out of his mouth, falling into the glass. A gray-haired man from around the corner asked him what happened. The dark-skinned guy, looking at the screen, said in surprise that Moon Yob had come to France. Suddenly, he quickly took off. Eric jumped from the yacht into the water while the gray-haired man shouted at him, asking where he was going. While in the water, he waved to the man, shouting that he had an urgent matter and would be returning to France, adding that they would go fishing next time. The water surface glittered in the sun. The gray-haired man shouted that they were in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The blue-roofed Lumiere clubhouse stood in the sun's rays. The Morrow brothers greeted the heroes with delight, saying that it was great that they had come, adding that the day came when Mr. Moon Yob visited their club. The guy calmly replied that he agreed with them, and was also kind of happy. The men came up to him with wide smiles, saying that since he had finally arrived, it would be great to sign a contract. With an awkward smile, he looked at them, saying that his niece would be actively working instead of him, after which he asked them to take care of her. The man replied that this was a matter of course, because they could not refuse him. The guy frowned after one of the brothers asked later if he would also like to come for a physical test, because he had not done this for a long time, and they would accurately measure everything. With each new word, the guy became more and more furious. The man continued to be talked about if he would like to sign a book with his biography for them, that they were planning a special event if he attended, that maybe their film crew would capture this visit to Paris. The guy clenched his teeth and menacingly told them to stop. The man replied that they knew that this would happen, and had just prepared everything, after which they asked him to follow them. Hayan stood in the middle of the room with a smile, dressed in equipment. The girl looked back at the window that appeared, on which there was a video call. The man asked in French if anything was bothering her. Moon Yob told her that he meant if she was comfortable. The girl answered in the affirmative. Clumps of dark aura began to appear in the room after he said that, in this case, it was time for them to start the test. The shapeless creatures began to have purple eyes. The man said that she needed to defeat all the opponents that would appear in front of her. The uncle explained that she had to kill them all. The enemy attacked the girl, but she disappeared, leaving behind only a flash, after saying that she had 1 minute. Hayan looked back with a smile, finding herself behind her opponents. The monsters quickly turned towards her, and the girl looked at them confidently. Step by step she found herself near them, striking. She took off her helmet with a joyful smile. After saying that the test was completed, the girl said that she had fun. Morrow said that this was a record. It took her 22 seconds. The girl's mother and uncle stood in front of the girl's cabin. She turned to them, asked if she had managed it. The woman replied that she was incredible. The guy said that she had become even stronger. Hayan closed her eyes with a smile. One of the brothers appeared behind her. While she said that she had been training hard all this time, he said that her dynamics exceeded all expectations and offered to sign a contract. The guy looked at his niece and her mother with a satisfied smile. I thought that she was doing great. The girl looked at him behind some, showing a peace sign. The guy thought that she was only 24, and this is the best period for the development of a Superman. The stats window said that her strength was 72 out of 82, agility 90 out of 90, speed 94 out of 95, endurance 67 out of 80, willpower 81 out of 81, skills 70 out of 75, aura 67 out of 70, and her superpowers were teleportation and a whip. Hayan closed her eyes with a wide smile. Moon Yob continued to think that besides, he gave her quite precise instructions, and the training staff here is much better than in Korea, so with this she will be able to push her skills, strength, and endurance to the limit. The guy looked ahead with a smile, thinking that her skills and aura were weak, but she had a good superpower, and it would be quite possible to take a central position here. He looked back at the brothers, then think that such a player cost only 400 million euros, deciding that these men know how to convince. Suddenly he was attracted by a familiar voice asking if Mr. Moon Yob was here. Hayan and her mother looked at the guy who had arrived. The woman covered her mouth with her hand, enthusiastically calling him handsome. There is a silhouette of a guy in the doorway. Moon Yob recognized him. He plunged into memories of the past, when Bernard stood with blades over the lying people, and as he himself said that there were 3 best players in the battle of superhumans. The guy said with a smile that he was as fast as his friend in his youth. Bernard looked back. The guy thought that he would hardly have surpassed Jeho with his agility indicator. He recalled how he introduced Bernard while being told that Bernard was a member of the Lumiere Club and was one of the top 3 players. The guy came out of his memories, looking at him, and thought that he didn't even imagine that they would meet like this. Bernard looked at Moon Yob with a soft smile. Moon Yob was on his knee, holding a spear, in front of crowds of monsters. The voiceover said that after everyone asked the saviors, including him, they cleared the last one in the dungeon in 2005, the war ended. People threw down their weapons. He added that many supermen laid down their arms and retired, starting to live an ordinary life, and in the wake of this, a new sport was born, known as the Battle of Supermen. This state of affairs contributed to the emergence of an increasing number of superhumans wishing to declare themselves, and then heated debates began. A ray of light fell on the crown lying on the throne, and the voice voiced the most important question: who is considered the most powerful person after the death of Moon Yob? Bernard stood with his back to several other players. He added that this is the most discussed topic of the modern era, and although it was many superhumans in the rankings that floated up and down, Bernard was shrouded in a purple aura. The voice said that there was one person who was invariably mentioned in every such dispute. A point in space hung the French flag, the club emblem, and 3 World Cups. The voice said that this man was the ace of the French team, and himself a Parisian club, which is among the top 3 teams in the world, and for 3 years in a row this person became the best player 3 times. Still with the same smile, the guy looked at Moon Yob, who thought it was Bernard. The young man went to him. The Moro brothers said that he had a day off today, asking why he came, to which he replied that he came to see the director of YSM. Moon Yob looked at the guy who approached him and wondered if he dyed his hair, and why he was staring at him. The young man turned to his niece and waved to her with a smile, adding that he wanted to greet his new colleague. The girl awkwardly waved back at him and said hello in French. She nervously leaned towards her mother, who was looking at him from the side, and asked what he was talking about. The woman replied that she herself did not understand French, adding that he was simply beaming. Bernard approached Moon Yob with a smile and said that he was glad to meet them. The hero looked at him silently, thinking that unlike Gerald, this guy has manners, and still he cannot understand why he is staring at him so much. Suddenly the Frenchman directed his hands, glowing auras at him, while the guy was thinking that since this guy would be a colleague of his niece, there was no point in talking bad about him. The man paused in his thoughts, wondering if he had decided to attack. The next second the guy hugged him. It was he who raised his hand to strike. I thought that he was somehow weak. Moon Yob fell into a stupor. Being in his arms, he looked at him irritably, thinking about why the hell he would go for a hug, and wondered if he was definitely not one of these. The blonde let him go, taking him by the shoulders, and, glowing with joy, said that he was sincerely glad to welcome him to Paris. The guy thanked him, thinking that he no longer remembered the last time he was so confused. Standing in the room, the blonde asked for forgiveness, saying that first he had to introduce himself. The guy called his name and said that he had already seen them recording, and praised him for his good abilities. The blonde scratched the back of his head, laughed, and said that he was embarrassed to hear such things from a person who had been his idol since childhood. But he was still far from Moon Yob. The guy looked at the smiling Bernard and thought that if you didn't praise someone like him, then no one would deserve praise at all. The blonde said that he was glad that there was a chance to meet him personally. The stat window said his strength was 83 out of 95, agility 100 out of 100, speed 95 out of 95, speed 95 out of 95, stamina 81 out of 83, willpower 87 out of 92, skills 90 out of 95, and aura 91 out of 91. His superpower was his doppelganger. It allowed you to quickly separate a copy from yourself, using half of the aura, and upon reunification, return up to 30% of the aura. And in the event of the death of the double, the carrier of the ability also receives damage. The aura is restored by only 10%. The guy looked at the Frenchman. His eye was blazing with a blue aura, and he thought that, with the exception of endurance, on average his indicators were over 90, and besides, he also had unprecedented super strength. He looked at the description of his ability, and thought that when he uses it, his enemies encounter not one tough fighter, but 2 at once, and the attack power, of course, decreases because the aura is consumed, but if the other indicators do not change, then this is not a problem. He imagined the image of his friend, against a background with the characteristics of a Frenchman, and thought that this was just an awesome result, because the guy still has room to grow, because not all of his characteristics have reached the maximum, but even at this level he surpasses Jeho when he was at the peak of its form. He remembered the moment from the Frenchman's match when he created a double, and thought that in this situation, Using a double in combination with his fighting skills provided endless possibilities. Looking at him, he remembered the average endurance potential of the tanks of the First Korean League, and thought that his endurance, although it was the least developed, but its indicator had already exceeded 80, and it is difficult to call it a weak point, since it is higher than the average indicator of tanks First League in Korea. Moon Yob imagined how the Frenchman stood opposite Gerald, and thought that if we remember this man, who had already developed his potential. He had both endurance and strength, which reached 100, and his agility potential was equal to 96. Suddenly, he interrupted his thought that if these two brushed off, it would be an incredible sight. He raised his hand irritably, and wondered why people are always delighted with the battle of superhumans, because people always wonder who will win if this and that fight. Bernard turned to him, asking if he had accidentally made peace with the American captain. The guy looked at the Frenchman and asked why he needed this, to which the young man replied that since Gerald went to Korea, he hasn't been praying for him. But not so long ago, as it seems to him, they were in some kind of quarrel with a friend. Moon Yob imagined the moment when he and the man were quarreling and said that it was not a quarrel, but the older one simply gave some practical advice to the younger one. The blonde looked at him in surprise, asking what this meant, to which the guy replied that he was gentle with him, because he fought with young animals, and after they finished, he gave him advice worth $10 million. The Frenchman raised his hand, asked in surprise if he wanted to say that he had made up his mind when Gerald burst into his room, to which Moon Yob asked if they had talked about it in the news, adding that he almost went crazy because this has been on the news all day. He looked at the Moro brothers, who were delighted and said that the news didn't even tell who won, after which they asked if it ended after a few rounds, to which the guy calmly replied that it never came to the point of killing, but he won. The blonde looked at his interlocutor in shock, asking if it was really possible to defeat the American one-on-one. Moon Yob stuck his little finger in his ear, vaguely asking what was wrong, because he was the same person. The Moro brothers shook their heads with Christina and unanimously said that he showed his abilities to the young lamb who doubted himself, and even gave good advice, adding that they wondered why Gerald had become so good lately. They approached each other, looked at the guy, and said that they should make a player stronger, who in the future could become your opponent. They enthusiastically raised their hands, ran up to the irritated guy and ended the sentence with the fact that this is the act of a brave hero who saved the whole world. The guy asked who to calm down. They added that, as I expected, Moon Yob is the best. Bernard looked from the side at the guy who was trying to calm the brothers down, and repeated his words in his head that he had defeated the American. The blonde introduced Gerald and thought that even he was avoiding a one-on-one battle with this guy. A little later he added that from a tactical point of view, the dealer is already at a disadvantage in a battle against a tank, but he cannot be sure of his victory even if he chooses a card that suits him and there is no time limit. Moon Yob tried to push the brothers away by pushing against their heads, while the Frenchman wondered how strong Moon Yob was. The guy looked back at the Frenchman, who was thinking that everyone considered him dead, and therefore he thought that it would be impossible to make peace with him by force. But now he is alive and he is here. After which the blonde decided that he wanted to fight with him. The guy looked into the eyes of the blonde, think that this guy apparently walks the streets and charm the girls with his eyes. He approached Haein and told her to be careful, because, as it seemed to him, he was also a womanizer. The girl replied not to worry, because this was not her type at all. Her mother appeared behind them, threateningly asking who was her type then. The girl undressed, pointing at herself with a smile, and said that she liked brave, strong and daring men. The guy turned away, pondering her words, while she looked at her with a warm gaze, straightening her uniform. The woman raised her hand, looking at her smiling daughter, and said that such troubles always happen, to which the girl replied that usually a person who gets into something is sure to do great things. She turned away from her mother in embarrassment after she said that there were still caring men like her father, for example, after which she interrupted her, saying that she wanted to end this conversation, because she would somehow sort out her personal life herself. The woman looked reproachfully at the guy, who was trying with all his might to guess who it was, after which he brought forward the candidacy of Gerald and immediately discarded it. The building with blue roofs stood under the sun's rays. The girl said that she and her mother would go shopping. Haein walked towards the car where the woman was standing and waved to the guy with a smile, saying that they would buy him something too. He watched with an awkward smile as the Frenchman bowed slightly to him, telling him not to worry, because he would personally accompany them. Moon Yob asked him to look after them, thinking that he, on the contrary, worried him the most. The Moro brothers approached him while he was waving his hand. They interrupted his words that he would survive thanks to this guy, because if he had to go shopping, the brothers suggested that he go to the workshop. He turned around joyfully after they said later that there was something that they would like to give to the gentleman. The guy was delighted with the gift and said that he was already coming for them. Thick white smoke poured out of the workshop chimneys. The guy looked around, following the joyful brothers. He watched as the old man beat the iron on the anvil. Then he looked back at the other man, who was holding a piece of hot metal in his tongs, and thought that the owners of the workshop had come. But no one even paid attention to it, after which he noticed that there was a great atmosphere there. The men came into the hall, full of weapons, and said that all this was produced in their workshop. The guy walked past the stands and looked at the blades. He took the sword in his hand and said with a smile that he liked it, because since childhood he had tried all the weapons of both the lower category and higher, and can say with confidence that they have something to be proud of. He looked at the two men who asked him if he had experienced the period when the average quality of equipment began to decline. The guy looked back at the stand with weapons, while the men were talking about how a lot of money was spent on maintaining their workshop, and it did not bring any special benefits until the battle of superhumans appeared and the demand for weapons increased again. But thanks to the fact that they preserved and continuously developed their workshop, now it has become possible for them to create the best combat equipment in the world. The men joyfully raised their hands and unanimously said that they simply decided to take responsibility for the lives of their masters and were right, adding that it was incredible, but difficult times played into their hands. The guy followed them. I thought that those who are able to do something just take it and do it. One of the brothers said that now they can give him something perfect. The man turned to the guy, saying that he was very glad that this wonderful day had come, and then pressed the button. The doors swung open, steam pouring out from behind them. Behind the door was a lighted stand labeled with the guy's name, and it had a large number of folding copies on it. The man handed him a red cloth on which the weapons lay. The guy asked if it was his spear, to which the man answered in the affirmative and said that he could take them. Moon Yob raised the weapon in front of him, asked how it works, because he doesn't see the buttons. Holding it in his hand, he looked at the men, who told him to imbue the spear with his aura. He poured energy into the weapon. The next moment, a full-size spear appeared in his hand, and he looked at it in surprise. The man held a red cloth with 4 more like me lying on it and said that the folding spears he had used so far were also very good. But this spear was made by their craftsmen using new materials and technologies. They looked at the satisfied Moon Yob and said that, of course, due to the large number of small parts, it would be less durable than his current weapon. But in the virtual dungeons of the superhuman battle, a digital copy of the weapon was still used. The guy looked at his hand with satisfaction, folded his weapon, and said that there were no real dungeons for a long time, so there was no work where a real spear would be useful. He turned his gaze to his brothers after they said that he should take care of the spear, and then it would serve him for a very long time, to which he replied that he liked that with this weapon his mobility increased significantly. He looked at the men with a smile, asked if they made it to give it to him, and added that he felt obliged. The men with wide smiles told him not to worry, because of course they created it especially for the guy, but he is not the only one who can use this spear. The young man fell into a stupor after he said that if this was the spear of Moon Yob himself, then his copies would sell well. The guy flew into a rage while they were talking about how they would hand him a weapon, and he would present them with the name of the world hero Moon Yob, after which he menacingly told them that in that case he had nothing to be grateful for. The man presented falling gold coins, showed an OK sign with his hand and said that they had already appreciated his sponsorship, but if their idea paid off, it would turn out to be a good benefit for all of them. The guy with a calm face listened to their words that in this case he would receive payments for 5 years in the amount of 1.5 million euros per year, and also, the men with wide smiles presented a 7-figure sum, finished the sentence with the fact that if he fights in official and unofficial fights with this weapon, then they will pay him 3 million euros for each match. The guy silently listened to their proposal, after which they asked what he thought about it. The young man with a wide smile pointed his finger at them and said that he agreed with their terms. The voiceover said that the hero Moon Yob might have refused. The guy froze in this position, and the voice added that, however, for the club owner, this was too lucrative an offer to reject. The Moro brothers asked Moon Yob if he had read the contract. The main character held a fountain pen in his hand and signed a contract. The Moro brothers smiled widely as the main character looked at them. The Moro brothers noted that the weapon cannot be disposed of and storage is carried out by the person who entered into the contract, adding that this is the second point of the first provision of the contract. Moon Yob noted that naturally he would keep the weapon, since he had no reason to throw it away. Moon Yob knitted his eyebrows, looking at the brothers, and opened his mouth slightly. The Moro brothers clarified that the main character is not an official player in the battle of superhumans. The protagonist did not understand what was wrong with this. Moon Yob sat on a chair, crossed his legs and moved his arm to the side, while the brothers looked at him. The Moro brothers noted that applications for weapons used by superhumans can only be submitted by official athletes. The protagonist stated that he has immunity, so it doesn't matter to him. The main character leaned forward slightly, looking annoyed at the Moro brothers. They told Moon Yob that they knew this, but he wouldn't be able to get through customs like that. Moon Yob did not understand what to do now. Moon Yob told the Moro brothers that he had no particular desire to break through customs. The Moro brothers told the protagonist not to worry. The brothers stood on opposite sides, resting their palms on each other and smiled widely. Jean told the protagonist that there is a very simple solution. Philip echoed his brother's sentiments, noting that it was an incredibly simple solution. The protagonist wondered what this solution was. The Moro brothers flashed their glasses and smiled mischievously. They told the main character that if he couldn't take a gun because he wasn't officially an athlete, then he could become one. Heian was holding a lot of shopping bags in her hands, while soon he stood behind her and smiled widely. Heian told the protagonist that they bought something for him too. Moon Yob looked drooping and tired, as if the spirit was leaving his mouth. Heian looked in surprise at the exhausted protagonist, who was sitting on a snow-white sofa with golden sides. Heian asked Moon Yob what was wrong with him. A few hours ago, the brothers said that becoming a player in the battle of superhumans is very simple. Moon Yob jumped up from his chair, resting his hand on the table. The Moro brothers noted that Moon Yob could register with the National Battle Association, adding that he could also apply to join the Worldwide Association. The Moro brothers smiled widely, sparkling with happiness. Philip told the protagonist that each country's player lists are still managed by the Global Association. Jean noted that it does not matter where exactly the player registers, since everything is simple. The main character was horrified by the pressure, that it irritated him greatly, which made him bare his teeth. The Moro brothers told the protagonist that he could apply for membership in France and apply for a weapon, adding that he had previously registered his avatar, so his representative could apply. The Moro brothers noted that one word from him and they would immediately send an agent to the association. The Moro brothers put their legs in different directions and spread their arms, sparkling with joy, while the main character was filled with rage. The protagonist told the brothers that they had planned to do this from the very beginning. The Moro brothers noted that this is pure improvisation. The protagonist bared his teeth, glaring angrily at the brothers. The protagonist thought that they were still scoundrels. The Moro brothers waved their arms joyfully next to the main character, who was seething with rage, narrowing his gaze. Philip told the main character not to say that he thought they had no interest. Jean noted that negotiation skills are what allow them to move forward. Moon Yob thought that he would really like to use the heads of these scoundrels instead of drums. Jean bent his knees slightly, moving his left hand to the side, while Philip stood in front of his brother and moved his right hand to the side. Jean told the main character that registering with the association would not create any restrictions or obligations, but, on the contrary, would provide him with more freedoms, and if, for example, he wanted to participate in a battle. Philip added that the protagonist loses nothing in any case. The brothers recalled the auction with the main character's car. The Moro brothers told Moon Yob that they would never consider setting him up as there are no fans more devoted to him than them, adding that they even have a collection room named after Moon Yob. They also won a Moon Yob car that was auctioned for charity. Behind the glass was the protagonist's diary. The Moro brothers noted that this was 17 years ago, and the protagonist's belongings were displayed there. The brothers added that they even bought a diary, which he kept for only 4 days and then abandoned because he was tired of writing. The main character turned red with rage, gritting his teeth. He was shocked that the brothers still had his diary. Moon Yob told the brothers to call their agent. Moon Yob covered his face with his hands while Heian looked at the main character. Moon Yob noted that if he needed money, he would participate in amateur competitions, not understanding why he was registering as a player. Heian smiled happily, sparkling with happiness, clapping her hands. Heian told the main character, as if hitting him with these words, that she congratulates him on his sponsorship contract, and now he is a professional athlete. The protagonist was annoyed, squinting at Heian as the Moro brothers peered out the door. Moon Yob noted that registration does not mean that he owes anything to anyone, adding that he is angry that he got involved with the brothers. The Moro brothers approached the protagonist, offering to sign a contract immediately with the Prague Lumiere. The protagonist looked furiously towards the brothers who had appeared, after which they abruptly hid behind the doors. The main character suggested to the brothers to use the new weapon on them. The Moro brothers did not understand why they were so harsh right away, adding that he should still think about it. Haein smiled sweetly, twirling a strand of hair on her finger. Haein told Moon Yob that it would be great if he became a player on the same team as her. Haein added that she would like to become a team with the main character, like he did with Jeho many years ago. Moon Yob looked calm, looking away indifferently. He noted that many years ago, only a couple of months had passed for him. Bernard noted that Moon Yob apparently received a new weapon. Haein and the main character turned around. Bernard stood behind the main character with his arms out to his side while Moon Yob smiled slightly. The protagonist told Bernard that it was given to him by the Moro brothers. Bernard invited the main character to test his new weapon. Bernard closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He noted that there would be a practice fight the next day. The protagonist asked Bernard if he wasn't on vacation, to which Bernard replied that the next season is already around the corner, so he tries to train at least twice a week so as not to lose his fighting spirit. Bernard opened his eyes, looking intently at the main character. Bernard noted that if the main character keeps him company, he clearly won't be bored. Bernard smiled maliciously, looking at the protagonist with an insidious gaze, emitting a purple aura. Moon Yob thought that Bernard wasn't even trying to hide his curiosity. Moon Yob grinned wickedly, showing his teeth, thinking that Bernard was an interesting guy. Moon Yob clenched his fist and lightly punched Bernard on the shoulder, smiling widely. Moon Yob told Bernard that he accepted his invitation. The next day, the weather above the house was clear, and expensive and beautiful cars stood at the entrance. Parisian Lumiere Clubhouse. There were many people in the hall dressed in the same uniform. They discussed how their vacation would end soon, wondering how to spend their last days. One of the guys said that there was no time to rest. One of the guys asked if Louis would come, to which they answered that he would not come, adding that they were told that they should definitely get a consultation that day. Haein clenched her fists in anticipation as the protagonist stood nearby. Haein stated that she would destroy everyone. The main character looked at Haein with a serious look, which made her slightly surprised. Moon Yob told Haein to relax, because if she showed off her fighting spirit, she would be mistaken for a simpleton. Haein was surprised that she looked like that. The main character remembered the moment when Jeho was all on edge, after which he and Haein laughed. Moon Yob told Haein that she was just like her father, adding that when he first entered the dungeon, he immediately wanted to go to the restroom, so he concentrated so much that he fainted for 10 minutes. Haein jokingly noted that she was ashamed of her dad. The main character pointed to the other players, who looked completely carefree. The protagonist told Haein to look at them as they were calm like boa constrictors. The players turned their attention to the main character. The protagonist stood with a slight smile, while Haein was slightly confused. The players were discussing that Moon Yob had come to them, and that they had heard on the news that he had arrived in Paris. The players looked intently at the main character, discussing him among themselves. They noted that he is the strongest person alive, especially after he became immortal, adding that the Moro brothers were still able to drag him into the club, as they sang his praises all the time. One of the players looked at the main character with a serious look, covering his face with his hood. Haein pursed her lips and raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at the protagonist. She thought that as soon as the players noticed Moon Yob, they immediately began to make noise, adding that it was time for her to stop being nervous, because her dad is Jeho, and Moon Yob is like her uncle, wondering who else could be so lucky. A huge and intimidating player approached the guys, looking at them with a serious look. The protagonist shielded Haein with his hand, looking warily at the player. The player said that he is the main tank of the Parisian Lumiere, Chich Lucas. Moon Yob narrowed his eyes, looking unfriendly at Lucas, thinking that he would just try to twitch. Lucas suddenly smiled widely, slapping himself on the chest and closing his eyes. Lucas asked for the main character's autograph, right on the jacket. The main character was slightly shocked by this change of mood. The protagonist wrote his name on Lucas's jacket and wished him happiness. Moon Yob pointed his finger at Haein while Lucas beamed with happiness. Moon Yob told Lucas that this was his niece and asked him to look after her. Lucas told the protagonist that he would definitely look after her. The protagonist looked intently at the back of the departing Lucas. He thought that Lucas seemed harsh at first glance, but seemed like a good guy, thinking that he should tell Haein to befriend him. Lucas walked away from the main character with a wide smile, while Moon Yob looked at him studyingly. Moon Yob noted that based on his abilities, Lucas is a real monster. A card appeared with high characteristics of Lucas and his abilities, such as Revival, Resistance, and Green Blessing. Ability cards appeared. Revival regenerated wounds of any type, and resistance helped bypass all diseases and curses. The protagonist thought that the ace of this team was Bernard, but the main and irreplaceable force was Lucas. The protagonist carefully looked at Lucas's skills and characteristics. The protagonist introduced Lucas among the top fighters. The main character thought that if we worked with him a little and did some advertising, he would easily become one of the top fighters, like Bernard or Gerald. Moon Yob noted that Lucas's speed can be increased to 97, which is even more than Bernard's. The main character thought that it would be better if Lucas was not a tank, but a main dealer, although his superpowers are closer to the specialization of a tank. The protagonist looked at the green blessing skill, which enhanced the growth and vitality of nearby plants. The main character was surprised by this skill, not understanding what it was. Lucas walked in high spirits, humming a tune. Moon Yob noted that since he has such a superpower, it means he likes flowers and all that. Bernard suddenly appeared in front of the guys, extending his hand to the side. Bernard noted that the main character has already met Lucas. The main character did not understand when Bernard had already arrived. Bernard smiled slightly, imagining the image of Lucas in the mountains among the greenery. Bernard noted that Lucas is an amazing player, and on top of all this, he heads a global charity for the protection of forests. Bernard added that it takes his breath away just knowing that they are both involved in a battle of superhumans. Bernard looked at Moon Yob with a slight smile, beaming with joy. Moon Yob thought that now he understood where he got the green blessing from. The protagonist told Bernard that it was still morning, but he was already sparkling like the heads of the Morrow brothers, and could assume that something good had happened. Bernard bowed his head slightly, clutching his neck with his hand, and closed his eyes. Bernard was surprised that it was so noticeable, adding that when he thinks that his dream may finally come true, he cannot keep his emotions under control. The protagonist asked Bernard what his dream was. The protagonist folded his hands on his chest, looking at Bernard with a serious look. Bernard said that he always wanted to surpass the protagonist. Bernard said that the hero who saved the world, for him, the Superman of the next generation, was the only goal, the wall that he wanted to overcome. Bernard remembered himself as a little boy, standing at the statue of the main character. Bernard lowered his gaze, looking at the statue's feet. On the sign was written the name Moon Yob, and the date of life and death 1976 to 2005. Bernard noted that he died in the last dungeon. Bernard stood at the statue with a doomed look. Bernard added that the dream of rivaling the main character was therefore obviously unrealistic. Bernard noticed that Moon Yob had returned to the world of the living, and was standing in the flesh right in front of him. The protagonist bared his teeth in a wide smile, narrowing his eyes slightly. Moon Yob noted that Bernard apparently wants to compete with him. Bernard closed his eyes and smiled joyfully. Bernard noted that man is a creature who knows how to dream. Bernard opened his eyes, emitting a purple aura. Bernard noted that now, as long as he is alive, he will never give up on his dream, and on this day, fighting with him, he will also try his best. The protagonist grinned maliciously, emitting a black, powerful aura. The protagonist said that he would see what Bernard could do. The Morrow brothers greeted the guys in French. The Morrow brothers burst into the hall with two men standing behind them. The gray-haired man with glasses smiled widely, closing his eyes and clapping his hands. The man introduced himself as the coach of the Parisian Lumiere, Dubois Gopin. Dubois spread his arms to the side, standing in front of the players. Dubois suggested immediately dividing into teams. Dubois looked straight ahead with an insidious gaze, imagining the image of Bernard and Lucas. Dubois noted that their power couple, Lucas and Bernard, usually lead their own group, but on this day they had a special guest. Moon Yob looked at Dubois with a serious look, pursing his lips. Dubois stated that this is why Moon Yob and Bernard will be the leaders, and each of them should assemble a team. Bernard grinned maliciously, lowering his eyebrows. The main character raised his hand, looking questioningly at Dubois. The protagonist asked Dubois how he should create a team, according to position and balance, to which Dubois replied that it was not necessary. The protagonist widened his eyes at what he heard. Dubois told Moon Yob that at Lumiere they have their own way of sharing during training. The protagonist thought that he should learn from their methods. Dubois smiled widely, clenched his fist and leaned slightly. He noted that they play rock, paper, scissors. A card appeared with the names of the Moon Yob team. Moon Yob, Lucas, Louis Segel, Alexander Moody, Cindy Ann. The players enthusiastically stood at the head of the main character, smiling sarcastically. The Moon Yob team included Benedict Haller, Lucas Silly, Beek Hayan, Dubois Shu, Lipon Sor, Anthony Madian. A card with the Bernard team appeared. Bernard, Jack Jones, Woody Adelson, Gabriella Anna, Paul Bryant. The players were next to Bernard, anticipating the battle. Also on the team were Sophie Perry, Ruddy Ollie, Alphonse Sally, Pio Lemoy, Muheb Kunta, Mike Rope. Dubois furrowed his eyebrows, squinted at both teams and grinned maliciously. Dubois noted that they turned out to be two very cool teams, noting that it was time to start. The two teams stood on opposite sides of the huge training hall. Moon Yob stood with a malicious smile, waiting for the fight to begin. Bernard looked at the protagonist with anticipation. The main character carefully examined the room. He thought that it was a spacious temple where the enemy could be seen from anywhere, adding that it was a training arena for team combat. The main character noted that in this room the landscape features will not help in any way, because they simply do not exist. The protagonist thought that they were clearly planning to pit him and Bernard against each other. Moon Yob smiled widely, showing his teeth, saying that he would give them a warm welcome. Dubois appeared on the screen that appeared. Dubois told the team leaders that he was giving them 60 seconds to discuss battle tactics, and 5 seconds before the start they would see a countdown timer. Dubois asked the guys if they understood everything, adding that they were starting. The protagonist began to examine the guys, using his analyzing gaze skill. The main character thought that he needed to see who could be placed in what position. Moon Yob smiled widely, pointing his finger at Lucas. Moon Yob told Lucas that he would be the main tank, taking on his usual position. The main character pointed his finger at the player, calling him golden-haired. The main character said that he would be in the attack, tanking, adding that he would be in the team as a support tank. That is, he would occupy between the main tank and the one on the front line. The protagonist stood in the middle of his team, spreading his arms to the sides. Moon Yob said that their team will focus on the tank, which will stand in the attack line, while the main tank, Lucas, will actively move and change position according to the situation. Lucas widened his eyes, slightly surprised. The main character looked towards the smiling Lucas. Lucas noted that Moon Yob seemed to be well aware of what their team was like, adding that what he was talking about was their usual team formation. Lucas smiled widely, showing his teeth, and grabbed his neck, while the protagonist looked at him indifferently. Lucas noted that the protagonist made an excellent choice of players, adding that he believes he is interested in the Paris Lumiere. The protagonist said with irony that, as he can see, he even got ready. Moon Yob told the guys to act as usual and pretend he wasn't there. Moon Yob smiled widely, waiting for the fight to begin. The protagonist said that he would block Bernard. Bernard stood with a malicious smile, looking at the Moon Yob team. The protagonist noted that he has no doubt that Bernard gave the same instructions to his team. Lucas put his hands to his side, closing his eyes and smiling slightly. Lucas told the protagonist that he expected his confrontation with Bernard, adding that now he does not know whether he will be able to focus on the competition. The main character looked to the side, smiling widely. He noted that he was done with the positions and would look at his opponent. The protagonist stupidly looked at Bernard, who had twin blades strapped to his hips. The protagonist noted that dual wielding during battle is a little annoying, but he knows what to do. The protagonist presented an image of people who use twin blades. The protagonist noted that even with two blades, a person will use more the one he holds with his leading hand, while the other hand is more likely to be a support. The main character added that at first glance it seems that there is no system in this style of fighting, but there is a certain order, like the rules of breathing. Moon Yob, flashing his insidious gaze, emitted black energy, while Bernard looked at the main character with narrowed eyes. Moon Yob thought he was curious whether he was left-handed or right-handed. Dubois said he was starting the countdown. Team Moon Yob stood in their stance, waiting for the countdown to end. Bernard's team was ready. The protagonist took the spear and began to fill it with his aura. The countdown is over. Moon Yob smiled maliciously, filling the spear with an aura, causing it to spread apart. Moon Yob told Bernard to come to him. Dubois told the Moreau brothers he wanted to ask them. Dubois and the Moreau brothers looked at the screen in which the main character was depicted. Dubois folded his arms and turned his gaze to the Moreau brothers. Dubois asked the brothers if the main character knew that Bernard was ambidextrous from birth. Philip told Dubois that if he wasn't specifically interested, then it's unlikely. Jean noted that the protagonist does not know, so he has no need to be interested in such details. Dubois put his hand to his chin, looking thoughtfully at the monitor, imagining the twin blades. Dubois said that it would likely be quite difficult for Moon Yob to fight since Bernard changes the dual-wielding pattern to his liking. Dubois added that just when you think you understand the pattern, that very moment you can lose your life. Bernard, emitting a purple aura, split into two and rushed towards the main character. Dubois said that it is often the most observant who fall into this trap, not those who are used to mindlessly responding to attacks. Dubois noted that in addition, Bernard also has a double superpower, and with dual weapons and this superpower, he increases the number of simultaneous attacks to 4. Dubois and the brothers Moreau and Gabriel watched the battle begin. Dubois was wondering if they would get a chance to see the headlines of Bernard defeating Moon Yob. Lucas rushed headlong at his opponents, attacking with incredible force. The teams collided with each other while the main character rushed in the other direction. Bernard followed the main character, holding blades in his hands. The protagonist held his spear and shield tightly in his hands and ran to the side. Bernard jumped sharply towards the protagonist, his eyes sparkling. Bernard looked intently at Moon Yob, narrowing his eyes slightly. He thought that if there was a long distance between them, he would immediately throw a spear, so he needed to shorten the distance. The main character blocked Bernard's blow with a smile and ease. The main character covered his body with a shield, repelling Bernard's attack. Bernard doubled in two directions, diverting the main character's attention to his double. Bernard thought he would make a feint. Bernard, emitting a blue aura, was about to deliver a powerful blow to the side of the main character. Moon Yob blocked Bernard's attack with his shield, after which Bernard jumped to the side. Bernard thought it was fast, as expected. Moon Yob repeatedly blocked the powerful attacks of Bernard with his shield, who bared his teeth in anger. Moon Yob thrust his spear forward, concentrating on the blow, and then gripped it tightly in his hand, intending to use a meter throw. Bernard managed to see the powerful attack and dodge it to the side. Bernard landed on the ground, being far from the main character. Bernard bounced off the ground, jumping with an attack on the protagonist. Bernard bared his teeth, swinging his blade. He thought that the protagonist should not be given a break. Bernard dealt multiple blows to the main character, who blocked them with a shield. Bernard emitted a bright blue aura as he tried to break through Moon Yob's defense. Moon Yob blocked every blow from Bernard with his spear with a malicious smile. Moon Yob pursed his lips, looking at Bernard seriously as he widened his eyes. Bernard thought he saw a hole in Moon Yob's defense. Bernard swung his blade, emitting a bright aura, and was about to hit the main character, seizing the right moment. The main character easily blocked the blow, grinning slightly. Bernard was perplexed as he looked at Moon Yob. Bernard was surprised that he was able to block the blow. The main character knitted his eyebrows and smiled broadly. The main character asked Bernard that he had a really good reaction. Bernard widened his eyes in confusion. He thought that the protagonist was calm as a boa constrictor, did not react to attacks, and deliberately opened himself up. The protagonist swung his shield, driving Bernard aside. Bernard narrowed his gaze, waving his blades. Bernard thought that his advantage was speed and he needed to use it. Moon Yob told Bernard that he could hear the gears in his head working from there. Moon Yob with a crazy look attacked Bernard, emitting a black aura. Moon Yob hit Bernard, but he managed to jump back. The protagonist bent down slightly, enveloping himself in black lightning, and moved his hand with the spear back. The protagonist noted that it was quite funny. The main character widened his eyes, asking Bernard if they should have a real fight, to which Bernard agreed. The main character rushed towards Bernard, covering himself with a shield. The main character attacked Bernard over and over again with a spear shrouded in black lightning, but he managed to dodge the attacks. The main character attacked Bernard with a powerful attack, but he managed to dodge it, causing the protagonist to hit the ground, destroying it. Bernard was surprised by this pressure. Bernard stood in a fighting pose, analyzing what was happening. Bernard noted that the shield and spear work as a single organism, and when you hold back the spear, a blow with the shield follows, and when you hold back the shield, the spear flies. Bernard looked at the main character in confusion. He thought that although it did not allow him to leave the range of his attacks, Moon Yob managed to maintain such a distance that it was difficult for him to attack. Moon Yob gave off an ominous aura, ready to tear apart his opponent. Bernard thought that as expected from Moon Yob, he had amazing skill. Bernard watched the protagonist with narrowed eyes. Bernard thought that all he had to do was give him the opportunity to attack, and an avalanche of blows would fall on him. Moon Yob stood relaxed in front of Bernard with a malicious smile. Moon Yob asked Bernard if this was the end. Bernard thought that at the beginning he thought he had found his weakness, but no. Bernard stood motionless opposite the main character, discussing what he should do. Bernard thought that he was mistaken and he couldn't handle it alone. Bernard thought it was time for a split. Bernard held his weapon out in front of him, covered in pixels. Blue pixels began to form nearby. The protagonist watched in fascination what was happening, thinking that he had finally shown himself. Bernard used the double skill and was ready to attack. A card with the double skill has appeared. A person separates a double from himself. Upon reunification, 30% of the aura is returned, and upon death, the carrier receives damage, and the aura is restored by 10%. Moon Yob looked at Bernard and his double with a sly smile, his blue eyes sparkling. Dubois noted that Moon Yob is pushing Bernard. The guys looked at the monitor, which displayed the ominous main character. Philip noted that Bernard is in the top 3 superhumans, but is still being squeezed out. Jean noticed that the main character wields a spear like a god. Gabriel watched everything with a searching gaze, raising his hand to his chin. Gabriel said that there is another interesting point. Gabriel noted that before the battle the main character had almost no training and no preparation. Jebra introduced a protagonist fighting monsters and Bernard against humans. Jebra noticed that during the war, the protagonist fought with a variety of monsters in the dungeons, but, of course, he did not have much practice in fighting people. Gabriel added that on the other hand, Bernard is a professional player in the battle of superhumans, and yet these results are amazing. Gabriel turned his attention to Dubois, who smiled slightly. Dubois told Gabriel that once you enter the zone of superiority, it makes no difference whether the opponent is human or monster, adding that the protagonist clearly demonstrated this. Gabriel said that however Bernard activated his superpower double, and the tide of the battle could change. Gabriel said that the main character will have to face two strong opponents in battle at once, adding that he will use the four-blade technique, which has no weak points, against him. Gabriel turned around, turning his gaze to the monitor. Gabriel noted that it is almost impossible to predict what blow Bernard is going to deliver. Gabriel said that in general, the savior of humanity will have a hard time. A blue aura filled the space. Bernard and his double took off, planning to attack the main character. Bernard approached the protagonist as he held out his spear in front of him. Bernard appeared behind the protagonist, but he managed to notice him. A huge flurry of blows fell on the protagonist. Moon Yob blocked all the blows that Bernard threw. Bernard continued to push Moon Yob, not giving him a chance. Bernard thought that this was his first time. Bernard watched Moon Yob in confusion, narrowing his eyes. Bernard thought that if it were another player, he would first of all break the distance, but Moon Yob blocks all his attacks and does not allow him to act. Bernard thought that he had attacked him dozens and hundreds of times. The main character bared his teeth and continued to block the wave of blows. Bernard noted that none of the blows reached him. The main character blocked Bernard's blow with his spear, baring his teeth. Bernard was surprised that someone was able to resist him, fighting to the limit of his strength. The protagonist pursed his lips and covered his body with a shield, blocking the blow. The main character bared his teeth and looked angrily at Bernard, raising his spear. The protagonist filled the spear with a black aura, attacking Bernard. A spear appeared in front of Bernard's eye, surrounded by a dark aura. Bernard wondered if he was even human. Bernard and his double jumped away from the main character. The protagonist stood in combat readiness, covering himself with a shield and stretching his arm back with a spear. Bernard looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, pursing his lips. He thought it didn't look like he was any closer to winning. There were deep footmarks on the floor. Bernard thought that after all, this trail proves that Moon Yob is not easy either. Bernard stood ready, holding his hands with blades in front of him. Bernard thought that he had to seriously strain himself, and his skills were worse, but his speed and super strength were the opposite, adding that if he continued to press, a chance would definitely appear. The protagonist calmly watched Bernard, standing opposite. Bernard didn't understand why Moon Yob was so calm, thinking that he was probably up to something. Bernard noted that one cannot help but admire the protagonist. The main character smiled maliciously, knitting his eyebrows. Bernard wondered if he should have expected anything different from Moon Yob himself. The main character was perplexed in his heart, his mouth wide open. Moon Yob thought that Bernard was stronger than he imagined. The main character's eyes darted in different directions. Moon Yob thought that one-on-one he could still compete with him. But now that there were two of them, his attacks turned into a continuous storm of blades. A blue aura emanated from Bernard. He was in combat readiness. Moon Yob noted that if this continues, the fight may drag on too long. But the problem is that he doesn't know much about it, and the longer they fight, the stronger he will get. Moon Yob noticed that Bernard knew him well, and he would have to disassemble his equipment during the battle. The protagonist thought that those who do not take risks do not feast. The protagonist recalled the fight with Bernard. The main character noted that the double and the original act harmoniously. They have everything worked out, and they both changed their leading hand almost without delay. The protagonist closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Moon Yob thought that he needed to get his act together, and Bernard is not some gangster with a knife, but a strong and trained fighter. The main character thought that Bernard was faster than him, and he still couldn't find a system in his attacks. The main character knitted his eyebrows and looked at Bernard with narrowed eyes. Moon Yob thought it didn't matter. Moon Yob smiled wickedly, baring his teeth, emitting a black aura. Moon Yob told Bernard that they would dance a sultry Latin American tango with him, adding that he would go for broke. Bernard swung his blades, leaning forward, emitting a powerful aura. Moon Yob told Bernard to get started. Bernard rushed towards the protagonist, who was holding a spear in front of him. Bernard swung his blade, while the main character dodged his blow. Moon Yob looked behind him, where Bernard was, who was slightly sliding on the ground. Bernard was surprised that the protagonist was able to dodge. The main character, sparkling with ominous eyes, swung his spear at Bernard. Bernard smiled insidiously, looking at the main character with a crazy look. Bernard thought that Moon Yob was missing one small detail. Bernard's double attacked the main character from behind, who was about to hit Bernard. Bernard noted that there were two of him. The double cut off the main character's hand, which contained a spear. The protagonist clutched a shield in his hand and looked towards Bernard with a serious look. The Moreau and Dubois brothers were quite shocked by what was happening, their mouths hanging open. Dubois noted that Moon Yob's right hand was cut off. Gabriel looked at the monitor in surprise, his mouth parted. Gabriel thought that Bernard could win. Moon Yob stood opposite Bernard while his hand lay nearby. Moon Yob thanked Bernard. Bernard watched the main character in horror. The protagonist said that he believed that, somehow, he would definitely go on the attack as soon as the chance presented itself. The main character noted that he really wanted to fight him, so it occurred to him that he would lower his guard when he struck the decisive blow. The main character, with a crazy look, swung his shield. Moon Yob said that if he waits for this short moment, he will be able to attack a person who is faster than him. Moon Yob slammed his shield at Bernard with all his might, emitting a bright and powerful aura. The main character flashed his blue eyes, smiling insidiously. He thanked Bernard for being so predictable. The main character destroyed Bernard's double with his attack. Bernard told the protagonist that the fight is not over yet. Bernard's blade appeared right in front of the protagonist's face. Lucas grabbed Bernard's hand, stopping his attack. Moon Yob said that then they can agree on a draw. The main character smiled widely and closed his eyes, waving his shield, from which blue lightning emanated. The protagonist noted that his team seemed to have won. The main character added that Bernard was so carried away by the battle that he forgot that, first of all, this was a team competition. Dubois announced that Team Moon Yob had won. The main character and Bernard came out of virtual reality. The protagonist said dissatisfiedly that it was much more difficult than he imagined. Bernard asked the protagonist that he deliberately put his hand up. The main character sat in a chair, while Bernard covered his face with his hand and sighed heavily. The main character noted that if you are going to catch something annoying, like a double, then you need to go to the end and sacrifice, even though it was risky. Bernard dejectedly said that Moon Yob really was set up, and he didn't know it. Dubois said it was very cool. The protagonist looked at Dubois, who was smiling widely. Dubois told Moon Yob that it was great and he was able to take on Bernard one-on-one even when he was using a double, adding that he didn't know anything about his opponent. The protagonist rested his hand on the armrest, looking at the Moreau brothers. The protagonist noted that they want to have another fight. The Moreau brothers agreed with the protagonist's words. The main character said that we need to weigh the pros and cons. Moon Yob smiled happily as he looked to the side. Moon Yob said that it was quite interesting, ambidexterity, and twin blades, adding that before the next battle he needed to watch the recording of this one, and he would probably clarify something for himself. Dubois approached the protagonist, smiling widely. Dubois was surprised that he wanted to repeat the fight with Bernard, noting that the protagonist was already participating in training and now he could not stay away. Dubois told Moon Yob to follow him. Match analysis room of the Battle of Superhumans of the Lumiere Club. The guys entered the room where Gabriel met them. Gabriel greeted the guys, saying that they did a good job. The protagonist looked at Gabriel while Dubois smiled. The protagonist told Gabriel that he thought he was an assistant coach for coming with him. Dubois told the protagonist that this is Gabriel, and he is helping analyze the practice matches, noting that he is a talented person, and at one time was the coach of their club's reserve team. Gabriel bowed his head slightly in front of the main character, greeting him. Moon Yob answered in confusion that he was glad to meet you. Gabriel stared at the main character, who looked indifferent. The protagonist used the analyzing gaze skill, looking at Gabriel's characteristics and skills. Moon Yob smiled widely, pointing his finger at Gabriel. He noted that Gabriel is a Superman, but not an athlete. Moon Yob thought that his abilities as a fighter were too low for France. The room was illuminated by bright lamps filled with monitors. Gabriel noted that everything is correct, and the main character has a keen eye, or so they say. The protagonist said that you can't argue with that, and he has a diamond eye. Moon Yob opened his mouth slightly, looking at the indifferent Gabriel. Moon Yob asked Gabriel what the analytics department does, adding that they review battle videos. Gabriel stood opposite the main character and Heian. Gabriel said that this is not just a method of some rough calculations, adding that a lot has changed, and now the analysis of fighters is now carried out in a much more advanced way. The ease system window with a person icon appears. Gabriel said that this is a Spurs analysis system, abbreviated ease. Gabriel noted that this program reads and writes all information about battles from devices connected to the module, and thus you can find out the numerical indicators of abilities and see the improvements of individual players. Gabriel extended his hand forward, raising his palm up and opening his mouth. Gabriel said that the data does not lie, and no one has been doing this by eye for a long time. And now all large and serious clubs use ease. Heian looked at the main character, who was smiling slightly. Moon Yob noted that in the past, superhumans with keen eyesight made decent money by leveling up other superhumans or accompanying them on raids. Gabriel represented the weak man and the strong man. Gabriel noted that he would tell him even more that a team that uses the system is very different from one that doesn't. The protagonist began to enthusiastically examine the huge monitors hung on the wall. The main character noted that all this equipment is needed to evaluate players. Gabriel replied that everything is correct, and this program is quite famous, adding that everything from the software to the hardware that is mounted in the module costs a pretty penny. The protagonist raised his hand, pointing his fingers at the equipment. He wondered how much it all cost. Gabriel said that if you take the best package, it comes out to about 2.5 million euros, and you also have to pay a specialist who knows how to use the system. And this is also not cheap. The protagonist was surprised how expensive it was. The main character stared straight ahead, remembering the YSN company logo. Moon Yob thought that he had an analytical eye, so he didn't really need the device, but their trainer might need this thing. The main character remembered the image of Dong Jun, who was smiling widely. Moon Yob thought that if the data was objective, it would reduce the percentage of useless things he does. The main character inspected the equipment while the guys stood behind him. Moon Yob thought that he didn't want to spend 2.5 million euros just to shut up the younger one by coming up with a plan. The protagonist smiled sarcastically, looking at the Moro brothers. The main character invited the brothers to make a deal. The brothers were interested in his proposal. The main character noted that he would give them his combat data. The main character smiled broadly, pointing his finger at the equipment. Moon Yob added that for this they will give him a system and a person who can manage all this equipment. The main character said that he thinks that his combat data will cost about that much. The Moro brothers thought seriously, pursing their lips. They thought that Moon Yob's data would be useful to those who fought in the same style. The brothers recalled a huge collection of videos with the main character. The brothers thought it would also be a great addition to their video collection with Moon Yob. The brothers stood motionless, thinking about such a proposal. They thought that this chance should not be missed. The brothers smiled widely, flashing their glasses. The brothers told Moon Yob that they agreed and this was a great opportunity to get to know the savior of humanity better. The protagonist said that in return he would give it his all. The main character smiled widely, making a gesture with his fingers. The main character told Bernard to get ready, as the second round would be much more interesting. Water was running from the tap. The main character was in the restroom, standing at the sink. The main character noted that it was not in vain that he flew to France, since he managed to snatch several gifts, a personal weapon, and an ability analysis program and a trainer for it. The protagonist looked at the running water, remembering the fight with Bernard. He noted that fighting with people gives a completely different feeling. The protagonist washed his hands under running water. He thought that it was not because there are no monsters, but rather the fact is that this is not a raid, but a sport, and the need to kill has disappeared, and death is not breathing down the neck. The main character smiled, shaking his hands, brushing away the water. The protagonist could never have imagined that fights could be so peaceful, and this is just the thing for a long life. The main character introduced himself and Bernard with a chessboard. Moon Yob thought that the fight with Bernard was quite lively and entertaining, and this was the first time since his return that he had to really strain himself in a fight. He noted that people like him need to calculate every step. Without a strategy, you can't go anywhere. Moon Yob thought that throughout his life he had met a lot of superhumans and could definitely say that Bernard was one of the strongest among them. The main character hit the mirror with his palm. The main character looked at his reflection in the mirror with a malicious smile, using his analyzing gaze skill. A card of his characteristics and skills appeared in front of him. The main character said that Bernard is still small, and it would be a shame to lose to him. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. He thought that Bernard's speed and strength were superior to him, and it was stupid to deny it. The main character did not understand what he saw. A card with an enhancement skill has appeared, which can increase the indicator of the selected physical ability by 10 or enhance one of the superpowers. The protagonist did not understand whether he had a new superpower, or whether he simply had not noticed it before. Superpowers. A blue flame burned in his hand. Moon Yob noted that speaking about them, everything is quite complicated, and there is quite a bit of accurate information on this topic. The main character presented white silhouettes of people with superpowers. Moon Yob noted that some things have been well known since the appearance of the first superhumans, since some things are simply obvious. The protagonist recalled the image of Lucas and Jeho. Moon Yob said that superpowers are shaped according to a person's personality. The main character recalled himself, furious and baring his teeth as he swung his fist. He thought that, either as a result of the reaction of the aura to some important experience for a person, this means that forces can arise at the moment of an emotional outburst. Moon Yob recalled being called a crazy scoundrel. The protagonist was sitting by a box of things, looking at them. The protagonist noted that a year before he ran away from the orphanage, he heard this hundreds of thousands of times. The main character's entire back was covered in bruises and cuts. Moon Yob noted that these are like scars on the body, and these words do not disappear anywhere and still ring in his head. The protagonist put on his hood while standing by a tree. The main character put a black mask on his face and picked up a large stone. He thought that if the director went to the shelter, it would be along that road. The main character saw a black car driving down the road. The protagonist's eyes widened upon noticing him. The director drove quickly along the road. The main character thought that this was his car. The director drove with a dissatisfied face, squinting his eyes and frowning. Moon Yob threw a stone shrouded in a red aura. From a strong blow from a stone, the car was thrown in different directions, after which it stopped. The director leaned on the steering wheel, and blood dripped from his head. This was his first memory of the throw. Moon Yob stood on a small hill, looking at the wrecked car. The protagonist noted that there are people who say that taking revenge is stupid. The main character widened his eyes, sparkling with them. He noted that, however, only by taking revenge could he learn something. The main character smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. He noted that this is what he knows how to smile. Dubois said the next round starts in 5 minutes. The guys prepared before the fight, sitting in chairs. Moon Yob sat in a chair with a thoughtful look and held a helmet. Moon Yob thought that he received a boost as a result of his extraordinary concentration during the fight with Bernard. Moon Yob thought that maybe it could be in the willpower indicator of 110 units. Moon Yob remembered himself in the hospital when he examined his characteristics. At that moment, the main character said that this is the limit for a person. The protagonist remembered the previous fight as he concentrated on it. The main character thought that the moment of complete concentration, coupled with this indicator, could well be called a key experience. The main character recalled his characteristics and the new skill that had appeared. He didn't understand the part about superpowers, adding that if you increase agility, it will be 107, and skills and aura will rise to 110. But you can, on the contrary, increase relatively low strength or speed. The main character thought that he wanted to test it once, and there was just a suitable opponent, which means he would conduct the experiment in the next round. The protagonist looked to the side, slightly widening his eyes. Heian looked at the main character with a frightening look, which made him scared and open his mouth slightly. Moon Yob told Heian that she scared him. Heian closed her eyes and bowed her head slightly. She looked sad. The protagonist asked Heian how everything went for her. Since he couldn't watch, Bernard was busy. Heian said she was the first to go. Moon Yob was surprised and didn't understand how this happened. Heian knitted her eyebrows sadly, remembering how the enemy flew at her. Heian told Moon Yob that she got excited and lost her vigilance, and was killed at the moment of teleportation. The main character looked up and smiled slightly. The protagonist said that at one time someone said the following words: "If you teleport forward, you die." Heian exhaled heavily, looking down sadly, while the main character pointed his finger at her and introduced little people. Moon Yob told Heian that, moreover, these guys are not the soup set they have in Korea, and Lumiere is a world-class club, adding that she should save teleportation in case of escape. Heian said she would do so. Moon Yob looked at Heian and smiled maliciously. Moon Yob told Heian not to make such a face, since a cowardly main DD is worse than a support without superpower. Heian told Moon Yob that she understood and asked him if he could handle it in the second round since Bernard is very strong. Heian looked at the main character in surprise, her eyes slightly widening. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely, raising his hands in the air, while Heian looked at him in shock. The protagonist noted that he is not called great for nothing. Heian told the protagonist that he must be crazy, because in the first round Bernard cut off his hand. The protagonist gave a thumbs up and smiled broadly at Heian. Haein told Moon Yob that she doesn't even know, compared to his double, his throw seems completely different. Moon Yob asked Haein that she didn't believe in him, adding that she should just watch, calling her dear niece. The main character said that he would put on a real show called The Frenchman's Hack. The two teams were assembled and stood opposite each other. Dubois began the countdown. Bernard stood with a serious expression on his face, his lips pursed. Bernard narrowed his eyes, looking at the main character. He thought that maybe he looks soft and kind on the outside. But as soon as he draws his weapon, everything changes dramatically. Moon Yob stood with his hand out to the side and watched Bernard. The protagonist thought about confronting the two Bernards, which stat he should increase. The main character began to take out a folded spear from his hip bag. He thought the answer was obvious. The protagonist poured his aura into the spear, causing it to appear, and he smiled insidiously. The main character said that he will increase the skill indicator. Dubois has finished the countdown. Both teams immediately rushed at each other. They began to attack each other, and the entire hall was filled with a bright aura. The teams fought with each other, causing small explosions. Haein bared her teeth and clenched them while standing behind her. A light blue aura filled the entire space. The main character quickly ran along the ground, thinking that he had used a power-up. The protagonist jumped into the air, holding a spear and shield. Moon Yob thought that he didn't feel much change. The main character landed on the ground, his eyes flashing viciously, and a dark, terrifying aura emanating from him. Moon Yob thought, look at what will happen directly in the battle. The protagonist covered his body with a shield, while Bernard slowly walked towards him. Moon Yob told Bernard to come to him. The main character narrowed his eyes and smiled insidiously, while Bernard looked at him with a cold gaze. The protagonist told Bernard to attack him with full power. Bernard stood in a fighting pose, holding his blades in front of him. The main character grabbed the spear more comfortably, and a purple aura began to emanate from it, while Bernard began to use the skill to summon a double. Bernard's double appeared next to him, while the main character was preparing to use a throw, causing black lightning to cover the spear. The main character threw a spear at Bernard with all his might, emitting bright blue energy. The spear quickly flew towards Bernard. Bernard looked at the spear with a serious expression. Bernard thought that the spear was moving quickly, adding that if he could dodge it. The protagonist smiled insidiously, putting his hand forward. Moon Yob echoed Bernard's thoughts that he was thinking about dodging. Bernard's eyes widened in surprise. The spear began to accelerate. It rushed at a rapid speed, emitting a blue aura surrounded by black lightning. The spear suddenly changed direction, right in front of Bernard's face. Bernard was surprised that the spear accelerated so much. The spear flew towards Bernard's double, slamming him into the ground. The protagonist extended his hand forward, grinning maliciously, and a blue aura emanated from him. Moon Yob told Bernard that he was able to rebound even if the attack's trajectory had changed, but the movements of his double, whom he had just knocked out, were a little late. Bernard looked in horror at the spear, and then at the main character. Moon Yob noted that it was because of the thought that the spear was not flying at me. Bernard noted that he actually thought so for a moment. Bernard recalled a powerful spear attack. He thought that it was a very strange attack, an explosive acceleration in the middle of the flight. Bernard flashed his eyes, widening them. Bernard thought that in the data on Moon Yob that he had looked at before, there were certainly no cases where the spear accelerated in flight halfway to the target. Bernard didn't understand what it was. Bernard pursed his lips and looked straight ahead with a serious look. Bernard quickly moved away from the main character, leaving behind blue energy. Bernard thought that Moon Yob had some kind of secret. Bernard moved further and further from the main character. He thought that he would first increase the distance, since it was dangerous to get closer, because he only had 30% of his aura left. The main character rushed after Bernard. Moon Yob noted that this was a clever move. The protagonist quickly caught up with Bernard, appearing from above. Moon Yob told Bernard that the double was over, and he immediately put aside his pride, deciding to rely on the team members, sarcastically adding that this is what he understands as a top player, and it was a very smart move. The protagonist looked at Bernard with a crazy look and an insidious smile, surrounding the spear with black lightning, about to throw it at him. Moon Yob told Bernard that he did not expect to lose his double so soon, and now it is too late for him to escape. Bernard widened his eyes in horror when he saw a spear in front of his face. The main character said that the second training match is over. Bernard looked at the main character offendedly and asked him to start the third round. Moon Yob sat in his module and crossed his fingers, smiling sarcastically back at Bernard. He explained with irony that he was tired and they should finish the fight. Bernard asked how this could be. Bernard raised his hands in anger and clenched his fists as the protagonist adjusted his gloves while sitting in the module. Bernard asked for another chance to prove himself, despite the previous 2 losses. Moon Yob ironically asked what would change in this case, because he was unlikely to be able to explain. Noting the impudent insolence of his colleague, the main character grinned sarcastically, looking at Bernard, and stretched his fingers. He replied that so be it. He deigned to enter into the 3rd round with him. They entered the 3rd round and Bernard again used his blue aura double. Moon Yob looked mockingly at Bernard, throwing a spear over his shoulder and holding a shield in his other hand. He was ironically surprised that Bernard used a double so immediately, and explained that he approved of such a good idea. He explained that it is better to use every opportunity to the fullest than to try to look cool and limit yourself. Bernard, together with his double, frowned deeply and went on the attack with glowing eyes. He felt that this should have been his last fight. Bernard, along with his double, ran to the attack with blue blades, like 2 beams of bright light, rushed forward. Bernard, along with his double with a blue aura, tried to attack the main character from the air, who was expecting this attack. Bernard thought that this time he would cope with the protagonist. The black silhouette of Moon Yob looked down bloodthirstily with glowing eyes, emitting a dark aura from itself. He told little Bernard to go on the attack. Moon Yob imagined possible images of Bernard's attacks, where he swung his blades and used his speed. Moon Yob knew about Bernard's random attacks, his speed and punches in conjunction with his double. Bernard's evil gaze was directed upward, and the main character knew that he saw everything that could pose a threat to him. Moon Yob used his enhancement skill. The main character raised his spear into the air, and began to quickly rotate it above his head. Moon Yob looked forward predatorily and maliciously, preparing to meet Bernard's attack, covering himself with a shield along the way. Bernard came face to face with Moon Yob's furious state with a grinning look. Moon Yob was fighting one of the Bernards when the other double tried to attack him from the side. Moon Yob, fighting with Bernard, who attacked him with 2 blades, did not suspect that a double was about to attack him from behind. Moon Yob covered himself with a shield from the blue flashes of light from Bernard, whose double he also managed to notice, turning to face them both. Moon Yob cast a tense look at the fighters. He felt that Bernard was pressing him non-stop and he could already be respected for this, but he understood that he would not allow him to try to come up from behind. He knew he had to give both of them some room to maneuver. The fight diagram was presented on the screen, where icons of the main character and his 2 enemies were found in the form of white balls. He knew that if one of them went behind him, he would fall into a trap, so he had to move at all times to keep them in sight. The main character understood that his task was to spend a minimum of energy and exhaust Bernard so that his body and aura would become weaker. The protagonist watched as Bernard and his double quickly attacked him in order to defeat him. Moon Yob understood that Bernard could have been faster than him, but this was definitely not enough to catch him, because it would have been worth being more active. 2 bright blue lightning bolts intertwined with the purple lightning of the main character's aura. Moon Yob knew that if Bernard did not calculate his movements, he would never get close to him. The protagonist in the air turned back and saw how he was being pursued by Bernard and his double, emitting bright flashes of light from themselves. Moon Yob raised his shield and ran away from Bernard's attack, who was chasing him in the form of blue rays of light. Moon Yob looked forward coldly as Bernard and his double came at him from above with sharp blades. Moon Yob quickly jumped back, watching as Bernard and his double missed him. He felt that Bernard was still moving quickly. Moon Yob frowned slightly and looked ahead at what was happening. He was aware that Bernard's movements were becoming more and more precise, but he again forgot something. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically and looked up. He realized that Bernard had again forgotten something important, namely that they had a team competition. The main character, in flight, jumped back over the entire opposing team with a mocking smile. Moon Yob landed on the ground with a bloodthirsty grin as the alien opposing team looked at him in puzzlement. The black silhouette of the protagonist with glowing blue eyes smiled sarcastically, realizing that now he would shake up Bernard's mental power. The opposing team was surprised how Moon Yob ended up in a different place. Moon Yob turned sharply towards his opponents and threw a sharp spear with a blue aura at them, shouting at them to dodge. A sharp spear flew at high speed into the chest of one of the opponents, and he began to fall. Bernard and his double were confused and looked angrily at Moon Yob, who was tearing apart his team. The protagonist pulled out 2 black hilts, intending to use a new weapon. He understood that when you rush in battle, some shortcomings appear. Moon Yob stretched his hand back and a full-fledged weapon appeared from 2 handles with discharges of lightning and light. The main character smiled sarcastically and pulled out 2 new spears in front of him, shouting to the guys that now he would cause chaos and destruction. Bernard, along with his doppelganger, flew at Moon Yob from the air, swinging their blades to defeat him. Moon Yob raised his angry gaze upward at the approaching 2 clones of Bernard, who understood that he could not just leave it all like that. Moon Yob raised his spears with a dark aura and pointed them upward. Moon Yob extended his spears and made a defensive strike at one of the players as Bernard's blue silhouette rushed by. Bernard and his double angrily turned back, realizing that they could still be bypassed. Bernard and his double watched with tension as their main enemy defeated their player without much effort. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically and looked ironically towards the guys. He was curious to see if Bernard could dodge, and when he said that, he meant dodge in the air. Moon Yob deftly jumped into the air and fired 2 spears in the form of blue aura beams towards his enemies. Bernard and his double immediately turned back and tried to dodge 2 spears approaching them at high speed. Bernard looked at his counterpart angrily, realizing that they must have a plan. They deftly turned towards each other and were about to push away from each other. Bernard and his double landed on the ground as 2 spears in the form of blue rays flew near them. Bernard furrowed his brows when he heard the heavy cry of his comrade. Bernard and his double turned back and saw that these spears had stuck into 2 of his teammates. The protagonist ironically explained that it was incredible, as expected. Moon Yob straightened his shoulders proudly and radiated a bright blue aura from himself, extending his long spear to the side. He praised his enemy and sarcastically said that he was aiming at him alone, but killed 2 of his comrades at once. Bernard, along with his double, raised their blades and looked angrily at the main character. Moon Yob continued that Bernard was lucky that he escaped the attack using his double, but did not take into account that it happens that it was possible to block the view of his comrades. Moon Yob stepped hard on the ground and crushed the ground beneath him. He noted that Bernard was so focused on speed that he did not even see his teammates. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically and tilted his head forward, maliciously inviting Bernard to attack him with his hand movement. The protagonist explained to Bernard that he should have better covered his rear. Dubois and his guys watched the guys fight through the big screen, which showed the last moment with Moon Yob. Dubois didn't understand how this happened. Dubois raised his head and looked attentively at the screen. He thought that the main character was running away from Bernard, but he still tried to limit his maneuverability with this movement. Dubois glared at the Moro brothers, who watched the match with admiration, celebrating Moon Yob's good fight. Jean and Philip noted that the main character was using the enemy's attack against him and Bernard was in too much of a hurry. They noted that Moon Yob was the best. Dubois was angry that they were not on the side of their team. The head coach of the national team raised his hand with enthusiasm and noted that their professional should never lose and could still show something. Dubois frowned at Gabriel, who was watching the duel intently. He noted that it would not be easy because Bernard was no longer in control of the situation, and moreover, to resist against the spear. The 2 long black spears of the main character reflected the attacks of 2 doubles in the form of blue flashes of light. Gabriel wondered what could possibly have happened in such a short period of time. He saw that Moon Yob calmly withstood all the attacks of their main star. Dubois looked carefully at the screen, where it was broadcast that the protagonist deftly repelled the attacks of Bernard and his double. He marveled at Moon Yob's strength. Bernard, together with his double, swung their blades and advanced in the form of a quick attack on the main character. Dubois realized that Bernard was attacking from all sides. Dubois presented the image of Bernard, from which the blue shadow of the double emanated against the background of the bright rays of the aura. Dubois knew that Bernard was talented from birth and trained hard and became a true master, and even after endless attacks he still breathed evenly, which was the result of his hard training. The protagonist looked gloatingly at his opponent, holding spears tightly in his hands. Dubois at the same time saw a powerful barrage of punches from Moon Yob. Bernard leaned forward and intended to launch another attack. From the first shot to the last, his timing was perfect. The protagonist released his spear, but Bernard, with a deft movement of his body, was able to dodge it. Dubois saw that Moon Yob was counterattacking and sought to wear down Bernard and take his breath away. The protagonist raised his head and looked up, puzzled. Moon Yob extended his shield, trying to hide from the enemy's fast attack. They understood that using such tactics was very difficult, because the main character was inferior in speed to his opponent. Moon Yob bared his teeth furiously and swung his arm. The French coach understood that if Moon Yob managed to act like this, then he was able to calculate every step at the level of vision of the future. Moon Yob glanced upward with a frown as he watched Bernard intend to attack him from behind. The protagonist swung his spear, intending to throw it towards Bernard, unaware that he was surrounded from behind by a double. This spear flew in the form of a dark beam towards Bernard, who was again about to dodge another attack. With a deft movement, Bernard and his double rallied together. At the same instant, the 2 of them rushed to attack Moon Yob, who spread his shield and weapons to defend himself. Moon Yob carefully watched every move of his opponents. Moon Yob flew into the air and intended to meet the attack of Bernard and his double, who were advancing towards him. Gabriel watched the fight carefully, noting that after the fight was over, he would like to show the recording of the fight to the tanks so that they could see how to use the shield more effectively. He appreciated that Moon Yob was true to the basics with his impeccable technique. The protagonist deftly dodged in the air when they tried to surround him from both sides. Gabriel understood that as soon as Moon Yob felt that he was falling into a trap, he would attack and immediately change his position and counterattack at the first opportunity. Bernard ran into Moon Yob's shield and he was unable to carry out his attack. Gabriel understood that Moon Yob even used the shield as a weapon. Bernard was thrown back by the impact of the shield, and he was dragged along the ground. He saw that the enemy was too far away and he should have gotten closer. Bernard watched as Moon Yob stabbed his double with a spear. Bernard watched anxiously as the main character defeated his double. This shocked Bernard. Bernard widened his eyes, confused. He finally realized why the protagonist was the savior of humanity, the number one among superhumans. He understood that he was invincible, that he returned to the world of the living after 17 years. Having dealt with his double, Moon Yob threw his spear behind his head and grinned maliciously, noting that there were only 2 of them left on the battlefield again. Bernard finally admitted that it was the great Moon Yob. Bernard looked at his opponent, who dealt with his double with ease. Moon Yob deftly rotated his spear in front of him, smiling maliciously. Bernard understood that this was the same Moon Yob. Bernard with an angry look went to attack his main opponent. The protagonist threw a spear over his shoulder and watched indifferently as Bernard angrily swung his blades at him. Bernard felt that despite all this and his greatness, he would fight to the last. Moon Yob immediately got into a fighting pose and prepared to attack Bernard, who was flying at him. Bernard came face to face with his guns against Moon Yob, who looked at him gloatingly. He knew that he would fight him to the last. Bernard held his head and was indignant. He was silently surprised that Moon Yob simply smeared him. The main character grinned and pointed his finger towards Bernard, who was mocking him with irony. Moon Yob appreciated Bernard's skills and praised him, noting that he was clearly better than Gerald, and he explained that he now understood why that guy was not in the top 3. Bernard timidly replied that the protagonist was simply flattering him. Bernard was a little puzzled when Moon Yob gave him advice. The main character gave him this advice so that he could try to hone his strength a little more. Moon Yob looked closely at Bernard's strength stat and told him that he would become even stronger. Moon Yob understood that such a capable fighter still had room to grow, because his strength indicator was not yet at its maximum. Suddenly Dubois came up from the side and began clapping his hands enthusiastically. Bernard only had time to thank his colleague for the advice before Dubois replied that they both fought well. The head coach of the French national team looked at the guys with enthusiasm. He noted the merits of Moon Yob, adding that once it seemed to him that even Bernard could win. But then with each new attack he proved his superiority more and more. The protagonist sat in his module as Bernard looked at his trainer, puzzled. Dubois asked Moon Yob how he was able to time his opponent's movements when using his double. The main character recalled Bernard's attacks, where he tried to surround him with his double. In his mind, Moon Yob realized that due to the randomness of Bernard's attacks, he still had to strain himself, and he was not going to hide that his work with the double and the general level of skill were good. But when he used the enhancement skill and improved his performance, he could cope with Bernard. It wasn't difficult for him. He knew that otherwise he had no idea how it could have ended. After thinking for a while, Moon Yob extended his index finger and said that he won because he was the great savior of Moon Yob. The main character, together with Helen, stood opposite Coach France and his directors near the gates of a huge mansion. Dubois stood with the Moreau brothers and extended his hand, thanking Moon Yob for agreeing to take part in the training. The main character, along with Heian, stood next to Dubois, surrounded by the Moreau brothers. Moon Yob responded jokingly that it was fun and told the guys to train Heian well for his next visit. Dubois, in response, spread his arms to the sides and replied that the main star of the training did not have to worry about it, because they were not one of those who paid such a large salary to players for nothing and beautiful eyes. The protagonist looked puzzled at Heian, who looked downcast. He remembered her on the battlefield, where he ran past with a sword and a whip. He knew that Heian had not killed a single player in all the matches, and when she herself was killed in the first round, she became overly cautious and her nerves were on edge. Moon Yob placed his hand on Heian's head to show her support. After all, in the end, Heian's training was still good, and in the second round she made 1 pass, and in the third, 3 passes. The protagonist looked towards Heian with a warm mockery, stroking her hair. He tried to support her and said that it was just training and she shouldn't be upset about it. Heian suddenly became angry and bared her teeth, causing Moon Yob to flinch sharply and move away. She angrily agreed with his words and said that it really was not bad for the first time. At that very second, Heian calmed down and enthusiastically raised her fists in front of her. She told Moon Yob not to worry about it, because she would train more, to which Moon Yob suddenly calmed down and wished her good luck. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hen with a smile. Heian proudly said that she was the daughter of Jeho himself, the niece of Seo Moon Yob, and the 7 saviors will now be in her hands. The main character now realized that he definitely shouldn't have worried about Heian, but he noticed that the speech about 7 saviors sounded strange. Moon Yob smiled brightly and walked forward, realizing that he now had free time and was going to test that very skill. The main character was in a large tall building under the cover of the night sky. Card, Strengthening. He can strengthen one of his parameters, increases the indicator of the selected physical ability by +10 or strengthens one of his superpowers. Moon Yob raised his hands and held the spear handle in his hands. The protagonist looked puzzledly at the system window of his parameters with the skill, and noted that now it became clear to him about this moment with the strengthening of one of the superpowers. Moon Yob frowned and looked away and remembered the fight where he tried to shield himself from Bernard. He understood that if physical abilities were enhanced, the effect would be obvious, but if super strength was enhanced, he would be curious to know. Moon Yob closed his eyes and tilted his head forward, grinning slightly. The protagonist laughed maliciously and was surrounded by a dark aura, looking at the system window. He decided to check this point and strengthen his analyzing gaze. Card, Analyzing Gaze, Enhanced Version, the ability to see the characteristics and superpowers of living beings. The owner of the skill had access to the video and could see more characteristics and skills. The protagonist's gaze caught on 2 skills on his card, Leadership and Tactics, which were new. Moon Yob grabbed his chin in puzzlement and imagined fights between fighters, which implied a video description. The main character looked carefully at his stats card, which were all almost at maximum values. He realized that now it would be even easier to find young talent. Card Boost plus Throw. Throw is an enhanced version. It was possible to adjust the distance and speed of the throw when the thrown object comes back. The protagonist raised the toothbrush up and exclaimed with joy that now he had to run for the spear to test his throwing skill. The main character threw his brush aside and immediately caught it, leaving a blue aura trail near him. He was surprised that the brush returned to him, and the aura remained at the same level, and he admitted that it was quite convenient, so he was going to test it with a spear in battle, which should have looked impressive. Moon Yob's gaze caught another thing on the card. He understood that he would now become even cooler and he liked it, but there was still a moment left. It was a card with the Immortality skill, immunity to death from physical impact. This was the last superpower. Moon Yob sweated and drooped slightly and thought about what the enhancement of immortality would give him. He used the Immortality Enhancement skill. He spread his arms out to his sides and looked around in confusion as his limbs began to be surrounded by blue flames. He looked dumbfounded at his hand, which was completely surrounded by blue flames. He began to become covered in blue flames and began to get angry about what was happening to him. He was completely covered in blue flames and frowned deeply. It was strengthening plus immortality. He soared into the air and glowed with a blue magical aura, inspecting his body while holding a spear in his hands. He didn't understand what was happening. Card, Immortality is an enhanced version, immune to lethality from physical damage, and the subject's body turns into a stream of aura for 2 minutes, and all attacks were invalidated when the subject passed through all objects. Moon Yob, glowing with a bright blue aura, looked around himself in bewilderment. He realized that he had an aura instead of flesh and blood. His bright blue silhouette glowed brightly in the air, and he looked himself up and down. He was surprised by this and was going to somehow test his capabilities. The bright glowing silhouette of Moon Yob floated in the air with his arms raised. He remembered that he was definitely supposed to pass through objects and was going to check it out. He rushed forward with a malicious grin. He was moving straight towards the window, intending to pass through it. His bright blue silhouette flew through the window, and he found himself in the space of a French city. He was dumbfounded by this skill. The main character continued to soar through the streets of Paris in a stream of blue aura. He realized that this skill really worked and realized that now it was useless to hit him, so he himself became curious if he could touch something. The bright blue silhouette of Moon Yob looked ahead in confusion as dark energy enveloped him. He was about to go back and check it all on a toothbrush when he suddenly fell into a stupor from what was happening. The protagonist widened his eyes and looked to the side in shock, realizing that something strange was happening now. He floated in the air and shrank slightly when he saw dark streams of energy floating across the sky of the night city. He realized that it was a monster from the dungeon. His silhouette changed dramatically, and he himself turned black with reflections of a blue aura. He smiled maliciously and was already holding his spear in his hands, realizing that this was definitely a dungeon. He rushed forward in a stream of blue aura, leaving behind a trail in the sky. The night city did not sleep and brightly illuminated the streets of the city with its light. The roofs of the houses were no exception and were also illuminated. Moon Yob swung his spear, emitting a blue aura from himself, and looked at how the Eiffel Tower was surrounded by a dark stream of energy. He realized that those monsters had definitely survived. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically and walked forward in a stream of blue aura, realizing that he would have to fight monsters. He rushed forward with a quick stream of blue aura. His blue beam reached the tower faster, when the still dark stream was reaching towards it and the civilians began to turn around in alarm. The protagonist grinned maliciously, emitting a bright blue light. He realized that this was a reaction to the aura of the monster from the dungeon. With a lightning-fast reaction, he rushed forward towards the tower with a blue stream of aura. His blue trail flew around the huge Eiffel Tower. His bright blue silhouette hovered near the tower, and he peered into it. He felt that the monster was nearby. Moon Yob grinned bloodthirstily and clenched his fists, realizing that it was still good that the monsters didn't all die, because otherwise it would have been boring. Just as the main character was about to continue, a system window suddenly popped up in front of him. It said that the skill of immortality had dried up within 2 minutes and he was returning to his corporeal shell. He realized that now it would be bad. He spread his arms to the sides and began to walk back into the building in a stream of blue aura. He understood that it was very inopportune and his silhouette in a stream of blue aura was returning back to the building. He returned to his corporeal shell and became sharply angry. He landed on the floor and left behind a cloud of dust. His gaze looked downcast and he was at a loss. He moved forward, bending slightly. He hit the wall with all his strength and destroyed it greatly out of anger. He angrily grabbed his face and was indignant at why his skill had turned up at the wrong time. He looked confused and held his hand to his face. He wondered how long it took for this skill to recover and whether it was possible to become a ghost immediately after returning to the body. He looked at his hand, puzzled, as he returned to his original state. Thick clouds floated over night Paris. He didn't understand why he didn't feel anything. He recalled the dark room and the cries of his comrades about who knew that the task at hand would be so difficult. They asked him to be more lenient and suddenly a spear flew from somewhere. The protagonist's huge spear flew into one of the demons. The main boss of the demons with white magic addressed his subordinate. The demon boss told his subordinate that he did not need excuses and ordered him to die, because there were many who wanted to take his place. The white light demon boss said that it was not time yet. He held his hand with white light in front of the corpse of his subordinate, and turned to the beginning of the world, wanting to meet him. The main character, in the form of a bright blue aura, was floating in the air. Once in his physical body, Moon Yob hurried to return to a state of enhanced immortality. There were 2 points worth noting here. The protagonist, in the form of a blue aura, absorbed the spears and arrows flying at him. The first point is that when the main character is in this state, he passes through absolutely all objects, and no attacks affect him. At the same moment, the protagonist with a blue aura broke the toothbrush in half. Himself being woven from aura, he could strike and destroy matter. The second point was that last time he did not feel the energy of the creature from the underground. The main character floated in the air in the form of a blue aura with crossed arms and legs against the backdrop of a tower in Paris. Moon Yob threw his hands behind his head and looked up angrily. He tried to attribute it to imagination equals, but no matter how much he searched, he never found his spear, which he threw towards the monster, which means he concluded that he had hit someone. He thought that he might have hit someone who had carried him away in their body without leaving a trace. Moon Yob transformed into his human form and landed on the floor. He could say one thing for sure. The protagonist frowned towards the Eiffel Tower, leaning his hand on the glass. He knew that when the creature appeared again, he would never miss this moment. Gabriel, along with the 2 Moro brothers, entered the main character's room, putting his hand behind his back. Moon Yob, with a mocking grin, extended his index finger towards Gabriel and noted that he recognized him, because they had met at training. The 2 brothers stood on either side of Gabriel. Philip said that in exchange for his data, Moon Yob asked to find a person who could be managed by ease. The protagonist noted that they agreed on this. Philip pointed his hand at Gabriel, who was looking forward intently. Philip noted that Mr. Gabriel would go with him. Moon Yob was about to use his enhanced analyzing gaze skill, and his eye became covered in purple flames. Moon Yob looked closely at Gabriel and his stat card. His eyes caught on the concentration skill that helped him maintain maximum concentration for 6 hours. He also paid attention to leadership and tactical skills, which were very high. Moon Yob understood that Gabriel had excellent super strength, and leadership and tactics were near the limit. The main character carefully looked at Gabriel with his analyzing gaze with a purple aura, realizing that he was literally born to become a trainer. Gabriel presented the Paris Lumiere team badge. Gabriel explained that Moon Yob did not doubt his abilities, and 3 years ago he was the head coach of the Paris Lumiere reserve team, returned and thought about becoming the coach of the main team. The main character turned to the world ranking of the Battle of Superhumans, where France was in first place, and Korea was in 127. He crossed his arms and asked Gabriel, puzzled, that he had now decided to move to Korea to leave France for the country for a long term. Middle a team with weak players. He asked him whether he seriously wanted to contact such losers and whether he would regret his decision. Moon Yob added that YSM is a second division team. Gabriel spread his arms to the sides and replied that he knew, although he had never been to Korea before, much less worked with someone from the second division. Gabriel recalled moments from battles where the main character fought with great success against their star Bernard. Gabriel explained that he saw him in the game and his desire to get into the Paris Lumiere could easily be explained by Bernard. But with a response he added that if there was a chance to get into the team of Moon Yob, who was superior to Mr. Bernard, then it sounds much more grandiose. The protagonist indifferently looked away, crossing his arms. Gabriel added that he thought it would be very interesting to watch the Moon Yob team. Moon Yob grinned slightly and explained that since Gabriel himself made such a choice, he would not dissuade him. The main character extended his hand towards Gabriel, who stood opposite him and waved his hand. Moon Yob began to explain that the payment would be more than worthy for Gabriel because he is still a qualified specialist, the position of head coach, and the corresponding authority to manage the team. Gabriel, with his eyes closed, waved his hand as a sign that Moon Yob was not talking about that at all. Moon Yob extended his hand forward and looked at Gabriel, puzzled. Moon Yob also asked the specialist that he came to Korea but did not want to be a coach. Gabriel explained his gesture by saying that what Moon Yob offered was not enough for him. Gabriel stared ahead intensely through his glasses. He said that the post of head coach or full management of the team is already part of his natural outcome, given his abilities. The protagonist noticed that Gabriel said everything correctly, but still he felt uneasy. Gabriel presented Korea's location in the world ranking of the Battle of Superhumans at 127th place. Gabriel explained that he could have become the head coach at Paris Lumiere at any time, so the trip to Korea was objectively a huge minus for his career. The protagonist agreed with the specialist's words. Gabriel presented how the YSM team moves from the second division to the first. Gabriel noted that since the main character understood everything, he proposed an option where YSM would move to the first division within a year, and if with his arrival in the team they would win the championship and take first place in South Korea. He added that such an explosive success will not harm, but will only help his career. Gabriel stood opposite Moon Yob, who was in anticipation. Gabriel said that he had a condition, to which Moon Yob immediately became curious. Gabriel voiced his conditions to him, which no one heard. Gabriel spread his arms out to the sides as the two Moro brothers behind him suddenly perked up. Gabriel asked Moon Yob, who was standing opposite him, whether such conditions suited him. The main character frowned sharply and put his hand to his face, thoughtfully thinking about Gabriel's condition. After a moment, Moon Yob broke into a warm smile and extended his hand to the specialist as a sign of agreement, and he was ready to negotiate. They shook hands and Gabriel said they needed to make a contract. Jean and Philip took out their phones and started filming Moon Yob and Gabriel shaking hands. Philip laughed and noted that this event will further connect Moon Yob and their Parisian club. Jean added that now it will be impossible not to mention their Parisian club when talking about the main character. One of the Moro brothers posted a photo of the protagonist during training on social networks. The Moro brothers noted that, in truth, they had already posted a photo of the main character on the official networks of their Paris Lumiere team. Moon Yob answered in an angry tone why these scoundrels do whatever comes into their bald heads with photos of others. The Moro brothers noted that even though it was a training session, Moon Yob wore their club uniform. The protagonist with a grin approached the two Moro brothers, who were running away from him with phones in their hands. The Moro brothers collectively said that they had to show off and promote themselves at the same time. Philip, by the way, said that they should meet again in honor of signing a sponsorship contract for weapons. Moon Yob replied that let these cunning people do what they want. Ease was turned on the big screen. Arriving in Paris, the protagonist was going to find new players, and he unexpectedly acquired the Ease system and trainer Gabriel. The protagonist recalled his enhanced analyzing gaze, which allowed him to see the characteristics and superpowers of living beings. Also, his skills were described in video format, which showed battles with the skills used. The main character knew that thanks to the effect of the enhancement ability, he was even more confident in his abilities and returned home earlier than planned. Several photographs of the main character were published on the social networks of the main Parisian club Lumiere. When Moon Yob returned to Korea, his photographs continued to be published for some time on the official pages of the Parisian club on social networks. The Parisian team was surrounded by a yellow, hostile aura. Then rumors leaked out that Moon Yob had signed up for the Battle of the Superhumans as a player, and because of this, discontent among Parisian Lumiere's rivals escalated into outright hostility. A man with long thick hair was looking at his phone, and among them, the main rivals of the French club, the best team in Germany, reacted most negatively. The man was looking at the photo of the main character on his phone. The German team was led by Emre Kasa, one of the 7 saviors. Kasa frowned at the phone and said that he had no idea what Moon Yob was thinking about right now. Kasa was known as the Berlin Lightning. At the YSM club base, things were being unpacked and handymen were standing in the yard on a bright sunny day. Gabriel walked around the office as workers installed equipment and carried boxes. Gabriel, in his black suit, closely watched the work of the movers. The YSM players peered over the wall and watched their new coach, who looked very smart. The team players noticed the installation of ease and realized that in their country there were no specialists who could work with it. The entire team stuck their heads out and secretly watched the work of their new coach, Gabriel. They understood that not all teams in the first division had this new program, but they would use it, noting that their director was incredibly cool, and they really wanted to try ease as soon as possible. Thick clouds floated over the YSM team building. The guys noticed their director Moon Yob, who was walking towards them along the corridor. The protagonist enthusiastically told his guys that they had been training properly all this time, and therefore it was time for a general gathering. The main character spread his arms to the sides, and the whole team looked at him in surprise. Moon Yob said that he had an interesting dream last night. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and said with enthusiasm that in the dream there was an old man who said that he was his ancestor and that he had many difficulties because he himself had no ancestors. He also added that he told him 6 numbers. The player guy and the red-haired, long-haired girl opened their mouths in surprise. Moon Yob put his finger to his temple and continued that he told the old man in his dream that he didn't need it and he told him to get lost. But he said these 6 numbers right in his ear, so each of them reached him and they are still haven't left his head for a while now. The protagonist noted that he thought a lot and decided that it was such a thank you from God to the one who saved the world and he just wanted him to win the main prize in the lottery. The red-haired girl player looked dumbfounded at the frowning director, who crossed his arms. She asked him if he had bought himself a lottery ticket, to which he sharply replied that he had not. Moon Yob grinned sarcastically and answered ironically that he didn't do such nonsense and asked them if they knew why this was so. The whole team looked at their director, the great Moon Yob, with enthusiasm. He loudly told them that they, his favorite people, were his lottery ticket, and added that this season they would have to try and show that they were greatly underestimated. The protagonist put his hand to his mouth and cleared his throat. He was going to continue further and noted that for their further growth he brought a specialist from France. Moon Yob excitedly pointed his hand at Gabriel standing behind him. He introduced them to a new coach, Gabriel Sana, who was a super elite specialist, and added that he himself would not have come to them in their mountain backwater, and therefore it took him a lot of effort to persuade him to work with them. Gabriel closed his eyes and lowered his head as Moon Yob looked at him and continued to talk about him. Moon Yob added that for reference his annual salary, he will have more players, so he told the guys to take good care of him. The protagonist has already turned to his specialist and asked him to introduce himself. Gabriel opened his mouth and introduced himself, saying that he would temporarily take over as head coach. Gabriel looked angrily at the previous trainer, who timidly scratched the back of his head. Gabriel noted that their current coach Dong Jun will be assisting him as a senior advisor and expressed gratitude to him for his assistance. He was also going to tell the guys about the new tasks first. The YSM team of players widened their eyes when they heard Gabriel's plan that their goal for the new season was promotion to the first division, and the goal for the next season was to lead it. Gabriel extended his palm in front of him and asked the guys that if they follow his plan, they will definitely succeed. Gabriel extended his hand to the side and pointed it at Moon Yob, who crossed his arms proudly. Gabriel added that in return, director Moon Yob himself will take part in matches 3 times a year. The players immediately exclaimed and were surprised that the director would now be a player, and that was a completely different conversation. Moon Yob glanced sharply to the side. Gabriel told him that it would be very cool if the director also took part in the competition. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and exclaimed at such a statement. Gabriel looked at the director and raised his hand in front of him. He explained that he did not say that he should participate in all matches, because it was clear to everyone that with him in the lineup any team would become invincible and this would be obvious. He added that for his part, he left Bernard and the famous Lumiere, and came to work at YSM, and he did this because if he looked at the same players, his growth as a coach would come to a dead end. Gabriel looked forward and presented the winner's cup with a blue aura. He explained that Moon Yob was stronger than Bernard and he came for him, so he asked for a chance as a coach to put him on the team and watch a high-quality match. And he also said that if he goes for it, then YSM is guaranteed to move to the first league, or in other words, he will be with him for 1 year before the championship. The protagonist was puzzled and touched his face with his hand, thinking about these words from Gabriel. The protagonist excitedly extended 3 fingers and said that he would still perform 3 times in a year. Gabriel looked closely at Moon Yob and noted that even if Moon Yob plays only 3 matches, then this season the team will definitely move to the first league, and he will demonstrate all his coaching abilities in those games in which he will no longer take part. The main character extended his hand forward to shake them in agreement. He added that Gabriel showed everything he was capable of. The protagonist looked admiringly at his guys with his hand outstretched and said that he still hoped that his turn wouldn't come and told the guys to try better. The first training session under the leadership of Gabriel, a group hunt which took place at a location with a fortress. A team of fighters dealt with skeletons on the battlefield. 2 players named Cho Seung-ho and Namgung Jae-hoon wore glasses and looked tense on the battlefield. They understood that Ease was excellent at analyzing the abilities of superhumans. Also, 3 more players named Choi Hyuk, Lee Na-yeon, and Ro Young-hwan were also actively fighting in the battle. The director and Gabriel understood that this system allowed them to see the same indicators using the skill of analyzing the gaze. Gabriel stood next to the chief director and they watched what was happening. Gabriel noted that Namgung Jae-hoon, Lee Na-yeon and Ro Young-hwan used their strengths well. Moon Yob thought to himself that this was due to his efforts. Gabriel's gaze caught on the first player named Cho Seung-ho, noting that his performance was poor and his stat card appeared. The protagonist timidly scratched his cheek when Gabriel looked at him with a slight frown. Moon Yob was surprised and added that this player had still improved. Gabriel said that overall he didn't see any potential for development. Player Cho Seung-ho was on the battlefield with a downcast look and a card appeared with his available superpowers. Superpowers such as the ability to transfer objects, the ability to share what you see in your aura. The main character explained that Gabriel was right, that the technical aspects could still be improved, but much progress was unlikely. Gabriel noted that this player had many useful superpowers, but still he would be the weak link. The main character's gaze is caught on 2 of the player's skills, leadership and tactics. Moon Yob thought that Gabriel was wrong and he saw something else. The protagonist looked at these 2 skills with his analyzing gaze, whose indicators were not yet at their limit. Moon Yob understood that leadership had a very high limit, and the tactics indicator could be pumped up to 90 units. And with this Cho Seung-ho had a chance to become a strong player. The main character put his hand in his pocket and looked enthusiastically at Gabriel, who put his hands behind his back. Moon Yob suggested to the head coach the idea of him training Cho Seung-ho as a second tactician, to which Gabriel was sharply taken aback. Moon Yob began to say that the guy was always calm and collected, and not stupid either, because he was responsible for determining the location of the opposing team, so it would not be difficult for him to assess the situation as a whole. Gabriel straightened his shoulders wide and looked forward with a confident gaze. He thought a little and answered that Ro Young-hwan, the chief tactician, it would be worth sending him directly to the very center of events, and the second analyst would work out the strategy in detail, being in a calm environment where he is least likely to be killed. He decided to personally take care of the player Cho Seung-ho. 2 more players quickly broke through the space on the battlefield. Gabriel reminded his director that he had recently acquired 2 more players named Choi Youngmin and Yoon Baeum. The main character remembered these 2 players when he signed a contract with them. He noted the uniqueness of these players as he liked their superpowers, which is why he decided to sign a contract with them. Player Choi Youngmin fought fiercely against skeletons on the battlefield. Moon Yob explained that this player has excellent moves and a satisfying super strength, and was worth investing your time in. Moon Yob understood that using his superpower of observation, he would prematurely dismiss unnecessary actions and his movements were as effective as possible. Gabriel mentioned another player Yoon Baem and asked the director about what he could pay attention to. The protagonist looked at his trainer with slight confusion. Moon Yob, together with Gabriel, watched through the system's huge screen the player Yoon Baem, who fearfully fought with a skeleton. Moon Yob replied, no matter how much he looked at it, he didn't see anything special. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He understood that the ease system would not show them his features. Yoon Baem was running away from the skeletons on the battlefield with fear in his eyes when his ability card appeared. The main character's gaze caught on the aura skill 6972nd. The card is Shadow Walking. Movement speed increases by 20%, and with aura values above 70 the player can merge with the shadow. Gabriel carefully peered ahead at the player. Moon Yob replied that his eyes were never wrong. Gabriel was slightly surprised and looked at the director, puzzled. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically and said that you just need to wait a little. The protagonist crossed his arms and broke into a malicious smile. He understood that when the player's aura increased by just 1 unit, then very soon his lottery ticket would hit a big win. Gabriel was holding a folder with the YSM team training plan in his hands. He asked previous coaches if they were still involved in the team's affairs. Gabriel sat in his chair as 2 trainers stood in front of his desk. Gabriel noted that he had to admit that it was a real miracle that they achieved such high results with such inefficient work. Dongjun immediately dropped and trembled when Gabriel said that this miracle had a name, Moon Yob. Gabriel looked confidently at his assistants and told them to change their training schedule, as they needed to lay a solid foundation before the start of the second half of the season. Second training session under the guidance of trainer Gabriel, speed testing. The player's foot quickly flew through space at high speed. Nayeon ran as hard as she could and passed all her teammates. The first place was taken by Nayeon. Baem, looking very tired and out of breath, was breathing heavily, noting that Nayeon was too fast. 14th place, Baem. Royoung Hwan, who took 6th place, ran past the out-of-breath Baem with a confident look. Baem turned to his captain and wondered if he would die from such a load. Royoung Hwan told his friend that their new coach had a doctorate in sports medicine, and they might have felt like he was really overworking them. But that wasn't the case. Royoung Hwan looked ahead and started to run forward when Baem closed his eyes tightly. Royoung Hwan added that their director said that he adjusted their level to the training system of the Paris Lumiere, and he thought that their players had similar training every day. Royoung Hwan accelerated sharply and was already beginning to move away from Baem, who was running after him on his last legs and trying to keep up. Baem stopped on the treadmill and wanted to catch his breath, realizing that it was difficult for him. Baem looked ahead in horror and opened his mouth wide as he tried to take in air to come to his senses. He understood that he could not catch up with them and invited the guys to run away together. We were transported to the coach's office. Gabriel was surprised by what happened during training. Gabriel picked up the remote control and watched the training video many times. Gabriel sat in his chair and continued to press the remote control to rewind the training video. He understood that the average performance and training system were typical for a second division team, and yet he did not understand how the YSM players achieved results so quickly. Gabriel crossed his arms and looked at the screen with confusion. Gabriel turned his attention to the team's 5 best players. He presented the images of 2 players, Royoung Hwan and Namgung, in a fighting image. He noticed that once Royoung Hwan began training for endurance, he began to defeat opponents and make assists more often, and his save percentage also increased. He also noted that Namgung, despite the sharp change in its position, has established itself as an excellent melee dealer by comboing his superpower project and his utility. He also noticed 3 more players. Nayeon and Seung Ho trained sprints repeatedly as track and field athletes and became famous for their strategy, striking and holding. And Choi Hyuk, after moving to YSM, became a tank and in his new position showed an explosive increase in physical strength. Gabriel recalled the image of the main character, who smiled maliciously. He realized that Moon Yob definitely had a hand in this. Gabriel, with his arms crossed, frowned at the table, deep in thought. He understood that thanks to these 5 it was already possible to easily reach the playoffs, thinking that Moon Yob himself could have participated in the matches 3 times and victory would have been ensured. Gabriel raised his eyes and looked a little puzzled at the screen. He looked at the system screen and looked at the characteristics of the team captain Choi Hyuk and could not understand what the point of changing his position was, because he would have performed fine as a melee dealer. The team captain during training fiercely repelled enemy attacks with his sword. Gabriel didn't understand why Moon Yob made him a tank. Gabriel suddenly grabbed the keyboard and began searching for the necessary information on the computer. Gabriel was watching a replay of the Choi Hyuk fight on the computer, and the system showed his passive ability to increase physical endurance. Gabriel realized that the amount of damage the enemy was inflicting on him was different from that received by the team captain. It dawned on him that Choi Hyuk had another passive ability. Gabriel frowned slightly and couldn't believe that Moon Yob knew this and therefore gave him the role of tank. Gabriel remembered the moment the protagonist grinned when he said that his eyes were never wrong, and wondered how he did it. Bayam sat in the corner and sighed heavily, who doubted himself and thought that he had overestimated himself. The main character noticed the saddened Bayam and called out to him. Moon Yob asked the player why he was depressed and told him not to be so afraid and suggested that he call himself senior instead of director. Bayam timidly grabbed the back of his head when the main character was not far from him. Bayam said his new name and Moon Yob praised him and told him to continue in the same spirit. When he saw him, he should radiate respect and joy. The main character grinned maliciously and turned to his ward and told him to talk about what was bothering him. Bayam hung his head again and sighed heavily, and sadly said that he had the worst skills on the team. Bayam grabbed his head and anxiously imagined the image of their team captain, Choi Hyuk. Bayam noted that their captain, who was a year younger than him, had already taken the center position and continued to write the main character's biography ever since he joined the club. He noted with disappointment that he could not maintain the pace of training and realized that he was not able to become a professional. Moon Yob raised his eyebrows and asked what he might have thought that he and Choi Hyuk were similar and unlike him. He was originally good with his innate talent. Bayam was indignant at such superiority of his captain and began to talk plaintively about why he was even taken to the team if he was so bad. The protagonist added that it was all about his superpower. Bayam closed his eyes tightly and cried from the hopelessness of his situation, imagining how during training he could not catch up with Nayan. Bayam asked about increasing speed and merging with the shadow. He thought that they could increase his speed, but how could he catch up with Nayan? The main character crossed his arms and looked slightly displeased at the saddened Bayam. Moon Yob was going to cheer up his comrade and remind him that his superpowers developed in accordance with his efforts. Bayam frantically asked if this could guarantee anything in this matter. Bayam bared his teeth and cried heavily, looking with eyes full of tears at the main character, who told him that they had a dispute and he could not provide him with any guarantees. He angrily asked the director that his life was like some kind of joke for him. Moon Yob grabbed Bayam by the collar with displeasure, and he got scared. Moon Yob reminded him about the dispute, where he promised to give him 300 million if their idea failed, and this big money was not so easy to earn in 2 years. Bayam immediately came to his senses and began to apologize for his behavior. The main character looked angrily at the offending player and told him that this would not work. Moon Yob pulled Bayam's shirt and told him to follow him. A huge mountain range covered with dense trees. Bayam wondered why they came to the mountains, and even without prior preparation. Moon Yob walked forward without looking back as Bayam passed through the rubble. The protagonist replied that now they will change his mindset of a loser, because he would not want to throw 300 million down the drain. He ironically asked him to think about what would be better, spend 2 years of his time whining or push himself and hit the jackpot. Bayam looked at the main character standing above him on the rock ledge with an angry face. Bayam noted what kind of adult would teach that the pursuit of success is more important than living modestly and honestly. Moon Yob was suddenly puzzled and thought that Bayam did not consider his competence sufficient to teach him something. Bayam explained that it was about something completely different. Moon Yob, with a smile on his face, raised his finger up and said that there, higher up, he had prepared a place for him where he would pump his aura. Bayam wondered why in the mountains. Moon Yob remembered himself in his fighting form when he was surrounded by a dark aura at the beginning of his journey. He explained that the aura has some characteristics. It becomes more active when you are in a suitable place. After all, he himself clearly did not begin his journey from the dungeons. Bayam looked dumbfounded at his director, who told him that he himself felt like the right person when he found himself in the right place. Moon Yob, with sadness on his face, said the unpleasant phrases that were once repeated to him. These phrases carried the meaning that he was pitiful and was considered a mediocrity and a useless person. When he was little, he constantly listened to something like this. The protagonist remembered his orphanage, noting that their director of the orphanage did not stand on ceremony with them and often beat the children and was not shy in his expressions. He remembered the phrase of his enemy in the orphanage, who asked him if he was still crazy. Moon Yob recalled how he sat on the floor, all beaten, and the director stood opposite him. He remembered that this bastard hated him more than anyone, so he beat him especially often, and those little sycophants of the director treated him the same way. The director told him that he was too rebellious and made him angry. Young Moon Yob looked at his offender with an angry look, who warned him that if he looked like that, he would be beaten again. He was called a useless man. Bayam raised his eyebrows and was stunned by the protagonist's childhood story. The protagonist watched as Bam immediately changed his face and looked confused. The main character put his hand on Bam's head and told him with trepidation that each of them had mental wounds. The main character looked at Bam with a smile, holding his hand on his head. He replied that the consequences of these wounds could be overcome. Bam widened his eyes in shock and turned to his elder. Moon Yob rushed to move on. When Bam exclaimed angrily, Moon Yob said since Bam was a loser from the cradle, then they should move away from human eyes. Bam said with displeasure that the elder again called him a loser and explained what he should do in this remote place. Moon Yob walked to the edge of the mountain and looked into the dark cave with Bam. He replied that Bam should not ask him, but his superpower. The protagonist looked forward proudly when Bam pointed at the cave and asked how it was even understood. Moon Yob told Bam not to talk too much because this was the place where he was supposed to train. The main character kicked Bam from behind and it flew down. Bam sat inside the cave and looked dumbfounded at his director, who was looking at him carefully. Bam asked him why he did this. Moon Yob began to say that Bam looked at the world with pessimism, was a loser who always complained, and decided that this place was perfect for him, where he would improve his skills. Bam looked tearfully at his teacher Moon Yob, who told him to settle down and told him that he could only leave in 10 days. Bam wondered what he would eat and where he would go to the toilet. Moon Yob rolled his eyes and imitated Bam complaining again. Moon Yob said that he provided him with a wonderful place to train, and he was worried about such little things. So he told him to stop whining and get down to business. The main character waved his hand in his direction. When Bam looked at him in a sweat, Moon Yob told him that he would confiscate the phone and told him to give it back. Bam thought the protagonist was crazy. Bam was in the pit itself and looked up into the sky. He understood that if he stayed here, he would die and he had to escape somehow. Suddenly Moon Yob looked at him with a bloodthirsty look and explained to him that if he tried to get out ahead of time, he would catch him and skin him, and he would be in trouble. Bam immediately drooped and fell into a stupor. The main character waved his hand and broke into a bright smile, saying goodbye to Bam and wishing him good luck. Bam didn't understand how only Moon Yob could think straight. Bam plopped down on the ground and sighed heavily. He looked up in despair and thought that he could not believe what he should do now. Bam recalled how he sat on a bench at school with a towel on his head. He thought that he would not be able to cope with this task and that nothing would work out for him, because even at school he sat on the bench all the time. During school, he sat on a bench with a downcast face. He remembered that when he did go out onto the field, no one paid attention to him at all. He recalled how he cried tearfully while on the bench under a towel. He considered himself quite active and wanted to become a top-notch player in the battle of superhumans. He remembered himself in training, when it was difficult for him and he tried to catch up with his captain. He believed that all this was absolutely impossible for him. He recalled stopping on the treadmill to catch his breath and thinking he had no chance. He also remembered the main character who extended his hand to him. Moon Yob invited him to join their YSM team, and if he worked hard enough, he could develop and improve super strength. He suddenly sat down on the ground and hung his arms, thinking that it was possible after all. He was lost in thought, looking ahead without moving. He realized that the most powerful Superman in the world had told him that it was possible. Bam sat on the ground and crossed his legs, surrounded by his blue aura. He realized that there was no point in doubting his leader's words and felt that he should have focused on the aura flow. Suddenly, a purple beam of light appeared in the sky. 10 days have passed. The main character watched through the phone over the life of Bam, who was still alive. He understood that now it was time for his lottery ticket to get out of there. Moon Yob looked at his phone, breaking into a malicious smile. He used his analyzing gaze. His eye emitted purple flames as he used his skill. He realized that his lottery ticket had worked. The black silhouette of a head approached the pit, and Bam, in the form of his blue aura, began to crawl out of the pit. The main character, confident in his words, asked Bam if his plan worked. Bam widened his eyes with surprise on his face. He realized that Moon Yob had been watching him all this time. It was a video camera module in the form of a penguin on wheels, which monitored him. Moon Yob said through the camera that there was still time before the start of the second half of the season, so he asked him to master his new superpower technique until then. A hologram of Moon Yob from a video camera looked at the confused Bam. Moon Yob told him that in such conditions in the first match he would attract everyone's attention. The clear sun hung over the YSM building. CEO Moon Yob happily shouted to the director that he had come. The guys stood in front of Choi Dong-jun, asking him where Gabriel was sauna, to which they received an answer that he was forming subgroups in the coaching room for the second half of the season. But he was interrupted, not allowing him to ask the question. The brunette turned around, leading the young man away, turning to him and saying that he wanted to introduce the new main character. The young men walked past an office where a man and a woman were answering calls, explaining that at the moment they were not planning to transfer players to another club, explaining that Lee Na-in will not move to another club. The guys came to the director's office, asking what kind of commotion was happening there. Looking at them, Gabriel Sana replied that many teams want to take the girl to their team, and offers even came from abroad. A man with glasses looked at them, representing many countries, telling how everyone was stirring at the end of the transfer window and wanted to get the famous duo. One Arab company offered $5 million for them. The main character grimaced when they asked him whether he agreed to the offer, answering that for them it was little money. He introduced Lee Na-in and Jo Seun-ho had their backs to each other, explaining that they could only sell the girl if something happened, but not the guy, because he represented the real value of the team, even though the girl was the face of the team. The brunette recalled to Jo Seun-ho that he warmed up while in shape, adding that it would be a deadly tandem, given the director and his love for non-standard solutions in battle. CEO Moon Yob winked, already imagining the tactics of fighting him in his head, but the director suggested that he could analyze Daniel Mansk. The brunette was surprised, asking who he was talking about. They told him about a blue-eyed guy who was the best support in the world, forming with the rest of the players the 3 strongest superhuman participants in the battle. He and the director looked at each other while Yoon Baem looked at the brunette, who was explained that the support was from the German team Berlin Lightning, whose coach was one of the 7 saviors. The main character recalled to Imre Casa that he raised his finger, seriously declaring that he could not leave everything to chance. The brunette looked at him with a bottle in his hands while he read the lectures. Then he thought that the team coach was clearly a stuffy person. Afterwards, he was mentally surprised by the support's achievements, realizing that he was more interested in him than his coach himself. The brunette turned to the man with glasses. The main character pushed Yoon Baem forward, who awkwardly greeted him while the coach stated that it would be a good idea to change the main lineup of players for the second half of the season. Gabriel Sana clasped his hands together, clarifying the young man's name, saying that just recently the guy wasn't of much interest. Yoon Baem suddenly demonstrated his aura, and then the coach called the guy a lottery ticket, hinting at his unusual ability. A clear sky hung over the stadium, while the commentators were announcing the first match of the second half of the season. The emblems of the 2 opposing teams were displayed on the screen, announcing YSM and the GT Knights, suggesting that the match would put an end to their confrontation. Viewers were shown the new member of Team YSM through a hologram, saying that Yoon Baem was recently published as a new athlete. The brunette crossed his arms with a smile when he heard himself mentioned. Let's move back 10 minutes. Yoon Baem and Jo Seun-ho looked at the coach, who told them that the match was an opportunity to show a new side of themselves. The directors presented the 5 most valuable players, calling them the ideal combination. The bespectacled man's eyes sparkled, and he told the 5 to move together if the match didn't bring any surprises. Jo Seun-ho excitedly thanked the director when he was declared the leader of this subgroup. The brunette addressed the rookie with a raised finger, saying he didn't expect much from him in his first game. However, Yoon Baem clearly became nervous when he was told to take care of his opponents. The spotlights sparkled. The match had already begun. Everyone was eagerly awaiting which dungeon the game would take place in. It turned out to be an upside-down forest. In the middle of the cave, a luminous tree was flying in the air. This monster was called a Zardlon. It will attack from above on those who dare to approach it, and the closer they get to it, the more intense the attack. They say that the monster is actually not one tree, but several that have absorbed an incredible amount of aura and merged together. The GT Knights were divided according to the 4-4-3 principle. The first subgroup had 4 players, and the second also, but in the third there were already 3 players. The YSM team was divided into 2 subgroups of 5 people. Unexpectedly for the others, someone suddenly came out, walking confidently. It turned out to be a newcomer. He alone made up the third subgroup. All the spectators were shocked by this decision, especially considering the terrain where a Zardlon could attack you at any moment. The guy confidently ran into the dungeon. His eyes suddenly glowed as he used his shadow walking ability. With its help, movement speed increased by 20%. With an aura value above 70, the player could merge with the shadow. The first subgroup of the night, consisting of 4 people, fought the monster. They suggested that the monster was small, but would increase significantly as soon as they went deeper. Not far from them, several arrows stuck into the ground. What of course caught their attention, they realized that Li Nayan caught up with them. Red stood in front of his teammates, telling the others that everything was fine and they should continue moving at the same pace, because their target was the guy. The red-haired guy with shaved temples looked away, saying that it was even better because they were heading towards them and not in the opposite direction, declaring that they had something for their duet. They rushed forward. One of them used his ability of perception, which involved detecting signs of living beings in the surrounding space. The opponents were then attacked with arrows, but they still continued to move. After all, the damage was small. The guy opened his eyes wide, realizing that he had found something. He saw an archer around his comrades, and a subgroup of rivals fought with a monster, while one of the opponents was behind a rock a kilometer from this place. He swore that it was Jeho. Li Nayan watched them leave, holding a bow in her hand. The girl stated with a smile that the first stage of the plan has been completed. The guy in the hood was warned about the approaching enemies. As soon as he turned around, the knights were already standing in front of him, declaring that he would not be able to escape, considering that his team was fighting the Zardlan. The stranger touched his hood, throwing off the cloth. Choi Hyuk asked why he should run. The knight was surprised, thinking that there was definitely a tank there. As soon as they turned around, their rivals arrived from behind. Jo Seun-ho ran with a sword and shield in his hands. While holding the weapon in the air, he gave something to his partner. The guy held the backpack on his back. The next moment he threw it at his opponent, calling it a gift. The redhead caught the backpack, wondering what was there. Seeing the contents, the guy cursed. These turned out to be Zardlan seeds that grew quickly, absorbing aura from the environment. He presented a diagram where the opponents collected seeds and made a package that blocked the flow of aura, filling a backpack with them, handing them over to Choi Hyuk. At that very second, vines began to grow rapidly from the backpack. They wrapped themselves around each of the knights, suspending them in the air. Members of the YSM team came to them while they were unable to get out. One after another they began to formulate murders for themselves. So Choi Hyuk made one kill, and Namkoong Jahun made one. Choi Jeongman swung his sword, earning himself one kill. Leader of the third subgroup, consisting of 3 players, I listened in shock to the news that the first subgroup was no longer there. In front of them was Zardlan. The bald one shouted to regroup immediately after the hunt. The monster's vine rushed forward. It grabbed one guy by the leg, hanging him in the air. The leader of the group bared his teeth, declaring the salvation of his teammate as the main goal. Without a second thought, he ran straight towards the monster. His eyes glowed and he grabbed the hilt of his sword. Swinging, he cut the vine into 2 parts. He immediately began to run while his teammate fell to the ground. Turning around, he noticed the redhead struggling with the monster while the rescued one tried to get to his feet. The leader of the subgroup looked at him angrily, not understanding what the guy was wasting his time on. He was overcome with rage and thought that he could deal with the monster first. One by one they attacked the monster, striking it. Soon the bald man was exhausted, realizing that they had wasted too much time on one monster. The leader of the subgroup spoke angrily about the red-haired guy who froze. He approached his teammate, placing his hand on his shoulder, intending to have a serious conversation. The next moment he fell dead, beginning to dissolve into pixels. He became nervous, not understanding what had happened, when his opponent was credited with the first kill. The guy shook his head in alarm, shouting that this couldn't happen, because there weren't even any signs of the group approaching. At this time, a shadow quietly crept up on the guys. It was Yumbayam in the shadows with glowing eyes. He approached the brunette, preparing to finish him off. Next he swings his weapon. He kills his opponent right in front of his teammates' eyes. He was counted as the second murder. Yumbayam hurried to hide in the shadows, realizing that he had been noticed. The enemy looked at the shadow in shock, wondering what had happened. The bald man shook his head around in fear, searching for his opponent. The young man turned pale, understanding that his opponent is following him. The next moment, Yumbayam emerges from the shadows. He attacks the knight, who manages to react. Baldy managed to repel the attack, and the enemy jumped back. The YSM guy slid along the ground, crouching, realizing that the enemy had a good reaction. He became nervous, mentally calling out to his elder for advice. The young man stood opposite the trainer, who asked about his actions if suddenly the surprise attack did not work, receiving the answer that he would most likely simply be killed. The brunette gesticulated, denying his possible rightness. Yumbayam was indignant when he was told that nothing is certain in battle. Then he asked how he could defeat someone who is much stronger. For this he received a kick in the ass and screams from the elder, because he should have listened to the end first. The young man looked warily at the bruised area while the coach urged him to use his head for its intended purpose. Yumbayam turned around and looked at the brunette, receiving advice. First, he should have limited the variability of his opponent's actions. He presented a logical tree, where he cut off several options for the outcome of events. Moon Yob asked how his opponent would think. The young man awkwardly scratched the back of his head, assuming that his opponent would go there, where there is less shadow, and will wait for his appearance. The brunette showed 2 fingers, saying that most of his opponents would think so. After all, when circumstances force you to decide quickly, it is very difficult to be distracted by 103rd. He pointed his finger at the confused young man, saying that at this time the initiative was in his hands. Next, the trainer took a box with a crossbow and a dagger inside, but received the answer that the student preferred long swords. The brunette handed everything to his ward, saying that in the absence of control skill, he should use an easy-to-use weapon. Yumbayam took the crossbow and ran with it, crawling out of the shadows. The brunette smiled with confidence, crossing his arms over his chest. Magic arrows flew at the opponent one after another. However, the bald man managed to repel them all with his shield. At this time, the young man corrected himself and quickly moved along the shadow behind his opponent. He jumped out from behind at his opponent, holding a dagger in his hand. The main character watched the battle through the screen. He grinned confidently, thinking that bad thoughts are not a reason to give up if the student does not give up. Yumbayam attacked his opponent with a dagger, catching him by surprise. The knight's eyes lit up and he prepared to swing his sword. However, the stone interfered with the young man, and he stumbled. The guy falls to the ground rather clumsily and screams. He found himself at the feet of a confused knight who could not find words. Before his eyes, the guy disappeared into the shadows, leaving his opponent alone. He squealed in embarrassment while he was a shadow, not understanding how he stumbled like that. His displeased expression followed his opponent like a shadow as he wondered if they had revealed their trump card too early. Yumbayam was surprised when he was amazed by his ability to merge with the shadow. The bald man turned around, noticing a suspicious shadow. He was fully armed, looking out for his opponent. At this time, the entire team was actively attacking their opponents, earning themselves kills. The knights only had Jeong Suho left. An entire YSM group was blocked by the boss himself, and another was captured by the previously scattered Zardlan seeds. The players stood in front of him. A brutal battle with the monster awaited them. Yumbayam waved his dagger. Many understood that a lot depended on this fight. The knight managed to repel the guy's blow. The young man again became a shadow, and then sharply attacked his opponent. Each of them tried to at least injure his opponent. Jeong Suho swung his sword again, but it was all in vain. He couldn't even hurt the guy. The knight's evil gaze suddenly shifted sharply. He suddenly attacked the guy standing with a dagger in his hand. Yumbayam barely managed to jump back and crouched on the ground. As it turned out, the guy was wounded right in the legs. The bald man couldn't believe his eyes. He was finally able to wound his enemy. Suddenly the realization came to him that his opponent had not dodged and he was not hiding in the shadows. He remembered several powers, but also realized that this superpower also had limitations. The guy can only disguise himself in the shadow, but not become it. He remembered the moment when the young man fell at his feet, thinking that there was nothing unusual in this, because superpowers are often bound by limitations. The bald man smiled ominously, realizing that such an opportunity should not be missed. He waved his sword, intending to deal with the younger one. Yumbayam became nervous, thinking that he had lost. His wounded leg trembled. He reproached himself for his mistakes. The young man looked in surprise at the swing of the sword. The blade almost touched the guy's head, still looking at him. Jeong Suho was very surprised as he watched what was happening. The opponent's eyes suddenly shone. There was a smile of gloating on his face. He warned that with such a sweeping blow, one could drive a sword deep into the ground. There was only a shadow at the site of the impact. She was quickly moving somewhere. Yumbayam suddenly swung at him from behind before he could figure it out, thanking him for falling for his trick. He swung decisively, pointing the dagger at the confused and angry knight. The young man imagined a dungeon turned upside down, saying that he deliberately did not completely hide in the shadows when asking. He also did not think that the entire location was a solid shadow. Yumbayam defeated the enemy, finally killing him. Finally, the guy was credited with the third murder. The young man looked around in shock. He fell to his knees as the voice again said that he had 3 kills. His eyes widened. He was barely aware of what was happening. Yumbayam clenched his fists victoriously and closed his eyes, realizing that he had succeeded. The brunette remembered the hunted guy with a smile, realizing that he could. The young man exclaimed victoriously, crying with happiness. The first game of the second half of the season ends in victory for the YSM team. The newcomer turned out to be the most productive player. The video of the battle was posted on the internet, and everyone was discussing the new rising star of gaming. The main character stood up from his seat, saying that he had no doubt about today's match. He remembered the students, realizing that at this rate, promotion to the first division would not be so difficult. The brunette took out his phone, wondering if their victory was too easy. He looked at the news, thinking that it would be great to set a goal for the team to become first on the world stage. The clear sun again illuminated everything around. The main character lay on the sofa in suits and slippers, with his hands behind his head, realizing that he was bored after the second director took over. He looked at the TV, where there was a guy in alien glasses, saying that he had already watched everything. The brunette switched channels. On one, a man was holding a fork with a sausage. On another, children at school witnessed an alien invasion. On the third, a group had gathered for survival. Suddenly, he turns off the TV by pressing a button on the remote control. He took the remote control with displeasure, clearly lost in thought. The man stood with a bag on his shoulder, looking up at the building. His teeth sparkled brightly against his dark skin and dark beard. The man pressed the bell, starting to call the main character. The brunette looked out from behind the door. Eric Thuram was one of the 7 with whom they saved the world. He was the Red Star of France, who was called the God of Axes. The dark-skinned man asked why he was introducing him, to which he received the answer that this moment was considered appropriate for the moment of explanation. He asked his comrade in surprise how it was brought to his country, to which he was accused of not coming to France. Then CEO Moon Yob opened the door completely, asking if he said that he would meet him if he went to Paris, to which he received a positive answer. Eric Thuram awkwardly told how he was fishing in the Atlantic Ocean and had to swim to get there, although there was a small accident along the way. He told how he received a slap in the face from his wife, and she forbade him to fish. The brunette happily noted that his comrade had not changed. The man blithely waved his hand, explaining that his wife was simply worried about him and that he was lucky to have her. His powers were fate and the instinct of survival. His powers appear at critical moments. With them it is impossible to die of old age or illness. CEO Moon Yob turned around as Han Sung-hee entered. She approached the guest, greeting him with cordiality, while he happily declared that she was still charming. There were various dishes on the table, but the girl said that she didn't have time to cook much. The men sat down at the table, starting their meal. Not one of them ever thought that they could eat like this at the same table with their friend. CEO Moon Yob took pictures of a huge number of people while his friend asked why he was hiding the skill, to which he received the answer that the power appeared after returning. The dark-skinned man looked at his interlocutor in shock, wondering if he was really ready to die, but the protagonist began to be praised for devaluing his act. The guest began to rummage through his bag, looking for a small gift. He held in his hand a stone with a glowing green rune, which was called the Stone of Return. It is used to escape from a dungeon. Activation time is 12 seconds. The main character was surprised when he picked it up, wondering if his friend still kept it, to which he received a positive answer. His eyes suddenly widened while his old acquaintance was talking about how he had picked up the stone as a souvenir. He turned to him, asking the price for the stone, receiving the answer that perhaps 10 million. Eric Thuram pointed to the glowing stone, saying that it could be activated 7 more times, when the comrade was upset because of the low cost. The brunette's gaze was full of determination. Looking at the stone in front of his nose, he realized that he could return there. He remembered Jeho with his wife, mentally thanking him for sheltering him, but he didn't want to be there. 2 days later, the sky was a little cloudy, but the day was still sunny. The men stood opposite each other. A dark-skinned friend invited him to go fishing, but was refused. The brunette touched his hand, smilingly saying that he would not help him with the ban, advising him to go on a trip with his wife instead. Eric Thuram stepped back with a bag of things on his shoulder, saying goodbye to his old acquaintance. Then the brunette clapped his hands. He looked towards the exit, saying that it was time for him to go. A rather heavy backpack with many compartments flopped onto the floor. Jeho asked the main character where he was going, receiving the answer that he was on a short trip. The man with glasses asked how many days he was leaving, but did not receive a definite answer. The brunette began to put on his shoes, answering that he had a secret place. The main character barely got up with a backpack on his back, to the surprise of his interlocutor. He replied that he simply did not know everything about him and said goodbye. He took hold of the backpack straps and said with a smile that they would see each other in 3 days. He gripped the steering wheel in his hand and then put on his helmet while sitting on the moped. Having started it, he quickly drove off to where he needed to go. He drove straight along the highway, arriving at Gangwon-do. He parked the moped, stopping on the road from which there was a gorgeous view of the green hills. He stood in front of the rocks, planning to find something he needed. He took out the Stone of Return, realizing that without it he could not leave without destroying the core. He presented various riches and necessary artifacts that were from the dungeons. The brunette looked ahead with confidence, intending to save money. He took a stance, intending to use his power. There was a small flash of blue below. The main character stood up in the blink of an eye. He quickly jumped from rock to rock, rising higher and higher. He landed hard, destroying the ground beneath him. A satisfied grin was visible on his face. A huge round stone stood in his way. At first there was pitch darkness behind the stone, but then a ray of sunlight was able to cross the gap. And then the brunette moved the stone away completely. The sun was able to illuminate it. The man was shocked when he looked inside. There was some kind of purple glow inside. Moon Yob thought that everything was fine so far. His hand reached out to an unidentified object. He pursed his lips, intending to touch. He had a satisfied grin on his face and glowed with a purple aura. Suddenly he was teleported to an unknown area. The brunette smiled contentedly, looking at his secret dungeon. The man sucked in as much air as possible. Then he exhaled noisily, clearly missing his surroundings. He perked up, smiling a little evilly. For some reason his body and mind were renewed when he was in the dungeon. The man rushed forward to the entrance. He walked towards the stairs, thinking that if he did not destroy the core and use the homecoming stone to exit, he could create a ghostly space. The brunette walked up the steps, looking up, realizing that he had not smelled this smell for a long time. He found himself in front of a huge building. With his hands at his sides, Moon Yob looked around contentedly. After returning, he regretted that he had cleared all the dungeons. So he fell on his back, holding his head, thinking that if he went back again, he would of course do the same, save the world again, but this was not enough for him. He confidently noted that he was supposed to die in the last dungeon. The blue moon shone on everything around. The man was telling a secret that a person is not able to defeat the monsters from the dungeon. A man in armor stood in front of the main character as a child, declaring that, as a Superman, he felt everything in his gut. The boy looked displeasedly past the adult, who explained that he was making every effort to educate the young man in order to instill hope. The man was surprised to hear the indifferent question. The boy covered his fist with his hand, saying that he was only interested in dungeons. All 7 saviors walked towards the light and only the brunette in armor turned away from him. He understood that this time of peace was not for him. The main character stood up, realizing that he had only come to make sure because he thought that he could adapt to the new world. The brunette recalled his adventures in France with a smile. He waved his arms, nonchalantly declaring that he was imagining something while a purple mist appeared behind him. Moon Yob turned around, noticing the fog spreading. He was shocked and speechless for a moment. He looked into the distance, wondering if the dungeon should be so empty that it had been cleared out. He remembered how the stone at the entrance was a little overgrown, so he realized that there was definitely no other Superman here. His eyes suddenly opened wide. He was confused in his guesses. Moon Yob took something in his hand, realizing that it would be difficult for him without equipment. Soon the item became a full-fledged weapon, similar to a spear. Moon Yob excitedly called someone over, getting ready for a battle. Moon Yob held his shining weapon in his hands and said that it wouldn't be easy since he didn't bring any equipment with him. The spear in his hand lengthened as he poured aura into it. With a wicked smile, he called the monster to come out and fight him. Moon Yob held a spear in his hand and listened to the silence of the dungeon. Suddenly he listened, hearing something and thought that he must have heard it. The gate to the dungeon behind was spreading purple aura smoke, and the guy froze, listening. He turned and looked in that direction. The brunette looked at the bridge that connected the place where he stood with the place surrounded by purple force, and said that there was only one path, and if he was attacked while crossing, then there would be more problems. He grinned contentedly, saying it was fun. Moon Yob quickly ran forward along the narrow bridge. He thought that before this dungeon was sealed, there was a laboratory here, and some demons synthesized and modified other monsters here. The dungeon was surrounded by purple swirls of power, and the guy ran across the bridge to the darkening door ahead. He thought that the chambers were made specifically for the creatures that this infernal breeder bred. He remembered the huge cages that hid the ferocious monsters and thought that this was his dungeon after all, so why not? 17 years ago, Moon Yob cleared out the dungeon and made it his secret location, deliberately leaving the core untouched. He remembered jewelry, gold, magic stones, bones, and monster skins. He used the cave as a warehouse for various treasures, trophies, and expensive monster carcasses. Moon Yob quickly ran forward, remembering what else was there. He threw everything here, so he couldn't remember. He ran quickly, so that he was almost approaching the site. With a satisfied smile, the brunette thought that there was someone there. Moon Yob ran quickly, leaving a bright trail behind him, and thought that he heard some kind of continuous shuffling sound. It was either a monster that was crawling on the ground like a snake, or a plant. And I thought that was great, at least something good, and suggested that the monster crawl out. The hero used his super strength and his eyes glowed with blue fire as he called for this monster to show itself. Suddenly a bright purple beam approached him, and the guy looked at him in surprise. He jumped back with lightning speed and the purple punch landed exactly where he was standing. Moon Yob looked in surprise at the huge hole that was left in the ground from the impact. His gaze was very serious. A huge monster with a round head and many eyes appeared ahead. Tentacles like branches protruded from it. The system reported that this is a Zadran monster. Its strength is 147 out of 412, agility 85 out of 97, aura 142 out of 533. The weakness was that it reveals a vulnerable spot when it gets nervous or swallows caught prey. Moon Yob touched his spear with his hand and called out to the monster with a smile. He looked at the huge head with sharp fangs and thought that, given the size of the carcass, it was not surprising that his presence was felt everywhere. Did this freak decide to devour him in his warehouse? He imagined a man in a cloak, greedily holding a monster root in his hand, which was shining. The guy thought that if Zadran could be described in one phrase, it could be said that it is a demonic crop. He absorbs everything he comes across, minerals, gems, corpses, etc., and then extracts the aura from them and stores it in his body. He remembered how they stood with other defenders next to a huge monster, around which there were several other small ones. The guy thought that if he grew such a flower himself, he could absorb aura from it, a rather practical monster that could also attack people. The monster was huge and looked at the guy with its eyes shining with purple light, preparing to attack. The guy stood in front of him on the bridge asking if the Zadran seeds were left here. He remembered how he pierced such a monster with his weapon and said that he remembers when he was clearing the dungeon there was such a monster. But after the raid he carefully examined this location. Like any other, he then definitely destroyed every single seed. Moon Yob frowned, thinking that Ideal is his middle name in everyday life, but during the hunt he simply has no equal in the whole world. Didn't he really see the seeds? He thought that, if left, they would immediately begin to absorb the things around them and grow to enormous sizes. The spear in the guy's hand glowed with a blue aura. He thought that therefore the search and destruction of seeds was the main principle of the cleanup. But what if he really was wrong? Moon Yob held a spear that was shining brightly in purple in his hand and said that then this is not fun at all. The system reported the throw skill, an enhanced version, which can be used to adjust the distance and speed of the throw, and the thrown object can be returned back. Bright purple rays of the monster's sprouts rushed towards the guy from all sides. Zadran directed its tentacle roots towards the guy who stood holding a spear in his hands. The monster quickly attacked, but the guy fought off the blows with his weapon. He used an enhanced throw, swinging his brightly glowing spear with a determined look. The weapon quickly flew forward, leaving a bright trail behind it, aimed straight at the monster's carcass. A bright flash from the impact occurred as the spear flew into the monster. Moon Yob jumped, and a bright glow spread across the place where he was standing. He jumped up and looked down at the monster below, stretching out his hand, which glowed brightly purple. He thought for the spear to return. The weapon came out of the monster's body and glowed brightly. The spear returned to the guy, and he caught it with one hand, smiling contentedly. Moon Yob looked at the monster resolutely, baring his teeth, his eyes glowing brightly. He swung, wishing the monster death. The hero repeatedly attacked the monster with his weapon, cutting off its sprouts and aimed directly at its eye. Moon Yob jumped high, raising his sharp spear above his head. He thrust it forcefully right into the monster. From the impact, a bright glow spread around along with black lines. The spear came out of the body. The guy jumped away from the monster screaming in agony. Looking at him, he exhaled. Looking ahead thoughtfully, the guy thought that it would be great if the demon left the Zadran seeds and left. He imagined how they were closing the last dungeon, and thought that 17 years had passed since then. And although the demon civilization was destroyed, those who created such terrible monsters could not die easily. He imagined screaming demons surrounded by chains, and thought that perhaps some of the demons remained. And now they were planning an invasion again. I repeated it many times, please. Moon Yob, cunningly clenching his fist, with a greedy smile asked the freaks to hold on. An hour later, the guy kicked the ground near the lying defeated monster. Under his foot was a purple, shriveled sprout. The guy looked around, holding a silver bottle in his hands, and said that he was done with the seeds of this creature, and he would take one with him just in case. He raised a small jar with a seed to his eyes and, wrinkling his face, said that if this harmful potato just tries to sprout again, he will carry it with him, so let him take the risk of growing at least one sprout. The seed shriveled and trembled in the jar. Moon Yob looked forward seriously, tossing the ken in his hand, and said that he couldn't understand. He was cultivating himself. So could he make such a mistake? Is it possible? The guy moved towards the gate ahead and said that first it's worth looking around and finding out what's going on here. He looked at the cracked walls and said, "Here." He turned around and looked at the remaining columns in the distance and said that there too. He walked along the empty corridor to the doors, displeasedly saying that this monster had eaten everything. Because of this freak there was nothing left. The guy swore and said that he was thinking of selling something and making good money. He turned his head to the side when he remembered that there was one room that Zadran would never open. This is a sarcophagus cave. He approached the massive metal doors, from which emanated a round golden aura with many chains. This sarcophagus contains the core of the dungeon. The guy walked up to the massive gate, presented purple magic stones and said that this place was built so that it would be difficult to get to the core. He then left magic stones in this cave. The seal on the door seems to be okay. Moon Yob leaned one hand and the other hand on the gate and decisively opened it. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. In front of him, in a stone cage, was a bright red core bound in chains. The guy looked in surprise at the shining red ball and thought that only the core remained. He stood in the doorway in surprise, thinking that Zadran could not get here, but all the magic stones had disappeared somewhere. He imagined a purple piece of magic stone and thought that for a person such stones are just glitter, but for demons they are like oil or coal. He thought, really, and then he looked forward in surprise. A folded spear lay on the ground in front of him, and he asked in surprise, is this his spear? He remembered the French who were smiling and picked up the spear from the ground. Holding it in his hand, he thought that he definitely received it as a gift from the bald ones and it was just a short time ago. He looked at the weapon with alarm. He remembered standing surrounded by a bright light in France, how the blows flew off the Eiffel Tower. Clutching the weapon in his hand, with a wicked smile, Moon Yob thought he had found it. The guy remembered the defeated monster in front of the gate and thought that, without a doubt, if his guesses were correct, he would come to collect Zadran. Moon Yob stood next to the stone pillar in which the core was encased, thought that if the core were destroyed before the monster was collected, it would be a huge loss. One thing is clear, the local warning device. Behind the alarmedly frozen guy, a red aura appeared, appearing in the door, which extended black tentacles. Moon Yob turned around, looking at the force penetrating inside. He froze, as if covered in a filter, and thought about this feeling. A black and red gloomy aura entered the room from the open door. She was rapidly approaching the standing guy. He smiled contentedly and laughed. In front of him appeared the figure of a monster in a black cloak with a hood, which was surrounded by a bright red glow. A monster with gray skin and a glowing eye looked at him sternly. Moon Yob grinned contentedly, saying that he knew that not all the demons had died yet. Surrounded by a bright red glow, the monster hovered not far from the guy. Moon Yob thought with admiration that he had a red aura. The demon looked at him darkly with its red eye. The guy presented a schematic triangular table, where the lower fifth level was blue, the fourth purple, the third red, the second black, and the upper first white. The multicolored hands of the monsters reached out to the pyramid. The guy thought that the system of changing the color of the aura depending on the results of the hunt in the battle of superhumans originates from demons who use a similar system. He thought that they were divided into groups and which particular demon belonged to could be determined by the shade of his aura. The guy stood opposite the demon shining with red light and thought that red is the third level. This monster is far from the lowest. The demon pointed his finger at him and said something in an incomprehensible language. The guy grinned, putting his spear on his shoulder and thought that he had often heard this word. He definitely said a man, and answered out loud that he was glad to meet you. Standing confidently in front of the monster, the guy said that he could hear well when people talked to him. It's usually customary to answer, but he was apparently just learning to talk. Let him try again, and quickly. Moon Yob thought that, apparently, that was all, he couldn't speak yet. Looking at the demon with a smile, the guy said that they quickly master their language, but people cannot learn demonic language. It's too difficult for people. Quite conveniently, he means that they can get comfortable with anyone with just a few exchanges of words. The demon clenched his fist and pronounced the word man syllable by syllable, to which the guy said admiringly that this was his first word. Looking at the demon, the guy heard the question whether the person was alone, and thought that he had already been able to utter a whole sentence. The demon standing opposite repeated that he asked if he was alone. The guy replied that he preferred to work solo. He had difficulty learning third-rate languages. The demon frowned, saying that he was well aware of the one he spoke. It was a second-level language. The language slaves spoke. It was annoying that he had to use it to talk. The guy grinned, saying that it was necessary. With a wicked smile, he mockingly asked, "What is it like to speak the language of the lower ones, the language of the people who destroyed the demon civilization?" The demon wrinkled his face, looking at him with displeasure, and he shouted that if they had not been hiding in the shrine like pathetic rats, this would never have happened. The guy remembered the last dungeon and asked again, "Holy shrine, is he talking about the last dungeon?" The demon screamed angrily, asking how dare he. The demon cursed, shouting that the vile people dared to use the word last when speaking about him, and a bright blade was approaching him. The demons fell silent in surprise and dodged the blow, which left a bright flash. Blazing brightly, he got angry and called the guy names, who asked if he knew. With a satisfied smile, the guy raised his hand, something shone in his fingers, and he said that they were their prey. The demon grinned angrily and ordered it to be repeated. The guy introduced hunters who fought monsters and said that if a person hunted them, he could get rich and become famous, so they killed with great pleasure. Demons enjoyed it when they devoured auras, and they did the same with killing them. He remembered happy people in suits holding glasses of alcohol in their hands, and said that with this money they ate, drank, had fun, and had a great time. The dungeon and the shrine are just a gold mine for them, does he understand? With a satisfied smile, the guy squeezed the blade in his hand and said with a smile that now his prey was a demon. The monster's cloak fluttered with his rage. He blazed with a red aura, shouting that the humans had always been nothing but cattle. How did they even dare to go against them? The guy swung his spear and said that he was too talkative for the one who had been robbed and destroyed by this very cattle. The demon raised one hand, around which many red glowing snakes appeared. He directed his hand towards the guy and ordered the snakes to attack in his demonic language. The monsters rushed towards the guy standing in front. He looked at them carefully. A rapid explosion from the impact appeared, spreading bright red rays around. The reddish clouds began to dissipate. The demon's eye widened in surprise. He looked at the dent that remained in the place where the guy stood and asked in surprise, "Did he disappear?" A question was heard, "Does he know?" The demon turned around in surprise, looking at the grinning guy who was already standing behind him. He thought in surprise, "Behind." Moon Yob used his agility enhancement ability. Looking contentedly at the demon, he said that the core that was in their shrine was very huge, probably twice as big as him. The demon attacked him with his snakes, but the guy dodged. There were bright flashes of blue and red blows everywhere. Moon Yob looked pleased, while the demon looked at him in surprise, dodging the attacks. The guy cut the snakes with his spear. The demon asked in surprise how he knew this. A bright mark from the guy's jump appeared on the ground. He jumped high into the air above the demon and the snakes pointed towards him. The monster frowned darkly. His eyes turned black as he thought, "Really?" Moon Yob looked at him with a grin, saying that really, where from? The demon got angry, sending his snakes towards him and shouted at him to shut up, "You worthless worm." Many snakes rushed towards him, opening their mouths. The guy clutched the spear more tightly in his hand. He stopped the attack by rapidly spinning his spear in the air above him. He pulled the spear back, shouting that it was not for the monster to shut his mouth. The demon looked at him in surprise when the guy landed on the ground and asked if he got it. The demon looked gloomily, saying that they had not shown the core of the shrine to anyone. The lower races had no chance to see it, and the only person who could know about it. The guy smiled contentedly, slapping his hand on his chest and said that he thought correctly, "This is Moon Yob, and this is him." The demon opened his mouth in shock and shouted that he was Moon Yob, his blood enemy. The guy's eyes burned with anger and determination. He said thank you that the demon came to him. He was afraid that he would no longer be able to hunt them. The demon, with a cry, stretched out his palms to him and even more huge red snakes rushed towards the guy, and Moon Yob resolutely clutched his spear. A bright trace of the jump remained on the ground. The guy attacked the huge snake, leaving a bright mark from the blow, and cut it in half, cutting it lengthwise and leaving a bright mark from his spear. The guy was rapidly approaching the demon who stood in front. He looked in amazement at the guy confidently approaching him. Moon Yob decisively threw his spear, throwing the demon far back, so that huge cracks appeared on the wall behind. The demon was nailed to the wall with a spear. He was silent, his eyes were closed. The guy said that, to be honest, he was a little disappointed. The guy approached the demon and said that he didn't think it would be so simple. It only took one throw, they hadn't seen each other for so long, and it was all over so quickly. The brunette walked up to the demon and put his hands on his hips, confidently said that he knows that he is not dead yet. They upgrade their own bodies and can maintain vitality with the help of aura, so he will not die until all the aura is used up, right? He said something about lower races, aren't you ashamed? The demon opened his eyes angrily and looked at him, glowing red. The system reported that the object is Demon Search, Strength 52 out of 52, Agility 80 out of 80, Speed 78 out of 78, Endurance 60 out of 60, Willpower 47 out of 57, Skills 84 out of 84, Aura 93, and 93 Super Strength Search Aura. The Aura Search skill allows you to see the reaction of the aura. The guy thought that demons didn't have their own names. He remembered the words Observer, Slave, Search, Master, Priest, Master, Transformer. He thought that demons identify themselves according to the functions they perform. Thus the role of searching is to look for places where one can acquire aura. Moon Yob looked at the demon using his ability. His eye glowed blue, and the guy thought that if he was searching, then there was nothing special about him. Red was not a lower level, but not a high one either. The demon stood chained with a spear and said displeasedly that he was Moon Yob. The guy calmly said that it was so. The demon screamed, emitting bright dark red flashes, and heard that the guy wanted to ask him something. He asked, "Does the guy think he will answer him?" Moon Yob clenched his spear in his hand. He pulled the weapon out of the body of the screaming demon and said that for some reason he was sure of it. Clutching his weapon in his hand, the guy, whose face was smeared in blood, asked if they were all dead. The demon looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant. The guy held a spear emitting a blue aura and asked that they simply hid underground and licked their wounds, or was their civilization beyond restoration after the war? He's a scout, after all, and if he's hanging around here, it means his seed still remains. The demon angrily asked how dare some insignificant person talk to him so arrogantly. The guy introduced a flaming demon from his palms, from which bright circles of power were emanating, and said that the albino with whom he fought on their holy land was very interesting. Are there still others like him? The demon asked in surprise, is he an albino? The guy held his weapon next to the demon, saying that his aura glowed white like his, and then remembered that the master. The demon screamed, saying that he was an insignificant person. The monster angrily clenched his teeth, looking at him and said that the guy was too arrogant. Their race survived, and the hero asked admiringly if this was true. The monster bowed his head, answering that the great ancestors and the primordial light continued to guide them. Although the master who heard their voices has left them, they are still in great order. Moon Yob looked at him, saying that, judging by what he started muttering, he would soon blow himself up. The demon's eyes glowed with a bright red light. He said that the original light prophesied that that same prophet would appear on earth. He would lead them to the land where the light falls. A dazzlingly bright red light appeared in the dungeon, and the demon screamed his words about the original light and excessive darkness. He begged to shine on them and lead them to the earth where the light falls. The demon opened his eyes and mouth, which glowed dazzlingly brightly. The dungeon was brightly illuminated by the flash of an explosion. At the wall of the dungeon, only a charred piece of the demon's body remained, from which thick smoke emanated, rising high into the air. The demon was already screaming quieter. He noticed a silhouette glowing brightly with light and shouted in surprise that it was a prophet. He extended the rest of his hand to the light, talking about the warm radiance of the aura. Let it lead him, unworthy, with him to the ground where the light falls. Moon Yob asked what nonsense, let him die quickly. The demon, amazed, opened his eyes and asked what. Shining with a bright light, the name raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and shouted for him to die. The system reported that he used the immortality enhancement. The demon, devastated like a mummy, spoke again about the prophet. The shining guy looked at him, bowing his head, and said that he had finally died. I must admit he turned out to be strong. Moon Yob turned away, dusting off his palms, and said that he could also prophesy. He left the dungeon covered in smoke from the explosion and said that now he won't have to look for cover when they blow themselves up. He stood in a confident pose, putting his fingers to his forehead, and said that he was the strongest man in the world, no, in the universe. The booted foot stepped on the step. The guy came out of the dungeon, in which there was a bright purple glow, and held a blue stone in his hands. He said that for once he decided to get some fresh air and visit the dungeon, but even then there were adventures. He remembered how the demon with flaming eyes said that the primordial light prophesied that that same prophet would appear on earth and lead them to the land where the light falls. Exploding brightly in the dungeon, the demon shouted that it was too dark without the original light, and begged him to shine and lead him to the ground where the light falls. The guy looked ahead and thought, prophet, spiritual awakening. He chuckled and said that they had updated the repertoire. He had not heard that before. The guy remembered the demon, from whose palm a bright light emanated, and thought that, if you think about it, they were talking similar nonsense at the time when the 7 of them went on raids. He had already heard similar prophecies that the primordial light was allowed to follow to the promised land, or something like that. The guy turned, exhaled and looked at the dungeon, saying that if there really was something like the primordial light or prophecy, then why were the demons not aware that they would lose and their civilization would be destroyed? Standing against the backdrop of a clear sky, the guy continued the thought that if the prophet really showed up, it would still be extremely difficult for the demons to be reborn. The returned stones that remained in the last dungeon stopped appearing. He remembered the huge castle standing in the last dungeon, and thought that, according to the researchers, it was built more than 10,000 years ago. He imagined a huge glowing red core with cloaked demons around it. The guy thought that the dungeon was a kind of mechanism that accumulated aura from all over the world. One day, the demons who were bathing in this inexhaustible source of power lost control. But this is in theory. He imagined a demon sitting in his cloak and saying something in his demonic language, and thought that otherwise it was impossible to understand why beings who had created a high-level civilization, superior in some respects to humans, decided to invade their world. He remembered how the demon's eyes glowed and the bright fire in his palm, and thought that, of course, there were several different hypotheses and reasons why they invaded them, but no one could find out the reliable reason. The guy introduced several red and black flaming demons and said that from what he saw, the surviving demon was gathering aura for something. If their civilization is going to come back and restore itself to its former size, then while he is alive, it will not be easy for them to pull it off. The guy calmly looked forward, saying how much hope he had in the demons he had not seen for so long. He remembered the screaming and frightened demon with whom he fought and thought that that scoundrel exuded only fear and despair, complete doom. Moon Yob stood not far from the dungeon, with his hand in his pocket, and thought that if everything had happened in the good old days, then just before the explosion, the demon would have bided his time and called his friends. But this time, it seemed, he did not have the opportunity to do this. The guy clenched his teeth in displeasure and thought that this was a bummer, and said that he needed to call it a day. The guy walked away from the dungeon, in which a bright purple glow could be seen, and said that he needed to return home. He couldn't sleep in a destroyed dungeon. In the destroyed passage, a purple glow glowed brightly from a bright ball. The core glowed dazzlingly, surrounded by a red glow. A demonic voice was heard saying that it was a pity. Gray smoke spread in the darkness of the dungeon. The demon approached the remains of the deceased and said that the search had returned to the light, but there was a problem. He looked at the scraps of Zadran sprouts and said that Zadran had ripened and was almost ready for the harvest. This was a great loss. Of course, this is not the only place where you can profit from the aura. The demon clenched his fist, which was glowing, and thought that now they had learned that the hated Moon Yob was more alive than all the living. The demon, who glowed with a white radiance, put his hand to his chest and said that this time he would definitely die. They would prepare to receive the prophet. The demon looked at the figure of the man who was glowing white and replied that he understood him. The man looked at him and called him third. A white building with columns stood under the light of a bright blue sky. From there a voice was heard that the guy said that he was leaving for 3 days. Why did he return so early? Moon Yob sat on the sofa, putting his backpack next to him, and asked why the man was muttering. And Jeho, who was standing next to him, asked that he came to the mountains and immediately returned. Stretching out his hand, he asked if the guy had at least brought mountain ginseng, to which the brunette, turning around, said something like that. The man asked how it was and looked in surprise at the jar in the hand of the guy, who asked how much he thought they would pay for this thing. Jeho adjusted his glasses while holding the jar and asked what it was. Then his eyes widened in surprise and he asked again. He looked at the shriveled sprout in the jar and said it was Zadran. Where did he get the seed from? The guy pointed his finger and said that he grabbed it from the warehouses in the dungeon. The man angrily told him not to say that he killed him first. The guy said that's fine, he won't tell. Jeho introduced a huge monster that destroys the city and said that he knows that from one such grain the whole city can turn into chaos. To which Moon Yob replied that he should not worry, that there are a lot of superhumans here, and that they are some kind of Zadran. Jeho adjusted his glasses, presenting the statistics, where only 1% were players in the battle of superhumans, and all the rest were ordinary people, and told the guy that, if you don't count the players, then the rest of the population are ordinary people who have no idea how to fight. They would become food for the monster. Moon Yob indifferently turned to him and asked, "Really, this is bad luck?" The man displeasedly told him that even in battle, the strong Zadran acts as the final boss, hunted by several people, and then said that it does not matter. He was surprised to hear the question why he ended mid-sentence, but it's better to tell him how much the guy will get if he sells it. Looking at the guy with dissatisfaction, Jeho said that he was up to the same thing. He wants to make a fuss all over the world so that everyone will panic about the return of the monsters. If he needs money so much, he himself will give him as much as he needs. Moon Yob looked at him in surprise and asked, who needs this money? Aren't there now institutes that study demons? He was going to give them this thing, in case it helps somehow. Jeho said that he speaks very smoothly. Moon Yob said that it is too early to discount the demonic civilization. These creatures could not die so easily. He is sure that they hid somewhere and are waiting for an opportunity to attack again. Jeho asked why he thought so and replied that there was the world's most interested organization in the study of demons. The guy looked at him asking, what is this? And I heard the answer that this is an international association for the battle of superhumans. On the screen of the huge glass association building were the names of the teams. The commentator said that the Nean player simply has no equal in jumping. The girl held 3 arrows in her hand, looking forward confidently. She jumped high, sending the arrows flying. They crashed into the monster's head with force. The enemy watched in surprise as the monster dissolved in a blue glow, and Nean calmly landed. The commentator said that after tightly restraining her opponents, the girl successfully robs them. Nean held her bow in her hand, beaming with a satisfied smile. The guy ran towards her with an axe at the ready, shouting how annoying she was. He tried to attack, waving his weapon, but the girl jumped up, and the guy angrily shouted that she could not stand still. Nean calmly replied that she did not and mockingly apologized. She jumped back in different directions with a smile, saying what they would do, first let them catch her and teased that it wasn't working out. The guy clenched his teeth angrily, thinking that this was a stupid catch-up. Nean flirted cutely, winking and saying she was sorry. The guy watched as she jumped forward high and called her a flea, to which the girl thanked her for the compliment. She quickly jumped far ahead. Moon Yob looked at her contentedly, thinking that she had achieved excellent results. The guy stood in front of a hologram with a blue image of Nean. The system reported that her strength is 48 out of 48, agility 71 out of 71, speed 95 out of 100, endurance 53 out of 53, willpower 73 out of 73, skills 60 out of 60, aura 69 out of 69, leadership 20 out of 24, tactics 65 out of 83, superpower jump. The guy thought that the leadership was at the bottom, but the tactical indicator was higher than he expected. If you raise it in its speed to the maximum, then you can sell such a player to another club for a decent amount. He imagined a smiling girl posing next to a confidently standing Nathan, and thought that the speed indicator could be compared with Nathan's. And this is not even the limit. In fact, there is nothing more to improve from physical indicators other than speed. However, it is worth supporting the girl with you for some time. He thought that she had recently become the star of the YSM club and he was not sure whether to sell her at all. The audience held posters in their hands and cried. The posters said that they loved her, asked to date him, and said that Nean was beautiful. The guy thought that more than half of YSM fans came to see her. He remembered the guy with the blue eye and thought that some people had a different favorite. Bayam looked resolutely at the enemy. Covered in a purple aura, the enemy, wrinkled, disappeared, and the guy thought why he was so sad. Hanging out in the dark again. The commentator said Bayam, 1 kill. He turned around, holding a blade in his hand. Moon Yob thought that now he would not see such a spectacular battle as in the first game. Even in a situation where you can come out from cover, Bayam attacks and immediately goes back into the shadows. He is not particularly visible, so most viewers are not interested in him. Moon Yob sat in a chair and looked at the blue image of the player hidden in the shadows and thought that after all, in terms of technology, he is doing well. He thinks that Bayam will easily grow into mid-level players when the team gets into the first league. The players swung their weapons rapidly, leaving bright marks. The commentator said that the game ended with a score of 10-0. The opponents took cover from the attacks and looked surprised. The commentator said that YSM finishes the second set with a huge lead. The hologram showed that the YSM team had won, and their emblem appeared. The announcer said that today's victory finally allows YSM to advance to the playoffs. The fans cheered and chanted the team name. Jeho approached Moon Yob sitting on the sofa and asked if they really made it to the playoffs, to which the guy drew attention to Mr. Coach of the national team and asked what he forgot at the regional competitions. Jeho replied with a smile that he was passing by and decided to look in. The International Battle Association is asking for Zadran seeds. They said they need a few weeks. The man sat on the sofa next to the guy who asked what was true, and someone told him about the danger. The man said that he thought that they were unusual people. If anything, he had Moon Yob, so there was nothing to worry about. Jeho said that when the guy bought the team, he thought it was for fun, But in just a year they went from last place in the second division to the playoffs. The cashier with a Neian bow on his head smiled at the customers who were buying YSM team souvenirs. The man said he was amazed. In the lobby at the box office there were a lot of people wearing girl bows or t-shirts with the team logo on them. The man said that he meant that the number of fans and ticket sales have increased significantly, and the number of views of videos with them is growing literally before our eyes. This is natural. Jeho introduced the team members, saying that the teams they will face in the future will be stronger than all their opponents in the past. He understands this. Will YSM be able to win with such a small number of players? The man was jealous. Moon Yob looked at him confidently, touching his face with his fingers, and said that there was no problem at all. Jeho looked at him in surprise, saying that he was so confident that he didn't even think before answering. It seemed to him that Bam's tactics were obvious to everyone, so they would come up with measures against it and it would not be easy to win. He asked if he still had any tricks up his sleeve. The commentator said that finally they would watch an interview with the coach of the winning team. The reporter approached Gabriel and said hello. The guy looked at the screen and told him to watch and find out for himself. The woman said with a smile that she must say that he speaks Korean very well. It's hard to believe that he arrived just recently. The man thanked him. The presenter continued that she could not help but give a compliment, because his knowledge of the language is really amazing. But now they will move on to the main topic. Is he worried, and how did he plan to prepare for the playoffs? Gabriel remained silent, looking at the extended microphone. He looked confidently at the reporters and the many flashes, and said that they had no reason to worry about the playoffs. He thought that the Champions Cup cube was already in their hands. The girl asked again with a smile, even so, and the man confidently said that the club director promised him something before he accepted the invitation to YSM. She asked what it was. The man stated that Moon Yob would compete with the team 3 times during the year, and admitted that he sympathized with their opponents. The spectators stared at him in shock. Jeho was extremely surprised and opened his mouth. Holding his glasses, he turned to the guy and asked what this meant. Moon Yob sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and said with a smile that it happened so. In one of the YSM buildings, which was illuminated by the bright afternoon sun, a man's voice was heard saying that he was a rookie and would make his debut in the upcoming match. He asked to be taught everything, since he has little experience in the battle of superhumans. Standing next to Gabriel, Moon Yob bowed deeply and greeted his senior comrades. He put one hand on his belt and the other behind his head and smiled broadly, saying that this would be his first match in the official league, and he was not paid enough, so he asked for attention and to be lenient. His face darkened and his lips curled into a crazed smile as the brunette said in a low voice that he hoped they would all become an example to him. He especially creepily asked if he could trust his older comrades. The entire esports team, who sat opposite him at the large table, froze in shock, while a negative aura hovered around each of them. The guy smiled widely and waved at them when the coach said that starting from this match, director Moon Yob would be playing with them. The players thought that if he acted as a player, he would defeat everyone anyway, but he thought that being part of his team was like being in a bad dream. Moving his hand to the side, Gabriel pressed the remote control and turned on the projector, on which the emblem appeared. He noted that since they had finished getting acquainted with the newcomer, now was the time to move on to the scheduled meeting. An image appeared on the screen with golden letters and 2 eyes above them. The coach said that his first opponents will be the team that took 3rd place in Sehun BC, recalling the guy and girl on the team. The man said that Naeun and Jo Seong-ho debuted in a match against these guys, so this opponent is already familiar with their containment strategy. He went to the console to change the image and said that they seem to be approaching matches a lot more cautiously since then, especially when dealing with opponents using similar tactics. An image of a hollow, dark-haired guy with orange eyes appeared on the screen. The coach said that this season they hired a guy from the youth league to answer for them. A voice came from a large building, surrounded on all sides by large mountains, asking if this was Han Seung-job. The answer was the question of how he knows him. The guy thought that if you watch a recording and not a live broadcast, then the analyzing gaze is useless. Moon Yob was holding his phone, which was playing a video of the match, and his eyes glowed with purple light. He thought about the mango, so he rushed in time and watched the match with that guy. Seung-job's performance was at an average level, and only his aura and strength reached almost the maximum. The brunette recognized that his superpower was surveillance, which makes it possible to track the location of almost living objects that are in the field of view of the owner of the victim. Sitting at the table, the guy smiled broadly and waved his hand, talking about the surveillance, noting that they were openly declaring their intentions. He added that he was sure that this boy was taken only for a match with them. Gabriel closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he believes that this is so since Moon Yob has physical characteristics and only one superpower, but it poses a serious threat to the team. Introducing the two members of his team with a target sign, the coach said that Bayam was hiding in the shadows almost yesterday, and Jeho was working from a distance, supplying the team with everything they needed. He noted that the guy was only needed to keep track of these two, imagining in his head a guy sitting on one knee, who at that moment could discern the aura of the enemy. Gabriel said that thanks to his abilities, Jeho performs several important functions. He added that, however, the distance at which he works is limited, and he will still need time to see the aura or transfer the object. Then an image of Moon Yob using his ability appeared in his mind. He said that on the other hand, this guy only has one superpower. However, he can immediately determine where the right person was if he has already marked him. Imagining a diagram where Moon Yob's tracking speed was much faster than Jeho's, Gabriel said that they ended up with a situation where the enemy team reacted much faster than them. He added, in other words, now the game of containment against them makes no sense. Moon Yob looked at Jeho as he raised his hand and asked if that was why the director would be participating in this match. He asked if they were going to use a different strategy. The coach looked at the guy and waved his hand when he suggested that they would use the strategy that Moon Yob's game was based on. The man replied that they would play the game as usual, and the leading players would still be Naeun, Jeho and Bayam. He added that everything is simple. In his head, he imagined his team, where instead of one of the background players there was a brunette. He said that the place of Choi Jeongnip, who covered the guy during the match, will be taken by Moon Yob. Jeho looked at the coach with a puzzled expression as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He said that they could play their usual game of containment, but he didn't know whether to use their trump card in this way. His eyes widened in surprise when the director said that he volunteered himself. Placing his hands on the table, the brunette smiled widely and said that he wanted to try something. An image of a rich golden crown appeared. The question of the most powerful Superman in the whole world has always been a favorite topic of discussion. Human hands raised this crown over the heads of the strongest players in the world, who were in the top 3 and 2 contenders for this title. The top 3 pros weren't the only ones being considered for the title of strongest, with people also pointing out Gerald Walker and Chichai Lucas as worthy. Pressing the keys of their keyboards, users all over the world engaged in heated debates on the internet. Korean users could only silently observe from the sidelines in all trades. The internet was filled with interviews with Bernard and questions about which of the 3 would take first place in the top 100 world rankings this time. When the world ranking of superhumans came out, in which Bernard took first place, Roy second, and Daniel third, discussions began to raise the topic of the fact that there is only one Japanese in the top 100, and there are no Koreans at all, and also that Korea is in the ranking only Moon Yob's resurrection or Jeho's return would help. 17 years ago, after Moon Yob's death, Jeho retired and became a coach. He looked back at the leading players in a business suit, however, in the comments he was not compared to them, and he did not become part of the debate. However, years later, the bedraggled face of the resurrected brunette began to make headlines, and everything changed. Then in the comments people began to write that now he would give everyone a hard time, and ordinary athletes were no match for the savior of the world. Moon Yob returned and gained the power of immortality, and then foreign users immediately changed their minds, and, sitting at their computers, they built a message that the guy was the strongest person. Others wrote that we are talking only about the battle, and not about the whole world, and that the hero does not even participate in it, and there is no point in comparing them. For a while, Korean users calmed down, however. Moon Yob sat fully armed on the corpse of the defeated monster, and he had absolutely nothing to do with it. During a charity match, the brunette expertly swung his weapon, smashing the opposing team to smithereens, which was loudly noted by the announcers. Thus, he was able to prove that even in esports they are his equals. And ultimately after that match, headlines with a photo of Moon Yob started appearing on the internet, saying that he would make his debut as a player on YSM against the Incheon BC team. He finally decided to enter the playing field again. A guy with a gloomy face stood with a spear on his shoulder on the bodies of many monsters exposed to them. He is a world legend and the savior of humanity who has achieved a lot since the war with the demons. There were headlines everywhere about YSN's upcoming battle against Incheon BC previously. No one paid attention to the Marichi of South Korea in the 2nd Division. But now there were more spectators than ever, and all thanks to the participation of Moon Yob. The battle begins. Many spectators gathered in the hall looked at the podium and loudly chanted the name of their favorite team. Closing his eyes, the brunette smiled widely. Hearing how many people were repeating his name, he noted that although it is very noisy here, he likes its popularity. When they lined up, the guy turned to Jehun standing behind him, who said that this was great, and he wanted at least a 10th or even a 100th of his popularity. The brunette asked if this was true, noting that he was already tired of this noise everywhere. Two opposing teams lined up opposite each other. Inch and BC, looking at their opponents, did not hide the fear on their faces, sadly raised their eyebrows and clenched their teeth, thinking that if Moon Yob smashed the national team to smithereens, then it would be even worse with him. He mentally scolded YSM, noting that it was not normal to release a hero in a second division game. The team on the other side, on the contrary, radiated only joy and delight on their faces. They thought that if they won, they would be promoted to the first division, even though the director could win this match alone. The brunette looked to the side, and his eyes lit up with a violet flame. He said that now he will find out everything about them. Using his analyzing gaze, he scanned the team's sad faces and read the stat information. Pursing his lips, the guy thought that there wasn't a single interesting player among them, and they, without exception. Suddenly, the brunette's eyes widened in surprise. He looked at Seunjob, who stood opposite him and radiated confidence. The host told the players to enter the superhuman battle models. When all the players began to disperse in different directions, Seunjob was suddenly left alone and began to look around, puzzled. Moon Yob was thinking about Seong Ho, Baem, Neo, and Jeong Hwan at that moment. He suddenly walked up to the lost guy and greeted him. The young man closed his eyes, opened them loudly, and greeted the hero. The brunette, at this time, looked again at his characteristics and thought that they had not changed at all. Sticking his finger in his ear, he displeasedly asked him why he was screaming so much. The clearly nervous guy shouted again, saying that he wouldn't do it again. Seunjob began to tremble worriedly when asked if he had identified any targets to track. Moon Yob smiled a wide, sly grin as the player loudly agreed. He asked if he had looked at the site and again received a positive answer. Pointing his finger at the guy, the brunette flashed a malicious look, and his lips stretched into a grin again. He said he also found a purpose, noting that it was him. Hearing these words, Seunjob pursed his lips in fear with a gloomy face. YSM's postseason first march against Incheon BC was held in Wizard Canyon, which had a lot of flying rocks and hills. Moon Yob turned to Seong Ho, who had a sword hanging from his white backpack, and said that he should remember his training and work the same way. The player replied that he understood everything. The team led by him confidently headed ahead, and the brunette remained standing behind on the mountain. When they had already moved some distance, he noted that everything would be fine. Raising his hands, the Superman began to stretch his muscles and smile broadly, saying that he should also get ready. The announcer commented that YSM, led by Seun Ho, was in motion. The well-coordinated detachment, with a degree of concern in their eyes, continued to move along the canyon. The presenter added that they seemed to be planning to use containment tactics again. While the brunette was hopping from foot to foot, the announcer explained that this team usually consists of 6 people, after which they are divided into 3 groups, one of which consists of Naeun, Seun Ho, and Baem and is the containment group, and the second of Jeongmin, Hyuk and Jehun, who work as hunters or protectors. The host added that Moon Yob came out today instead of Jeongmin and is still just warming up. When the brunette got up from the ground, the announcer added that they all knew that not a single monster would show up at the starting point, because in this way they would not be able to earn hunting points. His eyes flashing, the guy's lips stretched into a predatory grin, and the presenter asked what he was up to. At this time, the first sub-team of Incheon BC, masterfully using their equipment, dealt with the monster. Seunjob turned to his 2 comrades and said loudly that recruitment and Baem were approaching the second subgroup. The targets of his surveillance were Naeun, Seun Ho, Moon Yob, Baem, and Jeong Hwan. The boy with brown hair furrowed his brows as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. He asked why they, knowing the ability to cope with their strategy, still decided to act according to the usual scheme. He looked to the side and muttered that it was even easier for them, because it would have been much more difficult if they had immediately encountered the hero. When all the remaining teammates approached him, the guy said that they would act according to the old plan, and then asked Seunjob not to go far since he must report on the movements of the opponents. Using his ability, the guy learned the location of each of the players when he was asked where Moon Yob was now. He replied that he was now at the starting point and did not go with the rest of the team. The guy with brown hair smiled smugly, imagining his comrades as wolves. He asked whether it was worth letting the predators out of the cage, and then noted that their team was now in an excellent position. While the YSM team divided into two subgroups of 5 people with the exception of Moon Yob and went in different directions, around the Seunho subgroup there were 2 Incheon squads of 5 and 4 people. Smiling contentedly, the captain waved his hand, and his body glowed with a soft purple light. He noted that the aura had already turned purple, and they needed to try a little harder and get more hunting points to make it white. Turning around, frowning and smiling, he raised his hand and waved to his comrades, saying that the remaining 3 carries would come with him, and they would trim YSM's wings a little and join the others. When Incheon BC found out that Moon Yob would be participating in the match, the brunette grinned a little, raising the corner of his lips, and the team decided to stall for time and go hunting to increase the odds against him. The system of the Battle of Superhumans allows you to accumulate hunting points and, at the expense of them, increase your performance, including aura, and the gradation was as follows: blue, purple, red, black, white. And if, thanks to this system, you surpass the enemy's similar indicators, you can turn any situation into your favor. However, after YSM and Moon Yob this will not work, so Incheon BC decided to increase their chances by increasing carries and reducing dealers in their team. They plan to initially unleash their power on the containment group, and to do this they need to monitor Naeun, Seunho and Bayam from a safe distance, and this operation they called counterintelligence. While Moon Yob continued to remain at the start, they needed 2 conditions to successfully complete the operation. The first of which was that when YSM was scheduled to begin the delay game, and the second rule was to avoid the hero until they gained enough strength. The captain smiled smugly, clenching his teeth tightly, and said that the plan was simply perfect, and if everything went smoothly, they would be able to win the first set. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The blue glowing spear blade moved closer to his shocked face. The guy suddenly jumped to the side, and the tip flew past at great speed. Turning his fearful eyes back, he mentally noted that he believed that they would not meet Moon Yob. However, his entire squad was simply terrified when the spear hit Seunjo, and he began to disappear. Standing among the floating stones, they asked in a frightened voice what just happened if the hero was standing at the start. In another part of the canyon, the brunette was still standing at the start with his arm extended upward, as he used an enhanced javelin throw. He noted that he was able to hit the target without even seeing it. The guy stood with his arm outstretched, around which a blue aura shone, and around his left eye there was a small round projection in the form of a sight. The announcers recorded 1 kill on his account. Moon Yob with a blue sight near his eye smiled contentedly, thanking Seunho for this. Somewhere on one of the peaks of the canyon, under the bright sun, a player stood. Seunho smiled softly as he held a pair of binoculars and had a sight around his right eye that was part of his visual telepathy ability, allowing him to transmit what he saw to another person within a 3-kilometer radius. The captain, with a puzzled face, looked at the disappearing body of his comrade, into which a spear was stuck. He indignantly asked how the hero could get him all the way here if he was at the starting point. He opened his mouth wide, and his gaze was distorted in horror when the guy asked about weather. He turned to the side with frightened eyes when another spear suddenly pierced his teammate. The remaining members of the squad froze, looking at the 2 disappearing bodies in puzzlement, and the announcer announced the second murder of Moon Yob. The captain, with a shocked face, opened his mouth wide and touched the communication device on his ear, asking the second team to get in touch and warning about the presence of the brunette. Capillaries began to burst in his round, incomprehensible eyes when the 3rd murder of the same Superman was announced. He muttered that none of them were hit. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the earpiece asking the first subgroup if they had really given up on surveillance, because Moon Yob was now attacking them. The captain with a gloomy face froze in place, like the rest of his squad, when the second subgroup said that a spear had just come to them and killed one of the carries, from which it becomes obvious that the brunette had sneaked up on them. Among the floating stones, a loud, incomprehensible cry was heard with the question of what was happening now, and where was he doing this from. At this moment, in one of the parts of the canton stood a satisfied Moon Yob, smiling with a predatory smile and shining with a purple aura, and in his hands were folding spears. The question of where he throws them from was still open. A few days ago, the brunette called Seunho and said that he believed that he was able to hit the target even from 2 kilometers away. The 2 of them were in a canyon near a large waterfall. The guy asked if this was really so, to which the Superman replied that if she was visible, he would be able to throw down his weapon. Throwing his spear over his shoulder, he looked at Seunho sitting on the ground, saying that although the distance was quite large, Such a throw would have lethal force. Putting one hand on his belt, he smiled and said that it was worth putting aside admiration and moving on to Seunho's mission. The guy asked, "What mission are we talking about?" Pursing his lips, he perked up in confusion when the director noted that he meant the part where the target should be visible. His eyes widened when he realized what he was talking about. His ability visual telepathy allowed him to transmit what he saw to another person within a radius of 3 kilometers. Seunho remembered the steels flying at great speed when he did this trick with the archers. He asked if the director wanted him to use his power to broadcast to him what he sees himself. He added that it works without problems with a bow, but he doesn't know about a spear. The brunette told him not to worry about it, saying that in this case there was no difference between spears and arrows. He smiled widely, looking at the guy, and asked if he understood what they had to do with him. Seunho smiled back and said that he would go to a place where their opponents would be clearly visible. Moon Yob raised his hand and pointed his finger at the top of the mountain, saying that he would have to climb as high as possible. Standing on a large rock at the top of the waterfall, the guy said that he was there. Placing one hand on his belt and throwing his spear over his shoulder, the brunette told him to turn on his telepathy. The guy accepted the order and, closing his eyes, spread his arms to the sides, and his body was enveloped in a green aura. His left eye suddenly sparkled, and a sight appeared near his right eye, which meant the action of visual telepathy. Moon Yob opened his mouth in surprise when he had the same sight. The brunette saw Seunho's hands before his eyes, and his sleep was focused on the island floating ahead. The guy asked the director if it was too far. He asked in response if it was possible to get a little closer. The Superman smiled contentedly and raised his index finger up, asking if they should try using binoculars. He asked if the guy could convey what he saw through him, and then asked someone to send binoculars. When the object appeared in Seunho's hands, he immediately put it to his eyes and asked if the view had improved. Clearly seeing the relief of the floating stones, Moon Yob replied that this was much better. He was confidently watching the transmission of the picture with an eye on his eye when the guy asked him if he wanted to try throwing a spear, noting that he was very interested in what would come of it. The brunette looked at the tall tree in front of him and said that this tree was their goal. He smiled widely when Seunho asked, puzzled, if he was sure about the correct name. He replied that he didn't know much about trees, but since it was a conifer, then let it be a Christmas tree. In a low voice, he noted that it was time to begin. With a satisfied smile on his face, Moon Yob moved his hand to the side and his spear began to glow with a bright purple light. Focusing his sight, he swung. When the Superman threw his spear, he began to push away the floating stones that came in his way. With his mouth slightly open, Seunho looked through the binoculars in fascination. The tip of the spear struck the stone relief a few meters from the tree. Looking at this point, the brunette began to stretch his shoulders, noting that it was a little different from when he looked with his own eyes. He noted that although they see the same thing, the place from which he throws is different. Seunho replied that he still hit it pretty close. Moon Yob extended his hand with a smile on his face and it began to glow with a blue-violet aura. He noted that he would get the hang of it after a few throws, and then told the measles to come back. The weapon bounced off the ground and flew back, and the brunette deftly caught it in his palm. When he threw it over his shoulder, the guy asked the director what it was just now, to which he replied that it was one of his cool moves. Taking his eyes to the side, the Superman remembered how he soared in the city, thinking about what he could do and do such a thing. He wouldn't do that alone in the battle. In a low voice, he said he would try again. Gritting his teeth tightly, Moon Yob swung his weapon sharply again with a gloomy face. Skirting the stones, it flew at great speed towards its target. Through the scope, he saw that it again missed the tree. However, it landed much closer than during the previous throw. The brunette grinned contentedly, thinking that this blow was 10 meters closer, and then exclaimed that he would try again. Shining with a purple light, the weapon flew next to the arch of the tree, and the guy mentally noted that he was 30 centimeters short. When he threw again, small pieces of bark flew everywhere. Moon Yob noted that he only touched the edge, but that's almost what they need. He again stated that he was quitting. He threw the return spear over his shoulder and began to think that Seunho was transmitting information to him about the spray of the wind, its speed and the optimal angle for throwing. He opened his eyes wide, which glowed with a blue light, and went out, which is all quite enough to derive the formula for sensory perception. The brunette said he was trying again. He swung his weapon. Quickly running up, he launched his spear at great speed with a loud, enraged cry. Its tip flew towards the tree. A moment later it landed right on target, and the top flew off to the side. Moon Yob victoriously clenched his hands into fists, and with a big smile on his face, he happily exclaimed that he did it. The rest of the team at that moment watched what was happening through the large screen. One of them asked if he was really a man, noting that he was more like a god because his talents were truly divine. Someone added that they always dreamed that their country would have such a Superman. Gabriel, who was watching everyone coming with a calm face, said in French that his talent was truly divine, after which he added that success was definitely guaranteed this year. He said he was looking forward to tomorrow's match. The announcer loudly exclaimed that Moon Yob already had 3 kills. Flashing his eye, the brunette smiled predatorily, tightly clutching a folding spear in his hand. The presenter asked in bewilderment if this was all happening in reality, noting that he killed 3 by throwing a spear from the starting point. A surprised Jeho sat on the sofa in front of the screen with his admiring wife. He asked how is this even possible. Soon he noted that Ho can convey to others what he sees. The man, keeping his eyes on the screen, opened his mouth slightly, saying that he knew about it. But the catch is that the point of view and the point of throwing are in different places, and even with his eyes closed it would be much easier. The woman noted the incredibleness of Moon Yob and told her husband that it was not for nothing that he always praised him. The man replied that this was when he was considered dead. He remembered the episode of his own interview, where he opened up about the brunette. He told his wife that although he said then that the guy hit the monster by throwing a spear from 2 kilometers, he lied a little, and on the internet this story was inflated to the point of absurdity. Then commentators wrote that this could not happen and that he had exaggerated the hero's abilities too much. Soon he said that she knows that they are best friends, and then noted that he did not describe the story in his own words. Jeho wrote a book about the saviors of the world Moon Yob, on the cover of which was a picture of a guy with his team. She described events that the author saw with his own eyes. There were stories told about how a brunette hit the weak spot of a flea-sized monster from 100 meters away, that he once lost his sight due to a curse but still fought, and there was also a story that he killed a monster with a spear throw from 2 kilometers. Readers considered all these stories to be fiction. The gloomy figure of Moon Yob stood with his back with a weapon in his hands. His achievements were regarded as exaggerated, and everything agreed that the author was greatly impressed by what he saw, and wrote a science fiction novel in honor of his best friend and hero. Sitting at the dinner table, Jeho put his hand to his chest with a smile on his face, noting that his soul felt warmer. He flashed his glasses, saying that it turns out that he never lied, and the brunette just proved the veracity of his stories, or wondered how his friend was able to get the weapon back. With a grim smile on his face, the guy waved his hands, ordering the weapon to return, and his palms glowed with a bright blue-violet light. Obeying the order, the spear began to return at great speed. The announcer exclaimed in surprise that he couldn't believe his eyes. When the brunette waved his hand sharply, his fingers clenching on the weapon, the host commented that the spear he had just thrown came back. The gloomy-faced Superman smiled crazily as a red aura engulfed his gaze. In a low voice, he said that he wanted to continue. At this moment, the 2nd Incheon BC team was fighting with a giant fire-breathing disc. One of the guys gave the order to his comrades to concentrate on hunting. The guy with brown hair, who is the captain of the squad named Beak Kangcheol, furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, shouting that Moon Yob was hitting this first group from afar, and at such a distance the force of the throw is reduced. So, he turned to his members with an irritated face squad, saying that it only targets carries, with weak defense. While Kangcheol was waving his arms and looking at his comrades, a blue glowing spear pierced the dragon. A male voice asked why they continued to hunt, knowing that a containment team was coming towards them. Moon Yob squeezed several folding spears between his fingers. With a wave of his hand, he stuck them into the ground in his full version. Blazing with blue-violet energy, the guy began to stretch his joints and watch one of the opponents through the scope, saying that they were careless fighters if they really thought that it would be enough to just adjust their strength a little. His eyes flashing, he grabbed one of the spears. Swinging his weapon and making several sharp lunges, the Superman threw each of them in turn. Spinning among themselves, 3 sharp blades quickly headed towards their target. Each of them struck the huge dragon in turn, causing it to howl in pain. The girl from the Incheon BC squad froze as she watched the monster begin to glow blue and fall to the ground as the spear hit it right in the head. Opening her mouth slightly, the girl with red hair froze with frightened eyes on her gloomy face and wondered what it was just now. The weapon began to return when its owner mentally ordered it to do so. With a deft movement of his hands, the brunette caught each of them. With white eyes and a crazy smile on his face, he continued to throw sharp blades, after which he brought them back again. With an angry grin on his face, Moon Yob threw his weapon again. The long sharp spear warmed up at great speed, cutting a long distance. When it hit the target, there was a loud, powerful energy explosion. A loud, frightened voice shouted that everything was lost. The captain of the first subgroup clenched his teeth tightly, after which he turned to the rest of his comrades, and veins began to bulge on his face. He indignantly stated that they missed so many monsters, after which he wondered if YSM had originally planned to kill Moon Yob first. He said loudly that he needed to change his position and regroup, and then come up with a new strategy. Frowning, the three players gritted their teeth and began to jump to the sides as Moon Yob's attacks flew towards them. The girl with dark green hair fell to the ground and looked at the spear that landed right next to her with a little relief in her eyes. Thick steam emanated from the tip, which was stuck into the ground literally at a distance of 1 meter. She muttered that she almost got caught. Putting his hand behind his head, Bayam looked at the brunette's profile, asking why the director called him. Standing at the waterfall, Moon Yob put his hand in his pocket and turned to the guy, reminding him that they had agreed that he would call him elder. He responded by saying that he understood everything, and then began talking about training, asking why he was called. The brunette smiled widely, revealing his white teeth, and said in a playful voice that in order for his lottery ticket to work out its salary. Bayam asked, "What does this mean?" Suddenly, from under a spear stuck into the ground, a thick black shadow appeared, from which large, crazy eyes looked at the girl with a wide smile. Moon Yob greeted her in a gloomy voice. Suddenly, an opponent appeared in front of the shocked girl from the other team. She tried to shout for him to wait, but Bayam, without allowing her to finish, killed the enemy. After this, a system sign appeared informing that the guy had committed his first murder. A devilish aura appeared around the armed Moon Yob. He assumed that the guys, focusing on his person, completely forgot about the other players. Then he asked why they, being professionals, could not calculate their actions a couple of steps ahead. The guys looked back at Youngman, who contacted the main character. The blonde informed the director that they had already finished, after which he asked whether they should go to the collection point in order to finish the game. Holding his bow tightly, Moon Yob confidently told his partner that while they were getting ready, he would delay the opponents with long-range attacks. Hearing the order, Youngman replied accepted. While the guys were finishing off their opponents, the blonde man pointed somewhere with his hand. The location announced that the first round ended with a flawless victory for YSM. A hologram of the main character appeared in the arena when the best player of the rounds was announced. He scored 4 kills and opened the door for another player to kill the enemy 7 times. The blue-haired guy scratched the back of his head as he entered the arena. He smugly announced that he was always great. Moon Yob looked back at Gabriel, who approached him. The man praised the guy for his excellent job. Standing opposite the coach, the main character asked him if the audience was happy. He told him that they were absolutely delighted, because the reaction to the game was very strong. Hearing this, Moon Yob realized that he had put on a great show. Holding the bottle in his hands, the main character began to smile. He told the man that it was time to finish, since a real war awaited the BC team next. The second round has been announced and will take place in a dungeon known as 1,000 Bridges. The ancient building has many floors, which are connected by stairs. The man said that this dungeon is a cylinder with countless suspension bridges stretched inside it. He also mentioned that they are so dilapidated that they can crumble, but at the same time they are not all real, because some of them are just a visual illusion. He believes that in such a dungeon, players should be especially careful. That is why, first, they have to determine which of the bridges are real and then start moving. The man also said that this dungeon is called Newbie Killer. Dayan, armed with a bow, attacked the enemy from the background. It was announced in the arena that YSM were great at fighting spiders. While Jeho was finishing off the huge creature, Youngman was thinking about something. The man announced that these kids are not the only threat in this dungeon. Moon Yob stuck a dagger into a spider with a smile on the street. He realized that there were also alpha spiders. Opposite the armed guys, bright red eyes sparkled in the darkness. The alpha spiders opened their mouths with fangs from which poison flowed. Their huge 3 red eyes stared intently at their prey. The alpha spider began to emit its web, thanks to which it captures the victim and kills it. And after that, a zombie under his control emerges from the cocoon. Ominous zombies have jumped into the arena and are aimed at their opponents. Seeing a flock of spiders opposite him, Moon Yob realized that the alpha spider, collecting corpses, was using them. Remembering how a hand burst out of the cocoon while the shocked partners stood behind, the main character reported that one zombie crawled out right in front of him, which is why she was very scared. He doesn't like that these horror stories are already happening in reality. The YSM team was surrounded on all sides by spiders. Moon Yob knows that there are approximately 4 to 50 ordinary spiders in the dungeon, after which he told the guys that all 8 alphas were on him. Bolts appeared between the fingers of the main character. He loudly declared that he was leaving the zombies to the rest of the players. The blue-haired guy's devilish eyes flashed when he decided to use the power-up and throw. A bright purple laser aimed at the main character. Moon Yob, seeing that he was being attacked, quickly grabbed his shield. Turning sharply, the guy was able to repel the alpha spider's attack. As a result, he was able to attack the spiders with their own blow. His powerful force tore the alpha spider's legs to pieces from their bodies. The guys standing on the side felt uneasy when they saw that the director was having fun with all his might. Youngman thought he was having a lot of fun. A few minutes later, an armed Moon Yob stood among the corpses of the alpha spiders. It was announced in the arena that the main character had completed the hunt. A bead of sweat ran down Seunho's surprised face. He didn't expect the director to handle it so quickly. While looking at the player, Moon Yob stepped on a spider's foot. He asked Seunho to share his aura with him. The player, raising his hand, blazing with a bright red flame, transferred his aura to the main character. The blue-haired guy's body was enveloped in red flames. He was delighted and said that he had enough. Meanwhile, the main character turned around in confusion towards the sound. Someone demanded that they remain where they were. The guys who remained in the middle of the arena were surrounded by opponents. They told them there was nowhere to run. Moon Yob looked at what was happening emotionlessly. Seunho asked him what they should do since BC had trapped them, leaving them on the bridge. A bead of sweat ran down the face of the blonde man dressed in a red uniform. He believes that the day the main character fell into the mousetrap will go down in history, after which he said that luck was on their side. The blue-haired guy raised his hand and smiled widely. He stated that the enemy managed to come up with a wonderful plan, despite the fact that his head was nothing but sawdust. And then I asked him how long he had been puffing and puffing in order to plan all this. A bright red devilish aura appeared around Moon Yob. He asked the guy what he was talking about, after which he invited them to experience all the beauty of free fall together. Standing opposite him, the blonde was so angry that he frowned, because he did not expect to hear such an answer. Meanwhile, the entire arena was covered in a bright scarlet light when the main character admitted that he had not yet returned his spears. Shocked, Seunho leaned away from the rubble. The blue-haired guy said that if you use the same amount of aura when throwing and returning, then the weapon will fly back at the same speed as when launched. The angry blonde, bowing his head, asked Moon Yob what he was talking about. The enemy began to fall with a shocked face. The floor of the arena was broken into pieces by the attack of the main character. All the frightened players of the YSM team flew to the floor below, screaming. Meanwhile, a sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face. The shocked players, holding weapons in their hands, continued to fall. They all together called the main character a crazy maniac. Hearing the protagonist's plan, beads of sweat began to flow down Dongjun's worried face. He, calling the director the coolest Superman, said that he had gone crazy. Looking closely at the worried Dongjun, the main character said that he had everything covered. The guy looked askance at the floor when he said that it was easy to die from a fall in such a specific structure. He believed that this is exactly what the enemy would try to take advantage of. Then he said that they would try to pin them down on one of the bridges, not knowing that they would deliberately gather on the bridge. The main character tensed all the muscles in his face when Dongjun suggested that their team, if the bridge breaks, would also fall down. He believes that they, not knowing the location of the dungeon structures by heart, will not be lucky enough to fall on any other bridge. Hearing this, Moon Yob bowed his head and said threateningly that the 569th bridge is an illusion, and the 13th and 121st are real. Drops of sweat ran down the man's face when the main character said that bridge 677 is an illusion and bridge 518 is dilapidated. He also said that bridge 888 is full of traps and bridge 428 is real. Dongjun didn't expect that the director remembered absolutely everything. Clenching his fist tightly so that his veins showed, Moon Yob asked the man if he could still shake the children. Meanwhile, the exhausted players managed to survive, after which the arena reported that all YSM players were able to land on real bridges. The main character, smiling, lowered his head and noticed that the opponents were flying well. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the abyss a ring appeared, illuminating with a bright red flame. Beads of sweat ran down the faces of the shocked players as they flew down. Moon Yob jumped towards them, smiling devilishly, and asked who he should start with. A trace of a bright red aura was left behind the blue-haired guy. Looking at the opponents, the head asked them not to worry, because he would not allow them to die a stupid death. He informed them that they should not hit the ground. After all, he planned that he would finish off 6 of them in the air. Firmly grasping the weapon, the main character headed into the abyss. Swinging with all his might, he killed 2 players. After that, system signs appeared informing that Moon Yob had committed murders. While the BC team players were flying down, trying to grab onto the bridge, the blue-haired guy approached them. The main character, having killed everyone at once, descended to the very first floor of the dungeon. He looked around askance with his red shining eyes. The bodies of the dead players quickly flew down. As the opponent's characters began to turn into holograms, Moon Yob began to smile devilishly. It was announced in the arena that the main character had committed 4 murders, which shocked the presenters. The blue-haired guy stuck his spear into the next opponent, after which they announced that he had made 5 kills. There was a bright red flash on the broken floor. Bend his leg. Moon Yob stared at the ground floor. The entire dungeon was covered in red light when the main character decided to complete his aerial show. The walls began to shatter into pieces as he killed Sunho using wall surfing. The guy's hologram began to disappear from the dungeon the moment Moon Yob bounced away from him. This is where he decided to end his air show. Surrounded by a strong aura, the main character landed on the top floor, where the YSM team was waiting for him. A devilish smile appeared on his face when he realized that they did not die, and also managed to land successfully. The worried guys looked closely at the director. Moon Yob's eyes flashed red as he announced that it was their turn. A bright flash lit up on the floor. Swinging his spear, the main character decided to attack Naeun first. Then, laughing, he slipped past the players. On the back of the armed blue-haired guy hung a shield. He decided that his team's players had overestimated themselves. After sharply attacking the defending Youngman, Moon Yob realized that nothing would help the guys, despite the fact that they had been training. Having repelled their attack, the main character began to smile. He understands that it is much easier to catch a person than a demon like him. When the main character, touching the ground with his hands, used his abilities, all the players on his team flew away, after which it was reported in the arena that Moon Yob had committed 7 kills. Behind him, the area where his attack hit was completely shattered into rubble. Grabbing the spear with both hands, the main character stuck it into the floor of the dungeon. The blue-haired boy stared devilishly at the ground as his team's players began to disappear. At that moment, it was announced in the arena that Moon Yob had made 8 kills. The main character sharply attacked his partners with his foot. When Youngman decided to hit the blue-haired guy, he did a backflip. While standing on his hands, Moon Yob kicked the blonde in the face with his boots. The guy jumped away from his blow. While the armed blonde was swinging his sword, the main character cut him with a spear. Moon Yob looked back at his partner. He saw how the players of his team decided to attack him. The blue-haired guy smiled and looked at the guys. He asked them why they were able to hold out until the very end. Having cut 2 players with spears at once, the main character said that he simply did not notice them as slow as they were. The hologram of the guy's hand lying on the ground began to disappear. It was announced in the arena that Moon Yob had scored 11 kills. One main character stood confidently in the broken dungeon when the end of the second round was announced. A smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face when they reported that he had committed an all-kill by killing 11 players. He was declared a monster that the Korean Professional League battlefield had never encountered in its entire existence. Remembering how the main character pinned one guy to the dungeon wall, the host said that he had already shown them a clear victory at a charity match, after which he reminded that no one had ever shown all-kill at official games. Enthusiastic spectators sitting in the hall began shouting the name of the blue-haired guy, calling him an invincible legend. When Moon Yob turned to look at the red-haired girl, he admitted that he didn't do anything special. He didn't even break a sweat. Naeun didn't understand why he thought so, because this was the first all-kill in the history of the Korean League. They started to leave the arena when the disgruntled guy said that this was not a great event at all. Hearing this, the girl reminded the director that there were no players yet who could easily pull off something like that, after which she asked Moon Yob if he could defeat a team from the first division. The main character tilted his head when he reminded her that there were major league guys at the charity match. The blue-haired guy looked back at the players standing behind them, who were drooping. He felt sorry that these BC kids were sent to fight with adults. Naeun looked at her opponents with concern. Moon Yob decided that he would leave them alone since they seemed too upset to him. The girl asked the main character if he would miss the 3rd round. Meanwhile, Gabriel approached the guys and said that the enemy team was morally defeated. He decided that this was why he placed players who had little experience in real battles. The blue-haired guy, smiling and pointing his finger, said that he would leave in the 5th round if they lost. The coach asked him not to worry. Clenching his hand into a fist, Gabriel confidently said that this would not happen. A hologram of Choi appeared in the arena as the winners of the 3rd round were announced. The YSM team won. The presenter said that they are suppressing their rivals even without their strongest player. He believes that YSM is rewriting the history of the Korean battlefield. The main one, bowing his head, was asked how he assessed his success in today's game. He started to say something, but immediately changed his mind about saying it. Standing next to the dark brunette, Moon Yob said that everything was great. While the journalist handed the microphone to the blue-haired guy, He admitted that he had not demonstrated half of what he was capable of. He also said that he feels slightly guilty before BC. The main character was standing on a sparkling stage when the girl believed that he did not enter the field after the second round out of guilt. The journalist suggested that the opposing team was grateful to Moon Yob. A huge number of photographers gathered near the stage. The brunette asked the blue-haired guy if he wanted to say anything to his next opponents, the SP team. The main character brought his hand to his face and cleared his throat. With a devilish smile, he pointed his finger and told his opponents that they had no chance. They started clapping happily as the entire room started shouting their team name. The first playoff game against BC ended in their complete defeat. It was a clear victory for YSM. Remembering Moon Yob in the dungeon, they reported that it was he who showed the world the incredible range of his spear. They also talked about how he was able to make the first all-kill in history in an official match. Now the whole world believes that the YSM team is unstoppable. The main character, standing next to his players, began to smile. After all, they started their second game against SP. The host announced the start of the battle. Having descended into the dungeon, the blue-haired guy immediately attacked all opponents. When he, armed with a spear, swung hard, it was reported that he was planning to make his signature long-distance throw. This is exactly what he talked about in his interview. Holograms of players with spears stuck into them disappeared in the arena. Everyone thinks that SP never had a chance. Smiling, Moon Yob walked ahead of his players, waving to the spectators. It was announced that in the first round the main character made 3 kills and 7 assists. And also in the second round 8 kills and 2 assists. The blue-haired guy looked back at his teammates when the arena announced that the second game of the playoffs was ending with a resounding success for Moon Yob. All the comments on the site were only about the victory of the strongest man in the universe. An article appeared in the news saying that they would give any money for a blue-haired guy. The huge mansion, surrounded by greenery, was illuminated by sunlight. In the office of the owner of the Lumiere Club, they were discussing how the main character threw a spear. Watching the video from Moon Yob's battle, the man did not understand why he hid his talents for so long. I also didn't expect that he would be able to come up with such a long-range throwing technique. The Moro brothers looked at the screen in raptures. They believe that the main character has adapted Seunho's superpowers well, despite the fact that he has decidedly low powers. After which one man admitted that he would not have thought of using the player's visual telepathy in such a way. They decided that in order for them to see Moon Yob's incredible shot at their club, they needed to bring his support as well. They think that this is a small thing for them. Bald men wear a huge number of rings on their hands. They dream of getting a blue-haired guy into their club. Remembering how he attacked opponents, one man suggested that this particular throw would become his calling card. He realized that thanks to the countless enthusiastic fans, they were able to appreciate Moon Yob's greatness in monetary terms. His brother told him that he must see how the main character plays in their team uniform. Remembering how the armed blue-haired guy looked around, the man mentioned that they didn't even hope to get him on their team when Moon Yob announced that he would not take part in Battlefield. But now they found out that this guy joined the professional league anyway. There were a huge number of silver suitcases filled with money in the room. They decided that with enough motivation they could hire him to join their team. The Moro brothers looked enthusiastically at the computer screen depicting the main character. They decided that they were ready to give absolutely any money for this player, because many teams would definitely want to invite him. After which one man said that they would put the entire winter transfer on Moon Yob. Meanwhile, the Gothic-style building was illuminated by the sun. In Berlin, one man asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. On the table in the office there was a sign indicating that the owner of the Berlin Blitz Club was John Behrman. A man approached his table and said that he had come to recruit players. John assumed that there would be a transfer of a strong player, since he was going to discuss this topic with him. The bearded man frowned at the director. Emrakasa said that he plans to hire Moon Yob. The main character, after introducing various logos, remembered that there are countless teams in Battlefield. You can even compare them to a huge mountain, on the top of which the bright sun shines. The guy understands that 3 stand out especially among everyone. 2 bald men tower over the players, who are the leaders of the Moro Brothers Club. The core of this team is Bernard and Lucas, whose play is admired by millions. Their logo is presented in the form of an elven tower, which is surrounded by 2 wings, because their team is called the Flames of Europe. A serious man with a scar on his head leads the US team, being the center of this team. Everyone believes that Gerald was able to get a second wind after the recent shield change. Their logo is represented by an angry bear depicted on a shield. as it is called the Walking Fortress, and the last of the Trinity. The team coach standing behind the player is one of the 7 heroes. Having developed a flawless strategy, Commander Imrikasa's players flawlessly suppress the opponent. The team also places its main emphasis on support, who is in the top 3 of Battlefield. Their logo is presented in the form of a hawk spreading its wings because their team is called the Stelcourts. The main character knows that all these 3 clubs have always been competing with each other for the right to be called the strongest. But the Flames of Europe and the Stelcourts are the most bitter rivals in the European League. Meanwhile, the Gothic-style building was illuminated by the sun. In Berlin, one man asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. On the table in the office there was a sign indicating that the owner of the Berlin Blitz Club was John Behrman. A man approached his table and said that he had come to recruit players. John assumed that there would be a transfer of a strong player, since he was going to discuss this topic with him. The bearded man frowned at the director. Imrikasa said that he plans to hire Moon Yob. Concerned, John grabbed his forehead with his fingers when he asked the coach if he was talking about the main character. The man told the director that they should not miss this opportunity. A bead of sweat ran down the leader's face as he admitted that he respected his decision. However, he believes that Moon Yob is not suitable for their team due to the fact that he constantly improvises during matches. He also understands that he and Imrikasa have always not gotten along. The man remembered what happened 17 years ago. The players standing opposite each other made faces. Imrikasa told the main character that it was impossible to talk to him. Hearing this, Moon Yob, repeating his own words, advised him to look at himself. The director believes that during battle, the guys are like angry wild animals. After all, they constantly disagree on whether it is worth going to this or that dungeon. Meanwhile, the man imagined Eric sitting next to his partner eating popcorn. The guy thinks that he needs to interrupt the 50th argument between Moon Yob and Imrikasa. But the brunette admitted to him that what is happening amuses him. Cornflakes started flying around as Eric continued to eat the popcorn. His partner reminded him that when it comes to dungeons, these guys, who are great debaters, are ready to rip each other's throats out. Meanwhile, in his office, John, raising his finger, said that Moon Yob does not recognize anyone's authority, which is why he believes that the coach's words are not a decree for him. The man said that they could do without this player. There are silver goblets on wooden shelves. The director reminded the guy that they were one of the strongest teams. Imrikasa looked closely at the head and asked him if he was sure of his decision. The coach, looking at the awards, recalled that in 2021 in the World Champions League, their team, losing to the Flames of Europe, took 2nd place. A drop of sweat ran down John's frowning face when the coach told him that this story repeated itself again in 2022, which is why they again ended up 2nd. Presenting the top leading teams, Imrikasa said that until 2020 they were on equal terms with them, as they had the same number of victories in the Champions League. After which the man reminded the director that recently they had begun to lose ground, as the gap between the teams was increasing. Concerned, John clutched his forehead when he realized that everything was so. Imrikasa advised him to take a realistic look at the current situation, which is why they shouldn't let Moon Yob go. The coach introduced the main character next to the players of the Moro brothers team when he asked where John thought the blue-haired guy would go. A gloomy man sitting at the table said that they shouldn't worry about it, suggesting that Moon Yob would continue to play for Korean. He believes that the protagonist's team is unlikely to be so active in the European League. Standing opposite the director, Imrikasa said that this guy would be the best in the big league. He asked the man not to even argue with him, as he was completely confident in his guesses. The frowning John exhaled heavily when he asked the guy what the price of this issue was. Imagining Moon Yob looking at someone with a devilish gaze, the man said that they would have to beat the Moro brothers at the auction. Looking seriously at the director, the coach sternly said that they needed 180 million euros. The angry club director's eyes turned red. He leaned his hands on the table, jumped up from his seat and asked Imrikasa how much money they needed for this. The battle arena announced that the game would begin in a few minutes. Armed Moon Yob ran past the round chasms. The presenter said that in the finals of the playoffs of the season, the YSM team will fight against Ocean Empire. Meanwhile, a bright blue aura appeared around Moon Yob. It was noticed at the arena that, despite the importance of the match, there was no excitement among the players and spectators. And the reason for this is that the main character, whose eyes sparkle, is determined to win. Moon Yob, armed with a spear, attacked all opponents at once. After this battle, the Ocean Empire team decided that it was time for them to prepare for the next season. The BC club remembered that their opponents almost risked their lives for the next season. The SP team believes that the upcoming battles will be much tougher. Remembering the invincible main character, around whom there is a powerful aura, players do not understand how to defeat him. It was announced at the arena that Moon Yob entered the field in the first round. Holding his spear on his shoulder, the blue-haired guy looked back after scoring 11 kills. The presenter announced that the YSM team won in the first round. Gabriel looked intently at the main character when he advised him to exit only in the first round. Hearing this, Moon Yob asked him if he should also participate in the second. The coach, looking intently at the director, admitted that he wanted to test something today. He said that their team needs to gain experience at every opportunity. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he agreed that they should take every chance. He decided that he would return after the second or third round. It was announced in the arena that the second round was beginning. The presenter said that big changes had taken place in the main composition of YSM. There are 2 new players in the dungeon named Jeongwon and Hyuk. A blonde man with an eyebrow piercing switched from the position of main tank to sub-tank. This fighter, with high levels of leadership and tactics, protects the team from the rear and can cover all his teammates. The frowning pink-haired guy was able to raise his strength to 85 units, thanks to which he became a main tank, and also his aura indicator reached 81, which is enough to enter the national team. Having imagined the balance of forces for the battle, the main character realized that Hyuk was placed in the rear to close the gaps in the defense, since he sees the picture on a larger scale. And as a result, Jeongwon has developed into a player who could be in the first division. Meanwhile, a worried Hyuk looked back at the attack flying towards him. The trainer believes that, as a sub-tank, this guy has a habit of doubting what he should do. After which he reminded that this player was a defender, and only after that he thought about a counterattack. Hyuk, armed with a sword, repelled the attack. Seeing this, Moon Yob explained that if this player did not have a clear role, the old habit would reappear, causing his strategy to fail. Looking at the blonde man who put the weapon in front of him, the coach asked the main character how this player reasoned. While Jeongwon was confidently looking somewhere, the blue-haired guy said that it would be good if he survived, given that this player stayed too long in a weak team. He also mentioned that at such moments the blonde begins to pick out only some important moments. Moon Yob began to look closely at the profile when he realized that Jeongwon completely forgets about thinking through tactics. Hearing this, Gabriel assumed that the director was right. The coach imagined Sunho standing with his finger in the air, as he said that he was very suited to be the team's tactician. He doesn't understand if the director has some secret, since he predicts everything like that. Recalling the time when the main character personally participated in battles, he said that he used to recruit people for each raid in the dungeon himself, due to the fact that they did not have permanent team members. He admitted that after seeing different players, he learned to understand them. Gabriel looked back at the director, who suggested that when he gains experience, he too will be able to read people. The coach, promising that he would try, suggested that Sunho be appointed as the team's chief tactician after he had honed his tactical abilities. Sitting on the bench, Moon Yob said that they will fully utilize this guy and his partner in hunting and fighting. Meanwhile, the main character looked back when the coach said that he was interested in one question. Concerned, Dong-jun looked at Moon Yob, who asked him what he wanted, suggesting that he was planning to deceive him again. Hearing this, the man did not understand why he treated him this way. The blue-haired guy turned his head to the coach and asked him to quickly tell him everything. Dong-jun informed him that their club was increasingly receiving requests to transfer. Hearing this, the main character reminded him that they are not selling anyone now, since when they move to the first division, the prices for players will skyrocket. But the coach explained to him that they had requested a transfer. Moon Yob looked in surprise at Dong-jun, who said that they wanted to buy him. Remembering an article on the internet, the man said that they wanted to hire the blue-haired guy to a foreign club for more than 100 billion won. The main character looked displeasedly at Gabriel, who invited him to go because the Moro brothers would not be stingy. Hearing this, Moon Yob called him a small shopkeeper. After all, he believes that it is better to make a prestigious team from YSM, despite the fact that it will take time. The coach looked menacingly at the sitting blue-haired guy when he admitted that the team could achieve this without his help. But the main character believes that it is better for them to win the World Cup. Having presented the most capable players of foreign teams, Gabriel admitted that this would be impossible to do. Realizing that Moon Yob can easily take out a second league team, he believes that it will be difficult for him to win the world tournament alone. The blue-haired guy turned his head and drooped. He realized that he had no confidence that they would win the international games. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face when he suggested that the coach hire some foreign players for the team. Hearing this, Gabriel believed that strong fighters would not go to Korean. Presenting a panoramic high-rise building and a suitcase with money, the coach said that they needed to take into account many points, starting with the basics. He believes that, at best, they can hire a promising but still unknown player, but the chance of his development in their league is too small. Moon Yob looked askance at Gabriel when he asked him what he should do to ensure that there were no equals in Korean. Imagining how the guy became the owner of a huge amount of money, the coach said that by selling the main character, they would be able to secure the supply of equipment. And he also thinks that this is what will allow them to attract good players. Moon Yob frowned and looked at Gabriel. He said this is not a decision that can be made hastily. In the battle arena, the main character, seeing that they were still losing to a draw, said that for now they had more important things to do. Looking at his players, the blue-haired guy realized that, despite their strength, Ocean Empire was significantly superior to his team in terms of skills. Moon Yob bowed his head, remembering that after they won the first round, the opponents regained their composure and also regained their fighting spirit. The YSM team is in the second division, when Ocean Empire was originally from the first. The main character understands that this game is aimed at selecting players who can show themselves worthily in the first league. Standing behind the smiling protagonist, Gabriel informed the director that he would have to try a little more. Hearing this, the guy said that he would return quickly. Looking at the leaning director, the coach realized that he stood out from the crowd. Leaving Gabriel, Moon Yob confidently headed into the dungeon. The man does not understand how much the world ranking will change with the arrival of this guy. The arena announced that the final round would determine the winner of the playoff season. The presenter began to read out the names of the competing teams. He announced that he was starting the 5th round. Meanwhile, the playoffs of the season have ended. The renovated clubhouse was illuminated by sunlight. There is a silver sign hanging above the director's office. Moon Yob selected 7 main players, and the remaining candidates were recontracted. There is a silver goblet on the shelf next to the photograph. The man said that 3 people went to the second division, and 1 to the first. Having placed the documents on the table, Gabriel, who looked back, told the main character that they had sold 4 players in total. Taking the tablet in his hands, Moon Yob sat down on a chair as he asked if they got more than they originally planned. He believes that there is still a result from the fact that they worked on their weak points. Then he said that they urgently need to replenish the playing squad, as they need to replace those who have left. Looking at the calm coach, Moon Yob asked him who they needed. Gabriel said that they needed 1 fast sub-tank, as well as many fighters playing as Mets DD. The blue-haired guy tilted his head when he said that the most important thing for them was to get a ranged DD with a high accuracy rate. A bead of sweat ran down Dong Jun's face as he remembered that Naeun did little damage. He understands that in high-level combat, each blow must have as much damage as possible. Moving a piece of paper across the table, Moon Yob asked the coach to look at the list he had made, and also told him to complete it. When Gabriel opened the tablet, the worried Dong Jun became interested in who was on it, because the director had prepared this list in advance. His pupils constricted when he saw the familiar player in him. Gabriel looked back at the worried Dong Jun, who asked the director if he was serious about hiring him. A smile appeared on Moon Yob's face when he, not understanding the coach's concern, said that this guy was the right guy for them. The main character was rapidly flying on a bike along the roadway. The main character recalled the image of Gabriel, who told him to go to Paris because by selling him and receiving huge transfer fees, they would be able to attract good players. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking at the road. He noted that Gabriel was right and there was no point in arguing. The protagonist was thinking about a trip to Lumiere in Paris. Moon Yob bared his teeth in irritation, scratching his head. Moon Yob said that his brain is already boiling with everything, and first he needs to figure out how to promote YSM. Moon Yob presented the tactics of the YSM team, where the players are divided into positions. The protagonist noted that Gabriel unmistakably pointed to the position that seemed necessary to him. Gabriel said that 1 fast tanker and as many damage dealers as possible from close range, and most importantly damage dealer from a long distance, and a high accuracy rate. Excerpts of the battle from the game with different countries appeared. As a director, Moon Yob watched quite a lot of games in the second half of the season. First Division, 2nd, 7th, Asia, Eastern Europe and Latin America, they don't have the best attitude towards players. A shiny gray folder appeared. With all this in mind, this is Moon Yob's list. A total of 29 players were selected to play against other teams. The protagonist raced on his bike along the road, raising clouds of dust. With this list via transfer this winter, Moon Yob intended to complete YSM's roster. Sinhoon High School's sign appeared. The main character asked if there was a guy named Kim Hyun-tae among them. The main character stood opposite the coach in the school gym. The coach told the main character that Hyun-tae had already signed a contract with the spirit of the 2 stars. The protagonist pursed his lips, remembering the image of a nervous Moon Sung. He thought that this team was nothing but trouble. The protagonist closed his eyes, presenting a list of 2 names. The protagonist asked the coach about Lee Dae-young. The protagonist thought that they were obliged to grind them into powder. The coach closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows in confusion, scratching the back of his head. The coach said that Dae-young had already retired. The protagonist was surprised that he was a high school student and had already resigned. The coach presented a huge shining snow-white building. The trainer told the main character that his parents owned several buildings in Gangnam. The main character turned around and headed towards the exit, waving his hand to the coach. The main character told the coach that then he had nothing else to do there. The coach furrowed his eyebrows, pursing his lips. The coach asked to wait for the main character. The protagonist stopped, looking at the coach, his mouth slightly open. The coach told Moon Yob that there was another guy he would like to recommend. Moon Yob stared at the trainer while he imagined an image of a guy with red eyes. Moon Yob asked the coach if there was anyone else worthy in this school. The coach said his name was Youngman and he graduated last year. Moon Yob was surprised that Youngman didn't get a job with some other team. The protagonist widened his eyes. The coach told the protagonist that Youngman was still considering whether to stay in the battle at all. The coach introduced Youngman, wearing a black jacket and an angry expression on his face. The coach noted that he heard that Youngman got involved with a bad company, but the guy is capable. The protagonist stuck his finger in his ear, baring his teeth nervously. The protagonist noted that he is not keen on recycling. The main character put his hand in his trouser pocket and extended the other in front of him. The protagonist said that since the coach recommends him, it means he can be made into a good player. The coach closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, pursing his lips. The protagonist told the coach that he must understand that if Youngman dies in his hands, then everything will be according to the law. The coach tilted his head slightly, furrowing his brows and opening his mouth wide. The coach told the main character that he understood everything and asked him to take care of him, since he himself, as a coach, had met many players and dealt with bullies more than once, adding that Youngman was not like them. The protagonist looked at the coach with a calm expression. The coach noted that Youngman is not that spoiled. The main character thought that he would make an exception and move away from the list. The main character presented Seunho, Jeho, Bernard on the good side, and Shirin with Yongsu on the bad side. The main character noted that now he can judge a player just by looking at him, and will immediately understand whether he is good, whether he is an obedient bully, or whether he deserves death. The coach furrowed his brows, clenching his hands into fists. The coach said that although Youngman is at a crossroads due to family circumstances, he is truly talented. The main character asked the coach what his position was. The protagonist widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly in surprise. The trainer said that he is a melee dealer. The protagonist smiled broadly, pointing his finger at the coach. The main character asked the coach where Youngman was. There was a sign on the building with the name of the computer club. There was a yellow sign warning that smoking was prohibited. In the computer club, people were agitated by the behavior of one person who vehemently spoke out that others did not know how to play. The guys were sitting at the table playing computer games. One of the guys made uncivil remarks about other players. Youngman was sitting among these guys playing a game. A high school student turned to Youngman, asking that they didn't know how to play at all. Youngman narrowed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, looking to the side. Youngman said that apparently those players are not given this. It was Park Youngman, superhuman. The shaven-headed guy raised his head, looking displeased at the man who approached him. The club employee looked rather confused, raising his eyebrows slightly. He asked the high school student to be a little quieter because his screams were disturbing others, noting that smoking was prohibited there. The high school student jumped up from his seat, clenching his fists and glaring angrily at the employee, causing him to raise his hands. The high school student said that they were already adults, which meant they could smoke. The employee noted that there was a sign prohibiting doing this. The high school student, losing his temper, shoved the employee in the shoulder, telling him that he was annoying him. The employee fell to the floor, looking at the menacing high school student, who bared his teeth. The high school student said that he was apparently looking for death. The high school student pointed behind him where Youngman was sitting in his seat. The high school student noted that there was a Superman behind him, and if the employee went against him, he would fly off with one blow. Youngman turned his head away, looking at the computer monitor. Youngman told the high school student to sit down already. The high school student lowered his hand with his cigarette. He said that he would take his seat. The The high school student smiled maliciously, baring his teeth, while the employee looked at him in horror. The high school student told the employee to get lost and not to bother him again. A computer club sign appeared. The scream could be heard throughout the entire building and street. A cigarette burn was visible on his hand. The employee did not understand what would happen to the country because of such scoundrels. The employee sat on the stairs, sighing heavily and closing his eyes. He didn't understand when his club became a hangout for such people. Suddenly, the silhouette of the main character appeared. He asked the employee if this was the place where bad kids hung out and played computer games. The employee looked at the main character in surprise, widening his eyes. Youngman furrowed his eyebrows, looking at the monitor in anger. Youngman was unhappy with how the other person played, noting that he couldn't even deal damage. A card with Youngman's characteristics and superpower appeared. The high school student sitting next to Youngman turned around with displeasure, looking at the one who grabbed his shoulder. Suddenly, this high school student was unexpectedly pulled back, causing his eyes to widen. The main character sat in the place of that high school student, wearing a bike helmet. Moon Yob noted that Youngman is really not bad. Youngman looked at the main character in shock, his eyes wide. He thought he hadn't even heard him. The protagonist tilted his head slightly to the side, looking at Youngman. The shaven-headed high school student looked irritated at the main character, baring his teeth. The high school student told the protagonist that he must have confused something. The protagonist sharply threw his mouse at the skinhead's face. The high school student lost consciousness and slammed his face into the keyboard. The guys did not understand what had happened. The protagonist sat with his hand outstretched, looking at the bad kids. Moon Yob did not understand what kind of disrespect this was, because he was not their brother or friend. The protagonist stood up from his chair, resting his hand on the table, while the high school students surrounded the skinhead. Moon Yob thought that they were trying to get on him. The guys didn't understand where he even came from. The main character headed towards the villains. He noted that he hoped not to attract attention, even wearing a helmet, adding that he simply could not pass by a bunch of such rude people. Moon Yob walked up to one of the guys, nudging him with his elbow. Moon Yob noted that apparently they were not taught at school how to talk to elders. The main character snatched a cigarette from a high school student with red hair and put it out right on him. The protagonist pointed his finger at the sign that said no smoking. Moon Yob noted this fact, adding that they should take off their eyes, asking for whom King Sejong invented writing. One of the guys grabbed the keyboard and attacked the main character from behind. A high school student hit the protagonist's helmet, breaking the keyboard. He landed on his feet, holding a broken keyboard and smiling evilly. The high school student noted that this would happen to anyone who goes against them. The high school student widened his eyes in bewilderment. The main character hit a high school student, causing him to fly past his guys. The high school student lay with a broken nose and unconscious. The protagonist noted that he meant well. The main character grabbed his helmet and clenched his other hand into a fist. Moon Yob noted that they started it themselves, so it was self-defense on his part. The guys looked in horror at the main character, who was pointing his finger at them. Moon Yob said that since they don't know how to choose friends, they will bear collective responsibility. Moon Yob put his hand on his helmet, pointing his finger at the guys, and glared angrily. The guys furrowed their eyebrows, preparing to attack the main character. The guys rushed to attack the protagonist, thinking that they could defeat him. Youngman's eyes widened at the male lead's evil gaze. Youngman looked at Moon Yob in shock, realizing that he had already seen these eyes somewhere. Youngman extended his arms forward at the moment when the guys were already swinging at Moon Yob. Youngman told the boys not to mess with him or else they would all be screwed. The high school student, clenching his fist and baring his teeth, was about to strike the protagonist. Moon Yob looked at them with a crazy look, smiling bloodthirstily. The main character thought that it was too late now. The high school student struck, but the main character appeared behind him. The high school student turned his head when he saw that he was about to be attacked. Moon Yob hit the high school student, slamming him to the floor. The red-haired man with a knife ran at the protagonist, baring his teeth. He swung a knife at the main character, thinking that he could do something. Moon Yob pulled his hand back, swinging his palm at the high school student. Moon Yob noted that it was too easy. The main character slapped the red-haired man in the face, causing him to spin in the air. The high school student fell to the ground unconscious. The protagonist grabbed his helmet with his hands. Moon Yob told Youngman that now why don't they chat. Moon Yob took off his helmet, smiling bloodthirstily and looking at Youngman. The main character walked towards Youngman, who was terrified. Youngman said Moon Yob's name, to which the main character replied that he knew his name, greeting Youngman. A girl was hiding behind the wall, filming everything on her phone. The girl was broadcasting live. She asked her audience if they were paying attention, because such a mess happened there. The girl looked in surprise towards the guys, knitting her eyebrows. She noted that the guy in the helmet scattered a bunch of guys like kittens, adding that it was Moon Yob. An hour later, the computer club room was brightly lit. The main character asked the high school students if they had thought about their behavior. The guys stood in a plank position with their heads down while Moon Yob sat on a chair and looked at them. Moon Yob asked the villains why they were silent. The guys raised their heads, looking at the main character in horror. The guys said they thought about everything. The guys became gloomy, looking at the main character, narrowing their eyes. The main character noted that they are not going to become new people just because they were beaten. The guys didn't understand why he was asking them. The protagonist jumped up sharply from his chair towards the guys. Moon Yob said he would prescribe them a couple more times. The protagonist struck each of the guys with incredible speed, knocking them out. Behind the protagonist, the guys were lying unconscious. Moon Yob told the high school students that now they all leave except Youngman. The protagonist looked at the villains with a crazy look, pointing his finger at them, emitting a red aura. Moon Yob told the guys not to even think about running away from there, but to kneel down and crawl like insects. Youngman sat on his knees, with his hands raised and looking guiltily at the floor. The protagonist turned to Youngman, telling him to stay, asking why he allowed himself to smoke in the wrong place. Youngman asked the main character for forgiveness. Youngman looked up, looking at the protagonist in bewilderment. Moon Yob stated that since Youngman has something to regret, a couple more lessons would not hurt him. The protagonist hit Youngman in the stomach with his fist. The main character smiled insidiously, raising his fist in front of him. He noted that the feeling is simply crazy, because Youngman is more of an over-the-top person than an ordinary person. Youngman rested his hands on the floor, gritting his teeth. Youngman thought the main character was crazy. Youngman looked at the protagonist with irritation, baring his teeth. He did not understand what was happening, and what Moon Yob had forgotten there, and how he knew him. Youngman stood up slightly while Moon Yob stood opposite. Youngman told the protagonist that he understood everything. Moon Yob knitted his eyebrows and looked at Youngman with a cold gaze. Youngman asked Moon Yob what the coach told him about this cube. Youngman glared at the protagonist, wiping saliva from his face with his hand. Youngman told the main character that he had come in vain, since he was not going to participate in the battle. Youngman stood up and sat back down at his place at the computer. Moon Yob wanted to have a serious conversation with Youngman, but he absolutely didn't want to talk about anything. Youngman looked at the computer monitor with his mouth slightly open. He thought that the main character could beat him only for his reluctance to play. Youngman narrowed his eyes and looked sideways at the protagonist. Youngman thought that according to rumors, the main character does not resort to violence without a reason, especially since he saved humanity at the cost of his own life, and he should have at least some dignity. Youngman waved to the main character who was standing behind him. Moon Yob was amazed that Youngman continued to persist, commenting that it was funny and asked him to give him some time. Youngman told the protagonist that he doesn't want to, and he's sorry, but it's better for him to leave. The protagonist extended his palm towards Youngman, noting that he was pissing him off. The main character looked at Youngman annoyed, holding his hood and clenching his hand into a fist. The protagonist told Youngman that he brushes him off like an annoying fly. Youngman confusedly stated that this is not what he meant. The protagonist bared his teeth and punched Youngman in the stomach, emitting a bright aura, and told him to remain silent. Youngman opened his mouth wide, rolling his eyes. He thought that the dignity of a hero was going to hell in humanity. The protagonist dragged Youngman, who was unconscious, along the floor, while the girl crawled in the other direction from the guys. Moon Yob told Youngman that it looks like there is no choice, and they will have to talk without prying eyes. The main character turned his head to the side, noticing the girl. The girl sat on her knees, looking at the main character in confusion. The protagonist asked who she was. The main character saw the phone in the girl's hands. The protagonist bared his teeth, looking at the camera with displeasure. He asked the girl to delete photos and videos, adding that he didn't want to waste energy on her. The girl smiled awkwardly, pointing her finger at the phone. She told the protagonist that there were no files with recordings. There was a live broadcast on the internet. The protagonist was surprised that there was a live broadcast. The girl stood slightly pestered, looking at the main character who was holding Youngman's leg. Moon Yob asked the girl what her name was. The girl said she was BJ Pretty. The protagonist told BJ Pretty that she must be brave enough to call herself a beauty, to which BJ Pretty replied that it was just a nickname. BJ Pretty smiled widely, widening her eyes, remembering the task. Moon Yob asked BJ Pretty why she was broadcasting live at the computer club. BJ Pretty said that the condition is broadcast in a club with hooligans, and if she fulfills it, she can get 10,000 stars, which is a whole million in one. The main character glanced slightly at the phone where the live broadcast was being broadcast, while BJ Pretty smiled awkwardly while looking at him. The protagonist did not understand what stars she was talking about. The phone featured BJ Pretty with the main character, and her broadcast received many messages that Moon Yob was there. There was a notification about receiving 10,000 stars from the user Real Sayonara. BJ Pretty's eyes sparkled with happiness, causing her to smile widely, while Moon Yob was perplexed. BJ Pretty thanked Real Sayonara from the bottom of her heart. BJ Pretty began to spin around and get into various poses, showing strange and terrifying emotions. She noted that this is a reaction to 10,000 stars. Moon Yob was completely bewildered, his eyes wide and his mouth parted. Users noted this fact live. The main character looked at BJ Pretty, after which she turned around and looked at him with a smile. Moon Yob asked BJ Pretty that 10,000 of these pieces are worth like 1,000,000 real won. BJ Pretty said that everything is correct, but there is a commission, so she gets about 700,000. Moon Yob noted that this is somehow not enough. BJ Pretty closed her eyes and smiled joyfully, clenching her hand into a fist. BJ Pretty told the protagonist that this is quite a lot, and her family lives on money from broadcasts, adding that she does everything to earn money to pay bills and food. The protagonist stared at BJ Pretty with a serious look. The main character remembered himself in his youth, standing not far from a man in armor. The man told the protagonist that he was still too young to come there. Moon Yob gripped the weapon tightly in his hand, his brows furrowed. He said that he had nowhere else to go and to survive. He must take advantage of every opportunity. Notifications about sent stars started appearing on BJ Pretty's phone one after another. A notification appeared that BJ Pretty was given 10,000 stars again, from the same user Real Sayonara. BJ Pretty reacted furiously, rolling her eyes, cheering for another 10,000 stars, while the protagonist was in shock. The main character smiled nervously, knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist noted that she was crazy. A notification popped up on BJ Pretty's phone that the broadcast had ended. BJ Pretty didn't understand what happened, thinking that charging had ended. BJ Pretty widened her eyes in surprise when she saw the call from the administrator. BJ Pretty put the phone to her ear, while the main character stood behind with a blank look. BJ Pretty opened her mouth wide, horrified by what she heard. She was shocked that she was blocked for 3 months. The protagonist looked questioningly at BJ Pretty while she was talking on the phone. BJ Pretty asked the administrator why it was taking so long. BJ Pretty looked at the protagonist with panic in her eyes, her mouth slightly open. BJ Pretty told the main character that the administrator said that she was blocked for 3 months for demonstrating violence, adding that she had already been seen doing something similar before, and for repeat violations the account would be blocked for quite a long period. The main character waved his finger, which made BJ Pretty surprised. The main character asked BJ Pretty to give him the phone. The protagonist extended his hand to BJ Pretty, looking at her with a serious look. He repeated for her to give it back. BJ Pretty held out the phone, causing Moon Yob to grab it, bringing it to his ear. Moon Yob asked the administrator that he was the one running the site. The administrator replied that everything was so, finding out who was speaking. The main character said his name, asking the administrator why they were blocking BJ Pretty. The administrator told the main character that violence was shown during the broadcast. The protagonist bared his teeth, clutching the phone in his hand with displeasure. The main character asked the administrator what he was saying about the latest broadcast. The protagonist recalled the moment when the hooligan stood in a plank position, upside down. Moon Yob asked the admin if he thought publicly punishing bullies was something to condemn, adding whether he was willing to justify it. The protagonist bared his teeth, clenched them and furrowed his eyebrows. Moon Yob told the receptionist that he would have to answer for his words because he was already on his way, and asked him what his name was. The computers were turned off, and there was practically no one in the club. The main character asked the administrator why he was silent, as if he had filled his mouth with water, repeating the question what his name was. The administrator told Moon Yob that they had just held an emergency meeting and decided that user BJ Pretty was broadcasting the fight unintentionally, so they replaced the ban with a simple warning. The protagonist furrowed his eyebrows in displeasure, looking away to the side. He noted that this is already better. The administrator told the main character to just keep up appearances and avoid scenes with violence and obscene language in the future. The main character lifted Youngman by the leg and looked at him. The protagonist released Youngman's leg from his hand and he fell to the floor. The protagonist agreed with the administrator. Moon Yob told BJ Pretty that everything is ready. BJ Pretty smiled happily, closing her eyes, while the main character stood behind, crossing his arms over his chest. Viewers were surprised that BJ Pretty wasn't banned and that she returned so quickly. BJ Pretty smiled widely and then pointed her hands at the main character, placing the camera in front of her. BJ Pretty noted that viewers were probably surprised that the broadcast ended suddenly, adding that it was indeed blocked. But Moon Yob talked to the site administrator and resolved everything. The main character pursed his lips, pouting them slightly, and looked irritably at the camera. The audience rejoiced, saying that they did not expect anything else from him. The protagonist bared his teeth in anger, pointing his finger at the phone. The main character did not understand why they were having so much fun, and then asked the audience if they could laugh the same way if this happened to them. The protagonist closed his eyes, bringing his fist to his mouth. Moon Yob said that he would like to apologize for the turmoil caused by his parenting methods. The protagonist grabbed the beaten young man by the shoulder, who looked at the main character in confusion. The main character told the audience that he would resolve all issues with Youngman through a normal conversation, and hoped that no more misunderstandings would arise. The audience laughed at the fact that education is the same as beating people. The main character bared his teeth, flashing red eyes, looking furiously into the camera. The main character addressed the journalists, saying that if they watched the broadcast and decided to write an article, he noted that they should not forget to mention his apology to the audience, and otherwise he would fine each of them. The protagonist walked to the side, hugging a pouting youngman, and pointed his finger towards BJ Pretty, who looked at him and then at the camera. Moon Yob said that was all, turning to BJ Pretty, telling her to turn off the broadcast if she was also done with the explanations. BJ Pretty said goodbye to the audience, saying that they would see each other later. BJ Pretty approached the main character, after which he turned to her. BJ Pretty thanked the protagonist, noting that thanks to him she was not blocked, and the broadcast turned out just great. The main character told BJ Pretty that this was just great, adding that she should stop going to such establishments. The protagonist told BJ Pretty that if she wants to start broadcasting, then she better come to YSM's training sessions. BJ Pretty was delighted with this offer and said that she would definitely come. This is how Moon Yob discovered the world of online broadcasts, and has been watching them with pleasure ever since. But that's a completely different story. The weather above the computer club was clear and the sun was shining brightly, illuminating the sign of the establishment. The main character told Youngman that now no one will bother them. Youngman sat on his knees, resting his hands on the floor while the protagonist stood opposite. Moon Yob told Youngman to tell him what the problem was and why he didn't want to fight. Youngman lowered his head, looking sadly at the floor, while Moon Yob looked at him with displeasure. Youngman told Moon Yob that his family situation is difficult. The money his mother earns is barely enough to live on, and at the same time he also needs to take care of his grandparents. Moon Yob was surprised by this, because if Youngman started participating in matches, he would make good money. The main character noted that Youngman did not say about his father and what he does. Youngman furiously recalled the image of his father holding alcohol in his hand. Youngman told the protagonist that he drinks and gambles. The main character looked at Youngman with a serious look, asking that only his mother works for him, to which Youngman replied that everything is correct. The main character angrily grabbed Youngman's jacket, baring his teeth at him. The protagonist noted that it turns out that Youngman is the same scoundrel as his father, because, although he does not drink, instead of working part-time, he sits in a computer club, smokes like a steam locomotive and plays with toys. Youngman looked away in confusion, narrowing his eyes slightly. Youngman widened his eyes in horror while the main character glared at him. The main character told Youngman that if his life is dear to him, then he should think carefully about the answer. Youngman looked at the main character with a scared look, gritting his teeth. The protagonist asked Youngman if he wanted to return to battle and become a professional player under his leadership, or if he intended to continue wasting his life in mediocre fashion. Youngman narrowed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, looking at the main character. Youngman put his hands out to the side, clenched into a fist and lowered his head. He shouted that he left the battle not because he wanted to. Youngman looked to the side in confusion, his mouth slightly open. He said that he really misses matches and training. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Youngman. He didn't understand what Youngman meant. Youngman said that when he was just starting out as a player, while his mother was away, his father got drunk and accidentally set their house on fire. Youngman recalled a moment when their apartment was on fire, and his father was standing outside with a bottle of alcohol. Youngman said that his father then went to play cards with his friends without realizing what he had done, but his grandparents almost died in a fire. Youngman recalled how he sat next to his grandparents, clenching his fists. Youngman noted that he had to give up training and leave the battlefield to take care of them, adding that at the same time, The friends who started with him went ahead and became professional players one by one, and seeing them go towards their dreams and win matches, he felt envy and bitterness. The main character looked at Youngman annoyed as he pursed his lips. Moon Yob asked Youngman if he always talks so much, noting that he doesn't care so he better finish it. Youngman glanced sideways at the main character with caution. The main character asked Youngman whether he ended up playing or not. Youngman replied to Moon Yob that he was in. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when he heard Youngman's answer. The main character widened his eyes, looking at him. Youngman told the protagonist that he had one condition. Youngman pursed his lips and furrowed his eyebrows as he looked at the main character. Moon Yob asked Youngman what the condition was. Youngman looked at Moon Yob with confidence in his eyes. Youngman firmly stated that he wanted his father to stop drinking, asking the main character to teach him a lesson the same way he was taught that day. The weather was clear above the school and a bike was parked at the gate. It was Chungyong High School. Jinsu greeted the main character. Jinsu looked at the main character in confusion, pursing his lips. The main character saw with his analyzing gaze the characteristics and superpowers of Jinsu. Superpower cards have appeared, such as Regeneration, which allows you to heal your wounds, and Victim, who is able to take over another person's injuries, absorbing damage. The protagonist sat opposite Jinsu with his legs crossed. He thought that for a tanker he had a low strength indicator, barely reaching 80, and willpower 91, agility 81, endurance 88. Jinsu and the main character sat opposite and looked at each other. The main character thought that Jinsu was exactly the fast secondary tanker that Gabriel was looking for. The main character approached Jinsu, asking him what he thought was his specialty. There was a signed Jinsu contract on the table. Jinsu said that he doesn't have much strength, so he supplements his defense with a shield, and he also has good technique. The protagonist noted that it is good that Jinsu understands everything, but at that moment a weak strength indicator is not a hindrance, and from now on he will raise him as a mobile secondary tanker representing the country. Jinsu opened his mouth wide in surprise and his eyes widened. The main character said that the player he chose would definitely shoot. Jinsu shouted that he was joining YSM. The main character rose from the sofa and reached for the contract on the table. The protagonist told Jinsu that they would contact him next week. The main character walked towards the door, raising his hand with the contract and smiling slightly. Moon Yob told Jinsu that they would see each other soon. Jinsu looked at his palm in surprise, smiling happily. He didn't understand whether it was a dream or reality that they made him such an offer, and even from a second division team. Jinsu, Team YSM, Position, Secondary Tanker. Jinsu turned his gaze to the door. The protagonist looked out of the door, looking at Jinsu with a serious look. He asked him if he had any problems that needed solving. Jinsu didn't understand what the main character was talking about. The protagonist looked at Jinsu with a serious look, his mouth slightly open. The main character said that, for example, someone in the family who needs a thrashing. A sign for the establishment appeared with the inscription billiards. The protagonist opened the door to establishments where men played billiards. The main character with a pathetic expression on his face entered the pool table, carrying a black bag in his hands. The main character walked around the room while men examined him. They were discussing among themselves that one of the 7 saviors had stopped by and that the news was saying that they were in trouble in their area. The main character smiled widely, baring his teeth. The protagonist was glad that they had already heard everything, and that means they didn't have to explain anything. The protagonist turned his head, looking at all the men. He asked which one of them was Youngman's father. One of the men called out to Youngman's father, saying that Moon Yob was looking for him. Youngman's father grabbed his head, looking slightly drunk and flushed. He told Moon Yob that Youngman was his boy. Youngman's father looked at the main character in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. The main character asked him if it was true that after the wedding he ran his own business for 5 years, and then began drinking and gambling, and has been doing this for 15 years. The main character closed his eyes and smiled, clapping his hands. Moon Yob congratulated Youngman's father for making his son a worthy professional superhuman battle player. Youngman's father looked at the main character in bewilderment, his lips pursed. He was surprised that his son was a professional athlete. The main character spread his arms to the sides, remembering the image of an indifferent Youngman. The main character told Youngman's father that it was for this reason that he came to fulfill the wish of such a wonderful person. Youngman's father scratched his head in embarrassment as he looked at his friends. They congratulated him on Youngman being a battle player, and didn't understand why he didn't tell them about it before. The main character took the black bag in his hand and opened it, putting his other hand inside. Youngman's father asked the main character what his wish was, to which the main character replied that it was nothing special. The protagonist took out a bottle from the bag and smiled bloodthirstily, looking at Youngman's father with a crazy look. Moon Yob told Youngman's father that he asked to make sure he never drinks again. Moon Yob moved, swinging the bottle at Youngman's father. Moon Yob added that Youngman asked him to teach him a proper lesson. The protagonist dealt many strong blows to Youngman's father's body, causing his eyes to turn white. Youngman's father scrunched his face in pain and opened his mouth wide, causing saliva to drip from his mouth. Moon Yob angrily smashed the bottle on the table, baring his teeth. The protagonist looked at Youngman's father intimidatingly, emitting a frightening aura, glowing red eyes. The protagonist told Youngman's father that while he was walking, he was thinking about how to get him to truly stop drinking. The main character widened his eyes madly at Youngman's father and smiled bloodthirstily. He said it dawned on him that he must be scared just to look at the bottle. Youngman's father lay on the floor, covering his head with his hands, while the main character examined the other men. Moon Yob addressed those people, noting that they are apparently close with Youngman's father. The men looked nervous, baring their teeth in fear. The main character noted that they just sat and watched as their friend abandoned his family and just drank and played cards for 15 years. The main character bared his teeth furiously and clutched the bottle in his hand, breaking it into pieces. The main character noted that this means that they are the same scoundrels as Youngman's father, adding that it was time for them to learn some manners. There was not a single person left in the pool table except the protagonist and Youngman's father, who was sitting on his knees in front of him. The protagonist noted that they quickly ran away, calling them scoundrels. The protagonist took the bottle from the table while Youngman's father looked at it in fear. The main character told Youngman's father that since he had already had near Churum, then he would continue with a bottle of Jamisol. The main character with the bottle walked towards the door of the room. He told Youngman's father that he was born in 77, and he was born a year earlier, suggesting that he should call him eldest. Youngman's father didn't understand what Moon Yob was talking about. The protagonist grinned maliciously, closing the club door. Moon Yob told Youngman's father that it was nothing special. Moon Yob looked at Youngman's father bloodthirstily and smiled maliciously, baring his teeth. The main character told Youngman's father to just think about it as if he was learning a lesson from his elder. The main character slammed the door to the billiards club. Loud noises could be heard outside the door of the room, from the blows he gave to Youngman's father to teach him manners. Strong screams could be heard from that room, which made Youngman's father not envious. There was a beautiful orange sunset over the apartment building. Jucheol's parents were shocked and did not understand what had happened to him. The main character brought Jucheol, who looked quite exhausted. The main character asked those people if they were his family. Jucheol's parents were perplexed as they looked at their son. Jucheol's mother asked Moon Yob what he did to him, to which the main character replied that he had a preventive conversation about the dangers of alcohol, since yesterday their grandson has been a member of his team. The main character grabbed Jucheol's shoulder, looking at him menacingly. The main character told Jucheol that as a result, he would never touch the bottle again. Jucheol said that he would never do this, he would live like a normal person. The protagonist looked bloodthirsty and madly at Jucheol, while he looked back at the protagonist in fear. The main character noted that Jucheol will not play gambling either. What Jucheol said, so of course it will be so. The main character recalled how he dragged Jucheol by the collar to a man. The protagonist told the parents that although their son was on the verge of life and death, he was cured by a Superman with the ability to heal, so they have nothing to worry about. The parents and Youngman looked at what was happening in horror. The protagonist grinned maliciously, showing his teeth and flashing his eyes. The main character told the Jucheol family that if he starts drinking again, they should just call him. The main character stood by his bike as Youngman walked up to him, scratching the back of his head. The protagonist asked Youngman if it worked, to which Youngman replied that it helped. A beautiful sunset was reflected in the windows of the house. Moon Yob told Youngman that since he kept his promise, he should bring the contract with him to YSM's office the next day. Youngman was surprised that everything was happening so quickly. Moon Yob rested his hand on his bike, smiling slightly while Youngman closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. Moon Yob noted that Youngman has not played for a long time, and it takes time to get him into shape. Youngman told Moon Yob that he was completely right. Youngman smiled widely, showing his teeth. Youngman told the main character that they will see him tomorrow. Youngman, position, close range damage dealer, club, YSM. White and fluffy clouds floated above the YSM building. Gabriel sat in a chair while Dongjun stood at the table with a downcast look. Dongjun told Gabriel that no matter how he thought, he did not understand why Moon Yob was considering this player as a candidate. Gabriel asked Dongjun what the problem was. Gabriel looked at Dongjun with a cold gaze, his mouth slightly open. Gabriel said that he is underestimated because of mental problems, but the boy's physical abilities and superpowers are not bad. Dongjun held the contract in his hand, looking at it in horror. Dongjun noted that this athlete and their director are in no way compatible. There were a lot of people dancing in the club under the shining lights. One of the guys hit the table with his glass. A guy in a light shirt sat in the center of the table, looking displeased at the floor. He said it really pisses him off. The guy bared his teeth and frowned, looking in front of him with displeasure. He said he felt like something was missing in his life, adding that despite his talent, their team and teamwork were terrible because his teammates were playing politics. Youngsu, position, close range damage dealer. Youngsu stood up from the table, walking past his friend. Youngsu's friend told him that he was right, and there was still a player like him to look for. Youngsu walked towards the exit of the room while the guys looked at him, wondering where he went. The guys looked at each other, whispering. One of the guys said that he was afraid that Youngsu would get into something again and wanted to follow him. Youngsu walked down the corridor of the club, his hands in his trouser pocket, as the main character in a cap walked towards him. Youngsu swore displeasedly. Youngsu bared his teeth and furrowed his brows as the main character walked next to him. Youngsu said it was all because of Moon Yob. Youngsu bumped shoulders with the main character. Youngsu said that when the protagonist said to remove him from the national team, after that everything fell apart for him. Youngsu fell to the floor, closing his eyes and opening his mouth, using obscene language. Youngsu looked displeased at the protagonist, who was wearing glasses and a mask. The protagonist apologized to Youngsu for their collision. The main character walked further with a light gait, humming a melody under his breath. Youngsu bared his teeth angrily and bloodthirstily looked after the departing protagonist. Youngsu called the main character a scoundrel. Youngsu was on his knees, placing his hands on the floor and opening his mouth wide. Youngsu shouted at the main character to stop. Youngsu scrunched his face in rage, baring his teeth. He told the protagonist that he hit him with his shoulder and now wants to run away, asking if he knows who he is. The main character turned around, looking at the angry Youngsu. Youngsu frowned on his face as he looked at the protagonist. Youngsu thought he couldn't even see his face and didn't understand how he was even allowed into the club. Youngsu widened his eyes in surprise while Moon Yob began to take off his glasses. Moon Yob asked Youngsu if he told him that. Youngsu thought he recognized the voice. Moon Yob pulled the mask off his face and smiled bloodthirstily, looking at Youngsu with crazy eyes. The main character noted that no one had confronted him for a long time, and had already begun to forget this feeling. Youngsu widened his eyes in horror as he recognized the man in front of him. The protagonist quickly began to approach Youngsu. Youngsu didn't understand what he was doing there and why he was hiding his face. Youngsu told the protagonist that he did this on purpose, to which the main character replied that even from there he could hear the screws in his head creaking. The protagonist punched Youngsu in the nose, causing him to widen his eyes. The protagonist said it was time to end this. Youngsu fell to the floor unconscious, while the protagonist stood with a serious expression on his face. The main character turned around, looking at Youngsu's friends. The guys stood in complete bewilderment when they saw the main character lying in front of Youngsu. The main character asked the guys if they were with him. The main character smiled sarcastically, looking at the guys, and pointed his finger at the lying Youngsu. The protagonist said he's taking Youngsu if they don't mind. At that moment, when the main character was calmly filling out documents in his office, Moon Yob suddenly turned his attention to his phone ringing. An unknown number called him on his phone. The protagonist did not understand which anonymous person was calling him. With an indifferent face, he raised the receiver to his ear and was addressed by name. Moon Yob looked to the side disdainfully when the unknown number recognized him, and he was wondering who was communicating with him. He received a call from Jeho, the vice president of the Superhuman Battle Association in Korea. The main character rocked in his chair and asked Jeho his year of birth. Jeho replied that he was born in 1965, although Moon Yob himself was born in 76. In his office there was a silver cup and photographs of his team. The protagonist asked about what important issue the vice president of the association called him about, to which Jeho replied that it was a personal matter. Moon Yob looked at his empty notebook and asked Jeho to answer a little more specifically. Jeho ironically said that he should have already guessed. He was calling about his son. Moon Yob looked forward angrily and replied that he could not know his son, when suddenly the realization hit him. He recalled the time he previously crossed paths with Youngsu in an unpleasant situation and asked about his father. The main character recalled Youngsu's frown as he told him that his father was the vice president of the association. Moon Yob now realized that they were talking about Youngsu. The main character crossed his legs and began to write something down in his notebook, pressing the phone to his ear. Jeho replied that they had crossed paths before and everyone knew about it, but his son had problems with teamwork. Moon Yob presented the image of Jeho, who also took part in the conflict with Yongsoo. Jeho explained that Yongsoo was removed from the national team and he heard that this happened with the help of Moon Yob, to which he immediately agreed. Moon Yob wrote in his notebook that Yongsoo was a disobedient scoundrel. Jeho added that the main character was able to identify his son's problem the first time. Moon Yob boldly replied that Jeho already understood everything perfectly well, so he would not have bothered him otherwise. Jeho presented an image of his angry son with bared teeth. Jeho added that Moon Yob noticed everything correctly and admitted his guilt that he raised Yongsoo like this because he did not have a mother. The protagonist told Jeho to speak to the point. The protagonist pressed the phone to his body and looked to the side in bewilderment. He thought that Jeho wanted to give his son for re-education and noted that Jeho called him for a reason. Moon Yob held onto the phone and laughed hard, noting that he was not a teacher for hire, to which Jeho hesitated a bit and remained silent. The protagonist looked to the side with a malicious grin and expected some kind of answer from Jeho. At the same moment, the main character was looking at the phone and Jeho explained that today his son was on his team's list of potential candidates for dismissal. Yongsoo suddenly woke up and looked up in shock as he lay on the ground. Yongsoo sat on the ground by the light of a lantern, looking around, holding his head, trying to figure out where he was. Moon Yob sat in the shadows opposite him with his palms crossed. The main character replied that Yongsoo should learn some manners. Yongsoo became suddenly agitated and jumped back to the wall, trying to ask Moon Yob what he was doing here and why he brought him to this place. The main character asked him an ironic question about why he himself thought they were sitting in a dark alley where there were no CCTV cameras. Yongsoo widened his eyes in horror and became alarmed, thinking that Moon Yob wanted to kill him. He immediately began to make excuses and said that it was not he who started the fight, because Moon Yob himself hit his face and pushed him with his shoulder. The main character looked gloatingly towards Yongsoo, imagining what the news would write about this situation. Moon Yob tried to convince Yongsoo that the news would present the situation differently. He voiced the theory that Yongsoo, who was kicked out of the US and European teams, beat up the legendary Moon Yob just to let out his anger. Yongsoo suddenly became angry and angry, baring his teeth, noting that it was unlikely that anyone would believe such a version. Moon Yob arrogantly towered over Yongsoo and looked at him ominously, noting that he had already submitted comments. The comments would go something like this: Jeho Yongsoo had reached the end of the line and would be considered just a rich spender. Moon Yob stomped his foot into the ground as Yongsoo sat on it and raised his finger upward angrily. Yongsoo noted that he would tell reporters that the main character set him up and threatened him with violence and generally tried in every possible way to ruin his career. The main character responded ironically that no one would believe him, because if he had a good reputation, then perhaps, but not so. Moon Yob looked arrogantly at Yongsoo sitting on the ground. He said menacingly that he had already given what they deserved to many, but he had never been judged and asked Yongsoo if he knew why. The protagonist bowed down in front of Yongsoo with an angry look and showed him his fist. He clearly explained that he only beat those people who were willing and did not mind him dealing with them. Moon Yob extended his index finger at Yongsoo, who looked downcast and confused. The main character noted that Yongsoo's case was special, and he decided to give him a chance to end his bad life. But only one chance. Yongsoo suddenly became angry and frowned towards Yongsoo. He said that he would not listen to Moon Yob's order because his friend Jeho kicked him out of the team and prevented him from going abroad by spreading all sorts of rumors about him, adding that at that moment it was clearly not him who decided to start a fight. Moon Yob looked at Yongsoo worriedly and asked him about how his attitude was unacceptable. Moon Yob slapped Yongsoo in the face with a quick movement of his hand and told him to treat him with respect. Yongsoo was confused after the hit, looking to the side as Moon Yob with his hand raised looked down on Yongsoo. The main character began to explain that Yongsoo was kicked out of the national team due to his unstable psyche and quarrelsome character, and everyone knew it, so all those rumors were just karma for his behavior. The protagonist also added that the fight in the club was organized deliberately. Moon Yob apologized for the blow and replied that Yongsoo should at least start filtering his speech and not try to run away first from the fight. Yongsoo angrily turned towards Moon Yob and raised his head. He exclaimed that, according to Moon Yob, he was to blame for the situation. Without any hesitation, the main character slapped Yongsoo in the face again for his brazen behavior. Moon Yob laughed sarcastically when Yongsoo closed his eyes and held his head after the blow. Moon Yob noted that this was strange, because Yongsoo was ready to get too much for himself if he was not going to change his attitude towards him to a more respectful one. The protagonist held his hand to his mouth and looked forward contemptuously, trying to remember what he was talking about before. At the same moment, Moon Yob swung his hand again and hit Yongsoo hard in the face, trying to teach him a lesson so that he would remember to communicate respectfully. Yongsoo held his cheek in horror and confusion as the main character glared at him after being hit. Yongsoo realized that Moon Yob was crazy, and thinking about how he became a hero in the eyes of humanity. He realized that if he tried to escape now and survived, he would tell his father about everything. Moon Yob watched as Yongsoo looked at him with an offended look, holding his red cheek. He decided to remind him of his words about when he spoke about the chance to end his dull life. Moon Yob glared at Yongsoo and told him that he could join their YSM club. Yongsoo, with confusion in his eyes, holding his cheek, looked dumbfounded at Moon Yob, trying to understand if he was joking. At the same second, the main character hit him on the head again, as Yongsoo began to become impudent again. The main character, surrounded by his purple aura, looked at Yongsoo, who already had a bump on his head from such blows. Yongsoo was aware that Moon Yob was calling him to join his team. Yongsoo held his head and looked disheveled, which had a huge lump on it, and did not understand what was happening to him. Moon Yob ordered to listen to him carefully. The main character raised his hand to his neck and rolled his eyes, imagining how angry comments would be written about Yongsoo after this situation. Moon Yob thus showed what people will think about him when the news comes out, how a drunken Yongsoo beat the savior of humanity, and his reputation will plummet, and in this case no team will take him. Yongsoo held his head angrily, resenting the main character and sighing heavily. Moon Yob began to add that a miracle would happen and he would suddenly appear and help him in the situation. Yongsoo was simply seething with anger and was very angry from his helplessness. Moon Yob looked at Yongsoo arrogantly with a malicious grin and spread his arms to the sides. He said that since he was called the Hands of Midas, the public would think that Yongsoo should have been given a chance to reform. The protagonist imagined how they would post a photo together on their social networks, where they smiled joyfully. He explained that after this situation they would have hugged on camera and posted a group photo, and in this case he would have remembered their evening with a warm smile. Moon Yob looked at Yongsoo with enthusiasm and raised his hand. He explained that the rumors would definitely improve if people saw that they got along well, and he talked to Jeho, and they all pretended that his expulsion from the national team never happened. Yongsoo braced himself with his hands and looked at the main character angrily. He asked what would happen to him if he refused such an offer. Yongsoo, with a downcast gaze, looked up towards the main character, who widened his eyes at Yongsoo's next brazen statement. Yongsoo told him that Moon Yob was a cardinal and carried out a real practical tyranny with him. At that very second, Moon Yob leaned in front of Yongsoo's face and menacingly told him that if anyone heard them, they would think that he had special power, so he told him to be quiet. Moon Yob said that you shouldn't blame him for Yongsoo being an idiot himself. The main character recalled with quiet horror how he fought with other scoundrels in his youth. The protagonist noted if Yongsoo knew how many similar cunning people he met during the war. He remembered the image of a girl in a red cloak. Moon Yob explained that at that time he had a more serious problem, an unbalanced girl with colossal strength, who, when frightened, could easily start hitting her own people. Moon Yob recalled how they fought with their entire squad against huge demons and monsters. He explained that it made him very angry at the time. Moon Yob recalled how in that battle he covered himself with a shield and a stream of blue aura. In the same battle, a huge monster in armor tried to grab him with his hand and his teammate tried to call out to him. The main character smiled sarcastically at that very second. He looked up at the monster gloatingly, noting that this was expected for him. Moon Yob watched as a red energy stream rushed past him along the arm of a huge monster. It was the fire stream of Shuren. The dark-haired girl then directed the red energy forward with a frown. Moon Yob then noted that he had done his best to deal with this scoundrel, and ordered the rest of the guys to clear the last dungeon. The main character noted that as a result, this girl became the heroine of China. Moon Yob put his hands in his pockets and looked arrogantly at Yongsoo sitting on the ground. Moon Yob asked Yongsoo if he had ever won a league, to which Yongsoo replied that he had only won one. Moon Yob noted that it could be an Asian league, but Yongsoo added that China played there and it was not even a World Championship League, much less a World Cup, for which it was not even possible to qualify. Yongsoo looked dumbfounded at Moon Yob, who made an important statement to him. The main character said that if Yongsoo was with him, then they would win everything, because he was not afraid of difficulties, just like Yongsoo. The protagonist handed over his white business card with a number. He added that he was giving Yongsoo until tomorrow and reminded him that this card could be his last chance. The next day Yongsoo was at home. He looked angrily at his father, who looked ahead indifferently, with his hand behind his back. Jeho told him to go to YSM, to which Yongsoo got angry and asked if Jeho wasn't pissed off about the main character. Although Jeho didn't understand why that should be the case, Jeho turned to his son and looked at him angrily. Yongsoo explained that his father himself opposed Jeho's appointment as a coach, and he was sure that his father had animosity towards the Seven Saviors. Jeho rudely answered his fellow so that he should think what he was saying, because they could not be hated since they saved the world. Jeho, the vice president of the Korea Superhuman Battle Association, glared at his son. He replied that he opposed Jeho's appointment as coach of the national team because he did not want his reputation as a hero to suffer if the national team lost. He explained that they had already completed a full check of Jeho for professional suitability. Jeho introduced the image of Jeho and the malevolent look of the main character behind him. Jeho replied that they knew all about Moon Yob's coaching skills, and in fact, he was the one who raised the current national team coach Jeho. Jeho featured the protagonist and young Jeho alongside modern players. He said that Jeho's ability as a leader was still in question, but if he taught the national team the way Moon Yob would teach it, then that would be a joy. Jeho looked at his son menacingly and presented an image of the YSM team. He told Yongsoo that he now had the opportunity to study directly from him, so there was no point in even thinking and doubting, but it would be worth going to YSM straight away. Jeho added that in addition to Moon Yob there was also Gabriel, a competent leader whom their association would gladly invite to coach and join the national team if it were possible. Yongsoo timidly looked at his father and said that the protagonist hated him. Jeho noted that Moon Yob had a bad relationship with both Shurin and Imrekasa. Jeho presented the image of a young protagonist who was on the battlefield with his partners. Jeho noted that these two would have followed him into that very battle without hesitation, and Moon Yob himself later even put their lives above his own, and told him not to forget about the colossal experience of Moon Yob, who had connections with superhumans from all over the world. Yongsoo was a little confused and didn't know what to answer. Future Hyper's club base on a bright sunny day. The protagonist extended his hand and asked for a cup of coffee for himself. The head of the Park Cheolho club looked worriedly at Moon Yob, who told him that he did not like to talk in hints and was going to get straight to the point. The protagonist handed the papers onto the table with a malicious expression on his face and said that he was ready to offer 10 billion won for Yongsoo. Cheolho slammed his hands on the table and said that it was impossible. Moon Yob sat on the sofa and told Cheolho not to shout and agree to give him 10 billion won. Cheolho looked at the main character with alarm and shock and said that he had received an offer from a Middle Eastern team of 30 million won. Moon Yob immediately started saying that these teams always offer crazy starting amounts with no intention of actually fulfilling them, and besides, he knew that Yongsoo hated the idea of going to the Middle East. Cheolho continued to be angry that 10 billion won was too little anyway. The protagonist pointed his finger towards Cheolho with a malicious grin. He ironically explained that in this case, he might return after Yongsoo is expelled from the national team, and at the same time this price of 10 billion won will be too high. Cheolho continued his line and said that Moon Yob could not negotiate this way, and asked him to set a more reasonable price. The main character frowned at Cheolho and considered his further answer. Parko was horrified and wide-eyed when he heard that Moon Yob had decided to act more radically. He asked to call the owner of this club, the deputy of Murray Club, urgently. Cheolho understood that it was not worth bringing it to this point. Young Moon Yob walked with bottles of alcohol in the spacious banquet hall. It was 17 years ago in the banquet hall of the Murray Hotel. The main character then watched as the arrogant red-haired guy grabbed a young girl, trying to harass her and offered her privacy. The girl resisted and did not want to spend time with him. At that same second, the protagonist looked forward with enthusiasm, rejoicing at his find. His gaze caught on the lonely bottle of expensive alcohol on the table. The main character confidently walked forward to his bottle between the arguing couple, pushing them aside so that they would not stand in his way. The arrogant red-haired guy, sitting on the floor after a fall, watched as Moon Yob examined his bottle with delight. The protagonist began to drink the bottle as a bunch of guards began to help their red-haired master get up, but he drove them away. The red-haired guy himself decided to stand up and looked angrily at the main character, trying to call out to him. Moon Yob looked with bewilderment at the guy who was trying to voice his privileged position. Moon Yob looked at the guy arrogantly and asked a question about who this guy was. The protagonist threw his bottle behind him and walked straight towards the guy who stood tensely opposite him in the company of his guards. The guards noted that this guy was the grandson of the president of the Murray Club. The guy angrily told Moon Yob that he wouldn't even be able to set foot in Korea if he told his parents what that scoundrel did. The main character, without a drop of doubt, grabbed the guy's face and squeezed it. Moon Yob looked at the guy gloatingly, squeezing his face and lowering him above him. He said his great name and said that he was an orphan and called this guy a nasty rich guy. Jeho recalled how at that moment Moon Yob took this impudent guy hostage and tied him up. And Moon Yob later forced their companies to donate at least 500 billion won to the children's fund. Jeho looked forward at the contented protagonist with quiet horror and a downcast gaze. He remembered that from then on, their president would have a fit every time he heard the man's name Moon Yob. Jeho realized that the two of them could not be allowed to meet. Understanding all the hopelessness, Jeho with bitterness on his face agreed with the condition of the protagonist, who enthusiastically spread his arms to the sides. Moon Yob ironically said that Jeho was right and he actually said some wrong price tag. So he said that he would take Youngsu for only 5 billion won. The main character looked at Jeho gloatingly and handed him the contract for him to sign. A few weeks later at the YSM club base, Dongjun stood in front of a team of players and explained something to them. Gabriel and the main character watched the new players from their office. Gabriel noted that Jinsu was not bad, although he sagged a little in terms of physical indicators, but he had excellent shield control. The protagonist and Gabriel looked at the players appraisingly, in particular at Jinsu. Gabriel understood that if the player's problem was in any other area, it would take a lot of time to solve it. But since the issue was working out the body, they could quickly improve his performance through intensive training. Moon Yob proudly replied that with his performance, he would be able to get through this without any problems. Gabriel watched intently as their assistant coach explained the rules to the newcomers. Gabriel added that he couldn't rate Youngman's performance quite as highly. Moon Yob immediately stood up for him and said that this was expected, because for a whole year he had been doing nonsense instead of training and now his muscles had atrophied. Youngman listened carefully to his assistant coach's instructions. Moon Yob added that they will have to push Youngman hard, but soon enough he will become a high-ranking dealer in the inner circle. Gabriel looked carefully down at Youngman and noted that he could already trust Moon Yob's opinion and knew about it. He decided to continue monitoring the players' results. They then started discussing Youngsu, who looked tired. To Gabriel's surprise, none of the players except Youngsu could participate in the matches right now. Youngsu felt the director and Gabriel's gaze on him and looked up. Gabriel, along with a malicious gaze, followed Youngsu, who was confused by such attention to himself and turned away in horror. Gabriel noted that they needed to find more players to assemble a more complete roster. The main character added that there were no more players left in Korea that they could pay attention to, because all the normal and interesting ones had already been taken away by other teams. Moon Yob closed his eyes sadly as the protagonist looked away with a malicious grin. He understood that he was actually looking for active athletes, but they were either expensive or had reached their ceiling in development. Thick white clouds floated over the YSM clubhouse. Moon Yob said that he will still hire 1 or 2 players from another country. Gabriel replied that it was a good idea while the transfer season was open and he was looking forward to it. Haein greeted the main character with a bright smile on her face. It was already night outside and the moon was shining brightly in the starry sky. The main character asked Haein why she came. Haein ironically replied that she lived here and came to rest, and asked if Moon Yob missed her. The main character crossed his arms and looked on happily as Haein clenched her fists in delight. Moon Yob asked how long Haein came for a long time. Haein jokingly asked not to change the topic and asked her uncle whether he was just getting ready to go to Paris or because of her. Moon Yob sarcastically replied that Haein seemed to have a hard time adapting to the new team she was in without him. Haein looked at her uncle a little worriedly and said that she had settled into the team quite well. Although she was taken on rotation, she had already participated in many matches and earned a lot of points for the team. The main character presented the image of a blue hologram of Hen on the battlefield. Hiring Haein was a good decision and she achieved a passing grade without any problems. At one of the matches, the referee showed the scoreboard and replaced the player with Haein. Moon Yob understood that Haein could not apply for the position of captain in the Parisian club Lumiere, the best superhuman battle club. Haein appeared on the battlefield in that fight with an admiring mood. She still often played the role of a trump card when their team found itself in a difficult situation and needed urgent tactics. Moon Yob looked closely at the dissatisfied Haein with his analyzing gaze, and her card appeared with many high indicators. Moon Yob put his hand to his face and looked at her with admiration, realizing that her performance was very high and Haein had grown up. Haein stood with her suitcase on the threshold with a little bewilderment. Moon Yob realized that her strength had increased from 72 to 78, and her stamina had now risen from 67 to 75. The protagonist looked at Heian with a malicious smile with his analyzing gaze with a violet flame and latched onto the two skills of tactics and leadership. He realized that her extremely high leadership would help her wherever she would be and everywhere she would be taken into account. He believed that if she devoted time to tactics, she would be no worse than world-class players. Heian raised her hand to Moon Yob in confusion, who rolled his eyes with his arms crossed. Heian asked her uncle if everything was fine and why he was looking at her so intently. He apologized and said he thought she was an idiot, but added that in practice she should have done better. Heian became very angry at such an insult and looked at him angrily when Moon Yob took out 2 textbooks. He decided to test her knowledge of French. The door to the house began to open and Jeho said that he had arrived. Jeho saw his daughter and Moon Yob in front of him. Jeho looked forward with a downcast gaze at Moon Yob, who assessed him with an analyzing gaze and considered his skills and characteristics. The main character slyly looked at Jeho with his gaze with an aura, when behind him Heian exclaimed joyfully at the appearance of her father. Moon Yob was hooked on his 2 skills of leadership and tactics being at their maximum, but Jeho didn't understand why his friend was staring at him so intently. The protagonist exhaled heavily and looked away as Jeho looked at him in bewilderment. Moon Yob said that there was no reason, he was just disappointed that he had reached his limit. Moon Yob thought to himself that he could fire Jeho and appoint his daughter Heian as a coach. That same evening they set a large table with a bunch of hot dishes and snacks. They all sat together at a large table and had dinner, discussing pressing topics. Jeho asked Moon Yob that he heard that they were now doing a lot to gather many professionals into their team, because he even wanted to take Yongsoo. The main character replied that the deputy president himself asked for help with him and asked Jeho about when they would expel Yongsoo from the team. The protagonist with a sly look was helping himself to food with chopsticks. He explained that excluding Yongsoo's increased ego personality, his performance was at a good level, and his character could be improved, but not immediately. He added that only after diligently trying to change his thinking. So every time Yongsoo behaved badly, he was going to teach him a lesson so that he would not be insolent. Jeho, with a frustrated expression on his face, was putting pieces of meat from the grill onto his plate. Jeho noted that in this case he would not kick Yongsoo out of the national team and would simply leave him in the reserves, as he felt sorry for the player. Moon Yob noted that this was the right decision. Heian watched with delight as her father served her food, while Moon Yob frowned slightly. Jeho asked the main character if he had found anyone to join his team. The protagonist said no, because they still needed a couple of people, so he was going to look for players outside the country, because the players in Korea had about the same performance, so the choice was generally limited. Moon Yob looked at Jeho intently as he chewed a piece of food. He was puzzled by the question of why the level of fighters has dropped so much now, because in their time this was not the case. Jeho explained that all those who had good abilities left in all directions after the death of Moon Yob, and since then there have been no stars in Korea. Jeho raised his head and looked at the main character, who at that time was trying to grab food with chopsticks. Jeho added that the battle was invented and started only 10 years ago, so for now they are suffering from the consequences of the drain of talented guys. The main character wondered if there was a place where there were many superhumans, and at the same time they were cheap, perhaps in South America. Jeho looked at the main character and introduced the country of Kazakhstan. Jeho added that if you look at Asia, recently Kazakhstan has been gaining momentum there, and the superhumans there have been losing to Korea, but the fact that their country's results are improving, which meant that they have capable players. Moon Yob frowned at Jeho and noted that it was strange that the conditions were better in Korea, but the player development was not there. Moon Yob suddenly looked puzzled and put his hand to his chin as Heian looked at him enthusiastically. He started thinking about Kazakhstan when Heian asked Moon Yob to take her with him if he decided to go there. The 4 of them sat at the table and heatedly discussed what was happening. Moon Yob turned his attention to Heian and said that he was not going to take her there with him and have fun. Heian displeasedly asked why that was and said that there were many scenic spots and attractions. Jeho's wife laughed and noted that Heian simply liked Kazakhs. Heian looked at Moon Yob with admiration and added that it was he, Moon Yob, who was the most respected person in Kazakhstan. The protagonist did not believe what he heard and asked again. He presented his monument in Kazakhstan, where the percentage of spear users was 70%. Heian added that for this reason there were many superhumans who wielded a spear, damage dealers used spears, tankers used a spear with a shield, and many of their abilities were associated with these weapons. Moon Yob exclaimed in delight as Seung-hee and Jeho looked at him with a smile. The protagonist did not understand what kind of trend there was, and he understood that since it was very good there, and was liked very much by the locals, he thought that it would be possible to go. Jeho immediately became sad and imagined himself alone in the house. He thought that there would be this atmosphere again and he would be left alone. Haein looked at her father with a smile on her face and waved her finger at him. She said that she would go with Moon Yob and he would stay with his mother. The main character continued to chew his food and, holding the phone in his hands, looked to the side, puzzled. He noted that such an option took place. The four of them were sitting at the table when Moon Yob started buying tickets on his phone, and Jeho and his wife looked at him in surprise. After the flight, they found themselves at the international airport of Kazakhstan, exit to the city. Moon Yob and Haein left the airport when suddenly the main character was called out sharply, and he looked to the side. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked around. He saw not far from him a Superman from Kazakhstan, Timur Akhmatov, who was waiting for his arrival and standing with a sign and his name. Moon Yob recalled how they stood back to back and fought together when they were young. Timur was his comrade during the war with demons, and they met while clearing out dungeons in Russia. Although Timur did not make it into their great 7 saviors, the guy was incredibly talented and would have easily found a place in the top 20 players in the battle of superhumans. The protagonist exchanged glances with Timur with a malicious grin when Haein sighed heavily, as she realized that someone else would be with them again. Moon Yob asked his comrade what he was doing here, because it seemed like he was supposed to be met by a person from the Battle Association, so he asked the logical question if Timur worked for them. Timur said that he was the president of the association. The main character looked forward with a dissatisfied face, confused. Oh realized that, most likely, Timur was the only worker since he had no one to send. Timur, with a smile on his face, hit himself on the chest and said that not at all, he just wanted to meet his old friend in person. He also asked him why Moon Yob didn't call him that he was coming. Timur put his hands in his pocket and laughed as the protagonist looked at him with a smile. He replied that he did not have his number, and his old phone was now on display in the museum. Timur looked sarcastically at Moon Yob and leaned against him, covering himself with his hand. He asked him about what brought him to Kazakhstan, because he understood that the main character clearly came not just to visit. Moon Yob replied that he was looking for players for his team. Moon Yob looked at the puzzled Timur, who realized that they were talking about players for the battle and suggested that he start with their team. The main character was sharply surprised when he heard that Timur had his own team. Timur immediately broke into a satisfied smile and closed his eyes. They walked along the spacious streets of the city under the leadership of Timur. Haein and his uncle looked around, exploring the new city. Timur noted that this might not be the level for Moon Yob, but there were also good options. The protagonist added that it was about the same story with his players. Moon Yob became curious and asked Timur a question about the fact that since he was the president of the association, he also owned the club at the same time. Timur raised his finger up and looked at Moon Yob with a smile. He replied that he also had a football club, because at one time he worked as the Minister of Sports, and it was all thanks to him. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised and noted with a joke that now he would not have to go to hell. Suddenly, the main character managed to react to a bright blue beam that flashed in front of his face, realizing that the players were about to be examined. Moon Yob swung his spear sharply as Haein looked back in shock and saw the fighter's girl in the distance. Moon Yob turned back sharply, holding a spear in his hands, and looked at the fighter, asking what it was. The player from Kazakhstan sharply rushed forward with a bright blue beam. The dark-haired girl quickly attacked the main character, who managed to repel all her attacks. Having repelled another attack, the player returned back in the form of a blue beam. The protagonist stood in a fighting pose with his fists when the player called his name. The dark-haired girl radiated a blue aura from herself and she stood in a fighting pose. Her name was Sania Akhmatova and she offered him sparring. Sania stood straight and had a huge bump on her head, which she received from her father for her impudent behavior. Moon Yob realized that it was the daughter of his old comrade. Sania stood in the distance as Timur looked sarcastically at the puzzled Moon Yob. Moon Yob thought that it was his adopted daughter, to which Timur replied with a smile that Moon Yob, in his style, sometimes said something very rude and added that it was his own daughter. The protagonist looked at Timur with sarcasm and joked about how this couldn't have happened and since when. Because how could she be his daughter with his appearance? Timur, with his optimism, again broke into a smile and asked that there was nothing wrong with this, because Sania took after her mother in beauty, and she got her strength from him. Moon Yob puzzledly asked in a joking manner whether their genes crossed too cleverly in their daughter. Timur looked at the indignant Moon Yob with slight confusion when he reminded him that he himself had flown to the place with his daughter Jeho. Haein stood not far from the men as Moon Yob used his analyzing gaze towards Sania. The main character widened his eyes in amazement with his fiery eye using his analyzing gaze. He looked at Sanya and a card appeared with her characteristics, which were quite good. Moon Yob looked at Sanya in surprise, his mouth open. He frowned slightly and began to introduce Shuren, realizing that among all the female superhumans he knew, Sanya was second only to Shuren. Moon Yob presented a trio of strong players, along with Heian and Bernard, Lucas. He understood that Sanya with her capabilities would easily defeat Heian, and not only her, because she was a crazy talent that, with proper development, would allow her to compete on equal terms with top players, with the exception of strong players like Bernard and Lucas. The protagonist extended his hand towards the nearby Sanya and asked her what position she was in. Sanya said that she was a tank. The main character looked sarcastically towards Sanya and asked her if he still wanted to fight him. The protagonist began to flex his fingers and glare at Sanya, telling everyone around him to prepare the equipment for them. Sanya and Moon Yob began to sit in their modules and prepare for the duel as their information and avatars loaded. The two of them appeared together on the huge test site. Moon Yob and Sanya stood opposite each other with their spears. The main character exclaimed in confusion as he looked at Sanya, realizing that he had a familiar stance. Sanya prepared to fight as the protagonist revealed his similar pose as his blue silhouette behind her. He smirked that she was his biggest fan. Sanya, with her glowing eyes, looked forward angrily. She swung her spear and was angrily about to throw it towards the main character. With a deft swing, she released the spear and it quickly flew forward with a bright blue beam, but Moon Yob managed to dodge it. Moon Yob looked to the side as the spear flew past him. He understood that he did not throw a spear, but he compensated for this with the speed of his attacks, because he clearly used an increase in strength. Moon Yob watched as the spear pierced the floor and destroyed it. He knew that her strength rating was only 72, but with the use of the ability, it increased all the way to 101. This strength enhancement skill allowed her to go beyond the maximum strength rating of 100, even without having a special throwing skill, and Sanya was able to throw a spear in just a few seconds, counting strength using a skill. The protagonist grinned mischievously as Sanya rushed into battle, jumping off the ground. Sanya got closer to him and was about to attack him. Moon Yob knew that if Sanya reached her maximum strength of 87, she would be able to use her skill, and it would increase her to 122. Sanya glared at him, trying to swing her weapon. Moon Yob raised his shield with a satisfied face and repelled another attack, realizing that Sanya was performing very well. The main character famously repelled multiple attacks from Sanya, who tried to break through him. Moon Yob watched Sanya's attack attempts with admiration. He felt that her fellow man was on par, but one aspect still let her down. The protagonist was about to strike back at Sanya with a deft swing of his spear. Sanya immediately took notice of this movement and intended to do something about it. The protagonist intended to strike in close combat with his spear when Sanya decided to act differently. Sanya at the same second jumped back with deft leaps so that she could be hit by a spear. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically, looking towards Sanya. He saw that she did not block the blows, but dodged them, and realized that her shield control was lame. Sanya sat on the ground, covering herself with her shield, her face exhausted. Moon Yob understood that the tank's position, due to its specific nature, was more often attacked than others, and therefore usually handled better with a shield than with a weapon. The protagonist's shield glowed with a bright blue aura. There were two reasons why Moon Yob used a round shield rather than a tower shield. Moon Yob continued to deftly fend off Sanya's attacks with a satisfied expression on his face. The first reason for choosing such a shield was that he relied on his superior technique and was confident that he would notice an opponent's blow and successfully block it even with a small shield. Moon Yob stood between the huge Lucas and Gerald with a frown and crossed arms. The second reason was that the small shield allowed him to be more mobile and agile, which also contributed to his build and height, as he had less muscle mass than most other tanks. Moon Yob held his shield and spear behind his head with a proud look. In other words, the main character's equipment was not a standard choice, because through numerous experiments he picked out a set that perfectly suited his unique fighting style. Sanya, sweating, looked menacingly at Moon Yob, who understood that his style definitely did not suit her. Sanya sat on the ground and tried to catch her breath as the main character watched her closely. He understood that Sanya also had great strength, and if they could improve her skill with a shield, then she would make an excellent tank. However, he understood that at the same time, she had excellent potential for agility and speed, and wearing a shield only prevented her from revealing herself. Moon Yob became slightly angry and grabbed his chin, realizing that if Sanya used his fighting technique, they would be wasting their potential. The protagonist covered himself with his shield and looked towards Sanya, who continued to sit on the floor. He understood that if Timur's daughter continued her career as a tank, then the path to success would take her too long. The protagonist stood in a fighting pose and swung his spear, noting that the time had come to prove himself. He still felt that Sanya should have changed his position. Moon Yob smiled maliciously and flew towards Sanya, wanting to teach her a lesson. Moon Yob got closer to Sanya and threw her back with a deft blow. Moon Yob swung his spear and was about to thrust it towards Sanya's shield. The bright light of the spear was directed directly at the Sanya shield with which she was covering herself. Sanya thought that she could teach him a lesson. Moon Yob held his gun tightly. With a quick movement of his spear, he knocked the shield out of Sanya's hands and she sharply closed her eyes from such a quick attack from the enemy. Moon Yob looked ominously at Sanya, trying to grab her with his hand and swinging his shield. He stabbed it into the ground with a powerful blow, causing fragments of stones to fly in different directions. Sanya lay on the ground and looked in surprise at Moon Yob's fist, which was in front of her face. The protagonist looked down on Sanya while holding his fist in front of her face. He asked her if she noticed that he was holding back at all. Sanya was eliminated from the match. Timur laughed hard, realizing that he expected such a fight from his comrade and therefore asked him about how Sanya performed. Moon Yob was sitting in his module when Timur tried to calm his daughter down after the loss. Moon Yob noted with pride that Sanya had potential. Timur tried to tell his daughter not to be upset, because Moon Yob said that she had great talent. Timur stood next to his daughter as the main character climbed out of his module. The main character asked Sanya if her father taught her the same style. Timur proudly pressed his fist to his chest as Sanya began to explain her style. She said that with her strength, her dad advised her to become a tank and he noted that his style could just suit her. Timur added with admiration that in this country he taught Moon Yob the best way to fight. The main character looked displeasedly towards Timur, not believing what he heard, since it did not sound entirely pleasant to him. Moon Yob began to explain his position on the battlefield to Sanya. He turned to her and said that he was one of those people who hold a shield and a spear and distribute strength between defense and attack. He added that he doesn't focus on one thing at a time, as his posture is designed as much for dodging a counterattack after a parry as it is for a frontal attack. Moon Yob recalled the moment of the duel with Sanya when she tried to attack and defend him. Moon Yob said that Sanya tended to immediately tense up her whole body, which was when defending and attacking, and the muscles became stiff when she constantly kept them tense, and this made it difficult to quickly switch from defense to attack and back again. Moon Yob pointed his finger at Sanya as Timur looked at his daughter in confusion. He concluded that with this feature, Sanya with the protagonist's style would not be able to reach his full potential. The protagonist raised his palm up and looked at Sanya with a smile. He suggested that she put down her shield and take 2 spears to become a melee dealer, because in this way she could use her strength more effectively without losing her dexterity. He added that if she changed her position and joined his team, she would quickly grow into a world-class player. She answered sharply that she did not want to. Moon Yob tried to finish his speech and noted that she could train under his guidance, when suddenly a realization hit him. Sanya turned her head to the side in displeasure and crossed her arms, repeating her words about what she didn't mean. The main character looked at Sanya sarcastically with a bewildered smile, and asked her if she was really ready to refuse his invaluable advice. Moon Yob looked at Sanya bloodthirstily when Timur immediately became worried, realizing that something bad was about to happen. Timur abruptly stood between Moon Yob and Sanya to try to calm them down and prevent conflict. Timur asked the main character to calm down and ask him why he didn't like his daughter's style. Moon Yob pointed his finger at Sanya and told her that she was burying her talent because she didn't have the opportunity to use her talent to its fullest. Timur looked at the main character with a sweat and a grin, while Sanya frowned displeasedly behind him. Timur began to explain that not only was Sanya strong and fast, but the tank that used his agility and muscle mass was definitely like him. The protagonist glared at Sanya, pointing his finger at her. He explained that it was precisely because of her Sanya performance that it was better to change position from tank to dealer and use a double spear. And if she struck while holding a weapon with 2 hands, she would kill anyone, so there was no point in trading for anything else. Timur began to shake his head in disagreement and put his finger forward. He replied that the main character simply did not understand a woman's heart. Timur at the same moment raised his finger up and noted that the dream of any tank is to be like Moon Yob. From such an impudent statement, Moon Yob kicked Timur on the leg and he suddenly grabbed it. Moon Yob angrily asked how this was connected with women's hearts among Timur. Timur held his leg resentfully, sitting on the floor. Timur defended his daughter and said that she had worked hard all her 18 years to become like him, so he asked him not to say such words to her. Moon Yob realized that she was only 18 years old. The main character looked carefully ahead, trying to reason about what had happened. Suddenly, he became thoughtful and looked away. As soon as the realization hit him, he realized that she was still small, but with such high potential. He looked at Sanya, who timidly looked away with an offended look, realizing that she was really only 18 years old. He abruptly rushed to go to Sanya when Timur managed to look back at him. The protagonist headed straight to Sanya, realizing that at that age she could already give such a strong rebuff. He put his hand on her shoulder. Sanya immediately perked up and looked at the main character in shock. He grabbed her shoulders, making Sanya a little scared. He understood that she was a rising star for whom he would not mind paying 100 billion won. Moon Yob looked at Sanya with anticipation and gloating and asked her if she would go with him to Korea under his responsibility. Haein stood behind with a slight smile and looked a little puzzled. Hearing what was said, his face changed sharply and became alarmed, clenching his fists. The moment came for Moon Yob's departure. The guy, along with his suitcase, moved towards the inscription Kazakhstan. Looking over his shoulder, media around the world paid attention to his trip. The guy's card was in front of the heads of various world guilds. Large clubs were calling and offering him astronomical sums. And when it became known that the guy was not at all against this, his photos from the airport spread across social networks. The video with Moon Yob and Haein was in 10th place in the trending tab. Commentators were discussing whether it was him and whether he would sign a contract. Rumors about a move to a foreign club multiplied at an incredible speed. Everyone was wondering if it would be the biggest transfer in history. And when people's curiosity was on edge, the plane flew through the blue sky over Incheon International Airport. Flashes flashed on the international flights board. In front of the guy stood a crowd of reporters with cameras who asked if it was true that he was moving to the European League. What would he choose, the Parisian Lumiere or the Berlin Lightning, and if he could comment on the rumors that the purpose of his trip was to prepare a transfer to the EuroLeague. The guy furrowed his eyebrows while he cleaned his ear with his little finger. He blew dirt off his finger. A dark, blue-eyed girl approached him from behind when he took off his sunglasses with a smile, and replied that, of course, he would choose Lumiere. The girl caught up with him. He looked at her with a smile, and added that, however, now he has one project that requires special attention. Moon Yob was lost in memories. Sanya stood opposite him with her hand raised and said that she did not want to go to Korea, since she knows that many popular clubs and the manager call him to invite him to their place. There is no point in going there if he will not be there. Added with a calm face that both of their countries were at the same level by the standards of the World Battle League, so it would be better for her to immediately go to Europe using her father's connections. The guy looked at her silently after listening to her words. He smiled slightly, mentally asking himself if he was leaving. He imagined a bowl full of money and gold, equivalent to 100 million euros, and thought that if he went to Europe, he would get a lot of money and just swim in it. However, he looked at the girl who crossed her arms over her chest and finished the idea that this girl can become an athlete of such a level that in the future the price of 100 million euros will simply make her laugh. He mentally put her on the second scale, added that he did not know what to choose, the money for the transfer or a potential world-class star, after which he decided that there was nothing to think about and said that he would not go anywhere. The girl looked at him in surprise, asking if it was true, to which he made her a promise, saying that if he ever got ready to go to Europe, he would take her hand and take her with him. He nodded with a satisfied smile, answered in the affirmative to her question about whether he would really do it right by the hand, wondering what was wrong with him, because he was offered 100 million, but he refused. The girl blushed a little, smiled softly, and asked him to promise it. The guy came out of his memories and after telling, smiling broadly, added that it seemed to him that it was a really great deal. He looked back with a smile at Jeho, who approached him from behind. The man asked why he came without Haein. The man looked at him warily, after he said that she suddenly had an urgent matter and returned to France, after which he wondered what he had done this time. Maxim and Moon Yob stood opposite Sonia. The guy introduced the blonde, saying that he was a fencing coach who came from France. He pointed at him with his hand and translated his greeting with a smile. The girl bowed slightly in greeting. Maxim, with a smug look, put his hand to his chest, combed his bangs back, and said that he had to say that as a person, he is meticulous, and she has to prove that she is worthy of coming to his small but wonderful country. The guy is embarrassed translated this. He smiled, looking at the smug girl, and told her to show him what she was capable of. The girl closed her eyes and nodded slightly. The blue aura began to gather at one point. The girl held a spear in one hand, and a holographic test room began to appear around her. She looked back at the system call window, in which the guy was smilingly telling her to tell them when she was ready, after which he would release whatever monster she wanted. Without looking away, she thought she should take advantage of this. She sat down on one leg, warming up before the fight, threw her spear over her shoulders, and said that before they started, she wanted to ask for something. The guy asked what she wanted. The blonde looked at the guy, pointing his finger at himself after the girl asked who he fought with when he first participated in the battle, to which he replied that if we count the beginning of avatar testing. He raised his hand with an outstretched finger with a smile and said that it was a fatal shot. A one-eyed monster appeared in the air above the girl. She said that in this case, she would also fight him. The monster began to charge energy in front of it. Looking at the girl, she walked sternly to meet him. Suddenly, a beam burst out from the energy sphere, creating a trench in the floor. Clouds of dust rose into the air. The monster looked ahead. The girl was nowhere to be found. Deathstroke growled as he noticed something. Sonya hovered in the air above him, swinging a spear shrouded in aura. He looked up at her in fear. The girl looked sternly at his eye. Her spear pierced right into his pupil. The next moment, the monster's head shattered into small pieces. The cold-blooded girl held the spear with both hands. The system voice announced that the test was over. The Frenchman raised his eyebrows in shock as he watched what was happening. Through the call window he exclaimed, looking at the girl, that it was very elegant. The girl eagerly went to the guy, raising her hands, and asked what he would say. The guy said with a smile that she should improve a couple of points and then there would be a complete attack. She nervously said that in such cases he should praise her, after which the guy grinned and said that she was great, but like a child. The girl looked away, twirling her hair on her finger, and asked whether the Frenchman would conduct training from now on. The guy looked at her with a smile, saying that she didn't have to worry about it, because he would simply replace him while he was leaving, and then asked if she remembered that he took her under his responsibility. Moon Yob looked back at the man showing his finger up and said that when the training starts, she will see that Monsieur Maxim is a much better trainer than him, and he will not let her down, to which the man replied in the affirmative. The girl with a calm expression on her face silently listened as he talked about how they had a month left before the start of the season, and during this time the two of them would make her the main star of the opening. Snow-capped mountains and forested hills stood in the sun's rays as one of the commentators greeted the audience. Joyful fans sat in response to the demands with noisemakers. The announcer said that the cold winter was over and the time had finally come. The already familiar commentators were sitting in the control room. The men in the voice finished the sentence by saying that the time had come for the first and opening match of the 2023 season. The emblems of the two teams appeared on the scoreboard, and in the air, the announcer announced that BC from Seoul would play against YSM, adding that BC is an undeniably strong team that makes it to the playoffs every year. Gabriel and Dongjun stood next to Moon Yob, who put his hands on the rail with a smile, the commentator adding that their opponents were the new First Division superstar, YSM. The team's logo flashed while one of the commentators said that people were saying that this game should not be missed and then asked if there was a good reason for this, to which another announcer replied that there was, and that reason was the YSM players. Seunho, Jihoon and Youngwon stood with a joyful neigh-in. The man on the loudspeaker added that all the athletes on the team are remarkable in that they were selected by their personal director, who was nicknamed God's Eye. Hyuk, Bayam and Jeongmin looked at each other. The commentator said that he sees a lot of familiar faces, but there are also dark horses. Sonya, Youngmin, Jinsu and Youngsu stood in a row. Victor added that he is looking forward to the rookies proving themselves and they will have an incredible match again. Moon Yob smiled with delight, saying that everything was just gorgeous. The scoreboard showed the composition of the team consisting of 3 tanks, 4 melee dealers, 3 ranged dealers and 1 support. The guy introduced his players with their weapons, and thought that Bayam could not only tank, but also play as a melee or ranged dealer, using super strength or a crossbow, respectively. Hyuk is another player who can be both a tank and a melee player. Jihoon is a melee dealer, capable of switching to support mode and back, after which the guy thought that the game's strategy was built on the flexibility of these fighters and allows both hunting and team combat. The guy imagined Yomsu shrouded in flames and thought that this was his next trump card, which cannot stand psychological pressure, but due to its powerful aura and superpower it can be an area. The guy looked with a smile at Gabriel, who was adjusting his jacket, and asked if they could win because their opponents were from Seoul, to which the man replied that he thought they could, because the guys had pumped up well. Sonya held a spear behind her back. The guy thought that she was the main event, which not more than a month ago had put the whole of Korea on edge. Looking at her, he thought that she left the shield and changed the short spear to a two-handed one, after which she trained hard and achieved fantastic results. The guy began to think about her characteristics, Strength increased from 73 to 76, agility from 75 to 80, and speed from 73 to 75. Spotlights illuminated the arena while the hero thought that the higher the indicators, the more difficult it is to increase them. But with the transition to the melee position, it developed surprisingly quickly. The guy recalled with displeasure how the girl did not want to give up her shield, and thought that it took him about 3 days to convince her to change her playing style. Dong-jun approached Gabriel and Moon Yob. Looking down, the coach said that he had not seen anything like this for a long time. Around the time of Nathan Bernard, to which the guy replied that the Frenchman was a world-class representative no matter what, and because of Sonia he refused 100 million euros in order to grow the same star out of her. Maxim's voice was heard nearby, calling the girl a miracle. The director and coach looked at the Frenchman, who looked down with delight and told her to open up quickly, after which he called her a flower. The guy frowned, saying that if anyone heard this, they would think that he had learned such nonsense from him. He exhaled and turned his gaze with a smile and said that now they would look at their star. Looking at the crowd in the arena, he encouraged her, told her to shine, so that he would not regret giving up 100 million. The announcer announced the first location, the Tomb of the Warriors, then said they were starting. Before the start of the first match, the guy leaned his back against the wall, folding his arms on his chest. The coach, with a serious expression on his face, said that that was all, and he hoped that they would try well in the first match. A new line. Hyuk looked at Seun-ho, who raised his hand and said that they had not heard about the strategy for this match. He looked at the coach in surprise after he said that there would be no strategy, and asked what that meant. The man clenched his fist in front of him, looked at the guy sternly, and said that he thought it was time for their team to show their power play for the first time, adding that they were already capable of this and wished them to defeat their opponents in a direct clash. Golden buildings of the warriors' tombs began to appear in the arena. It was a place of ill repute, which was also called an inaccessible dungeon, and until Moon Yob cleared it, many laid their heads there. A diagram of the dungeon lit up on the display, which, like its copy, has the shape of an inverted pyramid, on the lower floor of which is the core, guarded by unusual monsters that were created from human corpses. The captain ordered the team to hold formation. The tree-like monster holly, a thin elongated tree that presses its roots to the ground or wall, and attacks with its sharp thorns, and mistletoe, a parasitic plant found in symbiosis with the australis, clinging to other creatures, attacked the team players who made their way through them. While the commentator said that their team is amazing with its power, the viewers perfectly cover the team's weak points. Seun-ho ran towards Naeun, who was running with a bow in her hand. The announcer talked about how he didn't see any of them trying to play hold like they did before and called it progress. Moon Yob and Dong-jun looked at the picture of the girl. The guy said that it brought back memories of the past. The man asked what he was talking about. The guy looked at him with a smile, saying that he was talking about old money when there was little information in the dungeon, and so he didn't even know which monster would pop out the next moment. The guy plunged into memories, how he looked at how mistletoe was crawling over his teammate, and said that everyone was happy at the end of the raid, but a monster clung to one guy and took root. And the trick was that this creature could take control of the nervous system and begin to manipulate a person. But he will not even know about it. The man asked if he remembers this with a smile. The guy with a maniacal look and a smile passed his hand next to his neck, imagining how he cut off the guy's head, saying that as a result he had to kill him, and that he should be grateful that he died before he could feel the pain. Dong-jun looked in horror at the pretty guy with his arms crossed over his chest and wondered that his boss, without a second's hesitation, killed the poor guy, adding that he couldn't believe that the director was talking about it so casually. Why he began to replay in his head what was very scary to him. The guy pointed his finger in front of him with a smile, asking to look at the scoreboard, and said that both teams were finishing the hunt, and it was time to meet face to face. The first group of YSM, Jinsu, Youngwon, Jeongmin, Jaehoon and others stood in the large hall on the second tier of the pyramid. Youngwon pressed the earpiece and radioed that they were finished, then asked how the situation was with the first BC group from Seoul. Younghyun, Cheolmin, Chinseok, Yeeman, Younghak and June, who made up the first opposing team, stood in a similar hall on the third tier and replied that they were also finished. The second group of the enemy, consisting of Jeongwon, Hyunwoo, Seongjin and Jinwon, was on the second tier. Their tactical formation was that the team was divided into two groups and reconnoitered the area more slowly but more thoroughly. This also allowed many people to share hunting points and reliably protects against the enemy's game of containment, reducing the risk of a surprise attack. The dark-haired guy from the opposing team looked to the side. A purple flashed behind him as he said that they were heading to the next area. Suddenly, 2 arrows flew near him at high speed and pierced the floor in front of him. Nayeon's steps left purple flashes. Seunho and Nayeon do not slime towards the enemy, shrouded in a purple aura. The brunette stood up, put his shield in front of him and shouted the word Vanguard. The girl looked at their group in surprise, thinking that they were fast, and then wondered if they knew they were coming. The captain of the group turned on the blonde boy, shouting menacingly at him that the hunt was over and there was no monster here for them to steal, and that the attack power of the YSM Vanguard was weak, so they should engage in battle. Their team members listened to the guys, nodding as he said that he would delay them, and they should find Seunho, because if they caught him, there would be no surprises. Sonia put her foot on the balcony railing while the guy explained the plan to the team. Hayek approached her from behind. They announced that they had arrived at the planned location. Seunho said on the radio that they should wait for his signal. The guy said that he understood it. Standing behind the girl, looking down at the opponent, he exhaled heavily, then thought that the opponents are annually among the top 5 teams in the first league. If not for the director, they would have had problems in the off-season, and then wondered if they could now we can cope on our own. The guy's voice on the radio said that they could attack. Hayek doubted. Suddenly the girl jumped off the balcony, calling the guy to follow her. They landed between the surprise players of the enemy group. Hayek hit the red-haired youth with his shield while the girl, holding a spear, looked around at the others. The opponents took off. 3 guys hovered in the air above the girl. From behind her back she pulled out 2 spears. She quickly turned towards the enemy. The next moment, a blue flash cut through the air. The brunette and blonde swords were blocked. The captain's sword also hit the handle of the spear. The girl stood on one leg, holding 3 spears that blocked all the enemy's blows. Sonia gritted her teeth and frowned. The next moment, a blue aura vortex appeared under the enemy players. They were thrown several meters back. One of the guys asked in fear what this crazy thing was doing, and how she single-handedly scattered 3 of them. The girl, shrouded in an aura, swung her spear, standing with her back to them. She threw her weapon, injuring the enemy who was fighting Hayek. Suddenly, behind the red-haired guy, who was crouching in pain, a dark haze with shining eyes appeared. Bayam burst out of it, who looked back at the enemy, whom he dealt a fatal blow. The commentator announced 1 kill. The men in the control room sat with shocked faces, saying that Sonia and Hayek had arrived only a minute ago. One of the opponents had already fallen at the hands of Bayam. The girl, shrouded in a purple aura, looked menacingly over her back while the men said that she attracted a lot of attention to herself, because she had just carried out 3 attacks alone and made an assist. The folded spear spun in her hands while she repeated the guy's words that in order to use throwing as a feint, after the throw the word dangerous must be imprinted in the opponent's mind. She activated her weapon, frowning menacingly, and extended her other hand in front of her. She glanced at her opponents, considering her options. She lifted herself off the ground with great force. The girl, looking at the 3 opponents, raised her spear to throw, thought that if her first throw was successful, she took aim. I'll finish the thought by saying that she will definitely finish someone off with it. Sonia threw her spear with explosive force, creating a shock wave. The next moment she rushed after him. The guy raised his shield. I think that his defense will be enough to stop him. Suddenly the girl grabbed her flying spear, looking into the eyes of the frightened guy, while he thought that she was able to catch her own spear in flight. The girl made a feint, spinning around her axis and ran a few meters forward. The guy put his shield under the blow of her spear. Time after time, the girl delivered powerful blows to the enemy's sword and shield, which she had difficulty dodging. The guy clenched his teeth and thought in fear that she had incredible speed. The girl swung her spear like an axe. At the last second, the guy jumped away from her blows, which crushed the floor under him. While in the air, he thought that he was able to evade. The girl pushed off her spear as if from a pole. Rising into the air, she raised her spear behind her back, directing a blow at the enemy, who stood in a stupor. The guy, looking at the approaching blade, thought that she used the inertia of the spear obtained from hitting the ground and jumped. The girl cut him into 2 parts and then landed behind him. At the last second he thought that he could not believe his eyes. She looked back, folding her spear, and looked at the enemy's avatar that was glowing. The girl frowned. The commentator assigned her 1 murder. Sonia disappeared, leaving behind only a flash of aura. The girl rose into the air, heading towards the second enemy. She swung the tip of her spear. The guy jumped back, dropping his daggers. The girl hit the ground with great force. He thought about how this was possible. The girl with a stern look looked instead of striking. The next second, she found herself next to a guy who had not yet touched the ground. She looked up at him, raising her weapon. He wondered how to counter something like that. The girl delivered a direct blow with a spear, piercing the guy's torso. The commentator counted her second kill. Jeho looked on in shock, saying that the coach was right. He raised his hand to his mouth, shouting for everyone to stop hunting and run straight here, because, as he thought, they would win if they continued to go ahead. He watched with admiration as the girl fought with their captain, and said that she killed two, and she herself did not even receive a scratch, after which he called it amazing. Moon Yob looked at her battle through the screen in surprise, thinking that in such a short time, agility increased from 80 to 81, and skills from 76 to 78. The girl took the spear with her other hand. Looking to the side, the guy wondered about is it possible to compare an athlete with indicators of 78 out of 78, and an athlete with 78 out of 97, after which he himself answered that it is impossible, because the growth of skills in battles depends on the concentration and experience of the player. The girl looked over her shoulder, droplets of blood flowing down her face. She asked herself if she now looked like Mr. Moon Yob, after which she thought that she still lacked speed, but she thought she could fix it. She pushed her opponent back, smiling as she asked herself why she insisted on being a tank. She looked ahead happily, deciding that being a dealer was also fun. Suddenly she imagined Moon Yob and remembered his words about her not to forget that if a teammate dies while she is blind from the lust for killing, it will be a disaster, and her priority should be to have allies over the final blow to the enemy. She remembered how the director, smiling, squeezed his hand with monstrous force and said that if the newcomer was greedy, he should be scolded, and that she should listen to him because he was saying the right things. She dodged the blow, looking at Hayek, who was struggling to hold off the enemy's attacks. Looking at him, she repeated the words about team play in her head. The girl jumped out of her seat. Hayek looked back at the approaching girl, who shouted at him to turn his back. The guy bent over and the girl's leg hung over his back. Sonia pushed away from him, aiming her spear at her opponent. She threw it with monstrous force, piercing the guy's torso. The girl, shrouded in a red aura, looked at the defeated enemy. The commentator counted her third kill. The rest of the players from the YSM team appeared on the battlefield while the girl was fighting with the enemy. The commentator added that this girl was new to the team, but had already killed 3, and that BC from Seoul and YSM showed an excellent game. The players marched under their logo and the commentator announced that they had won the first round with a stunning score of 9-0. Sonia looked to the side as the announcer said she had done great, then asked if he understood correctly that she was the team's new dealer. Moon Yob, standing next to Gabriel, crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his team with a satisfied smile, while the commentator said that they showed and proved to everyone, demonstrating what they are worth in just one round, and that it was not in vain that the club director had come a long way to Kazakhstan and back. People in the stands cheered with delight, looking at the scoreboard, while the announcer said that he was looking forward to the next game, which would take place very soon. The second commentator added that as soon as the players got ready, the second round would begin immediately. Young-soo sat on the toilet looking irritated and holding the phone in his hand. He looked angrily at the screen. Comments were open on the phone for a discussion of the national battle of superhumans, in which people were not complimentary about his game. He frowned angrily, asked how they can write this, I don't know the whole situation. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention, saying that even after moving to YSM, Young-soo is still a so-so player. The guys from the opposing team were washing their hands. The fair-haired young man added that the foreigner showed a good game and he was really carried away. And although they had good superpowers, there was nothing during the match that was really worth looking at. What the brunette was looking at replied that if other players had such superpowers, they would go down in history. Young-soo looked angrily at the floor, listening to their words that after all, the new girl was very strong, and she was just like a player in the first league in Europe, and that this was an imbalance. But in any case, it was great that Young-soo had not shown up yet. The guy with a trembling hand clutched the phone while one of the guys said that the poor things had their pride hurt. The blonde slammed the stall door open, asking them what they just said. The blonde guy from the opposing team put his hand on his surprised partner's chest and said that everything was fine. He looked at his opponent with a malicious smile, thinking that they could use his temperament against him. He stepped forward slightly, looked at the blonde, and, calling him an empty talker, asked what they said wrong, thinking that he would be disqualified for using force outside the match. Young-soo was furious and insulted, and ordered them to wait for him here. A knock was heard from the booth next to him. The guys from the opposing team looked at the door, from behind which loud laughter was heard. The blonde looked at the door that quickly opened. I wanted to ask who was there. The door hit him in the face before he could finish his question. The guy collapsed. Moon Yob came out of the booth, burst into laughter, and asked for his forgiveness. The guys from the opposing team looked warily at the director who appeared. Moon Yob wiped away the tears that appeared from laughter and said with a smile that while he was building a miraculous monument to himself, he heard an interesting conversation, so he decided to join, because he really wanted to see the face of his player when he was told everything after the fact. The blonde stood up, holding his face, while the man asked why they didn't shut up. If they had anything else to say, the brunette apologized to him. The director put his hand on the guy's shoulder. Young-soo looked at him in surprise while he said that he should apologize to the players from Seoul. The blonde frowned angrily, looking at the terrible director, and said that it was they who insulted him, after which the man asked that if he had lived a worthless life, as before, would he have heard him yelling at these two cute guys in the toilet during the competition. The director grabbed his head while he angrily said that he didn't want to and wouldn't. The man forcibly made him bow and asked for forgiveness on his behalf, saying that he was sorry that, being the son of the deputy president of the association and having good superpowers, he had no personality. Suddenly he looked up menacingly at his opponents and asked if they got what they wanted. He led his player past them, telling them that they needed to prepare for the next round. The guys were watching them leave the toilet when suddenly the director stopped. He looked back at them with a menacing look, holding the door arch, and said that this time they were lucky. The guys looked at him in fear while he said that now the boy was learning to live in a new way, and therefore he would pretend that he had not heard their conversations. The man walked away step by step from the doorway, on which there were cracks and a trace of his hand, saying that next time he would kill them. The whole team gathered near the YSM bench. Young-won explained that, like in the first game, they would be divided into a containment team, the center of which would be Sonia, in Na, a hunting team, whose task would be to conduct their combat operation. He imagined the coach, the director, and the girl, raised his hand and added that he saw this match as a test of how effectively the tactical weapon called Sonia works. The players silently listened to his words that, of course, he, his coach, and his brother were assessing how well their old tactics would work in the first league. Young-soo stood behind everyone, arms crossed angrily as the guy explained tactics to the containment team players. Suddenly his attention was drawn to the players on the opponent's bench. The guys from the toilet looked back at him sarcastically, insulting him along the way. The young man fell into a rage again, clenched his teeth and thought that they were standing and laughing at him, and what else he would show them. Hordes of insect-like monsters filled the vast space. The commentator announced the second round, saying that it would take place in a dungeon anthill, which was infested with huge and evil battle ants that had undergone biomodification. A dungeon diagram with many moves appeared on the board. Ants came out of dark passages while the announcer said that this was a huge labyrinth formed by ant passages. On a raised platform stood a queen ant, shrouded in purple energy. The man added that this was a nightmare place, and on the lowest tier was the queen, and in order to get to her, players would have to defeat all her defenders along the way. The opposing team was confidently ready for the second round while the commentator said he was looking forward to both teams showing up. The YSM players also waited with confidence for the round to begin, the blonde man glowing with rage. The commentator announced the second round. The YSM players heard the order to leave for the containment team and confidently ran forward. The containment team consisted of 5 people: Nayeon, Baeum, Soon-ho, Hyuk, and Sania. Young-won turned around, looking at his comrades who had run away, and told those who remained that since they had already left, he turned to the others and said with a smile that then it was time for them too. The hunting team included 6 people: Young-won, Young-soo, Jin-soo, Youngmin, Jehun, and Jeongmin. Monster ants flew in huge heaps. A cry was heard that a flock of ants was approaching, and a bright blue glow appeared among them. Youngwon and Jehun struck hard, leaving a blue trail. Young-soo released his fire while holding a spear in his hand. Jin-soo and Jeongmin actively fought off the monsters. The captain exhaled tiredly while his comrades fought behind him. Jin-soo peeked out from behind his shield, covering his classmate who was slashing at the monster next to him. The body of a huge ant fell to the ground. Suddenly he was pierced by a bright, blinding blow. The players stood in the dungeon and Youngwon, exhaling, asked, "Is it because the ranks of dealers have replenished? The hunt passed so quickly." Then he said, "That was great," and called me to the next zone. Jeongmin raised his hand and, apologizing, told the captain that they were missing one player, to which he asked again in surprise. The guy pointed next to him at the empty place where a rather grinning blonde man had previously stood. The captain asked in surprise where did Young-soo go. Meanwhile, the blonde quickly ran forward. With a predatory smile, he frowned and said that he would show the scoundrels from Seoul what an explosive sphere was, asking how dare they ignore him. Suddenly he looked to the side, where the system reported the sound of a message from Youngwon asking the guy where he was. The blonde pointed his finger at the mute button, not listening to the question of why he didn't come back right away, and the words about what would happen if he continued like this. The guy swore and said that he was only disturbing and would turn off the sound. Youngwon frowned with displeasure, turned his head and held his ear with his fingers, displeasedly asking that he had cut off the connection and threatened that after the match he would teach him a lesson. The captain then told the surprise players that they were continuing the hunt. Their task was still to clear the territory. After 10 minutes, someone's foot stopped decisively. Yongsoo stopped, peeking out from the roof of the cave and looking at the players from Seoul. He looked at the guys, one of whom was waving his hand with a shield, giving instructions to the others, and thought that he wondered why they were the only ones here. The containment team should already be here. He looked there excitedly because he planned to join the containment team and launch the explosive sphere from a safe location. But he didn't count on that. With an evil smile, Yongsoo looked at his palm, which was blazing with bright fire, and said that it doesn't matter, they didn't notice him, so he'll definitely kill one and quickly leave. Looking out from his hiding place, the guy quickly launched a fiery sphere with a wish for death. The fireball flew forward quickly. The brunette looked in the same direction, asking how many people were hit. Clouds of smoke spread into the dungeon. Someone's foot stepped on the floor of the cave. The players from the Seoul team stood calmly among the smoke. The guy pointed forward, holding a sword, and shouted that, as expected, Yongsoo came alone and everyone should be ready to defend. The blonde angrily clenched his teeth and looked at them, shouting that they were waiting for him, which means there weren't even any wounded. The player standing behind shot him with 3 arrows from his bow, and the guy standing in front said that he was predictable, fell for stupid provocation and still came to them. The arrow hit the ground right next to the feet of Yongsoo, who jumped back in fear, and the enemy said that everything was exactly according to plan. The blonde looked at him furiously, swearing to himself. He clutched a spear in his hand, looked at how 3 players ran towards him, and the 4th, standing behind, fired arrows at him and cursed. He extended his hand forward, launching a fireball at his opponents. The player covered himself with a shield and the fireball landed behind his running comrades. Yongsoo released another wave of fire from his palm. Despite this, the guys approached, unaffected by the fire. He watched in amazement as the tank with the shield approached him and thought that he was already here. The blonde, frowning, looked at him and thought that when he came closer, he would definitely be finished, so he needed to break the distance. The enraged blonde screamed for the guy to get it, but the fireball in his palm went out. The guy looked in surprise at how a small fire barely appeared in his hand. He was extremely amazed, thinking that he had completely forgotten about overheating. Yongsoo's superpower was the explosive sphere. He stood and smiled confidently as he looked at the large fireball in his hand. This superpower made him the best dealer in the first league. It can be used up to 5 spheres in a row, then it needs to be recharged. He imagined his hand engulfed in fire and the 5 spheres next to it. Cooldown time 150 seconds. Yongsoo relied on a quick cooldown of super strength, but forgot that using spheres too often causes overheating and he needs time to cool down. The guy fell to the ground and cursed loudly. Guys in red suits angrily approached him and said that he had been caught, calling him a major. Suddenly, a blue light appeared behind the surprised players. The system reported that Sanya had 1 murder on his account. The players from Seoul turned around in surprise and looked at where their archer was standing. Next to the defeated guy, Sanya stood in a proud pose, holding her spear in her hand, surrounded by a purple aura. Yongsoo looked at her in surprise, and a black-gloved hand appeared behind her. The guy was pulled back with lightning speed. The player with the shield turned around in surprise and looked at this while the girl was holding a spear in front of him. The attackers looked around in surprise, saying that Yongsoo had disappeared. YSM had turned him into bait. A little lower under the cliff sat Hyuk and Seunho, who covered the blonde's mouth with his hand, indicating with his finger to be quiet. Yongsoo shook his head, looking at his classmates and asking how long they had been here, but they didn't agree that way. He asked in surprise why they were hiding and weren't they supposed to play a game of containment. Seunho looked at him gloomily and said that he was the only one here who did not act according to plan. There was silence. Yongsoo sat embarrassed because he had nothing to say. The brunette looked at him, and Hyuk turned away, humming to himself. Looking dissatisfied at his teammate, Yongsoo said that he already thought that he would be killed there. He was cornered like a rat. They should have saved him earlier. Seunho replied that they were waiting for an opportune moment. Everyone knew that he would come, both they and their opponents. It turned out that they were sitting on a huge dead ant, and the brunette said that it was a fighting ant, who risked his life to save the nest from destruction. Also knew that he would come. The blonde screamed in fear, pulling his leg away. He turned away and blushed, clearly embarrassed. Then he realized and, turning to the guy, asked again. He says that they were waiting for him to come. The brunette replied that yes, the director told them so. Jeho remembered Moon Yob smilingly saying that Yongsoo would definitely act like a pig. The guy quoted and said that's it. The blonde grew gloomy, thinking about the team director. He remembered how they walked along the corridor and Moon Yob walking behind him said that if he was called the weakest dealer in the first league, he would be ashamed to hear such a thing. He approached the guy and, looking into his eyes, said that he has to be patient, right? Although you don't need to think much here, everything is simple. This game is designed on the principle of seek and destroy. If you score a bunch of kill points, you will be a step closer to a career in the European League. Won't he even try? Yongsoo gloomily remembered the brunette covering his mouth with his hand, squinting, and asked himself in surprise that he had been playing with him all this time. The brunette looked out from behind his cover, saying that Nayeon and Bayam said that they were almost there and would soon join them. Hyuk also looked out, and Yongsoo turned away gloomily. The blonde slammed his hands on the ground, crawling out of cover as his teammates said that they also needed to go quietly. Rising to the surface from hiding, Yongsoo angrily asked if he launched his spheres from here, he could kill many, right? Classmates asked in surprise. The blonde stood gloomily with his head down, thinking that they were trying to say that Moon Yob can predict all his actions. Is he just an open book to him? The guy's eyes glowed with determination, and he said that he would see if he expected this. With a cry, the player extended his hand, which contained a bright sphere. Yongsoo believed that life was like walking on a tightrope. He remembered sitting in the restroom on the closed toilet and looking at his phone with a gloomy look. In the past, he lost the love and trust of Korean fans and abused his superpower in an attempt to take it out on those around him, onto whom he projected his personal problems. There were comments on the screen discussing the national game, and they were all negative towards the blonde. He frowned with displeasure and said that they were not good. How could they write such a thing? I don't know the whole situation. Then his eyes widened in surprise. After his transfer to YSM, public opinion began to gradually change for the better. The following comments were pretty good about how Yongsoo either puts in too much or not at all. But today he played well, maybe because Moon Yob chose him. Someone said that he bet on him because he decided that the guy could still grow wiser. Someone persistently asked if Yongsoo is a genius. And someone said that, despite the trolls, the worthless player was reborn as a top YSM dealer. Yongsoo felt a change in the fans' attitude. Maybe at some point he lost himself, but he thought quickly as always. He looked forward angrily, holding out his hand, in the center of which was a glowing blue ball. He made the decision immediately. Grab and never let go of the rope called Moon Yob. The guy's hand grabbed the transparent rope. He will take him to the pinnacle of glory. Yongsoo's superpower was binding, creating a rope of aura that immobilizes an opponent for up to 5 seconds. Everyone stared in surprise at the guy whose body was tied with ropes. Yongsoo stood behind with a satisfied smile, holding the end of this rope in his hand. Sanya heard her name and leaned down decisively, preparing to attack, all glowing with a purple aura. She quickly rushed forward, hitting the tied guy with her spear. The system reported that it had 3 murders. The team's leadership stood in front of a large window, looking at a hologram of a girl with a spear. Gabriel said that in order to help Sanya at that moment in time, Yongsoo decided to remember about team play. To which Moon Yob replied that it was because he did not want to get hit in the forehead after the match. The man with glasses said that when he realized that he had set it all up, he immediately went to work with them, and now there is no need to worry about him. Moon Yob added that moreover, the guy saw how he cared about Sanya. With a satisfied smile, the brunette said that if you are the dealer that Moon Yob takes care of, then all the kills will be yours, so the support thinks that by helping, he can achieve 100% assist. Gabriel watched the action and said that everyone has a desire to earn points, but regardless of motivation, if he does his part well, it will help the team. Moon Yob replied that the guy should master a weapon, otherwise, like a beggar, he walks around empty-handed. Unlike him, he doesn't know how to use a sword, but the guy taught him to hold a spear. An image of an angry Yongsoo appeared on the screen. The brunette said that it was better than nothing. Moon Yob looked at him using his super strength. The system reported that Yongsoo is human, strength 60 out of 66, agility 70 out of 73, speed 79 out of 85, endurance 65 out of 68, willpower 28 and 60, skills 68 and 73, 84 out of 85, leadership 11 out of 23, tactics 19 out of 46, super strength, explosive sphere and binding. The team director carefully looked ahead and thought that almost everything except willpower had reached its limit. He didn't even count on leadership and tactics. There is still room to grow, so you need to push the player. However, in the long run it will be better to sell it and find someone abroad like Sanya to replace it. The brunette smiled insidiously, his eye shining with an aura. Yongsoo smiled wickedly, holding a fireball in his hand, and Moon Yob thought that this was not even cheating, since he would train him. The blonde threw a huge fireball. The players shielded their eyes from the fire. The enemy was smoking all over, defeated. Swift strike. Sanya cut the enemy with a spear at lightning speed. The system reported that she had 6 kills to her name. She looked back carefully. The commentator said that the match was over. As they expected, the YSM team won. The players walked around the arena with smiles, waving their arms and smiling at the audience. Sanya showed a folded fist. Yongsoo walked confidently with his arm behind his back. Winner of the first game in the new season of the YSM First League. First match 9-0, second match 4-0. There was a cry about a debut in the First League. The players quickly ran forward. The whole team stood smiling contentedly. Haein looked cute with clenched fists, and Sanya turned forward with a satisfied smile. There were coaches in the VIP zone, and Moon Yob said that children grow up so quickly. He turned to Gabriel, who said that it was all thanks to him, because it was the director who assembled and prepared such an excellent team, to which the brunette smugly said that he was generally great. Moon Yob drew attention to the smiling Jeongmin and said that after Sanya, he is the first one who catches his eye. This guy is developing well on his own. The brunette looked carefully at the guy holding the sword and analyzed his information. He thought that many indicators increased by 2 or 3 steps, but endurance and willpower, which are the most difficult to develop, rose by as much as 5 points, apparently due to observation. The superpower of observation helped to observe the enemy in order to identify his weak points. The team director then turned his attention to Jinsu, who was clenching his fists and thought that he was next. It's nice that the guy from the youth league was not afraid of the professional level and played both matches with dignity. A black-gloved hand pulled back his cheek. Youngman looked at his hand, clenching and unclenching his fingers. His cheek turned red. He said in amazement that this was all for real, although not so long ago he lived like garbage. The guy thought that if he had not met Moon Yob, his life would have been different. The player standing below looked at the brunette standing behind the glass. Moon Yob nodded at him with a smile. Youngman smiled and nodded in response and said thank you. Moon Yob stood with his hand in his pocket and, turning to the man, said that they defeated Seoul BC, and they are a strong team. He asked who is the next opponent. The man replied that these were twin star spirits. Moon Yob asked again in surprise, introducing the mustachioed man, and said that this is the team of that mustachioed man. Hyuk is from there. The coach said it was true. Moon Yob said that he and the coach agreed that he would not send him to evaluate the hospital bed again, and he would sell him the guy at a good discount. Hyuk stood and smiled, and his price was 5 million won. Moon Yob leaned over, annoyed, trying to remember, and said that apparently he hit Moon Sung and how infuriating it was that he couldn't remember. Gabriel looked at him in surprise, and the guy continued that if they had fought, the mustachioed man would have already been feeding the worms. He always forgets about cases of assault. Gabriel was surprised to hear that this would not work. He turned to Moon Yob and asked what he was talking about when the guy asked that this club was good. Gabriel nodded and said that this is one of the contenders for victory. The analysis results show this. The guy shook his head, spread his arms, and said that there was nothing to be done. He would have to pull himself together. The coach assured him that everything was fine. Their players were solid competition, but Moon Yob said that he was the one who wanted to play. The man with glasses listened in surprise that now that they have Hyuk it would be unpleasant for him to lose. The hero with the cunning air of a genius declared that they must defeat the twin star spirits. Gabriel wondered what was going on in his head. He said that they agreed that the guy would take the field 3 times, but now, as he understands, they do not take this into account. Moon Yob extended his index finger and said that's for sure, he'll make an exception for these guys. The man asked if he was sure. The guy slammed his fist into his palm, saying, sure. Gabriel looked at him confidently and said that he was worried that it would be too easy for him. He likes it. Dark clouds hung over the White House of Jeho, and the question was heard there, had he lost the seed of Zadrun? Moon Yob, sitting on the sofa, handed the man a jar of purple seed and said that he always carries it with him. But what? The man stared at him in amazement, grabbing the arm of the sofa, and asked if he had flown to Kazakhstan with him, to which he received an affirmative answer. Jeho, screaming in shock, said that he was an idiot. What if the can broke? He presented a news release where the presenter says an urgent message that Zadrun has appeared in Kazakhstan. The investigative team is working to determine the reasons for what happened. Moon Yob put his hands on his knees in displeasure and said that he is not Jeho and would never break him. The The brunette asked in surprise when he heard that the World Association wants to buy Zadrun. Clouds hung over the house. A conversation was heard that, of course, where she even got it from, the man was also interested. Moon Yob, hesitatingly, replied that he had picked it up and asked how much they were buying it for. The man extended his hand, saying that he didn't know yet, while they asked to simply keep the goods safe and sound. He said that if a seed is left unattended, it might germinate somewhere and they will get into too much trouble. Does the guy understand that? Does he understand the seriousness of the situation? If something goes wrong, people may die and they will be responsible for it. Moon Yob grimaced in dissatisfaction, absolutely not understanding what his friend was telling him. It was just white noise for him. The guy exhaled irritably, rested his cheek on his palm and asked his friend what he was muttering. Let him go get some air. Jeho threatened him with his fist and said that he would now fly out of his house along with Zadrun. The guy thought that until now he somehow had no reason to think about it, but now he remembered the huge monster hovering above him. And I thought that they even have a system that is similar to his magnificent analyzing gaze. He remembered how the training battle took place and thought that it allowed him to accurately assess the performance of the fighters. During the war, they could not even dream of this. The guy looked ahead gloomily, resting his head on his palm. He thought, what is this World Association of the Battle of Superhumans all about? He imagined the dark silhouette of a man holding the association's logo in his palm. The doorbell rang. The guy listened in surprise. The friends turned to the lit-up DVR screen. Moon Yob asked his friend if they were waiting for someone, to which the man replied that he did not invite guests. Jeho stood up and walked towards the screen. He approached the door anxiously while the guy watched him from the sofa. He asked what happened to the man who froze at the door. The video system screen showed a man standing in front of the door with a pitiful look. It was very sudden. Jeho, alarmed, asked who was there and said hello from behind the door. The man with a gloomy look said that his name was Pietro Ainla and that he was from the World Superhuman Battle Association. A white-haired man stood in the room in front of the surprised heroes and asked to be allowed to introduce himself again. His name is Pietro Ainla. The man's skin was very pale. There were shadows under his eyes. He put his palm to his chest and said that he was from the International Superhuman Battle Association. Moon Yob looked at him, his eye glowing with a purple aura color from his analyzing gaze. He looked at his guest carefully. The system reported that this is a man named Pietro. His strength is 53 out of 53. Agility 61 out of 61, speed 58 out of 58, endurance 42 and 42, willpower 21 out of 92, skills 42 and 42, aura 92 out of 92, leadership 9 out of 78, tactics 56 of 56. The superpower was poisonous hands, which made it possible to poison an enemy by touching him with bare hands. Moon Yob chuckled to himself, thinking that it looked like a person, but he was kind of cloudy. The guy was surprised to notice how the man extended his hand to him for a handshake, saying that he was glad to meet you. The brunette looked carefully at the outstretched palm and thought that he had poisonous hands, and he was without gloves. What the hell? What if it was a trap? He grabbed the guest's hand, shaking it, and thought that he would check now. In theory, he should die. Nothing happened. The guy turned around, watching the man shake hands with his friend. He thought that it was okay. He didn't have an evil plan. Moon Yob thought that thanks to his ability, he saw his superpower, and other people would not know anything, until this Pietro tells it himself. The pale man looked at them silently. The guy looked at the men, clenching and unclenching his fingers, and thought that if he didn't poison him, then what did he want? Everyone turned to the brunette, who asked if he was an active player in the battle. The blonde answered in surprise that no, he helped with the dungeons during the war, but that was a very long time ago. The guy looked at his statistics again with an analyzing gaze and thought that it was very interesting. Excluding willpower, all of his abilities had reached their maximum. He thought that superhumans aged more slowly, but this man looked like he was over 50. And how could a superhuman who went through war have such low willpower? Moon Yob carefully looked at the pale man covered in a red aura, whose willpower was 21 out of 92. He imagined a standing Jeho along with his statistics and a young one in armor with statistics that were all at maximum. The guy thought it was an interesting point. No matter how tough a fighter is, if he doesn't train, his performance will drop. Moon Yob looked at Pietro, who was holding 2 suitcases and was covered in a bright red glowing aura. He thought that this man was at his maximum and was able to enter into battle even now. The man put his suitcases on the coffee table and opened one of them, which was completely filled with stacks of bills. Pietro said that, as they agreed, they pay in cash to avoid prying eyes and ears, 1.5 billion. Moon Yob looked at the suitcase with the money and said that it was a lot more than he thought. while his friend standing next to him whistled in surprise. The brunette handed the man a can of Zadran and with a smile told him to take it. Pietro, holding a jar of shriveled seed in his hand, apologized. Opening the sliding door, he left the room. With a sharp movement, the blonde threw the can of Zadran to the ground. Then, with an absolutely inscrutable expression, he began to furiously kick it, breaking it. He kicked the can and pieces flew everywhere. Moon Yob looked at this out the window and thought that this time he also did without his poisonous hands, but his behavior was already unusual. Jeho standing next to him was confused and thought that he seemed to be under a lot of stress. Pietro exhaled, straightened his tie and looked at Moon Yob, who opened the door, saying that the Zadran seed was finished. On the ground lay fragments of a jar and a sprout, crushed in a puddle of purple sludge. Pietro said that the president of the International Association sent them a message. The men on the porch looked at him in surprise, and the blonde said that the president would like to meet Moon Yob in the near future. The brunette looked at Jeho, who laughed nervously, asking that the head of the International Association wants to meet with this guy. Subtle humor. Then he screamed so that Moon Yob had to cover his ears with his hands, and asked that this was not a joke. He said that the president of the International Association wants to see Moon Yob. Pietro nodded and said that was true and he hoped they would agree. The guy turned away, threw his hand over the man's shoulder and asked in a whisper why this president is famous if he raised such a cry, to which his friend asked, was he completely stupid? Moon Yob looked at him in surprise and asked again. The excited man replied that until now this man had rejected any proposals for a personal meeting, and only representatives were sent to official events. No one knew anything about him, neither gender nor age. The man presented the logo of the International Association for the Battle of Superhumans and said that only one thing is known. The president is the creator of this game. Moon Yob gasped in surprise, still keeping his hand on the man's shoulder. He turned around and asked the pale man when it would be soon. He had a busy schedule and there was a chance that he would be busy. Pietro replied that at any time convenient for him. With a sly smile, the brunette asked, what can we do tomorrow? Standing behind, Jeho excitedly thought about how the club is doing. The season is still going on and the team is still in it. Pietro looked at the men standing at the entrance and said that this was a great option, and he would prepare everything and come here tomorrow to pick it up. The heroes went out to the road, seeing off Pietro, who got into a black expensive car. Moon Yob turned his gaze to the man standing behind him, who said that he had advanced socially. It was terribly interesting to know what the president of the association looks like. Let him take his autograph. Moon Yob, without turning around, replied that yes, if it was even a person, and that Jeho looked at him in surprise. The guy remembered how the blonde furiously trampled Zadran's seed and thought that he had good superpower, but he did not use it to deal with the seed and instead trampled it. Seriously looking ahead, the brunette reasoned that for some reason the guest was hiding the fact that he had interesting abilities. This was very suspicious. The guy turned around, telling Jeho to be careful. He senses that something is wrong with this Pietro. Jeho replied that they had known each other for a long time, a damn long time, but he still didn't understand what was going on in his head. The guy looked ahead, telling him to just believe, and tomorrow they will find out everything. In the darkness of the night, the full moon shone among the clouds. The guy thought that he had to admit that the situation was interesting. The plane landed at Calgary International Airport, Calgary, Alberta. Moon Yob looked around in surprise, walking behind Pietro, and asked that the international organization is located in Canada. Pale replied that they were not in the USA, to which the guy asked why they were here then. Pietro looked at him and replied that they were here because the president was not in the main office. The car stopped on the road among the picturesque snow-covered mountains of Rocky Mountain Jasper National Park. Moon Yob turned to the attendant and asked, does the president live in such a place? The man replied that almost. The guy looked around, thinking that the view was scary, and asked that now they need to climb mountains to meet him. Pietro reached into the inner pocket of his jacket. Finally, he handed the guy a stone with a shining red rune and told him to take it. The brunette looked at the stone in surprise and said that it was a stone of return. He held the stone in his hands, and Pietro replied that yes, the return coordinates are aimed at the place where the president of the association is located. The hero said that this thing is only configured for the dungeon. The blonde spread his hands and said that this is what is commonly believed, but this is a special stone of return that was made here. Moon Yob looked at him in surprise. He thought that he didn't know that there was technology that could reproduce demon artifacts. He imagined a standing demon with a flaming red aura of his hand and thought that, more precisely, he did not know that people had them. Pietro looked at him, saying that if he used it, he would immediately get to the right place. The guy thinks it's interesting that after the dungeon disappeared, superhumans no longer carry homecoming stones with them. He remembered the stone of return with a green rune lying in his backpack, and thought that he had one with him just in case. He would try to trust its words. He looked at the stone that exuded a red aura, said forward. Moon Yob thought that he didn't know where he would end up. The stone in the hand of the insidiously smiling guy glowed red. He strongly thought that he could cope with any problems. The hero found himself on the stone floor in the center of the portal in the form of a rounded symbol with lines and circles. With a smile, he thought it was cool and a cool atmosphere. The guy froze when he felt that a huge monster with claws was standing behind him, draining the red aura. Moon Yob turned around. The monster attacked him with a powerful claw blow, but the guy managed to jump away, dodging and flew far back. Looking decisively at the monster with his glowing eyes, he applied a power boost. The guy's hand glowed with bright purple fire. A purple explosion appeared from the impact, with a decisive blow that left a purple trail behind it. Moon Yob took off the monster's head. Then he turned around, looking at the lying carcass, and said that it was Mant. It was a huge monster with claws that appeared at the end of the war with demons. He remembered that the creatures then felt that the dungeons were becoming smaller, and threw all their strength to get to Moon Yob. Mant opened his mouth, surrounded by red flashes of aura, his claws also glowing. It attacks using the absorbed and accumulated aura. It is one of those that was created at the end of the war when aura was in short supply, so it is very greedy for this resource. Moon Yob looked forward with a grin, saying that, as he said, he was shady like this Pietro. He reached back towards the backpack, seeing many monsters with glowing red eyes, and thought that it looked like he had a huge welcome party planned for him. Standing confidently with the spear that appeared in his hand, Moon Yob said that he would enjoy this with all his heart. Looking at the monsters with a determined grin, he said that they had so many limbs that he would give these creatures fiery dances. An hour later, in the dungeon there was a huge gate with a forged pattern, and a little further in the room there was a white coffin with a body lying inside. A strong blow broke the gate, demolishing it, and debris flew in all directions. Moon Yob landed inside the room, holding a spear in his hand. He glowed with a purple aura, folded his spear and froze in surprise, saying what it was. He looked carefully at the coffin standing on a pedestal like an altar and said in surprise that it was a coffin. The body lying inside began to stir. Words were heard that a person had been found. Moon Yob stared forward in surprise. The demon rose from his coffin, surrounded by a bright white blazing aura. His eyes glowed and shone with bright symbols. He said that the alarm of the invasion had begun the process of destruction. The bright explosion was so blinding that it threw the guy back. Moon Yob covered his face with his hands, wrinkled in color, and cursed. He looked at the risen demon and asked what else it was, to which the monster said that it was a familiar voice that he had heard before. Moon Yob covered his face and was surprised to hear his name being called. He realized that he knew this demon. A pale, thin hand touched the hood. The guy remembered the battle with the final demon, when many saviors launched bright rays of their power at him. Moon Yob looked at the demon woman with blonde hair who silently looked at him with her black eyes, and he was amazed to realize that this was the high priest. A white-haired girl, engulfed in a white aura, hovered above Moon Yob. She said that she once actually carried the burden of high priest. The brunette grimaced, remembering her dressed in a dark cape with a hood, her eyes glowing bright red, and a ball of energy between her palms. He asked her to explain what this form was, noting that she used to have a demonic form. The girl looked at him with an indifferent face and, opening her mouth, called him a rude man, saying that their true appearance is no different from a human, but they change their appearance in order to act more effectively in battle. Holding a folding spear in his hands, the guy looked up at the floating girl. He said that this was an unexpected meeting for him in any case, and he believed that she had died long ago. High Priest replied that she had indeed fallen at his hands once. She lowered her eyes and looked at her palm, on the back of which there was a purple seal, and said that she did not ask for her mission. She said that in order to prevent her demonic essence from returning to the light, someone imprisoned her in this body. The brunette raised the corners of his lips and grinned, asking if she was annoyed. Floating in the destroyed room almost under the flood, the girl said that she did not feel angry. She added that he must give the punishment given by the primordial light in order to punish the retired high priest. The guy narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips when she said that, on the contrary, she was grateful to him. He wondered why she was a retired high priest, and then thought that he expected them to immediately start fighting instead of talking. The girl suddenly perked up, watching the reaction. Raising his head high, Moon Yob asked what nonsense she was talking about now. Looking at him from under half-lidded eyes, High Priest raised her hand and pointed at herself, saying that there was nothing surprising here. She said in a low voice that the purpose for which she was placed in this body was to kill Moon Yob. At that moment, the spear opened in the brunette's hand, and he grinned, saying that he was surprised, but he could see that she still had her own opinion. The girl interrupted when he began to propose a battle. She suddenly sank to the ground and found herself behind the puzzled guy, saying that there was no need for them to rush so much, since the program only orders the kill, but does not say when to do it, so she would like to talk a little. The brunette glanced over his shoulder and looked at High Priest, thinking that her action only took a moment, but he did not see her move. He asked if she could control demons like before. The thought arose in his head that she was a complex monster, even though she was already dead. The girl remembered herself in the past, when she hovered over the undead. She laughed and said that in her current state it was difficult to use the power that once controlled all demons. She said that the one who returned her is apparently one of the adepts, because the maximum that his strength is enough for his awakening to battle. Glancing sideways at High Priest, Moon Yob raised his spear, sarcastically noting that he really enjoyed talking about corpses. In response, the question was asked whether she had just said the obvious. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, the brunette put his other hand on his hip and turned to the girl, saying that he did not understand what she wanted to tell him. He asked if it would be better for her to just fight him. Pursing his lips, the boy gave High Priest a puzzled look when she said that he seemed to have fallen into a trap by coming here. She added that he himself knows this, since he came with a smile on his face. The girl looked at Moon Yob with a calm expression and asked if he was interested in who did this. He responded by asking if she knew about this. After denying it in response, she noted that she could help him find out. With wariness in his voice, the brunette asked why she should help him. Tilting her head slightly, High Priest smiled widely and said that she had already said that she was not angry with him. She added that he had already defeated her once, and even her granddaughter was trying to finish her punishment by fighting again. The brunette grinned, revealing his white teeth, and said that this time he would try to turn her into dust, not a ghost. The girl closed her eyes and hung her head, noting that this was all Moon Yob. Images of demons in capes following the leader appeared in her head. She said she was sure whoever revived her was going to start a war. She added that he distorted the prophecy of the primordial light and is now pushing her family towards death, and is going to cause a disaster, and this cannot be allowed. Gritting his teeth, the irritated guy pointed at her with the finger of the hand in which he was holding a spear, and asked if she started the war. She said that if she wanted to live in this world, she would have to live among people, although there were many wild areas on the planet. Frowning his eyebrows, Moon Yob looked at High Priest suspiciously when she opened her mouth and said in a low voice that it would be impossible to live among people. He said that they had already learned that their existence together was impossible. An image of a large eyeball, glowing with a violet aura, appeared in her voice. The girl said that before the invasion, they watched them and watched as they fought each other for the sake of peace. Such an eye hovered over the human world while the soldiers were hiding from the tanks, and fire was blazing everywhere. High Priest said that people said that they were born in different places. They said that they had different skin colors, that some had things that others did not, and because of these differences. In a pool of blood lay a dead man's hand. The girl said that they were dying and killing each other, and the demons saw it all. The image of the sun and moon combined into one ball appeared above High Priest's head, and she, flashing her violet eyes, said that demons cannot use aura under the sun, and even in the moonlight only a small part of it is available to them. Pursing his lips, Moon Yob looked at the girl who said that the sun, moon and stars filling the night sky were only getting in their way. She remembered how monsters began to fill the cities and said that under the light of their arrival, they were powerless, but they posed a threat to their existence, and they could not leave it unattended. She said that was why monsters were created that were not limited by this factor and could protect them. Moon Yob held the spear tightly in his right hand, listening to High Priest's words that they did not expect that by bringing aura into the human world, these creatures contribute to the emergence of superhumans like him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the brunette put forward the hand in which he was holding spear and pointed at the girl, indignantly saying that because of this, all of humanity was on the verge of extinction. He told her to tell her why they demons started hanging around them again, and then asked who the guy was who brought him here. High Priest began to say that in order to explain this, we need to turn to the origins, the very beginning of the history of demons. She began to say that in the past they were with the primordial light. Pulling back 3 fingers, Moon Yob with a gloomy face extended his hand forward and loudly asked her to slow down. He said it was long and she had to tell everything in 3 sentences. Standing opposite the guy with a lowered spear, the girl was silent for a while, and then asked if it was possible at 5. The brunette looked at her with a puzzled look and agreed to this. A silhouette in a dark cape appeared in High Priest's head, holding a white clod of energy in his palms. She said that if they demons die, they become souls. She said that upon receiving the position of a priest, the ability to hear the voices of these souls appears, and the stronger the demon, the better he can talk with departed ancestors. The girl recalled how she stood in a large cave, and white light sparkled around her like a huge air whirlpool. She said that what distinguished her, High Priest, from all others was that she could understand the ancient spirit, that is, the primordial light. She said that everything in their world began with a prediction given by the primordial light. Looking with a calm gaze from under half-lowered eyelids, Moon Yob said that a prophet who has achieved spiritual awakening will appear, and he will lead them to the land where the light does not subside. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and asked how he knew this. The brunette replied that he had recently heard from the demon. High Priest remembered how in the past she walked through the great hall in a white dress and a large cloth crown on her head, and said that it seemed to her that she was the prophet from the prophecy. She said that she had not seen anyone else worthy of being called a great prophet. She recalled how one of the demons blocked her path, spreading his arms in different directions. The girl said that another demon, a king equal to her in power, tried to stop her, but to no avail, and after she became a High Priest, the balance of power between the power of the king and the High Priest was upset. Holding a spear on his shoulder, Moon Yob looked blankly at the girl, who turned to the side and covered her face with her hand, saying in a dramatic voice that she now understands that her outstanding appearance was a harbinger of disaster then. The brunette thought that this crazy woman was a narcissist and said more than 5 sentences. She again remembered the huge whirlwind of white energy and said that in any case, when she heard the prophecy, she interpreted it in the way that seemed correct to her. She told how she led the army to Earth, that is, the world where light will fall, and the guy already knows the rest. She noted that this decision led to the death of the people and herself. High Priest turned and looked at Moon Yob, puzzled, when he said that it wasn't because of greed. He thought it was funny. The guy remembered himself in his youth, mentally noting that in that war many experienced absolute hell, but for him it became a kind of salvation. He pursed his lips, looking ahead of himself, and thought that in truth he did not feel any hostility towards demons at all. The brunette glanced at the girl when she suddenly walked past him. He started talking about her words that someone had resurrected her. She replied that she had died, but the surviving adepts. Under the guy's uncomprehending look, High Priest walked aside and with a gloomy face said that she was sure that they were still following this prophecy. Holding a spear on his shoulder, Moon Yob looked after her, saying that the one who sent him here was coming out. The girl interrupted, confirming his words, and said that she was brought by the same one who imprisoned her in this body. Many hooded figures appeared in her head, from under which red eyes glowed with a bright light. In a low voice, she said that it follows that those who are planning to start a new war are the senior adepts, the new enemies of humanity. Taking his thoughtful gaze to the side, the brunette began to stroke his chin and remember the battle with the demons. He said that he did not believe that there were any elders left, because there were only so many of them left. The girl replied that in order to be able to unite her family and control it, you need to be at least an elder. Moon Yob removed his hand from his face and looked up at her, saying that since High Priest was not enough, he needed to talk to the senior priests. He asked if she had a plan to find these fools. The brunette looked at the girl, who again began to flutter in the air, and said that he was a hero who risked his life to protect the world, and he simply could not silently watch as the number of villains grew. High Priest responded that it made sense. She raised her hand and lightning began to sparkle from the seal on the back of her hand. She said that if he defeats her, then the control of her power will disappear, and as soon as she turns into a soul, she will help him with the remnants of her strength. Moon Yob raised his hand from his spear and smiled, saying that the motivation was not bad. The lightning around the seal began to spark in different directions, and the girl said that they had delayed this moment long enough, but she could no longer resist the order to kill him. Clenching her hand into a fist, her eyes flashed, saying that now was the time to start. The brunette took a fighting stance as white energy began to splash around the girl. With white eyes, she extended her hand with a seal forward, saying that while the control is in effect, she will fight to the maximum, even if she herself does not want to, so the guy must survive and defeat her. Moon Yob shielded his eyes from the light with a smile on his face and told her to be careful too as he was about to use his best punch. Looking at him from under half-lidded eyes, High Priest confidently said that she knew he had no attack for her. Frowning his eyebrows, the brunette grinned predatorily, answering that it was like that before. The girl spread her arms to the side, and many large seals appeared around her from different sides. She announced the start of a mortal battle. High Priest waved her right hand, around which a white aura sparkled, and said that she had summoned the spirit of her ancestor, and although she was not in the best shape, and the spirit was not particularly strong, together they could tear the guy apart. She said that now he would feel the bombardment of aura. Moon Yob ruffled his hair with a grin on his face, saying that he hadn't seen anything like this for a long time. He asked if it seemed to him or the number of seals had decreased a little. Hanging under the stream with her arms spread apart, the girl replied that the quantity had decreased, but not the quality. Pursing her lips, she thrust her right hand forward, ordering an attack. Multiple aura beams began to shoot out from the seals. Many loud explosions began to be heard throughout the hall. Large pieces of stones flew in different directions. The aura continued to destroy its target. High Priest looked at the huge cloud of dark dust that rose. Looking on with an indifferent face, she said that it seemed like it was too much, noting that, unlike the Holy Land, there was too little space in this place. The male voice laughed, saying that it was very nice to worry. High Priest perked up, peering intently into the dust. As it began to settle, Moon Yob appeared with a spear in his hands, engulfed in a blue aura, and affected by the skill of immortality. Looking up at the girl, the guy grinned contentedly, asking if she was surprised that he wasn't passed out after this. Opening her mouth in surprise, High Priest flashed her violet eyes and loudly asked where a person got immortality from. Clenching one hand into a fist, the girl waved the other and began screaming at the guy that she couldn't believe that he was acting so carelessly while fighting with her. She began to say loudly that even though it was hypothetically possible to reach the highest level in the human body, holding the spear in his hand, the brunette perked up and clenched his teeth tightly when he heard that shooting with an aura could kill even if you were intangible. His eyes widened at that moment, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He muttered that in this case he demanded a cancellation. Looking at the brunette blazing with a blue aura, High Priest loudly asked him to wait and added that the Immortal's attack could harm her, so let him remain like this. Moon Yob indignantly asked what she wants him to do. The girl pointed her finger at him and told him to attack her, but not to come under fire, then everything would work out somehow. The brunette clenched his teeth and frowned when High Priest remembered the battle with the heroic family and said that it would be the same as then. The guy confusedly wondered what she was talking about. Veins began to bulge on his irritated face and Moon Yob exclaimed that he would try that. Breaking the remains of the floor with his feet, he jumped straight to the girl, while he, pursing his lips and shining with a blue light, held his spear tightly. Heading towards her, she put her hand forward, after which a dark silhouette appeared next to her. When they clashed, a huge bright flash filled the hall. When High Priest shouted the words of summoning, black spirits began to crawl out of the seals. A brunette with a spear in his hands was rapidly approaching them. His lips curled into a smug grin on his crazy face, and he made a mental note that he thought so. Instantly overcoming the spirits, the smiling Moon Yob found himself next to the surprised girl. With her eyes flashing, she pursed her lips and put out her palm, around which there was a white aura. She again sent many spirits at the brunette, but he skillfully maneuvered in the air, avoiding their attacks. The guy grinned again, holding the spear tightly in his hand, and thought that compared to the last dungeon, this battle was just nonsense. Large fragments of the room flew in different directions, but Moon Yob and High Priest tried to attack each other at great speed and at the same time wedged themselves from the blows. The girl looked at the brunette, who in an instant was next to her, and thought indignantly that he was very fast. A moment later, a white flash appeared in his place, and the guy was no longer there. When High Priest raised her head, she saw that he was directly above her and was swinging his spear. She put her hands forward to form a white shield, and man struck the weapon straight at it. When the shockwave threw him to the side, she, enveloped in a white sphere, suddenly darted upward. The girl was surprised when she saw that there was a cut on her protective sphere. A moment later, Moon Yob flew right over her head, leaving another cut on her defense. He turned his head back and noted that the fight was a simple matter. Speeding up again, the brunette found himself next to High Priest and exclaimed that they had to finish quickly. While the girl tried to keep her defense, the guy circled around her, turning a stream of blows on the shield. Stretching her arms forward, High Priest gritted her teeth as the sphere continued to be hit with cutting attacks. Suddenly, her shield began to crack. A moment later, it crumbled into many small pieces, and the girl froze in surprise with her hand extended forward. At that moment, her palm was pierced by Moon Yob's spear. She saw that the point was in the very center of sadness on the back of her hand. Suddenly, the mark began to slowly disappear. The guy stood opposite her, holding the spear tightly, while the sun and the rest of the large seals she created also began to evaporate into the air. They landed on the ground at the same time. High Priest, down on the floor, put her hand forward when the guy asked what happened, suggesting that she was out of control. He asked if the order to kill him was still in force. She replied that it was all over. The girl looked down at her palm, on which there was only a trace of a cut, and said that his attack destroyed the remnants of filth in it. Moon Yob arched one eyebrow and looked at her with a puzzled look, asking if she was sure about this. Continuing to sit on the floor, High Priest looked up at the guy and answered in the affirmative, adding that she would soon crumble into dust. The brunette noted that this sounded somehow unconvincing. The girl looked at her hand as it began to show slightly noticeable cracks and said that this was because it was weakened, because the body, which is unable to cope with too strong a spirit, begins to disintegrate. Moon Yob thought that she was showing off to the last. Pursing his lips, he looked at her with a calm gaze as High Priest said that thanks to his immortal body, their battle ended quickly, because if she had been in her previous form, it might have taken several days. As energy began to sparkle around her with a faint light, she looked up and said that as a last favor, she would take him back in time to when he entered this dungeon. The guy noted that if possible, he could chat with Pietro. High Priest looked at him with her violet eyes and asked him to take his time, noting that whoever had taken control of her had most likely already sensed the abnormality of her body and would show up soon. The brunette took a step forward and said that now he understands, because the mind control over her has been destroyed. He came closer and threw the spear over his shoulders, saying with a wide smile that High Priest had promised to get him the president of the association. Sitting in a dilapidated hall, the floor of which had many holes, she replied that she was obliged to stop him so that he would not step onto the narrow path. Moon Yob noted that she herself was barely alive, but was still talking about some kind of battle. He added that if she wanted death so badly, he could even now twist her into a tourniquet. He remained silent with displeasure when the girl smiled maliciously and said in a gloomy voice that she would not talk to him. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise, and she announced that he had arrived. The two of them looked up as the stream began to crack and glow purple. Suddenly the crack began to move apart at a pace of fingers, after which eyes flashed in the darkness. An eerie voice asked if the magic put into the High Priest's body had evaporated. The guy and girl watched silently as a demon began to emerge from the crevice, saying that this meant that she had fulfilled her destiny, and everything was over with Moon Yob. Suddenly the monster froze and his eyes widened. Senior Priest clenched his teeth tightly, looking at what was happening with shocked eyes, and asked what it was. He had drilling stats that were maxed out, but his skill stat was 94 over 94 and his aura was 189 over 189. He possessed the superpower of a medium, which worked from the paper of the dead, as well as the white sparks skill, with which he transformed the white aura under great pressure, releasing white sparks. The brunette looked at him with indifference on his face, holding a spear on his shoulders, while the demon asked in surprise whether even the power of High Priest was not enough to kill him. The guy with a gloomy face remembered Pietro, and mentally noted that this monster spoke Italian, and he must be the one who sent that man to him. He smiled widely and began to slowly spank the girl standing next to her with an irritated face on the head. He smugly shouted that he had already killed her 17 years ago, after which he asked did he really think that now he would lose, provided that she was weaker than before. High Priest muttered dissatisfiedly that this was too much. While she tried to remove the brunette's hand from her, Senior Priest hovered over them, saying that this simply could not happen. Moon Yob, looking at his palm, pressed to clench and unclench it, saying that since the demon came here, he should greet him properly. The girl clenched her hands into fists when the guy, with a satisfied smile on his face, said that he needed to be taught manners. She agreed with him. A moment later, the brunette began to glow with a bright blue light, and an aura began to sparkle around High Priest. Gritting his teeth, Senior Priest asked with frightened eyes how a person could reach such a level and acquire immortality. He exclaimed that it was not time yet. A second later, the boy and girl were left standing in an empty room as the demon disappeared and the crack in the ceiling closed. Moon Yob turned his head and looked at High Priest, asking if he had escaped. She replied that it looked a lot like it. She turned away and pursed her lips while the brunette behind her with anger on his face indignantly asked if she would really let him escape and do nothing. The girl's eyes glowed white. Suddenly Senior Priest appeared right in front of them with a puzzled face. Turning his head, he wondered as a white aura sparkled around his body. High Priest with an outstretched palm threw an angry look at him and asked in a low voice if he really thought that she would let him go. When, a moment later, the monster's body was enveloped in shackles from the aura, she asked him to tell him whether this was his doing. Gritting his teeth tightly, the demon cursed as a white aura appeared around his eyes. At the same moment, a bright flash illuminated the room. Senior Priest took off with a frightened face, trying to escape. The girl extended her hand again, and the magic ring closed around his body. She said she did not give permission to leave. The demon began to indignantly ask what was happening to her, and why was she on this man's side. High Priest slightly closed her eyes on her annoyed face and said that she was not doing this because she was with him. She said that Senior Priest was just reaping the fruits of his stupidity, and even though she told him many times not to be greedy, he still tried to jump in over his head. The demon clenched his teeth tightly, and a scarlet glint flashed in his furious eyes. He asked how she, being undead, could teach someone. He asked if she still fancies herself a prophet if they still call her High Priest. Looking at her, the monster began to twitch when the girl said that before he seemed smarter to her. Senior Priest shouted that he didn't care about the words of a fake prophet like her. Looking with desperate round eyes, he opened his mouth wide and loudly declared that they had found a real prophet. The High Priest next to Moon Yob pursed her lips and perked up, looking annoyed as the demon continued to alarm that this was not a dummy like her, and he was real. A beaten demon with a swollen eye and a huge bruise on his face whined loudly. Addressing the slowly boiling girl who stood near him with her arm outstretched, he shouted that torture would never force him to speak. The white-haired girl nodded when the brunette pointed the spiders at the screaming monster and asked if he could hit him once. Senior Priest exclaimed that they could just kill him. He screamed loudly in pain as a powerful blow landed on his face. When his head suddenly hung lifelessly, the guy clenched his palm into a fist, which glowed with a blue aura, and asked if he had overdone it. High Priest replied that everything was fine. She clasped her hands together, locking her fingers, and said that she would now resurrect him. The monster, which returned to life, screamed and convulsed. His other cheek was swollen, and he looked at the girl with a frightened eye when she said that she was wondering how many such procedures were needed for him to speak. Looking down at him with a stern gaze, she waved her hand and asked who was the prophet they had found. Raising his hands above his head, the Senior Priest demon revealed that this was the first height-ranker priest. Moon Yob flexed his fists with a furious face while the monster continued to insist that he was both the new prophet and the High Priest in her place. The girl looked at him with a slightly puzzled look and, opening her mouth, asked if this meant that he could hear the voice of the primordial light. The demon answered in the affirmative. However, a second later his eyes widened in surprise when High Priest said that this simply could not be possible. With the on his knees, the Senior Priest raised his hand and asked if a priest who could hear the primordial light could lie. The white-haired girl replied that the whole point is that this is not a lie, but an illusion, which is even more dangerous. The monster clenched his teeth tightly, and veins began to bulge on his face when he asked about the illusion. The girl remembered a large luminous vortex of air, and said that after the war on Earth, she no longer heard the voice of the primordial light, because the spirit could not command them to continue the war. The demon began to scream loudly, telling her to shut up. Standing at some distance from him, White-haired said that the first height-ranker priest is ambitious, so if he is called the village's new prophet, then this is definitely only because of the thirst for power, but if the voice really addressed him, then he was deceived and used it. Height Priest with cracks on her face looked with a calm face and asked what kind of spirit they took for the primordial light. The monster sharply clenched his hand into a fist, that this simply cannot be. He suddenly raised his head and, with a crimson sparkle in his eyes, shouted that the false prophet was blasphemous, but they wouldn't screw up like she did. Approaching Senior Priest, Moon Yob elbowed him in the stomach with all his might, causing him to fly to the side. The guy indignantly declared that he was driving the village disrespectfully again. Hitting the wall first, the demon fell to the floor and slammed his face into it. Raising his head, he cast an angry look at the guy and the girl and muttered that they would answer him for this. When his eyes glowed with a bright white light, he shouted that he would take them with him. As the monster rose from the floor with a muffled cry, a sphere of energy began to appear around it. High Priest waved her hand with an indifferent face when Moon Yob took out the stone of return and asked if what he was now going to pour into the mud was dangerous. She asked him not to pay attention to it. A moment later, a bright white flash began to appear from the sphere. At that moment, the girl snapped her fingers and the Senior Priest disappeared. The brunette opened his mouth in surprise and asked where he went. The white-haired girl answered irritably that she didn't know, because she simply moved it to another place so that it would explode there. She turned to the guy who stood with the magic stone in his hands and waved her hand, saying that since they were finished, she sent him back. High Priest perked up in surprise when the guy asked about her. She clarified what he meant. Looking at the smiling Moon Yob, she began gesturing with her hands and saying that if she left this body, it would be captured, so she would simply self-destruct. The brunette asked if she wanted to see the sky if she didn't care about dying. Looking at him with puzzled eyes, High Priest asked about him. Satisfied Moon Yob with a wide smile on his face asked that since this is the end for her, why not see the earth on which the light will fall? He handed her the hearthstone with a grin and said that if he was worried about her body being used, he would call the Shirin and she would incinerate her at the first word. The girl froze, her violet eyes wide open. She thought that he was offering to take her to the ground where the light would fall. Closing her eyes, High Priest raised her hand to her chin with a soft smile and thought for a moment. She mentally noted that he was just like a prophet, baring his white teeth. The brunette smiled contentedly when she noted that he was not all right in his head. He asked whether she was coming or not. High Priest placed her palm on the glowing hearthstone. A bright emerald light illuminated the room. The girl thought that she was going to sacred land. Among the forest trees, under the afternoon sun, a man's voice was heard, saying that he sent Moon Yob to the dungeon without difficulty. Pietro stood on a piece of bare ground, saying that in the end it turned out to be easy, but he could not leave the feeling that something was wrong. He noted that he tried to be as careful as he could. The man exhaled noisily and closed his eyes, saying that he was lucky that the brunette thinks not with his head, but with his muscles. His eyes widened in surprise when he heard a loud male voice ordering him to repeat those words. He raised his frightened eyes upward and saw two human figures lying directly on his head. Holding High Priest's hand, Moon Yob punched Pietro and pinned him to the ground. Gritting his teeth, the man muttered a dent in the ground under his head, asking how this happened. The brunette asked what he meant. Looking down, he began to pick his finger in his ear, asking if he really thought that he was the only one who had the homecoming stone. He recalled that after the raids he also accumulated a lot of useful things. The trembling Pietro washed his teeth tightly as he listened to Moon Yob's words that he had killed the senior priest, his mentor. His gaze distorted in shock when the guy asked if he had really learned the divine language. The image of a large round stone, glowing with a bright light, in the center of which a hieroglyph was engraved, appeared in the brunette's head. He noted that the man had learned the language of demons and had brainwashed himself. Leaning towards the frightened Pietro with madness in his eyes, the guy bent his fingers to click and in a low voice told him not to twitch. A loud crash sound was heard among the dense trees. High Priest levitated with an indifferent face as she looked at the sun. Watching the many white clouds, she noted that there were blue skies and sunlight. She turned her head to the side when a guy stopped next to her. Seeing Pietro's body lying on the ground nearby, a pool of blood pooling under his head, she turned away and muttered that it was all over. Moon Yob asked how she was feeling. Peering into the blue sky, the girl said that it was very unusual for her that the light was so warm. She noted that she thought her body would collapse, but it was rather strengthening. Without turning her head to the brunette standing next to her, she said that she believed that she could hold out longer. The guy asked if it turns out that she won't die. High Priest called him a fool and reminded him that she was already dead. The figure of Moon Yob loomed over her and conjured into her face, while she noted that she only said that she could look at the sky longer, after which she added that it was light and warm. The brunette commented that this is logical, because the sun is shining. The white-haired woman ordered him to leave, as he was blocking the sun. The guy squatted down and started poking the girl in the face with a stick, asking how long she was going to lie here. High Priest replied that, in fact, other than recently, her body had not moved for a long time. She began to stammer and pause, saying that under the sun she had no way to use her aura and it was also difficult to speak. Pursing his lips, the brunette looked at her emotionless face. Frowning his eyebrows, he clenched his teeth tightly and indignantly asked what to do with her now. Standing up, he walked abruptly towards Pietro's first body, noting that he had never met the president of the association. He said that this guy was probably related to him. Moon Yob lifted the man's body by the legs and began to shake him, saying that something would definitely fall out of him. When a stone fell to the ground, from which a yellow aura emanated, the brunette noted that this was a victory. Taking a stone with a hieroglyph in the center in his palm, he looked at it with surprised eyes, noticing that it was gold. The guy thought that this was the first time he had seen such a stone of return. He started saying that Pietro said that the only way to get to the place where the president is with the help of a special stone, and if he wasn't lying. High Priest glanced in his direction as Moon Yob turned away, and put his hand to his chin with a smile on his face. The face said that even if it was a trap, he was a tough hero and couldn't lose to some association president. The girl slowly muttered that he was a man without measure. Looking at the golden stone, the brunette said that it was time to go. A bright yellow light began to ooze from the hieroglyph in the center. Having moved in space, the guy froze in surprise. He saw in front of him a large field of yellow flowers, at the end of which there was a house. He asked if it was here. This place was located on the top of one of the mountains of the Endless Massif. Standing in the middle of the flower meadow, Moon Yob thought it was very strange. Noticing the snow behind him, he noted that this was the top of a mountain, and there were snow-capped mountains everywhere, and here flowers were blooming and grass was growing. He thought that his life experience suggested. He looked at the small hut on the other side of the field. The brunette thought that even if the landscape around was peaceful, he held the spear tightly in his hand, continuing to think that if there was sunlight shining into his eyes, which could not be imitated by an aura. Moon Yob confidently walked towards the hut. He thought it was still a dungeon. The guy touched the doorknob. With one easy movement, he opened the front door. Immediately smelling the smell, the brunette mentally noted that it smelled like tea. Looking inside, he saw a girl standing with her back to him, fiddling with a kettle. Turning her head, she smiled softly. A bead of sweat rolled down Moon Yob's face and he activated his analyzing vision when the girl noted that he was late. A long-haired, brown-haired woman in a white dress and a crown on her head with a smile on her face said that she had been waiting for her for a long time. Having studied the characteristics, the guy saw that she was a demon named Queen with low physical indicators filled to the maximum. But her willpower, aura, and leadership were very high. He also saw that she has 2 superpowers, one of which is prayer, which allows her to hear the primordial light, and the second is the gaze of the prophet, which sees the destinies of other people. Moon Yob's eyes glowed with a bright purple fire at the sight of the queen he was looking at. The demons all lacked names, but used their roles instead. The guy looked at the image of the girl standing in the small room, realizing that it was the first time he had seen such a name, despite the fact that he had met a huge number of demons. The brown-haired woman with bright and captivating eyes identified herself as the queen. Moon Yob recalled that another ruler also tried to stop him, but it was all to no avail. He wondered whether the ruler the master was talking about was really alive. The queen looked at the guy with her golden yellow eyes. The main character at this time was thinking only about the monarch, whom the master had deprived of power. The young man stood on the threshold, illuminated by a bright light, and looked at the head of the demon civilization. The holographic window behind him squeaked that the brunette's aura was filled to the limit and chalked the indicator to 199 units, and this was the first time. The character looked at the queen with a determined, burning gaze, amazed at her 2 superpowers. The brown-haired woman had prayer, which allowed her to hear the primordial light, and had the gaze of a prophet, which is why she saw the fates of others. Looking at the brunette, Moon Yob compared her to the master because the girl had the same abilities. He thought that the latter was saying that she had not heard the voice of the primordial light after the demons invaded the earth. Her second superpower was the prophet's gaze, which allows her to see the fates of others, but Moon Yob did not understand what exactly this ability does. The queen approached the table with a smile and turned to the guy standing in the doorway, asking him to sit down. The brown-haired woman closed her eyes, smiling and saying that the main character had already seen her powers with the help of his ability. The man froze, listening to what the queen said, thinking that he had not told anyone about his analyzing gaze. Moon Yob clenched his hand into a fist and through gritted teeth asked the girl if she really knew about his power thanks to the gaze of the prophet. The queen grinned and agreed. Smiling widely, she said that she was waiting for the guy. Sweat ran down the man's face when he heard these words and the hero turned questioningly to the girl. Taking a cup of tea and taking a sip, the brown-haired girl asked Moon Yob if he had ever wondered how he managed to survive the last dungeon. Opening her bright gaze, the queen confirmed that it was she who sent the hero back to Earth. Then he despaired, sitting in the dungeon, with no hope of surviving. The man was stunned and looked at the girl in fear. He clenched his hand into a fist, his veins bulging with anger and the knowledge that the demon had saved him. Sitting at the table with a cup of tea, the queen said that he himself had gained immortality during the battle. But if not for her, he would have been stuck between the worlds. Moon Yob didn't believe that this was possible. Pointing his finger at the brunette, the character angrily said that it was he who destroyed the holy earth for demons and killed a bunch of fellow tribesmen, so the girl should have no reason to save him. Opening her mouth and looking at the hero, the woman said that she had read fate when his team was destroying civilization. With a burning gaze and gritting his teeth, he was ready to destroy everything, because he is a savior. He destroyed what had been built for centuries, but such a role was destined for him, although it was hard to accept the fact that the mission was a destroyer. But the queen could not miss the slightest opportunity. Looking at Moon Yob, the brown-haired woman said that a prophet who had achieved spiritual awakening would appear, and he would lead them all to the earth. Moon Yob listened to this with a straight face. Looking at the wall with the clock, the queen said that she also knew the last part of this prophecy. It said that evil will enter through an open door. This is why the prophet must prepare a savior. The girl calmly lowered her gaze after saying this. Sweat ran down her face when she heard the guy ask if she was really a prophet and not a master. The main character stood resolutely at the table and listened to the brunette, who said that thanks to the gaze of the prophet, she managed to see the savior and it was him. Moon Yob sat on a chair and lowered his head, saying that he did not believe in prophecies, so it was better for the queen to say what she wanted. Looking coldly and indifferently at the demon, the hero listened to her speech that the senior priests are not those who enter through the open door. In this bright and calm world, as it turned out, evil has not yet shown itself. Many demons exist, but none of them have manifested themselves. Looking at her reflection in a cup of tea, the queen said that she created the battle of superhumans because she hoped that the superhumans would not forget how to fight with her. The girl sat with her head down. Moon Yob looked at her and realized that she was fighting for humanity, and for this she went against her fellow tribesmen. Crossing his arms over his chest and gritting his teeth, Moon Yob replied that he did not believe in predictions. But the queen saved him and he would remember this. Smiling and covering her mouth with her hand, the brown-haired woman asked the young man whether they would really cooperate. But the guy snorted, realizing that she already knew about this. Suddenly the girl's eyes widened and she decided to ask the hero how he got here alone, because the queen sent a man after him. The main character laughed, realizing that the guy was from her. A bright glow fell to the ground, illuminating the wooden house with its last rays. Pietro sat in front of the queen and looked at everything that surrounded her with a glassy gaze. She didn't understand where she was, asking if she was really in a dungeon. The girl talked a lot and Moon Yob covered her mouth with his hand, asking how long the girl had known her. The queen replied that Pietro was a human, but he helped her, even knowing that he was dealing with a demon. Putting his finger to his temple, the main character asked her if the queen could not have stopped the senior priests earlier. But the girl answered that this was impossible. Suddenly Pietro threw the guy's hand away and said that as far as she knows, before the queen did not have such powers as she does now. Laughing and closing her eyes, the queen said that it was so, because she began to listen to the speeches of the primordial light 2 years before the sacred land disappeared. This woman's life was in the hands of the master, so she hid it from everyone. Sitting on the floor, Pietro apologized, saying that she herself was not a real magister, let alone a prophet. But it was still her fault. Smiling, Moon Yob approached the crying girl and said that she was really to blame. Pietro turned to the brunette, saying that now she is ready to help, because there is something special about the evil of the prophecy. The girl reported that before the 7 people arrived in their world, Pietro was close to hearing the voice of the primordial light again. Plunging more and more into darkness and prayer, she managed to tune into the rhythm of the original source. Tearing through the darkness, she strove for her goal. Looking at all this, Pietro believed that she would reach the original light. Her body was surrounded by a white sphere and she was flying down. Suddenly, a sphere emitting emerald light appeared above her. A voice suddenly appeared in the girl's head, asking her if she was looking for him. She began to head towards the green light, listening to the voice pulling her. The sphere was already close enough to her, and if Pietro didn't know what the true primordial light sounds like, she would have believed that it was talking to her. Moon Yob and the queen listened to how Pietro was close to this light and sensed the dark energy behind it. The main character opened his mouth in surprise and gasped. Getting up, he asked Pietro if the older priests really took this for the primordial light, and the girl agreed with the young man. The man smiled, showing all his teeth, and said that then they would be able to find the light and destroy it. Both girls looked at the guy's bestial grin and his determined gaze. Pietro grabbed her face with her hand, offering to find out what it was first. On a dark night, Pietro lay in the meadow near the house and looked at the stars. Moon Yob appeared behind her and asked her what she was doing, and the girl replied that she was counting the stars. Looking at the girl lying in the flowers, the guy said that she had been lying here for 6 hours already, but Pietro noted that the guy himself did not see the beauty in this. The main character stood in the night opposite the lying girl and suddenly replied that the view was really not bad. The man was furious, looking at the girl and not understanding how long she would lie here. But suddenly Jeho appeared in his head, saying that Moon Yob himself could watch the drama for 10 hours. At this very time, Pietro looked at the starry sky with an enthusiastic gaze. But suddenly she stood up abruptly, which made the guy scared and asked her what happened. The main character became wary when the girl said that someone was coming here. Moon Yob pulled his hand behind his back, wanting to feel the spear, but he got scared and realized that he had not taken it with him. At that very second, Pietro and Moon Yob were surrounded by people in black capes, illuminating the guys with red light. Demonic creatures looked at people from under the hood, saying that the land belonged to the queen. The main character casts a serious glance in their direction, bends down slightly and uses the strength enhancement skill, causing his hand to flare up with a purple aura. He asks them about who they are. but they didn't even pay attention to him, and one of the demons with the most peaceful voice says that it is very beautiful here. Two of them took off their hoods and began to smile widely and admire, and their leader turned around and looked at them. A dark-skinned man with purple hair mentioned that this is where the queen lives, and his green-haired comrade mentioned that this is the land where light falls. The protagonist extinguished the flame in his hand, and there was absolutely no emotion on his face. His white-haired companion also took on an absolutely indifferent look. Moon Yob remained meaningfully silent, and she said that it seemed that these were not related to the senior priests, to which he replied in the affirmative. The leader of the arriving gang waved his hand, blocking his comrades, and at that time they were holding hands in fear. The hooded demon recognized the main character, and the demons standing behind him echoed him and mentioned that the master was next to him. We see everything that is happening from above. They are at a distance of several meters from each other. Mick mentioned that they knew him, and immediately after he introduced himself again and said that he was the same person who destroyed the last dungeon, to which the white-haired woman asked him if he wanted attention, and asked why he was telling them this. The human and demon couple looked at each other angrily. The grand priest sat on the grass in a butterfly pose, and the hooded demon became agitated. They quietly argued among themselves, and the demon said that he had heard about how the queen invited Moon Yob to her place. The hero tilted his head a little to the side and looked towards the house. He asked him if he knew about this, and immediately after assumed that he was her servant, although she was fine. Not many ordinary demons survived. Afterwards, with the most calm face possible, he was going to say something. The pair of demons shook terribly in fear, which irritated their leader. The protagonist asked why he brought these two with him. He, in turn, slightly spread his arms to the sides, while the savior put his hands in his pockets and looked at him. Paleskin said that he found them wandering aimlessly around the world and said that they planned to live in a residence provided by the queen. In response to this, the hero asked if there was separate housing for demons. Black-Eyed got very angry and said that he was not going to talk about it. Regardless of the fact that they were called by the queen herself, he is still the one who destroyed their sanctuary. To which MC's girlfriend said that more was prepared nearby one room. Moon Yob turned his head in her direction, and she continued talking and said that the room was probably just for them. The main demon became indignant and looked at both of them and asked why the master was on the side of this person. The hero asked her if this case would be the same, to which the girl said that she was already used to this. She pointed her finger at him, imagining his appearance, and said that it would take too long to tell, so they should immediately get to the main thing. She asked him if he had the ability to observe, and also added that the face sees it. The protagonist applied an analyzing gaze while the girl sat on the grass. She said that he has one unique ability. We see him looking through the statistics of this demon and see that he is very puzzled. This demon is an observer. He also has a special skill called materialization. Moon Yob opened his eyes wide and thought that this was an excellent ability. He opened his eyes even wider and thought that he was an observer, and at the same time had a skill that allowed him to create objects. At the same moment he grabbed him by the collar, which surprised him, and asked him if his name was Observer. He wanted to answer positively, but the savior took his blonde and him by the throat and carried him with him, saying that they should go with him. The demon was dumbfounded and tried to address him by name, and she asked him what he was doing. The hero immediately smiled predatorily and said that he had a great idea. They all sat down at the same table with the queen at the head of this table. There were cups of tea on the table, and books were lying on them. The lady apologized for the fact that she still had not found a clue to that voice, and mentioned that if it was not the primordial light, then it was probably some incredibly ancient spirit. She immediately became worried and closed her eyes, and the protagonist smiled cheekily. She said that because they had lost much of their history, to which Moon Yob said that everything was great and suggested just asking. The demon leader was stunned, and the blonde also turned her head towards the savior who was speaking. Mick asked if they knew about such a dungeon as a people's grave. He smiled broadly and said that this was a dungeon where an ancient emperor, who died 1,000 years ago, rested. That same emperor was dressed in golden armor and owned a huge castle. Before the last dungeon appeared, many memories arose of a variety of dungeons, some of which were the Dungeon of 1,000 Legs, the Executioner's Laboratory, the Tower of Anonymity, the Guillotine, the Forest of Anger, the Fiery Chasm. Among the dungeons that were considered impossible to pass, it was the People's Grave that was considered the most difficult. We see a huge palace, in front of which a huge army stood on the parade ground, and the full name of this dungeon was City Tomb People's Grave. In front of the entrance to the boss's room, there was a huge door in the shape of a dragon's head, and underneath it were 3 servants. It is said that the boss of the dungeon was an emperor who ruled over demons in the past. It was so long ago that even his name was covered with the dust of centuries, before departing to another world, so that even after death he could forever rule over his faithful servants. The emperor buried 10,000 dignitaries and ordinary subjects in his tomb. The armored one extended his hand over his army. When the emperor came to rest, the people's tomb was sealed and turned into a dungeon, where the living had not set foot for thousands of years. And then, the hero pierced the emperor with his spear by jumping on top of him. The tomb was invaded by Moon Yob. Many superhumans and the Great Seven themselves sat and rested after the battle. This was perhaps the largest raid in history. It took 57 supermen to clear it. The protagonist looked at his friend a little worried and thought that the armored one was an even more difficult boss than the master who was in their last dungeon. She looked at him with an interested look and asked him if he wanted to materialize the emperor from the people's grave and ask him. She also added and said that this was not a bad idea, and since the emperor was an undead and not a living creature, everything should work out with sufficiently developed observation. She looked at Moon Yob, who was carrying a spear with a predatory smile, and he suddenly stopped. She said that his soul wanders without getting into the world of great spirits. She will call him when the commander creates a body into which the spirit can be infused, but for this they need materials that have the same properties and mass as the emperor. He immediately assumed that she was talking about demon flesh, and he quietly said that it was time for him to hunt. The queen got nervous and told him that this was not needed and asked him to put the spear aside. This puzzled the hero a little. She opened her eyes and snapped her fingers, saying that he could do all this in the virtual world. The walls began to slowly move. A compartment opened in the wall containing 2 simulation devices. The protagonist stopped in the middle of the room and was very stunned. He assumed that this was a battle module. He looked at the leader of the gang of demons, who, in turn, tried to pretend to be calm and drank tea. Moon Yob suggested that this guy had a hand in creating the game, to which the queen answered him with a smile and said that when she created the battle of superhumans, he provided her with invaluable help. The blonde sat down with her knees tucked in front of the modules. The lady said that she did not think that the emperor would willingly answer all his questions, and if he attacked in the virtual world, they would be safe. And Brat, in turn, said that she understood what kind of system it was. She turned her head a little to the side and said that there was one problem. This surprised the queen and the protagonist, who asked what the problem was. MC's friend began to move away from the modules and said that she has a very weak connection between her soul and body, and when she enters the virtual world, her physical body will be destroyed, which means that in reality she will disappear. The hero made a stupid face, and the lady looked in her direction and said that she was needed to summon the spirit of the emperor, and asked if there was any other way. Moon Yob said that this was really annoying, and added that she didn't need a dead body and asked why she shouldn't possess someone. This caught the blonde's attention a little. She began to remember how she stood with some demon near huge tanks, and said that it was doable, because during the war, research was carried out on taking over the bodies of people with superpowers. However, the experiment was stopped due to reluctance to enter the body lower human being, and all research stopped. The hero immediately got angry and said that they always forget that the lower human being destroyed the dungeon, and also said that it looks like they will forget about it now. He also added about that these guys lost because they refused to do it. She immediately imagined a monkey with a spear and looked at him with an unfriendly look. While the savior became terribly angry, she told him to imagine that he needed to take possession of the monkey's body in order to win the war, to which he at first remained meaningfully silent, and then told her to stop. She immediately turned her gaze to the body. Pietro said that this time she would not refuse, since she had just the right material in front of her. The queen, standing a little behind, said that this gentleman was a man who helped her a lot. The blonde looked at her and said that if she felt rejected, she should stop immediately. But the lady immediately shook her head and said that if someone was once brainwashed with the sacred language, he would never be the same again, so everything was fine. The master immediately said that she was starting. She touched the body of the man lying on the floor with her hands, and began to use a complex spell in an ancient language. A sharp flash of light covered the room, and her robes fluttered from the emitted aura. A very bright light began to emanate from the house, but then the glow suddenly stopped and the night sky and a field of flowers were visible again. The protagonist removed his hand from his face and tried to open his eyes. The blonde appeared before him again, but already in a gentleman's suit. The hero immediately asked if anything had changed in her image. He immediately approached her and began to pat her head with his hand and smile sarcastically. He asked her if her experiment had failed. but she immediately responded and said that she simply rebuilt this body so that it corresponded to her original appearance. She blocked another pat on her head and filled her hand with a white aura and said that her body was too weak as expected. She was unable to put her aura into this body. The human body has limitations that she cannot bypass. She was a grand master, and now she has become a human. Nick asked with a disappointed look about whether the dead body was better. The hero began to use her analyzing gaze, and she said that she was pleased to feel alive again and hear her heart beating. At that time, her stats indicated the name of the owner of the body, the race of a person, and all her characteristics were at the maximum level. And the superpowers changed to teleportation, meditation, summoning the spirit, and striking the spirit. The girl escaped from under his arm and quickly walked away, and he stood with a slightly puzzled face. He thought that she was a little on fire. In turn, she said that everything was wonderful. She immediately went out into the field, and the hero and the queen stopped on the porch. She said that now that she could walk freely in the sunlight. She stopped in the middle of the field and said that he should give her one day. She turned around and looked over her shoulder, saying that she needed time to get used to this body. He immediately looked at her with the most disapproving look, pursed his lip, and asked what it was that she had. And at this time, this incredibly sweet girl, with a slight blush from embarrassment, looked at him with her deep violet eyes, and held, with her pale, and at the same time slightly reddened hands at the tips of her fingers, a small toy snowman. She immediately hid it behind her back and said that she just went outside, because she needed to get used to it. And he said that he had already seen everything, so there was no need for her to hide it. He took her by the arm, and the snowman remained lying on the ground and a small tear flowed from him. He told her to throw it away and quickly go, and she, upset, told him that she was already on her way. It was a forced arrest and delivery to the house. They both sat down in the modules. The blonde was already sitting in the helmet, and Moon Yob raised the helmet above his head and told them to start quickly. The module began loading information about the hero's avatar, as well as about Pietro's avatar. The protagonist smiled widely, and the girl sat as calmly as possible. The people's grave began to enter the dungeon, and they began to be sucked into a huge tunnel. They found themselves in front of the entrance to a huge castle. The hero was immediately surprised and asked where the monsters were, and his companion answered him that there was no need for them. The queen appeared in front of them in a projection on the screen and told them that they were absolutely faithful. They had only recreated the emperor, so they could enter the boss's room as is. But immediately remembering him in the form of a ruler, she told them to be careful, because the emperor refused to be a great spirit, hoping to gain eternal life. And during his lifetime he was so evil that he killed 10,000 of his own kind, and if he did not go to contact, then she hopes for the protagonist. She smiled softly and told him that she had changed his avatar so that he could use it without any restrictions. He immediately smiled widely and began to flex his fists while holding a spear in his hands. He asked if he could fight as much as he wanted and said that in that case he agreed. They began to enter the dungeon, and the lady said that she hoped that everything would go as smoothly as possible. The couple walks along a long corridor to the boss's door, and the lazy man turns to the girl and mentions that the emperor is very cool, and asks if the two of them can defeat him. She told him that if he was going to hit the boss's soul directly through his spiritualization, then it would work because the most vulnerable part of the undead was the soul. He walked dissatisfied behind her, and she exhaled and said that a person who has entered the kingdom of spirituality does not even know this. The hero immediately called her brat, a know-it-all. They appeared in front of the huge door of the hall. The protagonist immediately asked her if the demons sent a research group to the people's grave, and she replied that they wanted to study the evidence of ancient history preserved in it to this day. But alas, and he immediately said that they had won. She said that this happened only thanks to their expedition. They were lucky enough to take advantage of the moment of the weakened power of the imperial people's grave, and then she mentioned that the entrance was right in front of them. To which the savior, with a distant look, remained meaningfully silent and thought that he was the man who developed the strategy for that campaign. They both put their hands on the door of the hall, and she asked him if he was ready. He replied that he was ready. When the door opened, the light covered the emperor who was in the distance. She said with horror that this was legs covered with golden armor, covered shoulders, a helmet that has a T-shaped hole. He sat on a huge throne. Half of his helmet was covered in dust. They realized that this was the emperor. The spirit of the emperor responded somewhere in the distance. He was on a piece of rock and sat on a throne. He said that his duty was to be a good ruler. He makes absolutely no movements. He said that only he can protect this world and its inhabitants. His eyes suddenly lit up again. He ended the sentence by saying that he can protect from evil. He began to rise from the throne. He grabbed his sword. Right after the second one, he immediately jumped up from the very top of the hall and landed in front of them. He stood up to his full height and covered himself with an aura. And the hero with a dissatisfied face said that everything was as he thought, although in front of them there was just a shell. But he posed a serious threat. The armored one immediately exploded his aura, releasing waves and causing the couple to stagger. The blonde covered herself with a white aura, and the protagonist immediately got into a fighting stance and said that this was not a big surprise for him and that he would deal with this pile of iron, and then loudly asked her to find the soul of this dude. She said with a calm face that she would try to hurry up. The savior's eyes turned white and he entered combat mode. The emperor pointed his blade at him. They abruptly jumped out of their seats. Two grandiose men clashed in a duel, their collision causing crevices to appear on the floor. The director began to worry a little and said that he was quite strong, but he was cooler and now he would beat this thug with special grace. While the battle is taking place between them, the beauty, surrounded by a white aura, stands facing them. She closed her eyes slightly and said that it was time for her to start searching too. She sat in the lotus position with her hands folded. An alchemical circle appeared behind her. An eye seal appeared on her forehead. She burst into the space of souls and tries to appeal to the emperor. Among the many pieces, she imagines him as a ruler and calls out to him as one who had more power than anyone else. She imagined him with his back turned and called out to him as one who refused to accept death and let go of his ambitions. The last call to him was as one who was a willful tyrant, who unconditionally believed that he was right. Then she opened her astral eyes and said that she had found him. Her body began to slowly descend towards the wreckage on which the emperor was sitting. He looked at her aggressively and asked who she was. She, being at a distance from him, said that she had come for him. She opened the door to their world for him and told him that she was here to return something that belonged to him. He immediately began to rise from his seat and said that this was his body. He immediately jumped towards the open door. The beauty immediately told Moon Yob to be careful with his worried face. The hero's face immediately changed. He looked up and noticed something. He somehow managed to jump away from the place where a huge golden pillar of aura hit the area. Aura particles penetrated the protagonist's bones, and then the emperor appeared in all his majesty before him and was covered with black lightning. His eyes filled with rage again. A huge double crater remained from his pillar, and the savior sat on one knee and thought that if he had reacted a moment later, then with this attack he would have definitely smeared it. The girl immediately approached her partner. He asked if it worked, and she answered him by inviting him to see for himself. The armored man turned away and said that he had returned. He raised his head up and shouted that he had returned to his body. He looked around and saw emptiness. He said that the emperor was here, but no one was there. He looked around and remained silent significantly. He said that he did not feel any of his loyal subjects, which means there was no one left. He immediately turned his head towards the hero and told him that his face seemed familiar to him. He was worried and looked away, as did his companion, who remained meaningfully silent, and he, in turn, said that it was gorgeous that he did not recognize him. But then the armored man remembered his last battle and said that he pierced his neck and destroyed all the troops. And the protagonist was even more worried and said that he still remembered. Golden threw the sword over his shoulder and said that the good thing is that he is the only human insect that managed to defeat him. He wants to slowly tear him into pieces, but a strange situation is developing. The hero stood next to his companion, and he continued to talk and said that the priest who got into the human shell, and the man killed him, and immediately wondered whether he could survive this time. The beauty with a serious look wanted to turn to him and ask him to say something, but he interrupted her. He gave her a hard look and mentioned that she wanted to ask him a question about the lost history. The couple was immediately surprised and looked in his direction with a questioning look, and he said that everything is repeated in order to hide the wrong history. He turned out to be full of rage and roared that the words of the primordial light should always be correct, and the wrong ones are secretly erased. He asks why they are trying to do something, then find out if they are stepping on the same rake. He pointed his finger at them in rage and said that they were pathetic creatures, and the only way for them to exist was to live under his rule. The queen watches what is happening through the monitor and sees the enraged emperor, who shouts that he is the savior who stopped evil and no one but him is able to write a story that will not be forgotten. The beautiful woman with the tiara on her head remained meaningfully silent. The blonde stood up covered in a white aura and said that he is now also just a forgotten story because he was destroyed many years ago and he is just a monster obsessed with power and who killed 10,000 of his subjects. And the armored man was terribly angry and was about to say something to her. He immediately jumped forward to cut her in half with his sword and asked if she would be able to talk when he tore her throat out. She just calmly stood up and looked at him. While his sword was above her head, she said that they needed to find out something. She touched the tip of the blade and moved it to the side while Mick stood and propped it up with his shield, at the same time grunting and cursing. The girl continued and said that they were interested in the history of the forgotten past, and the story of the evil that was coming at them again. To which the emperor chuckled without putting away his sword and said that the only entertainment he had left was that everything else had been taken away from him. He jumped back sharply. He found himself about 15 meters away from them and said that he would not say anything. He got into a fighting stance with dual swords and said that if they defeated him, he might change his mind. The Magister began to charge her aura strike, and the hero began to use the enhancement of immortality. The golden one jumped up and rushed towards them. The couple also rushed to meet him. The little one launched a strike at him, and the tank rushed into battle. They exchanged many blows, parrying each other over and over again. The hero makes a blow right under the armored man's neck, and he immediately mentioned that his weapon has an astral form and he is interested in it. He immediately repulsed Moon Yob's spear, and he, in turn, asked him if he was surprised, because with the help of this technique he would count his teeth again. The emperor immediately became more serious and said that he was really surprised and asked how a person could play with this like that. These words angered the savior who had gone into the astral plane, and he asked how to play it. And then, right before his eyes, the golden one took on the same form. He launched his astral body, and his armor changed slightly, and his smile became visible through his helmet. The hero was immediately surprised, and the emperor was already standing behind him. The protagonist asked him if he could do the same, and he, in turn, recommended that he not consider himself the only good warrior. His huge castle was located inside a huge dungeon, and then the roof of the castle was torn apart. Two duelists burst out from there and actively fought each other. The savior tried to hide from him and thought about what it was. After the next blow they jumped in different directions, and then Moon Yob thought about how the emperor could use such a technique. While he stood in a fighting stance, his aura began to evaporate. His immortality has a time limit. After 2 minutes the flow of aura will dissipate. He immediately pointed his finger at his opponent, holding a shield in his hand, and said that 17 years ago he had not used such a technique. And he answered him that the situation was different then, and this condition is too expensive to resort to it unnecessarily. The aura began to leave his face, and he said that he was using something else. He covered the sword with aura and used the astral form of the weapon. The director jumped back a couple of meters and said that he thought that his weapon then was simply enhanced by an aura. The emperor suddenly approached the protagonist and hit him with this sword on an ordinary shield, which slightly stunned the savior. But then Moon Yob's shield suddenly breaks and it shocks him terribly. His shield shatters and the blade reaches his body, and from the side a cry is heard calling him to bend down. At the same moment, the blonde's body is also cut open. A voice screams for the hero to duck. Immediately after, the same request is made to Pietro Ainla. The golden one looked at his blades and said that it was strange, and it looked like he didn't even cut it. He wondered if this happened because he was a ghost and had a poor connection with the physical shell. He looked ahead and wondered if there was something he didn't yet know about. With a flourish and a curse, the helmet from the module flew to the floor. It hit and bounced to the side. The beauty is angry and frowned and exhaled, and the protagonist is angry and holds his head and says that the emperor is still a scoundrel, and immediately wondered how he dealt with him last time. The girl says that she was also quickly thrown out, and if she could summon a strong spirit, she would be able to cause damage. They both sit slumped in the chairs of the modules, and the queen watches what is happening and does not know what to do. She looked at the protagonist with a soft smile and said not to be too upset, because while they were there, she found a lot of things and mentioned that the emperor knows something about the voice and evil. The hero holds his head and exhales nervously and says that he looks a little angry from the shock of being brought back to life. But if they fight until he feels better, maybe something will work out. The beauty exhaled nervously and also said that she agreed to continue, but she did not want to be beaten again. The lady cheerfully said that they would check the technical part and they would come back again. They went outside. The girl was sitting on the grass and the savior was leaning on the wall. He turned to her and she asked him what he wanted. She remembered how he pierced her in the last dungeon. He said that after he killed her in the last dungeon, he remembered how he was surrounded by many monsters. His shield split and he stuck a spear. He said that the walls began to crumble and a bunch of demons came running in. He felt that the end was near. He was on his last legs and his eyes were dim. He said that he didn't have a chance. He smiles and looks in front of him and says that this feeling intoxicated him and he fought as if he were literally crazy, although what else was left for him? But it did not look like despair. Then he stood in front of a crowd of monsters without a shield and with only one spear. He said that rather the opposite, he was ready to have fun and fight until his last breath. He remembers how he and the Emperor were in a battle frenzy and they smiled. He says that it seems to him that in this he and the Emperor are similar. He wants to fight to the last, until he feels alive. The protagonist smiles softly and exhales with his eyes closed, and the girl runs her fingers across the flower field. He tells her that in fact, he has only one joy left, swinging a sword or something else, and she told him that in other words, they would entertain him until he got tired of it. He beckoned her with his fingers and said that she was thinking well and asked if they could survive evil without overcoming it. But then the lady came out of the door, she was all shining. Moon Yob looked at her, and the girl immediately turned her gaze to her. The queen said that their primary goal was not to prevent evil from coming out, but to stop the senior priests and the voice. The savior walked a little forward and turned his hand towards the woman, but the girl doubted. He said what he knew, but he also added and said that not everything always goes according to plan. He said that he was not doing this because he wanted to fight evil, and at the same moment the lady thought about whether she could believe it. He cast a predatory glance in the other direction and said that they must do everything possible to quench his thirst for battle and force him to give them everything. He again imagined the armored man's back and finished his sentence by saying what he knew. They again enter the underground people's grave through the modules and seem to flow through a tunnel. The waiting emperor turned around and said that it seemed strange to him how they disappeared, but he knew that they would return. The hero returned to him with his companion, and he, without stopping talking, asked about what magic was behind this. Immediately the protagonist pointed his finger at him and looked at him with a predatory gaze, and the blonde woman standing behind him was dumbfounded. He told the golden one that this was virtual reality and called him crawling out of the coffin, and the girl standing behind said that it was they who opened the lid. Their answer is so different only because the savior miraculously survived a moment before death, and she died once. She immediately created many summoning circles, and the savior took a fighting stance. He shouted to him that this time he would dance with him. At the same moment, the golden one saturated his blades, laughed, but immediately after said that this was great, but he would be the first. He abruptly jumped out of his seat. The hero received a heavy blow, which he barely blocked. They cross arms again and again and the emperor pushes him back. After another blow, Moon Yob flies back several meters. His shield is cracked again, he is in despair, and an armored one is slowly coming at him. The protagonist thinks about why it is so difficult. If he weakens his concentration when blocking the aura, then his attacks will immediately break both the spear and the shield, and he also thought about how tired he is of him. Golden pointed his weapon at him and asked him if they could win if they ran away like that, and asked if they said that they were interested in something. The savior finally became inspired, and his companion quickly ran behind him. He immediately shouted loudly that the good thing was that he remembered it. The beauty gathered all her circles and carried out a directed blow with her spirit at him, standing in the distance. Moon Yob frowned and thought that this was useless, he needed to find the right moment. The emperor crossed his swords to block her attacks. He grinned and said that it was funny. He deftly parries all projectiles flying at him. Having cut the next projectile, he raises both swords behind his back on straight arms. But then he notices that some object is about to hit him in the face. The protagonist is about to hit him with a spear right in the gap of his helmet, and we can see how sparks fly in different directions. The golden one stopped the spear with the cheek of his sword and said that it was very good. He again turned his sword into an intangible form, passed the spear right through and cut the girl in half. Immediately after he said that this was not enough. The director turned around and cursed about the situation. The beauty at that moment began to dematerialize. The next moment, the armored man raised his sword and rushed towards Moon Yob to cut him down and told him that they should come up with something more interesting. He makes a strong sweeping blow with his sword which sends him back into the lobby. Their fight lasted 3 minutes and 37 seconds. The couple lay down on the floor from exhaustion and completely collapsed from the word. The beautiful queen glowed and watched them. When there was a raid on the people's grave, many super dudes took part in it and the boss was simply damaged in a circle. The attackers constantly replaced each other and did not allow him to concentrate. Moon Yob, Jeho, Eric, and the guy with the scar on his face were constantly changing among themselves. Moreover, the emperor was then weakened after the demon expedition, just as the magister said. Now his physical strength is at its peak and only 2 can fight with him. He sits majestically on a throne at the top of the hall. No matter how strong a hero is, an armored one is a difficult opponent. They stand with their backs to each other, holding their weapons. The problem is not in battle tactics, but in the performance of the two races. The difference between them is even greater than between an adult and a baby. Nevertheless, the protagonist and the master continued to fight. They crossed arms again and again. Their third fight lasted 5 minutes 28 seconds. The girl continued to fire projectiles. The fourth fight lasted 6 minutes and 16 seconds. The emperor cut them down again and again. The fifth fight lasted 6 minutes 11 seconds. The savior became incredibly furious. The sixth fight lasted 9 minutes 41 seconds. Moon Yob flared up again and threw his helmet on the floor with a flourish and swore seriously. He went off to puff in the other direction, and his beautiful companion gave up her last breath and was dumbfounded and said that she needed to come up with something. Her spirit blow was useless. Spirits that can be manipulated while in the human body are very weak. But suddenly she woke up, turned her head towards her companion and asked him if he had heard, to which he meaningfully remained silent. He stands with his back to her and asks if he can't repeat it. She turned her head in his direction and asked him what he meant. He turned to her with his finger up, and she looked at him indifferently. He imagined the emperor's weapon and said that he was thinking about a weapon with an astral form. She seemed to say bluntly that she didn't know. She sits cross-legged on the floor, and he asks her if she knows. He also asked if this was a typical skill for their side. She said that she knew more about the astral body than he did, but they did not use weapons, and then she added that she had never seen anything like this before. The hero shook his head and looked at her with an indignant look, while the pale one with a calm face said that he should ask him himself. In response, he asked whether he suggested asking the emperor to teach him this technique too. She looked at him softly and asked if he had said earlier that the emperor wanted to fight until he was satisfied. She invited him to put herself in his place. The protagonist touched his chin and an idea immediately came to him. He said that it makes sense. It's time to face the boss for the 7th time. The Golden One had already taken a fighting stance and was preparing for a fight. He frowned and wanted to tell them to start soon. But at the same moment the hero swings and throws his shield on the floor, cursing at his opponent, who asked him what was the matter. The savior pointed his finger at him, and the emperor stood motionless and asked if his patience was running out because he could not defeat him. Moon Yob shouted that this was not so and immediately demanded that he explain how he did it. At first, the armored man stood up in a stupor and clarified what he was talking about, but immediately after, he said that it was funny and asked if he wanted him to teach him. The beauty stood behind him absolutely motionless, as if she was not busy, and the hero furiously pointed his finger in his direction and sarcastically told him to sit down since he received a high five. He asked about what kind of battle it is when the opponents are not on equal terms, and he immediately added a request that he train him, because he asks in a good way. Golden looked at him with a reproachful look and told him that he had seen him do this many times and asked if he really couldn't understand it himself. The protagonist covered himself with enhanced immortality and told him that if he did not want to teach him, then. But then the armored man pointed his finger at him and told him to lower his spear. Mick looked at his spear then at him and asked again out of bewilderment. He put his hand forward and threw the spear to the ground, and immediately said that he agreed and asked why this was necessary. He looked at his spear lying on the ground, and the emperor told him that this is how it loses its astral form. The savior mentioned that it really returns to its original state without contact with his body, to which he responded by inviting him to sit down, since he received 5. He pointed his sword covered in aura at him and told him to think about the opposite phenomenon. He imagined how first the hero is covered with an aura but the weapon is not, and then about the state where the weapon is covered with it but the hero is not. He said that you need to think about when only he maintains physical shape and also added that this is the essence. The protagonist knelt in front of him on one knee, holding his spear in his hands and in deep thought, and the emperor told him how difficult it would be to learn this in one night. The savior raised his head and looked at him standing in the distance and asked him if he had been lying for an hour. He, in turn, calmly said that he was not happy to share this knowledge, but people have such a short memory, so there is no need to worry. Moon Yob tries to control his mana and looks at his spear with a puzzled look. He thinks that no matter how you look at it, he can't understand how it is. The armored one immediately moved close to him and told him that this was the point. He even asked again in surprise, and at the same moment, the emperor makes a heavy slashing blow from above and with a wide smile tells him to get out of here. The hero with a half-cut head swore and said that he would return. The 7th battle lasted 5 minutes and 3 seconds, and the Golden One, in turn, looked at the flying fragments and said that the warrior had heard enough and said that now he would wait. The hero began to get up from the module at the same time scratching his head and getting angry, and the armored one continues and wonders whether he will be able to figure it out and learn, because some time will pass before the next battle. The protagonist went outside and sat in the middle of a field in the lotus position and began to meditate. He thought that he would start with the astral form. He closed his eyes tightly and calmed down and thought that now he needed to narrow it only to his fingertips. He opened his eyes and with a predatory smile said that he would do this while addressing the emperor. He flew up a little during this. The queen and his companion approached him from behind. She said that it seems that creating an astral body for weapons is not so easy to create as the emperor said, to which she said that it was too noisy for him here. He turned to her, and she looked at him and asked if it would be faster to find another way, to which he said that if she discovered one, then she had better tell him, and then added that it would be different for them and you can't last 30 seconds. The blank-faced blonde remained silent significantly. He remembered the greatness of the emperor and told them that he was thinking about how, like 17 years ago, to attract supermen and win at least in numbers, but the emperor even gave a hint on how to make an astral body for weapons, so he doesn't think he will be happy if he loses because he was kicked around by the crowd. And immediately after he added and said that he and she were the only ones with whom this scoundrel could fight and get pleasure. He began to emit an aura even more diligently, and she, putting her hand out a little forward, told him that she had an idea about. But he interrupted her, threw a hard look and told him to get out and not stand above his soul. He closed his eyes and began to train even harder. He said that he needed to concentrate. At night, something distracted the blonde and she turned around. It was Moon Yob who shouted that he had done it. She immediately looked at him standing in the distance and thought that really. He pointed his finger at his shoes, which were not surrounded by an aura, and asked her to evaluate. He said that he was able to make a partial astral projection. He turned over his shoulder and looked at her, and she immediately thought that this man wanted to say that he had mastered an ancient technique that even she, a demon, did not know about. She wondered if this was another human line. She immediately thought about how far this man could go. But then she noticed something. The savior rejoiced with an ominous smile and talked about how good he was. She pointed her finger at him and asked him to take off his shoes. He was a little surprised, but immediately agreed and sat down on one knee. After he took off his shoes, he soared a little higher and saw that he was still covered in aura. He said that they were just shoes. He got terribly angry, and she told him that it was amazing. He continued to hang dissatisfied in the air, and she began to giggle at him and said that although they really were in contact with the body, only the shoes did not receive astral projection. He immediately asked her if she was laughing at him, but she immediately said that there was nothing like that. He looked aggressively, but suddenly saw a window pop up, and he said that in fact it is very difficult. He noticed that his ability of immortality in the enhanced version had been updated, and he looked at her carefully. He noticed that the astral projection limit had increased by 2 seconds, and he also wondered if it was determined by the amount of aura he had. He crossed his legs and arms and continued to hang in the air. He thought that if he focused on the astral projection of just the weapon, he would use up less aura and would be able to maintain the astral projection longer. He clenched his fist and thought that this was great because there was already progress. He began to actively train his aura and thought that from that moment on, a little more. The lifespan of the astral body first increased to 189, then to 572, then to 1870 seconds. He was getting closer and closer to being able to envelop only weapons in aura. A week later, they re-entered the boss's room. Sitting on his throne, he mentioned that he had finally come. He got up from his throne and said that this time he was gone longer than usual and asked how much time had passed. The hero smiled widely, and the beauty said that a week had passed. He, in turn, narrowed his eyes and remained silent significantly. He took out both of his swords and began to slowly walk down the stairs and said that he had lived too long and he had never thought. He put his hand to his helmet and said that time could become so useless for him. And Moon Yob noticed that he apparently decided to philosophize. But without this obligatory part it will be difficult further. While he was holding his head, the protagonist addressed him like a tin can and demanded that he stop chatting. He transferred his weapon into astral projection and said that he did not want to see it like this. This greatly surprised the armored man. He immediately laughed, and he immediately covered himself with an aura and laughed loudly. He re-energized both of his blades and headed towards them. He said that they had succeeded. He took his swords to his back and said that they amused him. He opened his eyes wide and told them that they were comedians. The 8th battle begins. The couple again took a fighting stance. She told him to hold out for 10 minutes, and he answered and said that it was nothing and he could do it for at least half an hour. He looked at the description of his ability and saw that the lifespan of his astral body was 38 minutes and 12 seconds. He fixed his gaze forward and urged them to begin quickly. The two great fighters again headed towards each other and they rained down blows on each other. The Emperor said that the man had grown a lot. In response, the protagonist delivers a series of stabbing blows while defending himself with a shield and tells him in response to increase his speed. They hit each other again and again with a smile on their face, and the armored man, laughing loudly, tells him what an impudent man he is. From the ongoing battle, only flashes of light are visible from the side. The beauty looked at this and said that now the battle would be interesting, although it seems like the hero is inferior to him in terms of weapons, but even so, she began to grow one wing at first. Afterwards, she said that all this week he was not the only one preparing for battle. She grew 2 wings and looked forward. She told someone to come out. She said this to the souls of those whose lives were unjustly taken by the Emperor. His former soldiers began to rise from the ground. They said that they needed freedom. They moaned and groaned. They said that the armored one must die so that they would become free. Golden turned around and saw this picture. He wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. At the same moment, the hero was about to strike with a flourish and, turning to him, asked him not to turn away. The Emperor felt the blow and stumbled slightly. The blonde with wings put her hand forward and said that these ghosts were ordinary people and now they hate him, and he must now try to cope with the anger of those who, through his fault, cannot find peace. She gave the command to attack. Hordes of skeletons and undead rushed into battle. The armored man, who turned away again, was attacked by the protagonist and asked if he told him not to turn his back on him. After a strong blow, the sword flew out of his hands, and the horde continued to run towards him. He immediately stood up to his full height and said that when they first appeared here, it seemed to him that this battle would go along a completely different path, but in the end it didn't matter. He imbued his entire body with aura and went into astral projection. He quickly rushed past his former subjects and tore them to pieces. He shouted that in the end nothing had changed. He continues to swing his sword and asked them if they were going to distract him with spirits. He makes wide sweeping attacks and he again said that he is an emperor and demanded that they not forget it. He looked towards the white-haired girl and said that he was first going to get rid of this pathetic sight. She immediately became alarmed when she noticed the golden one approaching sharply. She already thought that she was about to be cut in half and thought that it was too late. But with great speed, the hero flies into her shoulder. His shield breaks, and he, in turn, tells her to get out. His shield is in pieces, his spear too. The protagonist sits on one knee and tries to catch his breath. The Emperor pointed his sword at him and said that, as expected, everything was useless and they could not defeat him, even if they learned to use the astral projection of weapons. Mick is annoyed and looks at him. The girl also does not take her eyes off him. He continues to broadcast and mention that they brought an army of ghosts of his former subjects. He stood in front of them at full height and told them that they could not win. He raised his hand and looked at her. He said that the only one who could stop evil was him. He immediately found himself enveloped in rage and aura and shouted that only he could do it. He swung his sword at them and 2 red eyes glowed in the shadows. He asked them what they were going to do if they couldn't even knock him down, and right after he told them that they should train more. Only one of his eyes began to glow red and he said that this was the end for them, as well as for their world. But then the hero began to get up and asked if he was saying that he was the only one who could cope with evil. And immediately after he added and said that this is not so, and this is just what he wants to believe. And then something stunned the Emperor, and he continued to speak and asked if he was trying to get rid of all the other demons that could replace him. A fiery spirit appeared from the aura behind the golden one. He addressed him at first as Your Majesty, but immediately after refused and addressed him as his father. The Emperor turned around and saw him. He wanted to say something, but he continued talking and said that he grew up trying to imitate his father, who was able to overcome evil. But how did it happen? Memories from his childhood surfaced as he holding him in his arms, happy and carefree. He asked how it happened that he killed him, his son, with his own hands. He remembered how he strangled him with his own hands. He asked him about what he did wrong. At this time, the hero is quietly preparing to take the tip of the spear. The fiery spirit approached the father and grabbed him by the neck, while the protagonist crept behind him. The son said that it was not he, but his father, and that it was he who wanted to enjoy his power forever. At the same instant, Moon Yob struck him in the exposed area of his armor, jumping onto his back. Fragments of armor scattered, and someone said the words that this was a victory. The savior took on an ominous appearance and looked at him, and he turned around in horror and looked at him over his shoulder. The hero told him to hurry up and tell him everything before he went back, and he immediately called him an eternal loser. He dimmed and called him by name. The protagonist jumped away from him. He landed a few meters away from him, and he looked at himself and told him that he was able to do it. It began to slowly disintegrate. He turned around and said that he would tell him everything. He will tell him about evil. The couple immediately stood up, and he continued and said that he would also tell about the abandoned world. In the distant past, the following happened. He began to remember how a huge crystal stood on top of the pyramid, and in front of it stood many demons. Their ancestors were powerful and great, but at the same time stupid, because they decided to split up and clash in civil strife. Many demons began a fierce battle of swords and aura. This was to find out which of them is better. Thus began endless wars underground. Huge reserves of aura, which would be enough to lead civilization to a golden age. Huge creepy monsters with many eyes and mouths. These reserves were wasted on creation. Titanic monsters of various types, ranging from wyverns to cyclops. They created more and more powerful and dangerous monsters, and their number increased day by day. The monsters glanced at their creator. The day has come when these powerful monsters. The demon extended his hand in front of him and noticed something strange. They stopped obeying their masters, so their ancestors locked them up. Many monsters were sucked into a huge hole. They were locked in space and time, and all mention of their existence was erased. The demon who was trying to close them fell to the ground holding his head and thought that they sent out the monsters and it was over, and now he needed to return quickly. But then he noticed a red glow. A huge monster that looked like a flea came close to him. But then something purple flashed over them like a lightning flash. It was the dragon that grabbed the monster and carried it away in its mouth. It was assumed that the monsters were locked in a cage. Something huge flashed underground, giving off a blue glow. It was assumed that they would start killing and devouring each other until they died out. A huge monster worm bit the dragon in half. Therefore they were left unattended, in a place called the abandoned world. They all stood without leaving their places, and the girl said that based on the calculation that over time this problem would self-liquidate, they would not talk about them to future generations. But apparently everything did not go according to plan, and then evil, to which the emperor told her that she was completely right. Many of the ugliest monsters figuratively came out of the sinister hand. Golden continued to speak and said that this world did not become a grave for them at all, and after space-time was sealed, the monsters plunged into eternal squabbling. But some died, while others multiplied at the same time. And before whoever realized the threat, the abandoned world was filled with creatures born in the mouth of an endless struggle. And hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years, they developed and evolved, killing each other in one day. Under the ground, something began to crack and give off a green light. Although it is unknown when exactly this happened, the creature flashed past its brothers with lightning speed, leaving a green trail. A monster was born that was superior to the rest in everything. This monster jumped onto the head of another huge one. He looked like a man, a one-of-a-kind monster. There had never been one like him. The monster had a huge number of eyes and snake-like appendages on its head. This monster is evil. This monster looked up. When the abandoned world became too small for him, he turned his gaze outward. The sky began to crack. Ultimately, he managed to find a way to get out. A rift appeared in the sky, and he stood at that moment and saw it with his own eyes, and he invaded them along with his army of monsters, and he fought to stop it. Then they still underestimated them, monsters, and for them it was wild, but he fought with evil and pointed his blade at him after cutting off his hand. He said that evil evolved incredibly quickly. Moreover, all the other monsters also learned a lot from fighting them. That time he managed to send it back and block the passage, but creatures born only to kill. The monster began to be sucked back in. All of them found themselves locked in a world where there is no one but themselves and where their strength and thirst for battle find no outlet. The emperor's slap began to crack, and he said that he did not know what these killing machines would do if they invaded their world again. There would be nothing to restrain them, although this is the concern of the living, not him. Moon Yob perked up, and the girl leaned her head on him. And the Golden One continued to broadcast and said that after that war he was called a savior, because he won and did it due to the ability to create an astral projection. His helmet finally cracked and white, luxurious straight hair appeared. He continued to stand motionless and said that even in his time, no one was capable of such a thing. Armored with a spear in his neck, he turned out to be a very beautiful demon with golden eyes and a beautiful hairstyle, cast a serious look towards the hero and said that now. The protagonist became wary, and he ended the sentence by saying that he is now the savior and he needs to become even stronger. After what happened, the whole company sat down at the table again, and the queen said that it was surprising that even the emperor himself could not completely get rid of him. And now the evil had become even stronger, and now he was going to deceive the senior priests so that they would open the passage for him into this world. The savior leaned forward slightly, and the girl leaned on the back of the chair and crossed her arms. He asked about how different those monsters in the abandoned world are from those they create, and she answered and said that the goals of their existence differ as much as the goals of their existence. Some have murder, others collect aura. She raised her finger up and imagined the demon in the ad format giving a thumbs up and holding a mature Zadrun. And she said that they kill the monsters they create before their power becomes too great. They kill them and receive the aura they collected. For this purpose, they bred monsters devoid of intelligence, because a good servant should want to collect aura, but not use it. The hero looked a little warily in her direction and thought that evil was not quite like what she described. He said that evil seemed to have violated all the prohibitions she said about. She crossed her arms and said that he was right and her ancestors deliberately lifted all restrictions. In their struggle, they were ready to do anything to win. This would definitely cause concern. He exhaled deeply and said that it was at least encouraging that the Emperor in his best years was too tough for this monster. And then he realized something. He thought that he had already seriously thought that he had defeated all the final bosses, and for the rest of his life he would lie on the couch and watch dramas. He looked with a predatory and sinister smile and thought that he would finally get new content. The queen moved her hand to the side and said that first they should stop the first priest, because it is with his hands that evil is trying to open a passage from the abandoned world. If they follow the trail of one of the senior priests, they will find out where their main one is hiding. She slightly turned her beautiful face towards the savior and asked that when they find them, he will be able to help like today. He pointed his finger with a smile and remembered the emperor. He said that he is always ready to help if it comes to punching someone in the face, because he is after all a savior. With a stupid face, he asked where they were going to start searching for the senior priests, and suggested that it would be the dungeon where they met. He remembered his battle with the beauty. She said that she had already checked it and there were no clues. The priests, it should be said, can erase traces of their movements. He immediately looked away displeasantly and thought about the fact that they knew how to cover their tracks. He slammed the table sharply, which attracted the attention of the beautiful ladies, and said that he had already met a demon before. He remembered when he fought Zadrun. He said that his meeting ultimately brought him here. It was then that he obtained the seed in his secret dungeon. He turned his head to the side and remembered that he had pierced the demon's chest with a spear, and said that he had a red aura and was unlikely to be a big shot. But immediately after, he asked the pale woman if someone younger than the senior priest could clean up his tracks. The queen put her finger to her chin and thought. She said that Sudom was definitely not on their watch list, and she might be able to find out something. They thought about the body of that demon, and she continued talking. She said that if he had a red aura, then the protagonist was thinking correctly. He could hardly erase traces of himself. There was a good chance that clues would be found. The hero threw his head back, which attracted attention, and she continued talking and said that they had better focus on this, and she would let them know if anything was needed. He asked if his work ended there. He thought that a week had passed, but it seemed to him months had passed. She smiled widely and thanked him for his help. She said that if he hadn't helped, they wouldn't have been able to get this far. He smiled broadly and bowed his head and said that it was a matter of the safety of humanity, so there was no point in thanking him. She looked at him, and he leaned forward a little. She asked him if he needed anything. He asked if these would be gifts. He scratched his cheek with his finger and said that he didn't even have any ideas. She immediately stood up to her full height and remembered the large amount of funds. She said that he could ask for as much money as he wanted. Since she created the battle of superhumans, she earned simply astronomical sums, But he immediately interrupted her and, looking away, said that he no longer needed money so badly, so get a larger amount more than once. After all, money is like leveling up points in a game. It's not interesting to get everything at once. He began to think actively and scratch his chin. He began to wonder out loud about what he wanted. He immediately started patting the pale girl on the head, and she got angry. He said that he had come up with it and wanted to take this girl. This request surprised the lady and she asked him if he really wanted it. And the master herself looked at him angrily and asked him what he was talking about. He removed his hand from her head and smiled widely. She demanded that he leave her head, and he said that it was very cool. She asked about what she should do in the human world, and he told her that they would play battle while they waited for news from the queen. She immediately presented herself in her usual image and white aura along with her skills, and said that this was a stupid idea because as soon as she showed her abilities, everyone would immediately understand that she was a demon. He told her with a grin that then she could just act differently, and not in the usual manner. He imagined what a fight between a demon and a human would look like, because a demon can create a core, use superpowers, strengthen the body, block attacks, move through dungeons, create monsters, manipulate them and stuff like that. and people can only strengthen weapons, apply superpowers, and block attacks. He told her that people can only protect themselves with the help of an aura, weapons, or superpowers. Afterwards, he decided to cut it short and said that she would have to limit herself to using teleportation and a weak version of Spirit Strike. This made the beauty terribly angry and she remained silent meaningfully. She frowned and asked why she should agree to such a thing. The hero hit the table with his fist and displeasingly reminded her that she owed him and asked her if she had decided to pretend that nothing had happened between them and pretend to be a hose. She immediately asked him about how the debt was connected with the fact that he decided to ask the queen for her. He got angry and she fell into a slight stupor. He said that he was going like this. He imagined himself floating in gold and said that if she joined his team, YSM would earn a fortune. And the girl was dumbfounded and thought that he had only a minute ago been pouring out that it was interesting to earn money and not get it in a bunch at once. He winked flirtatiously and pointed a finger at himself and told her to think for herself and asked about it. Doesn't it seem did she think it would be worthwhile to conduct several trainings in case of evil's appearance and learn how to fight with people and also save him from having to look for players? She glanced at him and remained silent significantly. She remembered how they fought together, how she covered his back, and he covered her, and said that she had to admit that fighting as a team was like it was with him. She smiled softly, exhaled, and, closing her eyes, said about that he is really right and there are reasons to stick with him for some more time. She also quietly said that she was having quite a lot of fun. She immediately looked at him and remembered that people from the Great Seven could be there, and he began to wave his hand dismissively. She said that she thought that not everything would go smoothly because there were people who would recognize her blow in spirit, and he told her that everything was fine and she just didn't need to think about them. He pointed his finger at her and said that she needed to go with him as a real person, otherwise they would start asking about who she was. She immediately began to change her appearance to the body of the one she possessed, and said that then she uses the guise of Pietro Ainla and by manipulating the aura, she can freely change her appearance. They walked back to his friend's house. He and the pale woman went into the house. The hero introduced her as the owner of the body and asked Jeho if he remembered this. The old friend was a little dumbfounded by this and said that he remembered him, and said that he was an employee of the International Battle Association, and asked why he was here. He immediately grabbed Moon Yob by the neck and asked in a whisper why he had brought him here and asked if they had finished their business. The savior is about to say something and begins a sentence. He slightly clenches his teeth in a whisper and says that he doesn't know how to say it. And from behind you can hear the voice of a blonde who says that she recognized him and this is the one from the Seven who used teleportation and was terribly infuriated by it. They turned to look at her and Jeho asked again. The protagonist also turned around and said that they were going to live together. They turned to face each other and Brat nodded. He asked to show it to him, and she immediately returns to her real appearance. An old friend is surprised and asks what it is, and the lazy man points his finger at the reincarnated girl and tells him to say hello, and said that this is the master of demons. My friend's glasses slipped off at this turn of events. He was completely horrified. Moon Yob asked him to say hello and say that he was glad to meet you. He only first quietly addressed him by name, and then shouted to the whole house that he no longer knows any boundaries. A drop of sweat ran down the main character's worried face when he saw the angry Jeho. The guy asked his friend what he had done wrong, to which the man angrily replied that everything was wrong. Meanwhile, the demon master, standing behind Moon Yob, watched everything that was happening. Jeho was angry because the main character invited him to live in the same house with a difficult demon. The blue-haired guy tried to calm him down, explaining that this girl was completely different. The magister exhaled heavily when, pointing at her, Moon Yob said that, having brainwashed Pietro, he replaced the demon's soul. But Jeho thinks she hasn't changed at all. The upset man with glasses lowered his head when the main character admitted that he was the only one who told him about it. The blonde believes that if he tells anyone about the demon, he will be considered crazy. Jeho was so angry that he himself looked like a monster that scared the guys. He said threateningly that the master could not live in the same house with his wife and daughter. Imagining how the little blue-haired guy brought home a pet, Moon Yob felt as if he was being reprimanded for bringing a stray puppy. He doesn't want it to continue like this. Lifting the red-faced demon by his jacket, the main character threateningly demanded that Jeho not be a soulless brute, threatening him that karma would punish him for such an attitude. He asked the man if he would be sorry to kick this homeless woman out the door. Meanwhile, around the Snow-White mansion, Jeho could be heard kicking the blue-haired guy out of the house. Sitting near the gate of the house, the demon master was looking intently somewhere. Moon Yob informed her that the plan had failed. The main character's phone vibrated when the girl admitted that she didn't expect anything to work out between them. At that moment, the blue-haired guy noticed that Gabriel was calling him. Meanwhile, in the battle arena, the man turned his head and called out to the director. The screen above the entrance displays the logos of the two teams that will compete in this match. The coach reminded the main character that they were already in the middle of the season. Moon Yob awkwardly rubbed the back of his head when Gabriel informed him that he had promised to take part in the match against this team. Behind the blue-haired guy stood a demon in the form of Pietro, as the coach was glad that he was able to reach the director. Hearing this, the main character explained that he had business to do. Moon Yob turned to the demon when Gabriel asked him who was standing next to him. The demon master in the guise of a man looked intently at the trainer when the main character introduced her under the name Pietro. Hearing that the blue-haired guy had accepted a new team member, a concerned Gabriel asked him why he only told him about it now. Turning his head towards the demon, Moon Yob agreed that this was too unexpected. A smile appeared on his face when he admitted to the coach that they could not find another one like him, after which he promised him that he would show everything immediately after the match. Meanwhile, the score between the rivals was 2-0 in favor of YSM. The presenter said that this team does not leave their opponents a single chance. A hologram of Moon Yob appeared on the arena and made 22 kills. The man believes that all this is thanks to this new player, after which the main character, explaining that he might lose his passion, admitted to the journalist that he would only participate in matches against Sang Sum. Behind the stage, a guy in a red t-shirt was dragging a victim on a stretcher. Moon Yob, smiling devilishly, said that he would play in every round. Meanwhile, the site has already begun to diligently comment on the video with its best moments. Looking closely at the worried coach, the main character asked what he thought about what was happening. A bead of sweat ran down Gabriel's face as he thought about what had happened to the director this week. He thinks that the blue-haired guy has gone beyond his limits. The coach did not expect that Moon Yob still had room to grow. Pietro looked back at Gabriel with displeasure. The main character decided that it was now worth letting Dong Jun complete this predictable game. Then he added that they needed to attend to more pressing matters. The YSM clubhouse is illuminated by sunlight. Standing in the training room, the coach was so shocked by what was happening that he even opened his mouth. There was only one player left on the field who was able to defeat all the monsters. Gabriel loudly asked the main character what just happened. Pietro, demonic wings appearing on his back, turned to look at his opponent. With one blow, the demon was able to smash the monster into pieces. Various runic symbols appeared behind the man who extended his hand. Seeing a powerful aura hovering around the new player, Gabriel asked the director where he brought this monster from. The shocked coach dropped his file when Pietro asked if he could go. Standing between the men, the main character began to turn his head around. He invited them to get to know each other. A bead of sweat ran down the trainer's face as he stared at Pietro. Moon Yob said that this super newcomer is an employee of the International Association game. The man nodded his head when the concerned trainer asked him whether he, having such powers, was an ordinary worker. The main character, smiling, watched as the coach began to get acquainted with the new player. Gabriel asked Pietro if he ever went on raids. Hearing this, the gray-haired man admitted that he had never done this. Remembering how Pietro's hand was covered in blue flames, the coach admitted that he saw for the first time how they moved 3 floors down using teleportation. But the main character knew that, in fact, this was movement in space. Standing behind the trainer, Moon Yob smiled and gave a thumbs up as the man asked the player what superpower he used to attack. Pietro said that he used a call, thanks to which a phantom appeared on the field. The concerned brunette looked back at the director when he asked the guy if he had met such a cool newcomer by chance. Confirming his words, Moon Yob explained that this is why he was absent for a whole week, and as a result, he simply forgot about the upcoming match. The man looked intently at the blue-haired guy, who felt embarrassed by what was happening. He believes that the whole world revolves around the main character because he does not understand how he manages to find such talents. Moon Yob looked askance at the coach when he suggested that he actually had an eye for great players. The blue-haired guy felt embarrassed because he forced Pietro into his team, despite the fact that the rest of the players themselves came to them. Gabriel awkwardly extended his hand to the new player, while the main character standing behind him smiled slyly. The man was glad that Pietro wanted to join them in the club. Holding the player's hand tightly, the coach welcomed him to YSM. The gray-haired man promised him that he would not let the team down. Pietro, dressed in an elegant shirt, bowed his head. The coach suggested that he did not yet have an avatar, since he would be participating in SuperHuman's game for the first time. Gabriel remembered that Pietro has teleportation and summoning powers. With a thumbs up, he told the man that there were limits to these 2 superpowers. The main character looked askance at the coach when he suggested that teleportation is limited by distance and number of repetitions. Introducing a graceful brunette surrounded by a bright red aura, Moon Yob revealed that Pietro's summoning ability is similar to Shuren's extinguishing beam. Hearing this, Gabriel thought that in this case, adjustments would definitely be made by the association. The blue-haired guy scratched the back of his head in displeasure. He remembered that Shuren's beam power had also been reduced. Moving away from the uncomprehending coach, the main character began to whisper with the player. He reminded the demon that he asked her to control her power as much as possible. Hearing this, the master said that she had demonstrated everything to the minimum. Moon Yob, angry, turned his head to the side. He, realizing that the master was not weak enough, realized that he would not be able to use her. The smiling blue-haired guy turned around and looked at the trainer, who said that registering Pietro's avatar would take some time. Hearing this, the main character realized that the president of the association would have to wait. Taking the phone in his hand, Moon Yob looked at its screen, deciding that he should call management right now. Among the buildings of the same type stood a panoramic high-rise office. Exhaling heavily, Zachary asked the main character what he needed from him. In the president's office, the blue-haired guy, with his feet on the table, sat down on the sofa. He informed the man that it would take some time to create a new player's avatar. Hearing this, Zachary asked Moon Yob if this was the reason why he shamelessly made a request to the association. Frowning, the main character looked askance at the man. In fact, he planned to solve everything over the phone, but after the call, Zachary called him to his office. Remembering that there was a rumor on the internet that the Korean Association did not pay attention to violations of the rules, the man became very angry. He told the guy that he was receiving a huge number of complaints. Hearing this, the main character asked him to stop discussing this topic. Moon Yob looked blankly at the president, who said that he called the blue-haired guy not only to discuss registering a new player. The main character asked what he wanted to talk to him about. Holding a tablet with documents in one hand, with a picture of a flag on it, Zachary announced that he had received an offer for a match in the UK. Moon Yob sat up on the sofa and sat up. He asked the president whether members of the national team were competing there. Bowing his head, the main character looked askance at the man, not understanding what he wanted from him. The blue-haired guy looked back at Zachary with displeasure and asked him if he was offering him to become a member of the national team. The president explained to him that this was the condition for the match, but Moon Yob rejected his offer. A gray-haired man wearing a grayish jacket said that they did not have much chance to play against such a strong team. Hearing this, the guy recalled that they had already played with the States before. But Zachary admitted to him that the Americans agreed to play only because of the main character. Stretching out his hand, Moon Yob looked to the side and asked the man what he would get from playing for the national team. Remembering the red-haired player in a white cloak, the guy clarified whether the UK team member was in the top 3. Then he asked whether the English team would take the field. Sitting on the couch, the main character scratched his head when he received a positive answer to all questions from Zachary. He admitted that he did not want to be on the national team at all. Moon Yob frowned and looked to the side. He understands that he can protect his team from evil, but at the same time, he still wants to look at the powers of the best superhumans of the modern world. Standing near the table, the president became embarrassed when the protagonist asked if he had any other suggestions. Zachary began to intently look at the documents on the tablet, remembering that there was still something worthwhile. Pointing his finger at the offer of match A, the man asked the guy if he had started recruiting foreign players. He promised that he would help recruit players for the team if the main character stopped in the UK after the match. But at the same time, Moon Yob doesn't understand where to use guys who used to fight against each other. The main character remembered how the city was captured by a huge number of monsters, led by the third. Pushing up his glasses, a worried Gabriel told him that in their day it was normal for superhumans, who were considered ordinary people with an aura, not to know how to fight. He believes that they are the prey through which he can grow Zadram. Moon Yob exhaled heavily and, closing his eyes, realized that this was better than nothing. Putting his hands in his pockets, the blue-haired guy smiled. He suggested to Zachary that, in exchange for agreement, he would independently develop tactics for the match. Meanwhile, a beautiful landscape appeared in the sky above the wooden palace. In an empty office, a red-haired guy was sitting at a huge table. He carefully looked through the phone at how Moon Yob was fighting. The main character, surrounded by a powerful aura, smiled when he found himself between the opponents. The guy realized that he had deliberately gone deeper into enemy territory. Taking his weapon firmly, Moon Yob confidently thrust it into his opponent. Seeing this, the player regretted that he could not use his blizzard in such a situation. The green-eyed guy frowned and looked back at the sound. On the laptop lying on the table, an article about the main character was open, which was written maliciously. The red-haired guy believes that real stars become victims of the news, especially those who cannot stand injustice. This article was written about how Moon Yob, who makes the worst move since his impressive comeback, is only focused on using powerful forces. At the very beginning of the newsfeed there is a photo of the main character. Journalists wrote that this guy does not apologize for his various reservations. They believe that people cannot call this arrogant man who is not even aware of his situation a real hero. After reading this, the red-haired player assumed that the main character, given his low level of education, could be easily framed. He thinks Moon Yob is a very smart and polite person. A slight smile appeared on Roy's face. He, being the second best player, is looking forward to meeting the main character. The Korean national team's clubhouse has many panoramic windows flooded with sunlight. A week before match A, the blue-haired guy arrived along with a worried Jeho. Moon Yob and the man greeted all the athletes. A huge number of players from the Korean national team gathered around the elevator. They didn't expect the main character to show up to compete with them in the upcoming match. Dressed in a black sports uniform, the blue-haired guy looked around when someone called out to him. Joyful players from the team who were able to get into the national team began to approach them. Jeongmin checked with the director when he arrived. Standing in front of the main character, Baem awkwardly scratched the back of his head. At this point, Moon Yob noticed that this player had improved his performance significantly, while Jeho, leaning against the wall, remained behind. The blue-haired guy, using the skill, found out that Baem, excluding super strength, has no abilities at all for the first league. Drops of sweat ran down the player's uncomprehending face. Moon Yob realized that despite everything, this guy was able to be in the national team, thanks to which he improved well. The main character remembered how he stood with him in the gym when Baem admitted to him that studying was much more important to him than the career of a professional athlete. Moon Yob looked askance at the guy, who lowered his head. He recalled that he had difficulty convincing Baem to join YSM by offering him a bonus. The troubled player even spent a week in the mountains to develop his skills. The main character smiled radiantly at the guys when he reminded Baem that it was a long time ago. Standing opposite the director, the shocked guy asked him why he was so happy. Moon Yob admitted that he thought about the kid who once whined about studying, but has now grown up so much that he has become a member of the national team. The blushing Baem scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, saying that such a thing had happened. Looking intently at the player, the main character extended his hand to him. He admitted that he had been keeping an eye on him all this time, after which he called him a good fellow. Tears of happiness came to the eyes of the shocked guy as he grabbed the director's hand. Baem tightly grabbed the hand of the protagonist, who noticed that, apart from willpower, most of Baem's indicators do not even exceed 70 units. He understands that this will not work in the top-level league. A sly smile appeared on Moon Yob's face as he decided that this player was worth quietly selling. Having hit the dissolved guy in the face, the main character asked the guys where Yongsoo was. Jeongmin assumed that he was now in the break room. Snow-white clouds were visible in places in the bright blue sky. Moon Yob asked the blonde to call the others to the conference room. There is a sign next to the office door. Standing in front of the huge table where the players were sitting, Jeho noticed that everyone had already gathered. He invited them to discuss strategy for the match against UK. On the side of the serious men there was a sign indicating that they were part of the coaching staff. Opposite them sat Korean players, one of whom turned his head around in puzzlement. Worried, Yongsoo began to bite his nail, not understanding where the main character was. The blonde assumed that he was playing a joke like a child. A bead of sweat ran down the player's face as he looked back. In fact, he doesn't want to see Moon Yob at all. While the other players listened attentively to Jeho, something clearly scared the blonde. He saw the main character staring at him devilishly, who told him that they would see each other at home. Yongsoo decided that he should come over and say hello to him. The blue-haired guy turned around and saw that someone wanted to grab his shoulder. Behind him stood a disgruntled Seung-hee, although he didn't expect her to come. The flushed girl pouted her lips resentfully when she asked the guy why he didn't call her for such an important match. She asked him if he could choose capable players with good eyes for this. Seung-hee blossomed when she looked at Moon Yob, who admitted to her that there is no player like her in Korean. He reminded her that only unhappy people gathered here. The girl's cheeks began to glow even more when she realized that the main character considered her the one and only. A sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face. He understands that if Sanya and the master become Koreans, then there will be dealers who don't even have citizenship. The main character looked puzzled at Seung-hee, who was happy that her uncle was finally wearing a Korean uniform. Hearing this, Moon Yob admitted to her that he wanted to help them kick the arrogant players from the UK. A smile appeared on the flushed girl's face as she reminded him that he was hated in this country. She asked her uncle if he remembered that malicious article about him. The frowning guy looked sideways at Seung-hee, after which he informed her that he was still considered stingy even though there was not a single British in the last raid. He thinks that a big guy named Zach is behind this article. The main character remembered a huge number of articles written about this player. Seung-hee reminded him that he cursed in the same way 17 years ago due to the huge amount of news. The blue-haired guy tensed his cheekbones when he told her that it was he who cleared the last dungeon, after which he saved the whole world. He believes that UK residents should stop complaining. The girl laughed awkwardly when she told the main character that UK had never beaten France in international competitions. She said that it was because of his words that the French teased the English, calling them English slowpokes. Seung-hee looked around blankly at the other players who were looking at Moon Yob like he was a weakling. A bright flash of light appeared from the projector as Jeho asked them to stop talking. pushing up his glasses with 2 fingers. The man said that they would have to talk about the strategy for this match against the team from the UK. A bright green light from a laser fell on the blue-haired guy's forehead when Jeho said what exactly he needed to tell about this team. A picture of an armed knight appeared on the screen, with a magician standing behind him. The man said that the UK team very often uses the tactics of knights and wizards, showing their build structure for different players. Jeho said that recently a lot of teams have been reducing the number of tanks and range damage dealers, but adding main damage dealers. The man knows that UK has a very distinctive composition with 4 solid tanks, 2 main DDs and 5 ranged DDs in the back. A photo of the players appeared on the screen as Jeho announced that they would use the frontline tanks first. And also, like in the US's Power game, they focus on large tanks. An armored knight, surrounded by a powerful aura, appeared on the screen. The man said that the UK team is called the Next in Shining Armor. In the center of the next photo was Roy, who is the ranged DD covering the rear. Jeho said that all of these players have magic-type superpowers for ranged combat. Looking back at Gary's photo, the man said that this main DD uses a longbow. That is why we can consider that there are 6 ranged DDS in the UK team. Moon Yob tilted his head in confusion, not expecting the main DD to use a bow. Jeho believes that the destructive power of each individual ranged DD is so great that they can become a main DD. The man said that the player who wears the hood is called Heaven-Piercing Mages. Pressing the remote control, Jeho reported that among the magicians with staffs there was one special player. The main character looked back at the worried Sunhee, who said that it was an ice mage. A man in a suit standing by the screen confirmed the girl's words. He said that this player, after his debut, made a splash in the UK. 2 cups appeared on the screen, on top of which stood a golden crown. The man said that in 2017 and 2018 this guy was recognized as Player of the Year. The player, wrapped in a cloak, flies holding his staff in his hands. Jeho said this player was nicknamed the Irish Wizard or Ice Mage, and also he is the first of the top 3 Superhumans game. Pressing his finger on the remote control, the man switched the screen to a photo of a red-haired guy whose name was Roy. He said that this player's first superpower is Ice Wall. The red-haired guy, using his abilities, can turn the entire dungeon wall into ice, thanks to which he can instantly divide a large battlefield into 2 parts. Jeho said that those who find themselves trapped by the ice wall usually face a fatal blow. The man said that Roy's second superpower is Blizzard. Opponents instantly turn into blocks of ice when the red-haired guy uses an ability that allows him to hook both an enemy and an ally, slowing them down and causing enormous damage. Jeho reported that this guy uses the Absolute Zero technique, thanks to which the range of use of other people's superpowers is reduced, after which they instantly freeze the affected objects. And Roy's final superpower is the Ice Seal. The enemy ends up trapped in ice because Jeho said that this ability allows the guy to seal one target for 20 seconds. He knows that even Roy himself cannot melt this ice. A bright green beam emanates from the projector remote control. The man said that this player can use this superpower to protect his allies. A ray of light fell on Moon Yob's forehead when Jeho said that it was with this ability that he could immobilize him and then attack the team. The frowning protagonist tilted his head. He realized that Roy had a hell of a lot of superpowers. This is why the British believe in him so much that they even asked Korean to enter the main character in the match. A list of players from the UK national team appeared on the screen. Looking at him, Moon Yob realized that with such strength they would never be able to defeat them. A sly smile appeared on the blue-haired guy's face when he, holding his chin, suggested that this is exactly what the UK team thinks. What makes him laugh is that the British are planning to screw over the Korean team. The next day, buses began arriving at Incheon International Airport. They loudly announced the arrival of the British. As soon as the UK players arrived at the airport, they were surrounded by paparazzi. When the players went to the journalists, the main character looked at their performance. The first to leave were the self-confident Aiden, Aaron, and the frowning Arthur. Anne, standing next to her partners, awkwardly waved to the reporters. And pink-haired Mary, standing between Walter and Kane, winked at the paparazzi. The last one to come out was the long-haired Roy, who has as many as 3 superpowers. On TV they showed a red-haired guy who is part of the UK national team. The presenter said that the guys were immediately heading to the hostel because tomorrow they would have a press conference. Meanwhile, sitting on the sofa, Moon Yob was carefully looking at the TV. Despite the fact that he cannot use an analytical eye, he believes that the UK team has quite strong guys. Standing behind him, Jeho clenched his fist as the protagonist admitted that they couldn't defeat them. A sly smile appeared on his face as he told the man he was joking. He will be very pleased to win since he worked very hard for this. A guy with a devilish look planned to throw a huge boulder at his brother, who loudly begged him not to do it. The main character knows that it was while playing snowballs with his brother that Roy realized his superpowers. On the snow-white snow lay a black-bound book that the red-haired boy just wanted to read. The older brother tried with all his might to catch up with the younger one. He believed that if Roy read only books, he would become a fool. Moon Yob knows that the older brother, who was doing physical exercise, pulled the boy outside and started fighting him in a snow fight. The brother turned Roy into a real snowman, which is why the guy almost froze to death. Shards of ice shot out of the red-haired man's eyes when the talent awakened in him, which is why he was nicknamed the Ice Mage. Holding his gun tightly, Roy confidently defeated his opponents when he became a participant in SuperHuman's game. It was after this that he was able to wipe the nose of his bully brother. Sitting in the room with the other guys playing with each other, the red-haired guy realized that he still had nothing to be happy about. A drop of sweat ran down Roy's drooping face. He is very annoyed by the too noisy atmosphere before the press conference. Exhaling heavily, the guy grabbed his head. He understands that in this country the same pumped-up superhumans who have only primitive skills are everywhere. After which I remembered that even his team wanted to get Gerald for themselves. There was a phone on the stand, which was playing a video of the battle with the main character. Roy understands that Moon Yob is different from them and that he carefully plans his strategy and plays carefully. Imagining a blue-haired guy with a spear slung over his shoulder, the player thought that it was precisely such perfect intelligence that he had dreamed of all his life. While the video continued to play on the phone, Roy looked around displeasedly. He was very surprised because Robert called him. The red-haired guy reluctantly raised the phone to his ear, asking his brother what happened to him. The elder asked him if he was training for the match with the Koreans and if everything was fine with him. Looking at the guys playing basketball, Roy told his brother that things were much better before his call. Robert laughed at him and said that he should learn to express himself correctly. The green-eyed guy frowned deeply when his brother admitted that he understood his worries, because he would have to fight the hot Moon Yob. Roy menacingly asked his brother what he was saying. Meanwhile, the main character's ears itched when Roy told his brother that he couldn't even be compared to him. He said that Moon Yob is fluent in 5 languages, very educated, cultured, and also handles any situation wisely. Roy squeezed the phone so hard that it was all cracked when Robert again began to compare himself with the main character. The younger one demanded that his brother stop laughing. But, in fact, Roy is very mistaken. The red-haired guy's face turned blue with anger. He believes that Moon Yob was never the same person as his brother, but he is very much mistaken in his assumptions. On the day of the press conference, many residents gathered in the huge hall. The main character decided to ask the last question to Roy. With a smile on his face, Moon Yob, speaking into the microphone, asked the red-haired guy if he had an older brother. Hearing this, Roy felt uneasy. He, saying that he had a brother, asked what this question was about. With his hands folded on the table, smiling, the main character said that he wouldn't even have to start a fight since he could read everything on his face. And then he asked Roy whether his strength had awakened after the blow from his older brother. Hearing this, the drooping red-haired guy opened his mouth in surprise. Beads of sweat ran down his face as he realized that Moon Yob was smart and delicate. It was at that moment that Robert's words popped into his head, which made him realize that they were very similar to him. Meanwhile, the main character left the press conference. Jeho began to catch up with him, who asked him why he was talking all this nonsense. Turning to face him, Moon Yob smiled and, calling Roy cute, said that he did not believe that he could have been beaten on the street. He realized that this guy, if he was teased, began to snap. After this, the main character asked his partner if he thought that this player could have been bullied at some point. Looking at the angry Jeho, who clenched his fist, the blue-haired guy said that now he was facing one of such examples. Hearing this, the man said that one day, after jumping off a cliff with the main character, he would teleport one. At that moment, Moon Yob, wishing him good luck, reminded him that he was immortal. The blue-haired boy turned his head as he thought about Roy again. Remembering his reaction at the press conference after the main character tried to provoke him, he realized that he had failed. Looking at the player's stats, Moon Yob realized that his melee stats weren't that high. Imagining Roy fighting in the dungeon, the blue-haired guy remembered that, combined with a colossal aura, he has as many as 3 superpowers, although even any team welcomes a player with 1 superpower. At this moment, the main character realized that he could not even describe this power. He imagined how the red-haired guy tilted his head when he remembered that his strength and willpower indicators were 90 units, leadership 86, and tactics 92. Moon Yob believes that Roy, even in a real battle, will be able to hit the timing. The main character imagined how this player was hiding in a huge castle, believing that it seemed to be fenced off with a wall. He understands that the red-haired guy will not give up so easily, even if he is given a mental beating. After which he realized that the Irishman had already figured out how he would behave in close combat. The drooping Moon Yob looked at the floor. His eyes glowed bright blue as he guessed that, at best, their battle would end 2-1. Standing behind him, a worried Jeho asked the guy why he thought that. After imagining all possible ways to attack, the main character said that there is no enemy that cannot be attacked. A drop of sweat ran down Jeho's surprised face because he hadn't seen Moon Yob so serious for a long time. Meanwhile, the blue-haired guy, holding his chin, thought, Seeing this, the man remembered that this is exactly what the main character was like 17 years ago, when he was so immersed in thoughts that he didn't even hear what was happening around him. Remembering the exhausted Moon Yob holding a weapon, Jeho thought that this guy was always like this when they encountered impenetrable dungeons. A drop of sweat ran down the man's frowning face as he remembered what happened after that. Meanwhile, the main character turned around and left his partner. He informed him that this is what they would do. Jeho knows that this guy will always find a solution. The arena, filled with a huge number of spectators, announced the start of Match A, in which the Korean team is fighting against the UK. The presenter enthusiastically announced that the fighters would take to the site right now. Team UK was the first to enter the arena, led by Roy. The presenter announced to the audience that they were now meeting the UK national team, which was 4th in the ranking of countries in SuperHuman's game. The team consists of 4 tanks, 2 main DDs, and 5 ranged DDs. The main character stood calmly on his feet when the presenter announced that the team from Korean was leaving. The armed guys confidently entered the arena when the man said that the head of this club was a living legend who was able to save all of humanity. The Korean national team, which consists of 5 tanks, 4 main DDs, 2 ranged DDs, ranks 162nd in the world rankings. The dejected fans began to make faces, not understanding how Korean could win UK even if they had Moon Yob. They believed that only in a one-on-one battle can this team win. A bead of sweat ran down the worried host's face. He said that this time the balance of power in the Korean team is slightly different from usual. While the guys were preparing to dive into the dungeon, the man noticed that they now had as many as 5 tanks. He announced that they had changed their 4-4-3 position to a new 5-4-2 formation. Meanwhile, a smiling Moon Yob began to put on his helmet when the host said that this way the Korean team would have more tanks. Then I remembered that many people are now reducing the number of tank soldiers. Players began to load into the first dungeon, which is called Labyrinth of the Dead. The presenter told the audience that he couldn't wait to watch the Korean team play with its new lineup. All Moon Yob team players gathered at the starting point. The head advised them to remember everything they did in training. With a smile on his face, the blue-haired guy threw his spear over his shoulder. He reminded the guys of the direction in which they must move. Meanwhile, at the starting point, Team UK was immediately attacked. A huge number of ominous skeletons appeared next to them. Summoned monsters began to attack armed opponents. A man from the reconnaissance team reported that the Korean team was moving very quickly. Roy looked around blankly as he assumed Moon Yob was on his way. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's frowning face as he realized that his opponents were about to hit the jackpot at the very beginning. He believes that the Koreans want to quickly snatch victory due to the fact that the hunt in a group where 5 tanks are participating is going quite slowly. Approaching the head, who did not understand what was happening, Arthur asked him if the enemy was approaching them. After which the girl suggested that Roy give some kind of sign to the Korean team. Exhaling heavily, the red-haired guy began to twist his head. He said they couldn't do that in such difficult terrain where there were variables that could affect the outcome of a surprise attack. Then he explained that the unknown variable was Moon Yob's strategy. Turning away from the guys, the armed guy realized that there was no need to fight where guerrilla practice was possible. He said they should spread out across the area. Roy looked confidently into the distance, remembering that they had come to Korean to win. That is why he understands that they cannot go back just because the enemy has changed tactics. He decided to face Moon Yob. Meanwhile, 2 teams gathered in the center of the arena, or rather on the 25th basement floor of the dungeon. Team UK players, smiling slightly, prepared to take on their opponents. On the other side, behind his guys, stood the main character, defending himself with a special shield. He, holding a spear on his shoulder, looked confidently at his opponents. Seeing this, Roy, who realized what was happening, frowned deeply. He doesn't understand why Moon Yob is in the rear. The red-haired guy looked intently at his opponents and decided that he would think about it later. Stretching his hand forward, he menacingly told his guys to go on the attack. There were times when people fought with the same people, and not with demons. Then there was dynamic protection. It was a block-shaped armor plate that was filled with rubber, plastic, and gunpowder. This system protects the tank when the missile hits the target. But to neutralize this, tandem ammunition was invented. Such a small bomb is placed in the head of the missile to cause the reactive armor to detonate. The soldiers using dynamic protection were heading towards the main tank. At that time they had not yet tested the power of a small bomb on a tandem munition. The soldiers moved forward resolutely, shouting that if anyone saw a small open area, they should attack. The bomb itself, which the opponents had, caused a dynamic defense reaction. She created an area for opponents to collide. From the gradually increasing force, the fighters' legs lost control and they fell. Many soldiers lost their balance and fell backwards while the main missile penetrated the tank. Standing in front of Roy, Moon Yob decisively asked him if he had a skill that gave him invulnerability for 20 seconds. The red-haired guy's eyes lit up with emerald light and a blow followed in his direction, accompanied by a bright light. Moon Yob pointed his weapon towards the enemy and, looking into his eyes, said that he would kill him before he used this skill. A few days ago before this event, trading room, Jeho stood in front of a huge screen, presenting to the guys what the team would use during the match. Everyone looked at the screen in amazement and exclaimed, not believing what they were seeing in front of them. Woo-han suddenly stood up, raising his hand and asking if the coach had made a mistake because the team initially only had 4 tankers. He added that if there were 5 tanks, the attack line would be too weak. Covering his face with his hand, Jeho called Moon Yob, who entered the hall irritably. The main character was heading towards the screen to explain the entire plan to the team. The guys looked at him with admiration. Without looking at the audience, Moon Yob coughed as he prepared to speak. The man looked at the amazed guys, saying that it was better to continue doing what the team had always done instead of mastering a new formation. Gritting his teeth in irritation, Moon Yob asked the guys if they agreed with him. Each team member was surprised and sweat dropped from their foreheads and cheeks. Exhaling heavily, the main character noted that it was better for them to die than to learn something new. Slamming his fist into his palm, Moon Yob added that the point is to try to win the early team fight. The man pointed his finger at Woo-han, asking the confused guy what the tank was doing. Scratching his cheek with his finger, the team member replied that the tank served as protection, protecting from danger. Imagining the fight in his head, Moon Yob added that the tank protects not only the team members, but also the line. While saying this, the main character glanced at the guy, but Woo-han was surprised by this addition. The fight was a kind of field, and the tank protected the border from breaking through during attacks and provided a safe zone for the team's dealers. Even the strongest participant will be killed if the line is broken. Moon Yob cast a menacing glance towards Jeho, saying that the guys don't even know basic knowledge and asked whether he should explain all this to him. Suddenly Woo-han asked Moon Yob if they were placing 5 tanks to maintain the line, but this question angered the main character. Grabbing his head, the man explained that their team was going to break through the enemy's defenses, but the melee dealers were too weak. Taking one of the Hyuks by the collar, the man pointed his finger at him and said that this guy had recently changed his position. But Moon Yob along with him are just fake tanks. And now, Roy received blow after blow from his opponent. The man was thinking about what to do. Using an ice seal would seal the intended target in ice for 20 seconds. Or use an ice wall, which would create walls of ice for 30 seconds to trap the target. The guy sent a huge stream of superpower towards Moon Yob. But then Roy began to disappear after using the ice wall. As it turned out, the main character managed to kill his opponent and he dropped out. But the magician himself decided to play hunter and catch the enemy. Moon Yob is in the field of view of 1 tank and 2 dealers, then he cannot receive help from other members of his team. Therefore, opponents should not miss this opportunity. The team members watched the main character fight, emerging victorious. The man stood near the wall, telling the participants to wait for the moment when the wall breaks. But Roy missed something. Moon Yob looked at everything with his bestial gaze, knowing that the wall would last for 30 seconds. But Roy, who used this skill, thought that the main character was just an ordinary Superman. Both teams fought desperately, trying to attack each other. Members of the Moon Yob team realized that there were 3 people on the side of the main character, and 10 of them stood against 7. Heian suddenly tensed, noting that the British team was very strong. At that same second, she noticed an enemy running towards her. The opponent jumped over the girl's head, swinging his sword, emitting a bright lilac flame. Heian accepted the blow with a smile, knowing that if you die here, you cannot be considered a world-class player. At that very second, the girl soared into the air, raising a huge column of power. Heian delivered blow after blow, demonstrating the skills she had honed at the Paris Lumiere. Sounds were heard behind her, and later another member of the British team appeared, wanting to kill her. Involuntarily, the brunette turned back, waiting for the moment when the wall would break through, because 30 seconds had clearly already passed. Suddenly, her enemy was struck by a strong blow to the chest. Heian turned around with caution to see who did it. Moon Yob stood below, looking at his opponents with a demonic gaze. The guy has already committed 5 murders. Members of the British team, with astonished grimaces, were surprised that the main character had already killed 5 people in half a minute. And at that very second, Moon Yob was surrounded by people who wanted to catch him. But the man said irritably that he single-handedly caught their ace and killed 2 players while they accidentally caught 2. The guy parried many shots, complaining about his team, whose progress was imperceptible. Woo-han screamed desperately, trying to do something, but it was all to no avail. Suddenly Seo patted Heian on the head, saying that the girl was smart. Looking irritably at the other members, the main character said that he would deal with them after the match. The guy's gaze became even more aggressive. Moon Yob pushed away an opponent who tried to attack him from behind. Suddenly, the results of the first round were announced and it turned out that Team Moon Yob was in the lead. The spectators looked at the scoreboard in amazement, realizing that the Korean team was winning. Everyone started screaming, admiring and rejoicing at the result. The main character at this time sat down on the sofa, resting from a difficult round. Suddenly Jeho appeared, asking the man if he had improved his driving form, and Moon Yob, smiling, replied that he was improving every second. But suddenly the guy blushed and began to get angry, saying that he had sufficient strength and was worth better than a dozen fighters. Sitting on the sofa with his arms outstretched, Moon Yob addressed the team, telling them to put in more effort, and the team loudly responded that they would carry out the will of the commander. Remembering the moment when he and Roy were separated by an ice wall, the guy noted that the team was destroyed faster than the wall melted. Looking aggressively at the team, the guy added that the physical shape of the fighters has become better, but their mental shape is letting them down. Remembering the faces of his opponents, Seo told the team to use brains and not brawn. Making a tired face, the team shouted loudly that they would carry out the commander's order. Suddenly Jeho intervened in the conversation, asking the hero if their strategy was the ideal counter. Pointing his finger at the bespectacled man, Moon Yob noted that if the opponents used the same tactics, they would face a fiasco and collapse. Sweat ran down Jeho's face and he answered in confusion that he shouldn't underestimate his opponents. Moon Yob looked at the man warily, reproaching him for interfering in the conversation at the wrong time, because if so, then it would be better for him to go into battle himself. The man was taken aback, but the main character amazed him even more, saying that he was ready to give victory to his opponents in another round. Remembering his opposing team, the man decided that it would be better to engage their team in close combat and use fake tanks. Red-haired Roy will not be removed from the team because he is the symbol of their team. Touching his chin with his finger, Moon Yob added that the opposing team would not be able to replace all of their ranged fighters at once, but their points gap with Moon Yob's team would not be large. Jeho, with his mouth open, listened to the guy who was talking about how the Roy team would try even harder. Remembering Bernard, the main character added that if France plays with a fake tank, then the British team will be defeated. The team with the French flag will perform, and in turn the British will show that they have a solution on how to deal with this. It's round 2 in a dungeon called the Spiral Cave. Team Roy headed for the door. Having opened it, the guys were illuminated by a bright blue light, but they rushed forward, not paying attention to anything. Both teams were engulfed in blue light and the guys were rushing to the epicenter of what was happening. Their faces were aggressive and filled with anger, realizing that the atmosphere had changed greatly. Wuhan looked at his opponent, noting that there was no free space in the cave. At this time, Moon Yob kicked his opponent, trying to break through further, telling his team not to pay attention to fear. The main character hit his opponent with every blow. Suddenly he landed on the ground, leaning on his spear. His gaze was wild and his grin was bestial as he warned his opponents that if they did not take advantage of their chance, they would lose. The British team won the second round. The scores were displayed on the scoreboard, namely the British had 3 points and Korea had 0. Next on the board was Roy, who was presented as the best player. He recorded 4 kills and 4 assists. The man used the Blizzard skill to get 2 kills and 4 assists. Moon Yob's team was frozen, demonstrating Roy's supernatural powers. Moon Yob was immediately shown on the screen, striking his opponents with superpowers. The moment when Roy appeared behind the main character was reproduced on the screen and the voice said that the guy deliberately surrounded himself with enemies. This was done to avoid Roy's attacks. Moon Yob also hid among his team's tanks when necessary, and then fought like a lion, giving the Korean team the moment of victory. Roy reached for the lock. Behind this castle, Moon Yob was chained, and if not for this situation, the result would have been different. Having broken the ice seal, the main character realized that he had come too late because the Korean team had already been defeated. The character bared his teeth in outrage at the outcome and killed 3 more players in the battle, proving the strength of the Moon Yob team. The hologram showed the main character, and when they saw him, everyone began to raise their hands, praising him. The guy looked questioningly at this spectacle, asking Haein if there would really be a battle in the 3rd round dungeon now. The girl behind him perked up, asking the smiling guy if he was really worried, but he waved him off. Suddenly, 2 men appeared on the TV screen, reporting on the final dungeon. And as it turned out, it became a people's grave. Moon Yob lifted his head with delight, thinking about the terrorist army, because then, when they woke up the emperor to ask about the evil, only the palace part woke up. The queen explained this as if they had awakened and raised the entire palace, they would have refused to go through the location. The emperor's powerful soldiers lay in their graves, where they would now be tested. There is also an emperor who disposes of these soldiers. His warriors stand in the ruler's chambers. Haein, opening her mouth, asked her uncle what he would do, because the 3rd round was very difficult. The man smiled, raising his finger up and asking the girl if she remembered those whom he killed first in 2 rounds. The girl looked at the guy in surprise and said that perhaps this was a rage, and hearing this answer, Moon Yob praised her because he used the fake tank skill to kill them. Looking at the surprised and amazed girl, the guy said that in the 3rd round he would play to restrain. After looking at the scoreboard of both teams, a loud voice suddenly rang out. Roy watched, realizing that their team, after much deliberation, had changed everyone's range to melee dealers except for him. This happened in both the first and second rounds because the range died first, so this decision was made. Roy looked at the scoreboard with concern, realizing that the composition of the Korean team had changed. Namely, there were 2 fewer tanks and more close-range tanks were added. The guy's face expressed anger and he understood that the second round was a trick to figure out the strategy for the third. Moon Yob was ahead, but Roy thought that if the enemy decided to take advantage of the fact that there were many monsters in the dungeon, then the British team would be defeated. The red-haired boy's eyes lit up as he came up with a plan to act on. Moon Yob at this time had already rushed into battle with Haein. The third round was announced. Suddenly, a girl flying after the main character turned to him with a question about whether they needed to hunt. The girl began to listen to Moon Yob's words with a confused look. He imagined a small table with 2 people in his head, making her imagine a battle with a gap in ability levels, where the result was already visible. Imagining a fight between 2 people, Moon Yob continued by saying that if you score points faster than your opponent, you can close the difference in abilities and performance. Continuing to fly upward, a smiling Haein replied that since these fighters should hunt to buy time, then they need to strengthen their aura in order to arrange a team fight at the end of the game. Team Roy appeared in her head and it dawned on her because she realized that their opponent would use the same tactics. Moon Yob smiled, saying that he knew that the enemy would not immediately engage in battle as before. Glancing to the side, the guy noted that there was one nuance. At this time, both teams fought tooth and nail, surrounded by skeletal fighters who wanted to kill them. Continuing to run with the girl, Moon Yob noted that he and she are the only ones who can fight such an opponent on equal terms without losing weight through the hunt. Looking at Haein with excitement, the guy said that if you meet 5 fighters, then it's simply better to restrain them from afar, and if there are 3 or fewer of them, then it's better to solve it together. Strong blows flew in different directions. The couple pulled back, feeling the full force of the blow on you. Moon Yob and Haein watched what was happening, thinking that if there are 5 of them, it is better to restrain them first. The guy moved into battle and immediately killed 2. Gritting his teeth and baring his teeth, the main character realized that he had not quite counted on this, because the Korean team had not returned to its original position. Roy tried his best to defend himself using his blizzard skills. His third subcommand went on the attack. Angrily talking to Haein through an earpiece, the guy said that only Wuhan survived and this is precisely the nuance. Roy tried to control everything, although it was not possible to do it alone. But the weak Korea team went on the hunt to improve. The guy did not expect that he and the girl would interfere with the British hunting, and his team is sure that they can only win by leveling up by killing monsters. Moon Yob pointed his finger at the girl, telling her to quickly walk towards their team. The girl informed all members of the 2nd and 4th sub-teams that it was better to ignore the hunt and leave. Roy at this time used the blizzard skill, having already committed 3 kills. Moon Yob stood with his back to this, realizing that it was time to act. His look became wilder and he invited Roy to play against him. The protagonist's eyes shone with a bright light and he asked the enemy about what kind of containment they needed. Illuminated by the burning blue flame, the guy leaned on his hand. The man's gaze was filled with rage and malice, and he understood that he would win even without restraint. Roy raised his head, watching the young man and thinking that he would be able to take his enemies by surprise. The men of Moon Yob's team ran away, realizing that their team would be destroyed. Roy looked at the situation seriously, wondering if the Koreans could counter him without their main player. At this time, the announcers watched with their mouths open, saying that all the fighters were ignoring the monsters of the dungeon and starting to hunt each other. Roy was hunting for the Korean team with serious intentions. Moon Yob also went into battle smiling, hunting the British team. In the People's Grave, where monster hunting is the most important activity, a human safari has begun. Moon Yob killed people from the opposing team one by one. He, destroying all opponents on his way, committed 5 murders. His aura was filled with supernatural power that emitted a bright lilac light. The guy aimed at other goals, bouncing off the ground. Suddenly Moon Yob looked at the scoreboard, because Roy had already made 5 kills. Aiming for the next goal, the main character told Haein to kill all the monsters on the way. A huge arrow surrounded by blue flame was flying at the guy, but he reacted in time, taking out his shield. The arrows hit right in the center of the shield and Moon Yob looked at them questioningly. Suddenly he opened his mouth and exclaimed in surprise that perhaps Gary was using a bow as an auxiliary weapon. Looking up, Moon Yob decided to act even more radically than before. The guy changed the location to find Gary, who was participating in the battle. Pulling out a shield from behind his back, Moon Yob worriedly asked if he was trying to detain him. The man pulled out a weapon, wanting to take revenge on the guy for what he did. At the same second, Moon Yob used an enhanced throw. Gary sat in cover, watching the main character, preparing for an attack. A map of the location of the players and the boss has appeared. The team asked Gary how he was doing and warned him that the main character is a master of ranged attacks. Gary noted that everything is normal, and he will walk along the spire tower and keep the protagonist under control. Gary Williams, British team member, position, range dealer, weapon, bow, two-handed axe. A map appeared with the location of the main character, and Gary and the British team hunting monsters. Gary told the team to go hunting and then join him as soon as they could. Among the vast space stood the main character, from whom a purple aura emanated. Gary noted that at the moment it is necessary to stall for time until Roy tracks down all the Koreans, or to gain at least a minute so that he can escape from the protagonist. The main character held 3 spears in 2 hands, intending to strike multiple blows at the tower to defeat the enemy. Gary noted that they won't last too long. Gary held a bow in his hands, about to pull an arrow, looking back at the main character. The team tried to stop Gary, but Gary didn't listen to them, telling them to stop panicking, because the protagonist doesn't see him anyway, and until then he couldn't find him. The team told Gary that spears were flying straight at him. Gary widened his eyes, not understanding what to do, while the spears were already approaching him, emitting a purple aura. Moon Yob attacked the tower with spears, delivering crushing blows. After the attack, the spears began to return to the hands of the protagonist. The commentator noted that Moon Yob already has 6 kills. Moon Yob noted that he hit the bullseye and that he got everything right. Moon Yob picked up the returning spears, looking at the tower with a wicked grin. The protagonist noted that archers will always find a secluded place, adding that it was a rain of spears. A picture appeared with a description of various superpowers. In this world, there are countless supernatural forces. A superpower throw card that can adjust the distance and speed of the throw, among which the throw is one of the most common, and no one attached much importance to this technique. The bright and white background on the monitor illuminated the impenetrable darkness. Players said the throw was a good ability for ball games and would be useful if superhumans started playing baseball, noting that other moves were much cooler. Players said that it is actually better not to develop this superpower since it is an ordinary lottery with a bunch of dummies, and people continued to think so. The main character stood dressed in armor, holding a black spear in his hand behind his back. Of course, all this stopped with the appearance of Moon Yob in this world, and just 8 months after Moon Yob manifested himself, he completely changed his attitude towards this superpower, and this at 18. The main character was clutching a spear in his hand, emitting purple energy. The protagonist in armor extended his arm in front of him, emitting pillars of blue energy. The value of the throw lies in the fact that you can release an object containing an aura without taking a special pose for this. In other words, even if the object only touches your fingertips, you will be able to throw it at the target as hard as you can. However, whether you will be able to do it correctly and hit the target is another matter. The main character stood by a huge tree, with a large target, practicing throwing spears, hitting the target directly. For Moon Yob, a skill level that has been developed to the human limit, aiming has become as easy as breathing. At this moment, Moon Yob's enhanced throw began a carpet bombardment that could be carried out until the hidden enemy was defeated. The main character stood with his arm outstretched, holding spears in them, emitting a purple aura. The main character smiled widely in anticipation. The protagonist noted that without Seongho it's just like without eyes, adding that on the other hand, he has absolutely no need to see the enemy because he can simply throw a spear and it will return to him. The protagonist lowered his lips, slightly widening his eyes at what he heard. The commentator noted that Roy had 6 kills. The main character rushed to the side, leaving a column of purple aura behind him. He noted that he had just pulled away from him, and he was again stepping on his heels. The protagonist rushed sideways around the arena, representing the formation of the British team. He noted that in the British sub-team one of the participants there are only 3 tankers. The main character said that the prospect of being caught in a cave does not appeal to him at all, and his aura will not be enough. He is not much of a hunter. The protagonist rushed to a huge gate that was closed on a wooden beam. The main character grinned maliciously, imagining a knight in golden armor and glowing red eyes. The main character noticed something strange. The British team ran away from the main character, looking behind them, noticing that there was no one behind them. Aaron told the team that there was no indication that Moon Yob was after them. A map appeared showing the location of British Sub-Command 1. Mary raised her eyebrows, looking to the side in surprise. Mary didn't understand when he stopped pursuing them. Mary looked at her team, clenching her hands into fists, while the team looked at her in confusion. Mary suggested that the main character could choose a different path and go through the central castle. Arthur said that even the protagonist could not overcome all this alone. Arthur added that capturing the Golden Army, waking up the Emperor and destroying him sounds ridiculous. Arthur represented an army of warriors in golden armor. Arthur noticed that the Golden Army is different in nature from the terracotta skeletons. Arthur added that these are elite undead that were selected and created by the Emperor himself. Arthur presented the Emperor, dressed in golden armor. Arthur said that even if he went through them, Moon Yob is not cool enough to make an Emperor, no matter how prone the Emperor is to nerfed, and this place was considered an invincible dungeon back in the days of the war with the demons. Mary knitted her eyebrows in displeasure, baring her teeth. Mary noted that everyone knows this, adding that if they forgot, it was Moon Yob who conquered the people's grave. A huge golden army stood in front of the castle. Since the battle's launch, countless dungeons have been converted into arenas for the battle. The black silhouette of the main character was visible in the middle of a sparkling golden army located in the heart of the people's grave. The main character raised his hand above his eyes, looking into the distance where the castle was located. Moon Yob noted that he remembers the steadfast golden soldiers, adding that the Emperor made all the armor gold and did not even regret it. The main character said that he managed to earn a lot of extra money when he dealt with this dungeon and sold all the shells. The protagonist peered into the castle from afar, holding his hand raised. Moon Yob said that if you go through the golden army slowly, there is a chance of breaking through. Moon Yob walked among the golden army, looking back at them with caution. The main character noted that those places where the bosses could be safely hunted by a team of 11 people, the players passed first, and the dungeons that the whole team could hardly overcome were gradually adjusted, and only after that the people were released onto the battlefield. The protagonist presented the image of the Golden Emperor and High Priest. Moon Yob noted that among all the trials, the People's Grave with the Emperor was the most difficult. It could be compared to the final dungeon, but considering the boss, the People's Grave would be even more difficult. The protagonist noted that this is why the Battle Association proposed changes. The protagonist presented a raised hand from one of the men. Moon Yob added that without which even a group of 11 people would never have been able to deal with him, instead of prohibiting the Emperor from using aura. The main character presented a golden army with the Emperor leading behind them. The main character added that he stated that only by hunting the entire army would it be possible to inflict at least some damage to the main boss. The main character opened the doors to the castle, letting light inside. The main character appeared in front of the Emperor, seated on a golden throne. A map of the Imperial Palace appeared. The main character told the Emperor that they had not seen each other for a long time, and he probably got bored. The protagonist swung his spear, which emanated a purple aura, and bared his teeth. Moon Yob threw his spear towards the Emperor, which pierced right into the throne next to his head. Sticking out next to the Emperor's head was a spear that emitted a purple aura. Moon Yob told the Emperor that this time he did not come to his liking. The Golden Army's eyes began to glow red, and a powerful aura began to emanate from them. Moon Yob noted that he needs his army, which will wake up if you touch him with a finger. Behind the main character, a red light was visible from the passage. Moon Yob turned his head towards the exit, smiling wickedly. Mary and her team entered the People's Grave, inspecting the room. There was not a single soldier from the Golden Army, only the British team in the middle of the People's Grave. Mary noted that there was no one there, adding that she had previously said that Moon Yob was hunting there. Mary bared her teeth nervously, raising her eyebrows. Mary said that she should have noticed earlier, not understanding how he was able to defeat them in such a short time. Mary introduced the main character with a terrifying gaze, who was enveloped in a black aura. Mary said that if Moon Yob could defeat so many soldiers on his own, then he is incredibly strong, adding that they must be fighting with the Emperor. The British team burst into the Emperor's throne room. The British team wanted to have some fun, so they headed there. Mary widened her eyes, looking at the throne in bewilderment. The Emperor sat motionless on his throne. Mary was surprised that the Emperor was still there. Mary looked at the worried Arthur, who was at a loss. Arthur thought that the main character dealt with the warriors and left the Emperor for dessert. Mary said that she didn't understand anything at all. The Emperor was unconscious. Mary noted that he would have woken up if the entire Golden Army had been destroyed. Suddenly, the hall began to shake, causing the team to bare their teeth while bending their knees slightly. The protagonist ran along the road, bursting into the Emperor's throne room to the British team. The main character with a crazy smile and a bloodthirsty look ran, looking at the team. The British team was shocked by the appearance of Moon Yob. The main character ordered them to get out of his way. The British team put up shields in front of them to defend against Moon Yob. The main character ran past the team, going behind them. Moon Yob stood behind them, after which they turned around, looking at the main character with bewilderment. Moon Yob stood with his back to them, his mouth slightly open. He told the British crew to scatter or they would die. The team looked at Moon Yob with confusion, their mouths slightly open. The main character closed his eyes and smiled broadly, imagining a map of the People's Grave, around which he ran along with the Golden Army. The main character told the team that they made a small circle while they were playing catch-up, adding that they couldn't think of anything to do to have fun. The main character noticed that they were faster than he thought, asking the team if they heard footsteps. The British team looked behind them in horror as they saw the Golden Army in the aisle. One of the guys understood why there was no Golden Army there. The Golden Army headed towards the British team, intending to attack them. The team bared its teeth and rushed away from that place. Mary held her spear tightly as she ran away from the Golden Army, looking back at them. One of the guys said that they only have 3 tanks and to destroy them their aura must be at least black, but since they are still running away it is barely purple. A player from the team said that he did not need to explain it, asking him to be quiet and just run. The British team quickly ran towards the exit from the Golden Army. Mary said that everything is fine and they are not that fast, so they can leave through another exit. Mary widened her eyes and opened her mouth in horror. The main character covered his face, holding back his insidious laughter. The protagonist could not resist and laughed loudly, opening his mouth wide and squinting his eyes. The other exit was blocked with stones, not giving the British team a chance. They were amazed that they managed to get stuck there. Mary widened her eyes, frowning. She said that Moon Yob is a scoundrel. The Golden Army caught up with the team, preparing to attack them. The main character mercilessly rejoiced and laughed as he saw the Golden Army destroy the British team. The commentator announced over and over again that a player from the British team had been executed by the Golden Army. A table appeared with the score in favor of Korea. The commentator announced that Moon Yob's strategy to race the Golden Army is an unexpected twist. The commentator noted that the British team was completely confident in their victory, but how unexpectedly a crisis befell them. Roy closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, lowering his head slightly. Roy opened his eyes, looking straight ahead with displeasure. He thought that, as expected, the main character was adorable. The commentator said that Roy is the only player left. Roy stood in front of the Korean team, enveloping himself in a black aura. The commentator noted that, however, the match is not over yet. Roy thought that Moon Yob was very mistaken if he thought that he would give up so easily. A map appeared with the location of the main character, and Roy with the Korean team. The protagonist quickly ran away from the Golden Army, looking back at them with a crazy smile. At the same time, Moon Yob leads the Golden Army in circles to smash the British team to smithereens. 3 black silhouettes were visible in the field in front of the towers. It was the escaping Korean sub-team 2, Yongsoo, Bam and Hyuk. Yongsoo bared his teeth, looking irritably behind him, where Hyuk was running after the guys. Hyuk asked the guys to wait, saying that they couldn't just run away like that. Yongsoo nervously looked at Hyuk, who was looking sideways behind his back. Yongsoo noted that the main character himself told them to run away. Hyuk said that he knows and the protagonist is always right, but they are national team players like him. Hyuk furrowed his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes at Yongsoo. Hyuk said that if they end up becoming Roy's hunting points, then why not fight back first and do some damage? Hyuk added that you cannot wait forever for instructions, and you need to take the initiative at least once. Yongsoo didn't understand what Hyuk was saying. Yongsoo looked at Bam with irritation, baring his teeth. Bam said that there was some meaning in these words, and Roy was left alone, adding that everyone knew that he was preparing for a surprise attack. Bam widened his eyes, imagining the image of the main character and Roy. Bam said that at that moment, the director was chasing Britain, and he had no time to give additional orders, saying that it was time to make decisions and fight on their own. Bam looked back at Yongsoo and Hyuk, raising his hand slightly. Bam said he wasn't and they may think he's crazy, but he certainly won't regret fighting the battle and dying instead of running away. Hyuk looked at the guys with all seriousness, knitting his eyebrows. Hyuk supported Bam, noting that they are fighting for the national team, and everyone says that there are no worthy ones except Moon Yob. Hyuk recalled angry remarks from the audience at the game, saying that they only came to see Moon Yob. Hyuk noted that they will not have a second chance. Yongsoo furrowed his eyebrows and widened his eyes, completely perplexed. Yongsoo thought it would be better to cover his ears. Haein told the guys that it was good to hear. The guys turned around, looking straight ahead in surprise. Haein appeared in front of them, surrounded by a blue aura. Haein looked at the guys decisively, smiled slightly and clenched her hand into a fist. Haein said that now they are 4 against 1, and they need to make a plan. A map appeared showing the location of the teams. Haein and Bam stood ready, holding their weapons in their hands. Haein, superpower, teleportation, whip. Bam, superpower, shadow walking. Yongsoo and Hyuk prepared to attack, holding their weapons tightly in their hands. Yongsoo, superpower, explosive sphere, binding. Hyuk, super strength, aura concentration, inner strength. The guys stood in front of the British player, who was floating in the air, shrouding himself in a black aura. The British player watched the Korean players with a cold and piercing gaze. Roy, superpowers, ice wall, ice seal, blizzard. 5 minutes ago. The guys stared at Haein, who joined them. Hyuk asked Haein if she knew Roy's weaknesses. Haein smiled widely, raised her eyebrows, and raised her index finger. Haein noted that before returning home for the match, she heard from Bernard and Lucas of Lumiere Paris about his weakness. Haein presented an image of Bernard and Lucas smiling. Haein said that with this method, even the weaker Korean team would be able to deal a serious blow to Roy. Hayek looked in surprise at Heian, who shook her head to the sides and showed a cross with her fingers. Hayek told Heian that there were only 4 of them, asking that this was definitely the only way. Heian noted that they don't just get into the top 3. The guys stood with confused faces, looking at Heian. Heian asked the guys what they thought, that they would only harm the player Moon Yob, to which the guys categorically said no. Heian said that this is the only way to help Moon Yob and he will definitely defeat Roy. The guys stood opposite the British player, preparing to attack. The British player looked intently at the guys, noticing one of them. Roy thought that there was an enemy there in a battle with which one should not let one's guard down for a second. Roy noticed Heian, who was watching him from the ground. Roy recalled seeing Heian in battle before. He noted that he fought her several times when she played at Lumiere in Paris. Roy thought that although she did not prove herself in the match, she had a great understanding of tactics, adding that he was even surprised a couple of times during the team battles. The British player continued to float in the air, emitting a black aura throughout the space. Roy noted that since he has a black aura, then the guys with a blue aura have no chance of winning. The British player wondered if they were trying to scam him. Roy's eyes widened, his brows furrowed in confusion. He heard the commentator announce that the British team's players had been executed by the Golden Army. Roy looked straight ahead with indignation, imagining the image of the protagonist smiling maliciously. The British player thought that all this was the tricks of the main character. The British player became furious, causing his eyes to turn white. He thought that the protagonist was planning to go through the center, but he would also have to deal with the rest of the British team. Roy didn't understand what trick the protagonist was using, but he was going to end it all before he joined. Roy spread his arms to the sides, and a snowstorm began to fill the arena. He used the superpower of the blizzard. Heian bared her teeth and frowned, running away with the guys away from the British player. Heian ordered the team to avoid his attacks. Roy rose higher, filling the space with snow and ice. The British player extended his hand in front of him, baring his teeth, and an ice wall appeared in front of the guys, preventing them from going further. The Korean team scattered in different directions, running along the walls. Heian said that everyone should run away. Yongsoo and Heian ran as fast as they could, looking slightly excited. Roy watched the Korean team's actions closely, pursing his lips. He thought it would be worthwhile to deal with the ranged ones with fire-type superpowers first, and decided to start with Heian. Roy immediately rushed towards Heian and Yongsoo, catching up with them. Heian looked behind her, looking with a serious look at the British player who extended his hand towards her. Roy thought that he would tie up the most annoying opponent first. The British player ran past Heian, encasing her in ice. He used the superpower Ice Seal. The British player caught up with the fleeing Yongsoo, emitting a black aura. Yongsoo looked behind him, watching in horror as Roy approached him, activating a yellow sphere in his hand. Yongsoo fired multiple orbs towards the British player. Yongsoo bared his teeth and put his spear in front of him, launching spheres at Roy. Roy noted that his superpowers activate quickly and he has great potential. Roy easily avoided Yongsoo's attacks, noting that he could see all possible trajectories. Yongsoo watched in fury as the unsuccessful attacks failed to hit Roy even once. He didn't understand why it didn't work out. Roy appeared right in front of Yongsoo, emitting a black aura. He told Yongsoo to try a little harder. Roy flew past Yongsoo, cutting off his arm, causing him to bare his teeth in pain. Yongsoo narrowed his eyes, small drops of tears appearing on them. He noted that the removal of the arm was not part of the plan. Suddenly, Roy's hand was wrapped in blue energy, after which he looked at it. He noted that Yongsoo used bondage. Roy narrowed his eyes towards Yongsoo, but Hayek and Bayam were already flying towards him, planning to attack him. The British player began to collect powerful energy in his staff, from which a bright blue light emanated. The guys watched what was happening in horror, expecting an attack. A huge blue column of energy hit the guys, enveloping itself in a black aura. The British player used the superpower Absolute Zero. Roy chained the guys in ice, noting that they were doomed to die a slow death. Roy stood with an intimidating look in front of Yongsoo, who was terrified of him. Yongsoo said that he couldn't believe it, because he is the same long-range attacker. Yongsoo looked in horror at the staff that appeared in front of his face. Yongsoo had time to think that he had a completely different mindset. The British player looked away with an indifferent look, thinking that there was only one person left. Heian climbed out of the ice trap while the British player looked on. Heian raised an eyebrow and looked at Roy, pursing her lips. Heian looked at Roy, who was emitting an aura, seeing that no one else was there, thinking that they had all been beaten. A black shadow appeared behind Heian, causing her to widen her eyes upon sensing it. Heian took a fighting stance, holding her blades in her hands. Heian thought that she should stop worrying. She began to emit her blue aura, while Roy emitted a black one. Heian looked at the British player with a serious look, remembering the image of the main character. She recalled his words that it would be better for her to use teleportation in case of escape and not for breaking forward. Heian noted that she knows, but sometimes you still have to. Heian moved, facing the British player. Heian's attack, with 90 agility and 95 speed for Roy, who had 71 speed and 88 agility, was something he couldn't avoid even if he prepared. Heian exuded a blue aura with her incredible speed. Heian rushed towards the British player, swinging her twisted blade as he held out his staff in front of him, gathering blue energy. However, the Briton could not help but answer. Roy glared at Heian, about to attack her. He thought that he would not let his guard down because she was worth it. Roy released a huge blue pillar of energy, attacking Heian. He used the superpower of Absolute Zero. Heian was completely covered in ice, frozen in place. Roy grinned maliciously, knitting his eyebrows, noting that that was all. Suddenly, the black silhouette of the player snatched the staff from the British player's hands, causing him to look behind him in bewilderment. Roy looked at the player's back, not understanding who was standing in front of him. Bayam smiled nervously, clutching his opponent's staff tightly in his hands and trembling in fear. Roy didn't understand how he avoided the attack. Hayek covered Bayam with his body so he could dodge the attack. Hayek took the hit while Bayam was about to use his superpower shadow walking. Bayam recalled approaching Heian from behind and telling her that everything went as planned. Bayam asked Heian to have her attention for a while. Bayam looked at Roy in confusion, smiling nervously and continuing to shake. Bayam noted that in the end he was the only one left. Bayam swung his staff with all his might, baring his teeth. He told Roy that from the very beginning their goal was his weapon. Bayam smashed his staff on the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. The British player's eyes widened with rage. He noted that this staff was the teeth of an ice dragon. Bayam smiled slightly at the British player and widened his eyes slightly. Bayam asked Roy what he thought about this. The British player flew into a rage, his eyes flashing with white energy emanating from them. Bayam was lost in fear, asking for his forgiveness. The score between Korea and Britain was 1-1. The commentator noted that Roy killed 10 players. Absolute Zero is not a separate superpower. Roy extended his weapon and gathered a sphere of white energy at its center. This is a blizzard technique that reduces its range to the limit and fires under enormous pressure. The man's hand was clamping the tip of the hose from which water was flowing. It's like holding the end of a hose to create a powerful stream of water. This ability was discovered completely by accident. After all, initially Roy did not use a staff. Roy raised his hand and collected a white energy sphere in it. He thought he was perfect with the superpowers he had. A picture appeared with Roy, who looked very serious, and behind him Bernard, who was grinning maliciously. But a meeting with Bernard in a training match last year turned Roy's life upside down. Bernard was so fast that he made quick work of Roy, feeling helpless in the face of fast and powerful melee damage dealer. Until you answer, you can't move on. An image of a white staff with a blue orb appeared. Therefore, Roy chose an ice dragon tooth as a weapon for battle. And at the moment of another desperate confrontation with Bernard, Roy extended his staff in front of Bernard's face and began to collect a sphere of blue energy. He used the blizzard thanks to his staff. A column of blue energy shot straight at Bernard. This marked the beginning of the creation of Absolute Zero. Roy stood with a serious expression on his face, and behind him were Bernard and Daniel. After that, Roy moved into the top 3 with Bernard and Daniel, and he has never lost ground since his debut. Roy stood on the white snow, holding his staff tightly in his hand. However, even after years of training, it was impossible to use superpower without a staff. The use of weapons to compensate for weakness has become an addiction. Roy held his weapon in his hand, attached to it. The weapon became his weak point. A snowstorm filled the space. Bayam found himself encased in ice, his mouth wide open. Roy stood in front of the icy Bayam, while the main character appeared behind him. The main character noted that these are his street children. Roy turned his head, looking at the protagonist with a serious look. The British player told him he was too late. The protagonist held a spear in his hand, glaring at Roy with fury, emitting a red aura. Moon Yob, 6 kills. The protagonist told Roy that he got a little carried away with the hunt while he was getting there. Roy furrowed his eyebrows slightly, gathering white energy in his hand. Roy, 10 kills. Roy noted that it was just Moon Yob and him there anyway, adding that he didn't need to say anything else so he would start first. White energy appeared around Roy, after which the space was filled with snow. He used the superpower of the blizzard. Roy and Moon Yob stood opposite each other, exuding a powerful aura. The British player thought that with a white aura, he could demonstrate the maximum of his abilities and create the coldest blizzard. Roy added that in just a few seconds the body will freeze and the mind will become clouded. A white aura emanated from Roy and he collected energy in his hand while watching the protagonist. He thought that after all he could not defeat him. The protagonist looked at his fingertips, which were covered in ice. The protagonist noted that Roy himself said that he would attack first, asking him if he was done with his preparations. The main character noted that it was unbearably cold there, and he didn't want to die like that. Moon Yob looked up at the British player. Moon Yob said that for now they are standing. Moon Yob extended his hand with a spear, covering his body with a shield, and smiled maliciously, exuding a blood-red aura. Moon Yob said that he is going to reach maximum capacity. The protagonist sparkled with malicious red eyes, smiling bloodthirstily. He used his super strength to enhance his throw. The main character flew into the air, swinging his spear with all his might at the British player. Roy furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips, looking at the main character with bewilderment. The protagonist attacked Roy over and over again, but he managed to dodge his attacks with difficulty. The protagonist threw 2 spears towards Roy. Roy created pieces of ice, shielding himself from spear attacks. Roy extended his arms, creating an ice wall, while the main character ran towards him as fast as he could. The main character bent over slightly, continuing to watch Roy with his malicious gaze. The British player thought he was very fast. The main character bounced off the ground, leaving a trail of red aura behind him. Roy was about to use his super strength ice wall again. Roy jumped to the side, creating an ice wall in front of him to delay the main character. The main character broke the ice wall while breaking through to the British player. The protagonist narrowed his eyes at the British player, smiling sarcastically. He thought that Roy was capable of something, and the reaction to a melee attack was incredibly fast and skillful. A red aura emanated from the protagonist as a snowstorm filled the space. The protagonist noted that most would not be able to withstand a snowstorm, and that he could feel his joints freezing even as he used his aura to warm up his entire body as much as possible. Roy watched the protagonist with a serious look, pursing his lips. Moon Yob thought it was an unforgettable battle. Roy thought that he should thank Bernard. Moon Yob put his shield behind his back, resting his hand on the icy floor. Moon Yob thought that even if that was the case, Moon Yob rushed towards the British player, leaving a trail of red aura behind him. The main character appeared in front of Roy, holding out his hand and emitting red energy from his hand. The protagonist noted that it was too easy, telling Roy to advance. The main character exuded red energy from his hand, attracting his spears to himself, which would pierce directly into Roy's body. Roy turned his head and saw spears flying straight at him. The British player widened his eyes, looking at the main character in bewilderment. The protagonist grabbed his spears in his hand, taking Roy by the collar. The protagonist said that it would be rude to brag about defeating a ranged damage dealer in melee. The audience watches the projection of the main character. The commentator did not understand what was happening there, and Moon Yob lays down his arms when victory is just around the corner, not understanding what the main character is thinking about. Jeho covered his face with his hand, baring his teeth, looking slightly annoyed. Jeho said that Moon Yob was again like with Gerald. He turned on the teacher mode. Roy looked at the main character in bewilderment as he walked away from him. The protagonist told Roy that he was just a zero, asking what he was trying to surprise him with. The protagonist said that in a battle with him, Roy could not have done without his equipment, noting that if there is no weapon, then he is not so cool now. The British player looked at the main character with displeasure, pursing his lips. Moon Yob turned and looked at Roy with a serious look. Roy told the protagonist that he had finally realized what his power was, and it was now useless to deny it, noting that he could not use his ability without the staff. The main character told the British player that he gave him a head start twice, but he did nothing. Black silhouettes of the guys were visible on the snow-covered floor. Moon Yob told Roy that he had seen others like him during the war, asking why he thought he accepted the offer to participate in the match. Roy looked at the main character in bewilderment, slightly widening his eyes. Roy said that this match against the leader of the British team is a great opportunity for the lagging Korea. The protagonist got angry, answering that he doesn't use his wits at all. The main character raised his hand, looking at Roy, and imagined the image of the Emperor with another monster. He said he doesn't know when it will happen, but there will come a time when they need strong guys, and he's there to see how ready Roy is for that. Roy clenched his hands into fists, looking at the protagonist. He asked that Moon Yob was going to assemble the Great Seven once again. Moon Yob said he doesn't want to explain everything, but he's partly right. Pietro sat among the spectators, watching the match, crossing his arms over his chest. The main character noted that one day demons appeared, and the strongest alien monster was able to invade from beyond the dimension. The protagonist grinned maliciously, looking at Roy. He asked the British player if he thought he was strong enough to join the Sevens. A snowstorm raged in the arena, while the black silhouettes of the guys could barely be seen. Roy told Moon Yob that the war with the demons had ended a long time ago and didn't understand what he was talking about. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically, throwing his spear over his shoulder. He told Roy to forget about it as he had already entered there, asking if there was to be an interview. The protagonist looked at the British player with a wide smile. He said he was going to throw a spear at his forehead and he had to use all his aura. Roy pursed his lips, watching the protagonist with narrowed eyes. The protagonist told Roy that if he stopped him using absolute zero or something like that, he would win. The protagonist noted that he should not even think about using other superpowers because it could kill him right then and there. Roy knitted his eyebrows, looking at the main character. He thought that everyone was joking when they called him the strongest in the world, adding that this could not be true. The protagonist, with a serious expression on his face, looked at Roy, emitting a red aura. Roy thought that no one would think his actions were a joke, looking at that expression, and at that moment, he was more serious than anyone else. Roy smiled nervously, knitting his eyebrows. Roy's eyes turned white and a thick white aura began to emanate from him. He was going to use absolute zero without a weapon, not knowing if he would succeed. The protagonist swung his spear while a white aura emanated from the British player. The guys stood opposite each other, about to attack. Roy thought there was only one chance. Moon Yob enveloped himself in the spear in a red aura and swung it at Roy. Roy raised his hand and began to collect a sphere of white energy in it. The sphere glowed brightly in the British player's hand. Roy noted that the blizzard must be concentrated at one point. The protagonist threw his spear at the British player. Roy bared his teeth, straining hard to use absolute zero. He noted what needed to be collected. Roy furrowed his brows, green eyes sparkling. He noted that we need to focus. Roy shrank slightly, gathering bright white energy in his hand. Roy thought it should be released. Roy extended his hand with the sphere in front of him, after which a huge table of blue energy appeared. Roy used the superpower of absolute zero. The column of energy rushed straight towards the main character. The protagonist smiled madly as a column of blue energy appeared in front of his face. There was a small explosion in the arena. Clouds of smoke and dust rose. Half of the main character's face was frozen. He noted that Roy almost succeeded. The main character smiled insidiously, looking at Roy with a crazy look. There was a huge hole in Roy's body due to the spear flying through him. Moon Yob told Roy that he was only one step behind. The audience gaped in complete shock. The commentator said that it was just unexpected and the victory goes to the Korean national team. Incheon International Airport. Roy stood in front of an audience of journalists who were filming him and gave them an interview. Roy explained to the audience that there was a perception that the main character was cruel and self-willed, and that is how he was portrayed in the media. Roy added that Moon Yob was actually a true hero, a great and wise man who always thought about the future. Roy recalled to the audience a moment from the battle when they were left one-on-one and decided to figure it out in a different format. Roy said, even though Moon Yob already had victory in his hands, he stopped the spear and allowed him to go beyond his limits. Roy noted that the protagonist allowed players who had potential to overcome their weaknesses, even if they did not hinder him in any way, and this action could definitely be chalked up to the role of a true master of superhumans. The British player looked out at the audience with a smile on his face and noted that he seriously thought that if someone asked him to choose the best Superman in the world, he would no doubt name Moon Yob. Moved to the Superhuman Battle Association in Korea when the weather was clear in the city. Zachary joyfully greeted the main character in his office with a festive ribbon on his head. Zachary looked at Moon Yob with admiration and praised him, noting that he was supposedly his student. Moon Yob looked at Zachary with crossed arms and a dissatisfied look and told him that he had saved the world again and this was not a good reason for happiness. Zachary continued to celebrate the protagonist's victory and raised his finger up when Moon Yob became even angrier and bared his teeth. Zachary explained that Moon Yob may not have saved the ordinary world, but for the world of the Korean battle he was now definitely a god because they had never won matcha before. The protagonist replied with an evil grin that there was nothing to brag about. Zachary continued to wave his arms in joy with the ribbon on his head. He was glad that they beat the British with a score of 2-1 over the 4th place in the world, because he thought at all that they would have won one round at most, even if the main character himself had taken part, and that was all. Zachary looked in surprise as the main character stretched out on the sofa. He asked him if he had accidentally found wild centuries-old ginseng, because he was wondering how it had become stronger recently. Moon Yob ironically asked if this was even possible. The main character recalled how he fought the Golden Boss. Moon Yob recalled that he was in shock then and did not understand what could have changed after that battle with the Emperor. One thing was clear to him: if they had fought before his battle with the Golden Boss, they could have lost to the British, exactly as the president said. Moon Yob was sitting on the couch when Zachary began to remove the festive ribbon from his head. Moon Yob noted that since he finished with the match, their association now had to pay him. Zachary added that Moon Yob didn't seem too interested at the time. The protagonist noted that this was in the past. The main character looked at his notebook with a small exclamation. He wanted to provide the list of players submitted by Britain. We moved to the base of the YSM club. The main character put his feet up on the table and carefully studied the list of foreign players provided by Britain. He understood that they were all active players, and most of them were in European leagues, so there were many useful contacts for him. Mostly he saw players whose contracts with the club were ending or were on the transfer market. Moon Yob looked carefully at the notepad with the lists of players. He knew he didn't expect to see players as strong as his old friends Bernard and Roy, and there were several other AAA players there. Moon Yob recalled running around Korean schools and hanging out in gyms. He felt an old feeling, as if only yesterday he was rushing around high schools in Korea and picking up players, believing that a strong transformation had occurred. Moon Yob was carefully studying the case of the British players when suddenly Gabriel disturbed him and was about to enter the office. The protagonist closed the player's case, throwing his legs up to 100 when Gabriel entered the office. Moon Yob asked what was the matter. Gabriel presented the image of Pietro, who ran across the field and caught butterflies. Gabriel explained that he was informed that Pietro's ability level had been changed. Gabriel stood near the main character's table and told him about Pietro's 2 skills. He explained that the effectiveness of the calling skill was 80% and the teleportation skill operated within a radius of 3 kilometers every 3 minutes. Moon Yob actually expected the limit to be a little higher. Gabriel looked at the main character. Gabriel said that this was the trend in their days, and players improved their skills significantly compared to the beginning of the battle. He added that while he agreed with the view that imposing strict restrictions on superhumans was contrary to justice, the battle in turn tried to minimize this relaxation. Gabriel presented the image of Shuren, who was surrounded by a stream of her red aura, which increased from 50 to 80%. He added that there was also a rumor that Shuren's punishment would soon be reduced and it would probably be quite scary to face a damping beam, the power of which will increase from 50 to 80% for the World Cup. Moon Yob got very angry and bared his teeth when he heard from Gabriel that the next World Championship will be held in the top 6 format, not the top 3. Gabriel looked at how the main character continued to get angry. He asked Gabriel about Shuren, Pietro, and himself being added to the original trio, asking him ironically if he had overestimated anyone. Gabriel began to explain that Moon Yob's potential could be appreciated by watching the last match in the UK, where there was an interview with Roy. The protagonist angrily pointed a finger at himself, imagining images of other strong players. He said that it was simply because he overestimated all the other players, because in fact he was the only strong player. The main character turned his back to the head coach and laughed maliciously, joking about letting the other players fight for second place. Gabriel added that if we take into account which players will come to them in the future, the club's equipment and dormitory could be improved. Moon Yob winked his eye and looked at Gabriel with a smile. He noted that improving the dormitory and equipment would be a good idea, because they were going to bring the British, which means they needed to improve it all and get rid of garbage. The main character crossed his fingers and smiled sarcastically towards the coach. Moon Yob added that the newcomers had to be in good conditions. Black silhouettes of people stood in an empty huge field under a clear warm sky next to a mountain range. It was the main character with the workers, noting to them that they needed to start building the house urgently. The protagonist kept his hands on his belt and looked at the team of workers. A large guy worker with a towel around his neck asked if they would build the same house. Moon Yob replied that yes, and for the rest, just prepare the foundation, and told them to bring more building materials for 4 more houses. The guy with the towel exclaimed as he looked at the main character, who represented one important player. The employee asked if their director had some kind of plan. Moon Yob noted that his plans included one player with superpowers who could copy samples and materials and did it very professionally. The main character raised his finger up and looked enthusiastically at the guys who were surprised by this skill. Moon Yob added that in this case the guys should do it well and quickly, just the way he liked it. The worker, with a towel around his neck, grabbed his bicep with animation. He proudly stated that this was their calling and added that their facility would be completed in a month. Moon Yob noted their frantic speed. The main worker turned his attention to his boys, who were proud and boastful of their strength. He laughed and said that they only gathered people with superpowers that would be useful in construction, almost like Avengers. Moon Yob spread his hands to the sides and asked, slightly perplexed, if they could further shorten this period of work if he recharged their aura. The main worker asked in surprise about the aura, noting that with this recharging their capabilities would expand and they would be able to reduce the work period by half. The main character enthusiastically raised his hand and rejoiced along with all the workers, noting that they would build a huge villa in 2 weeks. The main character put on a construction worker's clothes and hugged Sun-ho, who looked confused. Moon Yob shouted to other players that it would be difficult for each of them to live in the countryside. The 5 boys players looked with anticipation and expectation at their director, who continued to inspire them. Continuing to hug Sun-ho, he shouted that now each of the club's players will be able to live in their own house with an area of 50 square meters. The 3 male players along with Naeun widened their eyes at the news. Moon Yob added that now each player will have their own house and they can invite their families there or live alone. The protagonist continued to rejoice and grin, looking at his players in the workers' uniform. He added that they also planned to build a convenience store in their house, to which the players began to groan and be surprised. Jeongmin exchanged glances with Youngwon with lost expressions. Youngwon asked if they would now have to drive an hour to the nearest grocery store. Jeongmin was surprised to hear about the car, since he traveled by bus and his journey took 2 hours. The entire team of players listened in awe and amazement to the pleasant perks of building their new home. Moon Yob added that this was not the end, and they decided to create a separate player management team and hire a housekeeper and a service manager. The players could hardly believe what they heard, as they were pleasantly surprised. The protagonist looked sarcastically at the guys from under his yellow helmet, clutching Seunho in his hand. He was pleased to hear his team's admiration for his action and the improvement in their standard of living. Moon Yob understood that now would be the time for provocation. Seunho looked up at the director with a confused look and sweatily tried to address him, noting that everything sounded good, but then his speech was interrupted. Moon Yob sighed angrily and placed his helmet on Seunho's head. Seunho immediately fell down and was stunned when he heard that the main character told everyone to listen to him and added that Seunho decided to work hard on the construction of the building. Seunho continued to be in quiet horror and bewilderment, sweat running down his face. Moon Yob explained that talented, superpowered people sacrifice their time to implement this plan, so he added that if other players joined the ranks of workers, they would be able to build the building faster. The protagonist hugged the perplexed Seunho, and all the other players began to clap their hands as a sign of his help. Seunho looked at the main character with anger in his eyes, who looked at him with a smile and told him to gain strength for the next 2 weeks. Seunho didn't like this situation and asked the director about the league itself, since he was also a member of the main team. Seunho was sweating profusely in the sultry heat and raised his head to the director with a sweltering look. Moon Yob immediately tried to cheer up his player and told him that he would have his own car and everything that his heart desired, including sports cars, which he could safely consider. Seunho still tried to resist and did not agree to this. Within a moment, he was thinking with a contemptuous look about the proposal when Moon Yob added that he would have a penthouse in this beautiful house, and a duplex one at that. The main character emitted a bright shining light from himself and showed 2 fingers on his hand, noting that Seunho's salary would now be doubled. Seunho immediately began putting work gloves on his hands. He said that he was the Prince of Delivery, Seunho, and didn't want to be that anymore. Seunho bared his teeth bloodthirstily and with animation and fire in his eyes said, clenching his fist, that now he would be the King of Construction and told the guys to call him from now on the King of Construction Seunho. The club's official page posted a photo of Seunho at a construction site. Later, news emerged that Seunho had stopped playing in the league for a while and was actively looking for housing. Bewildered and indignant comments poured in under Seunho's photo from the construction site about why they removed such a strong player from the roster. The fan was torn by all the comments about Seunho, even though YSM currently maintained his championship in the first division. Seunho went about his daily routine in various forms and actions. The reason was that Seunho was a key figure in the team's strategy and the person who makes the show happen, and he was removed from the team to make the league match boring. The training ground was destroyed and the angry comments evaporated in just a few days. The man's hand swept through the air in a refined manner. The comments went away on their own for no particular reason. Pietro trained on the battlefield with his magical aura, destroying everything around him. This was the YSM team's secret weapon. Pietro, in his magical appearance and white aura, looked to the side. YSM's great victory was that they got Pietro Ainla. Pietro's blue silhouette on the battlefield looked tired and a card came out saying he had 11 kills. Commentators rejoiced because it was not the main character at all, and Pietro defeated all his enemies. The players' comments immediately changed their tune and people tried to understand where such a strong player in the Moon Yob team came from. The interview with MVP in particular was impressive. Pietro, in his dark form, gave interviews to the crowd and told them that their primary goal was to win the championship. In addition to netizens, prestigious teams around the world began to respond to this. The Parisian Lumiere coach watched the interview with his disdainful expression and noted that this strong player would be a great addition to their team. The Moro brothers looked ahead with a malicious grin and already understood that they could form a trio of players: Pietro, Lucas, and Bernard. The La Warriors, including Roy, showed interest in Pietro, noting that they should definitely acquire this player. Pietro watched the audience with his tired eyes, and the crowd did not understand what Pietro was like and where he got such power from. It was already getting dark outside and the main character was standing on the roof of the YSM club building with High Priest. He asked her why she threw away her phone if she bought it for a lot of money. High Priest said that the phone's buzzer was too noisy and she was annoyed by it, so she added that if he had anything to do with her, he should contact her through Nayan. Moon Yob stood behind High Priest, who glanced back at him. He asked her if she and Nayan were close. High Priest looked back with a frown, imagining Nayan, who was chatting and smiling with excitement. She explained that when she looked at the sky, Nayan would come up to her and start chatting with her endlessly, and other than him, she would only talk to Nayan. High Priest looked to the side with a dissatisfied look, hearing extraneous sounds. She asked the main character not to force her to do unexpected things and immediately wondered why there was a lot of noise around if none of them used their abilities. She remembered sharply and added that they had recently contacted her and wanted to take her to the Italian national team. Moon Yob held onto the roof railing and looked at High Priest with a caustic look. She explained that she was told to do this because she owed him, so she said that if he bothered her anymore, she would disappear. The protagonist suggested that she naturalize and represent the Korean national team, and he would take responsibility and make sure that nothing bothered her. We were transported to the training ground for athletes. Bam, with a blade in his hand, practiced his blows and realized that he needed to make another 10,000 well-aimed blows. Bam was suddenly surprised when he heard the words of his director, who called out to him. Bam turned back with slight confusion and saw the director sitting on the bench. Bam raised his eyebrows and looked dumbfounded at the director, who still ordered him to be called senior. Moon Yob looked at the frightened Bam with a small smile on his face. He asked him if everything was okay with him, as he looked rumpled. The main character frowned and looked carefully at Bam, who was trying to ask him about a topic that was important to him. Bam stood opposite the main character, who had his arms and legs crossed and was sitting on a bench. Bam noted that he knew their director was going to the transfer market. Bam began to introduce his entire team, which was clearly stronger than him. He explained that at first he was angry and upset and did not think that he would continue to occupy the starting position, because the rest of the team was an order of magnitude stronger than him. Bam looked in amazement at the main character, who closed his eyes. He asked his elder to give him another chance. Moon Yob noted that Bam understood exactly what their CEO would be talking about now. Bam looked to the side with a lost and sad look. He replied that he knew for sure that if you compare him with new people, his shortcomings immediately surface, and the more he tries to keep up, the more difficult it becomes for him. Bam, with fear in his eyes, asked the protagonist if he moved to a new team, would he be able to play in the main position in another team? Moon Yob crossed his arms and frowned at Bam. He explained that there was no point in asking, because everything depended on how he himself would act. Bam, with a trembling voice, replied that he was waiting for some words of support, to which Moon Yob said that it was worth doing without tenderness. Moon Yob sighed heavily and noted that Bam made it to the national team and they didn't raise him so that he could just fall into a trap. Moon Yob began to get up from the bench as Bam was about to ask him one last question. He asked the director whether it would continue to be so difficult for him. The main character stood with his arms crossed and replied that everything was exactly like that, and he was at his peak, but still a lot depended on him. Realization dawned on Bam and his eyes widened. He said that the director had never once said that he couldn't take the starting position, and he had been on their team for 2 years, and now he realized something. Moon Yob watched Bam closely with a frown. Bam, straightening his shoulders, noted that the protagonist refused everyone who did not have any abilities, and this meant that although it would be difficult for him to grow further, he could prove himself to be a good player if he worked just as hard as now. Bam looked forward at the white light ahead of him. He realized that now they would make a lot of money and noted that he would work to the limit of his capabilities and increase his value at the end of the season. Bam, with a warm smile on his face, extended his hand towards the main character and asked him to shake his hand. An icon appeared with the BJ Pretty broadcast, which was about to begin, and comments from subscribers appeared. BJ Pretty appeared in the frame with a selfie stick against the backdrop of the forest and greeted her fans. He happily said that they had not broadcast together outdoors for a very long time, and today she turned on the live broadcast for a special reason. She excitedly raised her hand and pointed towards the YSM building. She announced with anticipation that this was the official filming of YSM's new building, which should have already wrapped up the season. BJ Pretty cried tears on live TV. She thanked the team for lifting her disqualification since the incident in the computer club and for giving her a chance to return to the air and becoming her sponsors. She noted that this time she was the first to receive an official opportunity to participate in the YSM filming. On the streamer's platform, she closed her eyes and shouted into the air that she was going to tell the fans everything about this team and its members, and they only had to wait a little longer. Someone clicked on her live broadcast icon. Youngwon and Jehun turned their attention to BJ Pretty, who was standing not far from them and filming everything. She shouted to her fans through the broadcast that she couldn't wait to tell her everything, and the first players she saw were the leaders of YSM, honored fighters who have maintained their positions since the club's inception, players Jehun and Youngwon. BJ Pretty pointed the camera at them and they shyly greeted the fans. Youngwon put his hand behind his head and said that he knew that BJ Pretty would come and film them today. Suddenly, Jehun tensed violently and clutched his water bottle, splashing water in all directions and shouting BJ Pretty's name. BJ Pretty looked on with excitement as Youngwon looked at his comrade in bewilderment. Jehun greeted his idol BJ Pretty in this way, glowing with happiness. He said that he followed BJ Pretty when she only had 20 followers and hasn't missed a single one of her streams since then. BJ Pretty exclaimed slightly and went through her followers' nicknames, noting that Jehun's nickname was Nambun Lavanari. Jehun in all his glory was pleasantly surprised that BJ Pretty knew his nickname and he fell back unconscious from shock. BJ Pretty and Youngwon watched in amazement as Jehun lay unconscious on the ground, foaming at the mouth. BJ Pretty continued filming the guys when Youngwon grabbed his lifeless comrade by the leg and dragged him away. He said that it was time for them to go and told BJ Pretty that if she walked to the dorm, she would definitely meet one of the other players. BJ Pretty walked lightly around the club grounds and headed towards the dormitory with her camera. She admired the fact that she didn't expect to meet the players in that place. BJ Pretty walked up to a sign indicating where the athletes' dorm was located and she pointed it out to the fans. She told them that it was worth going to see the athletes' dormitory, which had recently been completed, so she couldn't wait to take a look at it. BJ Pretty walked closer to several small buildings and filmed them. She exclaimed with joy and noted that this new dorm really looked great and she couldn't believe that they were able to actually build it in 2 weeks. BJ Pretty rushed forward with her phone camera and was excited to explore the new building. Suddenly, she came across Soonho's lifeless body, which was lying on the ground. Soonho's gloved hand indicated that the main character was the culprit. She thought it was murder. BJ Pretty poked Soonho's body with a stick in amazement as he said something about the sports car he worked so hard for. Soonho sharply clenched his fist and was about to toss and turn on the ground exhausted, but he still understood that the penthouse was still at stake. BJ Pretty jumped back with the camera in fear when Soonho suddenly stood up and continued to list all his perks from this construction site. Soonho, with fire in his eyes, rushed forward to continue working, realizing that his salary would be doubled from this. BJ Pretty widened her eyes and stared in shock as Soonho ran away, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly Sania's leg appeared behind her. BJ Pretty turned around sharply when Sania, standing behind her, asked her if everything was okay. BJ Pretty fell even more into a stupor of amazement. Sania, with groceries in hand, stood in front of BJ Pretty along with 2 other players. In addition to Sania, BJ Pretty also noticed 2 players, Bayam and Jinsu, who greeted her with a smile. All 3 players stood with their grocery bags nearby. BJ Pretty asked them if he was returning from the store as well. Sania started walking forward and BJ Pretty continued to talk about how this food they bought should have lasted them for a whole week. Bayam and Jinsu started talking to each other when Sania walked past them and went about her business without looking back. Bayam did not understand what to do, to which Jinsu said that recently Sania began to understand the Korean language better. Bayam and Jinsu started making faces at the camera as Sania covered her face with a bag. Jinsu shouted to the BJ Pretty fans that they really had a lot of food and Bayam added his words that none of them would definitely eat it all at once. Sania abruptly ran away from the guys who managed to pay attention to her, realizing that she felt embarrassed. Bayam waved his arms with a dumbfounded look as Jinsu prepared to run after Sania. Bayam tried to justify Sania by saying that she doesn't exist at all. BJ Pretty looked at the remaining cloud of dust that the guys left behind when they ran away and left the packaging of the sausage on the ground. BJ Pretty looked at what was happening in amazement, thinking that all the players had run away. BJ Pretty, with a sparkle in her eyes, clenched her fists and joyfully announced that she had most likely found the genius of mukbang and was going to find out all this from the club director, and then she would definitely join the broadcast. BJ Pretty found herself at the team's training area and indicated to her fans with her hand that this was her next location. BJ Pretty grabbed the door handle and was about to go inside. He noted that many thought that the battle players were training only in the virtual space, but physical training was also important, so training in real life helped them get used to their superpowers. As soon as she opened the door, a huge stream of smoke and fire flew out at her from inside. The 2 players turned back and saw BJ Pretty, who stood in shock after such fire flew in her direction. The players asked her if she was okay. Yongsoo, with a downcast look and raised hands, realized what had happened, realizing that they were about to attack him. Jeongmin and Hyuk glared angrily at Yongsoo, who raised his hands in fear. Jeongmin asked Yongsoo what he did, to which Hyuk noted that it was dangerous to throw explosive spheres at people. Yongsoo got angry and turned to the guys saying that they were chatting at all, because he was a ranged damage dealer and nothing was stopping him from training. Jeongmin started to imitate Yongsoo and told him in disgust that he was talking nonsense. Hyuk said menacingly that he would go tell their director about this. Hyuk and Jeongmin began to circle around the offended and red-faced Yongsoo. They grinned sarcastically at him, realizing that he had screwed up again and made a mistake. Yongsoo was enraged by such bullying and raised his hands in anger. He screamed about why they bothered him in the first place, because he did it on the training ground and all because it was impossible to enter dangerous places without knocking. BJ Pretty, with a burning face and a stunned look, noted that it was indeed her fault. Jeongmin walked up to BJ Pretty with a smile on his face and began to calm her down as Hyuk continued to mock Yongsoo. Jeongmin said that she shouldn't have mocked her because if something happened to their team, they would blame Yongsoo for it. BJ Pretty fans grinned with Yongsoo's patience. Hyuk along with Jeongmin glowed blue and clapped their hands behind the angry Yongsoo. They tried in this way to try to put pressure on him so that he would apologize. Squeezing his eyes tightly shut, Yongsoo squeezed out a pitiful apology with an evil grin. Hyuk and Jeongmin started laughing at Yongsoo, who continued to be angry and offended by his friends. They were really surprised that he was finally able to apologize. Hayek poked his finger at Youngsu with a mischievous grin and joked that he believed he was a child who could take charge. BJ Pretty looked at the guys with a joyful response and realized that they looked very animated. BJ Pretty was looking at her phone camera when she suddenly turned to the side, expecting to see new players. There were two black silhouettes of people standing on the roof of the club. BJ Pretty covered herself with small bushes in her hands, watching as Pietro and Nayan communicated on the edge of the roof. BJ Pretty peered intently at the silhouettes of the players, hiding behind small tree branches. She wondered why these two were alone on the roof, and she clearly witnessed an incredible scene. Pietro to the smiling Nayan, and they heatedly discussed something. BJ Pretty was wondering what the guys were talking about, realizing that it was forbidden to interfere in the dialogue. The main character suddenly approached BJ Pretty from behind and called out to her, causing her to suddenly become agitated. BJ Pretty fell to the ground with fear in her eyes and trembled convulsively. The protagonist noticed her slurred behavior and asked her if she had already done something. BJ Pretty couldn't find the words and hesitated to answer. BJ Pretty watched as Moon Yob covered his face from the light with his hand and looked around to the side. BJ Pretty explained that the main character just suddenly appeared, which is why she was surprised. The protagonist noted that this was his place and he could be anywhere. He noted that if BJ Pretty was going to film Pietro, he shouldn't have. Pietro and BJ Pretty looked ahead when the two black silhouettes of the protagonist and BJ Pretty were far behind. Moon Yob said that Pietro was a terrible person who hated everything around him, so she wouldn't hear anything good anyway. Moon Yob frowned at BJ Pretty and pointed behind himself. He noted that since BJ Pretty came here, she obviously had time to look around everything and she would still have to leave, noting that he would take her to the center, because she would wait a very long time for both a taxi and a bus. BJ Pretty continued to hold tree branches in her hands and presented an image of Youngmin, noting that she just didn't have time to see it. Moon Yob was a little surprised and asked if Youngmin was really not there. BJ Pretty shed a tear and noted that she really hadn't met Youngmin. Moon Yob and BJ Pretty arrived at the same place on his motorcycle where Youngmin was supposed to be. BJ Pretty raised her head along with the main character and pointed him to this place. They went inside and Youngmin was walking towards them. Youngmin rolled up his sleeves and looked with a smile at his director, who came to him. The protagonist stood in the middle between BJ Pretty and Youngmin and introduced them in a very unique way. She introduced herself and Moon Yob added that she was a very nice talker. BJ Pretty looked at Youngmin with surprise on her face and asked him what he was doing here. Youngmin smiled slightly and scratched his cheek, looking away. He noted that once at YSM, he often helped out at the location on weekends. Youngmin looked back with a smile and pointed to his comrades who were working with him. Youngmin closed his eyes and shook his head. He talked about a past for which he was ashamed, and he would like to atone a little. Youngmin frowned slightly and stood in front of the work machine. He explained that they could have observed his bad actions before, but still he worked on himself and was going to change for the better. Youngmin closed his eyes and bowed his head in front of the guys. He told them to keep a close eye on him. BJ Pretty looked at her camera and smiled heavily as Moon Yob stood behind her with a displeased face. She told fans that this was the end of her broadcast and asked them if they liked it. BJ Pretty sharply extended her hand towards the main character, who was suddenly taken aback. She explained to the fans that she would now give the floor to the club director, which made him immediately confused. The camera was aimed at the main character, who showed a thumbs up and noted to her fans that he was saying goodbye to them, as tomorrow he was going to go to Britain to find a new member. He told them that he would definitely find a talented player. The protagonist covered his mouth and did not finish his speech, which is why BJ Pretty stood in bewilderment. Moon Yob whispered to himself that this should have remained a secret. It was the end of the broadcast as it was getting late, and BJ Pretty added that she would be broadcast again in the near future. The stunning statements of the main character again blew up the media, and at the same time it was said that the number of BJ Pretty subscribers increased sharply that day thanks to fans of the Battle of Superhumans. After some time, BJ Pretty broadcast how she and Sanya ate delicious food with gusto. With the director's permission, BJ Pretty was able to host a mukbang with Sanya. There was a flashback from the broadcast of Moon Yob telling BJ Pretty fans that he was going to go to Britain to find a worthy player. Moon Yob's words about recruiting British players fueled everyone's interest. Moon Yob looked in the doorway as his secretaries held phones and chatted vigorously with curious people about this event. The secretaries told the people that they could not tell them who the purpose of their director's trip was and they had no right to say where their director went. At this time, YSM received a flurry of calls because everyone wanted to master this event. Moon Yob left the club building and scratched his face with a malicious grin, realizing that at this time his secretaries were waging a whole war with curious people. Leaving YSM and this recently formed hotline, the protagonist, with the assistance of the Worldwide Association for the Battle of Superhumans, went to the UK. Moon Yob teleported through a portal directly to the roof of a tower in Britain. Moon Yob looked around with his arms crossed and looked dissatisfied. He understood that after he was miraculously thrown onto this earth 17 years later, he expected to have fun and watch dramas, but in the end he had to take on a bunch of extra responsibilities that were difficult for him to bear, like battle and evil. Moon Yob jumped off the roof of the building and flew with his jetpack on his back. He wondered why he was busier now than during the demonic war. Moon Yob was floating in the air and rummaging through his backpack. He noticed that he had already found his goal and was therefore going to have some fun. The main character put on black glasses with a brutal look. The sunglasses, which reduced the likelihood of being recognized, were made by demons on the orders of the queen, which were supposed to distort the face and make Moon Yob more invisible. The main character landed on the ground wearing glasses, representing the dialogue between Nayan and Pietro. The master's disguise had the same principle, where light was distorted with the help of an aura. Moon Yob walked along the spacious streets of Britain and looked around with interest. He remembered that there were too many huge dungeons for this small country. Moon Yob looked ahead through his black glasses and smiled sarcastically. He realized that not much time had passed since everything in this country was turned into a wasteland and caught up with the world in such a short period, celebrating the wonders of civilization. The restoration took 17 years. Moon Yob stood in the spacious square in front of the Tower Chapel. He noticed new huge buildings and a new atmosphere in the city incomparable to the past. A double-decker red bus was driving along the road in Britain. Moon Yob was walking along a small flower boulevard and snacking on food. Moon Yob looked ahead carefully, chewing his food, and was a little puzzled. At the same time, along this boulevard, a thief stole a bag from an elderly woman and headed forward. Moon Yob realized that something had to remain the same after all. The thief ran straight at the main character and shouted at him in his own language to get away. The protagonist stretched his fingers and smiled maliciously when, with the help of magic, he was able to lift a wooden bench above him. He joked with irony that they had prepared an excellent excursion program for him for his arrival and decided to entertain him from the very beginning. With a quick movement, the bench flew towards the thief and knocked him off his feet. The protagonist looked in surprise at how the thief lay unconscious after such a blow to himself with the bench. Moon Yob was holding a stolen handbag when an elderly woman ran towards him to pick it up. The elderly woman timidly embarrassed and thanked the main character, who at that moment scratched his head. The man was lying on the bench at this time and crossed his legs. He added that there really was not a single quiet day in this city. Moon Yob turned sharply towards the response, trying to figure out who said it. A man in a black shirt and cap was lying on a bench. He added that he didn't like the fuss. It was Gary Williams, Superman and member of the British national team. Gary closed one eye and looked to the side in bewilderment. Moon Yob immediately drew attention to him and exclaimed. The protagonist looked through his glasses at the guy and recognized him, calling him by name. Gary immediately stood up slightly to see who recognized him. Gary sat down on a bench and looked at the main character in bewilderment, thinking that it was his fan. Moon Yob raised his finger up and realized that the player did not recognize him because he was wearing sunglasses. The protagonist took off his glasses and smiled sarcastically, looking at Gary. Moon Yob understood that Gary did not expect to see him and knew that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Gary immediately widened his eyes and looked ahead in shock, realizing who was in front of him. They were transported to Gary's house. They sat at the table and ate food, discussing everything that was happening with a smile. Gary asked his old friend what was going on. Moon Yob immediately explained with irony that his surprise also knew no bounds and he was going to hang out a little more and then meet, but he also couldn't think that they met so simply by chance on the street. He sarcastically noted that it was clearly fate. On their table were fried sausages and bottles of alcohol. Moon Yob explained that Gary should have been aware that he was going after new players. Gary answered without hesitation that he had indeed already heard the news, but did not think that he would arrive so quickly. Gary frowned slightly and looked at his old friend with confusion. Gary thought that Moon Yob could come to the UK and hire him. The main character smiled sarcastically and raised his hand to his face, noting that it was for him that he had come. Gary asked him why. Moon Yob added that he knew that Gary had never been to the World Championships. Gary got a little excited. Gary immediately got up from the table angrily and hit it with his hands. Gary asked Moon Yob with resentment whether he really thought that since he could not become the world champion, he would be very happy to go to Korea. Moon Yob understood his friend's anger and asked him not to get excited. The protagonist presented the image of Gary in combat form when he performed in 3 countries. Moon Yob knew that Gary was an 18-year veteran of the top leagues in France and England. He noted that perhaps due to the fact that he was simply far from the champions, the team in which he played won this title. The main character was sitting at the table with a sly smile and trying to reach for a piece of food. He noted that maybe Gary wouldn't want to come to miserable Korea after the 2nd English division, but he asked him to be honest and asked him a question about how he definitely should have still had the desire to go to the World Championship. Henry straightened his shoulders with excitement, realizing that YSM's participation in this tournament was almost guaranteed. Gary looked at Moon Yob, who was clenching his fingers in a grin, and introduced his team's two strongest players, Sanya and Pietro. He knew that in the last match he had no chance to verify this, but he could still take into account the extraordinary abilities of Pietro, who debuted this year, and the incredible skills of Sanya. He also did not forget about the director of the Moon Yob Club. Gary looked slightly angrily at the main character and noted that the ticket to the World Cup was a very good gift, but still, why did he decide to recruit him? Moon Yob extended his hand forward and tried to explain his position. He decided to start with the fact that Gary literally had to sleep and see his start in a new life, and told him to feel maximum determination, and did not ask unnecessary questions about his recruitment to the team. Gary went wide-eyed when Moon Yob finally told him the reason that he wasn't looking for promotion at all. He imagined a huge tentacled monster with red eyes. He told him about evil, because according to the Emperor, this was a monster who was trying to enter the real world, and he did not see anything wrong with the feat, because he only needed to test everyone at least once in order to choose those who could prepare for fight against evil. Moon Yob looked at Gary carefully and told him with all confidence that for this to happen, the players needed to be able to rise to the level of the world champion and have the experience of directly facing strong players, and he urgently needed a victory at the championship. Gary was shocked by what he heard, trying to comprehend the words about victory. Gary was sitting at the table opposite Moon Yob. Gary replied that he knew that Moon Yob did not doubt himself, but added that the World Championship was not such an easy stage. Gary bowed his head and sadly said that if Moon Yob was looking for players for this event, then he should have hired someone with experience. Gary added that he was worried that in the Korean First Division his skills would deteriorate even before participating in the championship. Moon Yob smiled sarcastically and introduced the player Gerald, who stood with his shield. He asked Gary sarcastically about why this bruiser of a friend stopped hiding behind his giant shield. He also introduced Bernard's combat appearance, noting that Bernard had developed strength and scored the highest points of all time. He also remembered Roy with his skills, who used absolute zero even without a weapon. Gary imagined these images in his head. The main character was sitting at a table with a glass and food on it. He sat opposite Gary and noted that all this was nothing, since Gary should have already guessed that in Korea he himself was the main savior of humanity. The protagonist began pouring alcohol into a glass for Gary. Moon Yob noted that as long as he was there, his players would not lose their skills. The main character held out the bottle and glass towards Gary. He told him why Gary shouldn't join their friendly family. Gary took his glass, thinking that this proposal sounded very attractive, but still he was going to ask one last question. Moon Yob looked in surprise at Gary, who was holding the glass with both hands. Gary asked what Moon Yob thought he could develop in himself. Gary looked dissatisfied at the reflection in the glass. He knew that for all 18 years he had occupied the position of a melee dealer, and the public had already recognized him as a player who would be suitable for the Major League, but not for the World Cup. Gary remembered his weapon, which he had already hung on the wall. He tried to understand what potential Moon Yob, who had already reached his peak, saw in him. The main character pointed his finger at Gary with a smile on his face. He noted that Gary already knew that for a long time he had preferred superhumans to generalists. He also asked Gary about how he never saw the bow as anything more than a toy to be used occasionally. Gary looked at the main character with amazement in his eyes, holding a glass in his hands. The protagonist told him that Gary should try himself as a ranged dealer. Gary looked slightly confused about this as he presented his skills. He didn't understand why Moon Yob offered him this role, because he could only make his body stronger when entering a dungeon, and the superpower that strengthens the body would bring him more benefit at close ranges. So if he takes the position of ranged dealer, then this superpower will be unavailable. The protagonist immediately used his analyzing gaze and closely examined Gary. Gary looked at Moon Yob with bewilderment, who looked at his stats, which were all almost at maximum. His gaze caught on two of Gary's skills. One of them was improved vision, which improved 5 times in dungeons. There was also an improved body skill that increased his physical strength, agility, and speed in the dungeon by 5 times and increased by 10 when playing as a ranged dealer. Moon Yob enthusiastically latched onto the mark that his strength increased by 10 at that very position, marking his new super strength. The protagonist recalled how Bam put his hands on a magical sphere, which was supposed to count his superpower in the E system. Moon Yob understood that only he and his diamond eye could find a unique ability when others could only recognize it with the help of super sophisticated machines. Ease did not then find a conditional superpower, as was the case with Bam. The main character thought that if it weren't for him, no one would have known that Gary could become even cooler as a ranged dealer. Moon Yob looked at Gary with a malicious grin and told him that from that moment on he was no longer a melee dealer, because he had great potential in attacking a new position. The main character extended his hand towards Gary and told him that now he will be able to participate in team battles even at close range in an emergency. Emerkasa put his hand on the stack of papers. Emerkasa bowed his head in front of the papers, holding his head as it hurt. Last winter, during the transfer season, Emerkasa was counting on the amount of 180 million euros for the transfer of Moon Yob. The main character stood with a malicious grin in the performance of Emerkasa, and an impressive amount was indicated. Emerkasa then thought that he could attract Moon Yob easily. Moon Yob during that very battle. There were legends about the main character as a savior, but at that time there were no real tangible results. The main character, in the form of a yellow bag, was lying on stones in a stream. Emerkasa thought he could still invest at the last minute and buy the secret copy before its value was fully revealed. Emerkasa looked angrily at his tablet, where there was news about the main character. The originally set amount doubled due to matchup between Korea and England. The silhouette of the main character was located above Bernard and Roy, who stood a little smaller. Emerkasa's tablet had a photo of the main character with the logo of his club YSM in the background. This was the largest ransom in the history of the battle, and moreover, Emerkasa never thought that Moon Yob would refuse such a lucrative deal, because he most likely aspired to become a world champion with YSM. The secretary tried to calm down his boss Emerkasa, who was standing with an angry look over a stack of papers. The secretary asked Emerkasa if they really didn't have anyone who could compete with Moon Yob. The silhouette of a girl entered their office. The girl said whether they should have fought against the scoundrel when the restrictions on the damping beam were lifted. Shirin, a Berlin Blitz transfer, entered their room, crossed her arms, and said that she would be the first player to fight back against Moon Yob. Gary looked at the guy in shock, asking him if he wanted to say that changing his position was the key to solving his problem. Moon Yob gave him a stern look, saying that he didn't think the man understood him a bit, then asked what he knew about ranged fighters. The man did not take his eyes off the guy, asking what this meant, to which the guy replied that if Gary listens to him, he will become stronger, but he does not give a 100% guarantee. They presented the Berlin Blitz and Paris Lumiere logos. The guy asked if he thought his understanding of the game and skills would work in the major leagues. The man wanted to answer something. The guy imagined him sitting with a bow in his hands and, interrupting him, said that he felt at ease only because the bow had already grown to his hands. But all he had done before was to take a good position with an excellent overview to control everything. Moon Yob pointed his finger at his interlocutor and ended the sentence by saying that after that he simply joined and fought, and that everything was very obvious. So it turns out that he set himself up. The man looked away, frowned, and answered the guy's question about whether he considered this a trifle by saying that he had no words. The man was shocked to imagine the guy behind Emerkasa after he said that he trained the blonde to use a bow 17 years ago. The man imagined the image of Emerkasa, thinking that he was one of the seven, the master of Berlin Blitz, and that there were rumors that most of his tactics and techniques were copied from Moon Yob and then changed. He looked at the smiling guy and thought that it turned out that all this was true. The man watched tensely as his interlocutor greedily drank alcohol, and thought that now it was beginning to seem to him that because of his rude tone and boorish behavior, he had forgotten that the guy was a crazy genius. The guy lowered the bottle and looked at the man who drank the glass in one gulp. Gary frowned, wiping his chin, slammed his glass on the table, and resolutely agreed to sign the contract. Gary knelt behind Anna Williams, who smiled with difficulty, trembling with anger, and said that the contract was for 2 years. The girl turned on the man in a rage, shouting at him to sit facing the wall and keep his hands up, after which she asked what was going through his head when he decided to sign such a contract without consulting her. The girl turned to Moon Yob, exhaled heavily, and said that despite the fact that he had just built new housing for the players, she didn't want Gary to be in worse conditions. The guy thought that his wife was in charge of everything in their family. Moon Yob turned away from her with an awkward smile while she glared at him and said that they had everything they needed, to which the girl replied that she was sending him to train in the mountains. Moon Yob asked her to stop staring at him like that. He turned around, scratching his cheek, while the girl said that her husband had not discussed his decision with her, and there was probably a reason why he, being a cautious person, relied only on himself. The guy replied that they should stretch out the contract period for 3 years. The girl looked angrily at the young man who turned away, saying that she agreed only for 2 years. The guy said that she was being petty, and that in the future, when they ask for a contract extension, they will not receive anything. The girl asked if he says these words to all agents. Moon Yob turned around, furrowed his eyebrows, slammed the table, and asked what was her business, then told her to sign the contract. The girl signed a player's contract on the condition that he would receive 50,000 euros per week, and in the end it was decided that after the end of the contract with the current team, Gary would join them in 6 months. Moon Yob was packing his backpack when suddenly his phone rang. The guy brought it to his ear. The interlocutor said the phrase that it was him, to which the guy asked who exactly. Shirin, holding the phone in her hand, exhaled and introduced herself. The guy moved the phone away with dissatisfaction, saying the name. The girl said that Emerkasa gave her his number, after which the guy said that this was revenge after 17 years. Emerkasa stood not far from the girl, who, holding a glass in her hand, said that she had become part of the Berlin Blitz, and that she had heard that he was in Britain, after which she asked if he would like to appear at their game. The guy replied in the negative, and asked whether these rumors spread all over the world. The girl smiled coquettishly, saying that she was no longer the same as she was 17 years ago. The guy asked her if she was ignoring his question. The stadium was illuminated by the sun's rays. The guy was sitting on a chair in the VIP box. He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile that, according to rumors, the power of the suppression beam had increased from 50 to 80%. But it seemed to him that she called him not only to demonstrate power, after which he added that he would have to see how much the girl has grown. Sharon walked ahead of the team with a serious expression on her face. The commentator announced the exit of the Berlin Blitz players. The guy looked at Daniel Mance, who joyfully raised his hands up and said that this guy is in the top 3 in the world as the strongest support in the world. He imagined the image of Sharon sitting on the throne and began to reflect on the fact that the Chinese team was completely focused on her. Their game strategy was built around her skills, and then wondered how Emerkasa would mold. He added that it is not yet known whether the girl has corrected her deficiency. The tall structure was emitting thick smoke. The commentator announced the dungeon in which today's game would take place. It was a pillar of creation, and a multi-stage diagram of the arena's structure appeared on the scoreboard. Scarlet Demons attacked the Munich Wolfenritter team. The commentator announced that the players of this team have high speed and excellent mobility, thanks to which they can hunt monsters. The team members, who were on the second tier, dealt with the monsters one by one, while the second announcer said that everything was exactly like that, and that they were the ones who could use experience points and decide the outcome of the game. Berlin Blitz players also fought with monsters, but on the first tier of the arena, and it was more difficult for them. The announcer said that on one side was their team, which was moving forward as usual. Moon Yob watched as Sharon and her comrades moved forward. The commentator said that Tutanka and the girl separated from the main force of the team and attacked on their own, adding that this was something new for their team and that their strategy was similar to the Korean YSM tactics. The guy with called Emerkasa an asshole and said that they stole their strategy involving Pietro, after which he asked the question if just one extinguishing beam could somehow help them. A girl with 2 tanks stood in front of a huge griffin on the third tier of the arena. The commentator said that after long battles, Sharon and her group are faced with a mid-level boss. The girl used an extinguishing beam, which hit the monster with monstrous force. The announcer admired the fact that she instantly used her ability. A holographic image of the girl was shown in the arena. The announcer added that this battle would be amazing. The audience shouted that she was really strong, how this was possible, and that she single-handedly defeated the middle boss. The silhouette of a man appeared from behind the stones while the girl said something to her group. The guy noticed from behind the cover that she pointed her hand at him. The next moment he was struck by a powerful explosion. The commentator counted her 1 kill. An eye symbol appeared on the girl's forehead while she held her hand out. The announcer called it crazy abilities and said that this was a very cool first kill that happened at a time when the opposing team was conducting surveillance, which means that the girl knew their location. Moon Yob's eye was shrouded in an aura as he looked at her with a smile. A second commenter added that this was a recent discovery of the girl's location ability. The guy said that that's why the girl was so confident. Her abilities appeared on the system window in front of him. The extinguishing beam launches an aura beam that destroys all objects in its path, and the location makes it possible to determine the point where the designated target is located within a radius of 3 kilometers. The guy thought that the Master and Sharon at first glance seemed similar because they were ranged fighters. He remembered the brat, the shrouded aura, and thought that however a Master's spirit strike was, in a nutshell, a series of small bombardments. And when she came to her senses after becoming human, she turned any space into a wasteland with the help of teleportation and constant long-range attacks. Then he imagined a brunette holding her hand up, with the symbol of a quenching beam hovering in it, and thought that this girl was focusing on one target, using a new location, and with a powerful quenching beam, she could easily smear the losers. He smiled and asked whether everything was going smoothly, and whether they had compensated for the girl's weakness. The scoreboard showed the layout of the arena. Both teams were on the same tier. Daniel pushed off from one platform at high speed to end up next to the girl who was looking at the enemy team. The commentator said that Sharon was preparing for a surprise attack and joined Daniel, who entered the battle just in time. The symbol of her ability appeared on the girl's forehead again. She closed her eyes and focused on the enemy players, after which she said that the target had been verified and they were the only ones within a 3 kilometers radius. The guy behind her hit her with his hand and said with a smile that they would finally be able to act together. He looked at her in surprise after she interrupted his words that it was time for them to start. The girl looked maniacally at the opponents, asked him to give her a chance because she wants to check how good she is now, to which the guy agreed with a smile. He turned around, raised his hands behind his head, and a strong explosion of aura occurred behind him. The next moment the girl was in the air above the enemy team. One of the players shouted for everyone to look up. With a menacing look, she crossed her arms in front of her, forming 4 sources of the extinguishing beam. At the moment of the shot, she spread her arms, and the aura burst out with great force at the enemy, who shouted her name. The beams rained down on the enemy team. One of the guys tried to run away and defend himself. He was soon also covered by the beam. The girl landed on the ground. Nothing was visible because of the rising dust. Suddenly she looked in front of her in shock. 2 enemy players appeared from behind the clouds of dust. The commentator announced 3 kills, saying that she was amazing, because in the blink of an eye she dealt with 2 thanks to her beam. She looked at the opponents in surprise, thinking that she planned to destroy all 4 of them, then wondered if they were able to dodge, and added that, as I expected, players in the major leagues were quick to cope. Her thoughts were interrupted by Daniel. She looked at him in shock after his words that it was his turn. The guy activated sprint and, step by step, at high speed, approached them. Finding himself between the enemy players, he pointed his hands at them and activated his abilities. Arrow symbols appeared on them. Arrows from the aura were directed along his hands. He activated the thrust with a smile. The next moment the guy brought his hands together, and the enemy players collided with each other. The color of the arrows on his hands changed. He feinted in the air, activating the push, and pinned the guys to the ground. Spinning in space, he began to descend. The guy landed next to the lying opponents. The next moment he looked back at the girl who destroyed them with her beam. He looked at his comrade with a smile. The girl held her arm outstretched, shrouded in an aura. The commentator counted her 5 kills. Moon Yob activated his skill on the guy, showing thumbs up in the characteristics window that opened. All his stats were pumped up to the maximum, and his abilities were thrust, which attracted the target to a distance of 8 meters, repulsion, which pushed the target to a distance of 2.5 meters, and sprint, which increased speed by 50% for 3 seconds. Moon Yob looked at the holographic image, laughed a little, and said that the girl was finally in her place. The score between the teams was 2-0 in favor of Berlin Blitz. Emrakasa, Shirin, and Daniel looked at the guy in surprise, who said that it was a wonderful excursion. Daniel shouted his name, after which the guy took off his glasses and said that they had met. The young man, beaming with joy, approached him and asked if he had watched him play, and if he wanted to see the coach or Shirin, to which Moon Yob replied that he did not need them, because he would be more interesting. The guy laughed joyfully, asking is this true, and does he want to exchange contacts, to which the man agreed. Moon Yob looked to the side. While the guy was glowing with happiness, Shirin asked how the match was for him. The girl looked at him nervously, holding her hand in front of her. He approached her, looking straight into her eyes. She looked at him in shock after his words that, it seemed to him, she would push harder. He made a disdainful face and asked if she had not yet learned to control her abilities. The girl flew into a rage, screaming his name. The next second he patted her on the head, saying that he had nothing more to say. He looked at her with a smile, saying that she had worked hard. The girl embarrassedly held her head. The guy turned away, after which she asked if he wanted to say that he had paid her a compliment. The man thought that he had the opportunity to test the extinguishing beam on himself. He turned his gaze to the side, saying that in fact. Emrakasa frowned sternly, crossing his arms over his chest. The guy finished his sentence by saying that it would be better if he talked to him. The men walked along the alley next to the clubhouse. Emrakasa asked what problem he had. The guy looked at him angrily, imagining a locomotive with his picture in front, and said that his team was falling behind a float thanks to precise strategy, like a train that flies along the beaten path, and that he could not believe that he was doing exactly the same thing. Jeho then asked how he plans to get the girl into the restraining game. The man stopped, put his hands on his belt, and said that he did not set the team in this direction, but the guy replied that he knew what he was talking about, because the girl does not control her powers. They remembered the moment in the match when the girl fired a volley of beams, and he said that she was aiming for 4, missed and hit 2, but with her speed and power, it was easy to finish them all off at once, adding that she should improve her control. Raising his hand, he said that the extinguishing beam is strong, but a lot of aura goes to nowhere, and if she wants nothing left of her beam, let her shoot at full power. After which he asked the man if he knew what was reaching for her since the last dungeon, adding that she still cannot control the destructive power. The man frowned, saying that he knew this, and yet he still had hope, because in the end she dealt with all 4. He introduced his team's players, saying that Berlin Blitz are different from the Chinese, and Shirin is not the only outstanding player, so they just need to defeat the enemy before her aura runs out. Looking at the irritated man, the guy exhaled and said with a smile that if he bets on her, her technique should always be equally good, and that he should race her to achieve results. He introduced the Moro brothers and said that he seemed to be completely clueless on the subject, asking if he didn't know about his rival from Paris, adding that those hairless octopuses were much smarter than they looked. He narrowed his eyes maliciously, raised his hands to his mouth and said to defeat Paris Lumiere, after which he playfully interrupted himself, saying that he was the one saying that. He looked back at the interested man, who asked what he was talking about and jokingly replied that he didn't mean anything special. Moon Yob pointed a finger at himself with a smile after his words that he, as always, knows the answers to all questions but does not say them because of his rebellious ego, to which the guy jokingly said that he needs to tell him everything, also for free. The man said with annoyance that he would show him the reserve and youth teams of their club. They introduced the players of the Korean team. The man said that he has no members who could perform at the world level, with the exception of the strange Italian and Gary. Although of course he has Sonia, but still needs more players. The guy said irritably that he hired old man Gary a couple of days ago, and you can already hear about it from every word. The man introduced Youngwon and said that, as he sees, his team is focused on attack, but Youngwon is the only classic tank focused on defense, to which the guy replied displeasedly that he knows everything. The guy smiled after he said that he would rent him one tank and then asked if he would pay his salary himself because he didn't have a penny in his pocket. The man of malice gritted his teeth, exhaled, and said that they would pay him in half. Moon Yob rubbed his hands with a wide smile and said that he agreed, but he would choose the player himself and so that the man would not complain, after which he made his choice. Emerkasa looked at the guy with a serious expression on his face while he talked about how the man still chooses superhumans with clear advantages and positions. But he, in turn, for universal players, they presented 3 warriors, a swordsman, an archer and a wizard, and the guy said that was all good, after which he asked why he attached so much importance to players who were faithful to traditional roles. The man frowned and said that in the dungeons everything could change in a matter of seconds. Standing opposite each other, the guy said that everything was right, and the dungeon then aroused fear in everyone and already. Every time they had to think on the fly, after which he asked whether the battlefield was somehow different from the dungeon. The man answered in the affirmative. He looked at the guy sternly, saying that battle is a game in which participants fight in a well-known place. The guy silently listened to his words that there is nothing wrong if you perform your duties properly. Do not hesitate under any circumstances, that will be enough. They presented different strategies, and the guy asked what to do then if the ranged fighter was in a stalemate, for example when he was blocked by melee players, or if the tank was in a situation where there was no one who could deal damage. Guys can protect themselves in such situations because they have specialist troubleshooters. The man suddenly imagined the image of a joyful Daniel. The guy smiled and said that this was the same boy he had just met, after which he asked what he thought his contribution to the team was. The man staggered slightly, asked what he was talking about, and whether Daniel was doing more than he thought. Emerkasa looked at the guy who held up 4 fingers and said that he was doing 40% of the work because he was taking advantage of opportunities that 4 out of 10 people would miss. Moon Yob looked away with a smile, raised his hands, and said that he was exaggerating a little, but if Daniel had been there during the final dungeon raid, he could have traded Emerkasa for him. He again introduced the locomotive that stood at the fork in the tracks, and the lever that switched in the direction of travel was Daniel, after which he said that he still allowed the boy to change the direction of the rails of those roads that he himself had laid. Suddenly this locomotive was knocked off the rails by another train with the image of a boy. The guy added that now we need to let it roll on its own path and let him take everything into his own hands. The man smiled slightly. He said with a smile that it looks like he will be able to react to the situation and, based on this, recruit players with excellent basic skills, adding that he understood where he was going with this. The guy hit him with his hand and reminded him that he wanted to show him the newcomers, after which he asked who he would rent. The dark-skinned guy greeted with enthusiasm. His strength was 84 out of 96, agility 78 out of 79, speed 70 out of 70, endurance 81 out of 90, willpower 56 out of 85, skills 69 out of 84, aura 42 out of 70, and his super strength was armor, which consumed 1 aura per second, but sharply increased the strength of the body. Moon Yob looked at the man who asked how he liked this guy, after which he replied that it would be a shame not to take advantage of it, because this is a classic tank, which he lacked for the full picture. Emerkasa stood next to the player opposite Moon Yob, who said that as soon as he sorted out the paperwork, let him send him to Korea. The man agreed. The guy looked at the new player and, turning to him, said that he needed to gain weight and be more mobile. The boy nodded with a smile, thinking about how he found out about this. Clouds were floating across the sky. The guy said that in this case it was time for him. Suddenly he was asked to stop. He looked back in surprise. Shirin stood on the stairs and did not look at him. The girl was breathing heavily, leaning on her knees, and said that she would definitely change and would definitely be better next time. The guy smiled slightly, asking if it was a dream, and asked not to upset him this time. The girl blushed a little and agreed with his words with a soft smile. Moon Yob stood on the roof of the triumphal arch, saying that he had done everything he planned, and perhaps he should take a look at the sights. He scratched his head, saying it wasn't his style at all. The queen was sitting in a dark space when he turned to her and asked her to open the gate. She asked if he managed it, to which the guy replied, "Is it worth saying, thanks to whom it happened?" The space opened up in front of him. The girl said that in this case she would open it. He entered the gate, which immediately closed. The queen looked at him with a soft smile. She walked along a long corridor. The guy followed her, looking around. They came to a huge glowing lamp, after which he asked if this was an ordinary portal for moving to another space. The queen, looking ahead, answered him with a question, "Is it because only a few kings among the demons have access to this place?" They stood in front of a glowing object. The guy answered in the negative, asking if this was not the core of the dungeon. The girl said that it looked like it, but it was larger than the one that was in the last dungeon. He looked at the queen, who was talking about how she actually didn't know anything about it either, and that it was the core of this place. The guy asked what it meant, to which she replied that she checked her personal information, but it turned out that it not connected to anything. Standing in front of the shining object, she added that most of the records about their ancestors had also been erased, so there was no information at all. She remembered how the demons killed this core, and said that several times they tried to get this core to see if they could use it, but the shell was so hard that not even a scratch remained, and numerous attempts were to no avail. They brought her, because the aura was not enough. The guy incomprehensibly turned his gaze to her, asking what was happening. There was also a dungeon here. She replied that the place was created according to the same principle. They imagined the core of the dungeon, surrounded by hordes of monsters. The girl added that there were no traces of monsters here. The guy asked if the core shouldn't look like this, to which she replied with a smile that all spaces are different depending on their purpose. They imagined a dark passage. The queen added that in other dungeons monsters are released to gain the energy of outsiders, but in closed corridors this is pointless. They introduced the dungeon core, on both sides of which there were different dungeons. The queen said that there were also many paths connecting the dungeon, but usually people could not use them. The guy introduced the moles, after which he asked if she was talking about the very tunnels that moles dig underground, after which he understood why these tunnels are everywhere. The girl awkwardly answered that that's about it. Moon Yob looked at the shining object and said that she told him that there wasn't even a scratch on it. He looked at the deep cuts on the surface of the object and asked what it was then. In one place on the core there were many deep notches, forming hieroglyphs. The girl translated that the one who is worthy will awaken his strength. Looking at it, she said that it was the language of the ancient demons, and that it was similar to their proverb. Touching the hieroglyphs, the guy wondered if this was folk art, after which he thought that this bright black trace was very strange, because no one had managed to destroy it, but there was some kind of squiggle. Suddenly he remembered the golden armor, and thought about his words that he was the only one who could achieve the astral form of the weapon. The queen looked back at him after he addressed her. He pointed to the core with a smile and asked if he could break the thing. Standing opposite each other, the girl replied that this was impossible because it was too strong, and no matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to destroy it, to which the guy replied that he had one idea. If she allowed, he wanted to take a risk. He asked her with a smile about her decision. She imagined the image of the emperor behind the guy and realized something. The girl nodded with a smile to the guy who hit him with his hand and said that she understood that no matter what happened, he would definitely protect her, to which he replied that he would easily do so. The object shone brightly. The queen added that she did not know what it was at all. The man threw his spear, saying that in this case everything was decided, and activated the enhancement of immortality. She looked in surprise at how a weapon shrouded in an aura appeared in the hand of a determined guy, and thought that this was serious power. The guy looked at his goal. The queen thought that the feeling is completely different when you see it all live. Suddenly the guy took off with explosive force. Spinning in the air, he sent a flurry of blows towards his target. The queen looked at this in surprise, thinking that this was incredible because the core had not yet succumbed to any attack. The guy swung his weapon furiously. He plunged the tip of his spear into the core. A bright light streamed from the impact site. He looked at the emanating radiance, holding the spear with his hands. Suddenly the core split into pieces. The queen covered her face with her hands, and a guy holding a weapon landed next to her. They both closed themselves off from the outgoing flow. The light increasingly illuminated the room, blocking their visibility. In place of the core, a man appeared, surrounded by a halo. The man from the core began to move slightly around the space, saying that they had not seen each other for a very long time. The golden-haired emperor loomed over them in the air. The heroes recognized him. The man's eyes were shining. The girl said that he looked like the emperor before his fall. Emperor said that finally the one who knew the astral form of the weapon came to this place. The man put his hand forward, saying that he was saving this for the next generation of saviors. Moon Yob winced in pain, an emperor's aura appearing on his arm. The emperor symbol appeared on the back of his hand. The guy asked what the hell this was. The system window that appeared explained that this was a sign of a supporter of the savior, which allows the owner of a superpower to assign himself a supporter. If you select 2 abilities of the person who is the senior supporter, you can increase the limit of these forces. The girl took his hand, asking him to look. Standing opposite each other, the queen said that this was indeed the power left by the emperor, and that she could not believe that even this structure had been prepared by himself. The guy looked at the hand, saying that he was holding power that could be transferred to the followers. The queen beamed with joy while the guy moved his hand, and said that it was great, although she was unsure whether this power would be useful in the fight against evil, to which he replied that he needed to think about who to choose first. He imagined all the great players he had met and wondered if he would have to do everything himself again. The guy yawned heavily, covering his mouth with his hand. He put his foot on the glass cube in which the cup was closed and said that winning the KV1 League was so easy that his mouth would soon burst from yawning. The players looked at him, wondering what else he would say. The guy pointed to Gabriel standing behind him and said that he gave him his word when he picked him up from Paris and kept it, raising YSM in just a year from last place in the KV2 League to first place in the KV1 League. He pointed his finger at his team, saying that this time it was their turn to promise. Jaehoon, Youngsu and Youngmin listened to his question about whether they are going to hang out in this league their entire lives. The director crushed the cup with monstrous force with his foot, which shattered into many pieces. He grinned, saying that in that case they were in trouble. Standing next to the coach, he said that from now on their goal. He presented the World Championship trophy and ended the sentence with the fact that their goal is victory on the world stage. Soon Ho and Sonia were whispering to each other when suddenly the guy shouted at them to be quiet. Holding a spear on his shoulder, he said that since yesterday he had cancelled all subscriptions to all services including YouTube, after which the players wondered if he was following them. The man smiled, saying that there was still time. He gave a maniacal thumbs down at the frightened players and ended his sentence by saying that they would have one hell of a training session. Moon Yob ran behind two players, hitting them. He looked back at them with a smile. It was special strengthening training 1. He stood over Jaehoon and Sonia, standing in the plank. He had 60 kills, the boy had 31 deaths, and the girl had 29 deaths. The players looked at each other after he said that if they answered correctly the question of what gaps only Korean dealers have, then he would give them a rest. The girl looked at the man sitting on the back of her comrade and said that they could not decide to kill. The director replied that she was right, and then asked why exactly, and if she had thought about it. The girl nodded after he said that they should ask themselves questions and find answers to them so that their thoughts make sense. He put his glass on Jaehoon's head and asked what he would say about this. The guy replied that it was because they couldn't get through the tanks. The man hit him on the back, happily exclaiming that he was right, because the players of their country could not earn a kill alone. Tears flowed down the young man's face. The girl looked at the director again, asking why, to which the man replied that stupid coaches prevent players from going beyond their position, and they cannot break through the defense because they are accustomed to passive play. He looked at his players with a smile and added that in the end they were just talking about the distribution of forces. The players agreed with this. They presented 3 tanks standing with shields. The man explained that tanks with shields are lined up in front of any team if this line is too tough for them. What kind of threats can be expected, adding that in the Korean League ordinary, not famous guys play, but in the World Champions League they are visible to the naked eye. The young man and the girl looked in front of them in surprise after his words that if they sat in their positions, they would only have to try to hold out, and then it would be a story about how he rushes around alone, killing everyone. The director put his head on his hand, pointing his finger at them, and said that of course Pietro is now on their team, so it will be easier, then asked if they would just like to resist the attacks. The players looked back at the director, confidently saying that they did not want to be like that. The man jumped off the young man's back and landed in front of them and said that today they were starting an intensive training regimen to overcome enemy defenses. He stood up with his shield and told them to attack. The players thought that he was talking about giving them a rest, after which they called him cruel. Naeun confidently first hands into fists after the man called her. Moon Yob looked at him with a smile, asked her if she thinks she's at her limit right now. This question surprised her. They remembered how she ran with a confident smile, and he said that she must have exhaled after becoming famous, and thanks to her talent, she is now in the league, but it is too early to relax, because he will make her even cooler. He squeezed the handle of the motorcycle and said that, of course, she would have to sweat a little. The motorcycle wheel began to slip. The girl was tied with ropes to a motorcycle on which the guy was accelerating. Frightened, she turned to the director. He looked back at her maniacally, telling her to run to her death. The girl abruptly jumped out of her seat and began to cry in fear. The man rode on his motorcycle. The girl tried to keep up. They carried out training after training. His players found themselves in different situations, after which they went to the first picnic. The guy thought that by working hard and having fun in the breaks, the summer of YSM had passed. The waiting room sign hung on the door. Bayam said he was leaving them from that day on. Standing in front of the team, he awkwardly scratched his head, saying that the director did not come because he was busy, but he thought that he should have at least said goodbye to them, because he was going to the Middle East to the Dubai team, and that they paid $3 billion for the transfer out. The two comrades were saddened while he awkwardly laughed and said that he hoped they would win the World Cup, after which he wished them to take care of themselves. The guy, walking along the corridor, met Gabriel, who turned to him. He looked at the man, asking what was the matter. Standing opposite him, the man said that he heard from Nayan that he recently received a license. The guy agreed with this, saying that he received a license for a motorcycle. The coach turned around with a smile, asking him to follow him. The young man looked in front of him in surprise. Standing next to the coach on the street, he looked at the motorcycle standing in the parking lot. Gabriel said that it was a gift from Moon Yob. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes. He pursed his lips, thinking about the director. He exhaled, correcting himself, and called the director by name. The guy sat down behind a new motorcycle, thinking that he did it in secret, without demanding anything in return. Tears streamed down his happy face as he thought about how grateful he was. Floodlights in the arena illuminated the area as the commentator announced that the second half of the league would begin again after a pause that seemed to last forever. The logos of the YSM and BC Sanyang teams were shown on the scoreboard, and the announcer introduced them. Moon Yob, with her back turned, said that they had been through a lot. The team's players listened to him say that this was the last hurdle between their team and the World Cup, and he wanted them to feel how much they had grown, before adding that today they would find out if this would be a good practice. Looking at them with a manic smile, he thought that the second half of the season was even starting, which would be the last, after which he said menacingly that if at least one dies in 3 sets, then they are all corpses. The commentator announced the start of the match. People in the stands sat with noisemakers, and the commentator again announced the names of the teams. The Sanyang players stood under the spotlight as the announcer said that they had achieved a consistently high level of play thanks to their tough tanks, while their opponents, the powerhouse team of Korea, had a strength that knocked even foreign players off their feet. The spotlight shone on the YSM team as the announcer called them the kings of the league. The Sanyang team dealt with the monsters. The commentator said that it was time for an unforgettable battle. YSM players also dealt with the monsters one after another. They looked at the disappearing corpses of monsters. The commentator announced that they had successfully completed the hunt in the first zone. Jeho and Sonia looked at each other, nodded to each other. The commentator announced that they had exchanged signals. The players rushed in 2 different directions while the announcer said that these two were going to have a lot of fun and that they were on their way. Looking back, the blonde from the opposing team told his comrades to forget about fear, because battle is just a little skill and a lot of luck, adding that 70% is luck and only 30% skill is needed. And suddenly he looked in front of him in surprise. Sonia was rushing towards him at high speed. Looking at the manic expression on the girl's face, he exclaimed that an enemy had appeared. The girl pushed off the ground with great force. She swung her spear, shrouded an aura, at the guy's shield and used a 2-handed strike. The blonde looked at the impending attack, thinking that it was definitely strong, but he could not repel its serious blow without spending all his strength, and as soon as the opportunity appeared, their dealers would attack. He frowned, clenched his teeth, and decided that he would definitely survive. And suddenly a light blow landed on his shield. The girl bounced further away from him. The guy looked back. The girl was landing behind him. She recalled the director's words that strength does not always decide in attacks. Having landed, she again rushed at the guy. Looking at him, she continued to remember the words of the director that sometimes weakness is important, because you need to keep everything in balance. The girl decided that now is the time. She struck the shield, thinking that she should do it weakly. The next second the shield rose into the air. The girl added that she needed to finish with all her might. She stabbed the guy right in the chest. Looking confidently in front of her, she held the spear with both hands. The announcer announced 1 kill to her. Suddenly Jeho rushed past her. Holding the sword with both hands, he walked towards the rest of the enemy. The commentator said that this player takes the baton and literally flies forward. He was heading towards the second tank. The guy remembered how the director sat on him and asked what he did when he opened the doors, to which the guy replied that he grabbed the handle and pulled it down. After which he realized what the director was leading to. Jeho grabbed the tank's shield with his hand with a confident look. The guy pulled up his defense, remembering the words that with his abilities, you don't even need to worry about wielding a sword, first you need to break through the defense. He frowned and struck straight with his sword. Finding himself behind the chopped tank, he repeated in his head the man's words that he needed to tear the enemy into pieces. The commentator declared him 1 kill. Spectators looked at the holographic board that showed the YSM team players and asked what was happening, why they were getting stronger and stronger, adding that there is no limit to perfection. Admired people looked at what was happening. Moon Yob thought that in KV1 they had no one else to compete with, and if the growth trend continues. The man sat with a satisfied smile next to the man whose leg was shaking, and ended his thought by saying that the championship this year's world will really sparkle with new colors. One of the spectators noticed something in surprise. Jeho nervously chewed his nail while sitting next to the director. The viewer asked if he was not taking part again. The man asked why he was throwing bullshit, because he looked like a puppy with a twisted stomach. The young man turned to the director, holding his neck, and asked if he was playing in the main lineup because the director wanted to sell him too, to which the man responded by asking why he should get rid of him. The young man looked at him in surprise, asking if this was so. The man looked at him with a sly grin, saying that this is the weapon that they will use at the World Cup, so it should be kept secret. The guy looked at him in surprise after saying that if the coach always talked about his ability, this does not mean that he was going to sell him. The director put his hand on the guy's neck as they watched the action in the arena and said that as he sees it, YSM is already too strong to be in this league, and it is obvious that he does not have enough skills to fit in here. The symbol on his hand glowed as he smiled slyly, looking at the guy, and asked if he would be his ace in the hole. The score on the scoreboard was 110 in favor of the YSM team. The man thought that the result of the game was an unconditional victory, and they finished the game without allowing a single death. The team players came out to the admiring exclamations of the crowd. The man added that, in addition, the expressions on the faces of the players who took the victory for granted made people realize. Soon Jeho clenched his hand into a fist. The man finished his thought by saying that a new story awaits the Korean battle. The YSM building stood under the night sky. Moon Yob looked back at Pietro, who entered the room, and told him to hurry up. The man changed his appearance. Brat said that they have a call from the queen. The guy's weapon quickly appeared. He waved it and said with a smile that he, too, had just received a call, and that it had been a while since he had had an exciting dungeon raid. They walked along a bridge hanging over the darkness. The girl said that, as he had guessed, they found something. But the connection with the one who was searching was interrupted halfway, so they would follow the trail. The girl looked back at him, holding out her hand, and told him to give her the homecoming stone. The guy asked what she was talking about. The girl, with a calm expression on her face, explained that if she were alone, she could track the movement of the aura and immediately move. But in order to move a person to where there is no gate, it is necessary to engrave the indicated place on the stone of return. Moon Yob took out the stone, remembering how Eric said that he could only use it 7 times, after which he said that he thought there were very few uses left. Brat told him to just give it to her. An aura swirled around the stone as the girl held it. She gave it to the guy, saying that now he had about 20 more times left. Moon Yob admiringly said that it turns out, can do that too. The girl rolled her eyes, exhaled, and said that for their race it was as simple as making a tool of a primitive man. The guy wondered if she would ever stop showing off. The guy happily turned to her, presenting his motorcycle, and asked if she could make something like a motorcycle engine core, to which the girl asked if he meant a vehicle, saying that handling magic stones is an easy task for level of primitive civilization. The guy looked at her in admiration after she said that in this case the fuel would no longer be needed, and this would allow her to increase the speed several times without making deafening sounds, to which he replied that this was simply amazing and asked her to do it now. The girl turned around, saying that she didn't want to do this. The guy exclaimed, asking why, after which he began to beg her. She looked back at him, asking if it wasn't obvious why she didn't want to. The next moment she disappeared, leaving behind only a trace of an aura, and said that this too was boring. The guy looked ahead irritably, after which he insulted her. The man also disappeared, leaving behind only a trace. They found themselves in front of a huge gate. The guy with a maniacal smile clenched his fist and said that the opponents were leaving immediately, to which the girl said that it was not here. He looked back at her incomprehensibly, asking what this meant. The girl asked in response whether he had used the passage. She presented a diagram of the dungeon, explaining that this is a method of moving from dungeon to dungeon, which consists in the fact that the space between dungeons, or the passage, collects a generated aura wave that appears at the moment of movement, and therefore it can be tracked. He looked at her irritably, telling her to use abstruse words, after which he asked how long they still had to go. The girl replied that first they would find out where the queen's people were, with whom she had lost contact, but first, they stood back to back, their monsters surrounded her, and the girl finished her sentence by saying that they needed to destroy the trap on their way. Moon Yob flew past the girl while he was saying that he doesn't know how many of them will come out in the future. The guy with a maniacal smile flew his foot into the monster's face while the girl looked at it in surprise. The next second, he was behind the other opponent, asking if there was anything to worry about. His eyes turned red. He looked to the side with an evil smile and told her to just have fun, because they need to fight until they find those they came for. Knights shrouded in a red aura advanced towards them. The girl hit them with her aura, ordering them to leave. Step by step they cut down the enemies one by one. The guy, shrouded in a purple aura, looked at the girl, asking if she felt something. The girl looked in front of her and said that she was following the trail and everything was under control. The guy, during the battle, looked back at her when she said that these guys weren't hiding much, and they apparently decided that either Moon Yob or the queen would want to find them. The man and girl headed towards the next enemy while she talked about how people couldn't move around the dungeon and explore it. The girl fired a volley of several beams while the guy cut the enemies with a spear, and added that that is why the demons must have exhaled, because the queen was focused on saving her compatriots. She looked at the guy, saying that probably no one had any idea that the reborn master would become humanity's most powerful ally. Suddenly the guy looked down in surprise, interrupting his words that she was right. He stood in front of the bloody hand and said that it was the seeker sent by the queen. The man raised his eyes to the girl, who turned to him. A huge multi-headed snake stood in the middle of a huge space. The master said that it seemed to her that they had arrived. The giant monster looked at them while the guy asked what kind of snakehead it was and said that he had not seen it yet, to which the girl replied that it was a new monster that appeared as a result of serpent's cultivation, and it was not the one she created when life. The guy looked back at the monster out of the corner of his eye, asking why he was needed, and were they really going to start a war when they had a couple of cripples in their army. The girl's eye quickly became covered with an aura, and she activated her analyzing gaze. Standing in front of the bridge, the guy said that her tricks would not work on this monster, and that he did not look like a living thing at all. The girl replied that this was so and he was not dangerous, and, as it seemed to her, that he was still being prepared. The guy looked at her with a smile, asking why don't they just kill him before they finish, since this weirdo is still at the finalization stage. The master said that the guy sometimes gives good ideas. The monster stood on the platform that brought in 6 bridges. The girl said that after they approached this colossus, they should attack from all sides at once. The guy smiled maniacally, saying that now they would get what they deserved, after which he turned to the girl, saying that she would need to hit from the other side. The guy threw his spear, activating the boost. His weapon hit the wall, creating a huge hole in it. He looked there with a smile, saying that, as he looked, the unpacking was successful. The monster's limb appeared from the darkness. Spider-like and skeletal monsters began to come out to them after the guy told them not to hide. A bunch of various monsters with tree-like tentacles hung in the air above them, after his phrase that they should all come out. The man put the shield behind his back. After the girl said how much nasty things he had released, Moon Yob asked if this was too much. He clenched his fist, looking ahead with a smile, and told her to finish off this snake, and he would handle the rest himself. The guy rushed into battle at high speed, without listening to the girl's phrase that she agreed with his plan. At high speed, he flew through the monsters, cutting each of them. The girl looked at the guy delivering blow after blow and thought about what he didn't even let her say. The man struck and then twisted the spear behind his back. With a manic thirst for blood, he looked around. Looking at him, the master said that he is even more of a monster than those who are. The next moment the girl found herself near a giant snake. She extended her hand to him, but was stopped by a voice that ordered her to stop. The girl looked to the side. The guy stood on the ground, looking at the fleeing monsters, and said that they were retreating. Higher demons appeared above the serpent's head. He looked at them, saying that that was why the first senior reaper and the 5th appeared. He activated his analyzing gaze, looking at the elder reaper's stats. Almost all of his characteristics were at maximum, except for agility, and his superpowers included biological modifications that made it possible to reduce the amount of aura consumed when using the genetic information of living beings, and white fog, which turns the aura into white poisonous smoke. The girl looked back at the guy and said that the monster was created by the 5th Reaper, after which she looked up, saying that the 1st Reaper they were looking for. The demon looked at them with a stern expression. The girl said that now he too had become a master. The stat window showed that almost all of his abilities had reached their maximum except strength will, and the aura overcame the limit. From superpowers he had blind adherence, which resonates with a certain being beyond time and space, an oath that allows him to swear an oath of allegiance to a being located beyond time and space, in exchange for gaining an aura that goes beyond these limits, and the warrior's memory, which reproduces the martial arts of the wars that he himself saw. The guy landed next to the girl, saying that it wouldn't work that way and that they had the same names. The girl said that since it was important, let him continue to call her first. They looked up. The girl said that the 1st Reaper had become stronger than she thought, and then asked how he was able to grow so much in such a short time. He presented the image of the queen, saying that, as the girl said, the queen's aura increased after being chosen by the primordial light. Standing in front of a huge snake, the girl said that something similar happened to them, only the problem is that evil gave them power. This is a completely different conversation, and that means evil has the ability to increase power, just like in at the primordial light. The girl frowned, saying that they had to get rid of the first one and prevent the gate from opening, but that the man asked if that was what they had been doing all along. The girl imagined a monster with snakes on its head and said that the monster's soul has reached a level where it imitates the primordial light, and it is impossible to even predict how powerful its body will be. The girl looked at the guy in surprise after he came forward and offered to provoke the first one, after which she asked what he meant. The man shouted angrily, pointing his finger at him, insulted him and shouted that their original light was complete bullshit. The girl looked at him while he continued to shout that he was being scammed like a complete sucker. The guy with a maniacal expression on his face smiled broadly, asking that even if he were the last survivor, would the world initially talk to such a third-rate person like him, after which he added that it was probably too hard for him to look at himself from the outside. The first High Reaper gritted his teeth in rage. The veins on his neck stood out, and he said that this was blasphemy. The guy happily turned to the disappointed girl and said that everything worked. The demon covered himself in a white aura in rage, asking how he dare insult him. The first one spread his arms and a strong shockwave came from him, after which he said that he was still trying to deny the great power that he received from evil. The heroes covered their faces with their hands, squinted, and the guy thought that most demons do not have the same physical abilities as superhumans because they have a developed aura and mental activity. He remembered the demon's stat window, and as he looked at it, he thought that he had 95 strength, 93 agility, and 89 endurance, which was higher than a normal superhuman, and what's more, he had an aura rating of 245, which was simply incredible. The guy sighed heavily, saying that everything was clear to him. He raised his head with a smile and did not say that the demon had decided to show him that he was too tough for them. The first Reaper clenched his teeth, well showed on his forehead, and he told the guy that if he talks like that, if his words mean nothing to them, he will let them feel the power given by the primordial light. The demon tensed, a chaotic aura began to emanate from him, and he used the warrior's memory, and the energy swirled like a whirlwind, and began to fall to the ground in clumps. The whole space began to shake. The heroes looked at him in silence as he asked if they knew whose power was contained in his body now, after which the demon explained that he took the power of the one who was the most powerful in their history. He looked at them with eyes shining with rage, adding that this is the power of a sword master, a true warrior. The Reaper spread his arms to the sides. Because of the aura, only his silhouette was visible. He asked if he, some little man, could cope with this force. A sword appeared in the demon's hand, shrouded in a white aura, the end of which was also blazing and was enveloped in magic. The demon took the form of the emperor and, holding his two swords, named him the Emperor of the People's Tomb. Looking through the hole in the helmet, he said that they could attack, after which he called them weak people. The heroes looked up with a calm expression on their faces. Without changing his gaze, the guy asked if the girl knew what people would call such a unique person. The master inquired about this. The guy was instantly enveloped in a purple aura, and he frowned with a smile, calling him a poser. The monsters standing alongside the Emperor, as well as the Reapers, were preparing to attack. Moon Yob looked at them with a smile. High Priest was behind. The brunette cracked his neck, pulling his head to the side. Standing in front of his opponents, he turned to the girl, saying that he would take care of the guy himself and leave the rest to her. The magic circles of time did not stop moving. Many explosions accompanied the battle of the heroes. The armored fallen high priest was surprised when he saw what happened. Holding two swords in his hands, he prepared to attack the brunette, who was just waiting for an attack. The main character rushed into a retaliatory attack directly at the enemy. The blades of their swords collided with each other. The fallen high priest swings his two swords, intent on destroying his enemy. First he swung one sword, then the attack followed from the other side. The brunette said that he was familiar with his tactics firsthand while preparing. He struck him several times and managed to damage his armor. The main character saw himself in the reflection of his enemy's armor, which he was surprised by. How he not only kept up with his actions, but was also able to hurt him. Fallen High Priest dodged the man's attack. The voice began to ask what he was doing. His eyes opened wide in surprise. He turned around, looking at the girl who was easily dealing with Reapers and monsters. The wounded man stretched his arm forward, trying to crawl away from the High Priest's attacks. Looking at this, the dark silhouette whispered to him not to turn away. He managed to jump back and thereby dodge the man's attack. The brunette rushed to the attack again, asking the enemy, does he think he still has time? He activated the weapon's astral form ability, calling the opponent weak. Fallen High Priest is shocked, not understanding how this happened. The brunette became a shadow. His eyes glowed, while the enemy was indignant at how he managed to use the astral form of a weapon, which is subject only to the Emperor. The main character swung at his opponent, who crossed his swords, preparing to repel the attack, still not believing his eyes. The brunette stabbed his sword into the ground. Fallen High Priest managed to dodge. He closed his eye, letting out a painful groan. He swung his swords for a powerful attack, threatening him with his mastery of the Emperor's sword. The brunette looked ominously at the attacker. Fallen High Priest finished his attack. However, at that moment he felt his armor crack a little. The brunette casually addressed him, saying that he had defeated Emperor twice. The young man destroyed his opponent's armor, crushing him into many small particles. Fallen High Priest sat on the ground, looking at his hand in bewilderment. The girl and the guy called out to him. Being behind him, she called him first. Fallen High Priest turned to them, asking who she was to have such powers and call him first. Pietro Ainla looked at him, realizing that his interlocutor saw him as an ordinary person. In the guise of a girl, he looked at the loser, scolding him for choosing to disobey and touching a spirit that he could never handle. She opened her eyes wide, pointing to the result. The white-haired man indignantly asked if he had really taken over a human body, to which he received a positive answer, further asking why he was with that person. His face darkened when he was told that he believed in something that was not the true primordial light. He frowned, repeating the last words. Fallen High Priest lashed out with accusations. The girl stood next to the guy who crossed his arms over his chest, trying to calm the white-haired man, to which she was called a sinner who destroyed a higher civilization. The brunette laughed at the girl who turned pale when she was accused of pretending to be a prophet, and also of betrayal, for she went over to the side of the people. She exhaled heavily and smiled. In the distance, a snake with many red heads looked at them with interest. The girl asked if those he was talking about told him to create something similar. The fallen high priest bared his teeth, glaring at them angrily. The monster narrowed his eyes maliciously, which glowed green. He absorbed aura when he breathed and had absolutely no restrictions. He did not know how to control his actions. High Priest genuinely wondered if he was creating the monster in his right mind. An unknown man in a cloak stood in front of a whirlpool of magic, with his arms outstretched. The girl wondered why the primordial light needed such a monster, to which she received repeated accusations of betraying the nation. The brunette leaned towards him, pointing his finger, telling him that he was talking too much, threatening that he himself would be taken out of the equation, saying as he could only repeat Emperor. The fallen high priest angrily replied that when the door was opened, a powerful being would bring light to their land. The guy and the girl looked at the fallen man. The next moment, they were surprised by a sudden shaking. The brunette looked around, not understanding what was happening. Fallen High Priest said he won't die. There was a sparkle in his eyes and he smiled, speaking doubtfully about his enemies. The guy and the girl noticed how the Reapers were leaving this place, leaving them alone. The main character was furious. He swung his weapon. Having thrown it, he was able to thoroughly wound one of the fleeing people, angrily declaring that this would not work. The man looked up when he was called. A huge monster with many snake heads was preparing to strike people. The monster attacked them, destroying everything in its path with a stream of magic. The shockwave raised a lot of dust and it began to dissipate. The girl's hand trembled a little. It was clear that this caused her some injuries. She put two hands up, standing next to the brunette. They were a little scratched after the attack. She was trembling. The monster gasped in surprise, calling this method incredible. He wondered if they could have as much power as he had in his claws. The snakehead looked at the people's broken barrier, saying that his current body would help him be reborn. The brunette frowned with displeasure. The girl opened her eyes wide at this news. The monster half disappeared, joyfully declaring that he had found a way to open the door. They looked in shock at the monster that simply disappeared before their eyes. The guy and the girl looked at this. He decided to ask if he had really self-destructed, to which he received a positive answer. His body could not cope with the overwhelming power of evil. Soon they looked at the clear sky. The monster was no longer there. A lonely house was located in the middle of a clearing of yellow flowers. Mountains were visible behind. The day was clear and sunny. The brunette stated that they had lost the trail. Queen listened anxiously to the news that they had managed to catch one before leaving, followed by the question of whether it was the fifth. The main character threw his weapon on the table, saying that they failed because the monster was possessed by evil. Queen opened her eyes wide, asking, clarifying, if they had met with evil. The guy and the girl stood next to each other, looking rather irritated. The brunette clarified that he did not come to them personally. After the first attack, the monster withdrew. The white-haired girl added that evil can only enter if the door is open. Queen sat at the table with her hands folded, anxiously declaring that fortunately they had not yet found the door, but it was difficult for her to believe that evil had tried such a method. The brunette asked if it was so difficult to find the entrance. The white-haired girl answered positively, giving two reasons. She talked about the blocked passage of the dungeon, on the chains of which there was a seal, saying that the first reason was the same for which they returned without tracking down the priests. After all, it was the emperor who closed the dungeons and passages, sealing them with a triple layer of protection. Those present sat at the table, looking at each other. The girl continued, saying that evil could not be in this world again. Looking at her interlocutors, she named the second reason why evil himself must find all the information about the door. The first one, who spread his arms, standing in front of a powerful stream of magic. The girl told about him what he knows, that the creature he serves is the primordial light. The white-haired girl looked at her interlocutor, continuing that evil personifies the almighty light and therefore cannot ask the first. The brunette looked at his interlocutor, continuing her logic of thoughts, because if a creature that gives wisdom asks for help, it will arouse suspicion. She introduced the first one, who was at the forefront of evil, telling him that he needed to develop and learn with the help of the first one, relying on himself. The girl talked about a snake that could awaken its mind in a space consisting of emptiness, suspecting that one day it would definitely find a passage. The eyes of this creature opened wide, shimmering with a green light, like the eyes of the snake on its head. No one knows when this will happen, tomorrow or in the distant future. The brunette looked at the girl, while Queen sighed heavily. They were all silent. The main character attracted everyone's attention. asking for a chance to meet him again. High Priest tensed, asking if he was sane and how they could even face evil. The brunette looked at the girl, declaring that she was telling how she had already done this. He raised a finger, saying that it was in the last dungeon, asking if she was talking about meeting the primordial light face to face. The brunette approached the girl who was lying among the yellow flowers. He looked at her, saying that if he had gone, he would have talked with him a long time ago, receiving the answer that it would be easy for him because it was not his responsibility. She stood up when asked why she lost, angrily declaring that he could tease him later. Her eyes widened when the brunette said that she always relied on the primordial light. Moon Yob said with a smile that he didn't have that, he only had his own strength, responsibility, and decision. The main character recalled the first conversation of High Priest, saying that you caught the panic when the conversation was interrupted because she could not see the face of the one who attacked her. She sat down, looking at the guy with his hands in his jacket pockets, partially agreeing with him. The brunette suggested that this time everything could be different if she gave herself the attitude. They looked at each other and then the girl thought about something. Looking away, she realized that her responsibility and her decisions should guide her. She looked into the distance, declaring that he had persuaded her. Yellow petals fell from the sky onto the girl who was standing in a hole she had made with her own hands. She drew some diagrams on the ground with a stick. Queen and the brunette looked at her. She asked if everything was okay with the blonde. She placed her hand on her side as she looked at her notes, saying that she had become more connected to life after all this time. She looked into the distance, praising the gifts of nature. The brunette suggested that she spoke as if she were about to die. She closed her eyes, exhaling contentedly with a smile. The blonde confidently declared, looking at them, that she would not die because she had not yet seen much on this earth. The brunette became wary. Evening came and the girl's drawing suddenly lit up. She said that the preparations were completed. A huge magic circle glowed around her. The others also looked at him. The blonde exhaled, realizing that she had been chosen by the light in the first place. Her face darkened as she realized that she had lost trust and wasted her status. The girl looked at the drawn souls, realizing that she would have to meet them. She was determined, knowing that she was ready for this. She pointed her finger at the guy, telling him to come closer. The blonde extended her hand to him, asking him to take it. The brunette grimaced, clearly not intending to do this. The girl mocked the main character, who was indignant, saying that he simply didn't want it. She looked at him as her hair blew in the wind, saying that this was an important part of the plan. The main character looked away, frowning when she again asked to take her hand, saying that it would not affect her in any way. His hand touched her. She sat down on the circle, closing her eyes, but the brunette asked her to wait. She opened her eyes, looking at him. There was a banner on his hand. He said that she must become his follower. She wondered what he was talking about, not understanding whether she should obey him. The guy was indignant, opening his mouth when High Priest said not to pressure her with questions. And yet he was very surprised when she agreed. She looked at him, saying that he probably had an idea, but asked not to do anything unnecessary. They shook hands. Now she is a supporter of the Savior. High Priest looked at her hand. It was completely on fire. She shifted her gaze when she heard the request to return, even if she died. The brunette's eyes glowed yellow and he smiled, saying that this was an order. The whirlwind carried the yellow flower petals upward. Suddenly there was a flash of light. The girl walked, hearing the word master. Dead souls turned to her, blaming her for their death. The girl looked around, rejoicing that this whole thing didn't go beyond words. She rushed forward, asking everyone for forgiveness. A huge flash of purple light and the girl was already far away. High Priest landed, starting to saunter. The blonde noticed something along the way. Her eyes widened at what she saw. She saw him, turning to him. She turned to the bright glow as an assistant. They stood opposite each other. High Priest asked if he knew about her arrival. He remembered how the girl killed him in front of Queen, saying that he did not need prophetic powers to know about her coming. She looked at him awkwardly, but the assistant said that for the dead the past does not matter. He looked at him, saying that he came to tell her that he was not the only one who was waiting for her. High Priest was suddenly surrounded by spirits. The girl looked at them incredulously. She looked back, noticing someone's fiery silhouette. She turned around. It turned out to be the first master. She apologized a little flusteredly, saying that she had lost her status. The spirit laughed, saying that she resembled him in his youth, adding that he, too, would lose his head from such a prophecy. He pointed a finger at the girl, saying that nothing happened in his time, which is why he didn't lead the people to extinction, forcing High Priest to apologize. The girl looked at him nervously, hearing that she was being watched. He said that he saw her wandering through the spiritual world in search of the primordial light. The first master recalled how he witnessed the creation of a core of monsters to invade the earth. He saw only chaotic energy in her, saying that even then it was clear that she was not smart enough. She opened her eyes wide when she was told that she now created a completely different impression. She upsetly stated that once she died, she lost her body, so it was not surprising that the sensations changed. She was surprised when she was told that this was not the case. The spirit looked at her, saying that she was neither human nor demon now. The girl looked up when she was told that she was more steadfast than ever. He pointed his finger at her again, saying that she had found a new mission, that she was finally on the right path. The spirit looked at the master. He was going to give her a gift, but she could not use it because she had become a spirit. The master handed her something, telling her to give it to the man who brought her here. High Priest opened her eyes, realizing that this was an unusual cubic object. Her knees gave way. The girl looked seriously at her opponent. The blonde clutched her head while the interlocutor warned her that she would have to go a long way to find him upon her return. She turned to him, saying that he himself knew why the girl came to the world of spirits. The spirit warned the girl, saying that she was not born in human form. Yellow eyes looked somewhere. The spirit said that the force merging her and the body was very small. The girl looked at her palm, saying that she had prepared herself before coming. The spirit pointed her hand towards the illuminated path, saying that she must return. He looked at this huge road, saying that the fear of the unknown could make the enemy bigger in her eyes. The girl rushed forward without stopping for a second. High Priest headed like an arrow to where the road pointed it. She went deeper and deeper. The girl shook her head to the sides. Suddenly she noticed a flash of light, drawing her attention to it. She noticed a raging energy in the darkness, absorbing the light. The girl was surprised, realizing that the energy radiated warmth. This aura attracted her, even though she knew it was the primordial light. The huge eye, collected from bad aura, was evil. The girl became nervous, wondering if she could be more powerful than them. She remembered the terrible monster that gave her goosebumps, wondering if she could meet him. The girl moved into the distance, realizing that she was scared. She recalled the spirit's words before leaving that fear makes the enemy bigger in her eyes. The girl closed her eyes, remembering the brunette who asked her to remember the goal. She clenched her hand into a fist, which was shaking, realizing that she herself was responsible for her decisions. Soon the trembling passed. She looked down confidently, agreeing with the words of the first master. Their friend got scared when someone called her a child. It covered the floor as the girl avoided her, mentally commanding the fake to show up. The magical glow called her its child. High Priest asked to stop because she knew it was a monster. She looked confidently, ordering him to show his real self. The energy left. She was glad that the girl realized her existence. 3 huge eyes suddenly looked at High Priest. The girl frowned, asking what was so funny. Many eyes suddenly appeared on the walls. High Priest felt uneasy, realizing that the monster was gaining knowledge during the conversation. It did not understand what loneliness was, although all the followers were nearby. Suddenly a magical vine rushed straight at her. The surprised girl was tied up quite tightly. She realized that she had fallen into a trap. Many bright explosions came from this shock wave. The girl was in the center, realizing that no one would understand this and would not follow her. High Priest angrily suggested that it was an abandoned world. There were a bunch of eyes on the many red tentacles. The blonde trembled, realizing that this was like a spirit strike. She was summoning spirits from the spirit world, pumping them with aura. She noticed several eyes looking at her. The monster told her to follow him. It wanted her close. The girl became nervous looking at this monster. The brunette tried to awaken the girl from hypnosis while she was performing the ritual. The main character was annoyed, stating that almost a day had passed, starting to worry. He touched the girl's hand. At that moment everything around lit up. The main character did not understand what was happening. Queen told the brunette that the master was leaving his body while he was worried. He asked excitedly if something was going on in the spirit world, remembering how he had recently taken her weekly. Pietro Ainla suddenly lit up. The main character asked in shock if something could be done about it, but received the answer that everything that happens in the world of souls concerns only souls. The brown-haired woman anxiously said that they should not interfere. Suddenly, there was a rather bright and large flash of light. She illuminated everything around, including the rock where they were. A powerful shock wave followed. The fog around cleared away. They looked at the dark body of the master. They were shocked when they got a closer look. In front of them was the lifeless body of the master. He left this body. 3 hours after the possession had dissipated, Queen was still sitting and using her magic on the High Priest's body. The brown-haired woman with a drop of sweat on her face sat with her arms outstretched. She turned her head to Moon Yob and said that she didn't feel anything at all, after which she asked what to do. The girl lowered her eyebrows when the guy turned around and walked to the side. She raised her eyes and looked at the purple sky, asking if he was going to give up. Queen looked with upset eyes at Pietro's whitened body with open, empty eyes. The brown-haired girl twitched when the brunette walked up and threw his backpack on the ground. Sticking out his tongue, Moon Yob sat down and began to dig into it. The girl asked what he was doing. She put her hands on her knees when the guy took a packet of chips from his backpack and said that he might starve if he held her hand all day. Queen said that owning this body is all ready. The brunette filled his cheeks with snacks and began to chew, saying that he almost began to devour himself from the inside. At this moment, High Priest was shackled, and many large snake eyes were looking at her. Looking at him in response, the girl asked if he knew that he was given birth to the monster that it created. When one large eye approached her, the monster replied that he knew, but it was not so important. High Priest looked with a gloomy face from under her white eyelashes while the snake said that they could not cope with their own creation, locked them here and escaped. An image appeared in his mind of a monster with many snakes on its head, shining with green light, standing on a mountain of corpses. He said that it doesn't matter who gets to the finish line first, because it's all about strength. He said that he came to this conclusion while he was here. The girl clenched her teeth and frowned, asking him about strength. The shackled High Priest held her lips as the monster asked her to see for herself. He began to hover around her, starting to talk about his kingdom. Many monsters gathered in one place, glowing with red light. One of them stepped on the other, causing him to growl. Flying monsters flew to this place, skirting the rocks. They all heeled their heads, looking at the coiled snake ball, in the center of which was the glowing silhouette of High Priest. The girl twitched as many yellow eyes fixed on her, and a voice roared from the toothy mouth, saying that they were always driven by instincts consisting of food, war, and reproduction. Humanoid red hands began to crawl out of the ball of snakes with the words that, unfortunately, no one was born among them with the same intelligence as his. He said that uncivilized monsters who simply turn into a mad, strong Hulk, bare their teeth and do not recognize the king, their master. A red and purple monster with many eyes and snakes on its head looked upside down at High Priest, saying that time has passed, but for now only he is different from them. She wondered if this was the real face of evil. The monster's face began to become covered with cracks, from which a white light burned. After a couple of moments, he took on another form, and a purple monster looked at the girl, wearing red armor and a helmet on his head, through which 2 pairs of yellow eyes were visible, and one in the center. He said that meeting her would allow him to take things one step further. A drop of sweat ran down the High Priest's face, and she wondered what he was even talking about. A tall monster, engulfed in a green aura, held the heads of snakes, saying that it was terribly boring here now. He looked at the shackled girl in front of him as she mentally noted that this was a cruel aura. Pursing her lips, she glanced back while the monster looked at his palm and thought that perhaps because he had changed form, his influence had weakened. Looking at the open palm, the monster noted that he seemed to be the only chosen one. High Priest watched him, thinking that she almost succeeded. A moment later, she moved in space, finding herself behind the monster, and he asked if what she said was correct, that this is loneliness. While he held the snake's head in his hand, the girl behind him was thinking that she had just passed by without him even noticing. She glanced back and a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. She thought that she could not cope with him herself. The large silhouette of the monster grinned contentedly as he held the High Priest above his open palm. He said that he had come this far alone, and if he absorbed her, someone with such knowledge could achieve even more. The girl thought that this was simply incredible power. Gritting her teeth, she shrank and trembled, thinking that she needed to get out of here. She sharply spread her arms, releasing her strength, and broke the bonds that had been holding her down all this time. Many snake mouths opened around her from different sides, and the monster asked if she really thought she could escape. She frowned when the snakes began to rarely approach her, under the words of the owner that she was already in his hands. When the snakes with open mouths began to devour her, the monster smiled madly and said that by using her, he would find a door leading to Earth. He shouted that she should become a part of him. 12 hours after the possession dissipated, Moon Yob sat over Pietro's body, placing his hand on his head, which was blazing with a purple aura. The blonde's face turned gray and began to become covered with cracks. He said that without the soul the body begins to break down. Queen approached him and said that this was really the end. She said that if the body into which one could return disappears. Continuing to hold his hand with the aura above Pietro's head, the brunette pursed his lips when the girl said that High Priest would remain there and there was no point in continuing. When the blonde's face began to grow even more cracked, Moon Yob ordered her to shut up. At this moment, the red snake ball began to become more and more tangled, and High Priest thought that she had protected herself by creating dozens of magic rings. But the connection with the physical body was still destroyed. Being inside many jaws, she thought that she could no longer return to the world of spirits, however. Suddenly the monster froze and opened its mouth in surprise. The girl wondered why she still felt the connection. Suddenly a yellow protective dome appeared around her, and the snakes began to fight with their teeth from it. She looked at her open hand, which had a mark on the back of it. She asked about, really? High Priest recalled how exactly the same mark appeared on Moon Yob's hand. The guy's words suddenly appeared in her head that she should return even if she dies. The girl clenched her hand into a fist, imagining the brunette's face in front of her, and asked if this was a promise. She, being in the yellow dome, loomed over the monster, saying that a monster who pulls out wisdom in others is even more grouped than an ignorant monster. He looked at her with surprised eyes, his mouth parted, listening to High Priest's words that if he didn't want to suffer anymore, he had to cope on his own. Lifting the corners of his lips, Moon Yob grinned, asking to look. Pietro's body suddenly rose into the air, glowing with a yellow light. With his eyes flashing, the brunette smiled, noting that he had already said that she would return. The girl also smiled smugly, telling the monster that she had to go. The monster extended his hand forward when the yellow light began to grow in different directions and shouted that this was impossible. His face contorted in horror as the rays approached him. A bright light completely filled his face. His ball of balls also began to glow yellow. Grabbing High Priest's hand, the brunette told her to quickly come here. Gritting his teeth, he pulled the surprised girl towards him. Queen covered her mouth with her hand in surprise as the two of them collapsed at her feet. Looking at the angry face of the guy right below her, white-haired with wide eyes asked how much time had passed. When she, sitting on his chest, began to rise, Moon Yob bared his teeth, saying that it was just 32 hours. High Priest replied that she returned earlier than expected. At that moment, the brunette's eyes turned white with rage, and he indignantly asked what he had done to deserve to sit here forever and hold her hand. He shouted that he almost died of hunger, but in response he received the words that now was not the time to whine. The girl said that she returned after a conversation with the monster. At this moment, Queen's eyes widened in surprise. The white-haired girl began to say that he had greatly developed his intellect due to stress with the Emperor and was caught absorbing her in order to gain more knowledge. An image appeared in her head of several pairs of large eyes looking at the planet in front of them. She said that if he gets here, he will devour all sentient beings. Arching an eyebrow in confusion, Moon Yob gritted his teeth when High Priest said that was why they had to go to the same place. He asked if this should be done right now. The girl looked up at him with confident violet eyes and, remembering the image of a demon burning with yellow light, said that one ancient high priest had left a secret treasure for him. She moved them into space towards a huge purple cube. Raising his head and looking at him, the brunette asked what kind of place this was. He turned his surprised gaze to the high priest behind, who said that it was protected by a powerful barrier, and only those who had the permission of the ancient master could enter. The image of a three-headed snake appeared in the guy's head, and he said that since he managed to make such a defense, why didn't the first one do something similar in the den? The white-haired one replied that she was too large for a powerful defense and would need a core as powerful as the sanctuary. Looking at the cube, which was a magical ultra-powerful barrier, subject only to masters, the girl exchanged glances with Moon Yob and said that the Elder Reapers do not know how to create or open something like that. The brunette asked if she could do this. The companion sharply pointed at herself with her thumbs and reminded that she was considered one of the strongest high priests and could do the same if she had enough time and aura. The guy thought her stance was strange. The white-haired woman reached out to the cube, saying that this must be the legacy of the ancient master. Frowning her brows and pursing her lips, she began to influence him with her power. She looked sternly at the barrier and stopped releasing energy. High Priest turned around and pointed at the cube with her thumb, saying that it certainly wasn't left for her, and then asked the brunette to put his hand on it. Putting one hand in his pocket, Moon Yob pointed at himself and said that this was probably a trap, to which he received the answer that he should stop making up nonsense. The guy arched his eyebrows and clenched his teeth, sharply grabbing the girl by the cheeks with one hand and pulling her towards him, while slapping her on the head with the other. He indignantly asked if they, the vile demons, had their eyes on Earth again, and they just wanted to beat him up. The white-haired one muttered in response that every time he comes out with nothing but suspicions and reproaches. He asked what she said. The brunette fingered the delegate with a puzzled face as High Priest broke free of his grip and reached for the bruise on her face. Gritting her teeth, she said that even if so, after getting rid of him, they would not be able to stop the evil, and the world would be destroyed. Moon Yob noted that this sounds reasonable. Taking an involuntary glance to the side, he exhaled noisily. Clenching his hands into fists, he confidently walked towards the flying cube. The guy put his palm on it, and it began to sparkle with purple-pink light. Frowning his eyebrows, the brunette looked down with a dissatisfied face. Holding a small dark sphere in his hands, which is slightly in front of different colors, he asked if this is really called heritage. He asked where should he put this bead now. The glow of the sphere suddenly began to grow in different directions. Moon Yob clenched his teeth tightly in shock as the ball suddenly began to enter his palm. He opened his mouth in empty surprise, and everything around him began to float. The white-haired girl stretched her hand forward with a loud cry as a bright white light began to sparkle in different directions. Raising his head, the brunette with glowing eyes screamed loudly as a stream of information began to flow into his head. The veins on his face began to bulge and his eyes widened, wondering if this was a sacred tongue. Bending over, the guy sharply clenched his palm into a fist when he realized that it was something else. He mentally noted that they could not be brainwashed like the sacred ones. Looking at the glowing hieroglyphs around him, he wondered what was happening now. Yellow light began to spread in the brunette's chest. He thought that in order to overcome. Gritting his teeth tightly, the dark silhouette of Moon Yob with glowing yellow eyes clenched his hand into a fist, ending the sentence with words about the limit of the race. High Priest covered herself with her hands from the bright light emanating from the brunette. She watched intently as a bead of sweat rolled down her cheek. She exclaimed that this could not be. The bright sun illuminated a field with yellow flowers and a hut standing on it. The white-haired woman put a purple crystal on the table and asked to show it to the observer. When Queen, sitting opposite her, asked again, the girl with her outstretched hand said that it was a crystal with her memories from the abandoned world. Looking at him, the brown-haired girl pursed her lips when High Priest said that if they used it, they could add the monsters of the abandoned world to the battle of superhumans. Queen perked up and her eyes widened when she realized what they were talking about and said that then the players would be able to fight them in the game first. Memories with monsters began to appear in the white-haired girl's head, and she said that she tried to remember their appearance, movements, abilities, and thanks to this, people would, to some extent, learn to fight them. She added that new monsters will be born, so they will not be able to be prepared for everything, however. The brown-haired woman took the stone in her hand and brought it closer to her face. Moving her palm to the side, she looked at the girl in front of her and asked what about Moon Yob. The white-haired girl closed her eyes, and a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek. She stood in front of the spirit of the ancient high priest, who crossed his arms over his chest, and asked what power was given to that guy. The spirit with glowing yellow eyes smiled and said that it was a language for training the soul, after which he added that it contained the power that could strengthen the soul outside the body. Hanging over the girl, he held her head in one hand and stroked his chin with the other, saying that this was knowledge that he had been achieving all his life and never thought that he would share it with a human being. Leaning his hand on the closet, the brunette stood in the hallway and raised his foot to untie his shoe. He said loudly that he was back. The guy raised his gray eyes. Approaching the table, he found an embarrassed Jeho and his wife, who were sitting in matching t-shirts with hearts and feeding each other food. Surprised, Seung-gi asked if he had already returned, after which she began to wonder how his vacation went. The brunette replied that everything was mind-blowing, and then asked if he would be allowed to sit at the table. Hearing a positive answer, he sat down at the table, all dirty, and smiled, while Jeho looked at him with indignation on his red face. He asked for more, noting that he had not eaten Seung-gi food for a long time. The man indignantly began to send him to wash, asking why he was so dirty. Giving him a sly look, Moon Yob replied with a smile that he wouldn't tell him. Leaning back in his chair, he exhaled noisily, placing his hands on his full stomach, while there was a mountain of plates on the table around him. He noted that he was now finally alive. The brunette smiled when Jeho, arching an eyebrow, asked if he had been starved. He replied that he lost track of time while he was having fun. A man with an upset face handed him the phone and asked him to say that he was not involved in this news. Taking the device and reading the information, the guy replied with a smile on his face that he had heard that and added that it would be interesting. On the screen was a video with the BF logo, which stated that the teams that finished first in the countries would compete against each other in the biggest competition. It was the Superhuman Battle League World Championship. Queen, dressed in a business suit, stood in front of a large screen, on which was the BF logo in the form of a cup. She greeted Battle of the Superhumans fans around the world. The brown-haired woman with a confident look said that she was the president of the World Association for the Battle of Superhumans. The girl in the video waved her hand, saying that today they are here to tell you that the upcoming championship will be something new, completely different from the previous ones. The live broadcast was watched by 30 million people, and the comments asked questions about whether this is really the real president of the association, who went on air for the first time in 17 years, and why does she look so young? Lots of people were outside, watching videos on the building screens, and a female voice said that new dungeons and monsters would be added soon. The queen on the big screen raised her hand and stuck out her index finger, saying that participants were therefore encouraged to use their superpowers to the maximum within the existing limitations. She smiled broadly as she announced the start of the largest festival of the battle with participants from 160 countries. Gerald Walker, a member of the New York Bears, which was ranked 5th in the World Championship, furrowed his eyebrows when he saw the broadcast on the screen outside. Roy Meyer, a member of the 3rd place La Warriors, held his staff and watched the video on his phone. A member of the 2nd place team, Berlin Blitz Shuren, was lifting Daniel Mansk by the neck, who was holding his phone in front of the two of them. The white-haired guy, a Paris Lumiere gold medalist, was looking at the TV screen. Nathan Bernard clenched his hand into a fist as each member of the leading teams thought that this year they would definitely take the World Champions trophy. The Korean team YSM stood in front of the screen as they were shown ranked 162nd on the overall list since they had no merit in the World Championship. As they continued to stare at the screen, a male voice enthusiastically noted that they had actually become part of an interesting event. As the players began to turn around and look at Moon Yob's silhouette in the aisle, he noted that he had arrived just in time. Turning to the brunette with his arms crossed over his chest, the guys were surprised by the appearance of the director. The guy asked if they thought about the weakness of the team when they saw the 5th place in the rating. He smiled broadly and said that in his time of superhumans, his country was ranked 5th in the world, but while he was missing, the team that was removing the championship trophy and the 5th place went to another country. Suddenly his face darkened and the veins on his cheeks bulged as he opened his mouth wide and shouted angrily, asking if they could put up with it if they were in their place. Putting his fist to his mouth, Moon Yob cleared his throat. His team members froze, their faces darkened, when he said they were not going to win the trophy. With a smug smile on his face, he crossed his arms over his chest and, blazing with a bright flame, confidently said that they would bring him back. A plate appeared with the characteristics of Moon Yob, each of which, in addition to agility, lacked one to the maximum. The brunette also had a new superpower called Enhanced Soul Durability, which allowed the soul to reach the limit of the human body without leaving it, and the maximum value of the ability could increase. He noted in a low voice that this was the first time he had heard about the restrictions. Superhuman Battle League World Championship. The emblems of teams from different countries appeared on the screen, and the description said that this was a competition that would determine the world's strongest team of superhumans, the largest festival with the participation of 166 countries. The top team in each country's league will get a chance to play in the preliminary round, and only the winning team will qualify for the final. Dark silhouettes of people tried to climb to the top of the mountain, on which stood a throne with a cup, and signs with team emblems were flying around. This was the Festival of Superhumans, the battlefield of the special, the throne of the Battle of Superhumans. A large gold cup with a star on top was the reward for winning the World Championship. Republic of Korea, Jamsil. A man in a white suit stood at the podium and said that the winners of the second half of the 19th Domestic League of the Republic of Korea. He looked at the large field on which the participants stood. Jinty opened his mouth wide and shouted that YSM was becoming them. All the team players began to smile contentedly after hearing these words, and High Priest stood in Pietro's body with a dissatisfied face. The announcer loudly noted that YSM finally gets a lucky ticket to the qualifying round of the World Cup. A man in a business suit stood on the balcony, watching what was happening. Closing his eyes, Gabriel slammed his notebook shut. He thought that there was nothing special about it. The man flashed his blue eyes, thinking that this was an absolutely expected result. An image of a full team led by a brunette appeared in his head, and he thought that the team consisted of players hired by Moon Yob and grown under his strict guidance. He thought that there was absolutely nothing to say if Moon Yob and Pietro himself, who were among the top 3 players in the world, were taking part. He noticed how surprised people were looking at the big screen, which showed a picture of YSM taking first place in the first quarter of the league. The man thought that now they were not the weak team he had originally seen, and they began to be noticed all over the world. He thought that he was confident that they would definitely pass the qualifying matches and compete at the World Championships. Gabriel turned his head when the guy watching next to him interrupted his thoughts with words that they would become winners of the World Championship. The man turned to the director and noted that he had extended his vacation so that he would have something to do during the remaining games, and then asked if it was over. Moon Yob walked towards him, answering in denial. He said that he just had to show up on a day like this, and they still had time before the qualifying rounds. Suddenly, Gabriel's eyes widened in surprise and he loudly called out to the director. The satisfied brunette, glowing with a yellow light, smiled and asked what happened. The man wondered what kind of energy was around him. A month ago, the guy was standing in the YSM vacant lot with High Priest. She asked if he really wanted to turn the space that the ancient High Priest shored into a training field. Moon Yob raised his index finger with a smile on his face and, remembering the purple cube, said that she could set such a boundary. He asked if she had enough time and aura, after which he suggested changing the existing space. Darkening, White Hair clenched her teeth in anger and began muttering about being useless, after which she said that the brunette was annoying her. The guy with a dissatisfied face spread his arms to the sides and recalled that she said that he was a savior. He noted that the savior is trying to become stronger and is trying to save the world, but she cannot fulfill just one request. He looked up at High Priest with a puzzled look when she said she remembered someone who said much the same thing. Moon Yob asked who they were talking about. She remembered the Emperor, who showed his thumbs up with a satisfied face and muttered that only he could save them. She said that she meant him. The girl's face was distorted with dissatisfaction when a brunette approached her and, gritting his teeth in anger, began slapping her on the head, shouting that the Emperor was an idiot who had turned into battles. He froze with his hand raised in the air as High Priest covered her head and gave him a disdainful look, asking where she was wrong. Frowning his brows, Moon Yob suddenly approached his friend and bared his teeth with a furious expression, ordering her to make his own room. The white-haired girl turned away irritably and put her fingers in her ears, noting that for this she would need a huge amount of magic stones, which she did not have. The guy asked about the stones. With a wide smile on his face, he opened his backpack, revealing the purple stones that lay inside. He exclaimed that Queen had already equipped him. Arching one eyebrow, High Priest looked at the brunette with a puzzled face and said that this was not enough. She added that to make that very stone capable of moving into space and back, you need. Moon Yob interrupted her with the words that he knew that she would be boring. Suddenly, several helicopters appeared behind him, carrying cargo in the form of purple stones. He exclaimed with a smile that he had begged for all the supplies. High Priest's eyes turned white as she furrowed her brows and mentally scolded Queen. Clenching his hand into a fist and pointing at the backpack, the brunette smiled joyfully and asked to use those stones to re-equip his motorcycle so that it would accelerate from 0 to 100 in 0.1 seconds. The white-haired girl thought about the safety of the environment, and then grinned, wondering why they had gone over to the side of the people. She furrowed her brows and her face was completely distorted with displeasure. In a low voice, she ordered this motorcycle of his to be brought here. Standing on the stairs near the building, the guy crossed his arms over his chest and greeted the guest. Jeho was walking up to him, holding a business briefcase in his hand. They exchanged pleasantries. The brunette put his hands on his hips as the man across from him said that he had heard that a club had been built, but the building had changed so much that he didn't recognize it. Moon Yob laughed, saying it was all about the money. He pointed his thumb at the door and invited her to go inside. They went into the director's office. With a slight smile on his face, Jeho began to tell that the opponents for the World Championship qualifiers had been determined. The brunette looked at him in surprise and, opening his mouth, asked who it was. The man adjusted his glasses with one hand and said that this was a Japanese team called Hoshi Shooting Stars. An image of a blonde man in a blue and white tracksuit appeared in his head, and he said that the ace of their team was called Kagari Hikari, who had an ability called Radiance. He added that he is about 20th in the individual game rankings, so he is a fairly well-known player. Putting his hand on his chin, the guy looked away and thought. He asked where Japan was, noting that Korea seemed to be at 162. He gave his friend a puzzled look when he said he was wrong. Jeho was embarrassed and put his hand behind his head, saying with a big smile on his face that thanks to the class match with Great Britain, they are in 148th place. Hearing this, the brunette leaned back in his chair with a dissatisfied face, saying that this was not something to be happy about. The man objected, saying that the rank does not rise that quickly. He sank as Moon Yob gave him a dark look and started asking about Japan. The guy was enveloped in a red aura of anger, and he furrowed his brows and pursed his lips when his friend said that they were in 27th place. Jeho began to laugh nervously when the brunette stood up in his chair and asked again with irritation in his voice. He clenched his teeth tightly and, white with indignation, asked why there was such a difference since they were neighbors. His friend began to bend his fingers and said that the percentage of victories in a matches, the number of superhumans with a high individual rank, the number of strong teams included in the league influences. He showed his index finger on his sweet face, ending with the fact that the result in World Championship. Moon Yob listened to Jeho's words with dissatisfaction on his face that Japan was able to win silver at the World Championships a few years ago, but they never reached the finals of the championship. The brunette asked if they always lost in the qualifiers, and his friend agreed. The man began to remember how many people began to leave Korea, and then said that they did not accept the battle for a long time because of national rules, so they could not stop the outflow of strong superhumans. With a nervous smile on his face, he recalled Jinty giving the thumbs up and said that only the president of the association was able to retain a few people, but he also did not adapt and soon resigned. Looking at his friend sitting nearby, Moon Yob asked if it turns out that they are now in 148th place. The man perked up, and the brunette leaned over a little and said that he would rather die than resign. He asked how high they would fly if they won the championship. Jeho arched an eyebrow with a puzzled face when the brunette said that he had no choice but to win. The two of them stood in a vacant lot near the YSM building. The man began to look around, telling his friend that he said that he would explain why he saw the only way out, and then asked what they forgot in the vacant lot. Moon Yob smiled and showed him the stone in his hand, the symbol on which glowed with white light. He asked his friend to look more carefully, because now he would show him what he had been doing lately. Putting his hand to his chin, Jeho leaned over the stone and said that it was the first time he had seen a displacement stone with this color. He asked if the magician had created it and heard a positive answer. Peering at the stone, the man adjusted his glasses and said in a nervous voice that he doubted it. The brunette told him to finally grab it. When Jeho placed his palm on the displacement stone, a bright white light began to emerge from the symbol in the center. They found themselves at a subspace training center, from which there is a large cube nearby. Standing behind his surprised friend, Moon Yob said that they were there. As the man stood with his mouth slightly open, a purple aura began to appear around him. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly fell to the floor and braced himself on it with both hands. The guy walked forward with a spear in his hand, while his friend struggled to get up and shouted loudly, asking what is this. He replied that the gravity would be 10 times higher, and the dungeon itself would take away the creature's aura. The brunette looked at Jeho, who was trying to get up, with a smile on his face, and then said that he did not advise letting his guard down, otherwise all the energy would be sucked out of him and he would lose consciousness. The man indignantly asked, "What does this mean?" Moon Yob got into a fighting stance and was enveloped in a bright yellow aura as he said that this is why he only sees victory in front of him. When his copy appeared in front of him in the form of a blue spirit with a shield and a weapon in his hands, the brunette asked his friend to watch carefully. A moment later the guy jumped out of his seat. He and his opponent clashed their spears. Moon Yob, eyes shining, grinned predatorily as he looked at the copy. The two of them began running around the training field at high speed, trying to hit each other. This battle was reflected in the glass of Jeho's glasses, who watched what was happening with shocked eyes, and sweat flowed down his face profusely. As the enemy approached, putting his shield forward, the brunette swung his weapon and activated the soul strength ability, which increased the limit of his capabilities. In one swift movement, he thrust his spear forward and passed through his opponent, defeating her. He raised his eyes and looked at his friend with a predatory smile on his face, saying in a low voice that a month before the World Cup would go beyond human capabilities. The maximum limit of his strength, speed, and skill increased by 1. The man's hand touched the sign with his name, Coach Gabriel. He said that the director should have warned that his shield was broken. He exhaled dissatisfiedly, without looking at the guy sitting at the table, and said that tomorrow the first game of the World Championship qualifying tournament would take place and he had no equipment. How could such a strong thing break? Moon Yob awkwardly looked away, remembering the monster, and said that it was too long to explain. Gabriel stood gloomily, folding his arms across his chest, and Moon Yob smiled lightly, saying that he told the twins, but they ignored him. He thought that they would figure it out and send him to today's match. He asked if it was really impossible to cope with the Japanese team without him. Gabriel exhaled angrily and said that next time the guy must report something like this to him. He knows that they cannot participate in the game without registered equipment. The equipment itself can be changed, but the participant must match it with the type of equipment they have registered, in Moon Yob's case a spear and shield. The man said it would be nice if the shield appeared before the match. Moon Yob looked at him confidently, interrupting, and said that he would just use ordinary equipment. What's the problem? His instinct tells him that everything will be delivered today. The brunette remembered how he sat, displeasedly looking at the phone, from which screams were heard asking that he broke the shield, the one that can rightfully be considered a sacred relic. The interlocutor asked the hero what he did to him to break him. High Priest was lying on a lounge chair and drinking a drink from a straw, and Moon Yob answered displeasedly that this or that, and the interlocutor shouted that this shield survived the last dungeon. Looking sideways at the phone, on the screen of which was the number of the Moro brothers, he said displeasedly that he was starting to get angry. If they had done their job properly, then everything would have been fine. The interlocutors answered that the shield was created 19 years ago, but then said that they understood, since technology does not stand still. The guy imagined fire spheres around Shuren and Pietro's hands engulfed in a white aura when he heard that the twins would make the best shield that could withstand even Shuren's extinguishing beam or Pietro's challenge. Moon Yob looked at the phone and made an impressed sound. He glanced sideways at the phone, from which the word but was heard, and asked that they would demand a huge amount of money. How much? The blue screen of the phone showed the brothers' avatar. The words were heard saying that no, they don't need money because they are his sponsors. Instead, let him give them the broken shield. The Moro brothers happily ran around the pedestal with the broken shield, enjoying the new item in the collection. Moon Yob asked in surprise why they needed him, although he doesn't care at all. The brothers said that they would quickly finish the shield and send it straight to the guy. Moon Yob looked at the ringing phone, which showed an incoming call from the Moro brothers, as soon as he told Gabriel that this was it. The brunette took the phone in his hand, looking at the contact's avatar, which he called the Octopus Brothers, and said that he was just remembering. He shouted furiously into the phone, asking the bald men when the shield would arrive. Did they decide to deceive him? Gabriel covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. Moon Yob stared in surprise and asked again when he heard that this would be the first game with the new shield, so it would be rude to just send it to the guy. The door to the room opened. The shining Moro brothers appeared on the threshold, one of whom stood in a proud pose with a shield wrapped in cloth behind his back. They said that to see everything with their own eyes, they flew in personally on a private jet. The beaming guests unanimously said that this was a real surprise. Moon Yob turned around gloomily, remembering the gentleman, and Gabriel remained silent in embarrassment. The surprised twins heard that they were grateful that the men sincerely wanted to see the director in gear, but it would not be easy for them to do so. Gabriel stood behind the guy sitting on the couch and said that he would not participate until a certain point. The Moro brothers shouted with angry expressions, asking what? The spectators looked at the round arena and heard the words of a commentator who greeted all fans of the Battle of Superhumans and said that today the long-awaited opening of the World Championship would take place. Logos with team names appeared on the screen, and the host announced that YSM was playing against Hoshi Shooting Stars. The fans shouted with joy. Someone thought that if the YSM roster did not change, most of the teams would simply fly out of the championship. Another fan was wondering if they would lose in the qualifying matches with Pietro and Moon Yob on the team. The commentator said that before the start of the first match of the World Championship, he will explain the rules of the qualifying round. The World Cup qualifying tournament will feature the best of 3 matches. The chart showed players enjoying 2 wins and losers with 0 wins. The commenter stated that selection would be done using a point system. The scheme meant that a win plus 3 points, a draw plus 1, a loss minus 1 point. Thus, the team with the most points in each group will advance to the finals. The game's blue logo appeared on the screen, and the announcer said that, moreover, out of the 166 countries registered in the Superhuman Battle Association, those who made it to the top 5 last year would go straight to the finals. The logo of Paris L'Anmière, the French league, winner of last year's championship, appeared on the screen. Logo of Berlin Blitz from the German league, 2nd place in the championship last year. Logo with a warrior of the La Warriors, the US Western League, who finished 3rd. New York Bears and their bear logo from the US Eastern League, 4th place in last year's championship. Logo with the Knight of the London Iron Knights of the English League, 5th place in the championship last year. Sketchy players ran from all sides to the golden chairs standing in the center in a circle. The commentator said that the remaining countries, divided into 27 groups of 6 teams each, would compete for 27 places in the final. The silhouettes of the players sat on chairs, and the losers lay on the floor nearby. When the teams pass the qualifying round, they will receive the highest award of the battle. Let them strive to win the main trophy of the World Championship. In front of the sketchy silhouettes of the players in the chairs, a throne appeared standing on a dais, and behind it the winner's golden cup. The announcer announced that they were starting the real tournament. The Hoshi Shooting Stars team, wearing white suits, walked forward one after another. The system reported several times that the team's medical examination had been completed. Player Kagari Hikari blushed a little and looked to the side, thinking that he was finally fighting with Moon Yob, the one he had always looked up to. The system reported that the medical examination was completed. Exit YSM. The players were walking along the corridor, and a voice was heard saying that he was very worried because this was the World Championship. Nayan, who was walking among the players, told Pietro walking ahead that Seunho left her alone again. She can handle it. Pale replied yes. Standing behind Yongsu, Jehun turned to the girl and asked in surprise if she was calling Pietro informally, to which she replied with a smile that, of course, they get along so well with him. Jiangmin blushed, scratched the back of his head, and told Hayek that he was about to shit his pants from fear, to which he turned around and said that he was literally leaving half a minute ago. Youngwon exhaled tiredly, closing his eyes, and told them to stop talking nonsense and concentrate. The team stood in front of the exit. The players looked at each other and heard the command ahead. Youngwon ordered the team to line up. Hikari, standing opposite in his line, looked at them in surprise, asking himself, where did Moon Yob go? The blonde stared at them in surprise, as if pierced by lightning, and said, really, he won't take part in this match. The team stood at the exit to the arena and were worried. The announcer's voice was heard announcing the exit of both teams. Moon Yob sat on a chair watching the teams come out and told the coach that they might have a big gap in the rankings, but that's because there isn't one there. He asked if the man knew that Japan and Korea are historical rivals. After such a serious bid for victory, he would be damned if they did lose. The guy looked at the coach, asking if he was responsible for his words, to which Gabriel, without turning around, answered, of course. They turned to see the Moro brothers, shaking and sticky with excitement. One asked where they got so much confidence. The second said that they came all the way to see Moon Yob make his World Championship debut. The guy winced, looking at the sobbing brothers who asked how they could remove him from the main team. The brunette answered displeasedly that they were annoying and called them names, asking how they got the idea to come here in their bald heads. The Moro brothers clenched their fists, gritted their teeth, and said they couldn't leave empty-handed. Looking at the men, the bald one stated that there was no other choice but to use the last resort. Moon Yob asked in surprise, what is the last resort? The eyes of the men wearing sunglasses glowed with fire. They said that they may be loyal fans of Moon Yob and YSM, but they are forcing them to go to extreme measures. Clenching their fists with determination, the men shouted that they would cheer for Japan and chanted Japanese slogans of support as Moon Yob angrily walked up behind them, clenching his fists. The twins with cones on their heads lay face down on the floor, and the brunette shook off his hands, saying, well, yes, skinheads. Looking at them with a confident smile, the hero asked how dare they think that YSM could lose in the qualifying match. The announcer announced the first match. There was equipment in the dungeon with a glowing circle on top. It was a monster research center. The man had a white chess piece with a black chess piece. On average, one battle set lasts 30 minutes. Round seal signs glowed in the air, surrounded by a purple aura. However, 7 minutes into the match, YSM were already dominant. Pietro floated in the air above the defeated opponents, with wings surrounded by a purple aura. He extended his hand forward, blazing with an aura. Pietro quickly increased his performance by taking over monsters that other team members took on. His hand reached forward. He was like a child playing with ants. The eyes looked at the path of ants. The hand, blazing with a bright aura, reached out to them. And suddenly, with a sharp movement, she slammed all the ants. In 7 minutes, he dealt with Hoshi shooting stars. The players disappeared, crumbling into blue pixels. Someone was amazed and thought that this was YSM. The announcer reported that they had witnessed something incredible. So little time had passed since the start of the match. Youngwon waved to the others. Hayek smiled shyly. Sania scratched the back of her head in confusion, thinking that she couldn't even earn an assist. Jaehoon looked at her, thinking, what is this? The commentator said that while the tanks were just lining up in their positions, everything from long range to melee dealers were destroyed in an instant. The spectators looked at the screen in amazement. The commentator said that by monopolizing all the monsters that his teammates initially attacked, Pietro collected all the experience points, and he went straight to the Japanese team alone. Pietro stood surrounded by an aura in front of the disappearing opponents. The system reported that he had 11 kills. The commentator stated that all the stars literally fell from his power. Pietro extended his palm, surrounded by aura. In front of him, where the aura covered his face, the high priest's face was visible. The commentator said that YSM is showing an incredible level of play even without Moon Yob. YSM wins the first set. Moon Yob leaned back in his chair with his hands behind his head and said it was boring. Everyone looked at him as he took his jacket and headed towards the exit, saying that it couldn't have happened any other way, but that it would all be over in less than 10 minutes. The guy said he was going to come back and go practice. The brunette stopped when he heard a shout from behind, asking him to wait. He turned around and asked what. Hikari resolutely clutched the microphone in his hands and said that he was still. He shouted directly into the microphone that the match was still not over. Members of the Japanese team ran towards him, wanting to stop him and asking what he was doing. Moon Yob listened in surprise that it was still quite a bit. Hikari tried to dodge his teammates who grabbed him and asked to watch their match a little more, just a little more. The blonde pointed his finger, decisively shouting that in the next set he would show the most interesting game and the man would regret missing it. Moon Yob looked at him, as did the Shining Moro, greedily clenching their fists. They heard that his name was Hikari Kagari. He is the boy that Moon Yob saved 19 years ago. Moon Yob looked in surprise, thinking, what is he? The brunette thought questioningly, thinking that he had saved more than 1 or 2 people. How should he remember? There was nothing unusual in this story. Houses in the city of Osaka in Japan were engulfed in flames, in some places glowing purple. Moon Yob with a spear and shield in his armor looked at the boy sitting in front. The man who saved a 6-year-old boy from a monster that jumped out of the dungeon. The fighter stood proudly on the carcass of the killed monster. He was the leader of a group of superhumans who would be called the 7 Saviors in the future. The boy looked at him, and tears froze in his eyes. The rescued child developed his superpower and became a player in the battle of superhumans. Hikari clenched his fists resolutely, surrounded by bright lightning. He was inspired to do this by the same savior. However, this guy's life has completely changed. The commentator said that they just heard Moon Yob's passionate declaration of love from Hikari. The blonde was tied with rope and his mouth taped, flailing, trying to get out. The commentator said that everyone in the hall was holding their stomachs with laughter, looking at how his comrades were taken away. The audience laughed, pointing at the hologram, which showed a disgruntled blonde man with his mouth taped shut. The host said that the tension during the match immediately evaporated, and thanks to this small incident, there is a pleasant atmosphere in the air. He thinks that no one present will let him lie. The commentator stated that everyone wants to see Moon Yob perform. The brunette looked forward displeasedly, folding his arms across his chest, standing next to Gabriel. The commentator asked if Hikari could beat YSM in the second set and take Moon Yob out in the third. They will find out very soon. Moon Yob grimaced, gloomily thinking that, not to mention victory, even if he defeated Pietro, the brunette would smear him against the wall. The screen showed a dungeon diagram in the form of a circular field with 4 starting points and a boss in the center. The commentator said that the second set, the Monster Modification Center. It was a dark round labyrinth. The presenter said that this is a place where demons perfected and synthesized monsters so that no one could escape. The dungeon was made in the form of a wide, intricate labyrinth. At the camp, YSM Youngwon raised his sword hand, imagining the director's angry face, and asked the guys if they knew that if the team lost in the second round and Moon Yob had to perform, he would kill them all. The guy had never seen him with such a face. He introduced his classmates, who were running forward with the flying Pietro, and the guy said that he was sorry to the other team, but they would play their game. At the Hoshi Shooting Stars camp, Hikari resolutely raised his fist, giving the guys the command to go ahead. His classmates looked at him in surprise. The blonde was trembling. Hikari was surprised to hear his name called. He turned around as his teammate placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him to relax his shoulders. The team members looked at him with supportive smiles. The player said it was surprising how far they had come considering they had been in last place for ages. Everyone says that this is a game in which they will definitely lose, but when has it been different? The guy smiled, showed a thumbs up and offered to do everything in their power, even if the outcome was obvious. He asked the blonde man if this was the same operation. Which one was he preparing for? Hikari exhaled with a smile, clenching his fist resolutely. He told the others, "Great, let them all play so that they don't regret anything later." Part of the YSM team was moving through the labyrinth near the second entrance, as shown on the mini-map. Pietro floated in the air as several bright blue strikes pierced the ground nearby. The commentator reasoned, will they use the aura monopolization strategy again this time? On the diagram, yellow symbols indicated 5 players. Part of the team fought with red multi-eyed snakes. The commentator said that, having divided into subteams according to Scheme 155, the YSM team began to move. The players ran forward resolutely. The diagram showed that the next sub-team began moving from the same entrance, but in the other direction, moving along the perimeter of the maze. The next map showed the location of the Hoshi Shooting Stars sub-team, who were moving towards the center from the 4th entrance. The 3 players looked at the giant red snakes that towered over them. The player turned around, noticing 3 fireballs flying towards him. A huge blast wave knocked him off his feet. He exclaimed that YSM was blocking them. In front of the Japanese players stood a grinning Yongsu with a fireball in his palm. Behind him were Jehun, Youngwon, and other players. The diagram showed the group's movement through the maze. The player waved his hand, telling his teammates that the opponents did not have Sunho. They could not track the location and keep everyone at gunpoint. Looking back at their opponents, the Japanese players heard the command to postpone the hunt and retreat for now. The direction of their movement was indicated on the map. Captain YSM told his comrades to run after them. But be careful, because there may be traps here, you need to be careful. A leg in a white uniform appeared in front of them, and the players stopped. With a smile, Hikari told them no. The blonde stood in a position ready to attack in front of the pale one hovering above him. The commentator asked what was happening. The Hikari player appeared in front of the Pietro player. The white-haired man looked at him in surprise, glowing with a blue aura. Hikari looked at him resolutely, saying, "Well, let the battle of the aces begin." The guy repeated to himself that he could. A few minutes earlier, the blonde stood in front of his team and said that given the crushing loss in the first set, he didn't think they could win the second. Hikari slammed his fist into his palm, declaring that they should at least take down Pietro, YSM's second in command. The guy thought it was a big risk. A player floated in front of the blonde, surrounded by aura seal symbols, and said that he was wondering if he had actually come alone. Pietro sent a blast of several bright blue aura beams straight at the Japanese player. The spirit strike call was used. Hikari standing in front of him was covered in blue lightning, hearing that this was just funny. Bright lightning cut the air. Pietro froze in surprise when he heard the words that he could not attack. Youngwon, pressing his fingers to his ear, said that it was a trap. Hikari also stood in front of him with a determined look. Pietro heard that the blonde was with them too. He flew up higher, and several dazzling blue flashes from the blows appeared under him. The system reported that he had 1 murder to his name. Pale hovered over the evaporating body of the defeated player and heard someone call out to him. He calmly replied that he knew it was a trap for the enemy support. The Mirage ability made it possible to imitate the appearance of a person who gave consent to this. After receiving a certain amount of damage, it dissipates. The Reflect ability creates a barrier that immediately reflects an enemy's attack. Pietro, with an impenetrable look, said that using bait, repelling an enemy attack, these abilities should be feared. 1 bomb flew at many others, and the player said that even if 1 attack is repelled, it is lost among dozens and hundreds of others, and that's it. The player's body dissipated into blue pixels. The blonde told them to watch as he decided to take care of it. Youngwon frowned, thinking that Pietro wasn't listening to him at all. Standing next to the other players, he said that it seemed to be settled with them, so they immediately engage in battle. There is a chance that the opponents are fake, but the probability is minimal. Let them not let their guard down. The Japanese team players stood behind a contentedly smiling Hikari, surrounded by lightning. Yongsu heard his name being shouted, throwing rays of fire at the opponents, and shouted to the others to leave. He looked in surprise at the fire flying towards him. The players watched as the guy's body flew away, engulfed in fire. The system reported that Yurin had 1 kill. Jehun looked at the vaporizing body of his classmate in surprise, saying that it was a reflection just now. He exclaimed in shock that it was a fake. The part of the standing blonde man was surrounded by an aura, and in it, a smiling girl with red hair, urine, could be seen. She used mirage and reflection. Hikari, surrounded by lightning, swung to hit the unresponsive Pietro, saying that he had a very fast attack. He almost died despite speeding up with his superpower. With a sly look, he raised his fist behind the man, saying that he was sorry, but here and now. He activated the ability of electrical radiation, which stimulates the nerves, emitting electricity and increases agility and speed by 1.5 times for 20 seconds upon contact with the enemy, temporarily paralyzing him. Hikari punched the man, knocking him back with a bright blue beam, shouting that he was real. Pietro lay on the ground, looking at the guy, and said that he, by using another member of the team, made everyone think that it was a mirage, strategy, surprise, self-sacrifice. It wasn't that bad. Pietro looked at him, saying that it was too weak. Pale used the spirit strike call and flew away, putting up a shield of aura in front of him, not allowing the guy to get closer. He said that the destructive power is not enough to kill him in one go. Even if his body is paralyzed, he can easily use superpowers. Hikari frowned at him, saying that he knows that's why there are 7 of them here. An aura strike pierced Hikari's body, but several more players with axes, bows, spears and swords appeared behind Pietro. The system reported that Pietro had 1 kill. The white-haired man put up many round aura shields around himself, preventing his opponents from getting closer, and calmly looking at them, said what they were thinking, let them understand that there would be no normal outcome for them, even if they attacked with the whole team. He fell silent, looking in surprise at the shining ball that appeared in front of him, and thought, what kind of radiance is this? There were many round dents on the floor of the labyrinth. While visibility was limited due to the bombardment after the deflection, sparks fired at very low speed finally reached their target. Pietro looked in surprise at the shining blue ball, and thought that he was paralyzed. This could not be avoided. He was surrounded by players who were stopped by round seals, and thought that if he used the spirit blow in the opposite direction, he could dodge the radiance thanks to the recoil. But the ball approached the white-haired man's chest. Bright blue rays from the seals pierced his opponents. The system reported that Pietro had 7 kills. The ball shone dazzlingly as it reached its target. The system reported that Hikari had 1 kill. The Moro brothers, with tears in their eyes, held back the rushing towards Pietro Moon Yob, who angrily pointed his finger, cursing and asking why he allowed himself to be hit. It was necessary to sneak away from him and fight again. The white-haired man sat in the module, holding a helmet in his hands, and asked why he. The brunette asked in surprise, what? Looking at the guy questioningly, Pietro said that he killed 5 with 1 attack. Why did he have to avoid him? When the battle goes on for a long time, it becomes boring. Moon Yob looked at him furiously, remembering his words many times that if the player defeats Pietro, the guy will smash him against the wall. Commentators opened their mouths in surprise, asking what was going on there. In a very favorable situation, 9-1, YSM announces non-participation. Hikari looked forward in surprise as the screen above his head showed the score 1-1 due to YSM losing the second set. Moon Yob stood resolutely in the arena, talking into the microphone that it was easy, but they finally got to him. To be honest, it was funny. The Moro brothers beamed, palms clasped together, and Gabriel pinched the bridge of his nose with a frown. The commentator laughed, saying that in the first set Hikari came out with a microphone, and in the second set Moon Yob. The brunette confidently declared into the microphone that the verification of documents was successful. With an enraged look, burning with anger, he said that it was time to interview teacher Moon Yob. Let them be ready to feel the difference in their levels. The last game against Japan has begun. Moon Yob closes his team behind him, which puzzles them a little. There was only one thing left for him to say. He clenched his fist near his head and, looking at them with a predatory gaze, told them not to even dare to interfere. In front of them is a huge hall, at the end of which there is a double door. The hall is quite dark. The wall begins to crack. The hero broke the wall in front of him with his shield and thereby threw back the enemy team. After this, in just 3 minutes the protagonist reached the Japanese camp. He began the battle with the entire enemy team at once. He has superhuman speed. He assumed a fighting stance and his eyes filled with white light. They surrounded him and were going to attack him at once. He swung his spear and tilted his head forward a little. He demonstrated the real. Immediately after, he swung his spear, slashing in front of him while smiling. He approached each of them with lightning speed and inflicted mortal wounds. About to impale the latter, he soared into the air above him with a smile, and the blonde fell on the pier. It showed real carnage. Everyone heard the notification that the director had committed 10 murders. At the same moment, he smiled widely and his eyes glowed white. He raised the spear behind his head and asked him if this was the ending he wanted. He began to spin the spear in his hand. He threw it with maximum precision right at the guy's chest and pierced him. The notice announced that he had committed 11 murders, but then the laughter of the last survivor was heard and he said that this was not so. He smiled slyly and said that he really didn't know that he could fight him and said that this ending was somewhere beyond his imagination. A notification sounded that the third set was over. The referee blew his whistle and raised both hands up. The scoreboard showed that YSN received 2 points and Hoshi's received 1. The announcer said that the protagonist's team won the World Cup qualifying match. After the match, the survivor approached the hero and took his jacket off his shoulders. He asked Moon Yob to sign. His eyes burned furiously and he was beside himself with happiness. And Mick was slightly shocked by what was happening and signed his t-shirt. The blonde said that he did not expect that they would be able to win, and nevertheless, he was glad that he played in the third set. He also said that it was a great honor for the guy to fight against him, to which he told him that he was right and asked him to stand still, otherwise his hand might slip. He, in turn, smiled and blushed a little. He tilted his head slightly down and said that he would believe. The hero is at a loss, and the practical survivor began to cry, clenched his fists and said that he hoped that he would go all this way to the very end. At that time, the protagonist finished painting. He wrote his name and wrote wishes for him to be happy. He told him that everything was ready, and he answered with consent. After that, the qualifying matches went by quickly. The squad with Sanya and Moon Yob was able to win against the Lions Head team from Singapore. They won with containment tactics against the Bolshevik team from Uzbekistan. Using stealth, they defeated Chile's Santiago Drill. Using Yongsu as a ranged weapon, they were able to defeat God Rio of Brazil. Next, the director single-handedly killed the entire Valensky Giant team from Spain. In all matches, the score was 2-0 in favor of YSM. They won without a doubt over these 5 teams. Moon Yob looked straight ahead, running his finger over his cheek and thinking about something. They qualified for the final with a total of 18 points. They entered the planning room. They all sat down at a large table in front of the board near which Gabriel stood. He turned on the board and an inscription appeared on it that said 30 days. He said that they had 1 month left before the start of the main matches. The commander looked at the coach, and Jinsu began to whisper with Sanya and told her in a whisper that they were now really in the World Championship and said that this was wonderful. She told him that he was right. The director raised his hand looking at him and said that he was interested in something. The man with glasses asked him what exactly. He asked him why he should take a month off before the final matches. He showed a schedule with matches and, without lowering the remote control, said that this is all because the World Cup is a tournament that is held during breaks in the leagues of each country. In short, they simply follow this structure. Someone present exhaled heavily. They imagined how 2 people spar, and then someone pays the other. The coach continued and said that, moreover, the strategy used in the qualifying round could be improved for the final matches, and the weaknesses of the teams could be strengthened by attracting players from other teams in the transfer market. He put his hands behind his back and said that all this provides the best conditions for the teams that reach the finals. Moon Yob realized what he said and mentioned that it would not be possible to blame everything on the fact that the strategy was revealed. It immediately dawned on him. He opened his eyes wider and opened his mouth slightly. He asked if they could treat their guys like dogs for another month. The team behind was in complete despair and decline, and he immediately broke into a smile and beamed and said that it was gorgeous. And the guys thought that they shouldn't do something like this. They thought that he was crazy and that he was a devilish creature. They wondered what he was even saying, and someone prayed to God inside themselves for salvation. But then they heard a voice behind them and paid attention, and someone in a dying voice said that he didn't care. Soon Ho was sitting in a chair. He was all pale and he said that it couldn't be even worse than now. He is on his last legs and blood is leaking from his mouth, and he said with the most empty look that they will receive it too. He gave up his last breath and drooped, and the guys became excited. They looked at this in horror. They immediately thought that this was their future. They also drooped and were as if on their deathbed. And the protagonist looked at the coach and asked him if the qualifications were over. He pointed the remote control and said that there was 1 more match left. The red team in Wushu uniforms and the blue team in regular armor fly at each other. He said that the match is between Beijing Chendong and Sydney Red Hawk from Australia. Moon Yob is already noticeably bored, and he, without lowering the remote control, says that the winning team will go to the finals. The lazy guy asks him about it, to which he replied that now the score is 1-0 and in general, Red Hawk dominates the game. They imagined Shuren standing under the flags of the blue team, which was in 9th place, and the red team, which was in 11th place. He went on and said that initially Australia was ranked 9th and China was ranked 11th. They were expected to perform equally well on the field, but when Shuren moved to the Berlin Lightning, Chendong team lost its grip. They imagined the 2 best fighters on their team, one with a pole and the other with bare hands. He said that these 2 Zhao Wuren and Chen Jin deserve respect. The hero used an analyzing look and opened his eyes wider. He discovered the characteristics of the guy with the pole whose almost all skills were at maximum. His special superpowers are transparency and restoration of strength. After he opened the characteristics of a melee fighter and all his stats were maximum, his superpowers turned out to be zero gravity and gravity manipulation. Immediately the director smiled sarcastically and leaned back in his chair. He thought that these Chinese guys still thought that they were in some kind of action movie. The announcer announced the end of the game. Those two guys who were examined by Mick stood with their arms crossed, and the speaker continued to speak and said that the Red Hawks' victory had been won with blood and sweat, and Chendong, unfortunately, was defeated. The Chinese looked around, and the announcer said that it was a tense battle, but Shuren's absence could not go unnoticed and her destructive power was too lacking. We see a scoreboard on which there are 2 points under the emblem of the team from Sydney, and 1 point under the team from China. The speaker talked about the Sydney Red Hawk defeating Chendong and booking their ticket to the finals. They presented a huge grid of teams with a glowing ball in the center. He said that finally, the teams that advanced to the finals are Los Angeles Wars, YSM, New York Bears, Paris Lumiere, Berlin Lightning. He said that the final bracket of the World Championship is completely ready. The hero smiled confidently and said that it would be interesting because their first opponent, Gerald Walker, appeared before us in a green uniform with the emblem of his team. He said that it would be the bald guy's team called the New York Bears. Afterwards he imagined how Shuren would fight side by side with Daniel against Bernard side by side with Lucas. He said that in the 16th round the Paris Lumiere versus the Berlin Lightning. He immediately began to quickly look around and asked about who would do who, suggested that it was worth asking for a ticket, and then realized that this was not the time and, turning to the coach, asked if they could hire Zhao Weiren and Chen Jin. But then something startled Moon Yob and he heard a voice behind him saying that he was late. Everyone who was discussing strategy immediately turned around and saw a man in a green jacket in front of them. It turned out to be Emre along with Shuren. He said that they had already decided to join their team. The protagonist immediately had a questioning face and asked what was happening. The red-eyed woman standing behind him greeted him and raised her hand. The guys from the Saviors team immediately surrounded her, which made the bearded man a little dumbfounded, and they asked her for an autograph. The dissatisfied hero said that first the bald people came, and now they. He immediately asked whether Korea is a playground for them. Afterwards he asked about how they got here, and immediately after he asked to show him the person who let them in. Emre stood with a serious expression while Shuren was surrounded by a crowd of guys from YSM. He said that they simply opened the door when they saw him. He is at the same time a world-famous genius and handsome man, a member of the Seven Saviors and a trainer. The lazy man made a dissatisfied face and said that even so he was just a guy from the street. Gabriel cleared his throat, and the director said that if this continues, then any thief will be able to enter the club. And the bearded man asked whether an intruder would dare to enter if the craziest dog in the world was sitting inside. They looked at each other carefully and Moon Yob asked if he took these two for himself. At the same time, the handsome man imagined Daniel and asked if it was he who told him that he was putting too much pressure on the boy. To which he responded by saying that that's why he found the players to ease the poor fellow's burden, then asked why he came and suggested that it was to tease him. The bearded man came closer to the protagonist and told him that in reality, no, but he was flattered that he had his eye on these players. He said that he was here for another reason. He looked at him carefully and narrowed his eyes and said that he didn't have much time, so he would do everything in his power to be the best. He imagined how the curly-haired one from their team was walking ahead of their two newly made allies and said that right now they were traveling here from China. Moon Yob made his gaze as sharp as possible, and he continued to broadcast and said that their goal, as always, was to win the championship title. He looked closely again and imagined the tournament grid in Bernard's back. He said that they would beat the Parisians in the 16th round. The hero lounged in a chair and fixed his gaze on his interlocutor, and he continued to broadcast and said that they would defeat YSM in the finals and then the Berlin Lightning would take the championship trophy into their hands this year. He imagined a mountain with many fighters moving towards the top. He said that to become the strongest, you need to take the last step towards the goal. They looked at each other and the handsome guy extended his hand a little forward and said that he was only asking for one training match. In the match, he asked to see him in support Soon Ho. He looked at the boy and he turned to him and was surprised. His face turned pale and he wondered why him. They approached the training ground for the battle of superhumans. Team representatives gathered at the training ground. The main character put his hand on his support and the handsome guy was telling them something. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. Someone said that Daniel was one of the top 3 in the battle. He did not expect to see Shuren and Coach Emre live. Jiangmin, Yongsu and Hayek stood nearby. Sleek said that these were the legendary members of the Great Seven right in front of him. Shaggy asked if both the director and Coach Jeho were there. The trio from the containment team responded positively. One of them said that they were falling a little short. The cute one looked ahead with his hand raised, and the impudent one actively nodded his head. The captain watched this with a little alarm. Jiangmin said that he had never seen his old friend Mick so closely. Although their director is an exception, he is not even a hero, he is a real devil. And Younghwan told the sleek one that the one nodding now would break his neck from nodding, and he would then assemble it himself piece by piece. At the same moment, the cute one blushed a little, and Jinsu stood up with a questioning look. The first one began to say that he did not expect at all that they would have a training match with a team that is participating in the World Championship, and mentioned that this is really very, very cool. The man with freckles said that they were also participating, in case he forgot. But in response he only remained significantly silent. But then someone mentioned that this is a 4-on-4 training session, and soon Ho and the director will definitely go. The protagonist began to walk in the other direction from Mrekasa and waved his hand at them, walking away along with the trainer in support. And the one who mentioned wondered who else would get the chance. The coach stood behind the hero, who, without letting go of the frightened Sunho, turned around. Gabriel asked why he accepted such an unexpected offer. The protagonist smiled smugly and told him to turn on his brain, and asked whether it would be beneficial for dummies like them to compete with the cool ones in advance. He imagined what the banner with their battle in the league looks like. He also mentioned that, judging by the bracket, they can only meet the Berlin Lightning in the finals. He smiled slyly, looking over his shoulder, and said that while they were hobbling there, many of the team's tricks would be revealed, and, in general, the more experience they gained, the better for them, and not for the Germans. The coach looked at him calmly and said that he agreed, but the plan was to keep Sunho's progress a secret until the finals. But the lazy guy immediately looked calmly and told him to relax, because it's good if the guy can fight with his main opponents. The savior pressed his ward closer and said that he had not yet participated in a real battle since he increased his stats, so this is even better, and if the Berlin Lightning cannot cope with their support, then other teams may not be able to afraid. The Berlin team stood and looked at them in anticipation, and he continued to talk about how no one pulled Mrekasa's tongue and he knows very well what he will do, and suggested that they really seem to want to beat the Parisians. The director pressed the boy to him, and he perked up. Mick said that this is the reason why he accepted the offer, but Sunho. At the same moment, he turned his predatory gaze on the poor boy and began to suppress him, and told him not to use the secret weapon, because without it they'll get their ass kicked. Without backing down, he continues to escalate and continues to ask him if he agrees, and asks why he does not answer. He looked away and told him that he would try, and the hero filled his hand with a golden aura and said that he also wanted to try one thing. The assistant raised both hands up and said that he was going to start by explaining the rules. The Berlin team consisted of Daniel, Shuren, Zhao Wuren, and Chen Jin. They are completely confident in themselves. And the Korean one consists of a protagonist who is confident, a support who is dead inside, Naeun with the Igniter who are in shock. Dong Jun continued and said that this is a 4v4 practice match, a single-player game. Whoever gets eliminated first loses. A couple of panickers immediately ran up to the savior and with an enraged look asked why he chose them, leaving others behind. And he, in turn, replied that he did it to put Shuren in his place. The alarmists immediately fell into a stupor, and Yongsu said that this is nonsense since this is the case. Mick approached the jumper and took her by the shoulders, and the impudent man was dumbfounded. The director told her that today she is the main link in defeating the red-eyed one. She needs to infuriate her with her arrows and jumps as soon as she can, because it will be difficult for her to catch such a quick girl. She was surprised and opened her eyes wider and asked again. He immediately remembered the confused Chinese warrior. He said that she was strong, but even during the last game, her control of strength left much to be desired. He asked her to make sure that the dark-haired girl wasted her strength, and if he had another pair of arms and legs, he could avoid her weakened beam. The girl listened to him carefully and watched without stopping. He looked at her with a soft smile and said that he didn't need her to kill her. He said that everything would be according to the classics, let her just irritate the enemy. The slightly frightened Flea said that he would do it. And then the impudent rebel rebelled. The protagonist looked at him disdainfully, and Naeun did not take his eyes off the director. Youngsu asked if she would play the lead role instead of him. And the savior answered and said that's exactly it, he's just instead of Pietro. The first one immediately asked why he took him and not the white-haired one. The hero immediately remembered the beauty lying on the hammock with a coconut and a straw, who said that she was fed up with everything. He scratched his cheek with his finger and said that he was busy with business. The assistant tried to slightly block the picture of how the protagonist rings the guy and tells him that if you drive out all the laziness from him, then only arrogance will remain. And he groans and says that he is giving up. Dong Jun said that they are starting the game. A handsome man in a green jacket stands in front of Daniel, who is sitting in the module. He turned to him, he responded. He said that this is the first time he has brought them together in this way, and the valuable experience they get will not be comparable to anything else. He remembered the time when the hero went to dungeons. He said that Mick didn't like support since the demonic war, because they always stayed behind and played the fool. Sunho is a support that he hid throughout the preparation for the World Championship. He remembered how the guy was carrying arrows and said that he assumed that he was a talented person with various superpowers and incredible tactics, and the ability to read the mind of his director. He came closer to his ward and told him that he did not like the hero. He never got along with him, but he said the right things. He looked at him seriously and told him to take a closer look at how he raised his support and how he developed himself. Daniel looked confidently and nodded, and he continued to broadcast and said that his task was to remember everything that he could not teach him. And he replied that he would do it. Emerkasa stood up to his full height and remembered this boy when he was very young. He remembers him as a child. He is the one who can do anything to be strong. He told him to take the key to defeating the Parisians from MC. It turned out to be a dungeon called the Underground Lighthouse, a lot of towers around a large central one with bridges. An abyss was visible under the lighthouses. This is a dungeon in which you need to go through several towers to get to the main one. It is focused on team battles and is used for training or immediately before competitions. This is a very small dungeon with no bosses, but some minor monsters. The Berlin Lightning, which started from the northwestern end, is already in full swing fighting the monsters. The YSM team is in a desert area. The support is warming up. He fixed his serious gaze in front of him and said that he was coming. He accelerated along the tops of small towers and climbed to the top. The panickers looked up, and the jumper noticed his high speed. The telepath slipped behind the monsters and reached the door. Afterwards she added and said that it was not very fast, but immediately after she doubted it and said that she did not believe in it, but he really accelerated so much. He, in turn, caught on the wall and climbed up. His hand grabbed the ledge. He found himself at the very top of the central tower. He began to collect an aura. An aura began to envelop him and he closed his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes and they turned white. Observers watch his actions. They noticed that he literally flew to the very top. Youngman turned to the coach and said that he was not the slowest by nature and asked what kind of movements they were. Gabriel looked at him, and he continued and said that he did not warn about any strategy. But then the man with glasses raised his head and said that he did not see the need for this. The telepath is on his knee, and the silhouette of Moon Yob appears behind him. The coach said that his brain is now connecting with the director's consciousness. The girl and the firebrand are at a loss. The voice of Sunho sounded, telling the jumper to move clockwise while the director was hunting. This was a secret route leading to the enemy team, and as soon as she noticed the enemy, she needed to hide and wait for further instructions. And he impudently said that the protagonist was next to him and told him to use explosive spheres only for monsters, and Mick would do the rest. But you need to leave one sphere so that it is available at any time. He continued talking for a very long time. From the observation center, the others watched them, and Gabriel turned around and said that, apparently, the training was a living hell. The protagonist and the impudent man complement each other well in hunting monsters. Daniel, Zhao Wuren, Chen Jin quickly run forward. Shirin is running somewhere. Curly thinks sharply and says that even without taking into account the telepath, YSM has 3 more players. But despite the fact that there are much stronger players such as Sania and Pietro, he began to broadcast his speech to the dark-haired one, and she, in turn, listened carefully. He told her that he chose Naeun and Yongsu, and the reason for this lies in her. He asked her to do what she promised. While he was saying these words, something with a violet aura flashed by. In front of these 3, something was driven into the ground and this created cracks on the floor. He wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. The trio immediately became wary and said that they were going to cling to the lazy man. It turned out that a spear had arrived, and in turn the protagonist was standing on the roof with another spear. He stood there with the lighter and talked about finding them and asked if they were playing while discussing strategy. A flash of light appeared behind the trio. An order was received from the telepath for the jumper, in which she was urged to act now. She pulled 2 arrows into her bow at once and charged them with aura. But Zhao Wuren, who turned sharply, deftly parried all the arrows flying at them from behind. The girl opened her eyes much wider and thought that she could not believe that all the arrows had been reflected. Moon Yob was a little surprised and heard himself addressed. The telepath conveyed that Shirin was not here. At this time, she was quickly heading somewhere and thought that most likely the hero was thinking that she was following him using her location. She made a sharp jerk from the ground upward. She moved to the top of the tower and in the air, being above the telepath, began charging 2 spheres from the aura and said that he was a fool. The boy noticed her approach and was about to raise his head. And then at the top of the tower there was a powerful blow with an aura from the dark-haired woman. The savior runs forward with the igniter and says that the red-eyed one will immediately use her ability to catch the support. And he looked at him with incomprehension and asked if that was why they sent him alone. But the hero continued talking smugly and said that he had done a good job, pretending that Sunho was an important player for them. But leaving him alone, they brainwashed the Chinese warrior so that she could separate from the team. The protagonist, almost crying with pleasure, said that he was ready to do anything just to flick her on the nose. But Yongsu didn't quite understand and asked him again if he wanted to leave her and the guy alone. The savior smiled broadly and said that he was absolutely right because he trained him that way. He said that while he was distracting Shuren, he and Nayan would quickly catch her. Then the red-eyed girl saw the result and was stunned. The guy stood completely intact and said that she scared him. She immediately grabbed her eye and began to see completely differently. She holds her eyes and seeing this, she is disoriented. She asks about what happened to her vision, but the telepath apologized to her and used visual telepathy. He smiled broadly with some kind of mark on his eye and said that it might be difficult for him to hit. She collected 4 more spheres and, removing her hand, thought about what it was. She began to worry and thought that before launching the suppression beam, she suddenly saw something unknown, so she could not aim. And the guy still looked at her through the mark through the skill. The director threw his spear over his shoulder and turned to the alarmists and told them to help the telepath. But then the jumper with a questioning look said that she had heard the sounds of the extinguishing ray. She asked if he was still alive. And then the ignitor told her to listen and said that he had not been killed. Moon Yob approached them and, pointing his finger at them, asked them if they were messing around, and immediately after he ordered them to run and catch the dark-haired one. About 2 months ago, the hero put his hand, saturated with aura, to the telepath's shoulder and asked him if he would be his ace in the hole. And when the guy received from him the title of supporter of the savior, together they walked up the stairs to the closed room, and the protagonist said that from now on they would closely work on his hardening, and called him his supporter, and he just had a question about what kind of hardening. Then he began to miss matches, devoting all his time to training. The hero called him along. They entered the building and there were 2 old battle modules there. Jeho mentioned this. He immediately exhaled while the protagonist stood behind him. He thought that the director had everything planned. He thought that this would be a special training session in the game and he shouldn't have worried at all. But that raw tribulation lived a spear, and the guy turned around from the sound. Moon Yob said that the spear is an excellent weapon in battle. He, in turn, looked at him with a questioning look and was afraid. The elder began to smile even more actively and said that it was understandable. A spear flashed near the head of his charge and he somehow managed to dodge. He immediately fell to the floor and asked what it was, and he answered and said that superhumans do not risk their lives during battles. He put his hand forward and said that when he reaches his age, he will understand that battle has always been a place where everyone fought to the death, thanks to which he returned 17 years later alive. He ran his finger near his throat and said that superhumans are cultivated in life-threatening battles. He continued to sit on his knees on the floor and asked him if he was joking. It was obvious that the people's hero would be forgiven even if he committed murder. The protagonist gave him a predatory look and asked him if it was like a joke. He, in turn, thought that he simply had a crazy look and was really serious. And the hero took out a spear and told him not to worry. Even if he moves a little faster than a turtle, he will teach him to avoid attacks. He took out his phone and set the timer for 10 minutes and told him that 10 minutes was enough and told him that he was going to play hide and seek. Just as the madman was about to tell the conditions, Jeho immediately began to run away from him with very loud screams and good speed. He ran as fast as he could. At the same time, Moon Yob was chasing him and throwing spears. He shouted that his death had come. The savior held folding spears between his fingers and looked at him, prepared. He told him that today would give him the opportunity to retreat and asked him how he thought it would be better to protect him from trees or stones. The guy was hiding in the woods. His agility was 49 and his skills were 51. Even when he was sleeping, he was being chased. But then his agility and skills increased by 5 and 4 units. He ran from him again and again. He climbed the rocks. His agility and skills grew again. And even the aura received an increase. He was incredibly exhausted and sat on one knee. His agility and skills increased again as did his speed and aura. A month passed at this pace. The protagonist looks through binoculars and talks about what a genius he is and his training in nature worked, and this guy is growing very quickly. He suggested that it was time for him to finish. And then the savior made his final move. He flashed over the guy's head with lightning speed. He rushed and landed in front of him. Yes, the words he said from the very beginning were not a mistake. He pointed his weapon at the telepath, who was wildly frightened. The boy got scared and arbitrarily concentrated his aura and thought about what he was doing now. He created a huge explosion of aura that reverberated throughout the forest. He thought that he was going to die. He lay almost lifeless. People actually received superpowers to survive attacks from demons. A round mark appeared in his eye and he used the superpower of visual telepathy to avoid dying at the hands of the director. Moon Yob smugly stood up to his full height and said that he didn't have to be very fast to avoid an attack, he just needed to effectively dodge it in an instant. The practically lifeless body of his student lies on the ground, and he continues to talk and says that the most important thing is to acquire a secret weapon. He used his analyzing gaze again and saw that his stats were at maximum, and 2 abilities were enhanced by the effective savior's supporter. Shuren launches his attacks again. A telepath who only ever used his powers for the command, after all, I was able to defend myself. Red eyes left many craters in the ground. The boy's abilities blossomed. He stood up to his full height and tried to catch his breath. There are an infinite number of ways to use the same superpower. A skill in which visual telepathy is used depending on the timing of the enemy's attack is called visual impairment. The dark-haired girl again gathers the energy to strike and gets angry. She says it's annoying, but then she hears something and opens her eyes wide. A voice sounded calling the telepath by name. There were panickers in front of her. She surrounded herself with an aura and looked in their direction. They are going to attack her. And Jeho smiled and encouraged him to fight back. The protagonist stands in a fighting stance and tries to catch his breath. He covered himself with his shield, and in front of him stood 3 Germans. He thinks that he is in a great position, 3 against 1, and he also thought about how focused they are. The Chinese stood in fighting stances, and the curly man stood behind them. But then the hero surrounded himself with an aura and created turbulence. He instantly took off and headed towards them, and thought that first. He headed towards Daniel. He thought that he would first take the support. He smiled, jumped back a little, and the gray-haired man jumped out in front of him. The director's eyes lit up and he swung his hand. With lightning speed he struck, and the man with the pole jumped behind him. A buff was applied to the person who jumped. The support directed his ability towards the Chinese with the pole. He launched an attack with his pole, hitting the jumped-up MC, and his pole got a vector at the end. He immediately tried to start a series of stabbing blows at the airborne hero, but he looked at him carefully and thought that he had a large reach. He quickly closed the distance and was already right in front of his opponent. He thought that the best way would be to get closer. He aimed his spear at his chest and thought that he had hit him, but then the spear passed by and the vector worked on him again. Moon Yob looked at him carefully and thought about his failure to react. Behind him stood a curly man who used his power. The protagonist was about to finish him off with a slashing attack from his spear, but he dragged away his ally with the help of his skill. Lazy Guy grinned and asked if this was a craving. He immediately swung and threw his spear at the saved enemy. He fought it off with difficulty. This upset MC, and a melee fighter was already running up to him from behind. He was also pulled up with the help of the hero ability, but he did a back somersault and the fist hit the ground. He landed a few meters away from him, and he tribulated but looked in his direction. Nick thought that these two are average guys. It's not difficult to deal with them, but the moment the curly one intervenes, it becomes difficult. He has marks of his 2 powers displayed on his hands, and the hero thinks that this support was added to the top 3 not for his pretty eyes, push and pull force both to move at his pace. But then he began to feed his hand with aura and prepared to attack. He thought about what if he tried to target him specifically. He begins to swing his spear. He throws him, but the curly one accelerates greatly and avoids his attacks using the sprint ability. He immediately thought that he was accelerating like crazy, but then he noticed that his opponent had suddenly braked. Daniel spread his arms out to the sides and used his pull ability, pulling his teammates up. They approached him with great speed. He then crossed his arms and used his super strength to pull back and launch his teammates into attacking Moon Yob. He, in turn, was not even in a fighting stance and thought that these guys were interesting. He looked up and thought about how he could spoil all the raspberries with them. He smiled broadly and told them that thanks to the pushes they had become faster and encouraged them to attack. But then support quickly moved behind him. He started to use the push ability in one hand and thought that this sit was annoying him. He tore the shield out of his hands by moving his hand to the side, and behind the Chinese were already about to attack. This stunned the protagonist and he was a little dumbfounded, and the Chinese spearman was about to cut him down, and the melee fighter was about to hit him. And then something woke up inside him. He lowered his head down. A blue streak passed through his eye and he raised his purple eye upward. Blue liquid began to drip from it, and his opponents immediately thought about how he blocked it. After that, Moon Yob made a sharp thrust in front of himself and pierced Zhao Wuren's chest. Curly was dumbfounded and stunned. He thought that he had gotten rid of the shield, and the remaining Chinese became wary. The hero threw the player he killed along with his spear, and they asked him how he did it. He smiled widely and began to wipe the blue liquid from his eye and said that people always develop only when their affairs are bad. Daniel was dumbfounded and asked what it was all about, and the melee fighter quickly moved forward. He jumped up to deliver an aura charge blow to MC, and he, in turn, said that if they were so interested. The fist almost reached him, and he calmly looked at it, and he told them to look again. He shielded himself from the punch with an aura shield. Both coaches who watched this were dumbfounded and wondered what it was. The protagonist smiled and swung his spear and said to go back. He threw a spear at the boy's chest and pierced him. Sharon ran at high speed. She was being chased by a trio from YSM. The telepath looked at the ignitor and told him to act quickly until she regained her aura. He threw 2 fiery spheres towards the enemy and said that he understood the task. But Jeho was confused and, remembering the coach, thought that, according to him, this woman still cannot fully control the extinguishing beam. 2 projectiles are directed towards the dark-haired one, and he thinks that this is a great chance to win. but the enemy used a dampening beam and broke the spheres and then directed it towards the jumper. And the Chinese warrior tries to maneuver and thinks that she again wasted the beam. She paused and thought that if she could control it, she could use it more often, but it was too dangerous. She looked in their direction and remembered her meeting with Moon Yob. She thought about what she said back then, that next time things would be different. She remembered standing in front of a rock in which she had made many holes. She thought about how she had to train until she lost her pulse to keep her promise. She exhaled and thought about how she took every step with great care and now accepts that people are small creatures. She began to accumulate aura and thought that it was time for her to show the result. The archer loaded 2 arrows with aura. She released them. Sharon suddenly approached her, alarming her. The dark-haired woman charged the sphere and told her to get out of her way now. Soon Ho is alert and is going to use visual telepathy. Red eyes turned pale again and missed, and Nayan looked at it, exclaimed and thought that this was unimaginable power. The Chinese warrior lowered her head a little lower and asked if they thought she would get tired. And at the same moment she thought that the attack power of the telepath and the jumper was approaching 0. She thought that there was only one target to hit. A huge hole appeared inside Yongsu's body. He was stunned, and the attacker said that she was not aiming at them. The 2 from the containment group, seeing the losing igniter fall, became wary, and the guy said that he used visual telepathy. They continued to look at the disintegrating body, and Sharon told him that he was a fool. She crossed her arms with the red orbs and the same blue mark appeared on her eye. She said that it doesn't matter how accurately you aim, if you use a maximum power suppression beam, it destroys everything in its path. She launched another huge beam with a red aura. She burned Nayan and she fell to the ground with an arrow in her hand. The hero clenched his fist in front of him, smiled and said that they had arrived, because only the support remained. Daniel became wary and said that he had never heard that he had such a skill. He looked at his hand and said that this was clear, because it was his first time using it. The protagonist spun this aura shield in his hand. He was asked whether he could stop Sharon's extinguishing beam, and he said that he himself did not know. He asked if it was interesting. The curly man abruptly approached him, intending to use a push. He used a speed boost with great force and threw the savior far into the air. While he was in the air, a red light flashed on the tower, and he asked what this scoundrel was up to. He looked at the flash and became wary. Red Eyes charges a huge red sphere and addresses him by name. She threw a huge extinguishing beam at him directly from the tower. A few months earlier, the beauty levitated in the lotus position and looked at Moon Yob and told him that he needed to train to go beyond human limits. And he said that this is true. He looked at her and said that it would be good to remodel the secret space of the ancient master and build a training center. He appeared without a t-shirt, gathering aura, and said that physical indicators such as strength and agility can be improved by raising the threshold, but he immediately asked a question about how he could increase the aura. The pale woman looked at him with displeasure, and he threw up his hands and said that this nonsense is not characteristic of man and he cannot even feel it. She asked sarcastically whether she should also sit down and bake a bada and asked him what he was talking about, because he had already gone beyond the limits of human capabilities. He squinted his face and asked her what she meant. And the beautiful demoness said that the aura-absorbing device in the training hall was installed for a reason. She imagined him sitting under a huge cube above the abyss of the aura and told him that if he continued to concentrate on the accumulation of his aura, he would master complete unconscious control, because he already controls his aura without noticing it. Moon Yob, levitating in the pose, continued to sit, and she said that this was incomprehensible to an ordinary person, to which he remained significantly silent. She raised her finger up and curled her aura into a circle, and said that the next step was this. She looked at him through this circle and said that these were not the superpowers he was talking about, but just a fast and strong rotation of the aura, which was nevertheless impossible for people. She said that they were demons. They called it an aura shield. With a scream and a yell, the savior was able to block Sharon's attack with a reinforced shield. He holds on with all his might and tribulation watches. Still, he was nailed to the floor with the help of a beam. The girl looked there. Curly became wary and they thought about whether he had managed it. But then they saw him leaning on his hand and saying that his body had suffered. He began to rise from the crater and they screamed and asked why he was completely fine. Daniel and Red Eyes ran up to him, and he continued to talk and said that he was of course fine and said that he was bleeding. In a real battle he would have died after this, and also said that he can't lift a finger. Immediately the dark-haired woman began to charge her sphere and said that with such an amount of aura used, this could not be avoided, and said that she had won. But then he told her that she was mistaken. She was immediately pierced by a spear in the chest and she was dumbfounded. The spear pierced her through and she looked at it in horror. A telepath arrived in time to the hero. He transferred an aura to him. Moon Yob extended his hand forward and ordered him to return. And he said that the aura charging was completed. He used the throw boost. He smiled slyly and his violet eye lit up. He said that the good thing was that he took advantage of the enhancement by throwing a spear, and of course, without restoring the aura, nothing would have happened. She turned pale and asked where the guy came from. She said that she couldn't believe it, because she was sure that she had neutralized him along with the jumper. The guy got a little worried, continuing to feed the aura of the hero, and said that this was still a trade secret. The director got angry and looked at him, and he threw his hand behind his head and smiled. The savior told him that he asked him to use only telepathy, and he said that if he had let him die, he would have been angry. He said that he was to blame and admitted it. The almost disappeared Shirin Tribulation was looking at them, and he said that he did not think that she, with her weak mentality, would learn to fully control the extinguishing beam in such a short period of time. A notification about the eliminated dark-haired girl sounded. I remembered the training of a telepath. He sat under a tree and heard the hero calling him. Even after using the visual impairment, his training continued and the desire to hide from the savior became a passion. The protagonist continued to call him and slowly approached the tree behind which he was hiding. He thought that the tree was still shaking. He sharply moved his head behind the tree with a smile and told him that it was him. But behind the tree it turned out to be empty, and this surprised him, and he asked if he had gone somewhere. Soon Ho's passion turned out to be a reality. The boy became wary, remembering his stats, and thought that it was strange to tell the director that he had superpowers because he almost died. He had a new item in the list of superpowers. He gained invisibility. His teammates, watching him with alarm, wondered what kind of training he had. Then Daniel raised his hand up and lowered his head with a soft smile, and something flew past his cheek. He talked about how he couldn't do anything alone, so he gave up. But then, without opening his eyes, he made a puzzled face and blue liquid oozed from his cheek. Moon Yob told him that this was not an option. He held a spear in his hand and, smiling, said that perhaps the very beginning depended on him, and immediately switching to a scream, he added that it was not the end. The frightened support began to run away as fast as he could from the enraged hero, and during this screamed loudly while he threw spears at him. The announcer said doubtfully that the practice match was over. The teammates watching the chase were horrified by what they saw, and the speaker continued and said that victory is on the side of YSM. Incredibly frightened, Daniel looked ahead in horror, addressing Mick by name. The savior looked at him with a murderous face and his pupils were greatly reduced. It turned out that he was handing him a plate of purple liquid that could be called soup. Disgusted, the curly man asked what else it was, and he replied that this is a cannon cocktail for losers and he specially prepared it for him. The boy put his hand in front of him and asked whether this was alcohol, and also asked whether this liquid could be drunk at all. The hero pointed his finger behind his back. The guy was scared. Behind him lay the drunken bodies of members of both teams, who with their appearance spoke of inevitable death. Moon Yob said that he had already tried everything and he had nothing to fear. And the curly man thought that since this drink is a punishment, then why did he give it to YSM as well? Shirin was lying on a futon, hugging soft toys and wearing a mask over her eyes. The protagonist said that the Chinese princess mother also tasted this super swill and asked him if he refused, even taking into account the fact that he was the only one left. The guy turned pale at the sight of the plate and the smiling lazy man and said that it's not like he wouldn't. But he immediately asked him why he had such a long tongue. They handed him a plate of swill and he felt incredible disgust. And the hero continued to talk and asked if he thought he could get away with it and warned him with a laugh that it would end badly. And he remained significantly silent. He abruptly began to drink this mixture, and the protagonist began to laugh furiously and film him on his phone. And he just said loudly that whatever happens will happen. He finished the purple liquid and fell to the floor dead, exhaling. While he is lying on the floor, the lazy man begins to pour vodka into a bowl and says that he talked too much, and added that every Superman should drink this. A handsome man in a green jacket approached him with Gabriel, and the bearded man asked him if he still preferred strong drinks. Having emptied the bottle, the hero turned to them and asked why they were hiding and only now decided to come out. He held a glass of champagne and looked at him, and the coach standing next to him caught the flying spirit of one of the team members. The handsome man said that no matter how well he knew about alcohol, he couldn't be forced to drink this terrible swill. The man with glasses supported this, but Imrikasa interrupted, and remembering the block of the damping beam, he asked about what blocked the damping beam at the end. And he, not quite understanding the question, asked what he meant. The lazy man began to drink his drink from the basin, twirled the aura on his finger and asked if he meant it. Both coaches were surprised. He looked at them through the resulting circle, and the handsome guy asked if it was an aura. Moon Yob said that he immediately understood everything after he said that he and the team would stay for another day, because he usually returns immediately after finishing his business. He exhaled deeply and said that he was going to warn him, that only he was capable of this, so he didn't even have to try, because it was useless. He just accepted this fact. The protagonist began to wave his hand and told him that he was not used to it yet, so his aura was wasted. He remained silent significantly. The hero, sitting cross-legged on the floor, looked at him and asked if it hurt him to watch his people lose in a training match, and then asked if he broke down after he blocked the attack of the red-eyed girl. The savior sat with a calm face, and he answered him and said that in no way. The handsome man looked at him and said that human talent is unfair and unreasonable, but human beauty lies in overcoming imperfections. He said that he is now thinking about how he will beat him in the final. They looked at each other and Moon Yob asked about how he hoped the Berlin Lightning could kick their ass, and he just chuckled. He remembered the old days when he was still an archer from the 7, and he said that you need to think about victory even when you are in despair. The hero held his shield over him and told him that this must be done even if the chance of losing is high. The bearded man looked down at him and asked him if these were his words. He smiled sarcastically. They clinked their glasses with liquids and said that this was how it should be. The next day, the protagonist, Shirin and Immortality stood on the stairs. The lazy man said goodbye and said that they still wouldn't go far from him. Daniel said goodbye to Sunho by hugging him, and the man in the green jacket said that he did not expect that he would accompany him. The protagonist answered and said that everything you need to know, but immediately after he interrupted and asked Sunho what he was doing there. The girl and the handsome guy began to leave, but the pair of supports still couldn't say goodbye, and the hero held his ward by the shoulder and asked him to calm down. Red-Eyed was already leaving, but she heard something behind her. The savior asked her to wait a little. He stood up proudly, closing the boy's mouth, and with a smile asked her about what she said about how everything would be different. She turned to look at him tenderly, and he praised her and told her that she did a good job with the beam. She became embarrassed and slightly shrank and said that they would definitely reach the finals after defeating the Parisians. She crossed her arms and turned away as Moon Yob looked at her. She said that if he wasn't there, he should get ready because she would kill him. He immediately told her that he was immortal, which means he would not die. She said what she wanted to say. She was very embarrassed, put her hand to her mouth and said that she was waiting anyway. She winked at him softly and, placing her hand on her chest, she said that she would have something to say after she dealt with him. The YSM building stands in the sunshine after the end of the turmoil with the Berlin team. At the training ground, they began serious preparation. The horn was switched to operating mode. They were preparing for the World Cup final. Moon Yob changed into a red uniform, picked up a bullhorn and, imagining the head of the New York Bears, said that this team would be their first opponent. They were from the American East League, which included Gerald. The amplifier vibrated and he said that the most important thing they needed to know was that they were fans of a game in which all players dominated in team combat, and shortened by saying that they emphasized physical strength. He imagined them in the form of a flying mechanical head with armor and lasers from the bottom. He suggested calling them a moving fortress. He said that the main players in the battle with the Bears would be Gary, Paul, and Sanya. The named players looked at him carefully and waited, but then he continued and said that it would also be Youngwon. He was dumbfounded when he heard his name and looked up, and the hero continued and said that these 4 would be there. But the captain pointed to himself and looked at him, and he raised the megaphone to his mouth to speak into it. The man with the folder asked if we were talking about him. The protagonist said that he wanted to buy a player on the transfer market, but decided that they could handle it themselves. The man with the scar on his eyebrow looked at the other named players with concern, and the savior continued talking and said that the role of the 4 of them was to communicate with the big American guys, and the captain immediately thought that he was on the same team with these great players. The men listened carefully to the lazy man. He said that Sanya and the man with the folder will be ready, and it all starts with Gary and Paul. The latter looked at the savior and asked what they would need to do. In the individual training represented by the hero, there can be no failure. Moreover, these 2 came. They looked carefully ahead. They came to the weak KB1 league just for this moment. In other words, this is not just an opportunity for growth, but a guarantee of development. They imagined Moon Yob on top of a cliff and they understood that training would not be easy. They were ready for anything. But then the protagonist snapped his fingers and said that he ordered the Octopus brothers to deliver them by air. 2 steel cases were left in front of them. The men were surprised. They asked if it was a gun case. He pointed his finger at them and said that they were absolutely right. And he said that their new weapon was there. Violet was terribly surprised, and the dark-skinned man opened his mouth and eyes. The personal cards of both men appeared before the eyes of the lazy man. Gary was 34 years old and had been on the team for 2 years, and Paul is 18 years old. He is in the Berlin Lightning Reserve. YSM rented him for 1 year. He continues to look at the information tablet and thinks about what unites the 2 of them, and continues the thought that this is a weapon that does not correspond to their positions. He imagined the young one with his equipment. He thought that it was a classic tank and he lightened its hull and armament to become a universal tank that suited the market conditions and lost its uniqueness. He immediately pictured Gary in uniform and thought that he was a natural range DD, and he was active as a short-range dealer because his team was full of long rangers and his potential was not realized. They took out their new weapons. The dark-skinned man asked if his shield was too big, and the second one said that his bow was larger than he was tall and said that it was difficult to draw. The elder turned to Mick and asked him if it was normal to change the weapon of a person that he had used all his life simply because of his desires, and he answered him that he was quite himself. He pointed his finger at him and told him that he would thank him later and asked him if he had heard him, but he remained significantly silent. The director, still standing on the scaffolding, said that considering that everyone had received weapons, there was only 1 month left and now they were waiting for his special training. The captain raised his hand and asked about what kind of training awaited them, and he answered and said that everything was elementary. He smiled gently, closing his eyes, and said that they would fight against him. He changed his face and took on the appearance of a maniac and added that this would happen for a month. And the mercenary thought that he had chosen the wrong team for the transfer. Somewhere in the abyss of an abandoned world, Tribulation curls into a ball and emits a dim light. One of his snakes fixed his gaze somewhere, and he thinks about since when he began to exist in the world. The monster sat on the head of his snakes and wondered why this world has only survival and death. Aura oozed from under his helmet, and he continued his thought and wondered from what moment. Under the ball of snakes lay many corpses of monsters, and the ball towered over the wasteland. And he continued his thought and realized that he is the only king of the wasteland and the one who rules over death. He rested his hand on his knee and thought that here he learned what loneliness is. He stood up and said that now it was over, and next to him, Raw Tribulation appeared in space, and he said that next to him, at last, intelligent beings like him would appear. He looked in front of him, smiled broadly, and said that behind this wall were those who would become his people. Behind him were huge cocoons that contained something strange. He called it his children, and he said that by the time they woke up the door would open. When the star of the 7th king rises, someone's bare feet in a white robe slowly walk along the corridor. Then the black moon will appear. Someone stood in the middle of the huge hall and approached the huge gates. They will walk on an angry land. This place is called the Tomb of the Forgotten King. Someone's pale hand reaches out to an object surrounded by an aura. The door of the hall began to open, and behind it was a figure. The demon with white hair and a mark under his eye was dumbfounded. He fell to his knees, spread his arms, and screamed. He bowed his head, closed his eyes, and said that finally. He burst into tears and repeated his phrase again with a smile. He stood in front of a huge column tied with chains, and he said that he still found it. The chains that held this structure were covered with a white aura, and he said that this was one of the 7 pillars standing in their way. He extended his hand and said that the time had come. He used his power and his eyes turned black. He said that it was time to get a little closer. He squeezed his hand and the structure shattered into pieces. He said that now there are 6 of them left. The selected YSM members lay exhausted on the floor as their director stood over them and asked them why they were fooling around. He asked them if they were going to get up. The captain began to crawl up to the hero and told him that they had been without normal food for 26 hours. He folded his spear, and Tribulation looked at him, and he shed a stingy tear. The protagonist said that if they were superhuman, they should know what it's like to fight for days on end, not sleep, not go to the toilet, and not chew some pathetic piece of beef jerky, and he added by saying that they are just brats and not superhumans. And the crawling one immediately wondered why his mother gave birth to him as a Superman. They were all almost crying and laying on the floor. The thought came to them that they were jealous of Jeho, who had already finished training one-on-one with this monster. But then their melancholy was abruptly interrupted, and he asked them if they were jealous of the telepath. He pointed his finger at them and smiled and told them not to worry. He didn't plan to let them go even when their training was over. At this time, the guy is eating chips and laughing. He watches TV series on Netflix and continues to laugh and says that he cannot believe that they left him on the street when they had such a wonderful hostel. He began to put his hand into the packaging. He suggested how difficult Sanya and Yoonghwan are having right now, calling them a poor tank and dealer. But then he finds a folded paper in the stack. He opened it and was dumbfounded. On it the hero wrote that he was always watching him and drew his Tribulation face. An arrow flew into his window, which surprised him very much. The protagonist smiled and told him that it would be bad if snacks and toys dulled his senses, and said that that's why he called an expert. He imagined a Superman with an aura. When superhumans appeared in the world, the biggest problem was not the dungeons with monsters. A group of uniformed people stood in front of Sunho's room. They said that they confirmed that the target was inside. They also said that they received a message that he was too lazy at the historical moment of Korea's reaching the World Cup finals. The biggest problem turned out to be the crimes of superhumans in which their powers were used. A man with a white beard and glasses smiled and said that their task was to twist him so that he would not die. Therefore, an organization appeared, created to stop those who use Tribulation with their abilities. The man knocked down the door to the room and called the boy to him. He took off his glasses and, smiling, ordered his men to neutralize the target. They were from the Superhuman Suppression Team, part of the Korean Superhuman Battle Association Hawks, with the assistance of Jinti. The telepath was incredibly shocked by what was happening and turned to the president. There was a question about where Sunho had gone. Specially invited Coach Eric appeared in front of us with his arms crossed. Specially invited Coach Timur running around the stadium. Specially invited Coach Jeho adjusting his glasses. The hero said that thanks to his connections, he gathered those who would carry out the hellish training. Everyone immediately relaxed and, holding their chests, looked towards the protagonist, who turned his back to them and looked away to the side. They said that now everything is clear to them, and he thought that they were just traitors. He raised his hands and was about to start again, but then Pietro ran through the door. The savior told them that since they had already rested a little, it was time for them to get up, and the pale man addressed him by name. He turned around and almost confused the name and addressed him. Poisonous tilted his head a little forward and said that they needed to talk and that the matter was urgent. This alerted the director and he looked at him carefully. Some of the guys suggested that they were done for today. Everyone had already started celebrating and took victory poses. But when Moon Yob left the hall, he put his hand on the shoulder of the reincarnated master and said that now there would be a change of players, and now they would not be against him, but against Pietro. The guys who had already put on their caps, took out firecrackers and straws, instantly lost all their joy and immediately asked in horror what it meant. The hero threw on his jacket and walked out of the center, while behind him someone flew out of the roof screaming. He approached the car, near which stood 2 bodyguards and the queen. He asked her if she was waiting for him, to which she answered in the negative. She looked at him softly and said that anyway, in this body she could only move at night, and asked him if they could talk. They went into the director's office. The voice of the protagonist was heard asking if they had opened the door. He lounged in a chair, and she answered him and said that this had not happened yet. The senior priests had found the seal. He noticed that they were capable of something. He looked at her, and the beautiful woman said that the fallen master had completely hidden his traces after the last bout, so it was quite difficult to track him down, and immediately after she added and said that this was the reason why she came to him in a hurry. She was worried, took her hand and said that there was something that he needed to check in person. He leaned forward slightly and clarified this again. They walked up to the battle module and Mick asked if it was a battle module. She pointed her hand at the car and said that he was right, and she inserted something from the master's memory into it, and she said that she was talking about evil. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. The hero found himself in an unpleasant red dungeon that looked like an abandoned world. He said that this is an unpleasant land. At some point he stopped and said that it was just an endless tunnel. He stopped at the edge of some bridge in front of the object. He was a little surprised, and looking at the size of the unknown object, he assumed that it was blocked here. He immediately put his hand to his face and shouted to her that this was a dead end and asked if she was sure that everything had been implemented correctly. She watches the savior in the dungeon, and then he suddenly falls silent in alarm. Then Moon Yob noticed something, and she told him to look ahead more carefully, and then suddenly the realization came to him, and the queen told him that what he sees is not a wall. The huge purple wall began to move, and she said that this was tribulation. Many snakes with eyes all over their bodies huddled together in a ball, and a monster stood on the head of one of them. Compared to this, the savior was insignificant. He tried to take a closer look at the creature standing on the snakes. The lady asked him to try to evaluate his strength, if possible, because he has an analysis. He saw the stats of the snake monster, in which the strength was 40,318, agility 1,001, and aura 20,172. The hero was dumbfounded by what he saw. He imagined a hand passing the crystal to another. She said that until then the master had penetrated the abandoned world in her spiritual form and observed the movements of the king. Based on this information, they presented Tribulation's face and said that they were able to recreate his body. The hero stopped and with shame remembered how he saw the master resting. He thought that while he thought she was idle all day, she was busy with business. The huge body shot up sharply. She said that his intelligence and way of thinking were not reproducible, but his strength was real. In one movement, the creature destroyed the entire bridge. The protagonist stood up from his chair, breathing heavily. He looked at the beautiful lady and she said that the fallen master He rose slightly from his chair. She interrupted and said that they would somehow find him. The savior became wary and she asked him to prepare for the monster. She looked as wary and excited as possible. She asked him to increase his strength in order to somehow resist the king. He exhaled, and she lowered her head down and said that it looked like they were again calling for death, entrusting the impossible to a person who had returned from another world. And he asked her to stop. He smiled brazenly and said that he was called the savior if she forgot, and naturally no one but him could cope with this task. The demon bowed before the hero and took a pose of mortal submission and said that he had heard a lot of bad things about his dear man and master. He remained in the same position, and the protagonist, sitting on a stool, looked at him. Behind them was a huge cube. He asked him if he had brutally killed his fellow tribesmen. The demon clasped his hands together and said that he was the queen's devoted assistant and his name was Hein. He raised his head, a thin Italian mustache on his face. The savior looked at him with an analyzing gaze and saw that almost all of his stats were at maximum, except for willpower. He also had 2 superpowers, threat detection and strongman detection. Moon Yob looked at him with uncertainty and mentioned that they told him that they would send a professional who would teach him how to handle aura, but in the end they sent some weakling. The demon shook his head and said that a person who speaks to his face about the low level of his interlocutor's abilities is really strong. And he, in response, angrily asked whether he was right and asked whether he would run to complain to the queen. The dark man raised his legs up in a bow and said that this was not the point. She sent him to her because he must master the basics, so the knowledge that he has is enough. The surprised hero said that there was no arguing with this and then asked him if his back was tired. The demon is dripping with sweat. The protagonist asks him where they will start, and he replied that they would now begin to study their language. But he immediately calmed down and asked with irritation about his intentions. Next, he imagined the demon giving a thumbs up and Pietro staggering from side to side. The modern point of view is this: if you, as a human, start learning the language of demons, you will go crazy. He imagined the king being embodied in virtual reality. The hero sits in the hall with his students and sits with his arms crossed while the others lie on the floor, exhausted. The image of the creature had haunted him for the past month. He began to wipe his face with a towel. After training with superhumans, he sat down in the module and diligently tried to find a way to attack the king. Many people will have a question within themselves about why he teaches others if he does not know how to attack the king, and also the question of why he didn't find a solution much earlier. The problem was that he had no intention of fighting. He imagined the monster and how it curled its snakes, and they pierced the director's body, for the king was too strong. Moon Yob breathed his last in virtuality. A few swipes of his tail and he had no choice but to turn into ashes and fly away into the real world. Embittered, he got up from his chair and asked what was happening. He said that the attacks were very simple, but one touch was enough to fly out. The savior was deprived of the opportunity to use immortality. He grabbed his head and loudly asked why immortality was not starting. He started banging on the car with his fist and asking if it was broken. But the queen answered him and said that this was not the case at all. She anxiously remembered the snake's body, which was covered in aura. She talked about how the body is always protected, and said that he is so strong that he was hit by a storm from the aura even before the tail touched him, and immortality makes him immune only to physical attacks. Moon Yob looked at her aggressively, and she lowered her head and apologized. He asked her about what her ancestors did, even if the emperor did not like it, and she apologized for it. But he exhaled deeply. He collected his thoughts, took the helmet, and with a serious face said that he would die from contact with the aura before he slammed his tail on it. He put it on his head and said that he now has an ancient aura. The lizard's tail flaps again. He placed an aura shield in front of himself and said that he needed to block with the same aura. He can barely hold off the attack and grunts. The snake's tail almost split the shield. The shield split and he flew many meters away. He hit the wall and immediately spat out a large amount of blood. He remained lying on the ground, and the ball of snake stopped for a while. He began to move a little and said that finally, he stood up to his full height and said that he survived after one blow. He looked at him softly and wanted to say something, but the tails immediately flew at him again and he shouted that the snake was very bad. He stood up again and looked at his hand with an aura. She thought that he had thwarted an attack that he had been unable to resist before. He said that the correct answer is an aura and he definitely needs it. She stopped releasing the aura and looked at the queen, and she cheerfully said that he could easily learn to master it. He asked about whether it would be like demons. He remembered how the pale one showed him an aura ring, and the queen told him that he already knew the basics of aura control and said that they would send him a teacher who could teach him. Here we are back to the present. Against the background of a levitating cube stands the protagonist and a bowing demon. He asks him how long he is going to lie there, and he replied that he suddenly made such an angry exclamation so that he reflexively. He giggles in horror and says that the longer he stands in front of a strong man, the more his head bows down. He won't even be able to kneel in front of him. His back bends 90 degrees in front of the queen. But he sees this for the first time. Moon Yob leaned over and told him to stop and sit down as comfortably as possible, and he replied that he would also like to do this, but it's instinct. Then the hero pierced his hand with his spear. He immediately jumped to the side twice and began to lie on the ground holding his hand and swearing. The protagonist put his hands on his side and stood over him, and he asked what it was, crying and holding his hand. He looked at him angrily and asked if he thought that he wanted to learn something from someone who behaved like this, and said that if he did not stand up straight, he would tell them to send anyone else. He leaned towards him with the look of a maniac, thereby frightening him to the point of losing his pulse, and said that, of course, he would not be able to return. And he said that he was not only strong, but also evil. He clasped his hands together again and said that he would try to tame his instincts. He looked at him with a little displeasure and asked him whether he would educate him. He answered with a smile that in the beginning you need to learn to talk with the help of an aura. And then waves formed near the hero's head and he opened his eyes wide, and he said that the first stage is a phonetic language. The savior grabbed his head and said that something was flying straight into his head. Hain calmed down and with a smile began to deliver a speech that he was honestly sad to see how someone with such enormous power speaks out loud as if he is something. what we created." The lazy man grabbed his teacher by the collar and looked at him angrily, and he said that it was not civilized to speak using a voice. But in response, he only asked about what he was mumbling, and he said that everything is not like that, of course. The savior let him go and spread his hands and asked if he would go crazy while he was studying. And he, sitting on the floor, answered and said that he would really go crazy if, for example, without understanding the basics of the aura, he tried to understand something more. The demon raised his finger up and created a mana shield and said that he had heard that he had already mastered basic aura control, so nothing bad would happen. And he said what he understood and asked to continue. He agreed and said that, as he knows, they communicate using an aura. Imagine two people communicating. One speaks words and collects text from letters, and the other perceives. In the case of an aura, he conveys the entire sentence. The sycophant said that if he learned this, he would be able to communicate much faster than with his voice. The hero raised his hand to his chin and said that this was really a necessary thing, and he responded calmly by saying that he was completely right. And they, the demons, consider the moment when someone begins to speak a phonetic language as a rebirth into a being who knows how to control a genuine aura. And he also said that only after this does recognition occur as a real part of the nation. The demon imagined holding little Moon Yob by the hands and teaching him to walk. Afterwards he said that, speaking in human language, now he had finally begun to take his first steps, and he asked him if he wanted to say that the savior was like a milksucker, and noticed that this bad person was trying to hurt him. The hero imagined how the person and weapon were covered with an aura, and I thought that, nevertheless, people cannot use aura for anything other than strengthening their superpowers. He imagined the master creating the Hearthstone and how she created the aura shield. He thought that it was therefore necessary to learn how to use aura like demons, who could do countless things with it. He recalled how he trained his aura and thought that the most famous method for training the aura for people is meditation in a quiet place. He also thought that by the time his ability level approached 100, he had to meditate for over 100 hours just to raise it by 1. He remembered a circle of aura on which were the numbers 105-106. He thought that when he used what the master taught him, his aura level quickly increased to 105, and he also thought that the better he mastered the method of using demon aura, the faster the indicator would increase. They looked at each other, and the demon held his wounded hand on top of his good one. Lazy Guy said that he does not need to be recognized, but the idea will be reborn as a creature that knows how to handle the true aura. He smiled and looked confidently and said that he liked it. He immediately urged him to begin. 3 hours later, a scream was heard through the aura, and the cube still continued to levitate. The hero began to rejoice and was glad that he was able to convey one word, and he told him that this was not a word, but just a cry. The protagonist looked away and said with embarrassment that his cry was a word with 3 syllables, and he said with misunderstanding that people have very interesting words and asked whether he needed to tell the queen about everything. At the same moment, the director jumped closer to him and he covered his hands and got scared. The savior asked him if he had decided to mock him, and he said in response that he didn't dare. The hero went to stomp around and get angry while the teacher cried. The protagonist said that this infuriates him and asked how he should talk. But then the lazy guy stopped freaking out and turned around and demanded to repeat it. Another 3 hours later, he tried to continue speaking with the help of his aura, but it turned out horribly. It hurt the demon's hearing and blood sprayed from his ears, and the core of the dungeon even began to crack. The teacher immediately rushed to him and grabbed him by the hand and fell in front of him. He imagined him as an idiot at karaoke. He told him to stop because he was now emitting too strong an aura, and told him that this was all as like singing a sweet song by shouting. The man immediately fell silent and got upset. Then he said that he couldn't understand and it was driving him crazy, after which he noticed that he needed to think about how he talks when his body turns into spirit. He used the enhancement of immortality, which was very surprising. The demon began to cry with happiness and said that the spiritual transformation was truly amazing and he never thought that he would be able to see the spirit with his own eyes. The demon raised his legs in the shape of a heart, and the protagonist looked at him dissatisfied. He said that his personality is so multifaceted and asked how he can be so evil and so powerful and great at the same time. And he told him to shut up, because he's still a good guy, stop calling me a villain. The hero stood in front of him with his hands on his hips and he continued to admire him. Moon Yob said that he doesn't care and asked if he speaks phonetic language now, and he said that this is a true phonetic language. The protagonist began to remove the aura from himself and said that this was great because he understood what he should feel. He concentrated and thought that he needed to remember those feelings. He tried to cover his Adam's apple with aura and thought that he could do it. At that historical moment of man's rebirth, Moon Yob's first words were. He beamed with happiness and first said a curse word, then about how cool and handsome he was in an obscene form. His words were 2 obscenities. The purple training ground building was floating in the air. The guy stood with his eyes closed and emitting a powerful aura. His fist was smoking, and under his feet lay Hain, who was holding his bruised head. With a satisfied smile, Moon Yob, without using his voice, asked how he was. The demon stood up, looking around in surprise. The guy asked if he got the picture that he so diligently painted in his head. Hein then gasped in shock and realization. He turned around, clapping his hands, and said that this was truly incredible. He could not believe that the guy in such colors conveyed the image of beating the weakest of the demons. Moon Yob threw his head back contentedly, placing his hands on his hips. Hein said that his cruelty and ferocity inspires awe, creeping up to goosebumps. It feels like he has been hit dozens of times already. The guy confirmed in agreement, saying that there is no other way. The demon clasped his palms and ingratiatingly said that he, of course, improves when he does what he is good at, especially violence. The guy has just started learning phonetic language and has already mastered the language of images. Moon Yob said that the demon's hands are smoking. Hein presented images of beatings with fists and feet that were sent to him and said that although the guy can only convey his fantasies of ominous reprisals, he is still incredible. The brunette looked at him in surprise, asking what is this language of images, all this nonsense that he thought was exactly transmitted to the demon. He was just wondering if he could do it. The servant nodded with a smile, saying that yes, that's right, he was going to explain everything to him step by step, but for that matter, he would explain everything to him at once. The demon showed 3 fingers, saying that they have 3 languages in total. The first one conveys words using sounds rather than voice. Moon Yob smiled, conveying how handsome he is and how he kills all the monsters. This is a phonetic language. The guy remembered how his fist was smoking while he conveyed pictures of his beating to the demon lying under his feet. It was a visual language to show the pictures he was thinking about. The demon spread his hands, representing the supreme demons, and said that the latter at the same time transmitting knowledge, emotions, awe, and incomprehensible concepts of a high-level language that only masters, kings, and the chosen ones can use. This is an ideographic language. He introduced a plaintive Pietro and said that people usually go crazy trying to reach him because their weak brains cannot comprehend the high-level concepts contained in geographic language. Hein sat on his knees in front of the guy and said that, however, he seems talented, and thinks that they can already move on to the 3rd level. Moon Yob grinned contentedly and said that he seems to be a genius among geniuses. For him now speaking with the help of an aura is like breathing. The demon nodded with a smile, clenching his palms, and said that he was just a very capable student, about the same as demons age 2-3 years. The brunette angrily grabbed him by the clothes, asking what he said, to which the demon babbled that perhaps he was a little lacking in human sensitivity. He was shaking and sweating with fear, saying that he meant that this was very good for a person. The guy mentally transmitted to him a picture of a fist driving straight into his face, and the demon screamed, covering himself with his hands, begging him not to use the transmission of images as a weapon. Gritting his teeth in anger, the guy asked if maybe he wanted to really be beaten. The demon began to babble, begging him to be careful. Unlike the image, even one hit would kill him. Hein clasped his hands, smiling at the guy holding his clothes, and said that since progress was going faster than expected, they would try to master the ideographic language he mentioned earlier. The brunette replied that he speaks well when they hold him by the throat. Releasing the demon, who immediately turned away, the guy said that so be it, they will try, but can he, a servant, talk about such things? The guy was surprised to hear that one day the queen told him that they could no longer allow the world to be destroyed. Moon Yob imagined many hands reaching out to his head from all sides and heard many voices asking him to take care of the world, calling him a savior and asking him to protect him. He thought in amazement that it was as if someone else's thoughts had become his own. Hein, without turning around, said that this was a transfer of a way of thinking. Rising to his feet, the demon announced that this was the last stage of the demon language, the exchange of souls. Turning to the guy, he finished that this is ideographic language. The guy looked at him silently. The system reported that each of his stats increased by 1, and his aura increased by 3, becoming 108 out of 109. His superpowers were analyzing gaze, throw, immortality, enhancement, savior supporter, and soul strength. Moon Yob's classes went smoothly. In the city of New York in the USA, many skyscrapers rose up. Soon Ho dug into his backpack, saying that they came all this way but didn't even have time to see the sights, to which Jehoon told him that the director would give them time after the match. They heard the call to come to their senses. Their first opponent in the finals would be the New York Bears, a very strong team led by Gerald. Youngwon, looking at them, told them not to worry too much because until then they had all worked hard. He shifted his gaze when he heard someone ask him, "Who's worried?" The captain saw Youngsu looking at the others while blowing a bubble gum. The rest of the players were standing in the locker room doing their preparations, but overall none of them seemed worried. Gabriel entered the locker room and called the director, then sighed, saying that he had already finished preparing. The brunette stood clenching his fist. Turning to the man, he said with a smile that yes, these grizzly bears reminded him of the old days. He remembered the captain of the opposing team and said that Gerald definitely had skills to show off back then. He can't wait to see how he has grown. The crowd cheered as the teams entered the arena, a hologram showing their logos, and the commentator shouted that they had been waiting for this for so long. The presenter in a purple suit shouted into the microphone that this was the World Cup final, the first game. Gerald stood confidently in his green armor. The commentator said that representatives of the Eastern American tradition, led by Gerald Walker, New York Bears. Opposite him stood a calmly smiling Moon Yob, and the commentator said that for the first time at the World Championships this year, the Heroes Awards, YSM. The spectators joyfully watched what was happening in the arena and heard the presenter say that, in addition, they were waiting for a grandiose invasion system and new monsters prepared by the World Association for the Battle of Superhumans. Team logos appeared on a red background. The host asked if YSM would be torn to pieces by bear claws, or will the Korean Devil push America aside and take its place? The presenter waved his hand with the cards, shouting into the microphone that they would know right now what monsters and battlefield were waiting for them today. Gerald smiled and told Moon Yob that we haven't seen each other for a long time. The guy greeted him back. With a confident smile, the man hit the shield with his axe, asking if the guy regretted that he had once advised him to use a small shield. Moon Yob smiled, saying that everything was fine, he had already spent the fee for that consultation. The brunette waved his hand at the players and continued what it took to assemble a team and defeat him. Gerald laughed as he left and said that he was already looking forward to it. Moon Yob applied his analyzing gaze to him. The system reported that a man standing among his teammates has strength 100 out of 100, agility 95 out of 96, speed 62 out of 62, endurance 100 out of 100, willpower 93 out of 97, skills 90 out of 93, aura 88 out of 88, leadership 60 out of 83, and tactics 46 out of 48. His superpowers were armor and invincibility. Invincible reported that when attacked by several enemies, the probability of ignoring enemy attacks is 50%. The armor increased strength, agility, speed, and endurance by 20% for 30 seconds. Moon Yob looked at the man, saying that it looks like he has become damn strong. It is clear that strength and endurance are necessary for a tank, but what happened to agility and willpower? The man has slow legs, but this is his only weakness. He is an agile strongman with good technique. Moon Yob introduced the shield and weapon, thinking that Gerald moves faster than others, increasing the range of the small shield, while the large halberd expands its area of use. The guy imagined himself standing opposite a muscular man, and thought that his ability allowed him to increase his agility to 114 and his speed to 74. This means that for 30 seconds their strengths would become equal. The powerful men from the enemy team stood around the captain, and Moon Yob thought that they had no players with strength below 85, even their tank looked more reliable than his team. Moon Yob slammed his fist on his palm with a smile, saying that he understood, so everything would be very interesting. The gray walls of a building in the dungeon appeared. The host said that the dungeon of the first set, a great demon cemetery. The YSM players looked forward in surprise. Gerald also looked gloomily. The presenter said that no, something was wrong. A flying monster with a big yellow eye appeared in the red sky, hovering among the high-rise buildings. The host said it was an invasion of New York. Residents raised their heads and looked at the monster soaring in the sky. The commentator said that the monster was flying across the city sky, and then noticed and asked, "Are there civilians there?" No, they recreated ordinary people in the game. From the red funnel emerged many diamond-shaped monsters with tentacles and a round green eye. The host said that small monsters are attacking civilians in battle. Residents fell, impaled by the monster's sharp edges and tentacles. The commentator said it was a terrible scene. What was the World Superhuman Battle Association thinking? Seun-ho and Young-soo looked forward in surprise. The blonde asked, "What is this?" "This is definitely not a dungeon." Residents of the city, pierced by monsters, themselves turned into red monsters with terrible green blisters. The players discussed this, asking if they needed to fight people. Someone told them to get together, because people are not real. But can they do this ethically? Moon Yob looked ahead, thinking that recently the invasion was being used in a new way. That's how it is. He stood resolutely, imagining the grinning face of the monster, and thought that yes, the point is that this is not a dungeon. The host, with a trembling voice, announced the first set begins now. The infected people grinned as they stood opposite the players. A huge, vile monster hovered above the cloud-covered city. There was a cry that they were done with the hunt. New York Bears players stood next to the blue bodies of defeated infected people. The player thought it was strange. Gerald glanced sideways at the floating monster and thought that he had not heard of such monsters during that war. This was something completely new. He looked to the side and thought, what's more? The man looked at the pixelated bodies in front of him, thinking that they had added civilians to the battle and the monsters were able to take advantage of this. The man holding the shield and halberd said that it was unpleasant, but thought to himself that it was as if they wanted to recreate the war. Gerald was surprised to hear a cry that if this shocked him so much, there was something wrong with his head. The players looked at the roof of the building, where a man stood and shouted that he was probably uneasy, that he had killed not a monster, but a man. In fact, those whom he usually kills in battle are exactly the same people. Moon Yob stood on the roof with his team, looking down, and said that with such an attitude, the man would not go far. The YSM players rushed into battle. The brunette shouted for the children not to be distracted. Hyuk and the others hit infected people with weapons, hearing that they were being parasitized by monsters, and they were unable to help. They will release them into another world so that they do not suffer. Moon Yob stood next to the red-skinned infected guy and shouted that the main thing is not to allow this to happen in real life, because it is their job. The brunette looked forward confidently, declaring that it was a luxury to feel dissatisfied, without hesitating to take up arms and prepare for battle. The hero grabbed the calm Pietro, who was looking at this, by the collar of his shirt, shouting that this is what a Superman should feel under any circumstances. The guy threw Pietro forward with force, using an enhanced version of the superpower throw, which can adjust the distance and speed of throwing an object in his hands, and the thrown object can be returned back. Moon Yob laughed maliciously, and the players looked at him in amazement, wondering what he was doing. The flying Pietro hissed displeasedly and thought that the guy had annoyed him. The white-haired man grouped himself, creating round seals around himself, and said that there was no denying that the move was spectacular. Pietro was rapidly approaching. Many blue flashes appeared around from powerful attacks. The commentator shouted in admiration about Pietro's incredible offensive performance. A direct hit on the US team. Moon Yob stood with his spear slung over his shoulder and said that he would be disappointed if it ended like this. Pietro came back to him on the roof and told him that he shouldn't worry about it. Smoke was clearing below. A huge image of a shield glowing with a yellow aura appeared. Gerald stood confidently, and in front of him sat a blonde player whose fists glowed with a yellow aura. He used the light shield ability, which creates a shield of light, collecting the aura of trusted people within a radius of 3 meters from the caster. The more people and auras, the stronger it is. Moon Yob looked at this and made a surprised sound. Gerald, standing between the players shielding him, said that YSM's strength does not lie in physical superiority. They use unusual strategies that are different from those used by others. Looking ahead resolutely, the man said that the time had come for them to reveal what they had prepared. The brunette jumped from the roof, saying great. He quickly flew from the roof of a high-rise building, saying that this is how they play differently than others do. With his eyes burning with determination, Moon Yob shouted that he would see how much he had grown. Without looking at his classmate standing behind him with a shield, the US team captain ordered him to throw. The guy's hand, surrounded by an aura, touched the man's back. He used haste, an ability that accelerates a selected target in one direction for a few seconds. Gerald quickly rushed forward from the players. Moon Yob flew towards him with a shield in his hand. The commentator said that the hunt had just ended, and they were already watching a clash between the aces of the two teams. Gerald smiled contentedly. Their weapons collided. The players flew to the sides, and a bright purple-blue glow appeared between them. The New York Bears tank winced as it flew backwards. He grinned displeasedly, remembering the guy holding out his hand to him, and thought that Moon Yob had become much stronger since their last meeting. The man was surrounded by a purple aura as he peered into the darkness ahead and thought that was right. With a satisfied and sinister smile, the man thought that this is how the strongest should be. Moon Yob quickly approached him from above, saying that he was trying to compensate for his slow pace, which was commendable. The guy's eyes glowed. He raised his hand with a spear. Throwing the spear forcefully at the enemy, the guy said that despite this, he did not accelerate much. Gerald chuckled, saying that he never dreamed of defeating him alone. The New York Bears ran toward him, the captain saying he recognized it was impossible. The blue beam from the blow was repelled by a yellow aura shield that appeared from his partner. Gerald said that he recognized that the guy was the most powerful Superman on the planet. The control ability increases speed from 1 to 7 for all creatures that the caster considers friendly. The man shouted that the New York Bears would beat him, and then shouted to the others to go ahead. The Americans rushed to attack, screaming. Moon Yob calmly caught the spear and said what he was saying. YSM players appeared around him, and the brunette continued that he also took with him a team that could defeat the man. Youngsu threw fireballs, Nayan shot from a bow, Sania clutched a weapon in her hands, rapid blue blows crashed against the enemy's large yellow shield. The commentator said that immediately after the clash between Moon Yob and Gerald, a team battle begins. The man clenched his teeth, forcefully holding back the attack with his shield. Moon Yob smiled wickedly as he held his spear, with several more collapsible spears attached to the belt on his leg. There were blue marks and flashes of attacks everywhere. The brunette with a shield and spear confidently ran forward. Two opponents with shields appeared above him, raising their weapons to strike. Moon Yob frowned and swore. The men attacked, but he managed to jump away, dodging the blow. The New York Bears used a fundamental method to hunt Moon Yob. The brunette pierced the man with a spear. The spear flew back, leaving a hole in the body. Two tanks aimed at the guy, obstructing him in front and behind. The wound was healing, surrounded by a green glow. Moon Yob frowned at this, thinking that here was the opportunity for recovery. He needed to attack and put an end to this. The brunette screamed as he dodged multiple arrows and ranged attacks. Ranged dealers held him back from afar. This is the most standard strategy and could be quickly destroyed. Moon Yob applied an analyzing gaze, dissatisfied with the idea that they were working too well together. The long-haired man shot aura from his fingers. It was Yuri McCoy. His strength was 85 out of 85, agility 95 out of 95, speed 94 out of 94, endurance 67 out of 68, willpower 77 out of 77, skills 86 out of 89, aura 87 out of 90, leadership 53 out of 60, tactics 80 out of 82. Super strength random shooting that fires aura bullets from your fingertips and reload that allows you to have an aura recovery rate higher than others. Alexander Maxim looked resolutely, hiding behind his shield. His strength is 86 out of 87, agility 90 out of 90, speed 91 out of 91, endurance 99 out of 99, willpower 93 out of 94, skills 82 out of 84, aura 77 out of 78, leadership 43 out of 44, tactics 80 out of 82, super strength hard skin, which allows you to repel an enemy's non-lethal attack with a probability of 55%, and an aura cover that protects the body by creating armor from the aura. County held a shield and sword in his hand, looking at the guy. His strength is 96 out of 96, agility 88 out of 88, speed 86 out of 88, endurance 95 out of 96, willpower 87 out of 87, skills 86 out of 86, aura 69 out of 70, leadership 60 out of 83, tactics 46 out of 48, super strength self-healing, thanks to which wounds received during combat are restored by absorbing aura, and Devour, which absorbs aura from attacks inflicted on the enemy. They were all gathered specifically to go against Moon Yob. The brunette cursed, looking at them, and thought that these guys were definitely not faster than him, but they could still keep up with him. He swung his spear, displeased, thinking that they were annoying. The guy flew back, blocking the blow with his shield, and his spear flew off the enemy's shield. He thought that they were not retreating, but not attacking, as if they wanted to finish him off. Moon Yob gritted his teeth in displeasure, wondering what they were up to. Suddenly Gerald appeared from the side, furiously attacking with his halberd. Moon Yob looked at him and asked, "Is this what he was waiting for?" With a sly smile, the man replied that no. The blow hit Hayek, who was standing behind him and was not expecting him. Gerald resolutely clutched his weapon. The system reported that he had one murder to his name. Moon Yob thought in surprise that he didn't hit him, but Hayek. The guy looked questioningly at the man, who stated that all the teams that fought YSM before were mistaken. The brunette froze in surprise as his teammates standing behind were struck by opponents. The system reported that Alan and Khan each had one kill. Gerald, smiling contentedly, stated that those who support YSM are Moon Yob and Pietro. The white-haired man's blow was reflected by a yellow shield from the aura. The man continued that that's why everyone tried to take them out of the game first. Moon Yob lowered his spear as he listened to the man say that at least that's what they thought. Everyone thought that Gerald would oppose the leader, and they were mistaken. The captain of the American team stood in front of the men with shields and aura bullets and said that Pietro was blocked by a light shield and Moon Yob was separated from the team fight. With a triumphant smile, Gerald, covered in a green glow, said that in the meantime, the New York Bears would deal with the remaining players YSM, and he will make sure that Moon Yob cannot escape. Roy sat on the couch with his hands folded in front of his face and wondered if the redhead was the only one whose actions he had calculated. Opening his green eyes, the man realized that Moon Yob did not trust his teammates, so he acted alone. His army was completely different. They were gigantic warships that moved as one whole vessel. At this time, Gerald and his retinue were preparing for battle. The man bared his teeth, saying that he and his team would win. Moon Yob pursed his lips and looked seriously at his opponent. He stood alone against the Roy squad who were preparing to attack. In a matter of seconds, Gerald ordered everyone to attack the enemy. 3 soldiers flew at the guy from above with loud screams. Moon Yob gathered his strength and repelled the enemy attack. Gerald, who was running ahead, suddenly acquired a fearful look in his gaze. The commander of the opposing team decided to use magic against the team in front. Suddenly Moon Yob shouted, turning to his team and telling them to take action. Hearing the commander's command, the fighters began to disperse throughout the area, preparing for the attack. But the man caught up with one of the participants and the guy realized that it was too late to drag the team with him. Their opposing team's commander used the protective dome, scoring 2 kills. Smiling, the captain turned to Moon Yob, saying that perhaps the guy did not expect such an outcome. The guy, struck by Gerald's attack, fell. Moon Yob realized that if the players of a weak team become isolated from each other, the result for them will be death. The enemy team flew forward, catching up with their next victim. The warriors rushed forward. Gerald's gaze was filled with excitement and anger towards the opposing team. Suddenly he and his retinue noticed a girl. The man, like a predatory beast, rushed at her, pointing a spear in her direction. Hanging his head down, Moon Yob thought about whether this was the end or whether he could still be saved. Gerald pursued his victim with a predatory and crazy look. The main character smiled when he looked at this and said to himself that he would come up with a strategy that would help him. At this time, the captain had already dealt with the girl, turning her body into a skeleton. Moon Yob at the same time was imagining how he took the Gerald a figurine. The guy understood that this big guy's team was a difficult opponent. Having placed a piece on the chessboard, causing others to scatter, the main character began to explain. He looked at the puzzled faces of his teammates and said that with their characteristics, they would not achieve anything. The man threw the figures representing his subordinates in different directions and said that in this way they would clearly be at a disadvantage. Raising his finger up, Moon Yob said that he was a specialist, but despite this, his team would clearly lose. Looking at the smiling figure of the enemy, the guy said that they would not be able to go against Gerald with a victory. Then Moon Yob picked up his figurine. He surrounded her with opponents. The faces of his teammates at that moment conveyed puzzlement, but the guy suddenly said that Youngwon and Paul would be able to help him at that moment. Smiling confidently, the guy said that when Gerald intervenes, they will immediately have an opportunity. At this very time, the men fought with their opponent. The captain suddenly became numb, realizing that he could not do anything. Youngwon smiled, realizing that they had detained the enemy. The opponent's gaze expressed anger and aggression, and he said that just because they stopped him for a couple of seconds does not mean that the match is over. Moon Yob at this time was trying to deal with two dealers from Gerald's team. Suddenly there was a bright shock. Sanya soared above Gerald's head, jumping off the ground. She flew past him and rushed at her victim, plunging her spear into his chest. The girl committed her first murder. Her gaze expressed determination and composure. The guy she hit with her attack began to disintegrate into pixels. At this time, 3 soldiers from the bear team tried to attack Moon Yob. The main character rushed to the attack, saying that they could no longer hold him back. Gerald turned around at the shouts, looking questioningly at it all. His gaze was wild and he worriedly thought about where Sanya had gone since she had nowhere to go. Suddenly he understood and shouted to his troops to protect Pietro. The girl ran forward through her enemies. She struck down her enemies, committing her second murder. The girl landed on her hand, destroying the light shield. Suddenly Sanya's eyes widened. Gerald stood behind her, pointing a weapon in her direction. He looked at her angrily when suddenly his face changed. The girl shot up like a bullet, knocking the man off his feet. He became angry, gritting his teeth and thinking about what happened. The captain sat on the ground with his arms down. 1,000 meters from Gerald's location, 7,000 from the man's location. 10,000 meters later, an archer sat on the roof of one of the tall buildings, preparing to shoot. A second later, he fired. At the same time, Sanya took a spear and pointed it towards the standing man. Sweat was dripping from the girl's cheeks and she was thinking about how it all happened. She pierced the enemy team commander with her gaze. Gerald stood up, leaning on his spear. At this time, Pietro appeared, having committed 3 kills, who praised the girl for doing a good job. At this time, many people came running to watch the match, not understanding why YSM was in the minority. The moment when Youngwon and Paul repelled Gerald's attack became the most memorable because at that time the light shield was taken out of play. The man looked at the whole situation with his mouth open. I understand from what moment everything went wrong. Moon Yob at this time other fighters tried to attack, but he managed to repel the attack. His gaze was full of anger and aggression. The man left behind Gerald 2 people whom he killed. Smiling that he had made 3 kills, the man realized that the opposite team had lost. Left alone with the enemy, Moon Yob decided to take advantage of the moment. At the same second, he struck the enemy with a blow. Smiling, the guy committed the last 4th murder. Moon Yob and his team were happy that they were able to defeat the New York Bears, which surprised them. Suddenly, one of the guys smiled and said that until that moment the captain of the Bears was the only contender for this victory. At the same second, a hand clenched into a fist appeared above the guy's head. Moon Yob hit his teammate on the head, reproaching him for opening his mouth. The man's fist was burning with severe pain, but he, not paying attention to it, told the team not to let down their vigilance any further. Immediately Nayan looked at the guy with interest, realizing that their team could not lose. Moon Yob took Pietro by the shoulder and said that Gerald was only afraid of him and Pietro, so he lost. Suddenly, Youngwon, with a confused expression, asked the man if anything would change in the second set, but the main character replied that the loss of the opposing team was not accidental. Gerald made a mistake, thanks to which he was able to test his armor on the guys. With his hands folded at his sides, Moon Yob said that when a man uses this armor, he becomes the same level as him, so in the second set the players will be the target, not Pietro and Moon Yob. Youngwon listened with a confused look to the man's question about whether there were those present here who could lay him down on his shoulder blades. The field for the second match was ready and the teams were preparing. Second set, Invasion, New York. Gerald looked at the murdered man and decided to treat everything without sympathy. His gaze was filled with despair and anger. One day someone told him that one word from Moon Yob would be enough for Gerald to exchange his large shield for a smaller one. Munchina struggled desperately, remembering the words about whether he had pride, since he so easily listened to other people's opinions. His face distorted in surprise and he concluded that he had no pride. Raising his weapon, the man shouted that he would do anything to become stronger. Gerald was ready to rise above his capabilities without looking back. A red fire of rage appeared in his eyes and he decided that this time he would throw all his strength into the hunt. Standing in front of New York, the man spread his arms and shouted that he would sacrifice himself for their victory. A serious-minded Moon Yob held a weapon on his shoulders and talked about keeping his team on guard. Suddenly Nayan and her teammate discovered 3 bears 400 meters away from them, who were hunting separately. Hearing the news that the bears were hunting separately, Moon Yob tensed and puzzledly suggested that there was a catch. Nayan, with her mouth slightly open, listened to the commander's order that they should go to another zone and they headed off when suddenly a man appeared behind them. Suddenly, Moon Yob and Youngwon's eyes widened when they heard the sign of 2 kills beeping. The guys looked back questioningly and were wary when Gerald's voice was heard, and then they were surprised because of the failed reconnaissance. The man's face was crazy and he realized that he was able to surprise his rivals. The opponents looked at the man irritably, not understanding why he was able to come to them alone. At that same second, he spread his arms in different directions, announcing that he had another surprise for them. Team Moon Yob tensed as they picked up their spear and shield. Suddenly a wave was heard and the main character ordered everyone to move back. Moon Yob clenched his teeth in anger and looked at the man blankly. Gerald smiled with all his teeth, calling Moon Yob to him. At that same second, the guy jumped up from a strong blow. The bear captain covered his face with his hand from the strong light. The main character staggered, but maintaining his balance, he landed on his knees, preparing to attack. Youngwon walked through the ruins, listening to Moon Yob asking them about their integrity. The man sat on the ground, puzzled, realizing that his team had been separated from him. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of fighters behind him. He didn't notice it right away. Moon Yob repelled the attack of the soldiers who appeared. Gritting his teeth with anger, the main character assumed that the soldiers were chasing him through the rubble. The guy's gaze reflected determination and he understood why the bears separated, because they would not have been able to catch him if he had walked around all the time. While fighting the opposing team, Moon Yob thought about why the soldiers were not allowing him passage. The man's eyes sparkled because he wanted to quickly deal with them and join his team. He became angry when he saw the 4th soldier behind him. Moon Yob's screams attracted his teammates and they rushed towards him like a bullet. The man was out of breath, knowing that he needed to finish before the rest of the bears arrived. Suddenly an angry Gerald stood in the way of his teammates. At this time, Pietro noticed Gerald and asked him if he really decided to destroy their team alone. The guy used magic to block the man's passage. An angry Gerald replied that he was not alone. There was a guy behind the man, and after that the light shield was created. At that same second, the city was illuminated by a bright light. Taking up arms, Gerald and his retinue said that first of all Pietro would have to defeat them. Youngwon squirmed and asked if there were really 3 of them and that was all. This question angered the man and he mumbled that no, after which soldiers flew over Youngwon company from above. The bear captain decided to use armor and acceleration to defeat his enemies. His gaze grew wilder every second, after which he used control. Not deciding to wait for the right moment, Gerald soared into the sky, holding a shield in his hands. He flew towards his opponent, hitting him with his blow. Smiling that he had committed one murder, the man watched his victim disappear. His entire team was under a protective dome. Using acceleration, Gerald again rushed towards a new victim. Opponents stood in front of him, preparing to attack, but this did not stop the man. Sanya, Youngwon, and Paul gathered their strength, determined to prevent the enemy from breaking through. The captain immediately made 3 kills, hitting his opponents and flying on. He pointed his gun at Sanya with a serious look. The girl, without fear, stood against him, but understood that she could not defeat him. Having cut it with his sword, the man committed the 4th murder. Sighing and looking into the distance, the captain realized that the 30 seconds during which he had killed 4 had come to an end. Standing with a weapon against the remaining enemies, the man noted that all the annoying midges had died. Youngwon clenched his teeth and looked at his opponent, and he, in turn, attacked Pietro, realizing that he remained his only serious rival. Confidence flashed in Gerald's eyes and he smiled, realizing that this was the end. Suddenly Pietro came up, saying that such battles were a good way to kill his time. In front of him, Gerald stood in a protective dome of light, preparing to attack, but Pietro knew that the aura of his allies was absorbed in the dome. All opponents stood with a serious look. Pietro's look was crazy and he decided that he had to respond to the enemy's light shield. The guy used his attack. After the master's death in the final dungeon, Pietro became the first to be resurrected as an undead by the Elder Reapers. But during his lifetime his connection with the original light was severed. He was in female form after the incident. After all, powerful and noble spirits no longer answered the call. But after a while, part of the master was restored thanks to the emperor's subordinates. But even this was not enough for the blow of the spirit to regain its former strength. But from now on there were no more spirits. They would not dare to doubt his will. Suddenly Pietro opened his eyes, which shone with a purple light. He immediately turned into an ancient master. There were wings behind his back. But when Gerald saw this, he shouted that their light shield could not be destroyed, and everyone knew it. Transforming into a female undead, he said that perhaps this is so, but there is one thing. Pietro sent a huge stream of magic towards the light shield, adding that it would be a great test for him. But the dome remained unharmed, having felt the force of the guy's blow. The captain, jubilant and joyful, told his teammates to rush forward. Without further ado, the team members rushed forward to attack. Pietro tried to do at least something, but he realized that he was unable to overcome the limitations of the human body. Having gained more strength, he directed all the energy towards the dome and it cracked. Fragments of the light shield flew in different directions from the impact. But at that same second, Gerald struck the guy and committed the 5th kill. He stood smiling, saying that it was useless. But suddenly mucus began to drip from his cheek. Vanishing, Pietro scored 4 kills in a second. On the floor lay the disappearing corpses of those killed, and Gerald looked at it. But the man was suddenly taken aback when he noticed that the light shield had been destroyed. He hung his head, not believing what had happened. Their mobile fortress also sparkled with bright fire. But deciding not to stand still, the Mudchina shouted for the fighters to rush to the attack. Moon Yob at this time was trying to cope with his rivals, who were flying towards him like flies. Suddenly the guy hissed. The scoreboard showed 3-0 in favor of the opponents. Although the guy managed to drive the man into a corner, he did not win. Gerald decided to use his tactic by hugging his opponent. The main character could not get out of the man's tenacious and strong hands. In today's battlefields, teams are usually divided into sub-teams of 2 to 4 people for reconnaissance and hunting. This allows you to make the most effective use of the experience points you receive in the future for a quick attack on the enemy. But the New York Bears have good physical fitness. They protect their main weapon, and their team is formed from people with superpowers. Opponents have many skills and abilities. But more than that, Gerald itself is a top-class tank. Moon Yob looked at the hologram of his opponent, realizing that his incredible defense made him difficult to catch even when he was alone. Looking up, the man was annoyed that he couldn't use the spirit form. Suddenly a light flashed in his eyes and he remembered something. The 3rd set arrived. New York. The Moon Yob team was preparing to take revenge on their opponent for the lost battles. Gerald looked at his opponents with a calm look. The bodies of those killed in the last set were still lying on the ground in the city, although they should have disappeared. Nayan looked at all this in surprise, and the whole team did not understand why the corpses were lying here. A huge island with a Parmo monster in the sky. A new invasion began. It was reported that the invasion was moving to a new level. The corpses of people began to turn into lumps of flesh. People watched what was happening with fear on their faces. After this, the lumps began to turn into silhouettes of people. Looking at this picture, everyone understood that the match would only end when these monsters died. The start of the 3rd set was announced. The captain angrily tried to destroy his rivals. Suddenly a monster appeared in front of him and the man immediately deprived him of his hand. Sweat was running down the commander's face and he realized that the monsters were more aggressive. Suddenly Nayan appeared behind them. Gerald's team didn't know how to defeat the creatures that stood in their way. Having noticed the girl, the team decided to leave, saying that it was better to engage in battle when Pietro's whereabouts were known. Grinding his teeth with anger, Gerald thought that the weak point of the lightsaber was that they used the power of several people. The guys, led by the commander, ran away. They knew that Pietro was capable of breaking down their defenses. Right after the set started, Moon Yob and his team discussed how the opposing team would act. Pietro, with a cold face, said that he would not be able to attack from afar since accuracy decreases at a long distance. Moon Yob twirled his finger at his temple, saying that it was better to hide Pietro's location until the end, and he, in turn, would try to destroy the Shield of Light. Nayan exclaimed in surprise. After looking at everyone, Moon Yob ordered to protect Pietro at all costs. Taking the sword, one of the teammates drew a circle in the air with it, which meant agreement to protect the man. At the same time, Gerald and his retinue appeared in front of the main character, asking if he could defeat them alone. The captain squirmed with anger and noted that it would be difficult for the guy to withstand them. Smiling, Moon Yob suddenly announced that he had a brilliant idea. At that very second, the guy decided to speed up. He rushed as fast as he could at the commander of the opposing team. His eyes shone with a bright, piercing light. The blow that the main character dealt the man was decisive for him. Moon Yob has 1 kill. Gerald looked questioningly at his body, not understanding what was happening. The main character hit one opponent who was standing behind him. Gerald looked back in surprise, knowing that the guy was attacking him and not his teammate. Moon Yob smiled and remembered the moment when his teacher praised him for the fact that the guy could convey his fantasies with sinister reprisals. Then the main character himself mastered this skill. Clapping his hands, the teacher said that Moon Yob had already mastered the language of pictures. The captain did not understand what happened and why none of the bears reacted to it. The main character was determined that no one knew about his technique and asked the enemy if he knew about the language of considerations. Holding his shield and halberd, Gerald stood at the head of his team, giving them a loud order to prepare for defense. He glanced to the side when Nayan ran along the building to the right with a bow in her hands. When the magical energy of an arrow hit the ground next to the man, he thought about Gary Williams. He looked at Moon Yob standing opposite him with a spear and shield in his hands. Exposing the halberd in front of him, Gerald mentally noted that in addition there were 4 or 5 more people nearby. A bead of sweat ran down the man's cheek as Pietro's face appeared in his head, and he wondered if they were planning to attack. He thought that because of this white-haired guy he could not move at his usual pace. Suddenly the spear flew out of Moon Yob's hand. The enemy, gritting his teeth, put his shield forward, blocking the blow. The brunette, swinging his weapon, attacked the man. Gerald thought that judging by his smell, he moved his shield down when he realized that the Superman was aiming for his left leg. The brunette tried to break through the defense, aiming at exactly the place that the player was thinking about while he was thinking about what he could stop him. He clenched his teeth tightly when the tip of a spear suddenly hit him in the shoulder. Moon Yob jumped back and touched his hands to the floor. He muttered in disappointment that he was still far from ideal. While Gerald, gritting his teeth, held onto his wounded shoulder, the guy threw his weapon over his shoulder and noted with a smile that, alas, he was still unable to get to a vital place. The Bears player tried to block the stream of blows that fell on him. The man tried to hit the brunette in response, but all the blows missed. When Moon Yob started hitting his teammates, he thought that all the dawn attacks were useless and the hits were landing in completely different places. He swore loudly. Frowning his brows, Gerald flashed his eyes, thinking that it was apparently pointless to continue accumulating aura. The brunette jumped back as a large yellow dome began to appear in front of him. While still trying to retreat, Moon Yob noted with surprise in his eyes that it was a shield of light. The Bears player tensed when his teammate said via communication that they had already arrived at the place. A powerful stream of energy began to develop in the brunette's hair when the opposing captain loudly gave a command. The guy stepped forward, finding himself in the yellow light. He was surprised to find himself inside the shield of light, so he took a stance. Standing in front of 5 opponents, he thought that they were using a shield to catch him. Watching their actions, he smirked before asking what they were doing, noting that they might be attacked by Pietro. The man with the tattoo on his forehead furrowed his eyebrows and said to stop fooling them. He said they had a deliberate strategy to hide his location. He said that they had already made sure that Pietro was not here. One of the Bears players elsewhere hit the YSM guy. It was loudly announced that a Sircon had 1 kill on his account, and the man himself transmitted over the device that Pietro was not here. When a blonde man with a spear and shield named Taddy Allen destroyed Youngwon, and the leader announced this loudly, he told the captain that it was also clean here. Hearing that Pietro was nowhere to be found, Gabriel bared his teeth and furrowed his brows, giving the order for everyone to attack Moon Yob together. The man with the tattoo on his forehead dropped to one knee and shuddered. Gritting his teeth, he opened his eyes wide as a feeling of deja vu came over him for a split second. Gerald looked at the brunette standing opposite him, and his intuition at that moment told him that something was wrong here. Looking at the dark silhouette of the guy, whose eyes glowed with purple light, he thought that according to the plan, they just needed to surround him and that's it. The man froze, standing as if on an outlined field, and the experience flooded from many years of playing told him that if he now challenged the person opposite, he would lose. A gloomy silhouette of a face with a satisfied smile appeared in his head, and he realized that it was not yet time to attack. Holding his spear ready, Moon Yob smiled and asked why he froze. Gerald pressed his lips tightly together, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. He thought that they had clearly missed something. A large desert arose in his thoughts, in which he and his teammates were stuck, as if in a swamp. He thought it was like quicksand, a trap set by Moon Yob. Suddenly the man jerked and his eyes widened in surprise as he tried to figure out what kind of trap it was. He wondered if this was. At this moment, with her hands folded across her chest, the magician stood next to Youngman, who held his sword tightly. He said he could catch the boss. The two of them stood over the large monster that was the boss of the dungeon, which was a large bloody eye on a stand. The girl said that the monsters around quickly recovered from most attacks, so he would need to cut the monster with his fire sword so that it could no longer recover. The guy frowned and activated his ability, after which bright flames began to sparkle around the sword. He exclaimed that he would do anything. Gerald realized where Pietro was now. He turned around and with his brows furrowed, he opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly, asking if he was the only one who shook hands with the boss. The corners of man's lips curled into a satisfied grin. He said there was something else. The man froze as the shield of light suddenly began to dissolve. He clenched his teeth and his eyes widened in surprise. He glanced at his teammate, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest. He started asking why his shield. Suddenly he saw Sunho on his back, who destroyed the player with a blow to the back, which was immediately announced by the announcer. The spectators in the stands were extremely surprised when the presenter announced that the YSM support had made 1 kill, suddenly appearing in the middle of the bear camp. A photo of Sunho was displayed on the screen along with his statistics in games, after which the announcer said that this was his first kill since debut. At that moment, a guy with a dagger in his hand stood near the disappearing defeated enemy and was breathing heavily. The presenter asked in surprise whether, having already had 3 superpowers, he had also developed a 4th. His new superpower was armor that increased strength, speed and endurance by 20% for 30 seconds, and the guy began to move on. At that moment, Gerald, clenching his teeth tightly, cut him open with 1 blow of his spear, as the announcer further announced. Frowning his brows and grinning, the man, beads of sweat flowing down his face, thought that he was too careful, fearing that the light shield might break. He sketched out a plan of action in his head, thinking that in Pietro's absence, he and the other players under Cupid would have to deal with Moon Yob and then split up and kill the rest. Remembering the moment when the enemy team member broke through the shield, Gerald thought that even if this had not happened, and if Pietro had still defeated the boss, they would still have gained an advantage by catching Moon Yob. He imagined a miniature picture of what was happening in his head, thinking that everything had collapsed because of the rat that everyone had completely forgotten about, and now they were surrounded by the forces of the opposing team. He thought that Pietro, who had caught the boss, was now waiting on the side for orders, not caring at all about what was happening here. Gerald shouted in his thoughts that it couldn't end like this. He activated his control ability, which allowed him to increase speed from 1 to 7 for all friendly creatures, and his team quickly ran forward after the order. The remaining 2 groups of separated fighters froze as the captain transmitted through the device that the situation was not in their favor, so they should all retreat. The bear team quickly headed in the direction of the dungeon boss, while Gerald shouted that they must stop the anal at any cost. After a short period of time, they approached the Bloody Eye. High Priest with blue aura wings behind her, who stood next to the monster, noticed approaching opponents in the sky. Frowning her eyebrows, she waved her hand, concentrating the flow of energy, and said that it was already late. A large blue flash was given to the Bloody Eye. There was a loud cry of denial. Gerald swung his halberd and flew down towards Pietro, shouting that he was the original target. His eyes opened wide when, waving his spear, Moon Yob suddenly appeared behind him and asked how he was. The brunette struck his opponent, and a bright blue flash of energy threw him to the side a great distance. While the dungeon boss was weakly sparkling from the magical blow, Gerald with a spear in his chest lay at its foot. He looked with surprised eyes at the weapon stuck in him and mentally cursed. He wondered when everything went wrong. The question repeated itself many times in his head. The monster's closed eye began to slowly open. Pietro turned to his comrade when he descended to the ground and asked if he was injured. Suddenly Moon Yob turned his surprised gaze to the side. Leaning to the side, he sharply dodged the stream of green energy flying towards him. When the dust that rose into the air began to settle, he saw a halberd stuck in the ground and asked what the Gerald weapon was doing here. Suddenly his face darkened and his lips pursed into a thin line as the guy felt a negative aura. He turned and looked back. Shock was visible in the guy's gray eyes, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek. He asked, "What is this?" In front of him, he saw Gerald, who had merged with the Bloody Eye and was now a huge brown monster with many green bubbles on its body. The crying man, who had 2 eyes on one side of his face, called Moon Yob loudly. Flickering as a white spot in the multicolored dark weightlessness, he thought that he had become a point. The white silhouette of Gerald slowly fell into the void. With a clear expression of shock on his face, he thought that he could only say then. Looking at Pietro and Moon Yob standing on the ground, he shouted loudly, asking them to run away from here. Many dark silhouettes with glowing red eyes continued to chant this word. The pupil of the monster's large eye became vertical. A large red and purple monster with a humanoid body, a large eye on its chest, and a horn on its face appeared before the players. The system announced the resurrection of the boss. He kept asking them to run away. Clutching his spear tightly in his hand, the brunette frowned and, turning to the high priest standing next to him, indignantly asked whether this monster could be reborn when someone becomes a parachute. The girl replied that the monsters in the abandoned world evolve over the centuries, so she cannot know for sure. The system again announced the resurrection of the boss. When the silhouette of Gerald's head with a satisfied grin on his face appeared in the vertical pupil in the center of his chest, the brunette muttered that he was completely different from those reptiles with whom they had to fight. Suddenly, in one sharp movement, something flashed between the brunette and the high priest. It was the tongue of a monster that wrapped itself around Youngman and dragged him, scared, into its mouth. Stuttering, the guy called the team captain. The voice of the system said that if the boss is not defeated, both teams will be defeated. It was also said that they would be disqualified from the World League. The announcer noted the second murder of Gerald. Gritting his teeth, Moon Yob held the shield in his hand, and next to him stood a frowning white-haired girl, who said that she was not sure that after becoming a parachute, his weaknesses remained the same. She asked to gain some time to collect aura. The guy agreed. Suddenly, dark silhouettes of people with shields appeared in front of him and ordered him to stop. The dark-skinned guy from the Bears team furrowed his eyebrows and said that if Gerald became a monster, then he still plays for their team. As the boss looked down at them with a grim look, the man shouted that the captain just needed to deal with them first, and then with everyone else. Moon Yob next to High Priest gritted his teeth in anger and muttered that they were just a bunch of idiots. Small robots stood on the floor around a smiling child in a superhero costume. The boy shouted that he was the American hero Gerald, the one who protects the world. Clenching his hands into fists, he looked down at the toys on the floor and began to say menacingly on their behalf that he was surrounded. The child exclaimed that he knew that the villains had come to catch him. He smiled widely and began to twist his arm on one leg and swing it, saying that he would never forgive them for this. The boy shouted that he was doing this in the name of justice. Moon Yob and Pietro jumped when suddenly the boss hit the ground with his huge hand. The bodies of 2 players from the Bears team sparkled with blue light and began to fall into pieces. The announcer announced that Gerald already had 4 kills, 2 of which he committed against the players of his team. The large monster, glowing with a green aura, swung again. His limb was quickly approaching the man with the shield in his hands. The dark-skinned man clenched his teeth tightly and there was fear in his eyes. However, the brunette who suddenly appeared in front of him used a boost and repelled the monster's attack with his shield, which is why the man was able to jump to the side. With his brows furrowed, Moon Yob gave him an angry look as the veins on his cheek began to bulge. He shouted that they were all fools and did not understand that now Gerald could not distinguish an ally from an enemy. The dark-skinned man with a dissatisfied face clenched his teeth when the guy asked if they really believed that this was just a bug in the game. He shouted that he was now insane and was unable to recognize his teammate. Looking at the boss with a horn on his face and one shining eye, the brunette continued to scream indignantly, asking if maybe they decided that the former commander would kill them, and then everything would end. Moon Yob, with fury in his eyes and frowning eyebrows, opened his mouth wide, asking those fools who turned their backs on the enemy in the midst of battle to show themselves and told them to stop hiding their heads in the sand. The dark-skinned man with shock on his face turned to Pietro and the brunette who had landed on the ground, when the guy indignantly asked if he had really traded his brains for brawn. Continuing to cover himself with a shield, the man turned to Moon Yob and asked him why he was helping. Curling his lips, the Superman exhaled noisily and said that in such a situation it is easier to die than to go into details. But when 3 players from the Bears team suddenly appeared behind him, he invited them to join forces. On the other side, the 3 remaining players on his team landed behind him. Straightening his back, the guy lowered his spear and suggested that their battle be postponed for a while. Looking at the boss walking between the high-rise buildings, he noted that first they must deal with him. He cast a suspicious glance at Jeho who appeared next to him, who adjusted his fingers and glasses and said that he had something that he would like to try in battle. Moon Yob replied that they had no choice. 5 members from the Bears side and 5 players from the YSM side took positions together when it became clear that they would have to become allies for a while. When the boss extended one hand forward and began to swing the other to strike, the announcer asked in surprise what was happening here. He said that when the monster and Gerald became one, the 2 teams united and began a joint hunt. When the monster suddenly struck the people with its limb, they jumped back in different directions with a loud warning cry, but one of them did not have time. The presenter announced the 5th kill of Gerald, and also noted that it was a member of his team. Players began jumping on the rooftops of high-rise buildings around the boss, while Moon Yob shouted that they should try to avoid his attacks and try to hold out until Pietro collected enough aura. 3 shots hit the monster's head. On one of the roofs stood the first group of fighters, consisting of Yuri, Nayan, and Gary, who were ranged fighters. The brunette asked the range damage dealers to attract as much attention as possible by attacking from an ambush. The boss pulled his hand behind his head, swinging for another blow. The trio of players jumped up, protecting their teammates from the monster's blow, then ordered the brunette for tanks with the words that they must protect the range damage dealers. The second team, consisting of 2 men from the Bears and Paul, successfully repelled the blow. A blue flash flashed in the sky. Sanya and Jeho, together with the player from the American team, began to strike the monster's head, while the brunette said that they should not try to kill him and should immediately retreat after the blows. The guy studied all the characteristics of the boss Bloody Eye and Gerald Walker with an analytical look. With a sparkling violet eye and frowning eyebrows, he turned back and covered that after the merger the monster had become stronger, but slower, and then ordered no one to strain himself, but not to shirk either. A dark-skinned man with Moon Yob fled with Pietro, acting as his bodyguard. The brunette turned his head to white-haired and asked how much time he still had left. He replied that about 5 minutes. The guy looked at the boss's back in the distance among the high-rise buildings, around whom a blue aura sparkled from the blows. He clarified the time, noting that they would barely be able to hold it for that long. He noted that although they united in a hurry, they have good teamwork. Suddenly the brunette perked up and his eyes widened in surprise as he said that if it lasted. He saw the boss begin to launch a limb attack using a superpower print that could increase strength, agility, speed, and stamina for 30 seconds. The monster hit the roof of one of the high-rise buildings, and it began to crumble into pieces. The announcer announced that Gerald already had 8 kills, 5 of which were committed against his teammates. The monster grabbed Jeho, Naeun, and a man from the bear team with its tentacles. After a couple of moments, he began to squeeze their groomer, causing their bodies to sparkle with a blue light and begin to disappear. The presenter noted a total of 11 kills on Gerald's account and 1 on his team member. Dark-skinned, High Priest and Moon Yob continued to run quickly, and the guy, gritting his teeth in anger, shouted that both subgroups were destroyed literally in a split second. The girl said that she had 4 minutes left. When the director's question about what to do was heard over the communication transmission, the brunette ordered to continue containment. Running along one of the roofs of high-rise buildings, he turned to the dark-skinned man behind him and shouted that they should not relax, after which he ordered them to follow him. The 2 of them pushed off the wall and disappeared with the guy's words that they were leaving too. The monster raised his head and saw 2 superhumans above him. The 2 of them started hitting him with their weapons. As the monster began to attack them back, they maneuvered between the green aura pillars, avoiding damage. Moon Yob thought that the aura shield was too energy consuming, so you should try to block attacks without applying it. Furrowing his brows, he clutched the whole thing tightly as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He exclaimed that they must grit their teeth and hold out. The guy crouched under the boss's feet and touched the ground, activating the throw boost. Blazing with purple energy, 2 large boulders flew towards the monster. While the dark man quickly held 2 large beams in his hands, the brunette gritted his teeth and spread his arms to the sides, reactivating the throw boost. 3 beams hit the boss in the legs. The monster began to reach out to them with its clawed hand. Moon Yob activated his death throw and began throwing spears at him while clenching his teeth. The guy jumped sharply and found himself at the level of the monster's head. He darted to the side when he tried to catch him with his hand. Holding his spear and shield tightly in his hands, he flew in different directions with an angry face, and then shouted, asking how much was left. A female voice replied that it would be a little longer. The brunette with white eyes and abrasions on his face was breathing heavily, hurrying the girl and shouting indignantly that he would die so soon. High Priest stood with her hands raised high and concentrated her energy, saying that if it was entirely up to her, then everything would have been ready long ago. She asked Moon Yob to try to keep the boss from moving. He asked with dissatisfaction if she was serious. A large blue seal with a spirit in the center appeared above the girl's head, and she confidently said that there should be order in everything. While the brunette tried to distract the monster with his attacks, he turned his gaze to High Priest, who was standing on the roof of a house not far from him. She shouted that he had noticed her. The guy found himself behind the monster when he took off and ran towards the girl, extending his hand forward. Moon Yob exclaimed that now he ignores him and goes to her. Gritting her teeth, White Hair continued to concentrate her power as the monster's limb approached her. She thought that there was very little left. High Priest furrowed her brows and flashed her purple eyes, mentally exclaiming that she needed time. The brunette quickly darted to the side and was able to block the boss's attack with his shield, causing bright light to hit in different directions. He laughed, noting that he still had to use the shield. Gritting his teeth tightly and furrowing his brows, Moon Yob turned around with an angry face and loudly asked the survivors to prepare to flee if they failed to defeat the monster. The boss, shrouded in a green aura, pressed the main character to the ground so that it shattered into fragments. A huge number of spectators were watching what was happening in the arena when the presenter thought that Moon Yob managed to repel the monster's attack. But he realized that even the new technique could not stop Gerald, whose blow simply threw the blue-haired guy out of the match. Shrouded in a blue aura, the Magister praised the protagonist, telling him that he had done a great job. The man suggested that both teams would eventually be disqualified. The entire dungeon was covered in a bright blue light as the monster began to disappear from the field. The girl standing behind was able to attack the boss, making a through hole in him. The gray-haired master, with a sly grin on her face, frowned. She confidently said that she was able to finish off the monster in one attack. In the city, the sun began to set below the horizon. The winners of the World Championship match, as well as those who advanced to the 1/16th finals, were announced at the arena. This is exactly how the match against the New York Bears ended. Standing behind, Naeun, with her arms outstretched, jumped with happiness as Pietro looked at those around her in bewilderment. The presenter loudly announced that the YSM team had won. What was happening pleased not only the club players. A video with the main moments of this battle has appeared on the network. A huge number of people were excited that the Korean team reached the 1/16th finals of the World Cup for the first time. commentators began to animatedly discuss the fact that each player was able to perform well in this battle. Moon Yob knows that in addition to positive reviews of usually popular players, their unknown players have been able to make themselves known. The audience mentally elevated the main character with Pietro standing next to him. Despite the fact that each player does not have exceptional strength, they somehow cope with the roles assigned to them, helping the two superstars. At the top of the strongest teams, the YSM flag rose. It was thanks to this battle that they were able to gain the title of the best club, but at the same time, concern arose among the population. Commentators under the video with the main moments believe that the main character acted dishonestly, turning Gerald into a monster. It is because of this that a huge amount of negative public opinion appeared. Some unknown users started supporting the YSM team because he liked the new battle mod. All the negativity that poured out on the guys was quickly suppressed by the joy of reaching the 1/16th finals. In the next game, YSM were scheduled to play Dubai Blaze. It was the victory of the Moon Yob club that ended the matches of the 1/32nd finals of the World Championship. As a result, the table for round 16 was compiled. The journalist pointed the camera at the disgruntled protagonist, with Jeho standing next to him. He asked Moon Yob if he could give him an interview. The blue-haired guy, holding his player by the shoulder, invited him to give an interview. Jeho didn't expect the director to do this. Looking back at the player, the main character seriously announced that he needed to deal with something. The blue-haired guy heard medical workers behind him carrying Gerald on a stretcher. One man told his partner, given the player's condition, that he needed to be careful with him as he might have seizures. 3 medical workers rushed past Moon Yob, carrying a wounded man. Gerald, who had a bandage on his face, began asking someone to run away. Hearing this, the main character looked back at the player in confusion. In the room where the upset queen stood, Moon Yob sharply opened the door with one hand. He, looking intently at the girl, told her that they needed to talk. Meanwhile, Jeho awkwardly began scratching his head when the reporter reminded him that in the last game, he demonstrated his 4th superpower with an amazing performance, after which he admitted that he planned to ask the player about this in more detail. A crowd of people gathered behind the embarrassed guy as Jeho told the journalist that he had recently learned to use this hidden ability thanks to the help of the director. Hearing this, the unknown people were surprised that this player considered it a help, because Moon Yob tried to kill the guy to reveal his new talent. A drop of sweat ran down the laughing brunette's face. The journalist was glad that this player, being a support, could play the role of an assassin. At this moment, the player remembered how some time ago the main character hugged him by the shoulder. The blue-haired guy seriously told him that Jeho should not tell anyone that he, being invisible, could not move. Glancing awkwardly at the serious director, the player wondered how he was able to bring so many bears straight to him after ordering him to turn invisible. He realized that the main character surprises him with something every time. Meanwhile, in an empty field, the cameraman pointed the camera at Jeho. The girl reported that the time for interviewing this player had come to an end. Hearing this, the guy promised that he would try even harder in the future. Standing near the panoramic window, Queen began to worry that everything was too much, despite the fact that the world was not even real. She herself didn't even know that the boss's parasitism in the virtual world would have such a big impact on the player in reality. Remembering how the wounded Gerald lay on a stretcher, the girl said that they had already taken measures to provide him with the best treatment. However, Queen cannot guarantee that the player will be able to fully recover. A drop of sweat ran down the worried brunette's face as she admitted that she had gone to extreme measures due to the fact that the door to another world could open at any moment. The girl suggested that the main character had doubts about the veracity of her words, but at the same time, she decided that it would be useless to field weak monsters as opponents. Looking intently at Queen, the blue-haired guy, smiling, told her that she had done a good job. Standing in a huge office, in which there were 2 chairs opposite the window, Moon Yob said that he came to her in order to dispel her doubts. He also asked the girl that from now on, all the monsters of the abandoned world that the master saw would be represented in the game so that people would be as impressed as possible. A sly smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he remembered the strongest players. He told Queen that only then, being superhumans, could they one day defeat them. Remembering fallen high priest, dressed in a red cloak, the main character asked the girl what she had learned about him. Hearing this, Queen informed him that they were never able to find him due to the fact that he hid his power. The upset girl lowered her head when the main character realized that he would have to strain the 5th point. The brunette wanted to tell him something after the investigation was over, but decided not to put it off. Remembering the broken wall, a drop of sweat ran down Queen's worried face. She told the guy that not long ago someone destroyed several royal tombs of previous kings. That's why they had to investigate, as they noticed that the aura traces left behind were somewhat different from fallen high priests. Looking at the girl in confusion, Moon Yob bowed his head. He asked her what she was getting at by saying this. Hearing this, Queen promised to tell the guy everything after something became clearer. The smiling brunette raised her head when she remembered what else she wanted to tell the main character. The girl's cheeks turned red as she closed her eyes and congratulated the blue-haired guy on his victory in the A6 finals. Leaving the room, Moon Yob turned to Queen. He admitted to her that they might not have won. Meanwhile, the joyful players, raising their hands, ran out of the building. They rejoiced loudly that they were now free. Enthusiastic children walked around the city at night, shouting. Someone approached them, asking them if they were happy. Seeing the director standing in front of them, the guys trembled with fear. Seunho loudly told him that they were just about to go to practice. Hearing this, the main character, calling them assholes, asked them to stop deceiving him. Standing in front of the illuminated building, Moon Yob folded his hands in displeasure. He told the guys that they were free only until tomorrow. The flushed players opened their mouths in surprise when the main character told them that until then they could have fun. There were a huge number of banners hanging on high-rise buildings in the city. The guys decided that today they would have fun as if it was the last time. Standing next to the Statue of Liberty, enthusiastic players raised their hands in the air, after which they decided to dine on an incredibly delicious steak, at the sight of which the guy began to drool. Naeun really laughed at how surprised Seunho was when strangers approached him and asked for his autograph. The sky was covered with a picturesque landscape. Youngwon walked up to the bed where the tired guys were sprawled out. Sitting Paul wanted them to spend every day like this. The smiling coach turned his head towards the players. He reminded them that their team, which had previously finished last in the second division, eventually defeated the New York Bears themselves. The coach remembered how exhausted students were lying on the floor. He is glad that these painful trainings were not in vain. Youngwon admitted to the guys that he simply died then. Hearing this, the brunette told him that this was the inevitable fate of the tank. A smiling Jeongmin clenched his fists tightly, believing that they had done a great job anyway. He noted the work of the coach and Paul, who together were able to block Gerald's attack. Remembering how the enraged rival attacked them, the blonde man's face changed sharply, after which the guy confirmed Jeongmin's words. Youngwon bowed his head and exhaled heavily. He suggested that the guys return to training because they no longer have time for entertainment. The surprised blonde, dressed in a black, body-hugging t-shirt, opened the iron door. Standing near the entrance, he saw that the prepared guys had already arrived at the training hall. Having given the tickets to Gabriel, the main character looked at the players with displeasure. The coach asked him if he was right. Hearing this, Moon Yob called the guys assholes for showing up all at once. Smiling slyly, Jehoon adjusted his glasses as the concerned blonde asked them how long ago they came to the training room. Even though they had just arrived, Naeun informed Youngwon that he was the last one. Remembering what he had gone through during all this time, the blonde's face changed. Closing his eyes, the guy bowed his head and was glad that, despite everything, he did not give up. And he is also glad that he remained in this team. Jehoon touched his face with his finger, while the red-haired girl standing next to him began to smile when the blonde admitted that he was touched. Hearing this, the brunette laughed. The main character remembered the player's empty locker room when he noticed Youngwon's words. Moon Yob told the guys that when he saw the guys at training at the moment when they were legally allowed to have fun, he was touched to the core. An ominous aura appeared around the blue-haired guy as he promised to work the guys half to death. After which he said that he would definitely do this not because he had to give as much as $200 for their wishes. Hearing this, the drooping guys looked at the director and also realized that they were finished. The next day a bus pulled up to the skyscraper. Hanging his head, Gabriel glanced at his watch. He said that everyone should have arrived by now. Meanwhile, exhausted players began to barely approach the building, trembling all over. Seeing Youngwon, already blue with fatigue, the trainer assumed that it was a zombie. The blonde asked Gabriel why he called them so early. The drooping guys turned to the main character standing behind them when he announced that he would explain everything to them. Holding 2 tickets to the next match, Moon Yob said that this is why they came so early. Introducing Daniel, who lowered his head, the blue-haired guy announced that an important match between the Berlin Blitz and Paris Lumiere was about to take place in Washington. Remembering the blonde's wide, inflated back, the main character told the guys that they must see this match. Moon Yob had a sly smile on his face as he held the tickets in his hands and told the players that after this match they would find out who their opponent would be in the final. Meanwhile, a huge statue located at the Smithsonian Stadium was illuminated by sunlight. Seeing the exhausted Seunho, Daniel ran to his friend. The enthusiastic guys began to hug each other like brothers when Youngsu noticed that the best supports in the world had gathered. Chen asked Naeun if they got there well. Hearing this, the girl suggested that he go out for a drink after the game. While Shirin was surrounded on all sides by those who wanted to get her autograph, the main character stood behind her, leaning on the shelf. He reminded Emerkasa that after the last alcoholic party the guys became closer. The man then told him that players interacting with each other is fine as long as it doesn't cross the line. Glancing slyly at the man, the blue-haired guy asked him if he thought they could win today. Raising his head, the brown-jacketed Immortality told Moon Yob that they would try. Hearing this, the main character reminded him that last time she confidently said that they always strive for victory. Looking at the banner with team logos, the man explained that confidence and facts are two different things. He understands that, as a coach, he must carefully consider every word. The blue-haired guy tilted his head and winked at Immortality, telling him that he was being overly cautious. He asked the man if he knew that by the time he tried on how large a piece to cut from the bread, it would already rot. The main character looked back at Immortality in confusion. Looking at the smiling blue-eyed player, the coach said that their trip to Korea was not in vain. Meanwhile, the presenter recalled that this had already been said once. A hologram with the team scores appeared on the field as the man loudly announced that he was starting the preliminary final, War of Thrones. After which he said that this is the very personification of the traditions of the battle. After reminding the audience of all the awards the team had received and that they were number 2 in the world, the host called the Berlin Blitz into the arena. The man said that today their opponents would undoubtedly be the strongest club on earth. Being 9-time winners of the World Championship, the players confidently entered the field when the host called the Paris Lumiere team. Sitting next to the main character in the auditorium, Nayeon asked him if he had said hello to Haeyeon. Hearing this, Moon Yob said that he, believing that she needed to think about the battle, did not even try to do so. The red-haired girl looked into the distance with widened eyes when she remembered that she saw the main character walking towards her. The blue-haired guy told her that if he had come to her, she would not be so serious now. Haeyeon, standing in the arena, looked closely at the surprised Moon Yob. Bernard, clenching his fists, looked at his partner. The brunette turned around and nodded when the blonde asked him if she planned to say hello to Moon Yob after her victory. Looking at the top players dressed in silver suits, Haeyeon wanted her uncle to look at her as a member of Paris Lumiere now standing on the field. The girl, pressing her hands to her heart, lowered her head. She realizes that she is standing next to incredible superhumans whose talent Moon Yob has recognized. Raising her head sharply, a bright yellow aura appeared around the brunette as she mentally declared to her uncle that she was no longer a child. She decided that she would greet the main character later. Seated in the capsule, the girl put on a helmet. Haeyeon is confident that she will win. Among the fog, huge mountains were visible, above which a bloody sky rose. It was announced at the arena that the location of the first round was the large demonic canyon. But at the same moment the location changed completely. Now a huge dome of cobwebs made by monsters appeared. The man announced that the area had changed to Washington, where new creatures had appeared. Huge purple spiders with poisonous green eyes created a huge dome-shaped web in the sky. The presenter said that these previously unknown monsters filled Washington. A strong blue aura could be seen in a checkerboard pattern on the web. New monsters began to emerge from the web, completely covered in aura. Seeing this, the presenter suggested that the web was not so simple. Terrifying monsters with huge claws and a red crystal shining on their foreheads jumped menacingly onto the ground. The man loudly told the teams that new monsters had appeared. The creature with bright red eyes opened its mouth wide. In the arena, the host announced that in this match the players will encounter 2 types of monsters that have not existed before. The enraged creatures ran towards the guys with such speed that they broke the ground in their path. The man, reporting that the monsters rushed to attack, said that they destroy everything that gets in their way. The start of the match was announced in the arena. Moving first, the brunette armed himself with a sword and loudly announced that she was in position. The players began to run up to the new monsters that were rushing towards them. Several players stood in the foreground, defending themselves with shields. The other guys said loudly that they were attacking. The brunette's muscles tensed as he, holding the sword in his hand, ran past the protecting guys. Approaching the monster, the red-haired guy jumped up and used an intangible sword that could move at his will for 3 minutes. The brunette standing next to him used the flow and sharp wind, thanks to which a short energy sword flew out, soaring to a height of up to 2 meters. The monsters screamed throughout the dungeon as the 3 players attacked them from all sides. Standing next to the open mouth of the creature, the red-haired guy loudly announced that they had very good defense. A strong blue aura appeared around one player. He, calling out to Jack, took advantage of the phase inversion, thanks to which he was able to switch places between himself and his allies. The frowning player was completely absorbed by the aura. His companions, protected by shields, did not take their eyes off the monster. A bright purple ring appeared around Jack when his partner jumped on him and loudly announced the change. The brunette used an energy wave that increases the strength of allies by 20% within a radius of 20 meters. It also reduced the strength of enemies by 10% within a radius of 20 meters. Meanwhile, the power of each enraged balls decreased by 23 units. In the arena, the presenter announced that the monsters had weakened thanks to Jack's superpowers. The defending players approached the monsters and attacked them. The man noted that this player joined his team at the right time. The main character, using an analytical eye, noticed that the strength of each guy had passed the maximum value. Moon Yob's eye glowed purple when the host said the name Paul. He was surprised that this player, having low strength indicators, was a tank. Protecting himself from the monster with a shield, the man used the ability, thanks to which he accumulates the damage received, increasing his strength and endurance to 120 units. The frowning bearded brunette looked angrily at Bile's balls. The main character noticed that his strength, thanks to the effects, increased almost 2 times. The blue-haired guy realized that this player, receiving blows, became stronger. A powerful bright blue aura appeared behind the guys hiding behind the shields. A blonde man ran up to them, completely enveloped in an aura. Seeing this, the presenter announced that the strongest player was appearing from behind the guys. Meanwhile, the dungeon was completely illuminated with a bright blue light when the man said that Nathan, who is a Parisian flower, had come to their aid. The entire dungeon was enveloped in a bright blue light as the blonde cut the Bile's balls. At that moment, Moon Yob noticed that this guy has superpower, thanks to which he can create a double. Above the player was a dome made of cobwebs, along which spiders descended. Seeing this, the double shouted his name. A loop created by the blue aura appeared in the sky. Nathan jumped away from the monsters as he smashed their bodies into pieces. He slid across the ground so that a fog of dust rose throughout the entire dungeon. Looking at the city filled with fog, the blonde furrowed his eyebrows. He wondered what happened to the guys on his team. As the dome completely disappeared, the blonde squatted down and thought about how this happened. He began to run quickly until the ground was completely crushed into fragments. With a tattered suit over his shoulder, the guy smiled worriedly. Someone asked Nathan how he was doing. Daniel stood on the roof of the building waving with a brunette. While the girl standing behind clenched her fists tightly, the guy reminded the blonde that they had not met on the playing field for a long time. All players in the dungeon look around worriedly. The presenter reported that the players were suddenly scattered throughout the field. A drop of sweat ran down Nathan's serious face. Watching everything through a huge window, the girl realized who the monsters of this invasion were. Under the web dome stood huge purple spatial spiders and angry Bile's balls. As the monsters surrounded the 2 players, Queen realized that the dimensional spiders could create teleporters using their webs in order to disperse their prey and hunt them individually. A bead of sweat ran down the brunette's worried face as she remembered Moon Yob's assurances. She believes that this time the guys will be able to defeat the monsters of the abandoned world. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, armed with 2 swords, the blonde began to approach the ancient building. He asked Daniel why it all happened. Hanging his head, a smiling Nathan did not expect that there was a player with such abilities in the Berlin Blitz. Leaning on his knee, Daniel looked at his opponent. He informed him that they were scattered because of those spiders. The angry blonde, using his ability, pulled the brunette towards him. The guy invited him to go on vacation with Moon to Hawaii. Meanwhile, the rest of the players fought with opponents while Nathan talked with the guys. Flying into the air, surrounded by blue mana, the guy said that Hawaii is cool. The opponents, looking intently at the blonde, armed themselves. He informed them that the loser would pay for the trip. Meanwhile, the players from the Berlin Blitz team looked at the web dome with concern. Spiders rained down not only on the head of Paris Lumiere. Dimensional beings began to appear behind Daniel. Seeing them, the guy began to call out to his partners in concern. Portals appeared in the sky in the web, surrounded by a bright blue aura. The player noticed that the rest of the guys suddenly disappeared, but there were no death notifications. That's why he assumed the monsters did it. Daniel's eyes glowed bright blue as he looked around and realized that creatures could move outside of space. After which, not understanding what to do, he thought about the current situation for his team. Meanwhile, the rest of the players contacted the concerned player, saying that they were in a safe place. At that moment, Daniel realized that spiders are capable of arbitrarily moving in space. Taking advantage of the traction, thanks to which the target was pulled to a distance of 8 meters, the player assumed that this situation happened not only to their team. After which the guy used the ability, thanks to which the target moves away to a distance of 2.5 meters. After imagining the whole team coming together, Daniel decided that they needed to redistribute themselves in order for the new combination to be suitable for team battles. The worried player's outstretched hand glowed green. He spoke loudly about how these spiders have the ability to move their targets to a random location. Then he said that they now need to unite into groups. Meanwhile, the armed players began to use their abilities against the attacking Nathan. After all, thanks to Daniel's quick calculation, Berlin Blitz was not at a loss and was determined to defeat the ace of the opposing team in a 4-to-1 power ratio. The gray-haired man raised his weapon when he saw the blonde rushing towards them. The guys decided that this chance should not be missed. Meanwhile, in the arena, the main character watched the hologram of Nathan. He believes that the problem lies in the reaction speed of this player because he, being isolated, dealt with the spatial spiders alone. Youngwon told the main one that, despite this, it would be difficult for the guy to compete with opponents in a ratio of 4-to-1. The blonde looked confusedly at the blue-haired guy, who said that it was not 4 players attacking the first. Remembering that Nathan has an ability through which he can create a double for himself, the main character told Youngwon that it is 4-by-2. Seeing how the dungeon is covered with a bright blue light, Moon Yob said that these 2 are very strong. Meanwhile, in the arena, 4 players tried to fend off Natan's attacks. Shirin, extending her arm, jumped high and attacked the worried blonde. Meanwhile, towering over the city, the girl completely destroyed the dome and enveloped it in a blue aura. The building, raising a huge fog of dust, completely fell underground. A bead of sweat ran down the brunette's face as she lowered her head, wondering if she had gotten it. But there was something she didn't like. The worried girl was attacked from above by Nathan and his double when she lost him. The brunette raised her red eyes in concern when she realized that the enemy was attacking from above. The girl, lowering her head, decided to attack the guy. At that moment, someone asked her not to shoot. Meanwhile, her shocked partners were attacked from behind by a blonde. Shirin realized that with Natan everything was at the level of instincts, because she didn't even have time to notice how he was already behind the guys. Looking at the blonde attacker, the main character remembered that the ratio of forces was 4-1 or 4-2 because he was always in an advantageous position. Meanwhile, the blonde and his double slid across the ground, raising a huge fog of dust. They quickly ran into the bright light. In the arena, Moon Yob looked back at Sanya, sitting behind him. Raising his finger, he said that victory in hand-to-hand combat is not determined by numbers. The enraged Natan swung his sword strongly and continued to rapidly run towards his target. At this point, the main character said that it is very important to understand positions. With his bright blue eyes sparkling, the blonde was able to quickly rush through and attack each opponent. The entire dungeon was covered in a bright blue light as the player fought alongside their counterpart. While Nayeon was so shocked that she opened her mouth next to her, Jehun said that he knew about Natan's strength. But at the same time, he does not understand how, fighting with 4 opponents, he managed to carry out such an acrobatic attack. The worried guy turned around when, standing behind him, the main character said that thanks to Daniel, the blonde could move so actively. Hearing this, Soon-ho asked the guy if the dampening beam was preventing the Berliners from actively fighting. Remembering how the brunette enveloped everything in space with light, Moon Yob said that she could now control it as perfectly as possible. Meanwhile, the brunette attacked the shocked Natan with a beam so that the guy managed to jump away from him. At this moment, the main character drew Soon-ho's attention to how accurately and on time the Shirin beam appeared. The red-haired guy looked back at the aura-affected part of the suit as Moon Yob told the player that it severely limited her teammates. He believes that otherwise they would have ended the battle long ago, having received only a couple of blows. A bead of sweat ran down the blonde's smiling face as the extinguishing beam approached him. The main character said that Nathan has no allies that he needs to avoid, after which Moon Yob suggested that this hand-to-hand fight was an opportunity for him to use his strengths. Presenting the layout of the players, the blue-haired guy reminded that Daniel is an active support who usually destroys the enemy camp with his push-pull. He realized that due to Nathan's presence, this player would definitely be in danger using his ability. While the extinguishing beam separated the rivals, Daniel began to use his ability, thanks to which he distanced his partners from the blonde. A bead of sweat ran down the player's worried face, his hand surrounded by a yellow aura. Seeing this, Moon Yob said that in this case, Daniel could only defend his team. The blonde pounced on his opponent, who was trying to move away from him. The main character believes that thanks to this, the game, already favorable for Nathan, becomes even more profitable for him. Standing next to her partner, the frowning brunette looked at what was happening in shock. Moon Yob said that the fight, which is unfavorable for the Berliners, becomes even more difficult. The blue-haired guy put his finger in his ear with displeasure when Nayeon asked her if Natan would be able to win. Hearing this, he said that there was one way to ruin everything for him. Looking at the angry blonde, who clenched his fists and attacked his opponents, Moon Yob began to doubt that they would be able to pull this off. Presenting a lever clock with weights hanging on its bowls, the main character said that they needed to catch the moment of balance, which seemed to never be broken. The weight wrapped around the silver chain began to fall when Moon Yob said that the balance was about to break. The player, holding a weapon with both hands, slipped while Daniel stood behind him. Nathan looked menacingly as a bright blue light began to approach him. At that moment, the exhausted brunette was attacked, which is why he began to scream loudly. Seeing this, Daniel's face turned blue as he called out to Wuren. The silver scales hung in an equilibrium position. Moon Yob thought that at that very moment the balance, which seemed never to be upset. One of the scales overturned. The guy ended up thinking that the balance had fallen. Daniel watched as his comrade's foot slipped and he began to fall backwards. Bernard noticed this and quickly turned around. He cut the air with his blade at high speed. The guy cut Wuren's torso. Daniel watched this in shock and mentally shouted out his comrade's name. The guy flew away after being hit in the chest with a dagger. Bernard ran towards him. Daniel gritted his teeth, heading towards the Frenchman at high speed, and thought that if the balance was disrupted, then everything would come to an end. The guy slid next to his fallen ally, sending a kick at his opponent, his shoes engulfed in a blue aura. The young man activated his repulsion, sending one of the nearby boulders towards Bernard. Suddenly Chen Jin appeared behind the Frenchman. He clenched his teeth, preparing his hand to strike. The next moment, the guy with terrifying force smashed the body of the double into pieces. Daniel looked at what was happening with difficulty, thinking that they were able to get rid of the double. The tip of the aura went to his eye while he was thinking that they were 3 against 1 again, and the advantage had returned to them. The young man barely dodged the blonde's blade, which cut through the air and the ground. Moon Yob looked at what was happening in surprise, wondering if the guy had overcome his weaknesses. He activated his analyzing gaze, looking at the stern Bernard, and saw that all of his characteristics, except for leadership and tactics, had reached their maximum. The man thought that the Frenchman, who initially did not want his double to disappear. The blonde's eyes shone with a bright light. Daniel looked back in fear at Bernard, who rushed towards Shuren at high speed. The man finished his thought by saying that he was now using the copy as bait to ruin the enemy's plan. Chen Jin rushed after him, raising his hand back to strike, shouting that he would not allow this to happen. The blonde quickly looked at him. The next second, he cut Chen Jin's chest with 2 blows. The commentator said that Bernard did it literally in a second. The Frenchman looked confidently in front of him while the announcer announced the kill to him, and said that despite the loss of his double, he destroyed Chen Jin and Wiren. The guy turned his gaze to the side, looking behind himself, while the commentator was talking about how there were no more close-range dealers left in Berlin Blitz who could compete with him. Shuren, with a nervous expression on her face, stretched her arms out in front of her, charging up an attack, while the announcer said that if this pressure continues, the Frenchman struck with his blade, but Daniel, using traction and sprint, pulled the girl out from under the blow, but he himself was wounded in the shoulder. The girl looked at him in surprise, shouting his name. Bernard looked back in surprise. Early on the guy's shoulder, the aura ate him. Suddenly, the boy looked into the Frenchman's face with a grin. The blonde looked back, shocked to notice that part of his leg had been cut off. The Frenchman looked up in surprise. The Berlin Blitz player's spear was shrouded in an aura. Wiren could hardly stand up. There was a deep wound on his chest. Daniel shouted his name. The next second, Bernard made a jerk, cutting the guy's torso into 2 parts. The blonde looked back with a slight smile. The commentator counted him 2 kills. The guy stood on one leg, raising the other, which did not have an ankle. The commentator added that this was incredible because Bernard, who dominated 4 players, chalked up his second kill. The guy straightened up, looking to the side. The announcer added that, however, he received a blow from Wiren and lost his mobility. The Frenchman remembered the moment of hitting the enemy, thinking that he knew that the guy was not dead, but the touch of the tip of his weapon felt like a mortal wound after which it was difficult to even move. Daniel stood up with his clothes on his back while the French wondered what had happened. The number 77.27% appeared on the board. Immortality thought that this percentage was the average speed of synchronization between superhumans and their avatars in battle. Bernard's synchronization percentage was 96.67%. Shuren's percentage was 88.97%, Wiren's was 87.55%, and Chen Jin's was 88.22%. For reference, Moon Yob's percentage was 97.02%. However, Daniel has the highest synchronization speed recorded so far. It is 97.89%. Immortality imagined the boy in battle, and thought that although this is a minor difference, the higher the synchronization speed, the more freely and accurately a person can move. Then he imagined 2 fictional avatars with different degrees of synchronization, and thought that this also applies to Fel, because the higher the synchronization, the better a person will feel everything, and therefore there are a huge number of superhumans. Gerald lay unconscious on the medical couch. His percentage was 94.77%. Immortality concluded that there are superhumans who are not always able to endure such torture, and because of this they have problems of a psychiatric nature, and although the benefits obtained from the high synchronization speed are minimal, while the consequences, on the contrary, are great. One day, a person who saw Daniel's fight shared his opinion, saying that there was something wrong with his game. The boy held his wrist, looking ahead with a smile. The man thought that this was a praise filled with blessing, because knowing that he would suffer more than anyone else, the boy was still willing to risk his body and sacrifice himself, thanks which creates many opportunities with a broad perspective and then wins. The scale on the scoreboard showed the average number of support deaths for every 100 games, which was about 110. However, Daniel's scale was an order of magnitude higher because the average number of boy deaths for every 100 games was about 167. The guy smiled widely while the man thought that this a shining example of dedicated combat, and a symbol of creativity, adding that Daniel Mance is by far the greatest support on Earth. Immortality looked at the game sternly. I think that he is a guy who sacrificed himself while experiencing even more pain than anyone else. The man remembered moments from the battle. Daniel hit his ally with a controlled stone. The man thought that he kicked Wiren's legs to make him fall. The guy used the thrust while standing behind an ally, and the man finished the thought in there that after that he made sure that the ally was dealt a blow after which he would still be alive. Moon Yob looked at the amazed Jeho and thought that it turns out that the trip to Korea was not in vain, because he learned from the cockroach and vitality of Jeho. Daniel, sitting next to Sharon, rested his hand on the floor, looking to the side with a smile. The machine thought that this was a selfish game for the sake of victory. Moon Yob looked at the game with a smile that, as he expected, the boy had grown up. Bernard rested on his whole leg. There was a lot of energy in the bodices, and menacingly said that this is not all. He made an explosive leap forward. Shock waves began to emanate from him. The guy's aura was moving at high speed. The Frenchman swung his blade, approaching Daniel, who extended his hand towards him. The blonde looked in surprise at the guy's hand, which was enveloped in a green aura. Daniel frowned sternly, saying that they would meet in the next game. The guy opened his hand, directing his aura at the Frenchman, used a push, and the blonde hit the stones at high speed. Hovering over the enemy pinned to the ground, the boy shouted to Sharon, who began charging an attack. Huge clouds of dust floated through the air, and a wide trench formed in front of the girl. The commentator counted her 1 kill. The girl tried to communicate by holding her hands in front of her. They were shrouded in an aura. The French stood up from his cabin with a soft smile. He looked at the board that had Daniel on it and said that it turns out he wasn't the only one who had overcome his weaknesses. The guy grinned, thinking that Daniel, who sacrificed himself for others, had changed, and then said, "But if you always look around, you can lose." The blonde's blue eyes reflected the image of the guy. The Frenchman said that from now on he would be keeping a close eye on this. From that moment on, the Paris Lumiere players were scattered throughout the field, trying to survive individually. Heian looked at the body of the defeated monster with a ruby in its forehead. She looked at him warily. A player from the enemy team stepped on the roof of the building, saying that he had found it. The man thought that after that, every player on the French team was defeated by the Germans. The girl looked up at the roof of the building, on which there were 3 enemy players. The guy added that the German team stayed together thanks to Daniel. Shock waves of aura were advancing towards the girl looking up. The score of the game appeared on the scoreboard, which was 6-0 in favor of Berlin Blitz. The first game ended in victory for the team from Berlin. Identical lockers stood next to each other. Daniel asked his teammates for forgiveness. He bowed before them, saying that he had come up with a plan and did not tell them about it, which put the 2 of them in danger, but he wanted to surpass the Frenchman. Yurin and Chen Jin looked at him. The latter asked, interrupting him, what he was talking about. They recalled the moment when the Frenchman was pinned to the ground and said that as a result they beat Bernard and Paris Lumiere. The guys looked at their ally with a smile. Yurin said that in order to win it is better to take full advantage of this advantage, and they will help him with this. Daniel looked at his fist with a confident smile and, thanking them, said that today he was definitely in good shape and that they would go to the end and definitely defeat the enemy. He presented the World Champions Cup and exclaimed that they would win the Champions Cup once again. The number 1 club in the world, Paris Lumiere. The score of the matches appeared on the scoreboard, which was equal to 5-0 in favor of the French team. The man thought and then that among their recent records of the game against Berlin Blitz there are 5 victories out of 5 possible, and this gap is insurmountable despite the fact that these 2 teams occupy 1st and 2nd places in the world. Daniel stood on one knee on the holographic covering. The man added that however now the skills that the guy showed. The young man looked confidently in front of him. Moon Yob finished the thought by saying that his skills went beyond the limits of possibility, and the undisputed number 1 staggered on his pedestal. Dubogoffin applauded loudly, calling their playing elegant. The coach of the French team spread his arms to the sides with a wide smile and said that the opponent had won the first set. Bernard looked at him with a soft smile as he said that they had a great fight too. Heian looked at him with a calm expression on his face. The ally behind her crossed his arms over his chest, while the coach said that the opponent simply did a little better. Period. The man seemed to frown, and with a smile said that the battle was just beginning and the player would not regret something stupid losing. He clapped his hands and said it was time for them to get down to business. The man introduced the monsters from the first round and said that they needed to talk about how to win the second match. Dubois looked at the girl, who raised her hand and addressed him. Heian lowered her hand to her chest, saying that she had a proposal. Huge waves of blue aura swept through the city, over which clouds of smoke hovered. The commentator said that after the second set the situation had not changed, and as they saw, Washington, D.C. was captured by spatial spiders and Biles balls. Purple monsters sat on the ruins of buildings. They opened the spatial gates in threes, and the commentator added that spiders also fell on the heads of both teams. Heian stood behind a confident Bernard as the announcer said that they were looking forward to seeing how the players dealt with the monsters this time. Daniel and Yurin stood behind the smiling Surin, who had energy swirling in her hand. The boy frowned slightly, deciding that it was time for them to move forward. His eyes shone with a bright light and his body was covered with an aura. The commentator exclaimed in surprise. The guy spread his arms to the sides, activating both abilities, and rose into the air, aura and dust swirling around him. The commentator added that the Berlin Blitz players were the first to attack. The young man crossed his arms, using repulsion on his allies and thereby speeding up their attack. One by one, the players cut the arachnid monsters into pieces. The guy changed the color of the aura using traction and said with a smile that that's not all. Using his ability, he lifted the girl into the air, who charged an aura charge in her hand. He frowned with a smile, telling her to get it over with. The girl shot an aura beam in front of her with terrifying force, smashing hordes of monsters to pieces. Bernard and his ally ran across the roofs of buildings while the commentator said that, as they expected, the Berlin team is doing just fine. But, unlike them, the spider hunting teams, two Paris Lumiere aces break away from the main team and begin to move. The blonde looked to the side to see that it was noisy there. They both covered their heads with an aura. Bernard made a dash towards several monsters, inviting his ally to go his own way. The guy jumped off the ground. Spinning in the air, they destroyed the monsters one by one, while the commentator admiringly said that Bernard and Chichai are destroying spatial spiders together. If they continue like this, the monsters will not be able to separate them. The man added that this is exactly what they expected from a team ranked number 1 in the world. Pieces of monsters fell to the ground behind the players of the French team. The blonde turned his gaze to the side, hearing on the radio that the other group was already in place. Spiders with open portals hung above him. At the moment he said with a smile that it was time for them to start. The Berlin team's players stood in the light breeze that carried shards of stone and clouds of dust. The commentator said that their team was moving forward step by step, destroying spiders along the way. There was a deep trench in the middle of the arena, which grew larger in the center. The announcer added that despite the fact that at the beginning of the game 15 minutes had already passed, they were only able to cover a kilometer, and it seemed that the players chose safety over speed. One of the German team players pointed his fingers forward, urging everyone to watch, while the announcer asked what their strategy was if they were moving so slowly. Bernard and Chichai stood shrouded in an aura and smiled slightly while the commentator said in surprise that they had already dealt with the spiders. The guys stood in front of the enemy team while clouds of dust hovered around. The commentator ended the sentence by saying that they were now standing in front of the Berlin team's camp. Daniel frowned nervously. The commentator said that now all 11 players in Germany are together and that this is real recklessness. After which he asked if the French wanted to fight everyone at once. The guy was thinking about the number of participants to contain in the time. Suddenly enemy players ended up next to him, pointing their blades at him. The guy finished his thought by saying that, it seems to him, they decided to make themselves bait. Looking sternly in front of him, he said that although he did not know why they decided to do this, he smiled confidently, saying that, however, it seemed to him that they would have a big catch. The next second, the girl fired a powerful beam again. The French rose into the air, a trench formed under them, and all the buildings behind were destroyed. Suddenly Wuren and Chen Jin appeared behind them. The blonde turned back in surprise as the tip of the spear came at him, and thought about how they ended up behind. He remembered how the guys stood behind Daniel and thought that he didn't have time for this. Chichai hit the blonde with his shield, throwing him several meters away, and told him to get away from the blow. Daniel frowned at what was happening and thought that in order to be well prepared, they had to slow down their movement speed. The spiders that created the gates of movement were lying on the ground with their limbs torn off. The guy thought that everything was so as not to kill the spatial spiders, but to create with their help an area with movement through the portals. The French tank watched as enemy players approached him. The guy said that they were caught in their web. Chichai nervously looked ahead. Daniel added that this is the end. The man's chest was pierced by Dean Maeve. The announcer counted him 1 kill. Bernard landed and raised his head to the enemy. Daniel said on the radio that they should not rush, because even if Bernard was left alone, he was still not an easy opponent. The guy rose to his feet, standing in front of the entire enemy team. The radio said that no matter how successful their strategy seemed, Paris Lumiere sent Chichai and Bernard knowing that something unexpected would happen, and everything could not be that simple. Chen Jin and Wuren stood in front of the guy who said that even though it was late, they should ease the siege and take them prisoner. The Frenchman raised his head up, thinking that the guy was still smart, but he had already figured it out, so it was time to start. The blonde's body was engulfed by a purple aura that hit the ground. The next moment he found himself behind the enemy support, maniacally looking at his back. Daniel turned back in surprise. The tank and the Berlin team managed to protect it from the Frenchman's attack. The young man rose into the air, pointing his hand at the Frenchman, and used repulsion, shouting for him to go that way. The young man pushed the Frenchman towards the allied tank. The blonde used his double ability, splitting into 2 before hitting his opponent. The Frenchman and his copy jumped into opposite portals. They appeared in the air above the support while he was thinking that they had appeared from a spatial passage. The French blades cut through the air. The allied tank again protected the young man from several enemy blows. The blonde man quickly moved across the battlefield. The guy thought that Bernard was a vile fraudster. The commentator exclaimed that the Frenchman started the game at his signature speed. The blonde was throwing the biggest punches for the count as the announcer talked about him attacking as if to say he wasn't going to lose. Bernard, together with his copy, unleashed a flurry of blows on the Berlin team. The commentator said that these were powerful blows, as if carrying revenge for the suffering of his ally, but Berlin Blitz still failed to break through the defense. Daniel looked around while the Frenchman was flying at him from above. The guy thought that his actions were not aimed at murder. He raised his hand to strike, while the guy was thinking that, naturally, he was not able to defeat 11 people alone. The guy imagined a flock of sheep being chased by a dog, and thought that his real goal was like that of a shepherd dog. A whirlwind of purple aura swirled around the Berlin team. The guy ended his thought by saying that his goal was to bring everyone together so that they would not run away. The blonde looked into his eyes, smiling slightly, while the guy wondered why he needed this, and thought about the fact that the Parisian team did not have such a strong ranged player as Shuren. The Berlin team's tank pushed the Frenchman back, shouting that if they fell for his trick, he would definitely defeat them. Daniel wondered what he was trying to achieve by becoming bait. Jeho watched the holographic image of the Frenchman, saying that he was capable of such things, that his ally was already dead, and that only 2 people were now blocking the entire Berlin team. The blonde copy of him ran at high speed towards the enemy team. The guy continued to reason that if he made even the slightest mistake, he would immediately be killed by a damping beam or attacked by other players. Moon Yob sat behind his charges, hands crossed, as they discussed whether such a thing was possible, and that if someone provided an explanation, Jeho would definitely improve his skills. The man looked at the guys, asking if they also needed to chew everything. He grabbed the frightened guys by the heads, saying that he hoped that they understood that the Frenchman was not showing off his skills now, but was playing the role of bait, to which the young men responded in the affirmative. Suddenly they turned around in shock at the director. "Thank you," which means that he is bait. The man was disappointed and said that these ignoramuses didn't even suspect anything. Nayin looked at her boss in surprise, asking if it would not be more logical to put someone less important in this role, since they form the core of the Paris team. The Frenchman stood opposite the enemy team, holding daggers in front of him. Moon Yob replied that this is not so, because the only one who can bring all the players together is these 2. The blonde looked menacingly at his opponents, being completely enveloped in an aura. The man added that usually everyone thinks that if you kill Bernard, then there will be a chance of victory. But this particular phrase. The blonde smiled slyly, looking in front of him. The man finished his thought with the fact that she always associated with his name. Chichai followed the progress of the game with a satisfied smile, crossing his arms over his chest, while the guys asked the director if their plan had failed due to the fact that the main power in the form of a tank had already dropped out. The man leaned towards them irritably, asking if they had slept through the entire round. With a calm expression on his face, he pointed his finger forward, saying that now they would understand everything, because the last reason why the Frenchman had to become bait. Berlin Blitz players rushed towards Bernard. The man added that everything was happening according to his plan, because if they caught him, then victory would be theirs, but the problem was how to do it. The Frenchman and his copy also rushed forward at high speed, the commentator calling it a frantic and aggressive ping-pong. The doubles clashed with their opponents. Daniel ran around them on the flank. The announcer said that a great battle was going on between 11 players. Daniel pointed his hand at the Frenchman's back and used traction. The announcer described everything that was happening in the battle. The blonde looked back. A blow was struck to his back, cutting his torso. Bernard looked back at his double, who began to evaporate. An enemy tank was rushing towards him from behind. The blonde man looked ahead with a wide smile as a heavy blow from the sword flew towards his head and said that time was up. The commentator said that he was starting to have problems. Moon Yob looked at what was happening with a sly smile, saying that he could choose the circumstances of his death. The sword's impact sent a flash of aura and dust into the air. The enemy's blade stuck into the ground, and next to him was another player from the Paris team using phase inversion, which allows you to change places with an ally. The man looked back while Wiren was flying at him, and with a smile praised the blonde's work. The commentator announced that the support of the Parisian team saved Bernard, and that it was Mike Robb. Moon Yob raised his index finger and said that this was the last roll of the bait, which lay in the essence of the Frenchman's abilities. The blonde man, shrouded in an aura, found himself among his allies. The wards asked the director what he was talking about, and is this an unusual battle? When the players give their best until their allies arrive to them, the man answered heavily that, as it seems to him, he sees more than them. He raised his hand, surrounding it with an aura, and said that all superhumans, strong or weak, have their own skills. He introduced several abilities such as duplication, layering, and illusory double. I said that just as there are countless superhumans who have the superpower of throwing that he possesses, there are also a huge number of superhumans with double-type abilities. Among them there are individuals who also have other powers. He presented the dark red silhouette of Bernard and spoke about what is remarkable about the Frenchman because he is a master of close combat with very high physical abilities, but his only superpower is quite common. After which he asked the question if they have the feeling that they are the best player in the world when looking at this guy's stats. Jeho surprisingly agreed with his words, saying that if you look at the top three, both Daniel and Roy have a lot of abilities. The guy presented the image of a Frenchman and his double ability, after which he added that, in addition, he has a weak point, because with the death of a clone, the aura is also lost. But the reason why he is the strongest is precisely because of his widespread skill. Bernard stood on the surface of the water in which his full reflection was. The man said that his double is himself, and the one who dies first will turn out to be a clone. The guys looked at the director in surprise. Taking a look at them, he explained that a complete copy of a Superman possessing the highest level of physical strength, an absolute and unique superpower that could split someone's life into two. The man remembered the moment when the French double was shackled by the support of the Berlin team, and said that the clone that Bernard uses is a special immortal superpower of the SSS level. Daniel looked around tensely, thinking that he still missed him, and because of his greed for winning, he managed to waste too much time. After which he said that the Parisian team had already lost a tank and a support, and asked what the blonde thought. Suddenly he looked in front of him in surprise because everything around him was shaking. The guy looked back, looking at the city, and thought that it was an earthquake. The guy suddenly trembled again, and a ferocious roar was heard throughout the area. An army of monsters was moving towards them. The guy shouted that a huge number of Biles balls were approaching them from that side. He gritted his teeth, looking back at his ally, and thought that this was mobbing and that they were not just stalling for time, and then asked Chen Jin to deal with them, thinking that if this was the Paris team's plan, then it was definitely not worth the sacrifices of support and tank. Chen Jin jumped up using zero gravity and began charging void energy in his hand, after which he put his hand in front of him. The black hole hit the ground, distorting it. The monsters in the area rose into the air while the guy kept the projectile pointed at the ground. Daniel and Sharon stood under the monsters hanging in the air and looked around in surprise. Suddenly the guy noticed something again. The girl looked at him, asking what he saw. The monsters behind the girl began to grow larger. The guy asked why the Biles balls were so swollen. The girl looked back. A strong flash illuminated her as she asked what he meant. The monsters hanging in the air swelled greatly and began to emit light. The next second, a most powerful explosion appeared in the center of the arena, which created a powerful shock wave. The yacht was at sea. Sea tuna swam in the water column. The voiceover explained that when the tuna no longer floats in the water, the man was holding a large piece of tuna meat. The voice ended the sentence by saying that it ripens under the influence of its own heat and the reason why Biles balls runs like crazy. An army of monsters rushed at high speed. The man explained that the reason behind this was exactly the same. A scarlet aura emanated from the monster, while the men explained that in their body there is an organ that accumulates heat if this heat is not cooled in time by air. The bloated monster hung in the air. The man said that this heat continued to accumulate. A powerful explosion covered the arena, and the man explained that soon it all escalates into an explosion. A giant crater filled with clouds of dust appeared in the arena. Daniel was breathing heavily. The guy was missing his right arm and leg, as well as his left hand. He looked up to see the blonde pointing his blade at him. Dropping to the ground, he said with a smile that they simply did not know that monsters had such an ability. The Frenchman quickly blew his head off and said with a smile that they didn't know that either. An image of Heian appeared in his head and he added that this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for her. Right after the start of the second set, the always hairy girl was sitting next to the giant monster. Heian walked up to her point. The girl pulled out a large scarlet organ, that it was definitely the same organ as the explosive monsters. She looked back at Heian and asked how she knew that. The girl remembered how she passed by the corpse of a monster in the last round, and explained that she accidentally saw in the first set that they had something similar to the mood of the organs of explosive monsters. The white-haired girl said that in order to immediately understand everything, just look it would not be enough, because even during the war with demons, few were capable of this. Heian wondered how she understood this. She was lost in memories from her childhood when Moon Yob lifted her up and told her to listen carefully. The guy with a serious expression on his face explained that when conquering a dungeon, she should not miss even the smallest details. The girl recalled that at that time he had a habit. The guy sat on the floor, the baby in his arms, and said that if there are dry blades of grass or tree branches at the entrance, there is a high probability that a Zardlan is there, and if the dungeon, which is clearly full of monsters, is too quiet, this means that a very strong boss. She thought about how when he returned home after completing a dungeon, He always talked to her about conquering these dungeons. Jeho approached them with a mug of coffee while the guy patted her head and asked what he was doing with his child, to which the young man replied that he was talking to her about what would soon become a reality. Every word from the guy that the little girl heard. The girl, holding a chocolate bar in her hands, smiled widely. Hayan finished the thought by saying that every word was deposited somewhere in her memory. The scoreboard was 9-0 in favor of the Parisian team. The commentator announced that the second set was a complete victory for the French, and that they had figured out the characteristics of a new monster that had never been seen before and turned it into a strategy. The announcer recalled a moment from the match when several spiders hung over the blonde, opening portals, and said that he was especially impressed in this round by the fact that it was the spiders who determined both the winner and the loser. He continued to recall moments from the battle when Bernard and Chichai attacked the Berlin team, and said that both teams also showed good fight against the monsters, but Berlin Blitz prepared a cunning strategy that was similar to a guerrilla attack using spatial spiders. Two more different images appeared in the man's head, with a Frenchman and a bloated monster, and he said that the Berliners had a chance to win if the Parisian team had not used monsters, because the winner was already determined when they realized that the Bile's balls were exploding, ceasing to offend. A holographic image of Hayan, who was happily waving her hand, appeared above the arena. The commentator said that a girl from Paris Lumiere realized this and suggested a strategy. The board showed a sketchy strategy. The man over the loudspeaker explained that the plan was to use Bernard and Chichai as bait, and having gathered the enemy in one place, they decided to use spatial spiders, after which they lured them straight to Bile's balls. As images of Bernard and Chichai appeared, the man added that it was a very sophisticated and bold operation. If not for the attack of these two, it would have been impossible to unite 11 people with just 2 players. Moon Yob crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied smile as the man explained that Hayan had made tremendous growth since joining the team due to taking the starting position in a short period of time, and she had also proven herself to be a great tactician. The men in the control room looked at each other. One of them said that despite the fact that the outcome of the second light was literally instantaneous, the battle between the two teams was very interesting, to which the second commentator replied that he was looking forward to what the teams would show them in the last one. Third set. Immortality looked at the scoreboard. The commentator announced that after a short break the final round would begin, which would determine the winner. The man thought that the invasion system, first introduced in this tournament, was also applied in the third set of YSM, and moreover, no master lands appeared neither in the first nor in the second round. The man imagined a large monster with tumors, and thought that strangely enough, the boss battle in the invasion seemed to be aimed not at killing, but at cooperation between the two teams, if such a thing happened again. He remembered the moments from the battle between YSM with 87.72% and Bears with 12.28%. The man said that the situation for YSM was favorable before Gerald teamed up with the boss monster, and their strategy greatly influenced the New York team, because after Gerald's death, the winning percentage of the Korean team approached 90. The man remembered the giant boss from that battle, and thought that if the boss had not appeared then, and he would now be 100%. It was most likely due to the fact that the third set encouraged cooperation. The Korean team, which most likely should have won, was fighting at a disadvantage. The man walked down the corridor, thinking that this time would be no different if they could take advantage of the situation. Emerkasa opened the door with his hand, finishing with the thought that they could defeat the Parisian team. The man frowned, menacingly saying that he would now explain to them the strategy for the third set. Youngwon looked back at Moon Yob, did not ask who he thought would win in the third round, to which the man displeasedly asked if he was sure he wanted to hear it. The guy covered his ears in surprise, telling you not to talk, because if he says something, it will definitely happen before he can see it. The man said that in that case he will ask them what they think, who will win. Seunho looked at him that he thought Berlin Blitz would win. The man asked why he thought so. The guy introduced the players to the Berlin team against the backdrop of the game score, and said that firstly, the score between the teams was 5-0. But that was before Chen Jin, Wuren and Shuren joined them. The appearance with the arrival of these three was the potential of support has grown significantly. He then recalled the moments from the battle, and said that this is why the Berlin team had the advantage in the first set. Since they could act limited depending on the circumstances, it was a stable team fight led by Bernard and 1 or 2 more players who led the score. He then remembered how the French fought and said that in the second set Paris Lumiere seemed to be stronger thanks to the blonde's play. However, he thinks Berlin Blitz could have won this light if they knew the information about the exploding monsters. The guy schematically introduced the 3 players, saying that Paris Lumiere lost 2 players, Chichai and Rob, and the blonde's double was exhausted before the main team battle began. Seunho thoughtfully presented his hand to his face. His comrade looked at him in surprise after he said that in the third set the invasion will definitely increase, and he is not sure about the boss. But this does not affect the situation that much, which is why the conclusion is that the Paris team has an advantage in a normal battle. but the Germans, who react flexibly to any situation, have the upper hand in this game. Moon Yob said with a calm expression that they think the Paris team is a very cool team. The opponents stood next to each other while the commentator announced their exit. Bernard looked ahead with a satisfied smile. The man said that he thought the French would win. He looked at the scoreboard, which had the team logos on it, and said that at the same time, the probability of the Germans winning was approximately equal. Jeho and Nayan looked at the man in shock after he finished his sentence by saying that the chance of them winning was 1%. Moon Yob smiled, saying that he still couldn't know anything for sure. Daniel frowned slightly, standing behind the girl, and decisively said that it was time for them to start, period. The man added that there was a chance that one of them would perform some kind of miracle. The arena began to appear. The commentator announced that the spatial spiders had completed weaving their web. Shirin and Bernard looked ahead. A giant arachnid monster appeared in the arena. The commentator added that their leaders, the pillar spiders, also appeared. Flashes of purple aura appeared around the emerging crater. The announcer revealed that 6 of these new monsters were now strengthening the completed web, and that ominous energy was filling the space as the invasion intensified. A hexagonal scarlet portal appeared in the air, which the commentator called a portal leading to an abandoned world. People in the stands looked on in surprise, wondering what it meant. The aura in the portal was spinning wildly. Magma poured from its edge. The commentator said that lava rains were raging there. Wind and dust swirled in the air. The man said that there were also sandstorms there. Suddenly, a giant monster with 6 eyes appeared from the portal, whom the commentator called the ruler of the wasteland, and added that hammer balls opened his eyes. The monster stuck its head out of the portal. The announcer turned on the timer, saying that there were only 15 minutes before the boss came down to Earth. A schematic structure of a portal appeared on the scoreboard, and the commentator announced that the timer would start at the start of the 3rd round, and they had to catch all the pillar spiders to prevent the boss from appearing, and in case the boss was not stopped. Daniel and Bernard looked at the scoreboard, listening words that in this case the explosion will destroy everything around, and both teams will be disqualified. Shirin charged the dampening beams. She aimed her attack at the boss. A blue explosion illuminated everything around. 16 seconds passed and there was not a scratch on the boss. The board also showed a schematic structure of the portal. Daniel said with a smile that the dampening beam did not cause any damage at all. He looked back, saying that apparently the only way to stop the boss really was. He looked at the pillar spider that the rest of the spatial spiders were climbing onto and said that they needed to catch the pillar spiders. Ordinary spiders lit up with a blue aura. The guy said that judging by the state of the battlefield and the movement of the spiders, this is not easy for the 1st and 2nd sets. He looked ahead with a confident smile, saying that monsters protect their leaders. The girl again used the dampening beam with more power after the guy said that she should show them her strength. The girl's aura dissipated. The spider pillar still stood in place. The girl looked at him in shock. The spider gave a powerful roar. Another 32 seconds passed. The guy with a nervous smile on his face said that even the pillar spiders were blocked by the damping beam and that this was unexpected. A powerful beam of scarlet blue aura hit the heavens. The voiceover explained that at the same time Paris Lumiere saw the extinguishing beam hit the boss, they immediately split into 3 teams. The scoreboard showed a diagram of the promotion of groups of the Parisian team. The players fought with simple spatial spiders. The voiceover said that they went hunting. They destroyed the spiders one by one while the other team headed in the opposite direction to hunt the pillar spiders. The French players reached the first giant spider, heading towards it to attack. The dot on the scoreboard showed the movement of the 3rd group. Chichai struck with 12 minutes and 33 seconds remaining on the clock. Suddenly the man looked forward in surprise, thinking that the spider had an aura barrier. He jumped back, thinking that the barrier was thick and very protective. As he landed on the ground, he marveled at how powerful it was. He remembered a similar situation, and then thought that, as a rule, such barriers can only block on one side, and all because maintaining it requires an aura, which people don't have enough to block all sides at once. The giant spider stood in front of them while the tank was thinking about what he needed to think about, and what if it was the same species as the monsters that were there so far. The monster opened its mouth. The man thought, what if this is the barrier that is constantly active and neutralizes attacks from all sides? Then not only the leaders are involved, and there is a high probability that the aura barriers were created from the outside. Simple spatial spiders attacked the heroes while the guy thought that something was creating a barrier and it must be nearby. Suddenly he frowned with a confident smile that he had found it. The players rose into the air, jumping off the ground. The spiders moved after them. One of them was a strange color. The man swung his sword. He cut the scarlet spider in half. Suddenly the giant monster's barrier disappeared. Chichai looked at this with a joyful smile. A blue liquid was flowing from the body of the red spider. The man said that another species was hiding among the spatial spiders, and it was this species that created a protective barrier for the column spider. The man stood up. 12 minutes 11 seconds remained on the timer. He loudly said that the same thing should be done with the other 5 and ordered others to find them. Bernard and Heian fought their way through the hordes of monsters. The guy looked at the girl, smilingly saying that it only took them 3 minutes to find a strategy to destroy the giant spiders, and everyone was actively hunting for new monsters. The girl looked up at him. After his words that everything was thanks to her, she smiled joyfully, saying that she simply told what she saw and that his praise embarrassed her a little. Chichai fought with the spiders. The blonde said that everyone understood everything by looking at her, and based on the knowledge that they already have, they calmly attack new monsters, observing and experimenting. He introduced the different types of monsters, adding that in the past, monsters and bosses on the battlefield were always only used to gain experience points, and if the current non-standard battle took place in the first network, they would not be able to react so quickly. The guy cut down several monsters, adding that now none of their team would panic, no matter what monster appeared in front of him. Chichai struck the monster hard. His ally also found the scarlet spider and cut it down. The two halves of the monster were slowly falling apart from each other. Chichai killed another red spider. With his foot on it, he stood in front of the giant monster that had a blue aura emanating from it. He looked up with a smile, saying that the barrier had been neutralized. Suddenly, a strong beam of aura hit the pillar spider. The man looked at him in shock. He looked up, seeing players from the opposing team. The commentator announced that one of the 6 spiders opening the gate to the abandoned world had been killed. Shirin stood in the air above them, completely enveloped in an aura. The man looked at her, wondering if they had decided to separate and hold them back. Shirin and her ally landed in front of the man. An aura enveloped both of them. The girl's allied tank used military reinforcements. The girl raised her hand, covered with a red aura, to her face. The next second, she put it forward, and a flurry of powerful blows fell on the enemy. Chichai jumped over each beam of the girl step by step. Looking back, he wondered if she thought they hadn't expected them to be contained. Suddenly, Bernard and Heian appeared behind the girl. Shirin looked back at them in surprise, wondering where they had suddenly appeared from. Daniel used his ability, saying that the French would not succeed. He appeared in front of the enemy, who dealt a powerful blow. With a satisfied smile, he said that they were not the only ones who had prepared. The blonde looked at him in shock, thinking that even he was participating in the containment. The guy pushed both opponents away from the girl who was charging a new attack. The next second, the beam hit the players of the Paris team, who were behind Heian and Bernard. The commentator counted her 2 kills. The girl clenched her fist with a satisfied smile. Daniel slammed his hand into the ground, saying that it was very difficult. The blonde looked at him with a nervous grin, realizing that this was not holding back. Chen Jin and Wuren landed next to Daniel, after which the Frenchman thought that this was an imposition of a team fight. The blonde turned to the guy, asking if they should catch the spiders, because otherwise both teams would be disqualified, to which the young man asked if he was sure that he could handle it on his own, because now the notification about the murder should sound. Suddenly, the blonde heard on the radio the heart-rending screams of the allies, who were shouting that the Berliners had already caught up with them. Daniel looked at his opponent with a confident smile while the commentator announced a kill in favor of his allies. Bernard smiled tenderly, thinking that the third team had been destroyed, and then thought that the enemy's actions were very entertaining. He looked at the opponent, asking if he could defeat them in the given time. The column spider was surrounded by a barrier, while the guy said that everything would work out if you deal with the column spiders, but for now he really needed Shirin. The guy stood up. There were 10 minutes and 2 seconds left on the timer. He said with a smile that he was asking for it do not touch. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.